Traversing through the realm of Wu Dong Qian, I have become the chief disciple, Wu Yun, of the Mad Blade Martial Arts Academy. Initially, I had merely intended to cling to Lin Dong's coattails and lead a life of leisure, but fate has bestowed upon me a signing in system, inadvertently making me the very support upon which Lin Dong leans at the Lin clan's family gathering. I signed in and received the coveted Xintian treasure record. During the hunting festival, I signed in and acquired the bloodline of the White Tiger. At the Talismonger Tower, I signed in and obtained the chaotic demon visualization technique. Lin Dong and I have forged a strong brotherhood, embarking on adventures together with two fiery, serpentine tigers by our side. Wu Yun, Lin Dong is indeed the son of destiny. As long as I follow him, I shall continuously refresh my sign-ins and reap rewards. Lin Dong, Wu Yun is my dear elder brother, always assisting me in seizing various opportunities. Lin Diao, there are too few loyal individuals like Wu Yun. You should follow him closely. Lin Yin, only two individuals may ride upon my back. My master Lin Dong, and Wu Yun. Lin Diao does not count, for he is not human. Wu Yun, you may profit immensely, but I shall not suffer any loss. That it was until I encountered Ling Qingzhu that my heart stirred with mortal emotions. Brother, I can relinquish my techniques and treasures to you, but this goddess, I shall not yield. Chapter 1. Lin Clan Family Gathering, signing in for the Xintian treasure record. Xingyang Town, Mad Blade Martial Arts Academy. The master of the academy, Luo Cheng, was diligently instructing the newly recruited disciples in the art of swordsmanship when a disciple rushed in. Master, tomorrow is the Lin Clan Family Gathering, and they have invited our Mad Blade Martial Arts Academy to take a seat. The Lin Clan, we shall send Tong to represent our academy, Luo Cheng thoughtfully decided after careful consideration. To a certain extent, the Lin Clan serves as an ally to the Mad Blade Martial Arts Academy in Xingyang Town for major powers reign. The Lei Clan, the Xie Clan, the Lin Clan, and our Mad Blade Martial Arts Academy. When the academy first established itself in Xingyang Town, it faced opposition from the Lei and Xie families, who have persistently exerted pressure on us over the years. The Lin Clan's circumstances mirror those of our academy. Under the duress of the Lei and Xie families, our two factions have become natural allies, their fates intertwined. Though unspoken, there exists an implicit understanding between us, necessitating such ceremonial exchanges. However, for the Lin Clan family gathering, it is unnecessary for Master Luo to attend personally. Sending his son, Luo Tong, is already a significant gesture. By the way, summon Yun'er as well. He has been cooped up in his room for far too long since his illness. It is time he ventured out. Also, procure a third-grade spiritual herb as a congratulatory gift for the Lin Clan family gathering, Luo Cheng added. Wu Yun had confined himself to his room for 3 days. He was still recovering from the aftereffects of his transmigration. Who could have anticipated that one moment he would close his eyes and, upon reopening them, find himself in an entirely different world with a new identity? Such a bizarre occurrence. After 3 days of assimilating the memories of the original Wu Yun, he gradually came to terms with his new reality, the Tianxian continent, the Mad Blade Martial Arts Academy. In Xingyang Town, Wu Yun comprehended that he had entered the world of Wu Dong Qian, a novel he cherished in his previous life, striving relentlessly, bound by brotherly loyalty, embarking on fervent adventures, experiencing the pinnacle of love, and resisting foreign adversities. Once upon a time, he harbored a dream of traversing the world alongside his closest companions, battling together. Lin Dong was the character he admired most, the one he yearned to emulate. Who would have imagined that I would find myself in the same world as Lin Dong? This transcendence appears to be a fortuitous occurrence after all. Knock, knock. A voice called from beyond the door. Senior brother, Master has summoned you and brother Luo Tong to attend tomorrow's Lin family clan meeting. Under the same master, Luo Tong was the first disciple, while Wu Yun held the esteemed position of the chief among the second-generation disciples. Thus, they referred to each other as senior brothers. Understood. The Lin family clan meeting marked the moment when Lin Dong first showcased his brilliance. Wu Yun felt a surge of anticipation. The following day, the carriage of the Fierce Blade Martial Arts School set off early. Carrying a group of 5 within the carriage, Luo Tong observed Wu Yun's still pale complexion and expressed his concern, saying, Luo Yun, you have now reached the 8th layer of body refinement, making you the most gifted among our martial school. You must take care of your health and train diligently. You are the future of our school. Should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak to your senior brother. Rest assured, senior brother, I have nearly recovered and shall devote myself to rigorous training from now on. I end this life. Wu Yun was an orphan, taken in by the fierce blade martial arts school, with Luo Tong serving as his elder brother, having watched him grow. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Lin family estate. Brother Luo Tong has personally come to visit. It truly elevates the prestige of our Lin family. They were greeted by Lin Qin, the eldest of the Lin family. Oh, you flatter me. Brother Lin, please come inside. Lin Qin escorted the two of them to the venue of the clan competition, the trial grounds. The fierce blade martial arts school held considerable influence today. They were regarded as the most distinguished guests of the Lin family. Seated in the VIP section, they found themselves next to the esteemed elder, Lin Jintian. Greetings, Elder Lin. The two of them bowed respectfully. My dear nephew Luo Tong, please take a seat. And this young man is the talented disciple of your esteemed school, Wu Yun? He inquired, gazing at Wu Yun. Elder Lin, you honor me with your words. I am indeed Wu Yun. In Xingyang town, Wu Yun had garnered significant renown, being on par with the young geniuses of the Lei family, Lei Li, and the Xie family, Xiang Ying. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth, and you are a paragon of talent. Lin Jintian remarked with admiration. In their generation, the Lin family had yet to produce a genius of such caliber. The most formidable among them, Lin Hong and Lin Xia, had only recently broken through to the 7th layer of body refinement, while Wu Yun, being younger, had already attained the 8th layer. With a smile, Wu Yun meaningfully remarked, Elder Lin, you are too humble. I foresee that your Lin family shall unveil a genius today. May your words prove prophetic. Lin Jintian replied, before joining Lin Qin outside to greet the guests. Other members of the Lin clan approached, warmly greeting Luo Tong and Wu Yun. Even the currently most influential second son, Lin Meng, offered his compliments to Wu Yun, mistakenly believing that Wu Yun's mention of a genius referred to his son, Lin Hong. However, Wu Yun feigned ignorance, completely disregarding him. This left Lin Meng with a visibly grim expression. A young boy, who had just entered, witnessed the scene unfold. Lin Xiao has arrived. Someone informed Lin Meng that a somewhat haggard, middle-aged man approached, accompanied by a boy and a girl, both appearing to be in their early teens. Third brother, how could you bear to leave that place this time? Lin Meng remarked with a mocking tone. Lin Xiao shot him a cold glance. Is there a problem? No problem at all, but today is a significant occasion for our Lin family. Since you are here, I hope you do not bring disgrace upon the Lin name. Lin Meng retorted with derision. Is that him, Lin Dong? Wu Yun inquired, directing his gaze toward the youth, whose small face bore an expression of seriousness. The young girl beside him was exquisitely adorable, an undeniable little lowly. Both of them glared at Lin Meng with indignation, as he was currently mocking their father in conversation with others, causing them great discomfort. Come sit over here. Wu Yun promptly beckoned to them, for there was a vacant seat beside him. Upon noticing them, Lin Xiao recognized Luo Tong and nodded in gratitude, leading Lin Dong and Qing Tan past Lin Meng and the others to sit beside Wu Yun. Lin Meng huffed in annoyance. This young junior disrespected him while instead smiling at someone he deemed a waste. Yet, he did not dare offend Wu Yun or Luo Tong. Lin Dong and Qing Tan settled next to Wu Yun. I am Wu Yun, what is your name? Wu Yun extended his hand in greeting. Lin Dong, feeling somewhat awkward, hesitated as he had devoted himself to cultivation and had little interaction with others. Reluctantly, he reached out and shook Wu Yun's hand, responding brightly, I am Lin Dong. At the moment their hands touched, the stone talisman in Lin Dong's possession suddenly glowed, radiating warmth in his palm. This prompted Lin Dong to abruptly lift his gaze toward Wu Yun, bewildered, his eyes filled with doubt and curiosity. Simultaneously, a resonant electronic voice echoed in Wu Yun's mind. Ding! Destiny's child detected in this world. Sign-in system activated. Current location eligible for sign-in. Would you like to proceed? Wu Yun, like Lin Dong, was momentarily stunned before comprehending the situation. Though belated, his golden opportunity had arrived. It turned out that being the child of destiny was the key to activating this external aid. Only with this connection could another layer of assistance be initiated. Wu Yun felt a surge of excitement and promptly responded with his thoughts. Sign in. Ding. Sign in successful. Reward acquired. Xian Tian Bao Lu. Chapter 2 Wu Yun. You fail to comprehend the profound connection I share with Lin Dong. The Xiantian treasure record. Is this not the ultimate skill of Tang San from the Dolua continent? To think he has actually obtained it. Wu Yun was overwhelmed with joy. This is an alternate realm, a sect known as the Tang clan, possessing their treasured relic. The Xiantian treasure record encompasses 6 martial arts techniques. The internal cultivation method Xiantian Gong, the hand technique Xian Yu Shou, the eye technique Ziji Demon Eye, the capture technique Kong He Kun Long, the lightness technique Gui Ing Mi Zong, and the concealed weapon technique and Qi Bai Jia. In an instant, The entirety of the Xiantian treasure record unfolded in Wu Yun's mind. He could hardly contain his desire to immerse himself in its depths. What are you two doing holding hands? A melodious, youthful voice jolted Wu Yun and Lin Dong back to reality. The little girl, Qing Tan, observed them curiously, their hands still tightly clasped together. Oh, in a flurry, they quickly withdrew their hands, exchanging awkward glances. Fortunately, Luo Tong and Lin Xiao were engrossed in conversation nearby, oblivious to their embarrassment. Has he discovered my secret? Lin Dong pondered, scrutinizing Wu Yun intently. Just moments ago, the stone talisman had reacted to Wu Yun. The stone talisman was Lin Dong's greatest secret, his unique advantage. Wu Yun, well aware of all of Lin Dong's hidden cards, recognized the implications of Lin Dong's reaction. He too had felt the sudden warmth in Lin Dong's palm, likely triggered by his system activating the stone talisman. A sly smile crept upon his face as a thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could share this advantage with Lin Dong. After all, the stone talisman's power was immensely compelling, and he found himself intrigued. Do you have one too? Wu Yun whispered to Lin Dong, casting him a meaningful glance. Deliberately ambiguous. I have one too. Lin Dong's heart raced. Could he also possess a similar stone talisman? You both seem rather peculiar, Qing Tan remarked, placing her tiny finger to her lips, finding their mutual glances too strange. Most notably, the two of them were ignoring her, making her feel somewhat superfluous. The clan leader has arrived. At that moment, Lin Jintian and a group of individuals entered, signaling the commencement of the clan competition. Participate in the contest first. We shall converse afterward. Wu Yun smiled at Lin Dong. Lin Dong nodded vacantly. Father. Lin Xiao clenched his fists nervously, respectfully addressing Lin Jintian. Lin Dong and Qing Tan hurried to greet him as well. Grandfather. Dong Qing Tan, you've both grown considerably. Lin Jintian's gaze was complex as he looked at Lin Xiao. Have you finally deemed it necessary to come see me? I apologize, father. It's sufficient that you are here. At least you didn't wait until I was laid to rest before making an appearance. Wu Yun observed the exchange with a tinge of sentiment. Lin Xiao, Lin Dong's father, had once been the brightest talent of Qingyang Town, the beacon of hope for the Lin clan's resurgence. However, during the Lin clan's decennial gathering, Lin Xiao was defeated by the clan's foremost prodigy, Lin Langtian, resulting in the destruction of his meridians and his subsequent fall from grace. Consequently, he succumbed to despair, becoming a heavy drinker who isolated himself within the confines of his chamber. This unfortunate circumstance also contributed to Lin Dong's resolute character and relentless efforts from a young age. As long as father and my third brother can make it out, there's no need for further lamentation. We have many guests today, Lin Qin reminded. Standing alongside a slender girl clad in form-fitting attire, her long legs accentuating her beauty, Lin Qin's daughter, the eldest of the Lin family, Lin Xia. As the assembly settled, Lin Xia promptly took a seat beside them. Lin Dong, you must put forth your utmost effort, she encouraged, pointing towards Wu Yun. The Mad Blade Martial Academy, Wu Yun. Lin Xia exclaimed in surprise. Ah, so you are Wu Yun. She quickly maneuvered past Lin Dong to sit beside Wu Yun. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have heard that you fought against Lei Li, and though your strength is a level lower, the battle was evenly matched. You are indeed impressive. Lin Xia gossiped enthusiastically. Oh, it was not truly an even match. I was still outclassed and ultimately lost. Wu Yun sighed. According to the memories of the original owner, he had indeed faced Lei Li not long ago. At that time, Lei Li had already reached the 9th stage of body refinement. While Wu Yun relied on the ferocity of the third-grade martial art, the Mad Thunderblade, and fought desperately, managing to hold his own until his energy ran out, leading to his defeat. That battle, however, had propelled Wu Yun to fame, establishing him as the second greatest talent in Qingyang Town, just after Lei Li. You must be on the verge of breaking through to the 9th stage, right? Lin Xia inquired. Hearing this, Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 9th stage. Wu Yun, being only slightly older than him, was already on the cusp of such an achievement, further solidifying Lin Dong's belief that he, too, possessed a fortuitous encounter. This made him all the more convinced of Wu Yun's earlier assertion. You have potential as well. Enough talk. The competition is about to commence. You all should prepare. Wu Yun interrupted Lin Xiao's curiosity. At that moment, Lin Qin announced the beginning of the clan competition and instructed them to draw lots to select their opponents. Brother Lin Dong, do your best. Qing Tan encouraged, clenching her petite fists. Rest assured, Lin Dong will not disappoint you. Wu Yun replied with a playful grin, exuding confidence. Indeed, Qing Tan's face flushed with a hint of shyness, as she shared the same belief. Lin Dong faced off first against the chubby Lin Changqi, easily securing victory. Next, he was pitted against Lin Yun, who was currently regarded as the second greatest talent in the Lin family, just behind Lin Xia and Lin Hong, boasting a strength at the 6th stage. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's true capabilities remained concealed from others. Thus, the spectators favored Lin Yun in this match. Beside them, Qing Tan's delicate hands gripped tightly, her face etched with worry. No need to be overly concerned. Losing to Lin Yun wouldn't be too disappointing. Considering he has been training for a shorter period, Lin Xiao reassured, as even he did not believe Lin Dong could emerge victorious. Lin Dong nodded, feeling no trepidation in his heart. Just before stepping onto the stage, he instinctively cast a glance at Wu Yun. Wu Yun smiled at him and spoke aloud. There is no need to continually conceal your brilliance. When the time comes to reveal it, hiding one's talents is indeed counterproductive. Upon hearing Wu Yun's words, the others turned their gazes toward him, momentarily thrusting Lin Dong into the spotlight. It was truly absurd. The notion that Lin Dong was hiding his talents was laughable. He seemed utterly unaware of Lin Yun's formidable prowess. The individual who spoke was not of their clan and therefore dared to speak so boldly. If Lin Dong could indeed defeat Lin Yun, I would eat my words. The surrounding members of the Lin family murmured in disagreement, particularly those from the second branch, including Lin Mang, who were openly disdainful. Nevertheless, Wu Yun paid no heed to their opinions and instead looked at Lin Dong with unwavering confidence. He understood that Lin Dong would smile knowingly and stride confidently onto the contest stage. Having endured in silence for so long, he was prepared to astonish everyone today. My brother Lin Dong will not easily be defeated, Qing Tin thought, still somewhat anxious amid the surrounding skepticism. Previously, Lin Hong had mentioned that the first place in the clan competition would have the privilege to propose to her. If Lin Dong were to lose, he would be unable to help her and thwart Lin Hong. Fear not, he will not lose. Wu Yun reassured, gently patting Qing Tan's head. Indeed, Qing Tan replied obediently. Do you trust Lin Dong so completely? Lin Xiao inquired, sharing the sentiment that Lin Dong's ambition to defeat Lin Yun was rather ambitious. It is not mere belief, but he has instilled that trust within me. Wu Yun replied nonchalantly. Why do you feel this way? You have only just met Lin Dong, Lin Xiao questioned in confusion. You do not understand. Although we have only recently met, our spirits have long been intertwined. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes, entirely unable to grasp Wu Yun's meaning. You men are quite peculiar. Chapter 3. We all have you. Do not hide. Xiao Yun, do you know this Lin Dong? Luo Tong asked, puzzled. Your demeanor shifts so positively upon seeing him. No, perhaps it is simply a case of instant rapport. Wu Yun retorted cleverly. Meanwhile, the battle on the contest stage was intensifying, and Lin Dong's performance elicited gasps from the audience. With the 6th level of body refinement, Lin Dong had astonishingly broken through to this level. The applause echoed, resounding like thunder. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Dong had perfected the Tongbei fist to such an extent. He completely subdued the highly favored Lin Yun, leaving the crowd in shock. Predictably, Lin Dong emerged victorious. Those beside Wu Yun regarded him in astonishment. Just moments ago, everyone had favored Lin Yun, yet only Wu Yun exuded confidence in Lin Dong's potential to triumph. It was clear he had only recently met Lin Dong. The only explanation was that Wu Yun possessed an extraordinary insight. As the competition progressed, Lin Dong successfully advanced into the top 10, showcasing his emergence as a dark horse. In the subsequent draw, the formidable Lin Hong and Lin Xia were matched against each other. Both were at the 7th level of body refinement, their strengths evenly matched. As they fought, they both fell from the stone platform, and Lin Qin declared the match a draw. Everyone believed that no one could challenge Lin Hong and Lin Xia, resulting in them being tied for first place, while Lin Dong secured 3rd place after defeating his opponent. Lin Hong, who had just claimed 1st place, leered at Qing Tan with a provocative glance directed toward Lin Dong, preparing to petition Lin Zhentian for Qing Tan's hand in marriage. His foolish demeanor was utterly deserving of ridicule, Wu Yun remarked with a hint of disdain. Lin Dong concurred, sharing a knowing smile with Wu Yun before rising. Brother Lin Hong, I am but an unworthy challenger. May I request your guidance? His words sent ripples through the crowd, drawing everyone's attention. Has Lin Dong lost his mind? He dares to challenge Lin Hong? Lin Xia exclaimed instinctively. She turned to Wu Yun, having witnessed the earlier exchange between the two. Do you still believe he can win? Absolutely. Wu Yun replied without hesitation. I have already prepared a congratulatory gift for him. Witnessing Wu Yun's unwavering confidence in Lin Dong instilled a newfound courage in the anxious Qing Tan. As Lin Dong and Lin Hong ascended the stone platform, they faced each other, engaging in a fierce battle. Lin Dong finally unveiled his true strength, revealing himself to be at the 7th level of body refinement. The crowd was taken aback. On the platform, both wielded the 8 desolate palm, yet Lin Dong's technique, honed through the practice of stone talismans, was executed with greater precision, allowing him to surpass Lin Hong effortlessly. Moments later, the arrogant Lin Hong was unceremoniously knocked off the platform. Lin Dong achieved a decisive victory. A hush fell over the crowd, No one had anticipated such an outcome in this clan competition. Lin Dong astonished everyone. Excellent, splendid. Lin Jintian exclaimed in ecstasy. Following Lin Xiao, the Lin family had produced Lin Dong. Lin Xiao was equally exhilarated. He truly won. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Xiao's eyes. Lin Dong's triumph over Lin Hong indicated his superiority over her as well. Does this fellow truly understand Lin Dong so well? Lin Xiao pondered, casting a questioning glance at Wu Yun. Meanwhile, Wu Yun remained fixated on Lin Dong. Am I not even more captivating than Lin Dong? Lin Xia felt a twinge of frustration. All the young men present admired her, yet this Wu Yun's gaze was primarily on Lin Dong. At that moment, Lin Hong, who had fallen off the platform, suddenly surged back up, launching another assault on Lin Dong. Lin Dong, be careful, Wu Yun called out in warning. Lin Dong quickly regained his composure, firmly seizing Lin Hong, preparing to toss him off the platform once more. Get away. At that moment, Lin Hong's father, Lin Meng, intervened, leaping onto the platform to attack Lin Dong. Hearing Wu Yun's warning, Lin Xiao reacted immediately, rushing forward to confront Lin Meng without hesitation. The eruption of strength from the Tian Yuan realm effortlessly repelled Lin Meng, astonishing the onlookers. Lin Zhao's power had returned. At this juncture, Wu Yun smiled with ease. In truth, everything would have unfolded smoothly without his intervention. His actions were merely a calculated display intended to bridge the gap between him and Lin Dong. The stone talisman was Lin Dong's greatest secret, and it was only through gaining Lin Dong's complete trust that he could share in its extraordinary benefits. There exists another reason. Just moments ago, Wu Yun's system refreshed the next sign-in task for the Qingyang Hunting Conference. This led Wu Yun to speculate that his system was closely linked to the child of destiny in this world, Lin Dong. As the refreshed sign-in tasks were all related to him, inevitably, he would need to grow closer to Lin Dong in the future, yet he wished to avoid being adversaries. Thus, friendship seemed the most prudent choice. Now that the first place in the clan competition had been announced, you should present this gift, Luo Tong jested, handing Wu Yun a beautifully wrapped box containing a third-tier spirit herb. He had already discerned the budding rapport between Wu Yun and Lin Dong, and Lin Dong's recent performance had convinced him of the young man's exceptional talent, making him a worthy ally for Wu Yun. Elder Lin, my master specifically instructed me that the clan competition is a significant event for the Lin family. To congratulate the young genius of the Lin family on his emergence, this third-tier spirit herb is presented as a gift for the champion of the competition. Wu Yun walked over to Lin Dong, addressing the esteemed Lin Jintian. Please convey my regards to Master Luo, he added, smoothly extending the spirit herb to Lin Dong. Donner, do not forget to thank Senior Brother Wu, Lin Xiao urged. Thank you, Senior Brother Wu, Lin Dong replied, his eyes filled with gratitude as he looked at Wu Yun. Just call me Big Brother, no need for thanks. This is glory you have rightfully earned. Wu Yun smiled. I would be honored if you could stay for the night, Big Brother Wu. I have many questions I wish to discuss with you. Lin Dong earnestly invited him, harboring numerous queries that he wished to explore with Wu Yun. Indeed, young Master Wu is a prodigy of the younger generation. It would be beneficial for him to stay an extra night to spar with the younger members of the Lin family, to remind them that there are always greater heights to aspire to, lest they become complacent, Lin Qin observed, extending an invitation as well. It would be most advantageous to foster a closer relationship with the Kuang Dao Martial Arts Academy. Wu Yun glanced at Luo Tong. Brother Luo, it would be an opportune moment for us to engage in some sparring as well. Lin Xiao echoed the invitation, aware that Luo Tong was the leader of the group. Haha, if that is the case, we shall not impose. Luo Tong acquiesced. The Lin family hosted a banquet for everyone, and Lin Jintian rewarded Lin Dong with 2 additional third-tier spirit herbs. In the afternoon, Wu Yun and Lin Dong engaged in sparring. Having reached the pinnacle of the 8th layer of body refinement, he was but a hair's breadth away from the 9th layer. With the cultivation of the 3rd-tier martial art, the frantic Thunderblade, he managed to defeat all others in fewer than 3 exchanges, except for Lin Dong, who lasted 10 rounds. This served as a small lesson for the younger members of the Lin family. Finally, having dealt with the crowd, Wu Yun and Lin Dong found an opportunity for a private conversation. Big Brother Wu, earlier you mentioned that I possess something similar to you. What did you mean by that? Lin Dong inquired cautiously, withholding his own cards for the moment. Lin Dong, I have always preferred candor and straightforwardness. I believe you are a person worth befriending, so I shall not beat around the bush. I trust you have sensed it as well. Wu Yun said earnestly as he looked at him. You and I share something akin. Your rapid ascension in power must be aided by that very thing. For I too am under its influence. Wu Yun solemnly declared, gazing intently at him. Everyone has their own advantages. You need not keep yours hidden. Chapter 4, Persuading Lin Dong. Wu Yun's words instilled a modicum of belief in Lin Dong. However, the stone talisman held immense significance for him. Despite the favorable impression Wu Yun had made, Lin Dong remained cautious, having known him for merely a day. A look of hesitation crossed Lin Dong's face. Observing this, Wu Yun sensed a glimmer of hope. At that moment, the heavenly demon mink within Lin Dong's stone talisman had yet to awaken, leaving him without guidance. Coupled with Lin Dong's naivety and inexperience, it was the opportune moment to persuade him. What do you possess? Lin Dong countered. Both parties were engaged in a subtle exchange. I possess something within me. Wu Yun gestured towards his own body. I cannot precisely describe it, but it is incredibly mysterious. From it, I have acquired a martial arts manual, and I believe this is merely the beginning. In due time, I will undoubtedly receive more formidable treasures. Wu Yun intended to leverage the Xiantian technique to encourage Lin Dong to share his stone talisman. As for future rewards, he would consider sharing with Lin Dong based on circumstances. He certainly would not divulge everything to him. Wu Yun harbored no ill intentions toward Lin Dong and would offer him benefits as needed, ensuring Lin Dong would not suffer loss, while he himself would reap significant gains. You must be aware of martial arts manuals, correct? Wu Yun inquired. Lin Dong awkwardly replied, I am not yet familiar with them. Wu Yun sighed. Lin Dong was only at the 7th stage of body refinement and had been engrossed in his cultivation, leaving him woefully uninformed. Wu Yun then deliberately scanned the surroundings with caution before leaning closer to Lin Dong and whispering earnestly, Lin Dong, our conversation today must remain between us. You cannot disclose it to anyone, including your father. This is my greatest secret. Had I not sensed that you possess something similar, I would never have revealed it. You are now the only person aware of my secret. Lin Dong nodded solemnly, feeling an increased trust towards Wu Yun. Rest assured, I have not shared this with anyone either. In the weighty atmosphere deliberately cultivated by Wu Yun, Lin Dong ultimately affirmed that he too possessed something of significance. Very well, I shall disclose this to you. Martial arts manuals typically require one to reach the Earth origin realm before one can truly begin their cultivation. They are even more enigmatic and powerful than martial techniques. Their emergence invariably incites fierce competition among the major factions. Martial arts are categorized from 1 to 9 ranks, while manuals are classified from 1st to 3rd tier. A 3rd tier manual can unlock a maximum of 10 meridians, a 2nd tier can unlock up to 30, and a 1st tier can unlock up to 50. To my knowledge, the Qingyang technique of your Lin family is a 3rd tier manual, capable of unlocking only 4 meridians. Similarly, the Lei family, the Xie family, and our Kuang Dao Martial Arts Academy possess 3rd tier manuals as well. Just imagine, merely a 3rd tier manual is sufficient to establish the 4 major powers of Qingyang Town. Should anyone obtain a 2nd-rate or even a 1st-rate secret tome, given time, they would undoubtedly establish a power surpassing the 4 great factions of Qingyang. After Wu Yun elaborated on the might and significance of the tome to Lin Dong, he paused, allowing Lin Dong a moment to absorb the information. Brother Wu Yun, what tier is the cultivation method you have acquired? Lin Dong inquired eagerly, his anticipation fully ignited by Wu Yun's exposition. Wu Yun, maintaining a leisurely demeanor with a hint of arrogance in his smile, replied, What do you think? Could it be a 1st-rate tome? Lin Dong responded without hesitation, his heart racing. A 1st-rate tome could indeed sweep through Qingyang Town. However, Wu Yun shook his head. Is it not? Lin Dong asked, confusion evident on his face. Wu Yun, with a proud expression, asserted, Of course not. A 1st-rate tome is hardly worthy of my caution. Beyond 1st-rate tomes, there exist even more wondrous and powerful texts, some capable of unblocking all meridians, generating ceaseless spirals of energy within the flesh itself. At that point, even when not in a state of cultivation, these spirals would continuously draw primordial energy from the heavens and earth, refining the body and enriching the dantian. Lin Dong inhaled sharply. Could it be? Indeed, Wu Yun confirmed. What I possess is a tome that transcends 1st-rate, even more miraculous and formidable. Moreover, it encompasses martial arts that harmonize with this method. The grade is unspecified, but I assure you it is undoubtedly above 3rd tier, possibly exceeding 9th tier. Though not yet begun to cultivate, Wu Yun had gleaned a substantial understanding of the contents of the Xiantian treasure record. The core aspect of Xiantian could unblock all meridians, cultivating an inner strength that is eternal and inexhaustible. Wu Yun was uncertain of the level Xiantian Gong could achieve in this world, but he firmly believed it surpassed the so-called 1st-rate tomes. Furthermore, even if it did not, he intended to assert that it did. Seizing the opportunity before the clever little weasel within the stone talisman awakened, to first deceive Lin Dong. Additionally, the martial arts such as Xianyu Hand, Purple Extreme Demon Eye, Ghostly Shadow Misdirection, and Crane Control Dragon Capture were quite formidable. At the very least, they could impress Lin Dong at this moment. Such a powerful method surely ranks among the elite in the Dine Dynasty, Lin Dong mused instinctively. I have decided to share this cultivation method with you, Wu Yun reiterated. Therefore, you must keep this confidential. No 3rd party must learn of this. or both of us will be in peril. Lin Dong felt a surge of emotion. Such an important cultivation method, Brother Wu Yun, you are willing to share it with me. Of course, but it is not without cost. I wish to understand the purpose and value of what you have obtained. Wu Yun spoke earnestly. He sought to utilize Lin Dong's stone talisman and, naturally, needed to display sufficient sincerity. Lin Dong was no fool. Throughout the original narrative, he had never proactively divulged his secrets to another, including his parents. Lin Dong, Brother Wu Yun, your secret manual is so invaluable. Are you not concerned about potential losses? Perhaps my secret pales in comparison to a third-rate manual. I trust my instincts, which can evoke a reaction from that entity within me. Your possession must surely be of commendable quality. Wu Yun replied with unwavering confidence. He then gazed intently at Lin Dong, awaiting his decision. Lin Dong felt a pang of hesitation. The stone talisman held immense significance for him. Yet Wu Yun's words stirred his heart. Do you not trust me? Wu Yun inquired with a furrowed brow. No, of course not. If I didn't trust you, Brother Wu Yun, I wouldn't have invited you to stay, Lin Dong hastily clarified. The reaction of the stone talisman would not deceive him. However, he was apprehensive that, given Wu Yun's superior strength, revealing his secret might lead Wu Yun to seize the talisman from him. Please forgive me, Brother Wu Yun, my possession is somewhat unique, and I cannot disclose it directly. If you genuinely believe in Lin Dong, might you allow me a glimpse of the manual you mentioned? Lin Dong suggested, emphasizing that he would never dare to deceive Wu Yun, given his own inferiority in strength. Ah, so you are concerned about me taking advantage of you. Wu Yun finally grasped Lin Dong's apprehension. Lin Dong understood clearly that any notion of sharing or cooperation must be predicated on an equal footing. Otherwise, fairness would be unattainable. At present, Wu Yun was far more powerful than Lin Dong, granting him greater authority, for in this world, strength governed all. I was remiss in my considerations. Yet you are quite cautious. This is your Lin family territory, and even if I harbored nefarious intentions, I could not simply walk away. However, I must also state, this is your Lin family. If I were to impart my techniques, what would prevent you from detaining me? Wu Yun directly articulated his concerns. How could that be? I, Lin Dong, am not that sort of person. Besides, Brother Wu Yun, you have the formidable backing of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School. My Lin family would not dare to act against you, Lin Dong quickly reassured him. Wu Yun, of course, was well aware of Lin Dong's character. He intentionally made such statements to dispel all of Lin Dong's misgivings. He gestured for Lin Dong to listen. Lin Dong, I understand that we have only just met, and it is challenging to reveal our secrets to one another so swiftly. I have observed your matches and gleaned some understanding of your character. I believe you are not a duplicitous or treacherous individual. Yet, I too am taking a gamble. When you invited me to stay, I hesitated, uncertain whether you might direct your family to act against me and seize my opportunities. I wagered that you are not that kind of person, which is why I chose to remain, ultimately deciding to share my secret first. Wu Yun appealed to reason and emotion. Lin Dong felt a wave of shame wash over him, recognizing that he had been the one to extend the invitation. While he feared Wu Yun might act against him, Wu Yun also worried about his family's potential actions against him. Wu Yun's willingness to come this far demonstrated profound trust in Lin Dong. Observing Lin Dong's reaction, Wu Yun sensed that the situation was stabilizing. Of course, Wu Yun's candidness stemmed from his foresight, having read the original text. He was well acquainted with Lin Dong's true nature. Wu Yun seized the opportunity to further stir emotions, believing that, like himself, one would feel a thrill upon discovering shared experiences with another, eager to delve deeper into understanding. Our secrets are considerable, yet in the spirit of collaboration, sincerity must prevail. We cannot erect barriers between each other. Would you not agree? Lin Dong's eyes glistened with moisture, feeling a pang of guilt for nearly betraying the trust of his elder brother Wu Yun. Chapter 5, Brotherhood and Secrecy. Lin Dong ultimately resolved to disclose his secret to Wu Yun. My possession is a peculiar stone, inscribed with enigmatic runes, which I refer to as the stone talisman. This talisman possesses the remarkable ability to autonomously absorb the energies of heaven and earth, producing a crimson liquid I call the essence of the stone talisman. This essence significantly enhances the cultivation of body refinement, enabling me to ascend to the 7th level of body refinement in a remarkably short time, all thanks to the essence. He retrieved a small vial from within his garments, containing a liquid as red as blood. However, the efficacy of the essence diminishes with excessive use. For me now, it holds little value. I surmise its utility is confined to the Earth origin realm, and even then, its effects are minimal, proving most beneficial for those below the 7th level of body refinement. Lin Dong elucidated, realizing that compared to the formidable tome Wu Yun possessed, this miraculous essence seemed rather trivial. Wu Yun accepted the vial, examining the crimson liquid with curiosity. He was well acquainted with Lin Dong's stone talisman, more so than Lin Dong himself. Yet he maintained his facade. Surely, there must be more? After a brief pause, Wu Yun smiled at Lin Dong. Lin Dong chuckled, knowing he could not conceal anything from his elder brother. A proud expression crossed his face as he believed the value of the stone talisman was undoubtedly on par with Wu Yun's possession. Indeed, there is more, thus far. I have also discovered its 2 additional functions, perfecting martial techniques and refining elixirs. Elder brother Wu Yun, please observe. Lin Dong promptly began to demonstrate his martial technique before Wu Yun. The unimpeded fist. With a series of resounding strikes, he exclaimed, 10 echoes. Wu Yun's expression transformed into one of astonishment. He felt as though he could win an Oscar for his performance, feigning ignorance to impress Lin Dong. 10 echoes of the unimpeded fist. This is unprecedented. To my knowledge, the pinnacle of the unimpeded fist only reaches 9 echoes. Indeed, the unimpeded fist traditionally culminates at 9 echoes, but with the enhancement from the stone talisman, it can achieve 10. I am currently cultivating 2 martial arts, both elevated to new heights with the aid of the talisman. First-tier martial arts can unleash second-tier power, while second-tier can manifest third-tier strength. I believe this is merely the inception. Even more formidable martial arts can be perfected and enhanced. Lin Dong spoke with fervor, as if to say, see? My advantage is quite formidable. It was now Wu Yun's turn to offer his praise, exclaiming, incredible. At this juncture, perfecting our martial arts proves far more beneficial than the tome I have acquired. And what of refining elixirs? If it were merely the previous 2 abilities, they might not compare to the treasures of brother Wu Yun. However, the art of refining elixirs undoubtedly holds greater value than your esteemed techniques, brother Wu Yun. Lin Dong declared with unwavering confidence, his heart brimming with exhilaration. Ever since acquiring the precious stone talisman, he had been secretly reveling in joy, yearning to share this delight with someone, yet finding no suitable companion until today. Being able to share this fortune with Wu Yun, who shared a similar destiny, brought him immense satisfaction. This is the 3rd-grade spiritual herb you bestowed upon me, the purple spirit mushroom, Lin Dong exclaimed, producing the spiritual herb and cradling it in his palm. As the runes on his palm shimmered, the herb vanished, only to reappear moments later as 4 round purple pills, each the size of a soybean, materialized in his hand. The stone talisman possesses the extraordinary ability to directly extract the medicinal power of the herb into elixirs, facilitating easier absorption. Ordinarily, one could absorb only about 10 to 12% of the herb's potency. However, by refining it into pills with the stone talisman, nearly 80 to 90% of the potency could be absorbed through consumption. Lin Dong picked up a purple pill, suppressing his inner glee, and remarked leisurely, the medicinal power obtained from this pill is equivalent to consuming an entire purple spirit mushroom, and the talisman can yield 4 pills from a single mushroom. Ah! Wu Yun gasped in astonishment, mirroring the shock Lin Dong had exhibited when he first introduced the talisman. Wu Yun was particularly envious of this function of Lin Dong's stone talisman, for the ability to refine elixirs is of paramount importance in cultivation. The essence of cultivation revolves around wealth, companions, techniques, and resources. The capability of refining elixirs ensures a firm grasp on wealth. Wu Yun stated, in comparison to brother Lin Dong's stone talisman, I currently possess only a top-tier technique, accompanied by a few high-grade martial arts opportunities, which pales in significance. Lin Dong humbly replied, not at all. Brother Wu Yun's martial arts and techniques are formidable enough to stand tall within the entire De Yin dynasty. My humble stone talisman, capable of producing spiritual liquid, enhancing martial arts, and refining elixirs, is hardly worthy of mention. After their exchange, they shared a knowing glance and erupted into hearty laughter. Such camaraderie was palpable. Brother Wu Yun, brother Lin Dong, you speak first, they declared in unison once more. With the atmosphere charged to such an extent, their bond naturally deepened. They both harbored the same thought. Lin Dong proposed, brother Wu Yun, how about we swear an oath of brotherhood from this day forth? Indeed, I have the same intention. I, Wu Yun, I, Lin Dong, hereby pledge to become sworn brothers. We shall share both fortune and adversity, facing life and death together, intertwined in fate. We do not seek to be born on the same day, but rather to depart from this world on the same day. Elder brother, I bow before you. Rise, younger brother. The 2 clasped hands, their shoulders colliding in camaraderie. You have elucidated the secret of the stone talisman. Now it is my turn to reveal my techniques to you. The place is desolate, and it is not suitable for imparting teachings. Let us retreat to your chamber, where I shall transcribe the secret manual for you. Upon returning to Lin Dong's quaint courtyard, they hurriedly made their way to the room. Qing Tan had always been Lin Dong's shadow, but he had dismissed her during their earlier conversation, and now upon their return, he ignored her once more. She yearned to join them, yet Lin Dong barred her entry. Lin Dong, what are you 2 doing inside during the day without bringing me along? You are still young, I will explain everything to you later. Remain outside and keep watch. Should anyone arrive, be sure to alert us, Lin Dong instructed, assigning the little girl the task of guarding the door. Humph. Qingtian pouted. Ever since brother Wu Yun arrived, Lin Dong no longer wants me. Though she was sulking, she obediently took her post outside. Inside Lin Dong's room, the two were eager to procure paper and ink. I will write, and you shall memorize. Once read, we shall incinerate it, Wu Yun declared. Understood, Lin Dong replied. Wu Yun picked up the brush and began to inscribe. The Xiantian treasure record. Brother, your handwriting is quite unsightly. As long as it is legible, that suffices. Wu Yun pinned a chapter while Lin Dong memorized it, and once they finished, they set it ablaze. They remained engrossed in their work until dinner time. Lin Dong, it is time for supper, Qingtian called out. I know, we will be there shortly. Wu Yun and Lin Dong hurriedly tidied their tools, ensuring no trace of their writings remained. There was still much content in the Xiantian treasure record that could not be completed in one sitting, nor could it all be memorized at once. For today, this would suffice, as they had already committed the fundamental essence of the Xiantian technique to memory. There would be ample time in the future to continue their studies. Indeed. Chapter 6. The notion of concocting elixirs. The following day, under Lin Dong's reluctant gaze, Wu Yun and Luo Tong boarded a carriage, departing from the Lin residence. Why do you seem to hold such high hopes for Lin Dong? Luo Tong inquired with curiosity during their journey home. Though Wu Yun possessed a carefree demeanor and a generous spirit, he had never previously shown such ardor for a peer. His fondness for Lin Dong was glaringly evident, marked by a distinct favoritism. Brother, Lin Dong is no ordinary individual. In the future, he shall carve a place not only in Qingyang town, but perhaps within the vast expanse of the Dine dynasty. Oh, you are but a few years older than Lin Dong, and already speaking as though an elder. Do you comprehend the vastness of the Dine dynasty? For you all, making a name for yourselves in Flame City would be a remarkable feat. Do not aspire too high. Luo Tong chuckled, perceiving this as youthful naivety. By the way, after that serious illness, I feel as if you have changed. Changed. I am still the same. Upon returning to the Mad Blade martial arts school, Wu Yun entered his chamber, prepared a bucket of water, and eagerly retrieved a small vial. Within it contained the stone talisman's spiritual liquid. Before leaving the Lin family, Lin Dong had entrusted Wu Yun with 3 drops of this liquid and 2 elixirs derived from purple spiritual mushrooms. He poured a drop into the bathing tub, undressed, and entered the water to commence his training in the Xiantian technique. In another realm, the Xiantian technique is an internal cultivation method, fostering one's internal energy. Tang Sin cultivated soul power in the Doloa continent, while in this realm, it is referred to as primordial force. The essence of cultivation remains unchanged. It is the unblocking of the body's meridians. The disparity in the powers cultivated arises from the energy present in the respective worlds. The Xiantian skill diverges from the martial arts manuals of this world, as it does not require one to reach the Earth origin realm before beginning cultivation. One may commence at any moment. The primary purpose of the martial arts in this world is to open the meridians, augment the primordial force, and facilitate its swifter circulation. The Xiantian skill is divided into 9 tiers, with each elevation bestowing greater prowess. As an hour elapsed, the water in the bucket transitioned from crimson to clear, indicating the depletion of energy. Truly a miraculous elixir. Wu Yun marveled, realizing that with just a drop of this stone talisman essence, he had cultivated for an hour, gaining an amount of primordial force equivalent to what he would typically acquire in 10 days of training. Now he had already reached the 8th level of body refinement. The effects were remarkably evident. Moreover, with the Xiantian skill, the speed of absorbing the medicinal properties surpassed that of his usual martial practices significantly. This was merely the beginning of his cultivation. Once he entered the 1st tier of the Xiantian skill, his pace would accelerate even further. At this rate, he would break through to the 9th tier in less than a month. Wu Yun consumed a purple spirit pill and continued his training. Before long, the potency of the pill was fully refined within him. How wasteful I was with the spirit medicines I consumed before, Wu Yun reflected. He had ingested quite a number of spirit medicines and essences, but the energy he could extract from them paled in comparison to that derived from the refined pills. After all, they were made from the same materials. No wonder Lin Dong advanced so rapidly. The stone talisman symbolizes the fate of a chosen one. With it, even a pig could reach an impressive level. Wu Yun felt fortunate to have opted to share this advantage with Lin Dong. His own system was far too aloof. Unlike Lin Dong's talisman, which could be utilized at any time. The next sign-in task issued by the system was to register at the Qingyang Town Hunting Festival. However, the Qingyang Hunting Festival would not take place until the end of the year, over 3 months away. The interval was excessively long. What treasures would the next sign-in yield? Lin Dong remained quite eager. Despite the lengthy wait, the system's offerings were always exceptional, undoubtedly containing valuable items. 5 days later, Wu Yun had exhausted the remaining stone talisman essence and purple spirit pills. His strength had significantly improved, leaving him just a step away from the 9th level of body refinement. He needed to hasten his progress. Wu Yun was not inclined to take his time. He gathered all his savings from the past years and, disguised, ventured to the trading market, where he acquired 7 third-grade spirit herbs. 7 third-grade spirit herbs constituted a substantial fortune. Even Lin Dong's clan had only managed to obtain 2 such herbs. However, the Mad Blade Martial Hall nearly monopolized all the escort businesses in Qingyang town, far wealthier than the Lin family. As the chief disciple, Wu Yun was highly regarded by the master of the Luoqing Hall, receiving numerous rewards over the years. Wu Yun was once a martial arts enthusiast, indifferent to the pleasures of brothels and wine, content to share a modest drink with his fellow disciples, scarcely spending any money. The Lin family. Merely 5 days after his departure, Wu Yun returned, making his way directly to the small courtyard of Lin Dong's home. "Oh, you're back again? Didn't you just leave?" Qing Tin exclaimed in surprise upon seeing Wu Yun. "I shall visit often henceforth. Do not be so astonished," he replied. "Who is astonished?" "Humph," Qing Tin retorted, somewhat displeased. Being quite fond of her brother, she felt overshadowed by Wu Yun, who had swiftly become her brother's elder brother during his last visit, leading Lin Dong to abandon her for companionship with Wu Yun. "Where is Lin Dong?" Wu Yun inquired. "Brother Lin Dong is cultivating on the back mountain. I shall seek him out. Farewell." With that, he dashed towards the back mountain. "Wait, you mustn't go. Brother Lin Dong does not permit disturbances during his training. He has not even allowed me to visit him. You are you, and I am I. We are different. Lin Dong will surely be delighted to see me." On the back mountain of the Lin family, Lin Dong was diligently practicing the Shantian skill. Upon acquiring this technique, he immediately entered the spiritual realm of the stone talisman to cultivate. Following the demonstration of the shadow figure within the talisman, Lin Dong recognized the formidable nature of the skill, which circulated throughout his meridians. However, due to its immense power, the demonstration ceased abruptly, leading Lin Dong to speculate that the display required energy, which the talisman had already depleted. He pondered how to replenish the talisman's energy. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching presence and opened his eyes. "Lin Dong, you are training so diligently." Wu Yun greeted him with a smile, admiring his perseverance, which remained unwavering throughout the original narrative, as he rarely took breaks. "Brother, what brings you here? Do you have something good that requires my assistance?" Wu Yun retrieved 7 spirit herbs from his satchel: Di Huang fruit, Jin Yuan fruit, and Jupiter grass, all of which were 3rd-tier spirit herbs. Lin Dong was taken aback. "Quick! Use your talisman to refine them into elixirs," Wu Yun exclaimed, unabashedly treating Lin Dong as a tool for his needs. Certainly, Lin Dong was equally thrilled. It was the first time he had encountered such a bounty of spirit herbs in his life. Soon, through the refinement of the talisman, the herbs transformed into various elixirs. The potency of 3rd-tier spirit herbs varied, typically yielding between 2 to 4 elixirs upon refinement. From the 7 3rd-tier spirit herbs, a total of 20 elixirs were produced. These elixirs were equivalent to 3rd-tier potions. With these elixirs, Wu Yun would undoubtedly breach the 9th level in no time. As per our usual arrangement, 1/2 for each. Wu Yun immediately handed 10 of the elixirs to Lin Dong. "I cannot accept this. You have already given me too much, brother. We share our fortunes together. Take them." Wu Yun insisted, forcefully pressing them into Lin Dong's hands, leaving no room for refusal. Holding the elixirs, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. This elder brother was indeed worth having. "In truth, I have a notion I wish to discuss with you," Wu Yun remarked thoughtfully. "Elder brother, please share." "Today, I ventured to the trading pavilion and discovered that the value of medicinal pills is exceedingly high. A 3rd-grade pill can be exchanged for at least 3 3rd-grade spiritual herbs. I have previously consumed 3rd-grade pills available in the market, and their effects pale in comparison to those derived from our 3rd-grade spiritual herbs. The pills we currently possess are all of at least 3rd grade and are of exceptional quality. If we were to bring them to the trading pavilion, each could fetch no less than 4 spiritual herbs." Lin Dong, upon hearing this, felt a surge of excitement and gasped at the prospect. The profit margin is indeed substantial. Chapter 7. The rapid increase of spiritual herb cultivation. "Thus, elder brother, your intention is..." Lin Dong's eyes brightened. "Indeed. I wish to exchange the pills for spiritual herbs. 3rd-grade spiritual herbs are exceedingly rare, and relying on ourselves to seek them in the mountains is impractical. Not to mention the dangers posed by the beasts guarding these herbs. Utilizing the stone talismans is currently our most expedient means of acquiring more spiritual herbs. Moreover, these 3rd-grade spiritual herbs are crucial for our cultivation. The hunting competition is about to commence, and Lei from the Lei family has already reached the 9th level of body refinement. By the time the hunt begins, he will undoubtedly ascend to the Earth Origin Realm. To contend with the Lei and Xie families, we must attain the Earth Origin Realm ourselves, Wu Yun elucidated. In fact, Lin Dong would later adopt this approach as well. However, Wu Yun merely articulated it first. I had previously contemplated this as well, but hesitated to engage in trading out of concern for revealing the stone talismans. Lin Dong confessed, always cautious by nature. Wu Yun replied, I have already considered this. The trading pavilion operates under its own set of rules, including an underground trading section where transactions occur without inquiry into their origins. Today, I can disguise myself for trading. 7 third-grade spiritual herbs went unnoticed. Furthermore, we can alternate trading at different pavilions, thus evading any unwanted attention. Additionally, our Fierce Blade Martial Hall has long-standing relations with various merchant associations in the city, providing me with numerous channels for spiritual herbs. With the prestige of our hall, no one would dare to act against me. Rest assured, I guarantee that our secret will remain undiscovered. A splendid idea. Lin Dong readily agreed upon hearing this. Elder brother, your considerations are indeed thorough. Everything he had not contemplated, Wu Yun had already addressed. Truly, he is the elder brother, always one step ahead. Besides the pills, we can also trade the liquid from the stone talismans. Though its efficacy has diminished significantly and is now inferior to third-grade spiritual herbs, the two quickly aligned on a course of action, deciding to use all the liquid from the stone talismans and half of their pills to trade for spiritual herbs, retaining 5 pills each for their own cultivation. Subsequently, the two engaged in martial arts sparring and discussed insights regarding the cultivation of the Xiantian technique. Wu Yun continued to inscribe the methods for cultivating the Xian Yu hand for Lin Dong. On the following day, the two arranged to visit the trading house together, cloaked in black robes and hoods, concealing themselves thoroughly. Let us proceed as planned, Wu Yun instructed Lin Dong. Lin Dong led the way while Wu Yun discreetly followed behind him. Upon arriving at an underground trading house, Lin Dong entered to conduct his business, while Wu Yun kept watch outside. It was not until Lin Dong completed his transaction and safely reached their agreed-upon meeting place that Wu Yun remained in his wake. Excellent. No one followed. This place is suitable for continued dealings. What was exchanged? Lin Dong recounted, 1 drop of spirit liquid from the stone talisman, which I diluted into 3 portions. I used 1 portion to acquire 5 grade 3 medicinal herbs. From the tone of the other party, had I haggled a bit longer, I might have secured an additional herb, but I restrained myself. The price exceeded my expectations, and I dared not trade all at once. He spoke with a hint of trepidation, his excitement palpable from his first transaction. The spirit liquid from the stone talisman takes 5 days to yield just 1 drop, and I currently have only 2 portions remaining. Very well, give me both portions. I shall handle the trading this time, Wu Yun declared, taking the spirit liquid and entering the underground trading house, with Lin Dong keeping a lookout behind him. This time, he chose a different establishment. These trading houses are small, and no single one can possess a substantial amount of medicinal herbs. Upon entering, they found windows separated by iron bars, with a black cloth obscuring the view between both parties, allowing for an exchange of goods without revealing identities. What items do you wish to trade, esteemed sir? Inquired the other party. A medicinal liquid refined from herbs, greatly beneficial for those in the body refinement stage, with excellent healing properties. The other party accepted the spirit liquid for examination and quickly rendered a verdict, identifying it as grade 2 liquid, possessing commendable healing effects. Negotiations ensued. 8 grade 3 medicinal herbs, or 1 grade 4 herb. I cannot offer a grade 4 herb, at most 5 grade 3 herbs. I possess 2 portions. I will exchange for 1 grade 4 and 5 grade 3. 2 portions? I shall give you 12 grade 3 herbs. Agreed. Wu Yun emerged from the trading house with 12 grade 3 herbs. The grade 4 herbs were prohibitively expensive. He merely sought to test the waters. It seems this spirit liquid may not suffice. Perhaps a grade 3 elixir would be necessary for further exchanges. He exited successfully, with no one tailing him. It appears the credibility of this underground trading house is indeed reliable. 1 drop of spirit liquid has yielded us 17 grade 3 herbs. We have made a substantial profit. My brother is truly formidable, managing to procure 2 extra herbs. Lin Dong exclaimed. I believe we need not exchange for elixirs just yet. The value of this grade 2 liquid is already so high that acquiring grade 3 elixirs would surely attract attention. These herbs will suffice for our cultivation for a while. Let us return home. I share the same sentiment. The two, exhilarated, felt as though they had struck a windfall, not relaxing until they returned to the Lin family estate. In the Lin family's courtyard, Qing Tan, with a pout of indignation, confronted them. Brother Lin Dong, do you harbor some unspeakable secret? Why do you always rush into the house upon your return? Each time the two returned, they would promptly retreat into the room, denying him entry. What secrets could there possibly be? Do not speak nonsense, Lin Dong retorted. Wu Yun said, Qingtan, I am discussing matters regarding the hunting tournament with your brother Lin Dong. We must collaborate to confront the Lei and Xie families. Then why can't I listen? This is our secret. You will understand at the hunting tournament. All right. Just step aside and remain outside the door, as per our usual practice. If someone arrives, we will be alerted. With that, they once again barred Qingtan from entering. Once the door was securely locked, Lin Dong eagerly began to refine using the stone talismans. 17 spirit herbs were ultimately distilled into 48 medicinal pills. Along with the previous 20, that made 68. One half for each of them, divided. With the aid of the stone talisman, this alchemical endeavor was bound to yield success. Holding the medicinal pills, Wu Yun returned to the Wild Blade Martial Arts Hall, once more entering seclusion for cultivation. After 10 days and the consumption of 10 pills, he achieved the 9th level of body refinement. Wu Yun finally made his breakthrough. Indeed, the thrill of a temporary advantage is exhilarating. The more one possesses it, the more one revels in it. In truth, he still had some distance to cover to reach the 9th level, and without the assistance of these pills, it would likely have taken him another 3 months, just in time for the hunting tournament, to achieve a breakthrough. Upon learning of Wu Yun's advancement, the master of the Luo City Hall was overjoyed, rewarding him with 3 third-grade spirit herbs on the spot, urging him to cultivate diligently in preparation for the hunting contest. Wu Yun made another visit to the Lin family, utilizing the aid of Lin Dong to refine the 3 spirit herbs into pills. After returning, he once again entered seclusion for arduous training. Subsequently, he made occasional trips to the Lin family to discuss the Xiantian skill and spar with techniques from the Xiantian treasure records, such as the Mystic Jade Hand and the Crane Control and Dragon Capture. These martial arts could not be exposed for the time being, so only the two of them practiced together. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Dong broke through to the 8th level of body refinement, while Wu Yun reached the late stages of the 9th level. Once their medicinal pills were exhausted, they returned to the trading market. This time, they had saved enough to acquire 5 drops of Stone Talisman's spiritual liquid. Chapter 8. This is the essence of my style, Wu Yun. The persistent little Qingtan insisted on accompanying them to the trading market. With no other option, they had to bring her along. After purchasing some snacks for Qingtan, they instructed her to wait above while Wu Yun and Lin Dong once again disguised themselves to enter the underground trading market. Drawing from their previous experience, they swiftly traded the 15 portions of body refinement liquid diluted from the 5 drops of Stone Talisman spiritual liquid, receiving 2 4th-grade spirit herbs and 33rd-grade spirit herbs in return. After completing the exchange for the herbs, the two planned to return, but Qingtan clung to them, saying, "Brother Lin Dong, Brother Wu Yun, won't you play with me for a bit? I've been cooped up at home practicing day after day, and finally, I'm out." Just as we step out, you're eager to head back. "I don't care. You usually don't let me play in your room, but today you must accompany me." Qingtan firmly grasped their shoulders, refusing to let go. Wu Yun and Lin Dong exchanged helpless glances. "All right, we'll take you out for a bit. Buy whatever you desire. We will indulge you today." "Yay." Qingtan expressed her delight. The trading area was vast, divided into upper and lower levels. The upper level resembled a pedestrian street, offering a myriad of goods. The 3 prominent families and the Wild Blade Martial Arts School each had a presence here. Thus, even with a substantial amount of spirit herbs in hand, one would not encounter much danger. After only a brief walk, she exclaimed, "Ah, it's Lin Shan." She gazed towards the entrance of a pavilion ahead. Wu Yun and Lin Dong also turned their attention in that direction. Wu Yun recognized Lin Shan. He was the second son of Lin Mang, the second eldest of the Lin family, who had often bullied Qingtan and Lin Dong during their childhood. At this moment, Lin Shan appeared battered and bruised, evidently having been in a scuffle. Upon noticing them, Lin Shan's face flushed with embarrassment, hesitation flickering across his features. He was currently quite intimidated by the presence of Lin Dong. "What happened?" Lin Dong inquired steadily. Having spent considerable time with Wu Yun and sharing their external prowess, Lin Dong's perspective had broadened, leading him to dismiss trivial family disputes. Lin Shan, trembling with fear, stammered, "We encountered a group from the Xie family. And then Sister Lin Xia was bullied. We started fighting back, but they had the advantage in numbers, and I ran out seeking help." At this, Wu Yun recalled the general outline of events. This was Lin Dong's first encounter with the prodigies of the Lei and Xie families. "Lin Xia is involved. Hurry. Let us go," urged Lin Dong, anxious upon hearing of Lin Xia's plight. "Wu Yun, perhaps you should head back." Lin Dong hesitated, realizing this was a matter pertaining to the Lin family and did not wish to involve Wu Yun unnecessarily. "Let us go together and assess the situation." Before long, the 4 arrived at a spacious pavilion, where 2 distinct factions were already in fierce opposition. The younger generation of the Lin family faced off against their counterparts from the Xie family. "Xie Ting, you are being excessive," one of the Lin family members exclaimed. "Excessive? If it weren't for our Xie family's generosity, Your Lin family would never have had the opportunity to settle in Qingyang town, Xie Ting retorted, and amidst the argument, both sides clashed once more. The Lin family boasted Lin Xia and Lin Hong, both at the 7th level of body refinement, yet the Xie family matched them with 2 equally formidable opponents, and their numbers were slightly greater. Lin Dong surged forward, commanding, "Stop." He intervened with a palm that effectively separated the 2 factions. By this time, a crowd had gathered, and a group of disciples from the Wild Blade Martial Arts School, clad in embroidered uniforms, had also arrived. Spotting Wu Yun, they approached him eagerly. "Senior brother, you've come too." "Indeed, what is happening here?" Wu Yun inquired of the disciples. Xie Ting instigated the situation by snatching the fox crystal necklace that Lin Xia had purchased, leading to the altercation. In the midst of the chaos, Xie Ting slapped Lin Xia. One disciple explained. Wu Yun glanced over and noticed a distinct handprint on Lin Xia's fair cheek. This is intolerable. In broad daylight, to strike someone. He had always held a favorable impression of Lin Xia, particularly admiring her graceful legs, and she had always been quite warm towards him during their encounters at the Lin family. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not hesitate to come to her aid. However, the presence of Lin Dong suffices. He and the disciples of the martial arts school stood by, observing the spectacle. Upon entering the arena, Lin Dong directly engaged in combat with 2 7th-level body refining practitioners from the Xie family. With his strength already at the 8th level, Wu Yun harbored no concerns for his safety. In merely 2 moves, Lin Dong repelled both adversaries. With a resounding smack, he delivered a stinging slap to Xie Ting, leaving her face ablaze and swollen. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers. "Why you dare strike me?" Xie Ting, humiliated, entered a state of disbelief. "Words come with consequences." Lin Dong replied coldly. "Shout, well done." Wu Yun commanded the nearby disciples, urging them to cheer. "Hee, the senior brother enjoys the commotion." They exclaimed. "Well done, well done." The disciples erupted in raucous cheers, perfectly aligning with Wu Yun's character. The members of the Kwang Dao Martial Arts School had always been audacious. Instantly, the Xie family members turned crimson with embarrassment. You all be quiet." Xie Ting's gaze was frantic, tears brimming in her eyes, clearly feeling humiliated. Observing this, Lin Xia stifled a laugh. Her mood considerably brightened. Enough. A figure emerged from the crowd. Clad in a fox fur coat, she bore a resemblance to Xie Ting, but her poise and maturity surpassed that of her younger counterpart. "Sister," Xie Ting exclaimed, her eyes red with grievance. "Xie Yingying." Wu Yun recognized her immediately. The prodigy of Qingyang town, second only to Lei Li, had previously been at the 8th level of body refining, just like Wu Yun. Xie Yingying cast a cold glance at the raucous crowd from the Kwang Dao Martial Arts School. "Lin Dong, your recent actions were quite improper. Such recklessness may bring calamity upon your family." "Oh, so now that's considered reckless? Should I simply endure being bullied by your Xie family? When your sister acted recklessly earlier, why didn't you speak up? Aren't you concerned about inviting misfortune upon your clan?" Lin Dong retorted. "Ultimately, it boils down to the might of one's fists. The mutual disdain between the Lin and Xie families is not a recent development. If you truly possessed the capability, you would have expelled us from Qingyang town long ago. She struck a member of my Lin family, and I retaliated. It is only just. If you seek to reclaim your honor, then act. Your words only render you absurd." Xie Yingying was rendered speechless, for Lin Dong's displayed prowess was no less than her own. "Shout, well said." Wu Yun again incited his followers to cheer. "Well said, well said." The brothers of the Kwang Dao Martial Arts School roared once more. This fiery encouragement only deepened the Xie family's humiliation, their faces burning with shame. Yet, they dared not provoke the Kwang Dao Martial Arts School further. "Why do you meddle in the conflicts of others?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from the 2nd floor. A robust man donned in martial attire leapt down from above. "Lei Li, brother Lei Li." The members of the Xie family seemed to have found their anchor. Gathering around Lei Li, with Xie Yingying pressing herself against him in a display of feigned distress. "Haha, you're missing out on the jokes, you rascal," Wu Yun remarked playfully. "Were you not watching the humor just now?" With Lei Li's appearance, Wu Yun shed his earlier restraint. "Madman," Lei Li scoffed. Feeling exasperated with Wu Yun, after their last encounter, he had come to understand Wu Yun's prowess. Although he could contend with him, victory would come at a significant cost. Shifting his focus to Lin Dong, Lei Li declared, "Lin Dong, you just proclaimed that whose fists hold the truth, yet you struck Ting Mei. I believe it is not unreasonable for me to repay her in kind." Lei Li intended to assert his dominance. The members of the Lin family wore expressions of discomfort. Before Lin Dong could respond, Wu Yun stepped forward, exclaiming, "Excessive, utterly excessive. What right do you, a Lei, have to retaliate on behalf of a Xie?" Lei Li rolled his eyes. "Xie Ting is my sister." Wu Yun retorted loudly, "Your sister? Then why isn't she called Lei Ting?" Upon hearing this, The disciples of the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School echoed. Indeed, YISNT, she called Lei Ting. Is she a love child of your father? Or are you a bastard of the Xie family? The disciples joined in the mockery, inciting laughter from the onlookers. Although Lei Li was betrothed to Xie Ying, and thus referring to Xie Ting as his sister was accurate, the crowd was not privy to their relationship, which made Lei Li tremble with rage. Wu Yun's audacity was simply intolerable. Wu Yun, my marriage to brother Lei Li is well known in Xingyang town, and Xie Ting is undoubtedly his sister. Your meddling is unwarranted. Is this truly the manner of the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School? Xie Ying interjected, fiercely defending her betrothed with sharp retorts aimed at Wu Yun. However, Wu Yun remained unfazed, responding coolly, whether this is the style of the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School, I cannot say, but it certainly aligns with my own. If you have objections, feel free to voice them, though I assure you, they shall not be entertained. The disciples of the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School continued to chant. Right, not entertained. Chapter 9. Lei Li shares the Shadow Pearl. Wu Yun's words left Lei Li and the Xie family in an untenable position, transforming them into the subject of ridicule. The younger members of the Lin family gazed at Wu Yun with gratitude, surprised by his eloquence. I will smash your mouth. Lei Li seethed, charging toward Wu Yun. While his words failed him, his hands could convey his intent. Brother, be careful, Lin Dong urgently warned as Lei Li advanced. Wu Yun, watch out, Lin Xia and the others exclaimed. With a sly smile, Wu Yun's eyes shimmered with violet light as he activated the purple extreme demon eye, perceiving Lei Li's every movement with crystal clarity. Ghostly shadow, elusive steps. Wu Yun's footsteps were ethereal, and inadvertently, he evaded Lei Li's punch. Simultaneously, with his left hand, he executed the technique controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, deflecting Lei Li's blow. His right hand spread out like a palm, and with a resounding slap, he struck Lei Li's face. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Lei Li had indeed been slapped. You seek death, Lei Li roared, feeling the fiery sting on his face. His fury escalating. Your skin is remarkably thick. This slap barely fazed you. Wu Yun calmly rubbed his palm. Ah, Thunderstrike, Lei Li bellowed, unleashing his family's third-tier martial arts technique, Thunderstrike. His forceful fist, accompanied by the roar of thunder, crashed towards Wu Yun. Raging Thunderblade. Wu Yun swiftly drew a blade from a nearby disciple's waist, executing his own third-tier martial arts. The blade, propelled by the momentum of thunder, collided head-on with Lei Li's fist. Both Thunderstrike and Raging Thunderblade were exceptionally violent martial arts, reliant on explosive power. The two energies erupted with a thunderous sound, creating a deep pit in the ground of the marketplace. Crack! The blade in Wu Yun's hand shattered into several pieces, yet he remained unscathed. While a wound appeared on the back of Lei Li's hand, blood trickling down. So, you two have broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. No wonder you are so arrogant, Lei Li remarked in astonishment, taken aback by Wu Yun's rapid advancement. You, the illegitimate son, are lacking. Over a month has passed, and you have made little progress. Wu Yun drew another disciple's blade, ready for another round. Humph, do you truly believe I fear you? Lei Li scoffed, clenching his fist once more. He still possessed the 4th-tier martial art, Rushing Thunderlight, which he had intended to save for the hunting competition, but at this moment, he could not endure the humiliation. Stop, stop. You youngsters cannot find another place to brawl. My establishment is being damaged. Leave at once, and do not disrupt my business. Suddenly, a middle-aged man emerged from the 2nd floor, flanked by a group of burly men. It was Wang Jin, the manager of the trading post, a master of the earth element realm. Some recognized his identity. It seems the fight cannot continue. Wu Yun sighed in resignation. However, to Lei Li, Wu Yun's smile was nothing but mockery. His face still throbbed with pain, and his hand continued to bleed, leaving him supremely unwilling to concede. Humph, consider yourselves fortunate today. But rest assured, when the hunting begins, I shall make you pay dearly, Lei Li declared ominously. With that, he retreated with the members of the Xie family. Their spirits dampened. Lin Dong clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, brother. Had Wu Yun not intervened, he would have faced Lei Li alone and likely found himself in a precarious position. He had no confidence in countering Lei Li's Thunderstrike. After all, he was still only at the 8th level of body refinement and had yet to master a 3rd-tier martial art. Since he is your elder brother, no thanks are necessary. Thank you, brother Wu Yun. Lin Xia expressed her appreciation warmly. Please, don't be so rash. My actions were prompted by Lin Dong, Wu Yun stated calmly. You, humph, Lin Xia exclaimed, stomping her long legs in frustration. All right, let's head home. Lin Dong sighed, realizing that his brother lacked the sensitivity to understand a girl's feelings. You all go back first. I will visit the Lin family and return with a fine blade for you. Wu Yun dismissed the disciples of the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School. Upon arriving at the Lin family residence, Lin Xia eagerly invited Lin Dong, Wu Yun, please come to my house for dinner tonight. She wished to express her gratitude. We'll discuss it later. We're heading back now. Wu Yun and Lin Dong replied as they made their way straight to Lin Dong's courtyard and entered his small room. Qingtan, remember to tell them to come over for dinner tonight. Lin Dong instructed. I'll do my best, Sister Lin Xia, Qingtan sighed. Aware that once Lin Dong and Wu Yun returned home, they often forgot to eat. Lin Xia insisted, no, you must bring them to me. With this batch of elixirs, we should have enough to prepare for the hunting conference. Wu Yun and Lin Dong had refined all the spiritual herbs into elixirs, yielding 6 4th-grade elixirs and 110 3rd-grade elixirs. Wu Yun remarked, Layli's strength has reached the pinnacle of the 9th level. He should be on the verge of breaking through to the Earth Origin realm within 2 months. The gap between the body refinement realm and the Earth Origin realm is vast. We must also expedite our progress and achieve breakthroughs. Lin Dong replied, Brother, since you are at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, breaking through to the Earth Origin realm should not pose an issue. Wu Yun explained. The Earth Origin realm requires the absorption of Insha energy. Relying solely on ordinary Insha energy is far too slow, and I am currently struggling to find quality sources. He feigned discomfort as he spoke. Seeing this, Lin Dong hesitated. He possessed the Insha energy, but it was tied to Qingtan's secret. His brother had stood up for him today, and he couldn't let that bond go unacknowledged. Lin Dong recalled Wu Yun's words. I acted on behalf of Lin Dong and felt a surge of gratitude. Brother, take a look at this. Lin Dong pulled out a box containing transparent, ice-like orbs. Oh, such potent Insha energy. Wu Yun exclaimed upon examining the orb, his eyes wide with excitement. This is a Yin pearl, containing Insha energy of 5th-grade quality. How did you come by such a treasure? This is something even Earth Origin realm experts covet. Brother, these Yin pearls should be sufficient for your cultivation to break into the Earth Origin realm. As for their origin, please refrain from asking. It's not that I distrust you. It's simply, enough said. Do you think I would doubt you? The fact that you are willing to share this with me speaks volumes about your trust. The origin is of little importance. Thank you for your understanding, brother. We need not be so polite with each other. Lin Dong felt a warmth in his heart. Wu Yun's comprehension brought him immense joy. He did not wish to be misunderstood by Wu Yun, nor did he want to expose the secret of Qingtan, which is why he found himself in a quandary. He harbored no objections to sharing life and death with Wu Yun, but Qingtan could not be included. It was not a matter of trust, but rather the fewer people who knew, the lesser the risk for Qingtan. You must give me all these Yin pearls. Do not keep any for yourself. Rest assured, I have more. If you find these insufficient, I shall provide you with more when needed, Wu Yun replied, satisfied as he accepted the Yin pearls. In truth, he was fully aware of everything. Lin Dong's willingness to share the Yin pearls moved him deeply, proving that Lin Dong had completely acknowledged him as his elder brother. Now, I shall continue to transcribe the Xiantian treasure record for you. As you observed today, my strike against Lei Li was not due to Lei Li's carelessness, but rather I simultaneously employed the purple extreme demon eye, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, alongside the ghostly shadow's elusive movements. The two once again delved into the exchange of martial arts. Chapter 10, Breaking Through to the Earth Origin Realm. Lin Dong, Wu Yun, Sister Lin Xia has asked me to invite you both to her home for dinner. As dinner time approached, Qingtan arrived punctually to seek them out. Understood. We shall be there shortly. Wu, dear brothers, if you do not go, Sister Lin Xia will be very saddened. This is the task she entrusted to me. Please help me out. Qingtan urged. Let us go and enjoy a meal. Wu Yun declared. Having just acquired the Yin pearls, he was in high spirits. And since the pearls had come from little Qingtan, he felt it only fitting to show her some regard. Lin Dong added, indeed, knowing Sister Lin Xia's temperament. If we do not go today, she will surely dwell on it. Let us go, Qingtan. The two stepped out. Hee, I knew you two would not abandon me. The trio arrived at the small courtyard of the Lin family, where Lin Xia was already waiting at the door. She wore a flowing purple chiffon dress, her fair, slender legs exposed, and her delicate waist formed a perfect delineation of her figure, with her long legs contributing to an exceptionally tall appearance. Isn't it true that beauty lies in the legs? Wu Yun remarked from afar, noticing Lin Xia's elegant attire, which indeed accentuated her allure. Your cousin is truly stunning, he complimented. Lin Dong instinctively responded, yes, Sister Lin Xia is the most beautiful among our Lin family's younger generation. No. The most beautiful among the Lin family is undoubtedly Qingtan, Wu Yun countered. While Lin Xia was indeed lovely, her beauty was primarily attributed to her legs, and being slightly older than Qingtan, she had developed more maturely. Although Qingtan was still a young girl, she had blossomed into a graceful beauty. Certainly a promising contender for future acclaim across the continent. What are you saying, Brother Wu Yun? Qingtan exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, yet secretly delighted. She pouted slightly at Lin Dong, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction with her elder brother, huffing, "Brother Lin Dong, you lack the discernment of Brother Wu Yun. You have arrived." Lin Xia shyly greeted, having waited for quite some time, contemplating whether to directly visit Lin Dong's home, but feeling too bashful to do so. The dinner she had prepared was quite lavish, a testament to her thoughtfulness, with a table brimming with dishes. Her parents were also present. Expressing deep gratitude for Lin Dong and Wu Yun's timely assistance today, continuously inquiring about Wu Yun's circumstances, as if assessing a potential son-in-law. After managing to navigate through Lin Xia's family's attentiveness, night had fallen. Declining Lincoln's invitation to stay at his home, Wu Yun opted to return to the small courtyard of the Lin family to rest. That night, he continued to engage in discussions on martial arts with Lin Dong. A month later, Wu Yun joyfully reflected on the remarkable effects of the Yin pearls. He had absorbed a considerable amount of sinister energy into his dantian and was now on the verge of breaking through to the Earth origin realm. Over the past month, he had utilized 13 Yin pearls, leaving him just one step away from his goal. Indeed, the sinister energy generated by the demonic body was extraordinary. Wu Yun marveled at the origins of the Yin pearls, which came from Qingtan's body, as she possessed a powerful demonic body. This unique constitution constantly absorbed the sinister energy from the heavens and earth, resulting in a remarkably pure form of such energy. Had Qingtan fully awakened, the sinister energy within her would undoubtedly surpass the 9th rank. It was evident that with this constitution, Qingtan had a head start compared to both himself and Lin Dong, promising an exceptional future for her. With 5 Yin pearls remaining, Wu Yun believed that would suffice. He promptly consumed all 5 at once. The potent sinister energy surged through his body, causing frost to form upon his hair. He activated the Xiantian technique, continuously refining the medicinal properties. At a certain moment, a resounding boom echoed as his internal organs vibrated. He had broken through. Wu Yun, filled with joy, turned his gaze inward to his dantian, where the milky white seed of primordial energy had transformed into a cerulean energy sphere. The fusion of primordial energy and sinister energy marked the symbol of the Earth origin realm. As he channeled his energy, he could effortlessly manipulate the icy power now residing within his dantian. He had finally achieved the first level of the Xiantian technique. Ecstatic, Wu Yun noted the significant acceleration of his energy flow. It dawned on him that the first level corresponded to the body refinement realm, leaving him to ponder what heights the 9th level could reach. He contemplated the status of the Xiantian technique within this world. Was it a technique of transformation, a spiritual martial art, or was it beyond the realms of celestial martial arts? Wu Yun found himself deep in thought. In his view, while the Xiantian technique was formidable, it paled in comparison to the worlds of Doloa continent and Wu Dongqian, where it simply did not measure up. Perhaps it could rank among the top in Doloa, but in the vibrant tapestry of martial arts within Wudong, it likely wouldn't be noteworthy. Resolving not to dwell on this, he acknowledged that the Xiantian technique was still more than sufficient for his prolonged cultivation. Next, he decided to demonstrate his martial arts with the Xian Jade hands, testing the potency of his primordial energy after integrating the sinister energy. This time, his hands did not transform into the usual jade-like whiteness. Oh, Wu Yun gasped in surprise. His Xian Jade hands, upon turning white as jade, had unexpectedly acquired an additional layer of icy blue. The chill indeed melded seamlessly with the Xian Jade hand. How splendid. Wu Yun stealthily ventured to the training grounds to test its potency, discovering it had multiplied in strength several-fold compared to before. The Xian Jade hand inherently possesses attributes of the mysterious ice, and one could say that surpassing the Earth origin realm has bestowed upon it the utmost enhancement. Upon this breakthrough, Wu Yun eagerly conveyed the delightful news to Luo Cheng. "Yuner, you have truly exceeded my expectations, breaking through to the Earth origin realm so swiftly. It seems that this year, at the hunting conference, our Guangdao Martial Arts Academy stands a promising chance of claiming the top prize," Luo Cheng exclaimed, elated and sincere, promptly rewarding Wu Yun with 3 4th-grade spiritual herbs. Additionally, he imparted the Academy's ultimate technique, the 4th-grade martial art, Thunder Slash, to Wu Yun. This was also the reason behind Wu Yun's urgency to inform Luo Cheng. With his breakthrough to the Earth origin realm, he would be eligible to learn this 4th-grade martial art. 4th-grade martial arts represent an advanced tier of combat skills, and in Xingyang Town, the highest martial arts possessed by the Lei, Xie, and Lin families are merely of the 4th grade. However, the Lei family boasts 2 such 4th-grade martial arts. With a month remaining until the hunt, Wu Yun intensified his training, eager to see if he could achieve another breakthrough before the event. He sought out Lin Dong. "Congratulations, brother, on your breakthrough to the Earth origin realm. Come, second brother, assist me in refining herbs." Wu Yun proceeded to refine the recently acquired 4th-grade spiritual herbs into elixirs, successfully producing 10 4th-grade pills. I plan to visit the trading post once more to exchange for additional 4th-grade spiritual herbs. Wu Yun directly expressed his intentions. After his breakthrough to the Earth origin realm, 3rd-grade pills no longer held significant effects for him. Only those of the 4th grade and above would yield noticeable benefits. Very well, I shall accompany you, brother. I too require 4th-grade pills, striving for a swift breakthrough to the Earth origin realm. The two utilized a similar method, trading their stock of stone talisman fluid and some 3rd-grade pills to acquire a batch of 4th-grade spiritual herbs. Ultimately, Wu Yun returned with a vial of Yin pearls and a collection of 4th-grade pills. Lin Dong possessed an abundance of Yin pearls, as the Qingtin would periodically release chilling energy, yielding many such pearls. With these, I should be able to elevate my capabilities further. In the blink of an eye, another month slipped by, and the hunting conference commenced. Wu Yun emerged from his seclusion, finally able to sign in. Chapter 11. Signing in for the White Tiger Bloodline. The hunting grounds were established in the Beast Horn Arena, situated just beyond Qingyang Town. This venue is the most magnificent structure in the town, spanning an immense area. It encompasses a vast expanse of forest, and at the heart of this woodland lies a colossal platform hewn from small peaks. The ultimate contest for the championship will take place there. As participants arrived in succession, the 4 major powers along with numerous factions from Qingyang Town joined the fray. It could be said that the hunting conference is the most bustling day of the year. Brother, upon spotting Wu Yun, Lin Dong emerged from the Lin family's ranks. So, you have achieved your breakthrough? Wu Yun inquired. Lin Dong smiled and nodded. Brother, what about you? Have you ascended to greater heights? A shared smile passed between the two. The realm of the earth element is categorized into 3 stages: early, mid, and late. In the final month, with the assistance of numerous 4th-grade elixirs and Yin pearls, Wu Yun achieved a breakthrough to the mid-stage. However, this time he chose not to reveal his progress, intending to surprise the Lei family at the upcoming hunting competition. The hunt was not merely a contest. It was a gamble where victory or defeat held significant stakes. Each faction would wager a portion of their assets, making it a display of power among the various forces in Qingyang Town, albeit focused on the younger generation. In previous years, the Lei family had claimed the spoils. Soon, the head of the Lei family, Lei Bao, and the head of the Xie family, Xie Qian, arrived together, followed closely by their juniors, Lei Li and Xie Ying. Wu Yun, Lin Dong, today you shall pay for your past transgressions. Lei Li's eyes gleamed with malice. Having successfully broken through to the earth element realm, and with Xie Ying at the pinnacle of the 9th level of body tempering, the two were poised to teach Wu Yun and Lin Dong a lesson. The host of the event announced the hunting rules. Over 100 participants would carry an identity token into the forest. Those who secured more than 10 tokens would advance to the next round and compete for the championship on the stone platform. The hunt commenced. At that moment, a notification chimed in Wu Yun's mind. Ding! The hunting competition has begun. Would you like to check in? Check in. Congratulations, host. Check in successful. Reward: White Tiger Bloodline. Oh, the White Tiger Bloodline. Wu Yun was astonished. The methods of reward were indeed diverse. Last time it was a technique, and now it was the White Tiger Bloodline. However, upon seeing the reward, he understood why. The system had anticipated his needs. The next check-in location was Yin City. The check-in task was refreshed. This time, the location was straightforward, yet inextricably linked to Lin Dong. Wu Yun was nearly certain that this check-in system could only be activated in the presence of the destined child of the realm, Lin Dong. Setting aside thoughts of the check-in, he focused on completing the current hunt. Wu Yun stealthily advanced deeper into the forest, seizing identity tokens from anyone he encountered. The younger disciples possessed strength around the 6th level of body tempering, and none were a match for him. Brother Wu Yun, wait. Suddenly, a youthful voice emerged from the depths of the jungle. A girl leaped down from a tree, exuding a wild and sensual aura. She resembled a young leopard, brimming with explosive power. Clad in a fitted leather outfit, her figure was accentuated, her curves captivating, and her skin possessed a healthy bronze glow rather than the typical pale complexion. In her hand, she held a greenwood bough. It's you. Wu Yun recognized her immediately. The lady is known as Mu Lingsha, the esteemed daughter of the Mu family in the vicinity of Qingyang Town. Although Mu family village does not rival the 4 great powers, it remains quite renowned and maintains frequent interactions with the Fierce Blade martial arts school. Prior to Wu Yun's transmigration, his predecessor was a regular visitor to Mu family village. However, since Wu Yun's arrival, he has not returned, having instead aligned himself with the Lin family. In his memories, the relationship between the two was quite amicable. Brother Wu Yun, I wish to team up with you. What's the matter? Are you afraid I might hinder you? Not at all, Wu Yun replied. Mu Lingsha possesses strength at the 8th refinement of the body, making her a distinguished figure among the younger generation. Very well, let us proceed together. Wu Yun found it difficult to decline. Considering the close ties between Mu family village and the fierce blade martial arts school, he prioritized the greater good. Besides, Mu Lingsha's prowess was commendable. Let us venture deeper. I have an ally. They hastened onward, and upon reaching the depths of the jungle, Wu Yun had already secured 13 identity tokens, fulfilling his advancement criteria ahead of schedule. This is the lair of the fire python tiger. Wu Yun explored and discovered a rocky cave, where he spotted an injured fire python tiger at the entrance. Rather than acting recklessly, he concealed himself in the shadows. A fully grown fire python tiger possesses strength at the heavenly origin realm. He was uncertain of his ability to prevail. Before long, Lin Dong arrived, having followed the marks left by Wu Yun in the forest. "Brother, why have you brought a woman?" Lin Dong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. "I thought we were to act as a pair. Why did you sneak in a woman?" Mu Lingsha regarded Wu Yun and Lin Dong with a peculiar expression. "Am I superfluous? Shall I leave?" Wu Yun introduced the three of them before gesturing towards the injured fire python tiger below. "I just discovered that within this lair, there are 3 young fire python tigers." The two were astounded. The cubs could be raised as their own companion beasts, and upon maturity, a fire python tiger possesses the strength of the heavenly origin realm. This was akin to acquiring a formidable ally for free. The pinnacle of combat power in Qingyang town is merely at the heavenly origin realm. It could be said that the value of the fire python tiger cubs far exceeded the rewards of this hunt. "Brother, where are they?" "Let me see," Lin Dong urged. "Really? How did I miss them?" Mu Lingsha inquired. "I did not see them either, but I am certain they are there," Wu Yun replied, uninterested in explaining too much to those unfamiliar with the script. "Trust me on this." Presently, the injured fire python tiger stands before us, and to enter the cave and obtain the cubs, we must deal with it first. Fortunately, its injury significantly reduces the difficulty. However, the fire python tiger is comparable to a master of the heavenly origin realm. "Can the 3 of us handle it?" Mu Lingsha questioned. "Indeed, brother. And with Lei and the Xie family's people around, our commotion will surely attract their attention. We mustn't fall prey to the mantis chasing the cicada. This I have certainly considered, which is why I plan to employ a strategy of driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, allowing Lei Li and Xie Yingying to engage the fire python tiger first to exhaust its strength." A splendid idea. The 3 of them finalized their plan. Then the news was released. Soon, Lei Li and Xie Yingying discovered the location, drawn by the cries of the fire python tiger cubs. They immediately engaged in a fierce battle against the fire python tiger. The Lei and Xie families, numbering over 30 individuals, collectively surrounded the injured fire python tiger. Meanwhile, Wu Yun and his companions concealed themselves, waiting to strike. Chapter 12. We need not delineate so distinctly. Who would have thought we would encounter a fire python tiger here? Truly, the heavens favor the Lei family. Brother Lei Li, we must acquire this fire python tiger cub at any cost. Of course, no one here can contest with our 2 families. First, let us slay this fire python tiger. All of you attack. Lei Li and Xie Yingying led the participants of their families in a full-scale assault on the fire python tiger, determined to seize the cub. However, the fire python tiger was exceedingly fierce, possessing strength at the celestial realm level, even in its injured state. It was not something a group of mere body refinement realm juniors could hope to defeat. Only Lei Li posed a sufficient threat to it. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 individuals had perished. Yet, Lei Li and Xie Yingying remained unfazed, compared to the value of the fire python tiger cub. The loss of a few inconsequential juniors was of no concern. As long as they secured the cub, they would be hailed as heroes in their families. What a formidable creature the fire python tiger is. It is fortunate we did not engage directly. Observing the heavy losses sustained by the Lei and Xie families, Lin Dong expressed his apprehension. "Indeed, the 3 of us are no match for it," Mu Lingsha concurred, believing that Wu Yun and Lin Dong's strength was at most at the 9th level of body refinement. "Prepare yourselves. I observe that the fire python tiger cannot endure much longer. Once it breathes its last, we shall act," Wu Yun instructed. "I will distract Lei Li and the others. Lingsha, you will provide cover for me with your bow, and Lin Dong will be responsible for stealing the cub. Let us regroup 1 kilometer to the north." Good. Moments later, the fire python tiger, having lost too much blood, was dispatched by a single palm strike from Lei Li. Finally, it is done. Lei Li and Xie Yingying rejoiced. Just as they prepared to enter the rocky cave to retrieve the cub, Wu Yun made his move. "Action!" he shouted, lifting a boulder weighing 100 pounds and hurling it toward Lei Li and the others. "Watch out! Thunderstrike!" Lei Li reacted swiftly, shattering the massive stone with a punch. At that moment, Wu Yun charged down, directly launching the flying locust stone, a thin, blade-like dart he carried after extensive study of concealed weapons. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying knives and locust stones effortlessly inflicted injuries upon the juniors of the Lei and Xie families. "Wu Yun, it's you again," Lei Li exclaimed in fury. rushing toward Wu Yun with a palm strike. The two engaged in a fierce battle. Wu Yun wielded the Thunderblade against Lei Li, managing to entangle him without revealing his mid-celestial realm cultivation. Seeing he could not shake off Wu Yun, Lei Li shouted, "Ying, quickly retrieve the cub." Understood. Xia Ying was just about to dart into the cave. At that moment, two arrows shot down from above, aimed directly at Xia Ying's face. Mu Lingsha relentlessly drew her bow and fired, preventing Xia Ying and her companions from entering the cave. Lin Dong took action from another side, employing the ghostly shadow stealth technique, effortlessly entering the rocky cavern and successfully retrieving 3 cubs. Haha, Lei Li, thank you for helping me slay the fire python tiger. Now, I shall go claim my fire python tiger cubs. After achieving his goal, Wu Yun immediately unleashed 2 flying daggers, forcing Lei Li back before vanishing into the forest. Wu Yun, I will surely kill you. Only Lei Li remained, filled with impotent rage, roaring in place. Elder brother, Miss Lingsha, the cubs are right here. Lin Dong pulled 3 small, adorably fierce-looking cubs from his bosom. They had only just been born, still smeared with some blood, and upon reaching the ground, they began to crawl around in search of their mother, their tiny forms evoking great affection. Especially Mu Lingsha, whose eyes sparkled with delight, though still a girl. A maternal aura seemed to emanate from her, a natural trait of femininity. Perfectly 3, 1 for each of us. Elder brother Wu Yun, you may distribute them. Lin Dong promptly ceded the decision-making power to Wu Yun. Indeed, let elder brother Wu Yun choose first. Mu Lingsha concurred without reservation. Wu Yun examined the 3 fire python tiger cubs. 2 were quite lively, crawling with vigor, while the third lay still, seemingly drowsy despite the earlier commotion. Evidently weaker than the others, raising doubts about its survival. However, Wu Yun understood that if Lin Dong were to choose, he would undoubtedly select the weakest one, for it bore a mutated bloodline, destined to be one of the future trio, Lin Yin. At this moment, Lin Dong's gaze also scrutinized Wu Yun and the frail little fire python tiger. Earlier, when he had retrieved the 3 cubs, his stone talisman had reacted to this weakest one, indicating its uniqueness. Wu Yun likely possessed a similar perception, and he would surely recognize the potential of this frail cub and refrain from giving it to Mu Lingsha, an outsider. Lin Dong pondered. As long as this most promising fire python tiger cub wasn't given to Mu Lingsha, everything would be fine. Wu Yun smiled faintly, immediately formulating a plan. This time, Lingsha's bow and arrow support was pivotal in our success, so I believe the fastest crawler should be given to Lingsha. Lin Dong, what do you think? Lin Dong replied, I have no objections. I trust your judgment, elder brother. The two reached an agreement, leaving Mu Lingsha momentarily bewildered. She was self-aware, recognizing her minimal contribution in their earlier collaboration. Elder brother Wu Yun, Before she could finish, Wu Yun had already placed the most spirited cub into her arms. Thank you, elder brother Wu Yun. Thank you, brother Lin Dong. Mu Lingsha was deeply touched, believing this was a special consideration from Wu Yun towards her, perceiving it as an act of goodwill. Mu Lingsha cradled the young fire python tiger cub and tucked it snugly into the pocket of her clothing. Wu Yun observed with concern, fearing for the well-being of the little creature. Since I have obtained this fire python tiger cub, I shall forego participating in the upcoming competition and return to Mu family village, Mu Lingsha declared, prioritizing the cub over the hunt for ranks. Brother Wu Yun, brother Lin Dong, do visit Mu family village when you have the time. I will ensure you are well entertained. She cast a flirtatious glance at Wu Yun. Once Mu Lingsha departed, the two exchanged knowing smiles. I surmise you have your sights set on this one, Wu Yun remarked, lifting the still sleepy little creature. Lin Dong responded, Indeed, brother, you have sensed it too. He gently patted the cub, noting that although its peculiarities were unknown to him, his stone talisman had indeed reacted to it. This fire python tiger possesses a mutated bloodline, brimming with potential, Wu Yun stated, offering the extraordinary cub to Lin Dong. Here, take it. Lin Dong hesitated, saying, No, brother. I can manage with this one. Wu Yun insisted, Take it without hesitation. Rest assured, I have devised a means to nurture another. If you doubt, let us wager. 10 years hence, we shall see whose fire python tiger proves mightier. Had it not been for the white tiger bloodline acquired earlier, Wu Yun would not have bestowed the mutated fire python tiger upon Lin Dong. However, the system's rewards signified a need to refrain from competing with the progeny of the realm for opportunities. The white tiger bloodline stands as the pinnacle among tigers. Merging it with either fire python tiger would yield similar results. Brother, consider this a debt of gratitude. Lin Dong felt increasingly touched. Very well, I shall hold you to that favor. Let your wife repay me, Wu Yun teased inwardly, yet refrained from voicing it. We are brothers. There is no need for such distinctions. Chapter 13, The 2-on-2 Bet. Indeed, we are brothers. No need for such clear divisions. Lin Dong was once again struck by the profundity of this brotherhood, reflecting upon his own narrow perspective. I have been the small-minded one, he thought with a sense of shame, realizing how Wu Yun had laid bare his heart. Let us depart. The Lei and Xie families are unlikely to relent easily. Unlike Mu Lingxia, the Lin family and the Mad Blade Martial Arts School do not warrant such caution. Therefore, we need not hide. The two returned to the grand platform. Just as they arrived, Lei Li and Xia Yingying returned as well. The couple wore expressions of fury, their lips trembling with rage. Upon spotting Wu Yun and Lin Dong, particularly the bulging object in their arms, the flames of anger in their eyes threatened to erupt. Desiring to take away the fire python tiger cubs proved to be no simple task. Lei Li gritted his teeth and rushed to the spectators' platform of the Lei and Xie families, loudly addressing Lei Bao and Xie Qian, grandfather, Uncle Xie. I encountered a severely injured fire python tiger along with 3 newly born cubs in the jungle. After a prolonged struggle, we managed to slay the beast. But at the crucial moment, Lin Dong and Wu Yun launched a sudden ambush, snatching away the 3 cubs. I implore you to arbitrate for us. Lei Li spoke with tears streaming down his face, full of grievance. Yet, the crowd's attention was solely captured by the mention of the fire python tiger cubs. The fire python tiger, a beast of the Tianyuan realm, was not to be underestimated, comparable to the 3 great family heads. The audience was taken aback, a wave of astonishment rippling through the air. Lei Bao and Xie Qian sprang to their feet, while Lin Jintian and Luo Cheng also rose abruptly, directing their gazes at Lin Dong and Wu Yun. Was it truly the case that the first to spot the injured fire python tiger laid claim to it? If so, I shall venture into the deep mountains tomorrow. Every beast I encounter shall be mine, and should anyone attempt to capture them thereafter, they must compensate me. Wu Yun scoffed loudly, fully prepared for the confrontation. The fire python tiger cubs were not birthed by you. They were unclaimed entities. Whoever possesses the means to acquire them shall rightfully claim them. If one cannot seize them, then seeking refuge in grandparental appeals is the behavior of a child. His words, though blunt, were not devoid of reason. The audience nodded in agreement. Enough of your cunning rhetoric. Lei Bao snapped at Wu Yun, his eyes narrowing. At that moment, Luo Cheng could no longer remain seated and stood up to vehemently berate Lei Bao. Lin Jintian, naturally siding with Luo Cheng, lent support to the crazy blade martial arts school, standing defiantly against Lei Bao and Xie Qian. The 4 great leaders formed 2 opposing factions, tension palpable in the air, neither side willing to yield. Ultimately, Xie Qian proposed that since a competition was inevitable, they should determine the ownership of the fire python tiger cubs through a contest. Thus, it would be Lin Dong and Wu Yun versus Lei Li and Xie Yingying in a 2-on-2 match. However, having already secured the fire python tiger, Lin Dong and Wu Yun were hardly inclined to wager it so easily. Both the Lei and Xie families had to put forth a corresponding stake. The Lei family offered Ironwood Manor as a wager, while the Xie family put forth the Silk Workshop. Both properties were significant assets for the Lei and Xie families, valued immensely. What say you, do you agree? Xie Qian inquired of the Lin family and the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School. Unbeknownst to them, the true prowess of Wu Yun and Lin Dong remained shrouded in mystery, especially Lin Dong, who had been concealing his capabilities and given Wu Yun's recent prominence. Many presumed he had merely broken through to the 9th level of body refinement. With Lei Li already a formidable expert in the Earth origin realm and Xie Yingying on the brink of entering that realm, the odds seemed unfavorable for Lin Dong and Wu Yun. Father, we cannot agree to this. The members of the Lin family expressed their doubts. On the side of the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School, Luo Cheng was aware that Wu Yun had broken through to the Earth origin realm a month prior. Yet he remained oblivious to Wu Yun's recent advancement and was uncertain about Lin Dong's strength, thus hesitating. He directly inquired Wu Yun's opinion. Yunner, what do you think? Wu Yun, the master has promised, so this free Ironwood Manor and Silk Workshop should not be refused. Wu Yun deliberately conceals his prowess for this very moment, to take advantage of the assets of the Lei and Xie families without cost. Otherwise, had he revealed his strength too early, how could the Lei and Xie families dare to gamble? Excellent. Hearing Wu Yun's confident response, Luo Cheng felt reassured. Lin Dong also addressed his family. Grandfather trusts me. In the presence of numerous witnesses from the 4 major powers, a betting contract was signed. Since all have consented, let the games begin. The host announced. Lin Dong and Wu Yun took the stage to battle Lei Li and Xie Yingying. This time, I shall see how you evade. Lei Li scoffed. Wu Yun paid him no heed and said to Lin Dong, leave that girl, Xie Yingying. To you, give her a good thrashing. Lin Dong, don't worry, brother. This is not my first time dealing with a woman. I won't hold back. Previously, in the trading pavilion, Lin Dong had already struck Xie Yingying's sister, Xie Ting. That time, Wu Yun had also slapped Lei Li. That slap from last time, I will return it to you tenfold this time. At this moment, Lei Li and Xia Yingying spoke in unison, to which Wu Yun replied with a chuckle, "Truly, they are a pair of shameless dogs. Their synergy is commendable. I shall smash your mouth." Lei Li went into a frenzy and attacked directly. He could not outmatch Wu Yun in verbal sparring. Thunderstorm Strike. A third-tier martial art of the Lei family. He struck with formidable force, unleashing the might of thunder. The surge of energy revealed his Earth origin realm cultivation. A flicker of purple light flashed in Wu Yun's eyes as he swiftly drew his treasured blade, executing the Thunder Blade technique. This time, he did not overly suppress his energy. Earth origin realm. Wu Yun also entered the Earth origin realm. The audience gasped in shock. While many had speculated that Lei Li had reached the Earth origin realm, only Luo Cheng was aware of Wu Yun's true strength. The astonishment was far from over. On the other side, Lin Dong, battling Xia Yingying, also demonstrated his Earth origin realm prowess. My goodness, Lin Dong is also in the Earth origin realm. It seems the Lei and Xia families are in for a downfall. This lad, Lin Dong, has hidden his talents well. Even we were unaware, the Lin family members sighed. For them, it was a pleasant surprise. Especially Lin Jintian, whose tears of joy streamed down his face. The Lin family had finally produced another genius. Do not panic. Li has long mastered the fourth-tier martial arts. We still have a chance. Lei Bao reassured the anxious Xie Qian beside him. Yet, deep down, he was equally troubled. It turns out there are more geniuses than just their Li. The battles on stage grew increasingly intense. Xia Yingying was completely overwhelmed by Lin Dong. Her defeat was merely a matter of time. The crux for the Lei and Xia families rested on Lei Li. Thunderbolt Rush. Lei Li finally unleashed his ultimate technique. The Lei family's fourth-tier martial arts. His right palm shimmered with a potent surge of elemental energy, condensing all his power into the center of his hand. As the force of lightning surged forth with unrestrained vigor, the brilliance intensified, ultimately transforming into a pulsating orb of light, tumultuously swirling within his palm. The formidable aura of the fourth-tier martial arts was awe-inspiring, leaving the audience in shock and filled with concern for Wu Yun. As he witnessed the formidable strike of lightning approaching, Wu Yun remained unfazed, a serene smile gracing his lips as he channeled his energy into the treasured blade he wielded. You are not the only one capable of fourth-tier martial arts. Thunderstrike. With a wild flourish of his blade, he executed the move with the swiftness of a bolt of lightning, seamlessly integrating the elusive, ghostly shadow step. Bang! The overwhelming force of elemental energy shattered the stone platform, erupting in a cloud of dust that obscured the two combatants. What happened? Who emerged victorious? Members of the audience craned their necks, eager to discern the outcome. After a brief moment, as the dust settled, only one figure remained standing, the young man with his blade poised. Before him knelt Lei Li, a sight that left the onlookers utterly speechless. What has happened to Lei Li? Why does he remain kneeling? Such audacity from Wu Yun, such strength. To humiliate the Lei family in this manner. Kneeling Lei Li, standing Wu Yun. This was not merely a defeat, it was a profound humiliation. Leer, Lei Bao rushed down from the stone platform, striking out at Wu Yun with a powerful blow. You little beast, you have gone too far. On the other side, Luo Cheng was equally astonished, clearly unprepared for Lei Bao to directly confront a junior. Yinner, be careful, he shouted as he descended. That old man, over 60 years of age, lacking martial ethics, resorting to a sneak attack. Wu Yun's heart raced. He swiftly employed the ghostly shadow step to evade, simultaneously channeling his Xiantian skill, his hands transforming into a pristine white, aglow with azure light. Xinyu hand. Wu Yun unleashed all his palm strength. At the same time, he utilized the purple extreme demon eye to assess his opponent's attack, employing the ghostly shadow step to rapidly reposition himself, seeking advantageous angles to evade and counter the incoming force. No longer could he conceal his mid-stage Earth origin realm prowess. In an instant, Wu Yun unleashed the full extent of his abilities. Bang! A colossal gust of elemental force sent Wu Yun crashing down from the stone platform, a mouthful of blood escaping his lips. Yinner, Luo Cheng cried out, his voice filled with anguish. Enduring a direct hit from Lei Bao, a master of the heavenly origin realm, even a mere strike could inflict grievous harm or even take the life of someone at the Earth origin realm level. Wu Yun's situation appeared dire. Lei Bao, you old scoundrel, I shall fight you to the end. Luo Cheng roared in fury, his title of Thunder Blade not bestowed lightly. He unleashed his most potent thunder strike in a furious clash against Lei Bao. Their battle was far more ferocious than the previous encounter between Wu Yun and Lei Li. The two peak experts of the heavenly origin realm had such formidable power that even the residual shockwaves from their clash fractured the stone platform. Crash! Lei Bao's palm struck Luo Cheng with devastating force. However, Luo Cheng launched a reckless assault. With a swift motion, he slashed at Lei Bao's chest, exchanging injury for injury. Stop! Cried the elder presiding over the gathering, separating Lin Jintian and Xie Qian. Quickly restrain them. Lin Jintian urged, Master Luo, let us first attend to Wu Yun. Xie Qian added, Brother Lei, we must see to Lei Li. At that moment, Luo Tong rushed to assist Wu Yun, who coughed up a copious amount of blood. Cough! Cough! Master, I am unhurt. Yinner! Luo Cheng exclaimed with joy as he hurried over to examine his wounds. In the mid-earth origin realm, no wonder you survived his strike. Luo Cheng finally recognized Wu Yun's prowess, looking at him with pride. Meanwhile, Lei Bao assessed Lei Li's condition. Discovering that Lei Li had exhausted his energy and had merely fainted, but thankfully, he was not dead. Lei Bao grasped Lei Li's right hand, his expression darkening as he remarked, this hand is ruined. Lei Li's hand had been severed cleanly in half, indicating a technique executed with precision and ferocity. This meant that in their final clash, Lei Li had been utterly overwhelmed. Brother Bao, that Wu Yun, is still alive. Xie Qian whispered in Lei Bao's ear. Lei Bao replied, I sensed it when I struck. He is already in the mid-earth origin realm. This boy is formidable and must not be spared. And that Lin Dong as well. Xie Qian nodded in agreement, adding, Lin Dong just knocked Xie Ying off the stone platform with ease, securing victory. Lei Bao, you despicable old fool. If you have any honor, face me in a duel. To attack a junior, where's your martial virtue? After confirming that Wu Yun had not sustained severe injuries, Luo Cheng prepared to retaliate against the Lei family. The Mad Blade martial arts school was unlike the Lin family. They had never favored restraint. Master, let us first remove the wager. We can settle the score for that strike in due time, Wu Yun urged through gritted teeth. His aim was to secure the Ironwood Manor from the Lei family, and turning against them now would yield nothing. Among the four great powers, the Lei and Xie families still held an advantage. Engaging in a reckless struggle at this juncture was clearly imprudent. Given the pace at which he and Lin Dong were growing, it would not be long before they could handle these two families. Wu Yun was determined to return Lei Bao's strike personally. Can we declare the results of the contest? Luo Tong inquired of the elder presiding over the gathering. Wu Yun and Lin Dong emerged victorious. Master, since victory has been determined, let us fulfill the wager and transfer the Ironwood Manor and Silk Workshop today, Wu Yun said as he swallowed a medicinal pill. Agreed. Luo Cheng nodded. After today's uproar, the relationship between both parties was perilously close to breaking down into open conflict. If they did not promptly finalize the transfer of Ironwood Manor, matters would only become more complicated. Luo Cheng and Lin Jintian immediately proposed to execute the wager. Knowing that should the Lei and Xie families fail to comply in front of the gathered crowd, they would become a laughingstock, leaving them no choice but to agree reluctantly. After departing from the hunting conference, I apologize for the grievances you have endured. Rest assured, my disciple, I shall seek retribution for you. In the realm of Luo City, one must protect their own. Fear not, master, that Lei Li is in a far worse predicament than I am. Although Wu Yun coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, his injuries were not of great consequence. The strike from Lei Bao was merely a commonplace blow, devoid of any martial prowess. Wu Yun adeptly employed various martial arts to mitigate a significant portion of the attack's force, and with the continuous flow of primordial energy generated by the Xiantian technique, he steadily recuperated from his wounds. Elder brother, quickly drink this. Lin Dong stealthily approached Wu Yun, presenting him with the accumulated stone talisman spirit liquid. Wu Yun accepted it and drank it down. The restorative effects of the stone talisman spirit liquid were remarkably potent. Previously, Lin Dong had discreetly utilized the liquid to aid Lin Xiao in healing his old injuries, restoring his strength. Despite Lin Xiao once being a formidable expert of the Tianyuan realm. Thus, the healing effect on Wu Yun was exceptionally favorable, stabilizing his injuries in mere moments. Subsequently, Luo City and Lin Jintian conferred on the acquisition of the assets belonging to the Lei and Xie families. The Guangdao Martial Arts Hall would oversee the Taimu Manor, while the Lin family would be responsible for the Silk Workshop. The two took matters into their own hands, asserting their dominance in the takeover. The hunting conference had concluded. On the surface, Qingyang Town appeared to regain its tranquility, yet underneath, a tempest brewed. The conflicts among the four major factions had reached a critical juncture, necessitating resolution, and both allied parties were devising ways to eliminate their adversaries. At this moment, Wu Yun was engrossed in contemplating a name for his little fire python tiger. What should I name you? Cradling the adorable creature, he noted that its ears were comparatively larger than those of the other two and stood erect, with big, round, spirited eyes that were lively and enchanting. He had been captivated by it from the very first glance. Setting aside its potential, in terms of sheer aesthetics, this one was indeed more visually appealing. As he did not require a focus on potential, he naturally opted for beauty. While it seemed he had bestowed the strong and promising ones upon the other two, it was ultimately for the sake of acquiring his favored choice. A splendid trifecta indeed. All three parties were satisfied. However, Wu Yun found himself in a quandary. He was utterly inept at naming. If only there were kind-hearted souls willing to assist him in bestowing a name. Chapter 15. The tiger's name is Bai Yun. First, let us merge with the bloodline of the white tiger. Wu Yun retrieved the white tiger bloodline from the system space, enveloping the little fire python tiger in his arms, and inwardly chanted, "Merge." The little fire python tiger was unaware of what was occurring when suddenly a surge of formidable energy coursed into its being, integrating into its bloodline. The bloodline power represents the very essence of a mystical beast, possessing immense strength and encompassing their memories and innate talents, serving as a form of inheritance. The fire python tiger was merely an ordinary mystical beast with a feeble bloodline power, its potential limited to the Tianyuan realm. In contrast, the white tiger was a legendary divine beast. The potential for growth is boundless. With a resounding roar, the little fire python tiger, filled with vigor, endures the immense power of its lineage. The merging bloodline is altering its very essence, yet it appears to be in distress. Its transformation unfolds at a visible pace. Hold on, Wu Yun murmurs, confident that the system, having bestowed upon him the white tiger bloodline, will not allow the little fire python tiger to perish. The creature's fur sheds, only to be replaced moments later by new growth. This cycle repeats, as the hue of its fur gradually fades, becoming an immaculate white. The latent factors hidden within its bloodline are activated, drawing the fire python tiger ever closer to the form of a white tiger. Simultaneously, its aura ascends steadily. First layer of body tempering, second layer, and even the ninth. Yet it does not cease. Finally, it reaches the Earth origin realm. In the span of mere moments, it has evolved into a beast comparable to those of the Earth origin realm. This is merely the beginning. The white tiger bloodline is truly formidable. At this moment, it completes its final transformation. The little fire python tiger's fur turns white, its body expanding 5 to 6 times in size, becoming ethereal, almost unrecognizable. Only its distinctive fire python tail remains unchanged, a testament to its original form, allowing one to discern its past as a fire python tiger. The fusion of the white tiger bloodline does not simply transform it into a white tiger. Rather, it enhances the fire python tiger with the essence of the white tiger. Fire python tiger, white tiger. A new species, perhaps a white python tiger? Wu Yun muses with a hint of mischief, yet in comparison to the white tiger bloodline, the fire python tiger's lineage seems rather insignificant. The little fire python tiger, as if deeply aggrieved, leaps into Wu Yun's embrace, seeking solace. Hold on, let me give you a bath first. Wu Yun quickly lifts it up. The recent metamorphosis has left the little fire python tiger in dire need of cleansing, akin to undergoing multiple purifications of body and bloodline. Before long, after washing it thoroughly, Wu Yun is taken aback by the sheer cuteness of this little tiger. Its body patterns resemble layers of cloud, smooth and lustrous, with a round head and large eyes, exuding an irresistible charm. When he strokes it, it responds with delightful gentleness. "I shall name you Bai Yun," Wu Yun suddenly exclaims. "This little fire python tiger is as pristine as a white cloud. Haha, I am Wu Yun, and you shall be Bai Yun. Alas, if only you were male. We could have been brothers." Wu Yun sighs. In his earlier choices, he had not paid attention, instinctively assuming it was a male tiger, only realizing its true gender while bathing Bai Yun. Oh my! Bai Yun nuzzles against Wu Yun, seemingly fond of her new name. A month later, Wu Yun wandered through Taimu village with Bai Yun. Although Bai Yun had undergone significant changes, the people of Qingyang town had limited exposure to such transformations and possessed little understanding of demonic beasts. To them, these creatures were shrouded in mystery, and thus no one was particularly surprised by Bai Yun's metamorphosis, though they were astounded by her strength. Typically, only a few senior members of the Kuang Dao martial arts school had interacted with Bai Yun, and even though they recognized her remarkable nature, they harbored no ill intentions. Moreover, Wu Yun had deliberately instructed Bai Yun to suppress her aura in public, coupled with the villagers' lack of preparedness in judging the power of demonic beasts, which rendered them largely oblivious to her presence. Yet, Wu Yun found himself in a quandary. He had been searching tirelessly in Taimu village with Bai Yun for the elusive Yang Yuan stone mine, but to no avail. There was a substantial vein of Yang Yuan stones hidden within the village, which was precisely why Wu Yun had concealed his true capabilities to seize Taimu village from the Lei family. The village was vast, and unless he excavated the entire area, his search would prove futile. Wu Yun pondered, realizing that such an endeavor would be excessively time-consuming and laborious. Taimu village was nestled within a grand forest, boasting not one, but 2 mountains. It appeared that he would need to enlist Lin Dong's assistance. If it were so simple to locate, the Lei family, having resided here for decades, would have discovered it long ago. Wu Yun proceeded to the Lin family to find his resourceful aide, Lin Dong. Brother, is this really your fire python tiger? The transformation is astounding. Upon reuniting with Bai Yun, Lin Dong was utterly astonished. Xiaoyan, look at how she has grown, and then look at you. You were born from the same litter. Yet the disparity is astonishing, he exclaimed, gesturing towards Xiaoyan. Over the past month, he had consistently used Stone Talisman Spirit Liquid to aid Xiao Yan in her training, and she had shown remarkable progress, now comparable to a 6th-tier body refinement. However, standing next to Bai Yun, Xiao Yan appeared diminutive by comparison, akin to a mere kitten, while Bai Yun had become a majestic tigress. Mew, Xiao Yan whimpered in dismay, perplexed by her own situation. Had it not been for the familiar scent that assured her Bai Yun was her sister, she might not have recognized her at all. Clearly, there was no need to wait a decade. Even now, Xiao Yan could not measure up to Bai Yun. Lin Dong sighed, reflecting on the evident prowess of his elder brother in nurturing demonic beasts. Wu Yun reassured him, the future is still ahead. Do not rush to conclusions. You must believe in Xiao Yan's boundless potential. She has the capacity to evolve into a dark sacred tiger, becoming one of the mightiest feline demonic beasts on Tianyuan continent. Come, let us explore Taimu village. The two made their way to the village. Wu Yun guided Lin Dong through various sites, and gradually, Lin Dong's expression shifted. He sensed an unusual movement from the stone talismans. The air here was infused with a potent yang energy. Brother, let us head this way, Lin Dong advised, his excitement palpable as they progressed. The more they walked, the more exhilarated Lin Dong became, nearly unable to contain his joy. Indeed, it seemed that Lin Dong's stone talismans would lead the way. Wu Yun instantly recognized that Lin Dong had uncovered the mind's vein. The stone talisman possesses the remarkable ability to absorb the energies of the heavens and earth, drawing the vital essence of the sun from the air, which concentrates within it, enabling Lin Dong to sense its presence. Brother, there must be something beneath us. Lin Dong pointed to the spot where he stood. Oh, let us dig and see. Wu Yun replied eagerly. Bai Yun, Xiao Yan, you two, get to work. Wu Yun instructed the duo of tiger brothers. With fervent enthusiasm, the two small beasts vigorously clawed at the earth, and after approximately 10 minutes of diligent effort, they unearthed a pit over 2 meters deep, revealing a faint red glow. Indeed, there is something, they exclaimed. Aho, aho. The tiger brothers cheered as Bai Yun retrieved a red stone. Wu Yun examined it closely. It is a Yang Yuan stone. Lin Dong exclaimed with delight. Wu Yun marveled. So deeply hidden, no wonder I could not find it. Chapter 16, Cooperation between two families. Wu Yun and Lin Dong continued their exploration of the Ironwood Manor, gradually delving deeper. Along the way, they unearthed 4 or 5 additional Yang Yuan stones, with Wu Yun marking their locations. He noticed that these markings formed a straight line, indicating the presence of a mineral vein. Before long, Lin Dong ventured further into the depths. There is danger ahead, Wu Yun cautioned. Advancing further would bring them closer to the wild jungles, territory that the Lei family had not yet developed. Ahead lay a small ravine, home to 2 formidable beasts, the black iron demon leopard, creatures comparable to the Tianyuan realm. Brother, the vital essence of the sun underground extends from here. Lin Dong pointed towards the valley. This means that the Yang Yuan stone vein must pass through the territory of these black iron demon leopards, Wu Yun mused, his brow furrowing. It seemed that in order to access the Yang Yuan stone vein, these 2 beasts must be dealt with. Let us return first and inform my master. The Yang Yuan stone vein, Luo Cheng exclaimed, rising in astonishment from his seat. Indeed, master, such Yang Yuan stones rarely appear singularly, and we have already excavated 8. I made specific markings, all discovered in one direction. If we continue to dig along this path, there must be more Yang Yuan stones deeper within. Luo Tong added joyfully. Ironwood Manor was once a volcanic region, perfectly suited for the formation of Yang Yuan stones. If there is indeed a mineral vein here, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Let us go and see for ourselves. Luo Cheng, filled with excitement, felt uneasy without witnessing it firsthand. The 4 of them set off once more towards Ironwood Manor. Along the way, Wu Yun stopped Luo Cheng, saying, Master, it is thanks to Lin Dong that we discovered the Yang Yuan stones this time. If there truly is a mineral vein, should we not consider collaborating with the Lin family? That is indeed a thought, Luo Cheng pondered. Master, my suggestion is to collaborate with the Lin family. The Ironwood Manor is vast, and if there truly exists a mineral vein, the processes of extraction, transportation, and sale would inevitably lead to leaks of information. Even if we manage to persuade Lin Dong to remain silent, the Lei and Xie families will eventually learn of it. At that point, they will undoubtedly be unwilling to allow the Mad Blade Martial Academy to monopolize the mineral resources and will attempt to seize it. Thus, partnering with the Lin family becomes our only viable option. Since we must collaborate eventually, it would be prudent to extend an invitation to them now to demonstrate our sincerity. Wu Yun articulated the pros and cons directly. In the original narrative, after the Lin family acquired the mineral vein, they encountered a series of troubles and sought assistance from the Mad Blade Martial Academy multiple times. Luo Cheng looked at Wu Yun in surprise, never anticipating that the usually carefree disciple would possess such profound insights. Yuner, you truly have opened my eyes. During this time, you have matured significantly. It seems I must thank that old dog Lei Bao, Luo Cheng mused, believing that Wu Yun's maturity stemmed from his encounter with Lei Bao's formidable strike. Master, you overpraise me. I merely consider the future of our Mad Blade Martial Academy, Wu Yun replied. The Ironwood Manor and Silk Workshop were one in conjunction with the Lin family, and it is only right that they receive their due share. Although Luo Cheng's demeanor is bold, he possesses a keen understanding of the importance of collaboration with the Lin family. Furthermore, Master Lin Dong's ability to discover the mineral vein is exceptional. He possesses unique qualities. Having spent time with him, I have gained a deep understanding of his character. I firmly believe that Lin Dong's future holds limitless potential. This opportunity to extend him a favor may prove beneficial in the long run. Indeed, I shall remember this. Luo Cheng nodded. Even without Wu Yun's words, he could discern Lin Dong's extraordinary nature. Soon, they arrived at the Ironwood Manor, where they continued to excavate at the location marked by Wu Yun. Before long, a sound echoed as Luo Cheng dug deeper than 5 meters. Indeed, there is Yang Yuan stone. Truly, he exclaimed, holding the red stone with excitement. Master, this direction leads to the lair of the black iron demon leopard. If we wish to mine, we must deal with those two beasts. The situation was clear. Luo Cheng could not afford to hesitate any longer. Since they obstructed the Yang Yuan stone vein, they had to be eliminated. This matter must remain confidential. It cannot be disclosed. Lin Dong, please invite your grandfather here. Understood. Master Luo. Once Lin Jintian arrived, Luo Cheng first expressed his gratitude to Lin Dong for discovering the Yang Yuan stone, then proposed a collaboration with the Lin family to share the mineral vein. Subsequently, both men joined forces to slay the 2 black iron demon leopards. As peak practitioners of the Tianyuan realm, they were not far from the Yuandan realm, making it effortless to deal with the mid-level black iron demon leopards. With a fierce roar, Xiaoyan charged at the 2 black iron demon leopards, quickly digging into their corpses to devour the demon crystals. Bai Yun, on the other hand, remained obediently by Wu Yun's side, refraining from competing with his brother for food. What a clever little rascal. Observing Xiaoyan devour both demon crystals, Lin Dong felt a twinge of embarrassment as he gently reproached, "You could have shared a bit with your sister." Wu Yun replied, "It's nothing, after all. Xiaoyan is Bai Yun's younger brother. It is only natural for her to indulge him. Besides, Bai Yun currently has no need for these demon crystals. Demon crystals often greatly benefit the growth of demon beasts, yet not all dare to consume them indiscriminately. Bai Yun, having just fused with the bloodline of the White Tiger, has yet to fully adapt to the potent power of her lineage. Thus, she should refrain from absorbing excess energy at this stage. Particularly, these crystals contain the bloodline power of other demon beasts. Until Bai Yun has perfected her control over the White Tiger bloodline, absorbing the essence of other bloodlines will only weaken her own. For her, it is crucial to master her inherent bloodline power, awaken her innate talents, and absorb the legacies within her lineage in order to rapidly grow stronger. In contrast, Xiaoyan, possessing a mutated bloodline, requires the stimulation of various demon crystals to further enhance his abilities. "Thank you, big brother." Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. Just as Xiaoyan shares a bond with Bai Yun, he too is a brother to Wu Yun, who graciously extends benefits to him. Lin Dong recognizes that without Wu Yun's presence, the Guangdao Martial Arts School may not have been inclined to share the Yang Yuan stone mine with the Lin family. Subsequently, the two families deliberated on the terms of their collaboration. This endeavor was initiated by the Guangdao Martial Arts School, inviting the Lin family to participate. So no matter the share allocated to the Lin family, they would only express gratitude. Lin Jintian is not the type to be insatiable. After discussions, it was agreed that the profits would be divided, with the Guangdao Martial Arts School taking 60% and the Lin family 40%, as the latter had already secured a silk workshop on their own. Thus, the offer to the Lin family was indeed generous, and the collaboration proceeded amicably. While the mining took place, Wu Yun and Lin Dong ventured into the mountains behind Tai Mu village, accompanied by 2 tigers, hunting demon beasts and training their little brain axes. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. As the first batch of Yang Yuan stones was extracted, both families decided to transport them to Yin City for trade. This time, both Wu Yun and Lin Dong expressed their desire to accompany the shipment to Yin City. Wu Yun had long anticipated this opportunity, eager to sign in. Chapter 17. The Supreme In Sha Qi, Tai In Xian Sha Qi. Brother, This must be the Yang Yuan Dan. Lin Dong joyfully presented a fiery red pill to Wu Yun. Indeed, how did you come by it? Wu Yun inquired knowingly. Look, Lin Dong immediately demonstrated. He retrieved 3 Yang Yuan stones and, as he would typically refine spiritual medicine, placed them in his palm. The stone talisman in his hand began to glow, and the 3 stones, which had originally shimmered with a soft red hue, rapidly dimmed until their brilliance vanished entirely, dissolving into a fine powder that fell gently. Then, beams of light shot forth from his flesh, intertwining and coalescing into a fire-red pill the size of a thumb. You can even refine Yang Yuan stones? Goodness, this stone talisman is truly extraordinary. Wu Yun once again exhibited a performance worthy of an Academy Award, expressing his astonishment. The stone talisman had captivated even him, which was also the reason he was reluctant to part with Lin Dong, the tool at his disposal. It can be said that in this world, as long as one remained by Lin Dong's side, it would be difficult not to become a powerhouse. The Yang Yuan Dan contained the natural essence of Yang Qi, which held immense significance for those below the Yuan Dan realm, particularly for the formidable beings of the Tian Yuan realm. Within the great city, Yang Yuan Dan was utilized as a form of currency, far more precious than gold and silver treasures. Wu Yun remarked, wait. I recall my senior brother Luo Tong mentioning that the refinement of Yang Yuan Dan from Yang Yuan stones necessitates a practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm or higher, and their conversion ratio is 10 Yang Yuan stones to yield a single Yang Yuan Dan. Yet your stone talisman requires only 3 times the efficiency. Lin Dong was equally astounded. Wu Yun continued, 1 Yang Yuan Dan can be exchanged for at least 10 Yang Yuan stones. This is simply extraordinary. If we were to act as intermediaries, we would amass a fortune. Despite already being aware, Wu Yun was still brimming with excitement. With the stone talisman, wealth could be acquired effortlessly. Lin Dong queried, brother, what does it mean to be an intermediary? It means specifically acquiring Yang Yuan stones and reselling Yang Yuan Dan. Brother, this is perilous. If others were to discover this, it would undoubtedly incite them to covet the stone talisman. Naturally, if others learned of it, they would capture you and confine you in a dark chamber, forcing you to refine pills for them, relegating you to mere tool status. Thus, we must not disclose this to anyone. It must remain a secret between us. In order to maintain the confidentiality of the stone talisman, the two refrained from utilizing excessive Yang Yuan stones, merely extracting a small quantity for pill refining. The merchant convoy is ready. Let us depart. The convoy from the Fierce Blade Martial Hall ostensibly transported ironwood, but secretly carried Yang Yuan stones. This time, Luo Cheng personally led the team. Accompanied by Luo Tong and Lin Xiao, 3 formidable practitioners of the Tian Yuan realm, creating a remarkably impressive lineup. Lin Jintian remained stationed at the Ironwood Manor. The prominent banner of the Fierce Blade Martial Hall deterred mountain bandits from contemplating any mischief, allowing the convoy to reach Yin City without incident. As they gazed upon the towering walls of Yin City, with a continuous stream of people entering and exiting through the gates, Wu Yun marveled. Indeed, this is Yin City. Compared to it, Qingyang Town is truly insignificant. Brother, this is your first time in Yin City as well. Yes, I have traversed several towns nearby, but I have never visited Yin City. Junior brother, once we enter the city, you too must refrain from wandering about. Yin City is a place where dragons and snakes intertwine, harboring countless hidden talents. There are some individuals we cannot afford to provoke, Luo Tong cautioned seriously. He was concerned that their youthful curiosity and impetuousness might inadvertently draw the ire of powerful factions. We certainly will not cause trouble, Wu Yun assured earnestly, though he understood that while they may not seek conflict, trouble would inevitably find them. For, by virtue of the destiny of this young man, the chosen one of the realm, he was naturally destined to attract incidents. Lin Dong, brother Luo Tong, could you enlighten us about the various factions in Yin City? We ought to be cautious when encountering them. The dynamics of power in Yin City are far more intricate than those in Qingyang Town. Here, an average of 1 faction perishes each month, while several new ones rise, striving to establish their foothold in Yin City. To ensure stability, a faction must at least have a master at the Yuan Dan realm overseeing their operations. However, despite the multitude of factions, 3 principal powers reign supreme in Yin City, having maintained their status for many years without challenge. Lin Dong interjected. Which are these 3 formidable factions? The City Lord's Mansion, the Golden Commerce Guild, and the Blood Wolf Gang. At this moment, Luo Cheng cautioned, all right, we are entering the city, stay alert. Passing through the dimly lit archway of the city gate, they officially entered Yin City. Ding. Successfully arrived at Yin City. Would you like to check in? Wu Yun. Check in. Check in successful. Rewards obtained. Supreme In Malevolence Chi and Tien Profound Malevolence Chi. Supreme? Wu Yun was taken aback. In this world, In Malevolence Chi is categorized from 1 to 9, with 9 being the highest. What does this supreme quality entail? Never mind, no need to dwell on it. After all, what the system produces must be top-notch. This tying profound malevolence chi will surely suffice for me to cultivate to the pinnacle of the Earth Yuan realm. Wu Yun mused inwardly. The Earth Yuan realm requires the absorption of malevolence chi for cultivation. The stronger the absorbed chi, the more solid the foundation of the Earth Yuan realm becomes, thereby enhancing power at the same level. Ding. The next check-in task has refreshed. Please check in at the underground lava cave of Tai Mu Manor. Wonderful. It won't be long before I can check in again. Wu Yun felt elated. He knew that the underground lava cave of Tai Mu Manor could be accessed by digging deep along the Yang Yuan stone mine. At a certain depth, one would encounter it, along with a small opportunity. I see now, the places designated for system check-ins are almost always where Lin Dong acquires his opportunities. Wu Yun felt as if he had uncovered a crucial insight. Upon arriving in the city, they settled at the usual base of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School. The group then split into two factions. Luo Tong would trade the Tai Mu while creating a diversion, and Luo Cheng would take Lin Xiao to trade the Yang Yuan stones. Master, be cautious of the Lei family. They may be tracking you, Wu Yun advised. In the original narrative, the Lin family was followed during their first trade, leading to trouble when the Yang Yuan stones were discovered. It was inevitable that the Yang Yuan stone vein would be exposed, but delaying this revelation would be ideal. Both Wu Yun and Lin Dong required time to develop. Wu Yun's involvement had expedited many events. Rest assured, our Mad Blade Martial Arts School has its own trading channels in Yen City. The Lei family cannot reach us. Luo Cheng vowed confidently. The Mad Blade Martial Arts School was originally established for trading ventures, with numerous connections among merchants, far surpassing the Lin family's network. After their departure, only Wu Yun and Lin Dong remained. Lin Dong, brother, it is a rare opportunity to visit Yen City. Let us take a stroll. I promised Qing Tan I would purchase a gift for her. Very well, let us go and explore. The two ventured into the streets, their curiosity leading them to wander about. They acquired numerous items, their hands laden with packages. At that moment, a towering edifice caught their attention, standing taller and more uniquely than the others. The marvelous goods pavilion. They exclaimed. Let us enter and take a look. Chapter 18. The extraordinary talent of mental strength. Wu Yun and Lin Dong stepped inside. Before them lay a grand and expansive hall, exuding an air of antiquity. Within the hall, numerous counters displayed a dazzling array of items. Spiritual herbs, elixirs, weapons, demon crystals, and martial arts manuals filled their view, each item radiating a quality that revealed they were anything but ordinary. This is far more abundant than the trading post in Xingyang town, Wu Yun remarked. Lin Dong, yet, everything appears rather expensive. Ah, what is this? The two were soon drawn to a blue cloth bag, its price clearly marked. Low-grade Qingkuan bag, priced at 48 Yang Yuan stones. Lin Dong murmured, astonished by the steep price of such a simple bag. Younger brother, this is a low-grade Qingkuan bag, crafted from Qingkuan wood and inscribed by a second-tier talisman master. Do not be deceived by its small size. It can hold items as large as the counter itself, making it incredibly convenient for carrying without hassle. A nearby young attendant in blue chimed in, eager to share the bag's merits upon noticing their interest. Wu Yun, do you have more of these Qingkuan bags? We would like to purchase two. Indeed, indeed. The attendant responded eagerly at Wu Yun's request for two. We do not possess Yang Yuan stones, but we have this. Wu Yun produced a vial of elixirs from his robes, refined from third-grade spiritual herbs. These third-grade elixirs no longer held much efficacy for them. Soon, a steward arrived to appraise the elixirs, and after some bargaining, they exchanged 15 elixirs for 2 Qingkuan bags. The two excitedly took their new bags and immediately began to experience their utility, placing all their recently acquired items within. Truly convenient and practical, Wu Yun expressed with satisfaction. Brother, what is this talisman master you spoke of? It sounds fascinating that one can craft such items, Lin Dong inquired with curiosity, sensing the lucrative potential of the profession. Wu Yun, I have heard my master speak of it. In the realm of martial arts, many offshoots have emerged, and the talisman master is one such path. Essentially, a talisman master is merely another manifestation of elemental energy, distinguished by the fact that this method requires mental strength to drive it, allowing the practitioner to condense the elemental energy of the universe into unique symbols. And what is mental strength? Mentally strength is yet another form of power. Come, you shall learn in due time. Brother, you are truly knowledgeable. Lin Dong was filled with admiration, while Wu Yun merely smiled faintly. At this moment, Lin Dong had yet to leave the novice village, possessing little knowledge. However, he was destined to become a master of mental power. Brother, these runes are quite peculiar. Lin Dong gazed in awe at the runes on the Qingkuan bag, utterly captivated. Truly, as a child of the plain, he displayed extraordinary talent upon first encounter. Wu Yun couldn't help but marvel internally. Lin Dong had shown a mental response to the runes at his very first sighting. As Lin Dong focused on the runes, attempting to draw upon his mental energy, in a corner of the mystical objects pavilion, an elderly man clad in gray, who had been dozing off, suddenly opened his eyes wide and turned his head towards Lin Dong, fixating his gaze upon him with evident astonishment. Such formidable mental aptitude. The old man murmured to himself, "Let me take a look as well." Intrigued, Wu Yun joined in the study of the runes on the Qingzhu bag. Indeed, there are clues. Within merely 3 seconds, Wu Yun discerned something as well. He sensed the surroundings blurring, while the runes on the Qingzhu bag grew increasingly vivid. In this peculiar state, a unique wave surged in his mind. Could this be mental power? At that moment, intangible mental energy began to seep from his mind, gradually materializing before him, sketching the very runes he had just observed. There's an even stronger one. The old man was astonished, shifting his gaze to Wu Yun. While Lin Dong had only managed to outline half of the rune, Wu Yun had successfully sketched the entire symbol. His mental power is extraordinary, Master Yun exclaimed. Lin Dong's mental energy remained within the realm of an ordinary person, whereas Wu Yun's had surpassed that of a typical individual, potentially even double that. When Lin Dong emerged from that strange state, he was drenched in cold sweat. He apprehensively glanced at Wu Yun, who appeared to be in the same state of tranquility, patiently waiting. Brother seems unfazed, truly worthy of the title. Soon, Wu Yun also regained his composure. How was it, brother? Were you able to fully outline that strange rune? Lin Dong inquired. And you? Wu Yun replied. I only managed to outline half before I couldn't continue. How odd. Could I possess a talent for mental power? Wu Yun pondered. From the implications of their exchange, it appeared that his mental talent surpassed that of Lin Dong. Lin Dong was destined to be a figure of the level of a rune ancestor. If the original host, Wu Yun, had such formidable mental aptitude, it would be inconceivable for him to have remained obscure beyond the novice village. It must be due to my transmigration, Wu Yun mused. This mental power was, to a degree, akin to the power of the soul, the power of intention. By assimilating the memories of the original host, he had naturally fused with the essence of the original soul. By the way, is this elixir sold by you? A crisp voice, tinged with a hint of arrogance, suddenly interrupted the conversation between Wu Yun and Lin Dong. They turned to see a young woman in a pale red dress, holding the elixir bottle Wu Yun had just purchased, inquiring with curiosity. Yes, indeed. Do you have more? I wish to buy some additional. The woman exclaimed. I'm sorry, but I have none left, Wu Yun replied succinctly. You must have more, rest assured. Sell it to me, and I will offer you a satisfactory price. She pressed on, her expression growing increasingly displeased. Clearly, she was not accustomed to being refused. I've already stated that I have none. If you don't believe me, feel free to search me, Wu Yun said, shrugging his shoulders in a nonchalant manner. Where did this country bumpkin come from, daring to tease Qingzhu? At that moment, a handsome young man clad in a brocade robe approached rapidly, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Yun and Lin Dong, before turning to the woman with enthusiasm. Haha, Qingzhu, if you desire elixirs, just let me know. Why bother seeking others to purchase from? The young woman furrowed her brows slightly, clearly growing impatient with this wealthy young man. Great, another sycophantic rich heir, Wu Yun thought, shaking his head slightly. Why did he say another? This tactic was all too familiar. It was evident that this affluent heir intended to use Wu Yun and Lin Dong as pawns to curry favor with the goddess. Sigh. Let us go, Wu Yun said, pulling Lin Dong along, realizing they were indeed out of their depth among these city dwellers. Chapter 19. The master at the cliff of reverence upon witnessing Wu Yun and Lin Dong turned to leave. The young man in the brocade robe sneered disdainfully. However, the young woman grew anxious, reproaching, Hey, don't ruin my chance. It seems these elixirs are only available from them, as I haven't seen them elsewhere. The brocade-clad youth was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently thwarted her plans. Allow me to call them back, he declared, pointing at Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Shouting arrogantly, You too, wait a moment. Wu Yun ignored him and continued on his way. The young man, growing desperate, rushed forward and reached out to grab Wu Yun's shoulder. Enough already, move aside. Wu Yun's energy surged forth, and he pushed him away with a swift motion. How dare you retaliate? Do you know the Lu family of Yin City? The brocade-clad youth fumed, his arm still tingling from Wu Yun's earlier strike. Come again, he commanded, gathering a verdant glow in both palms, his formidable energy surging forth. Late-stage Earth origin realm. Wu Yun frowned, astonished that he had encountered a wealthy heir of such prowess. The realm of Yin City was indeed vast. He too unleashed his Xianyu hand, his palms appearing like white jade, enveloped in an icy blue aura. Bang! The two clashed once more. The brocade-clad youth was sent flying by Wu Yun's Xianyu hand, fortunately caught by a middle-aged man accompanying him. Wu Yun, on the other hand, was taken aback, reflecting inwardly, what a superficial display. The man clad in splendid garments possessed the strength of a late-stage Earth origin realm. Yet his energy was scattered and unfocused, rendering him inferior to one in the mid-stage of the same realm. Young master, you are no match for him, declared the middle-aged man, preparing to strike. His energy surged, instantly unleashing the power of the celestial origin realm. Both Wu Yun and Lin Dong tensed, becoming vigilant. One drew his blade, while the other formed seals, bracing for combat. Fighting is prohibited within the Chamber of Wonders. Surely, you are aware of this rule? A profound voice resonated from behind them. Wu Yun turned to find that, unbeknownst to them, the elder in gray had silently approached. Master Yin, exclaimed the woman in red, along with the two from the Liu family, as they hurriedly bowed in respect. Master Yin merely cast a fleeting glance at them, dismissing their presence, and instead smiled at Wu Yun and Lin Dong. With a gesture, he directed two streams of formless power into their foreheads. Motionless, Wu Yun was horrified to discover that, in that instant, he had lost control over his body. Meanwhile, Master Yin observed the vibrant and restless spiritual energy within their minds, particularly noting that Wu Yun's mental prowess had nearly reached the level of a seal master, which elicited a glimmer of surprise on his otherwise stoic face. Are you too interested in becoming seal masters? The inquiry sent ripples of astonishment throughout the crowd. Master Yan's standing was exceedingly esteemed. He was the only seal master in Yin City, his status rivaling that of the city lord. The fact that he expressed a desire to take these two as disciples was nothing short of extraordinary. Countless individuals in Yin City yearned for the opportunity to study under Master Yin, yet these two had been chosen by him. The woman in red and the man in splendid attire stood dumbfounded, realizing they had inadvertently offended someone of great importance. Wu Yun and Lin Dong exchanged glances, hesitation flickering in Lin Dong's eyes. They contemplated. The prospect of becoming seal masters was undeniably appealing. Yet their dedication to martial cultivation already consumed a significant portion of their time. Diverting their focus to the path of seal crafting might hinder their progress. This is a monumental decision. We kindly ask for the opportunity to discuss it with our families. Once we have thoroughly considered it, we shall return to seek your guidance. Master, Wu Yun suggested delicately, refraining from outright rejection. Master Yin, the most formidable figure in Yin City, could serve as a protective umbrella for their early development. In the original tale, Lin Dong refrained from becoming his disciple due to concerns about exposing the stone seals, yet he accepted Master Yan's gifts, establishing a de facto master-disciple relationship. Wu Yun felt confident that his system would not be exposed, thus he harbored no reservations about seeking Master Yan's mentorship. Moreover, Master Yin was a benevolent individual. Very well, you must think this over carefully, otherwise, you risk squandering such remarkable spiritual talent, Master Yin remarked with palpable regret. The loss of such a gifted individual would be a profound disappointment to anyone, and he undoubtedly harbored a deep appreciation for talent. If he could not take them as disciples, it would leave him with a lasting sense of regret. He extracted 2 items from the bag of wonders, 2 identical talismans, and a rather unremarkable tome. He distributed 1 talisman to each of the 2, while the book, titled Divine Movements, was bestowed upon Wu Yun. You two may peruse this together. Should you harbor an interest in talismans, you may use these talismans to seek me at the Wanjin Merchant Association. Thank you, Master. Wu Yun and his companion expressed their gratitude before departing from the oddities pavilion. Lin Dong remarked, Brother, that Master Yin is quite extraordinary. If we could become his disciples, not only would we acquire the skills of a talisman master, but we would also gain a formidable ally in Yin City. Then why did you hesitate earlier? I was concerned that Master Yin might uncover the secret of the stone talismans. Lin Dong confessed his apprehension. He was certainly tempted by Master Yan's words. Wu Yin responded, I too contemplated this, which is why I did not agree immediately. Your concerns are valid. The stone talismans are more susceptible to exposure compared to my items. If we were to grow close over time, it would be challenging to conceal such secrets from a powerful mentalist like Master Yin. Nevertheless, his keen interest in us suggests that our mental fortitude must not be lacking. We cannot squander this opportunity. Thus, I intend to seek Master Yin as my mentor. You need not do so. I shall impart my knowledge to you once I have learned, which seems the most prudent course. Indeed, that sounds like a well-thought-out plan from you, brother. After reaching a consensus, they returned to the inn. Upon the return of Luo Cheng and others, Wu Yun recounted the encounter with Master Yin, omitting Lin Dong's reservations. Yunner, you have garnered Master Yan's attention. Luo Cheng exclaimed, astonished. He understood better than Wu Yun the esteemed position Master Yin held in Yin City. The 4 major factions, such as those in Qingyang Town, could rise or fall at his utterance. Of course you should seek him as a mentor. How could you not? To align yourself with Master Yin is a stroke of fortune, His prowess rivals that of the city lord. Following him, you shall undoubtedly learn great skills. Without hesitation, Luo Cheng approved of Wu Yun's intention to become Master Yan's apprentice. Although he was Wu Yun's teacher, he had always regarded Wu Yun as his own son, and thus had no qualms about Wu Yun acquiring another mentor. Rather, he felt a sense of joy for him. It would be somewhat impolite to have not accepted his invitation on the spot. I shall accompany you to the Wanjin Merchant Association to meet Master Yin, Luo Cheng emphasized, instructing the others to wait at the inn as he took Wu Yun to the Merchant Association. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the Wanjin Merchant Association, where Wu Yun presented the talisman. Ah, you are indeed esteemed guests of Master Yin. Please, follow me, the attendant at the entrance said respectfully, leading them to the VIP room to await their meeting. I have never enjoyed such treatment at the Wanjin Merchant Association before. Master Yin truly holds you in high regard, Luo Cheng remarked, surprised at the talisman's influence. Chapter 20. Senior Sister Ziyue. Just as Master Yin returned from the oddities pavilion, he felt a twinge of regret, worrying he might have missed two prodigious disciples. Suddenly, the manager of the Wanjin Merchant Association approached him, informing him that someone bearing his talisman had come to see him. Who might it be that seeks me at this hour? He wondered. Master Yin was perplexed, as his talismans were not widely possessed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the VIP room, Yin Xian, having detected Wu Yun through his mental prowess, quickened his pace in delight. Greetings, Master Yin. Both Luo Cheng and Wu Yun stood up promptly. Your presence here suggests that you have come to a realization and wish to become my disciple, Yin Xian remarked with a smile. Indeed, Master, Wu Yun affirmed, instantly uplifting Yin Xian's spirits. Luo Cheng added, Master, my son Wu Yun is fortunate to have caught your esteemed attention. He is unaware of your renown and nearly missed the opportunity to learn from you. It is indeed a blessing for him to be your apprentice. Yet he did not respond immediately. Oh, you are Wu Yun's father, Yin Xian noted. To be precise, I am his adoptive father. Wu Yun lost his parents at a young age, and I took him in. Luo Cheng succinctly shared Wu Yun's background with Master Yin, adhering to the customary formalities of apprenticeship to spare the elder from investigating the disciple's origins. Yin Xian replied, the Guangdao Martial Arts Academy, right? Very well. Henceforth Wu Yun shall be my disciple. Should your academy encounter any difficulties, feel free to approach the Wanjin Merchants Association. We can also collaborate. Take this token. You may seek the steward directly. Thank you, Master, Luo Cheng exclaimed with excitement. Securing a connection with the Wanjin Merchants Association was immensely significant for the Guangdao Martial Arts Academy, ensuring they would have support in Yin City, allowing them to sell materials such as ironwood and Yang Yuan stone directly to the association. At that moment, Wu Yun performed the formal rites of apprenticeship, officially recognizing Yin Xian as his master. Very well, Yunner, you shall train with me for a time, Yin Xian declared. Luo Cheng had no objections and left Wu Yun behind. Wu Yun handed the divine movement scripture to Luo Cheng, saying, Master, please deliver this to Lin Dong. He will remain to train, and being by Master Yan's side, he no longer requires this technique. Once Luo Cheng departed, Master Yin inquired about Lin Dong. What about the other lad? Why didn't he come? Although Lin Dong's talent was not as extraordinary as Wu Yun's, he was the strongest individual Yin Xian had encountered apart from Wu Yun. Wu Yun replied, Lin Dong's family is not in Yin City. He likely needs to return to discuss matters with them. However, he probably won't study talisman crafting under you, Master, or else he would have accompanied me. Lin Dong has his own path, so there is no need for you to worry about him. Huh, you seem to be suggesting that I am begging you to learn. Master Yin chuckled, unable to contain his amusement at Wu Yun's mature demeanor. Come, let us proceed to the Talisman Master Association. By the way, I have taken 2 disciples in Yin City. You are the second. Soon, you will meet your senior sister. Wu Yun inquired, what is the Talisman Master Association? He was indifferent about meeting his senior sister and instead sought clarification about the association. Yin Xian explained, the Talisman Master Association is a collective of talisman masters. Every sizable city has its own association, and Yin City is no exception. I am the president of the Yin City Talisman Master Association. Introducing the Rune Master Association, a rare hint of pride gracing the speaker's tone. While not widely known, the association's strength is by no means negligible. In Flame City, there exist 3 dominant factions. As you may be aware, yet the Rune Master Association stands on equal footing with them. Unlike the rigid regulations that govern the other factions, the association exhibits a degree of relaxed informality, which does not diminish its influence. Wu Yun found his horizons broadened by the revelation of such an impressive organization. Before long, you too shall become a member of the Rune Master Association. Thus, I shall be affiliated with an organization. Following Yin Xian, they arrived at a secluded courtyard. Upon entering, the simplicity of the surroundings was evident, yet the tranquility of the environment was striking. Several modest bamboo huts stood ahead, while a spacious area lay behind. culminating in a towering structure in the depths. Numerous individuals were present within. This is where the Rune Master Association resides. All those here are Rune Masters, and I typically reside in this place. For the time being, you will cultivate your skills here. Master Yin. Master Yin. Upon seeing Yin Xian, each individual offered their respects. While casting curious glances at Wu Yun, a young man accompanying Master Yin was certainly noteworthy. Bring Ziyu here. Master Yin instructed a young disciple. Before long, a strikingly beautiful young woman approached. Tall and clad in a purple robe, her skin was as pale as snow, with delicate willow-like eyebrows, an oval face, and cherry-red lips, her features sculpted into a vision of exquisite beauty. However, the frosty demeanor of her countenance made it clear to others, keep your distance. Teacher, the young woman called out with a melodious voice. Ziyu, you have arrived. This is my newly accepted disciple, Wu Yun, who shall henceforth be your junior brother. Please guide him through the basics of cultivation, Master Yin stated, entrusting Wu Yun to Ziyu. Oh, junior brother, Ziyu exclaimed, her previously icy expression shifting slightly. She had not anticipated her teacher would take on a disciple. Thus, she scrutinized Wu Yun with newfound seriousness. To have caught her teacher's attention and been accepted as a pupil was indeed no small feat. Ziyu had once surpassed many young talents in Flame City to become a disciple herself. Instinctively, she unleashed her mental energy to probe Wu Yun. Suddenly, Wu Yun felt an intrusive force attempting to penetrate his mind, and he immediately focused his will to resist. What powerful mental fluctuations! Ziyu marveled, realizing that even her second-tier Rune Master mental strength could not subdue Wu Yun. Observing the scene, Master Yin chose not to intervene, silently acknowledging Ziyu's nature. She would not relent until she discerned the truth. Wu Yun, feeling overwhelmed by the pressure, could only endure the discomfort before softly pleading, "Senior sister, be gentle." At this, Ziyu's cheeks flushed slightly, and she ceased her probing. This talent far surpasses my previous understanding. Nearing the level of a first-tier Rune Master, she mused, reassessing Wu Yun with a transformed attitude. Rest assured, teacher, I will diligently instruct my junior brother in the fundamentals. Ziyu responded, a rare smile gracing her lips. Initially, she harbored a disinclination towards teaching due to a lack of patience. However, exceptions were made for geniuses. All right, Xiaoyan, you shall first follow your senior sister in your training. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my guidance. Yes, master, Ziyue remarked. Come along, junior brother. From now on, you will be under my tutelage. Ziyue led Wu Yun to a bamboo cottage, assisting him in arranging his bedding and other necessities, while also familiarizing him with the surroundings of the Talismonger Society. During this time, Wu Yun found himself under a barrage of envious glances. Ziyue was indeed the most enchanting goddess of the society, adored by many. Yet she maintained an air of aloofness, allowing no one to approach her. However, today, she was seen frequently entering and exiting with Wu Yun. Eventually, the two entered a room, remaining inside for quite some time. Within the room, Wu Yun and Ziyue sat facing one another. Ziyue instructed, Junior brother, let us commence your training. Clear your mind and follow my lead. Chapter 21, Returning Home. The divine divides yin and yang. The movement of the spirit heralds the beginning of life. Ziyue softly recited, imparting the mental cultivation mantra to Wu Yun and guiding him in a seated meditation, encouraging him to circulate the mantra. Before long, Wu Yun began to grasp the obscure and enigmatic incantation, his focus sharpening and entering a state of concentration. After approximately 15 minutes of remaining as still as a statue, Wu Yun's consciousness suddenly wavered, and threads of mental energy began to seep from his mind, gradually expanding outward. As this mental energy spread, Wu Yun, with his eyes closed, distinctly perceived the interior of the cottage. This vision was not akin to what one would see with the naked eye. It resembled a divine perspective, unobstructed by physical barriers. Soon, his vision expanded further, the intangible mental energy drifting into the sky, enabling him to clearly survey the movements surrounding the bamboo cottage. This extraordinary ability to perceive left Wu Yun feeling profoundly intrigued. Compared to elemental energy, mental energy appeared to be far more ethereal, yet undeniably tangible. The spread of his mental energy was unstoppable, penetrating walls and earth alike. His spiritual entity had detached from his body. Ziyue's eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth agape. It was simply unfathomable. For the first time, merely upon his initial encounter with the cultivation of mental energy, he not only managed to condense his spiritual entity, but also allowed it to float away from his body. What Wu Yun accomplished with apparent ease was a feat that many talismongers struggled to achieve even after a month, or in some cases, a year of practice. Even Ziyue, the most gifted among them in Yinqing, required 3 months to reach this stage. Do I still need to teach him? Am I worthy of being his teacher? Such thoughts crossed Ziyue's mind. Previously, she had prided herself on being a genius, but in comparison to this junior brother, she felt utterly insignificant. Wait, whose mental energy is that? Within the Talismonger Society, probing into another's mental energy was strictly forbidden. Who possessed such audacity? It appeared to belong to the lad accompanying senior sister Ziyue. Outside, the practitioners of spiritual power swiftly detected Wu Yun's spiritual entity, pointing and whispering among themselves. It became evident that one should refrain from probing into Wu Yun's essence, prompting him to hastily return to his original form. In the distance, Master Yan, leisurely sipping tea, appeared to be momentarily frozen, as a faint blush unexpectedly graced his otherwise impassive countenance. I had underestimated this young man's innate talent for spiritual power. His heart swelled with uncontainable joy. Acquiring this disciple was akin to discovering a hidden treasure. Returning to his state, Wu Yun looked joyfully at Ziyue, asking, "Sister, is it truly so? Is it truly so?" He too was engulfed in excitement, for this novel experience of power felt utterly enchanting. "Well, it's a bit of a stretch," Ziyue replied, slightly tilting her head. "Oh, have you also learned to feign modesty?" Wu Yun chuckled inwardly. Ziyue's acting was rather transparent. He did not believe this was merely a stretch. It was evidently a tactic to playfully tease her junior brother, a ruse he had encountered often in novels. Subsequently, Ziyue continued to instruct Wu Yun in the art of spiritual imprinting. Originally scheduled for a month, the lessons were advanced significantly. Lin Dong returned to the Lin family and began his exploration of the divine movement scripture. After half an hour, he too found his spiritual entity leaving his body, surveying the Lin family courtyard. So, spiritual power is so easily cultivated. It appears I have the potential to surpass my elder brother in this regard, Lin Dong thought confidently, immersing himself further into the practice of spiritual power. 1 month later, Wu Yun had essentially grasped the fundamentals of spiritual power, with the remaining time devoted to gradual cultivation and the condensation of talismanic seals. System: extract the lunar nether chi. A silvery orb, reminiscent of moonlight, appeared in Wu Yun's hand. He consumed it directly and began to refine it using the Xintian technique. Over a month had passed since he last approached the threshold of the mid-stage of the Earth origin realm, and now he found himself once again at a bottleneck. He prepared to break through using the lunar nether chi, which was the most optimal substance for cultivation in the Earth origin realm. As the lunar nether chi entered his body, a chilling sensation enveloped him, freezing him inch by inch from within. The formidable force of nether chi relentlessly assaulted Wu Yun's body, penetrating deeply into his bones, causing excruciating pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. Fortunately, the recent cultivation of his spiritual power had significantly enhanced his capacity for mental control, enabling him to withstand the torment inflicted by the nether chi. Whether it was elemental energy or spiritual power, the process of cultivation acted upon him, with both elements complementing one another. Just as one must reach the Earth origin realm to cultivate spiritual power, the strength of spiritual power could also feed back positively into the cultivation of elemental energy. As the Xintian technique gradually operated, strands of nether chi began to integrate into his dantian. As night passed, the frost enveloping Wu Yun finally dissipated. Upon reopening his eyes, 2 beams of silver light shot forth. He had finally reached the late stage of the Earth origin realm. What a potent force of nether chi. Wu Yun couldn't help but marvel. At this moment, nearly all of his elemental energy had transformed into lunar power, allowing him even to employ the Ziji Demon Eye. Wu Yun concluded that this might be the pinnacle of the Earth origin realm. The strength of the Earth origin realm is often gauged by the presence of the sinister force within the primordial energy. For instance, the demonic body possessed by Qing Tan allows for an unparalleled development of the Earth origin realm. Henceforth, I shall refine this realm further. To my astonishment, the Xintian art has reached its 3rd tier. Wu Yun mused quietly. If I continue to cultivate in this manner, with a total of 9 tiers, I could attain the Yuandan realm at most. It seems I had previously overestimated the Xintian art. While it possesses certain intriguing qualities, it ultimately stems from a low martial world and thus has its limitations. In a fantastical realm like Tianxin continent, it cannot be considered truly significant. However, as Wu Yun delved deeper into the Xintian art, he discovered its remarkable adaptability and comprehensive development for the human body. Its theoretical underpinnings are sound, yet the primordial energy represents a more formidable force, necessitating further practical exploration. Perhaps Lin Dong's stone talismans could elevate this technique to a more potent level. A thought that excited Wu Yun. Junior brother, the master has sent you to the Wanjin Merchants Association. Your adoptive father has arrived in Yin City. Ziyu informed Wu Yun. Thank you, senior sister. I shall depart at once. Wu Yun replied gratefully before hastily making his way to the Wanjin Merchants Association. After a month apart, He had exhausted his supply of elixirs and found himself missing his comrade, Lin Dong. By the way, senior sister, I may need to return home for a while and come back later, Wu Yun added, turning back to bid farewell to Ziyu. Having spent time together, Wu Yun had come to understand that his senior sister, though seemingly aloof, harbored a warm heart and treated him exceptionally well. Ziyu nodded gently. Do remember not to neglect your cultivation. Once Wu Yun had walked out of sight, she pouted slightly, reflecting on her fondness for his company. Watching him progress swiftly in his training filled her with a sense of achievement, and now that he was returning home, she felt an inexplicable sadness. Upon arriving at the Wanji Merchants Association, Wu Yun met with Luo Cheng and Lin Dong. Before requesting a leave of absence from Master Yin to return to Qingyang Town with the merchant caravan. Upon reaching the Guangdao Martial Arts School, just as he approached the entrance, a white figure dashed out, leaping into his embrace. As he stroked the adorable, round, and fluffy head of Bai Yun, Wu Yun felt an overwhelming sense of comfort. There truly is no place like home. Bai Yun, did you miss me? Bai Yun nuzzled against Wu Yun, whining with a sense of grievance, as if questioning why he had been away for so long. All right, I was wrong. Next time, I shall take you with me. Wu Yun consoled, feeling equally reluctant to part with Bai Yun. The primary reason for his hurried return this time was indeed his longing for Bai Yun. Chapter 22, Bai Yun's Training Resources. What is it like to possess a companion beast? This experience is difficult to share with others. Only those who have cared for pets can truly understand. All right, no more sulking. Let me see how strong you've become. Wu Yun entered the courtyard with Bai Yun. Although merely a month had passed, Bai Yun had grown significantly, now reaching the height of Wu Yun's thigh, and it was estimated that in a few months, she would be ready to ride. Within the Guangdao Martial Arts Hall, Bai Yun enjoyed the finest sustenance, attended to by dedicated caretakers. Come, let us spar. Wu Yun clenched his fists. With a resounding roar, Bai Yun, filled with enthusiasm, crouched low, instantly emanating the imposing aura of the king of beasts. A formidable wave of elemental power radiating from her being. Midstage Earth Element Realm. Wu Yun was astonished, not anticipating Bai Yun's rapid growth, which had nearly caught up to him. Moreover, the fierce aura she exuded was comparable to that of a late-stage Earth Element Realm warrior. Is this the innate talent of the white Tiger Bloodline? Wu Yun felt a twinge of envy. Whoosh! A gust of wind announced Bai Yun's explosive speed as she charged forward, leaping into the air with her tiger paw splayed wide. So swift. Wu Yun employed his phantom steps, evading her advance, while striking down with his Xianyu hand against Bai Yun's paw. The force was remarkable, and Wu Yun could not help but marvel at the power rebounding from her strike. The wind from the tiger. Bai Yun's speed was astonishing, despite her seemingly bulky physique. She exhibited remarkable agility. The white tiger is indeed a master of combat, as the adage suggests. After a brief exchange, Wu Yun had already sensed Bai Yun's formidable offensive capabilities, along with her apparent mastery of several lethal techniques, rivaling even Wu Yun's fourth-grade martial arts, likely gleaned from her bloodline. All right, that's enough, Bai Yun. After a clash of blows, Wu Yun withdrew. You were fantastic, and you didn't slack off. Tomorrow, I'll take you hunting. The next day, Wu Yun arranged to meet Lin Dong to hunt demonic beasts in the back mountains of Taimu Manor. I want to go too, exclaimed the spirited Qing Tan, swiftly climbing onto Xiao Yin's back upon hearing about the outing. Take her along, big brother. She's already a master in the earth element realm. It'll be fine, Lin Dong said with a hint of resignation. The body of the demon fiend cultivates swiftly. Wu Yun marveled at Qing Tan's speed, rivaling that of Bai Yun with her white tiger bloodline. Now that even Qing Tan has reached the earth element realm, I must hasten my progress lest this little girl overtakes us. Qing Tan waved her tiny fist defiantly. Humph, Wu Yun go, Lin Dong go. I will surpass you both sooner or later. In the original narrative, she was indeed earnest in her training, striving to keep pace with Lin Dong. Now, both Bai Yun and Xiao Yin had matured considerably. However, they were still somewhat uncoordinated in carrying Wu Yun and Lin Dong, while the petite Qing Tan fit perfectly atop. Upon arriving at Taimu Manor, Wu Yun first surveyed the area, discovering that the underground lava cave had yet to be unearthed before proceeding to the back mountains. He was eagerly anticipating signing in at the underground lava cave, yet it seemed quite deep, and it would take time to excavate. Once in the back mountains, they swiftly encountered a demonic beast, a fire shadow wolf. Xiao Yin, go now. Bai Yun, you too. The hunt for demonic beasts served two purposes, to enhance their own combat abilities and to train the two tigers. The white cloud rushed forth like a swift breeze, quickly striking down the fire shadow wolf with a single blow. Brother, the growth of the white cloud is astonishing. Its strength likely surpasses mine, Lin Dong remarked. Just moments ago, the fire shadow wolf had exhibited remarkable speed and the ability to unleash fiery attacks. making it a formidable foe that even mid-stage Earth Yuan realm practitioners struggled to contend with. Yet, it was effortlessly dispatched by the white cloud. At that moment, Xiao Yin darted forward, tearing apart the carcass of the fire shadow wolf and voraciously devouring the demon crystal within. Meanwhile, the white cloud seemed indifferent to the demon crystal, returning to Wu Yun's side after vanquishing the wolf. "Why aren't you eating the demon crystal?" by Yun. Qing Tan inquired, puzzled. Xiao Yin had a fondness for demon crystals and was not picky about them, while the white cloud was quite the opposite. Wu Yun had also noticed this peculiarity and had made it a point to gather information regarding the nurturing of demon beasts while in Flame City. Generally, demon beasts possess an innate understanding of their needs for rare treasures and will actively compete for beneficial items they encounter. As Wu Yun stroked the white cloud's head, he realized that its refusal of the demon crystal indicated it held no advantages for her. "What do you typically feed by Yun to facilitate such rapid growth?" Lin Dong asked, intrigued. "I just provide her with regular food. Her swift advancement is primarily due to her exceptional talent." Lin Dong felt a pang of unfairness. "I feed Xiao Yin everything, yet he hasn't caught up to Bai Yun." In truth, without the comparison to Bai Yun, Xiao Yin was already quite impressive, now comparable to a beginner in the Earth Yuan realm. "Brother Wu Yun, if you can find a treasure that Bai Yun enjoys, she could potentially grow even faster," Qing Tan suggested. "That should be the case, but I have yet to encounter such a treasure," Wu Yun sighed. "Perhaps you could try this," Lin Dong exclaimed, producing a small vial that appeared to contain stone talisman spirit liquid. This liquid, formed from the stone talisman absorbing the energies of heaven and earth, had proven effective for Lin Dong, yielding favorable results in every situation. "Let me give it a try," Wu Yun said, his anticipation mounting as he opened the vial. Indeed, the white cloud stirred, leaning closer to the vial to catch its scent. "Come, drink this," Wu Yun urged, pouring the stone talisman spirit liquid into the white cloud's mouth. The white cloud did not refuse, even licking the vial afterward. "It works," Wu Yun exclaimed with glee, realizing that finding a spirit item that Bai Yun favored would be the key. The stone talisman spirit liquid had only a moderate effect on the Earth Yuan realm. "Brother, let's try this one next." Lin Dong was equally excited, retrieving a pill refined from the stone talisman from his bag. Upon catching a whiff of the spirit pill, the white cloud eagerly approached, her eyes sparkling, and she swiftly devoured it. "Ha ha, brother, I may have found something Bai Yun truly enjoys." Lin Dong laughed joyfully, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. Wu Yun and Qing Tan exchanged puzzled glances. Then, Lin Dong produced 2 fiery red pills from his bag, holding one in each hand. "Bai Yun, which one would you like to eat?" He spread his hands, allowing the white clouds to make a choice. Qing Tan remarked, "Aren't these both Yang Yuan pills?" Wu Yun's eyes brightened as he grasped Lin Dong's intent. Both were indeed Yang Yuan pills, yet they differed. One was commercially available, while the other was refined from a stone talisman. The white cloud leaned in, inhaling the essence from both of Lin Dong's hands, ultimately consuming the Yang Yuan pill from his left hand. Lin Dong nodded at Wu Yun. As anticipated, the white cloud opted for the pill refined from the stone talisman. The talisman-refined elixirs were devoid of impurities, and the white cloud could discern the difference. However, after consuming it, she gazed at the Yang Yuan pill in Lin Dong's right hand, hesitated briefly, and then consumed it as well. I surmised the white cloud's requirement. She sought pure energy, as she was currently unable to refine and expel excess impurities. Wu Yun understood. The Yang Yuan pill was derived from Yang Yuan stones, which were natural products and inherently free of impurities. The talisman refinement merely enhanced its purity. The white cloud, possessing the bloodline of the white tiger, had, to some extent, transitioned from a wild beast to a cultivated entity. Qing Tan exclaimed, "In other words, the white cloud desires to consume the same pills as us. That will make it exceedingly challenging to care for her." To Qing Tan, elixirs were precious commodities. Conversely, Lin Dong felt elated, thinking, "Brother, in this case, I can take charge of the white cloud's future sustenance." Otherwise, every time they slew a beast, the spoils would go to Xiao Yan, leaving Lin Dong feeling somewhat embarrassed. Suddenly, a rumble echoed through the forest. "What is that sound?" Qing Tan asked in astonishment. Wu Yun immediately extended his mental probe. "Hiss, it's a pack of wolves." Chapter 23. Preparing to strike first. Wu Yun's expression instantly turned grave. Through his mental vision, he observed a horde of fiery shadow wolves charging toward them. Now less than 100 meters away. "There's no time left. Lin Dong, and I will hold them off." Qing Tan, ride Xiao Yin and quickly inform the villagers to prepare for the beast assault. "Hurry, Qing Tan," Lin Dong urged. They both understood that Qing Tan and Xiao Yin were the weakest here. If they all retreated together, they would undoubtedly be pursued by the fiery shadow wolves, with Qing Tan inevitably bringing up the rear. "You two be careful. I will swiftly summon Grandpa and the others to rescue you." Without hesitation, Tan mounted Xiao Yan and raced back to Ironwood Village. Kill. Wu Yun and Lin Dong exchanged determined glances. Wu Yun drew his treasured blade, adorned with numerous runes that shimmered with a faint purple glow. This thunder pattern blade was a gift from Ziyue, forged from thunder pattern steel, with the runes personally inscribed by her. It perfectly complemented his practiced martial arts, the frenzied Thunderblade and Thunderstrike. Frenzied Thunderblade. Wu Yun swung the thunder pattern blade with both hands, channeling his mental energy to activate the runes on the blade, directing its formidable edge toward the oncoming first fiery shadow wolf, and struck down fiercely. Whoosh! The fire shadow wolves were cleaved in two. Yet, the gruesome scene failed to intimidate the remaining wolves. Rather, it intensified the crimson glow in their eyes. Dozens of fire shadow wolves encircled the trio of humans and the tiger, launching a frenzied assault. Chimen Seal. Lin Dong unleashed his formidable secret technique. Lin Dong, conserve your strength. There are far too many of these demonic wolves, Wu Yun cautioned. These fire shadow wolves were beasts of the earth origin realm, and despite Lin Dong's full-force strike, he could only severely injure one. If he continued to unleash his powerful moves, he would not last long. With the Xinyu hand, the purple extreme demon eye, the phantom shadow stealth step, and the crane control dragon capture technique, the martial arts from the Xiantian treasure record proved invaluable in this dire moment. Although Wu Yun was unaware of the exact rank of these martial arts, he recognized their immense utility. They were timeless in their effectiveness. While lacking in overwhelming offensive power, they served as versatile supportive techniques, harmonizing seamlessly with any martial art. Positioned in a triangular formation, the two men and the tiger provided mutual protection. The battle raged fiercely. They fought like cornered beasts, surrounded by the fire shadow wolves, who pressed their relentless attack. Each person had to fend off multiple wolves simultaneously. Before long, Lin Dong was injured, his body bearing numerous wounds. As Wu Yun distractedly assisted him, he too was inadvertently clawed by one of the wolves. Suddenly, a thunderous tiger roar reverberated through the mountains and forests. Upon witnessing Wu Yun's injury, Bai Yun was driven to madness. Her fur bristled, and with a thunderous roar, she unleashed a terrifying beastly aura. The tail of the fire python stood erect. With a swift leap, Bai Yun plunged into the midst of the fire shadow wolves, her claws extended and jaws agape, tearing apart the wolf that had harmed Wu Yun. In mere moments, she shredded it into several bloody pieces. However, at that moment, none of the fire shadow wolves dared to retaliate against Bai Yun. They even recoiled in fear, avoiding her presence. Enraged, Bai Yun continued her slaughter, and the wolves she targeted quivered in submission, as if confronted by some unspeakable horror. Even the mightiest wolf king trembled. Was this the suppression of bloodline? The truth of it dawned upon Wu Yun, who was equally astonished as he sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from Bai Yun, yet he felt no inclination to resist. Unlike the wolves, the authority of the Beast King exerted an even stronger dominion over the demonic beasts. Kill! Wu Yun shouted. Seizing the opportunity as Bai Yun frightened the wolves into submission, he and Lin Dong charged into the pack, wreaking havoc. Bai Yun's imposing presence effectively weakened the wolves. In that moment, Wu Yun also realized that after merging with the Yin Xian Sha Qi, his Yin Sha Yuan Li had grown immensely powerful. The difference was night and day compared to before. The same martial arts now yielded effects several times more potent, rendering his basic attacks equivalent to others' ultimate moves. He skillfully dispatched each fire shadow wolf with precision, reveling in the battle. The tide of conflict shifted as the pack of fire shadow wolves found themselves encircled by the two of them. Dozens of the wolves began to scatter in disarray, fleeing the scene, leaving behind a grim tableau of carcasses. Lin Dong, Wu Yun, Qingtan rode in on Xiao Yan, accompanied by a group of anxious followers. Yet, by the time they arrived, the battle had concluded. They stood in stunned silence, gazing at the multitude of wolf bodies strewn across the ground. Did you two do this? Luo Tong exclaimed, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Wu Yun and Lin Dong were merely at the Earth origin realm, and with Bai Yun, they were only 3 in number, while 27 fire shadow wolves, also of the Earth origin realm, lay defeated before them. At that moment, Xiao Yan had already dashed into the midst of the dead wolves, scavenging for demon crystals. He devoured all 27 crystals, instantly advancing to the mid-Earth origin realm. Observing this, Lin Dong sheepishly relinquished all the spirit liquid he had to Bai Yun. This forest had been thoroughly cleared by us. There shouldn't be such a horde of demon beasts remaining. Moreover, the fire shadow wolves dwell deep within their territory. What could have compelled them to emerge so suddenly? Indeed, had it not been for Wu Yun and Lin Dong holding them at bay, allowing these fire shadow wolves to charge into Taimu village would have resulted in significant losses for us. Fire shadow wolves are not prone to vacating their territory lightly. I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye. In the aftermath, Luo Cheng, Lin Jintian, and other high-ranking officials from both families reviewed the situation. When they first discovered the Yang origin stone vein, they meticulously cleared the surrounding mountains, wary of potent demon beasts that could pose a threat. Yet now, more beasts had appeared, and in such numbers. Could the Yang origin stone vein have attracted them? This possibility could not be dismissed, yet it also hinted at human intervention. They dispatched a team to investigate. Indeed, 3 days later, results emerged. Luo Tong reported, someone has lured them using the juice of the fire origin fruit. We found numerous leaves along the wolf's path, smeared with its essence. The fire origin fruit was a third-tier spirit herb, highly enticing to demon beasts like the fire shadow wolves. Lin Qingzhu, who had been stationed at Taimu village, remarked, since this was orchestrated by someone, it must be the Lei and Xia families. Our extensive investment of manpower in Taimu village has drawn their attention, and we have frequently spotted their spies in the vicinity. I even suspect they may have infiltrated our ranks. It was evident that the Lei and Xia families were preparing to strike. Wu Yun contemplated the situation. They had already attempted to trade for the Yang origin stones twice, and the Lei and Xia families likely knew of its existence. It was only a matter of time before a confrontation ensued. As he recalled the original narrative, Wu Yun pondered the tactics employed by the Lei and Xia families. He resolved to take the initiative. With knowledge of the enemy, there was no need to remain passive under attack. They would likely send assassins after him and Lin Dong. Furthermore, the Black Dragon stronghold was also one of their schemes. With this in mind, Wu Yun devised a plan. In the original story, the Lin family struggled against such threats, but times had changed. Wu Yun is a time traveler endowed with foresight. Chapter 24. The Transaction of Elixirs. In the estate of the Lei family, a report was made to the family head. We have attracted the Fire Shadow Wolves, but they have been discovered by the Kuang Dao Martial Academy. The wolf pack has suffered severe losses and has been dispersed, now posing no threat to the Ironwood Manor. Lei Pai bowed his head in deference. Crash. In a fit of rage, Lei Bao slammed his hand onto the table, shattering the sandalwood surface into pieces. After expending so many fire element fruits, to have it all come to naught. What is the meaning of this? Did you not assure me of success? It is all Wu Yun and Lin Dong's fault. They just happened to be hunting beasts in the back mountains with the fire python tiger and encountered the fire shadow wolves prematurely. Nonsense. Those two young boys could not possibly fend off a wolf pack. Lei Pai trembled as he spoke. According to the scouts, it was indeed they who repelled the wolves. I find it hard to believe, but it is said that Wu Yun has reached the late stage of the Earth origin realm, while Lin Dong is at the mid-stage. Lei Bao exclaimed, these two brats continually thwart the Lei family's endeavors and are growing far too swiftly. If we do not eliminate them soon, they will undoubtedly become a significant threat. Ensure that someone keeps watch over the Kuang Dao Martial Academy and the Lin family, tracking Wu Yun and Lin Dong. As soon as either of them is alone or without a heavenly origin realm expert accompanying them, report immediately. Family head. The Kuang Dao Martial Academy has been drawing close to the Wanjin Merchant Association. I have learned that Wu Yun seems to be acquainted with Master Yin from Yin City. Lei Pai cautiously reminded. The status of the Wanjin Merchant Association and Master Yin is far beyond what the Kuang Dao Martial Academy can aspire to. Moreover, they are not the only ones with powerful backing. Rest assured, Master Gu from the Blood Garment sect stands with us. And the Blood Garment sect wields influence rivaling that of the Wanjin Merchant Association. Understood, family head. I shall make the arrangements forthwith. Lei Pai replied, feeling reassured. At Ironwood Manor, Wu Yun said to Lin Dong, during this period, we shall concentrate on our cultivation within the manor and refrain from venturing outside. He suspected that following the incident with the Fire Shadow Wolves, the Lei family would be even more vigilant toward the two of them, eager to eliminate them swiftly. As they were merely at the Earth origin realm, should the Lei family deploy a heavenly origin realm expert, it would spell danger. Thus, they needed to accelerate their strength enhancement. Lin Dong responded, I was just about to seek your guidance on mental prowess. Very well, let us explore this together. Wu Yun examined Lin Dong's progress and discovered that he had completed the first layer of the Divine Movement sect and opened his Naiwan Palace, officially embarking on his journey. Wu Yun stated, to become a talisman master, aside from cultivating mental strength, the most crucial aspect is to condense one's life talisman imprint. The condensation of talisman imprints is the essential path to becoming a talisman master. For only when one's mental strength is truly condensed into a life talisman imprint can one rightfully be called a talisman master. Once these life talisman imprints are successfully condensed, they not only significantly enhance one's control over mental strength, but also refine it further, solidifying its essence. Life talisman imprints can be passed down through generations, though most are self-condensed. However, each person's talisman imprint varies, with differing strengths and capabilities. Thus, having a mentor to guide one is of utmost importance, for without proper instruction, one may struggle to even condense a talisman imprint. Lin Dong. So, The path of the Talisman Master is indeed profound. Fortunately, elder brother, you possessed foresight and took Master Yin as your teacher. The method of imprinting taught to me by Master Yin can only condense ordinary talismans. Yet it is sufficient for us to become talisman masters. I shall impart this knowledge to you at once. Both of them possessed innate mental strength. And after a month of diligent training, they were ready to condense their first talisman. 3 days later, Wu Yun successfully condensed a talisman, and Lin Dong followed suit the very next day. Wu Yun was astonished by this level of comprehension, marveling at Lin Dong's innate talent as the child of destiny. While Lin Dong's progress was akin to self-learning, Wu Yun had the advantage of direct instruction from Ziyu, who had even shown him her own condensed life talisman. Wu Yun. Indeed, we are now talisman masters. We merely lack the spiritual techniques to fully harness our abilities. Spiritual techniques? Yes. Spiritual techniques are a unique form of martial arts that require mental power to execute, in contrast to traditional martial arts that necessitate elemental force. These techniques are categorized into levels, named after the 3 vital elements of the human body, ranked from low to high as essence, qi, and spirit. However, preceding these is a basic category of spiritual techniques. Such techniques are exceedingly rare, far scarcer than martial arts. According to my senior sister Ziyu, Master Yin possesses only one qi-level spiritual technique, which he regards as his treasured secret, and to this day, has yet to pass it on to Ziyu. It seems I must journey to Yin City to acquire some spiritual techniques. Lin Dong, brother, I shall accompany you. My Yang Yuan pills are running low. Indeed, we currently lack sufficient elixirs. Wu Yun acknowledged the situation. Their supply of elixirs was shared, and with the addition of Bai Yun, the demand had increased. While the sources were limited, one was through the trading post in Qingyang town, which did not offer high-grade spiritual medicines. The other was from the Tai Mu family in Ironwood Manor, who discreetly provided some Yang Yuan stones for pill refinement, though the quantity was insufficient. You will accompany me to Yin City. 2 days later, Luo Cheng would lead the merchant caravan into Yin City, and Wu Yun set off with Bai Yun. Upon arriving in Yin City, Wu Yun said, Master, allow me to handle the transaction for the Yang Yuan stones this time. I have connections within the Talisman Master Association that can secure a greater quantity of Yang Yuan pills. Luo Cheng was overjoyed. He had faith in Wu Yun's capabilities. If such a fortunate opportunity arises, I entrust it to you, Yuner. There are a total of 900 Yang Yuan stones. You all wait for me at the inn. Lin Dong shall accompany me. Subsequently, Wu Yun took Lin Dong and Bai Yun to a nearby inn beside the Talisman Master Association, instructing Lin Dong to refine all the Yang Yuan stones into Yang Yuan pills in his room. They produced 300 pills. Wu Yun exclaimed joyfully that taking back 100 would suffice, while the remaining 200 would be kept for their own use. 900 Yang Yuan stones, at the standard market rate, would typically yield no more than 90 pills. 100 pills. The astonishing quantity of elixirs Wu Yun provided left Luo Cheng and the others utterly amazed. Master, many of my fellow talismans practitioners are adept at refining Yang Yuan Dan, so kindly allocate a greater quantity to me. In the future, once I ascend to the rank of a second-grade talisman master, I shall also be able to refine them, and I will take charge of all then. Wu Yun spoke earnestly, attempting to persuade. Excellent. Luo Cheng responded with great delight. After concluding the transaction, Luo Cheng returned with his team, while Lin Dong chose to remain behind, intending to return with Wu Yun next time. Wu Yun ensured Lin Dong was settled. Grinning as he said, You may wait for me at the inn. I will exchange these 200 Yang Yuan Dan for Yang Yuan stones. The inn is conveniently located next to the Talisman Association, so there is no need to worry about safety. He then accompanied Bai Yun back to the Talisman Association, where Ziyu promptly sought him out. Junior brother, you have returned. Ziyu exclaimed upon noticing Bai Yun at the entrance. Oh, what a peculiar beast. Senior sister. This is my companion. She was previously a fire python tiger, but has since mutated. Do not fear. Bai Yun is very gentle. You may touch her if you wish. Bai Yun, what a lovely name. She is quite beautiful. Ziyu expressed her desire to approach. However, Bai Yun turned away and retreated into the room, resembling a rather aloof little cat. Hee, Bai Yun might be shy. By the way, senior sister, I seek your assistance with a task. What sort of task? I wish to trade for a batch of Yang Yuan stones. Chapter 25, Breaking Soul Blade and Thunder Flame Sword. After more than a month of acquaintance, Wu Yun had gained a certain understanding of Ziyu. Her family is engaged in the mining and medicinal pill business. As a second-grade talisman master, Ziyu's family holds a prominent position in Flame City, collaborating with the Wanjin Merchant Association. Beyond her family's influence, the primary reason Wu Yun sought her for trade was her dedication to cultivating her mental fortitude, rendering her quite innocent and largely uninvolved in the business intricacies. Ziyu replied, Exchanging for Yang Yuan stones is no issue. Leave it to me. How many do you require? Over 1,000 pieces. Wu Yun replied earnestly. It was indeed a substantial amount. I currently possess 50,000 pieces, which should suffice. Ziyue stated nonchalantly. 50,000 pieces. Wu Yun echoed in astonishment. The Yang Yuan stone mine at Taima Manor had been excavated for nearly 3 months, yielding less than 5,000 pieces. A considerable sum for the Guangdao Martial Arts School and the Lin family. Yet, Ziyue nonchalantly carried 50,000 pieces. What exemplifies disparity? This is the very essence of it. Senior sister, who would have thought you were quite the affluent lady? Wu Yun remarked, taking a deep breath. That is sufficient. Senior sister, please assess. I have 200 Yang Yuan Dan. How many Yang Yuan stones can this yield? Oh, let me see. Ziyue took the pills to examine. Before long, she became serious, exclaiming, Ah, junior brother, these Yang Yuan Dan are of exceptional quality. I have never encountered such pure Yang Yuan Dan. They are likely to reach perfection. What does that imply, senior sister? Ziyue, different individuals extract Yang Yuan pills from the Yang Yuan stone, yet the quality varies significantly. Typically, we assess the purity of the extracted Yang Yuan pills on a scale of 10. Most pills available in the market possess only around 50% purity, derived mainly through talismanic arrays. I am capable of refining pills with a purity of 60%, while my teacher, a 4th seal talisman master, achieves a maximum of 70%. However, your pills are nearly of 10% purity. Is there such a nuance? Generally, they only perceive their Yang Yuan pills as having a slightly more radiant luster. Junior brother, where did you acquire this pill? Ziyue inquired with curiosity. Wu Yun scratched his head, saying, Please hold on, let me think of a response. Upon noticing his hesitation, Ziyue quickly realized that there are unspoken rules in business. It is customary to observe without prying. Thus, she understandingly remarked, If it is inconvenient for you to disclose, that is perfectly fine. Everyone has their own secrets. I am merely intrigued by how you achieved such high purity. Indeed, it is rather inconvenient to explain, and I hope sister can understand. As for this purity, I am also unaware of the exact refining process. If I ever learn it, I shall certainly inform you, sister. Very well, I shall take all of your pills. Should you have more in the future, do remember to come to me for trade. Pills of such purity are immensely beneficial for cultivation, and I intend to use them myself. Rest assured, sister is no outsider. I shall not shortchange you on the price, nor will I inquire about the origins of your pills. Ziyue expressed her understanding. She was astute enough to recognize the importance of not probing into others' secrets. In the marketplace, such matters abound. One cannot incessantly question others' mysteries. Otherwise, if similar items arise in the future, others may become wary and cease trading with her, causing her to miss opportunities. The exchange rate for pills of 50% purity is 11 Yang Yuan stones each. For yours, I shall offer 15 per piece. This price is already quite generous, especially considering that few possess sister's discerning eye. Agreed, it's a deal. I trust you, sister. Wu Yun had no objections, and in truth, he had anticipated a mere 200 pills exchanged for 3,000 Yang Yuan stones. The profit was astounding. Holding a fully packed Qingzhu bag of Yang Yuan stones, Wu Yun marveled at how this talismanic stone was indeed a tool for rapid wealth. Now that our transaction is complete, let me see how your mental energy cultivation has progressed during this time. Have you been diligent? Hee, sister, look. Wu Yun displayed his life talisman imprint. The life talisman imprint, Ziyue exclaimed in astonishment, her mind momentarily blank. To elevate to a 1st seal talisman master in just over a month of cultivation is astonishingly swift for a junior brother. She could no longer maintain her composure, unable to feign that her junior brother possessed mediocre talent. Come, let us visit Master Yin. After regaining her senses, Ziyue pulled Wu Yun to seek out Master Yin. Now that Wu Yun was a 1st seal talisman master, he no longer required her guidance. The two arrived at Master Yin's bamboo abode. Master, after exchanging greetings, Wu Yun presented his life talisman imprint to Master Yin. Following his surprise, Master Yin began to elucidate the path of cultivation that lay ahead for Wu Yun. The most elementary and fundamental application of mental power lies in shaping it into weapons, such as swords, spears, and shields, for combat. Most advanced mental techniques derive from this foundation. Regardless of the technique, the control of mental power remains paramount. Furthermore, there are mental weapons, known as spirit tools. These spirit tools represent one of our most formidable means, as we seek materials capable of harboring mental power, crafting them into weapons, and employing mental power to command these weapons in battle. Indeed, the cultivation of any power necessitates both skill and equipment. Wu Yun grasped Master Yan's intent after the explanation. Following this, Master Yan, harboring great expectations for Wu Yun, generously imparted knowledge. Yan Xian stated, I shall now bestow upon you 2 mental techniques, the ordinary level technique, Soul Shattering Blade, and the advanced technique, Thunderwave. Ah, sighed Ziyue, realizing Master Yan's favoritism towards his junior disciple upon hearing of the advanced technique. She had only begun learning after advancing to the second-rank Talisman Master. Ziyue, you shall learn alongside him. I intend to teach you the Thunder Wave as well. Thank you, Master, Ziyue exclaimed joyfully, having long coveted the Thunder Wave. Although both techniques are of advanced level, there exists a distinction in their strength, with Master Yan's Thunder Wave being among the elite. After recording the two techniques, Master Yan retrieved a set of small swords from his cosmic bag, Thunderfire swords. Ziyue's eyes sparkled upon seeing this exquisite set, one of her teacher's most cherished treasures. The Thunderfire swords are forged from Thunderstrike wood and Flame Essence stone, intricately inscribed with multiple runes under my personal craftsmanship. They embody the ferocious attributes of thunder and fire, renowned for their offensive power. Even a formidable opponent at the Yuandan realm would have to evade their edge in my hands. With your current strength, you could pierce through the defenses of a Tian Yuan realm expert. This shall be your first gift from me. Master Yin presented the sword set to Wu Yun. Thank you, Master, Wu Yun replied as he accepted the sword set. Upon opening it, he discovered 7 small swords, each the size of a palm, thin as a cicada's wing, exquisitely crafted, with dark red blades adorned with runes. Ziyue felt a twinge of envy, recognizing the value of such a gift, but also understood Master Yan's reasoning. She herself possessed a mental weapon, though it paled in comparison to the Thunderfire swords. Such treasures cannot be acquired merely with wealth. Although talisman masters are generally not lacking in resources, the materials they require are exceedingly rare. With this set of equipment, my combat prowess should double, Wu Yun thought eagerly, eager to test the might of the Thunderfire swords. Chapter 26, The Annihilation of the Black Dragon Stronghold. In the tavern, in a small dark room, Lin Dong exclaimed, "Brother, so many Yang Yuan stones," as he held the cosmic bag in delight. Of course, let's quickly refine them. This batch of elixirs will sustain us for quite some time. Indeed, Lin Dong worked tirelessly day and night, ultimately refining 3,000 Yang Yuan stones into 1,000 Yang Yuan pills. In the ensuing days, Wu Yun devoted himself to consuming these pills to cultivate his elemental power and hone his spiritual techniques. A month later, Luo Cheng and the others once again arrived at Yin City for trade, bringing with them over 2,000 Yang Yuan stones. Wu Yun, following the previous method, swallowed this batch of stones alongside Lin Dong, and then they returned together to Qingyang town. Luo Tong remarked, "According to the information we've gathered, the Lei and Xie families have been unusually active during this period, maintaining close ties with the surrounding bandit factions, particularly the Black Dragon Stronghold. I fear the Lei family may have forged an alliance with them." Lin Jintian shook his head and responded, "An alliance is secondary. The Black Dragon Stronghold possesses only 2 experts at the Heavenly Origin realm. My concern is that Lei Bao may achieve a breakthrough to the Elemental Dan realm ahead of us. Currently, the pinnacle of combat power in Qingyang town lies within the late Heavenly Origin realm. If someone breaks through to the Elemental Dan realm, it would upset the balance." Brother Jintian makes a valid point, Luo Cheng concurred. Thus, it is imperative for the 2 of us to strive to break through to the Elemental Dan realm as swiftly as possible. Among the 4 major factions, it is merely a matter of time before open conflict ensues. Wu Yin interjected, "Master, Elder Lin, I believe we need not remain so passive. Since the Lei and Xie families have been confirmed as our enemies, why wait for them to strike first? We should take the initiative to diminish their strength, particularly that of the Black Dragon Stronghold. If we neglect them, they may launch a surprise attack when the 4 factions engage in battle, which would be quite distressing. My suggestion is to assign someone to monitor the Lei and Xie families. As long as Lei Bao and Xie Qian remain inactive, both Master and Elder Lin can focus on their seclusion to break through to the Elemental Dan realm before them. Then, we can address the surviving forces of the Lei and Xie families." Wu Yun's words carried significant weight, and everyone listened intently. I support Brother Wu Yun's perspective. Lin Dong was the first to voice his agreement. Luo Tong followed suit, and soon after, others nodded in affirmation, expressing their consensus. Luo Cheng declared, "Indeed, Yuner possesses remarkable courage. If that is the case, we shall proceed as you suggest, but we need not rush into confrontation with the Lei and Xie families. Let us first eliminate the Black Dragon Stronghold." Once the plan was established, Luo Tong, Lin Xiao, and Lin Ken, 3 experts at the Heavenly Origin realm, led a group directly toward the Black Dragon Stronghold. "Senior brother, leave the second in command of the Black Dragon Stronghold to me for some practice," Wu Yun requested eagerly. Luo Tong was delighted. "Oh, junior brother, you are confident you can handle a Heavenly Origin realm expert? I am uncertain until I try, so I plan to test my abilities. However, I would appreciate your support during the encounter." Wu Yun chuckled. He was now just a step away from the Heavenly Origin realm, with his mental prowess nearing the mid-level of a first Seal Rune Master. armed with the formidable Lei Yin sword, a powerful rune artifact. He felt confident in facing an early-stage heavenly origin expert. The only element he lacked was practical combat experience. Upon arriving at the Black Dragon stronghold, they shouted, "Kill!" Luo Tong and his companions surged forward from 3 different directions, each well acquainted with the topography of the Black Dragon stronghold. Armed with preparation and the prowess of 3 formidable Celestial Realm warriors, they advanced with unwavering determination. Bai Yun, charge forth. Wu Yun commanded, mounted atop Bai Yun, brandishing his thunder pattern blade as he plunged into the fray. Yin Qua and Wu Sha, your nefarious deeds will meet retribution today. We shall cleanse your wickedness in blood. Luo Tong proclaimed, rallying under the banner of justice. Junior brother, I entrust Wu Sha to you. Lincoln and Lin Xiao had already engaged with Yin Qua, while Luo Tong observed from the sidelines. Famed wind-rending hand. Wu Sha, I have long awaited this encounter. Wu Yun dismounted from Bai Yun, a smile adorning his face. You dare challenge me? Wu Sha scoffed, recognizing Wu Yun as merely a practitioner of the Earth realm. I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between the celestial and Earth realms. Prepare to perish. With that, he unleashed his wind-rending hand. The shadow of Wu Sha's imposing figure loomed over Wu Yun, and his right palm, imbued with a terrifying force, struck out with sudden ferocity. In that instant, it felt as if the very air had been torn asunder, a sharp, piercing sound of wind resonating and causing those who beheld the scene to change countenance in alarm. Truly, the might of a celestial realm warrior was fearsome. The deafening sound reverberated around Wu Yun, who, at that moment, sensed the imminent peril. His gaze fixated on the expanding imprint of the palm in his vision, while he fervently drew upon the Yuan force stored within his dantian, channeling it into the thunder pattern blade. Thunderstrike. The blade, aglow with violet luminescence, cleaved toward Wu Sha with the force of a tempest. The Yuan force surged, and a wound appeared on Wu Sha's palm. Such formidable Yuan force. He gasped in astonishment, realizing that Wu Yun's energy could breach his protective barrier. Never before had an Earth Realm practitioner achieved such a feat yet. There was more to come. A grin crept upon Wu Yun's face. He had discerned that his enhanced Yin force, empowered by the Taiyin Xian Sha Qi, could indeed contend with a nascent celestial realm warrior. Now, it was time to test his spiritual prowess. Soul-shattering blade. Wu Yun concentrated his spiritual energy into a dagger-like form, devoid of a hilt, and thrust it toward Wu Sha's head. A spiritual assault. You are a talisman master. Wu Sha's complexion shifted dramatically as he hastily gathered his internal Yuan force for defense, cloaking himself in a formidable barrier. However, the intangible soul-shattering blade pierced through his forehead, disrupting his protective aura. Blood streamed from Wu Sha's eyes, and a sharp pain lanced through his mind, leaving a crimson mark upon his brow. At that moment, the spiritual blade was also dissipated by the force of the clash. He actually withstood it. Wu Yun exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Wu Sha possessed more resilience than anticipated. Yet, he still had the Thunder Wave and Thunder Flame sword at his disposal, both far surpassing the soul-shattering blade in might. Then let us see what my Thunder Flame sword can do. Wu Yun reached for his Qian Kuan pouch, and with a flash of light, 7 dark red small swords erupted from within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Under the manipulation of Wu Yun, Xiao Jian unleashed a barrage of strikes from various directions towards Wu Sha. With a swift motion, Wu Sha attempted to block the Thunder Flame sword. However, the might of the Thunder Flame sword was beyond his capacity to withstand. As the flying sword pierced directly through his palm, the remaining 6 flying swords also impaled him from different angles. Wu Sha perished in a violent explosion of blood. Under the might of the Thunder Flame sword, he was utterly defenseless. Luo Tong released his grip on the hilt of his sword, while the surrounding disciples of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School felt their throats constrict, casting glances at Wu Yun that were now tinged with awe. A late-stage Earth origin practitioner engaging a nascent Sky origin practitioner. Such terrifying combat prowess was indeed unimaginable. I may not even be a match for my junior brother. Luo Tong mused silently. Though he was a mid-stage Sky origin practitioner, he dared not claim he could withstand Wu Yun's bizarre and formidable psychic attacks, nor the Thunder Flame sword capable of effortlessly penetrating his protective aura. Meanwhile, the brothers Lincoln and Lin Xiao effortlessly dispatched Yin Qua. The Black Dragon stronghold was henceforth relegated to the annals of history. Returning to the Ironwood Manor, the following day, Wu Yun and Lin Dong conducted their routine inspection of the estate. Suddenly, a disciple approached, exclaiming, "Senior brother, we have discovered a passageway within." Wu Yun felt a surge of joy. They had finally unearthed the underground lava cave. Chapter 27, Supreme Yangqi, Solar Profound Yangqi. Accompanied by 2 tigers, Wu Yun and Lin Dong entered the mine with the disciple. After 6 months of excavation, the mine had become quite profound, with countless earthen tunnels. A worker had inadvertently breached a passage, and out of curiosity, he ventured inside, only to suffer severe burns. The air within seemed saturated with an intensely hot gas. Upon reaching the depths of the mine, the disciple pointed toward a deep passage. "You all stay here. Lin Dong and I will venture in to investigate." Wu Yun instructed the disciples to remain outside. He then led the way, and as he extended his hand into the crevice, he immediately felt his entire arm become searingly hot. A particularly scorching gas infiltrated his skin's pores, penetrating his body and ultimately flooding his dantian. Fortunately, the Insha energy within his dantian was sufficiently robust to ward off this searing energy. Wu Yun remarked, "Though these gases are tumultuous, they harbor a unique form of yang qi." The two men and two tigers proceeded further. After navigating the narrow fissure, they entered a vast expanse of crimson shattered rocks. From a distance, it appeared as though molten lava flowed, with intense heat radiating from the ground, causing the very air to shimmer. The gaze of the two men and two tigers was soon drawn to a colossal structure at the center of the area. There stood an enormous, towering beast bone, measuring several dozen zhang in height. Though it was merely a skeleton, it still emanated a powerful oppressive force, causing Wu Yun and his companion to feel a pang of trepidation. "Roar!" Xiaoyan suddenly let out a low growl, darting onto the beast bone and frantically digging at the skull of the colossal creature. It possesses a mutated bloodline, and the demonic crystals left within the beast's body exert an overwhelming allure upon it. Before long, the little flame retrieved a fiery red object. To everyone's astonishment, it was a sphere the size of a fist, perfectly round and distinct from the usual demonic crystals. This fiery orb bore a slight resemblance to a tiny infant. Wu Yun could already sense the terrifying energy contained within the orb. However, the little flame swallowed it whole. "Little flame, don't eat recklessly," Lin Dong hurriedly cautioned. But it was too late. "It's fine. If little flame dares to consume it, it must be capable of absorbing the energy within," Wu Yun reassured. Yet, the ability to absorb energy is one matter, while enduring pain is quite another. As soon as the little flame ingested the demon core, its body began to swell rapidly, only to revert to its original form almost instantly, writhing in agony on the ground. Bai Yun anxiously cried out nearby. Although she found the little flame too mischievous, she could not bear to witness its suffering, being her younger brother. "Do not worry. Transformation requires enduring such pain. Did you not endure it yourself before?" Wu Yun comforted, gently stroking Bai Yun's large head. Soon, the little flame ceased its rolling. At that moment, its once fiery red fur became even more resplendent, resembling flames in its brilliance, while its claws shimmered with a fierce luster, deeply embedded in the ground, leaving no doubt about its lethal capability. Its aura had already reached the mid-level of the Earth origin realm. The power of the mutated bloodline is truly remarkable. Such an all-encompassing evolution, given sufficient resources, can rival the speed of the white tiger bloodline. Wu Yun mused silently. "Roar!" Bai Yun let out a low growl, scratching the ground with its claws. Its large head turning towards the rear of the colossal beast's skeleton, becoming agitated and tense. Following her gaze, Wu Yun observed atop the rocks a flower of an alluring crimson hue, surrounded by a faint mist. It exuded an aura of danger that dissuaded any approach. "This must be the Fire Ancestor demonic flower," Wu Yun thought to himself. The Fire Ancestor demonic flower is a rare and precious herb, yet for him at this moment, it is akin to poison. At this point, the Fire Ancestor demonic flower noticed their presence, and the faint mist began to drift towards them. Both Bai Yun and the little flame sensed the impending danger and swiftly clutched the hems of their trousers, urging them to retreat. It seemed that whoever came into contact with the mist would meet their demise. However, the mist from the demonic flower was swift, and the cave was small, leaving them with no time to escape. In a critical moment, Wu Yun pushed Lin Dong forward. "Hey, big brother, you're selling me out," Lin Dong thought, bewildered. In an instant, the mist enveloped his body, and his mind grew hazy, overwhelmed by an extreme sense of weariness and weakness, as if the vitality within him were being forcibly siphoned away. At that moment, Wu Yun shouted, "Use the stone talisman." Lin Dong finally realized what was happening. He raised his palm, directing the stone talisman towards the swirling smoke. In the next moment, the talisman's radiance dispersed, drawing in the surrounding mist. Before long, it had absorbed all the encroaching vapor. However, the talisman was not yet satisfied and aimed directly at the Fire Ancestor demon flower, consuming the entire blossom. "Brother, I'm going to explode," Lin Dong cried out in agony. "Stay calm. Activate the divine movement technique," Wu Yun reminded him. Although he felt a pang of envy in his heart, the Fire Ancestor demon flower was indeed a significant boon for Lin Dong. Though he was aware of the treasures belonging to the child of the plain, seizing them was beyond his capability. The energy of the fire ancestor demon flower was simply too formidable for their current strength to withstand. Lin Dong was able to partake in a portion of its energy through the stone talisman because it, along with the heavenly demon mink within, absorbed the majority of the flower's energy. Ding! The system has detected that the host has arrived at the sign-in location. Would you like to check in? Oh, mine has arrived too, Wu Yun exclaimed, his previous dejection dissipating. You have your advantages, and I have mine. Check-in. Ding! Check-in successful. Rewards received. Supreme Solar Chi. Sun Profound Chi. Lunar Profound Evil Chi. Solar Profound Chi. These two complement each other perfectly. It seemed the system understood him well, providing him with items most beneficial at this moment. Brother, I'm fine now. Lin Dong joyously stood up from his meditative posture. I've completed the first 3 layers of the divine movement technique, and my mental strength has greatly increased. The fire ancestor demon flower is a miraculous herb for mental fortitude. Before absorbing its essence, I had only cultivated to the first layer, and now, in the blink of an eye, I have broken through 2 layers. This speed is astounding. Wu Yun felt a twinge of jealousy. Brother, it seems that cultivating mental strength is easier than cultivating elemental power, Lin Dong, still reveling in his advancement, excitedly remarked. If you were to say that to my teacher, I wonder how he would respond, Wu Yun replied, rolling his eyes. In the past, it took him 2 months to master the first 3 layers of the divine movement technique, which had deeply discouraged Yin Xian and Ziyu. Ziyu took 2 years, while Yin Xian took 4 years. I despise 2 types of people, those who have advantages and those who prevent me from having advantages. Wu Yun finally understood this sentiment. Hee, I'm just sharing this with you, brother, Lin Dong chuckled. Such boasting, if shared with others, might lead to dire consequences. Even I would want to strike you. Wu Yun retorted with a hint of annoyance. Today, both you and Xiao Yan have made significant gains. Quickly check if this solar chi can be refined so that we can brew some for Bai Yun. Chapter 28. Breaking through the celestial origin realm, the design of the Lei family. Alright, let me give it a try. Lin Dong spread his palm, holding the stone talisman towards the turbulent solar chi in the air. Although this gas contained a rich essence of solar chi, the volcanic environment, with its magma rock walls and violent fire elements, rendered the solar chi's attributes fiercely volatile, making direct absorption impossible. A swirling mass of crimson gas was drawn into the stone talisman, only to re-emerge in Lin Dong's palm moments later. At this juncture, the hue of the gas had become notably purer. Roar! Bai Yun growled lowly, clearly enamored with this orb of energy. Wu Yun, seizing the purified Yang energy from Lin Dong's grasp, reveled in its potency. It was even more refined and concentrated than the Yang energy found within the Yang Yuan Dan, undoubtedly of at least 4th grade quality, Wu Yun surmised. Come, Bai Yun. Wu Yun urged, feeding the energy to Bai Yun. With this Yang energy, I should be sufficiently empowered to break through to the heavenly origin realm. Brother, quickly, procure more. He insisted, settling down on the spot to channel the Xin Tian Gong. He had long sensed the impending breakthrough, yet he needed just a little more assistance. Now, with this Yang energy of 4th grade caliber, he felt ready to ascend. He refrained from utilizing the recently acquired Sun Xiangang energy, fearing he might not withstand its intensity. Previously, absorbing the Taiyin Xiansha energy during his mid-earth origin stage had proven to be quite taxing. Once he broke into the heavenly origin realm, with a certain amount of Yang energy in his dantian, using the Sun Xiangang energy would become significantly easier. Lin Dong acted as a diligent attendant, tirelessly generating pure Yang energy and feeding it to Wu Yun. After a continuous supply of dozens of Yang orbs, a powerful reaction finally surged through Wu Yun. A vortex of origin energy formed, intertwining with the original Yinsha energy, now infused with strands of Yang energy. The heavenly origin realm was achieved. Wu Yun gradually opened his eyes, their brilliance reflecting the transformation within him. He felt his body invigorated, his origin energy now robust and more solidified. Congratulations, elder brother. You are likely the youngest heavenly origin realm cultivator in Qingyang town, Lin Dong proclaimed. Bai Yun, sensing the shift in Wu Yun's aura, nuzzled against him affectionately, sharing in his joy. Let us depart and inform our adoptive father and the others of this place. Upon exiting the lava cave, the system's notification finally chimed. Ding! The sign-in location has refreshed. Please sign in at the Dancian Pool. The Dancian Pool? The system was guiding him to follow the storyline. Currently, Taimu Manor had transformed into the stronghold of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School and the Lin family, with key figures from both factions residing there. Before long, Wu Yun and his companion led Luo Cheng, Lin Jintian, and others to the underground lava cave. However, they chose not to disclose Wu Yun's breakthrough to the heavenly origin realm. Wu Yun intended to conceal his strength, especially from the Yin Lei family. Luo Cheng and Lin Jintian, both at the pinnacle of the heavenly origin realm, were in dire need of special Yang energy to break through to the Yuan Dan realm. Achieving the Yuan Dan realm necessitated a balance of yin and yang energies within the body. Only through this equilibrium could they truly merge, culminating in the formation of a Dan. The abundance of yang energy here was rich, yet regrettably too volatile for direct absorption, Lin Qingzhu lamented. Grandfather, what if we try this? Lin Dong utilized the stone talisman to purify a sphere of yang energy for Lin Qingzhu to observe. Oh, Donger, how did you accomplish this? Well, I simply drew the yang energy from this place into my body and then circulated it. The violent factors dissipated on their own, Lin Dong replied, his eyes blinking innocently, concealing the secret of the stone talisman. This was the outcome of their earlier discussion, aimed at enabling Lin Qingzhu and Luo Cheng to harness the yang energy and expedite their breakthrough into the Yuan Dan realm. I have heard from my master that individuals with special constitutions can indeed expel harmful substances from their bodies. Lin Dong must be one of those rare individuals. Wu Yun chimed in. Lin Qingzhu and the others no longer entertained doubts and did not suspect anything further, oblivious to the weighty motives of their grandson. They immediately began to cultivate using the purified yang energy. Luo Tong approached Wu Yun. Junior brother, I have discovered something remarkable. He produced a piece of black metal approximately the size of a half-head. What is this? Wu Yun inquired. This is fragmented Yuan Xian steel, scavenged from the treasury of the Black Dragon stronghold. It possesses excellent properties for disrupting Yuan energy, if mixed into weapons. Even ordinary experts in the Tian Yuan realm would hesitate to take a direct hit. Otherwise, they would likely suffer grievous wounds. Moreover, this fragmented Yuan Xian steel has exceptional capacity for mental energy, allowing it to be forged into mental energy weapons. Oh, what a treasure! Wu Yun exclaimed in delight as he accepted it. In the original narrative, this piece of fragmented Yuan Xian steel was obtained by Lin Dong and fashioned into 10 fragmented Yuan shuttles, which became his first mental energy weapon, aiding him through his early challenges. I possess the formidable Lei Yin sword as my talisman. The fragmented Yuan shuttle is somewhat superfluous for me. However, I could gift it to my younger brother. Yet, crafting it into the fragmented Yuan shuttle would waste materials. Perhaps I could request my master to assist in forging it into a talisman. Wu Yun immediately conceived a plan. He had developed a fondness for his younger brother Lin Dong, both before and after his transmigration. Since their acquaintance, he had utilized him as a tool, which weighed on his conscience. This would be a fitting gift to make amends. Furthermore, Wu Yun realized that his signing-in system required Lin Dong, the chosen one of this realm, to trigger it. Henceforth, he could not afford to be separated from Lin Dong, as ensuring Lin Dong's strength kept pace with his own would be advantageous. Ironically, when Wu Yun first arrived in this world, he had intended to cling to Lin Dong for support, but now he inadvertently found himself as Lin Dong's pillar. Adoptive father. Let me and senior brother Luo Tong lead the expedition to Yin City this time, Wu Yun proposed as the delivery day approached. No, with only Tonger at the Tianyuan realm, it would be too perilous. Luo Cheng promptly dismissed the idea. Wu Yun leaned in to whisper a few words into Luo Cheng's ear. Subsequently, Luo Cheng agreed to allow the two of them to lead the team. The Lei family. Master, the opportunity has arisen. The team from the Mad Blade Martial Arts School heading to Flame City was led by Luo Tong, the sole practitioner of the celestial origin realm among them, with Wu Yun included in the ranks. A mid-stage celestial origin expert, Wu Yun had previously slain Wu Sha, barely managing to contend with an early-stage celestial origin adversary. Very well, I shall immediately notify Xie Qian to send Xie Yu over, he declared, and inform Lei Pai to come see me at once. Soon, the three celestial origin masters of the Lei family quietly set forth, accompanied by a contingent of warriors, swiftly making their way towards Flame City. At the Mad Blade Martial Arts School, the master noted, indeed, the Lei family has dispatched 3 mid-stage celestial origin experts, along with over a dozen Earth origin warriors. Should we follow them? No need, Luo Cheng replied disdainfully. As long as Lei Bao and Xie Qian do not take action, we have nothing to fear. He recalled a previous conversation with Wu Yun, who had said, both by Yun and I have broken through to the celestial origin realm. With one of us alongside a tiger, we could contend with even late-stage celestial origin foes. Chapter 29, A Complete Counterattack. On the road to Flame City, Luo Tong rode at the forefront, the banner of the Mad Blade Martial Arts School flying high and unmistakable. Wu Yun sat atop by Yun, positioned alongside the procession. Go, go, go. The sound of galloping hooves approached, as a group of over 10 riders charged from behind. Suddenly, from the wooded area ahead, another contingent emerged, blocking the path of the Mad Blade Martial Arts caravan. They were encircled. Enemy attack, be on guard, Luo Tong shouted, drawing his treasured blade. The Black Wind stronghold dares to meddle in this affair. The emergence of the Black Wind stronghold took him by surprise, yet he remained calm. Knowing they were weaker than the Black Dragon stronghold, possessing only one celestial origin master. Kill them. Leave no one alive. From behind, the forces of the Lei and Xie families surged forward, intent on exterminating the Mad Blade martial arts caravan without hesitation. Lei Pai, Lei Xing, Xie Yu, and Cheng Feng from the Black Wind stronghold, for celestial origin masters, truly regarded Xiao Yun highly. That includes the weight of your senior brother's presence. Wu Yun and Luo Tong exchanged glances, both harboring a knowing smile of strategic triumph. Form ranks. Luo Tong commanded. The caravan sprang into action. As disciples emerged from the enclosed carriages, each wielding a crossbow. Those were the Zhuge Divine crossbows. Wu Yun had provided the blueprints to the blacksmiths of the Mad Blade martial arts school long ago, instructing them to commence their production. Having tested the Zhuge Divine crossbow previously, he knew its potency posed a significant threat to body refinement realm warriors. Even Earth origin experts could be injured if they were not careful. However, it could not breach the protective aura of the celestial origin realm. Even so, it was an impressive weapon. After all, the Zhuge Divine crossbow was a conventional armament, easily manufactured. They took cover behind the carriages, forming two lines, each aimed at the two groups of adversaries encircling them. As the forces of Lei Xie and Haifeng's Hai drew near, Luo Tong raised his hand and commanded, "Release the arrows." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The dark arrows shot forth in a relentless barrage. Lei Pai and the men of Haifeng's Hai had never encountered such formidable bolts from the Zhuge Divine crossbow. The extraordinary efficacy of the weapon wreaked havoc upon the seasoned warriors of the body refinement realm, leaving many severely wounded, along with several from the Earth origin realm. Before they could even approach the Guangdao Martial Pavilion, their ranks had already suffered devastating losses, their lower-tier combat capabilities rendered ineffective. Curse you, Luo Tong and Wu Yun. Today, you shall meet your demise. Cheng Feng bellowed. Most of Haifeng's Hai's forces were of the body refinement realm, and the casualties were predominantly among them. Fear not, senior brother. I shall handle the three behind us, Wu Yun assured. Luo Tong nodded, drawing his blade as he charged toward Cheng Feng. Let us see what you can do. Luo Tong had tested Wu Yun's strength prior to their encounter, which instilled confidence in him. Wu Yun, you crippled my disciple. Today, I shall claim your life. Lei Pai's eyes glinted with malice as he fixated on Wu Yun. Wretched dog of the Lei family, and the pups of the Xie family, come forth. My life is here. Let us see which ungrateful wretch dares to take it. Indeed, a sharp-tongued lad. Enough chatter. Kill him. Xie Yu's countenance darkened. Their Xie family was allied with the Lei family. Yet how could Lei be a dog, while Xie was merely a pup? Lei Pai and his companions charged directly at him. White Cloud, you take one. I shall handle the other two. Wu Yun playfully patted White Cloud's rear, and then drew the thunder pattern blade, rushing forward. Roar. White Cloud flicked her hindquarters and, with a low growl, lunged at Lei Pai. She would target the fiercest opponent, and just now, Lei Pai had been the loudest. A fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Though typically gentle, she transformed when it came to battle. This little white tiger, so proud and spirited, had chosen the most arrogant and powerful Lei Pai. Wu Yun could only shake his head in resignation as he entered battle mode. His eyes had turned a deep violet, allowing him to perceive Lei Xing and Xie Yu's movements with perfect clarity. The violet extreme demonic pupil proved invaluable in combat. Lei Xing concentrated a sphere of black light in his palm, invoking the Lei family's fourth-grade ultimate technique, the Thunderbolt Light. Xie Yu wielded a crimson longsword, spirit-breaking blade. Thunderous slash. Wu Yun divided his focus, channeling his mental energy into the spirit-breaking blade, piercing through Lei Xing, while his thunder pattern blade aimed at Xie Yu. Through earlier mental probing, he discerned that Xie Yu's strength was comparatively weaker, prompting Wu Yun to first subdue him with a thunderous assault. Indeed, Lei Xing had cultivated mental energy to protect his body with Lei Xing's aura, and with a grave expression, he could only passively defend against the spirit-breaking blade. His brow split, a sharp pain coursed through his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Clang. The clash of blades echoed. Meanwhile, Xie Yu's crimson long sword shattered upon impact. In contrast to the spirit-breaking blade wielded by Wu Yun, his sword was utterly fragile. Furious Thunderblade. Wu Yun subsequently unleashed the Thunderblade, channeling a formidable amount of primordial energy from his dantian into the rune-etched blade. With his mental prowess, he activated the runes, launching a frenzied assault upon Xie Yu. His primordial energy had been amplified through 5 tiers of Yin orbs, exquisite Taiyin Xianxia energy, and the 4th tier Yanggang energy from the lava cavern, rendering him far superior to Xie Yu, who merely absorbed the ordinary Yin and Yang energies from the air. Each strike effortlessly pierced through Xie Yu's protective aura, slicing into his flesh. The defining characteristics of the Thunderblade were its speed, ferocity, and chaotic onslaught. striking wildly once the target was locked in, akin to a tempest of thunder. In an instant, Xieyu's form was riddled with dozens of cuts, collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. As Lei Xing regained consciousness, he beheld the gruesome spectacle of Xieyou being butchered, akin to a watermelon being cleaved. "You are ruthless," Lei Xing exclaimed, his eyes flashing with intensity as he launched a palm strike at Wu Yun. His audacity stemmed from the assumption that, having just expended his strength to slay a mid-stage celestial realm opponent, Wu Yun would be lacking in primordial energy. "Old dog Lei, now it's your turn. Let me test the might of my advanced mental technique." Wu Yun sheathed the Thunderblade, executed the ghostly shadow step to retreat, and then unleashed a torrent of mental energy from his Naiwan palace, generating powerful waves akin to a thunderous resonance. Thunder shockwave. The air warped as an invisible wave surged toward Lei Xing. Bang. Lei Xing's eyes widened, his hair standing on end, and soon, tears of blood streamed down his face. Even as he maintained his attacking stance, the dark energy in his hand rapidly dimming, until he collapsed. Lei Xing was vanquished. Not bad. Wu Yun remarked to himself with a hint of satisfaction. His current strength was sufficient to handle 2 mid-stage celestial realm warriors, not a sweeping triumph, but a display of effortless mastery. Meanwhile, Bai Yun's tiger claw had penetrated Lei Pai's body, shattering his heart, thereby concluding the battle decisively. Let us assist the others. The Lei and Xie families still harbored numerous formidable Earth Realm experts, proving to be a challenging adversary against the team from the Crazy Blade Martial Hall. Wu Yun and Bai Yun dashed into the fray, their contribution ensuring that fewer lives would be lost among their comrades. As for Luo Tong, Wu Yun merely cast a glance at him, observing that he had firmly subdued Cheng Feng and deemed it unnecessary to intervene. After all, his senior brother also valued his reputation. If the man could handle a one-on-one confrontation, there was no need for support. Otherwise, upon returning, it would be said that while Wu Yun had slain 4 celestial realm experts, Luo Tong had claimed none, thus diminishing his stature as the leader. With Wu Yun and Bai Yun joining the collective battle, the tide swiftly turned, overwhelming the forces of the Lei and Xie families, leaving them with no chance to flee. At long last, the battle concluded. This ambush had been entirely turned against them. The Crazy Blade Martial Hall emerged victorious, suffering negligible losses. Chapter 30. The Natural Spiritual Weapon, Dragon Whisker's Needle. "Come here, Bai Yun. This is a reward for you." Wu Yun affectionately patted Bai Yun's large head and offered her 2 Yuan pills. Now, Bai Yun stood at Wu Yun's waist, her silky white tassels flowing gracefully, her large, intelligent eyes sparkling with wisdom. Her round head and fluffy ears irresistibly invited a gentle stroke, yet she seldom allowed anyone besides Wu Yun to touch her. With a low howl, Bai Yun squirmed, attempting to rid herself of the blood that clung to her. "Such a cleanliness obsession," Wu Yun remarked. Having recognized one of Bai Yun's flaws, her obsession with hygiene. The slightest speck of dirt would disturb her. Yet, this meticulousness was also a contributing factor to her adorable appearance. Wu Yun assisted her in cleaning her fur and wiping her mouth, after which Bai Yun finally contentedly swallowed the pills. At that moment, Luo Tong and his companions had finished clearing the battlefield and discovered 4 Qianquan bags, which held considerable value. "Brother, why not take advantage of the moment and obliterate the Black Wind stronghold before heading to Yen City?" Wu Yun proposed. With several Qianquan bags at their disposal, they could conveniently carry the spoils without hassle. "Excellent." Luo Tong readily agreed. He was not one to shy away from conflict. Since the Black Wind stronghold dared to oppose the Guangdao martial arts school, they deserved to be dealt with decisively. The 2, accompanied by the remaining disciples, swiftly descended upon the Black Wind stronghold. Afterward, they rummaged through the treasure vault of the stronghold. Wu Yun's gaze inadvertently fell upon a crystal the size of a human head. Though it appeared unremarkable, transparent with large patches of dark yellow impurities, the crystal's surface, while seemingly murky, revealed glimmers of golden light upon closer inspection. What captivated Wu Yun's attention was the dark golden hue within, which was unlike ordinary crystals. This one bore a rare color that piqued his curiosity. Could it be? Wu Yun eagerly reached for the crystal, scrutinizing it closely. "This crystal looks so dull and chaotic. It cannot be anything of value. Do you really find it significant, junior brother?" Luo Tong inquired, puzzled. "Hee, brother, I might have stumbled upon a treasure." Wu Yun could not suppress his laughter, growing increasingly convinced of his discovery. "It is not merely a precious amethyst. What value does it hold?" Luo Tong remained unconvinced. "This may be even rarer than amethyst." Holding the mottled crystal, Wu Yun led Bai Yun into a small dark room. He felt that this crystal was not an ordinary one, but rather a type of hair crystal, or more precisely, a superior variant known as board crystal. It was a material documented in the Xiantian treasure record, specifically within the chapter on hidden weapons. Certain natural crystals, under specific conditions and external influences, could develop golden thread-like formations within, known as crystal hair or hair gold, akin to the hair of the crystal itself. Regardless of the hue of the crystal, the mere presence of a single hair-like inclusion elevates its worth beyond that of even the finest natural crystals. Such crystals, adorned with these inclusions, are referred to as hair crystals. The golden inclusions within hair crystals are typically disordered and scarce. However, some particularly ancient hair crystals may exhibit a greater abundance of these golden strands. When the quantity of golden inclusions reaches a certain threshold and coalesces within the crystal, resembling sheets of gold, they are designated as sheet crystals. Wu Yun harbored suspicions that the piece in his possession was indeed a sheet crystal. He placed the crystal upon the bed and struck it with the side of a knife. With a resounding crack, the small, dim room trembled. The crystal shattered into fine powder, unleashing a myriad of golden specks that burst forth. Instantly, the floor of the room shimmered with a golden sheen. "Whoa!" Bai Yun exclaimed in astonishment, her white fur flecked with numerous golden particles. "Do not panic," Wu Yun reassured Bai Yun, gently collecting the golden flecks from her fur. Each particle was remarkably uniform in size, akin to grains of rice, perfectly rounded and glimmering with a faint golden light. At that moment, Wu Yun's spiritual energy resonated with the golden particles. He picked one up and gave it a gentle squeeze. The golden particle was soft yet remarkably elastic, resistant to being flattened by his elemental force. He channeled his spiritual energy into the golden particle, and a wondrous scene unfolded. The particle gradually elongated, transforming into a fine golden thread, thinner than a hair and measuring over 3 inches in length. Fortunately, its golden hue rendered it visible. Otherwise, it would have been nearly indistinguishable. Upon retracting his spiritual energy, the golden thread swiftly reverted to its original form. Indeed, it was a dragon whisker needle. Wu Yun felt a surge of delight. He never imagined he would have a moment of protagonism. The thrill of discovering such a treasure was exhilarating. The dragon whisker needle ranks 8th among the concealed weapons detailed in the Xiantian treasure record. According to its annotations, this needle is designed to penetrate inner energy defenses, requiring a substantial amount of internal power to wield effectively, delivering immense pain to unprepared foes. However, the materials needed to create it are rare, and its use demands significant internal energy, necessitating sufficient reserves for sustained deployment. It is a natural concealed weapon that requires no forging. Wu Yun employed his controlling crane and capturing dragon technique to gather the golden particles, estimating that he had amassed over 10,000 of them. Such a plethora of golden inclusions is a miraculous occurrence that could only arise from a sheet crystal over 10,000 years old. Wu Yun felt a wave of astonishment. According to the records of concealed weapons, this was indeed the case. 10,000 years. What an extraordinary concept. The potency of the dragon whisker needle is primarily related to the wielder's strength. The greater one's elemental force, the more substantial the impact. To Wu Yun, it represented a natural weapon of spiritual energy. Rotong, what are these? A formidable weapon of spiritual energy. Is this all? Rotong was evidently skeptical. Then, senior brother, would you care to give it a try? Wu Yun smirked, casting a playful glance at Rotong. The sight of Wu Yun's grin, reminiscent of an ancient silver coin, sent a chill down Rotong's spine. Perhaps it would be best to refrain. After a brief respite, Rotong instructed someone to return and report their safety before the group continued towards Yen City for trade. Upon arrival in Yen City, Wu Yun, alone and wielding a bag containing over 1,000 Yang Yuan stones, feigned a trading endeavor. However, unbeknownst to others, the stones had already been transformed into Yang Yuan pills by Lin Dong in advance. His unnecessary detour was a deliberate ruse to obfuscate his true intentions. Subsequently, Wu Yun remained in Yen City, enlisting craftsmen to forge the fragmented Yuan Xian steel into short shuttles and solicited Yen Xian's assistance in inscribing runes upon them. A month later, Wu Yun returned to Qingyang town, specifically to Taima Manor. Upon seeing Wu Yun, Lin Dong immediately expressed his joy. "Brother, you have finally returned. I have ascended to the Tian Yuan realm." Wu Yun replied, "That's splendid news. Congratulations. I happen to have a gift for you." Lin Dong grinned. "Brother, I too have a present for you." They exchanged knowing smiles, a testament to their camaraderie. "Oh dear, you two truly share a connection," Qing Tin interjected, unable to contain herself. Lin Dong, Wu Yun, for goodness sake, just be together already. Lin Xiao rolled her eyes, urging them to tie the knot on the spot. Ignoring the playful banter, Wu Yun declared, "First, behold my offering." With a mischievous grin, 10 black rays shot forth from his sleeve, ultimately hovering around him in midair. Lin Dong observed closely, realizing these black rays were, in fact, 10 small, deep black shuttles, each about the size of 2 fingers, tapering to a fine point. The sharp edges bore a hint of serration, and though diminutive, it was evident these items were formidable weapons. These are rune-imbued treasures, fragmented Yuan shuttles. I had my master personally inscribe the runes. It's quite a rare feat, and their power rivals that of my Thunder Flame sword. Thank you, brother. I shall gladly accept this. Lin Dong exclaimed, his face alight with delight as he cradled the fragmented shuttle. Brother, my gift is this. Lin Dong retrieved an ancient piece of wood from his bag, its surface adorned with moss and faint runes. Chapter 31. Which family lacks a second-grade rune master? Upon seeing the ancient wood, Wu Yun immediately recognized its significance. Not only had he stumbled upon the dragon whisker needle, but Lin Dong had also fortuitously acquired this ancient wood from the trading post in Xingyang town. The wood held a powerful condensation technique. Come, let's step inside. The two left Qing Tan, Lin Xia, and the two little tigers behind as they entered a small room. Ancient spiral rune, the condensation technique. Brother, look. Lin Dong pointed to his brow, opening his Naiwen palace, revealing his innate rune imprint. At this moment, his life symbol had undergone a transformation. The runes inscribed upon it were now far more intricate than before. The instant it manifested, Wu Yun felt an overwhelming force emanating from Lin Dong's life symbol, drawing in his mental energy with an insatiable pull. This symbol can indeed devour mental energy. A life spirit symbol, Wu Yun exclaimed with astonishment. The life spirit symbol was undeniably formidable. Should Lin Dong engage him in a contest of mental prowess, the presence of the life spirit symbol would guarantee Lin Dong's victory. Even in the face of Wu Yun's formidable Thunder Flame sword, the ancient vortex symbol was, in fact, a step above an ordinary life symbol. A life spirit symbol? Lin Dong questioned, perplexed. Wu Yun elaborated. The hierarchy of life symbols consists of 3 levels: life symbols, life spirit symbols, and life celestial symbols. A life symbol is merely the most basic form, devoid of any remarkable abilities, and the majority of talisman masters possess only this ordinary variant. In contrast, a life spirit symbol is exceedingly rare, capable of altering its form and endowed with distinctive powers. For instance, the ancient vortex symbol possesses an absorbing capability. The life celestial symbol, however, is even more terrifying. It is said that when unleashed, it can consume the heavens and the earth. Of course, this concept is rather elusive, and even Master Yin knows little about it. Wu Yun began to cultivate the ancient vortex symbol, building upon his prior experience with ordinary life symbols, and he soon completed the transition to a life spirit symbol. He conjured new runes, which were intricately woven from shards of mental energy, exuding an aura of profound mystery, as if the very cosmos were encapsulated within the seemingly simple runes. When the runes took shape, they appeared exceptionally dim and nebulous. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this symbol resembled a distorted vortex, shimmering with the essence of a quietly burgeoning black hole. Wu Yun understood that this rune was derived from the devouring ancestor symbol. I should soon transcend to the second-tier talisman master, he declared with confidence. The new life spirit symbol amplified his mental strength and solidity, and combined with its unique absorption ability, his cultivation speed would undoubtedly accelerate. Wu Yun intensified his training. Following the failed assassination attempt by the Lei family against him, the tensions among the 4 major factions in Xingyang town had escalated, transitioning from covert skirmishes to overt warfare. The Lei and Xie families commenced a series of oppressive maneuvers against the Mad Blade Martial Arts Hall and the Lin family, forcing them to relocate the majority of their members to Ironwood Manor. A decisive confrontation seemed imminent, hinging on who would first break through to the Yuan Dan realm. Wu Yun extracted the Sun Profound Qi and successfully refined it, propelling his strength to the late stage of the Tian Yuan realm. He utilized both the Yin Profound Evil Qi and the Sun Profound Qi, both of the highest quality, allowing the Yin and Yang energies within his body to achieve a harmonious balance. He merely needed to solidify his cultivation to harmonize the Yin and Yang, thereby condensing the Yuan Dan. Wu Yun refrained from rushing headlong into advancement, instead opting to focus on enhancing his mental energy. Another month passed. Wu Yun successfully broke through to the second-tier talisman master. His mental prowess surged, allowing him to keenly perceive every movement within the Ironwood Manor. To his delight, he discovered 2 formidable forces coalescing within the underground lava chamber. His spiritual entity floated in, meticulously investigating. A breakthrough was imminent. After an extended period of seclusion, Luo Cheng and Lin Jintian were finally on the verge of transcending to the Yuan Dan realm. With the assistance of the toolman Lin Dong in refining the 4th-grade Yang Qi, the momentum generated by their impending breakthrough was indeed substantial. Congeal. Lin Jintian uttered a low command, and his abundant Yuan power converged into a pearl-sized, white orb. He noticed that the surface of Lin Jintian's Yuan Dan bore 4 remarkably minute star-like patterns. A 4-star Yuan Dan. Witnessing this spectacle, a flicker of astonishment crossed Wu Yun's eyes. As the Yuan Dan solidified, the significance of the Yin Sha Qi and Yang Qi absorbed by the Earth Yuan and Heaven Yuan realms became profoundly evident. The greater the number of star patterns, the stronger the essence. In a short while, Luo Cheng also consolidated his Yuan Dan, equally a 4-star. Haha. Now that both of us have broken through to the Yuan Dan realm, it is time to deal with the Lei and Xie families, Luo Cheng proclaimed. Lin Qingzhu, brimming with confidence, declared, from now on, Qingyang Town will be governed by our 2 families. The atmosphere in Ironwood Manor was markedly different. Smiles adorned the faces of the senior members. Lin Dong emerged from his seclusion as well. Having reached the mid-stage of the Heaven Yuan realm and successfully advanced to the 2nd-tier Talisman Master. Thanks to Wu Yun's intervention, his growth had accelerated significantly. As a 2nd-tier Talisman Master, he could contend with the strong in the minor Yuan Dan realm. While discussions were underway at the Ironwood Manor regarding their next strategy, Lei Bao from the Lei family successfully ascended to the minor Yuan Dan realm. He summoned the deputy leader of the Blood Garment sect for support, hosting a Hongmen banquet to invite the members of the Crazy Blade martial arts and the Lin family. Upon receiving the invitation, Luo Cheng chuckled. Haha, this is fortuitous. It seems Lei Bao, the old curmudgeon, can hardly contain himself. After enduring for so long, it is time to surprise that old dog Lei Bao and the wretched Xie Qian. Let us attend the banquet. The assembled guests arrived at the Lei family's grand courtyard. Present were Lei Bao, Xie Qian, and the 9 formidable masters from both families. Wu Yun was the first to notice in a seemingly inconspicuous corner. A man clad in grayish-yellow robes, seated with a smile. The man appeared ordinary, and no one engaged him in conversation, leading many to overlook his presence. However, Wu Yun sensed a familiar resonance emanating from this seemingly mundane individual. Mental energy. Lin Dong also glanced at the man, sensing the same. Luo Cheng, Wu Yun, and Luo Tong killed 2 of my Lei family's powerful Heaven Yuan realm experts. Surrender them, and I shall spare your Crazy Blade martial arts once. Lei Bao initiated the confrontation without any preamble. Haha, old dog Lei Bao, you truly are a cur. Do you believe we would acquiesce to such terms? Luo Cheng laughed heartily. Moreover, you may have misunderstood a crucial matter. Today, it is not a question of whether your Lei family should circumvent our Guangdao Martial Arts Hall, but rather whether we, the Guangdao Martial Arts Hall, should show mercy to you. It seems you are truly oblivious to the severity of your situation. Lei Bao crushed the teacup in his hand and rose abruptly, a formidable aura emanating from him. He had reached the Yuan Dan realm. Brother Lei, now a formidable warrior of the Yuan Dan realm, what do you possess to contend with us? The nearby Xie Qian feigned bravado. However, Luo Cheng paid no heed to Xie Qian, sneering. Heh, old Lei, you are not the only one who has made a breakthrough. Haha, old Lei Bao. Did you ever consider this? Both Luo Cheng and Lin Qingzhu simultaneously unleashed their Yuan power, showcasing their prowess in the Yuan Dan realm. With a smirk directed at Lei Bao and a disdainful glance at Xie Qian, they declared, we have too. Lei Bao furrowed his brow deeply. Xie Qian, on the other hand, was rendered speechless, fidgeting uneasily. The true fool here was him. Among the 4 titans of Qingyang Town, he was the only one who had not ascended to the Yuan Dan realm. Humph, do you think I lack contingency plans? Lei Bao scoffed, gesturing towards the corner. Master Gu, I implore you to take action. Very well. A calm voice resounded as Master Gu rose from the shadows. An overwhelming mental force radiating from him as he surveyed the assembly with an air of superiority. I am Guing, Vice Master of the Blood Robe sect in Yin City, a 2nd Seal Talisman Master. Guing held his head high, as if to declare that all present were beneath him. Xie Qian chuckled, with Brother Lei and Master Gu, a 2nd Seal Talisman Master and a Yuan Dan warrior. Luo Cheng and Lin Qingzhu, you are rejoicing far too soon. Luo Cheng and Ling Qingzhu could no longer find humor in the situation, their expressions growing grave. The Blood Robe sect and a 2nd Seal Talisman Master posed formidable threats to them. Wu Yun and Lin Dong, observing quietly from behind, felt as though they were part of a theatrical performance, each side vying for dominance. Unbeknownst to Luo Cheng and Lin Qingzhu, Wu Yun and Lin Dong had also ascended to the rank of 2nd Seal Talisman Masters, thus causing them a flicker of unease. Just as the Lei and Xie families reveled in their perceived superiority, Wu Yun remarked, old Lei doesn't make such a fuss, yet you, Xie, bark like a little dog. Is being a 2nd Seal Talisman Master truly that impressive? Lin Dong added, indeed, what household lacks a 2nd Seal Talisman Master? As they spoke, a powerful mental pressure erupted from both Wu Yun and Lin Dong, surpassing even that of Guing. The entire assembly was left in stunned silence. Xie Qian burst into tears, exclaiming, not in my family. Chapter 32, Blood Robe Sect Wei Tong. 4. Suddenly, the Guangdao Martial Arts Hall, and the Lin family boasted 4 formidable warriors of the Yuan Dan realm. Lei Bao was taken aback. Even Gu Ying, who had just moments ago looked down upon everyone, was now bewildered. A second seal talisman master. Are they free of charge? In this small Qingyang town, 2 second seal talisman masters can emerge simultaneously. It must be noted that even in Yin City, a second seal talisman master is a distinguished guest, a rarity within any faction. Gentlemen, this may be a misunderstanding. I shall no longer involve myself in the affairs of the Lei family. Gu Ying turned to Yun and Lin Dong, clasping his hands as he attempted to withdraw. Master Gu, how can you leave at this moment? Lei Bao exclaimed in astonishment, questioning him. He had promised to grant Gu Ying the Yang Yuan stone vein upon the successful completion of their endeavor. Leave? At this juncture? I ought to flee, Gu Ying retorted, disregarding Lei Bao entirely. The situation diverged significantly from their prior discussions. Gu Ying refused to take any risks. Initially, they had agreed that only one Yuandan realm practitioner would be present, yet now 4 had unexpectedly emerged. Under such circumstances, success was utterly unattainable. Gu Ying, you betray me. Lei Bao seethed with fury. Wu Yun interjected, enough of this. Master Gu, you are being overly naive. You have already immersed yourself in this murky water. Do you still wish to extricate yourself unscathed? Huh, young man, do you truly believe you can threaten me? I am the vice master of the Blood Robe sect. And you dare to kill me? Gu Ying scoffed, knowing their sect leader was a formidable figure at the peak of the Yuandan realm. With no time for further banter, Wu Yun swiftly gestured, causing 7 Thunderfire swords to soar forth, transforming into 7 streaks of dark red light that shot toward Gu Ying. You dare? Gu Ying exclaimed in shock, panic swelling within him. In an instant, he conjured a mental barrier to fend off the Thunderfire swords. Do you truly believe you can withstand this? Wu Yun sneered. He relentlessly wielded his mental energy to manipulate the swords, launching a frenzied assault on Gu Ying's mental barrier. The runes on the Thunderfire swords ignited, unleashing bursts of lightning and flames. The formidable sword energy battered against the barrier, distorting the air, as the swords inch by inch advanced towards Gu Ying's face until, at one moment, a sword was poised to pierce his visage. Transformation needle, Gu Ying bellowed, condensing his mental force into a needle to counter the Thunderfire sword. This advanced mental technique was his signature skill. Sweat poured from him as Wu Yun's relentless onslaught revealed his willingness to kill, showing no fear of the Blood Robe sect. Today, we shall eradicate the Lei and Xie families, Luo Cheng proclaimed, brandishing his great sword and charging towards Lei Bao. The courtyard erupted into fierce chaos. Brother, I am here to assist you, Lin Dong called out, unleashing 10 strands of black light aimed at Gu Ying's back. The two attacked in tandem, cornering Gu Ying, who found it increasingly difficult to defend himself. Struggling against one opponent was arduous enough. Facing 2 was insurmountable. Soon, he summoned his life seal to defend himself. In your next life, keep your eyes peeled and refrain from taking on reckless tasks, Wu Yun remarked as he too summoned his life talisman. At that moment, a powerful suction emanated from his talisman, uncontrollably devouring one of Gu Ying's life seals. The other was consumed by Lin Dong. You possess life talismans. Gu Ying gasped in astonishment as he finally comprehended why he was being overwhelmed. In that instant, he understood why his adversaries showed no fear of the Blood Robe sect. 2 practitioners wielding life talismans indeed held the power to defy the sect's authority. In the original narrative, Lin Dong had vanquished Gu Ying solely relying on the strength of a single talisman practitioner. It was evident how formidable they had become now. How could the Lei family have provoked such formidable enemies? Within Gu Ying's heart, a myriad of questions swirled, and he felt an overwhelming sense of misfortune. However, in this world, there exists no remedy for regret. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Wu Yun ended his life with a single strike of his sword. The battle between Luo Cheng and Lin Jintian against Lei Bao also concluded swiftly. Tonger, gather your men and take over the assets of the Lei and Xie families entirely. From this day forth, Qingyang Town shall be solely under the dominion of the Guangdao Martial Arts School and the Lin family. With Gu Ying dead, the Blood Robe sect will undoubtedly seek revenge. Henceforth, we must remain vigilant. The sect leader of the Blood Robe sect, Wei Tong, has reached the minor perfect realm of Yuan Dan. Yuner, are you truly confident in handling him? Rest assured, adoptive father. If Wei Tong dares to come, he shall be dealt with by Lin Dong and me. Very well, you and Lin Dong should dedicate this time to rigorous training. These are the Yang Yuan Dan and Yang Yuan stones obtained from the Lei family, the Xie family, and Gu Ying. I shall allocate 80% of them for your cultivation. Wu Yun, unreserved, accepted the Qianquan bag and sought out Lin Dong for training. The Blood Robe sect holds considerable renown within Yin City, and their intent to confront the Guangdao Martial Arts School and the Lin family places immense pressure on Luo Cheng and Lin Jintian. Wu Yun's immediate priority is to enhance his strength, thereby increasing his chances against Wei Tong. These are the elixirs provided by my adoptive father, totaling over 10,000 Yang Yuan stones. Refine the Yang Yuan stones into pills. Upon meeting Lin Dong, Wu Yun tossed the Qingquan bag to him. Once the elixirs are refined, Wu Yun will administer them to Bai Yun. After consuming a substantial amount of Yang Yuan Dan, Bai Yun fell into a deep slumber. She seemed to possess a unique method of cultivation. For each time she fell asleep, it resembled a rebirth, and upon awakening, her strength would significantly increase. Wei Tong is a master at the minor perfect realm of Yuan Dan. We cannot engage him in close combat. With the immense potency of his Yuan power, he could easily inflict severe injury upon us. Therefore, we must utilize flying instruments and focus on long-range attacks. Our primary practice now must be the art of flying with instruments. Furthermore, his pure Yuan True Qi will undoubtedly be exceedingly difficult to penetrate. To slay him, my Thunder Flame Sword, your fragmented Yuan Shuttle, or the transformation needle recently acquired from Gu Ying will likely struggle to breach his defenses. I possess a treasure specifically designed to counter such protective Qi. Observe. Wu Yun produced several golden orbs for Lin Dong. Elder brother, what are these? Watch closely and learn from me. Wu Yun demonstrated the technique of the Dragon Whisker Needle. Lin Dong followed suit and soon discovered the intricacies involved. Excitedly, he exclaimed, Elder brother, this needle is remarkable. 3 days later, amidst the anxious anticipation of the two powerful factions at the Guangdao Martial Arts School and the Lin family, a formidable contingent surged from Yen City toward Qingyang Town, brandishing a blood-red banner. This formidable troop, each member possessing considerable strength, made their way directly to the Ironwood Manor. Blocking its entrance, who killed the deputy leader of my blood-robe sect? Surrender the murderer, or we shall wash Ironwood Manor in blood. A subordinate shouted. The individuals present at the Lei family estate had all perished that day, and they remained oblivious to how Guiying had met his end or who had slain him. Only aware that Guiying went to assist the Lei family, which was subsequently annihilated by the Guangdao Martial Arts Hall. Is the sect master Wei here to avenge Guiying? Ro Chung questioned loudly at the gates of Taima Manor. Was it you who killed Guiying? Wei Tong narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Ro Chung intently. No, it was my son who did it, but I too wished to kill him. You may consider it my doing. Ro Chung replied calmly. You shall pay for your words. Attack. Leave no one alive. Wei Tong commanded. How dare you provoke the Bloodrobe sect? You must be tired of living. The small town of Qingyang had cost him a formidable general, and Wei Tong could not contain his wrath. At that moment, two figures soared above the manor, hovering in midair, utilizing their flying instruments. Haha, Sect Master Wei, you have grown accustomed to arrogance in Yen City, but alas. This is Qingyang Town. Regardless of whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must bow down, Wu Yun declared. Chapter 33, The War of Words. 2 second-order rune masters. Wei Tong exclaimed in surprise, his deeply sunken eyes fixated on Wu Yun and Lin Dong. No wonder Guiying fell to your hands. It turns out 2 second-order rune masters were involved. However, is that enough for you to challenge the Bloodrobe sect? Kill. Wei Tong resolutely commanded. Launching an assault on Taima Manor. Second-order rune masters could contend with those at the minor elemental dance stage. Yet they were no match for those at the minor perfection of elemental dance stage. The disparity between the two was vast. Otherwise, the deceased Guiying would not have merely been a deputy sect master. In addition to Wei Tong, the Bloodrobe sect was accompanied by 2 powerful minor elemental Dan warriors and over a dozen experts at the celestial origin realm, their formidable combat strength undeniable. The members of the Bloodrobe sect began their assault, anticipating their imminent arrival. Fire! Ro Chung bellowed, as rows of Zhuge crossbows emerged from the gates, releasing a barrage of hundreds, if not thousands, of dark arrows that rained down upon the disciples of the Bloodrobe sect. At the same time, Wu Yun's brow illuminated. 2 of his innate spirit runes materialized, and a surge of potent spiritual energy erupted forth, forming a unique mental wave that faintly echoed with thunder. The air distorted as this powerful wave approached the disciples of the Bloodrobe sect. Just as they prepared to defend against the arrows, the thunder shock wave struck within them, rendering all those affected momentarily dizzy, as if struck by lightning, their bodies tingling. Even the celestial origin experts were briefly incapacitated. This was a manifestation of Wu Yun's advanced spiritual technique, the thunder shock wave, which he had evolved. The smaller the area of effect, the greater the power. Conversely, a larger area diminished its potency. To counter those below the celestial origin realm, a smaller range was sufficient, as he merely sought to momentarily hinder their movements, providing an opportunity for the Zhuge crossbow bolts. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The crossbow bolts pierced their bodies. Even the celestial origin experts fell victim, unable to summon their protective energy in time due to the effects of the thunder shock wave. From the very onset, the the Bloodrobe sect suffered grievous losses. This illustrates the terrifying coordination between the mage and the archer against the warrior. The crossbow bolts continued to rain down, inflicting further wounds upon the already injured masters. Since last experiencing the advantages of the Zhuge Divine crossbow, Luo Tong had commissioned large-scale production upon his return. Now, with over 10,000 bolts in stock, they were more than sufficient to deal with the more than 100 members of the Bloodrobe sect. Under the relentless barrage of bolts, they could not even approach the gates of the Ironwood Manor. How infuriating! Wei Tong's countenance darkened. He had underestimated the situation, thinking it merely standard archery. Little did he realize that the bolts from the Zhuge Divine crossbow posed a significant threat even to masters of the Earth Origin realm. Unable to contain his frustration upon witnessing the heavy casualties among his subordinates, he unleashed the Destruction Fist. Dismounting his steed, he charged toward the gates of the Ironwood Manor. Disregarding the incoming bolts, with his fists, a formidable surge of pure elemental energy erupted, transforming into a multitude of fist shadows aimed at the gates. Shattering Yuan Needle, Thunderfire Sword, 8 streaks of black light, and 5 sword shadows assailed him from both sides. Sensing danger, Wei Tong quickly redirected his fists to intercept the attacks. The multitude of fist shadows successfully blocked Wu Yun and Lin Dong's assaults, while the Thunderfire Sword could not breach Wei Tong's powerful pure elemental energy. The pure elemental energy of a master at the small perfection stage of the Yuandan realm proved overwhelmingly potent, rendering their attacks ineffective. Despite previous overestimations, they had still underestimated the prowess of the small perfection realm. The path of martial arts becomes increasingly arduous as one progresses, and the gap between realms widens significantly. Unstoppable, Wei Tong even shattered 2 of Lin Dong's shattering Yuan needles with his fist strength. "You two little rodents, come down and fight," Wei Tong shouted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he addressed Wu Yun and Lin Dong, who floated in the air, standing upon the shattering Yuan needles and Thunderfire Sword, respectively. This positioned Wei Tong at a disadvantage, unable to inflict harm upon them while enduring their attacks. Wu Yun retorted, "Wei Sect Master, do you think we are fools like you? If you have the capability, come up here. Shoot them down," Wei Tong commanded as he retreated. The archers from the Bloodrobe sect aimed their arrows at the two. However, the arrows, once loosed into the air, suddenly halted before Wu Yun and Lin Dong, blocked by their mental barriers. The arrows, fired by the body refinement realm archers, lacked the power of the Zhuge Divine crossbow and could not penetrate their mental defenses. In that moment, both sides were at an impasse. Wei Tong and his men could not approach the Ironwood Manor, while Wu Yun and his companions dared not close the distance to Wei Tong. Luo Chung called out, "Wei Sect Master, the ancient shadow seeks to seize the Ironwood Manor through the Lei family. We cannot simply remain passive. Ancient Shadow has gone too far. With their demise, the grievances are settled. Would you consider withdrawing, Wei Sect Master?" He aimed to provide Wei Tong with a graceful exit, acknowledging the difficulty in confronting him, especially with the Bloodwolf gang at his back. Wei Tong's expression turned complex as he approached. Vengeance was one motive, but seizing the Yang Element Stone Mine was his primary objective. Judging by the stance of the Mad Blade Martial Pavilion and the Lin family, the Yang Element Stone Mine here must be substantial. Wei Tong silently assessed his options. "Otherwise, I would not steadfastly guard this place. Although those 2 second-grade talisman masters are troublesome, they pose no real threat to me, yet I find it challenging to deal with them. However, in terms of overall strength, my Bloodgarment sect is superior." Wei Tong weighed this in his mind, feeling a surge of confidence. He was also unwilling to engage in a mutually destructive confrontation, nor did he wish to make the journey in vain. He raised 2 fingers in a cross and declared, 100,000 Yang Yuan stones. "And my Bloodgarment sect will withdraw, erasing all matters related to Guing." "What? 100,000? Impossible. Neither of our factions can gather such a sum." The members of the Crazy Blade Martial Arts School and the Lin family were taken aback. The Yang Yuan stone mine had only produced over 20,000 pieces thus far. Wei Tong audaciously demanded 100,000. This was utterly excessive. "I can grant you 1 year to collect the full amount of 100,000, Wei Tong added, seemingly displaying great mercy. At the Ironwood Manor, both factions were flushed with anger, glaring at the members of the Bloodgarment sect. 100,000 Yang Yuan stones within a year. This demand not only required them to gather the stones, but also to labor tirelessly to extract and deliver them. Wu Yun and Lin Dong exchanged troubled glances. Wei Tong was indeed quite the schemer. Wu Yun felt that if he had retreated earlier, it would have sufficed, as he did not wish to complicate matters or risk offending the more powerful Bloodwolf gang by killing Wei Tong. Yet, Wei Tong's appetite was insatiable, demanding 100,000 Yang Yuan stones before he would leave. There was no further discussion to be had. "Wu Yun, you old dog Wei Tong. You truly deserve your title as sect leader." At least Guing knew when to yield. Yet you fail to appreciate the opportunity presented to you. I offered you a chance to leave, but you refused, and now you dare to make such outrageous demands. Do you think our Qingyang town is easy to bully? Now that you wish to depart, I am no longer inclined to let you go. Wei Dong's fury ignited. He was a person of status in Yin City, and being insulted by a young man was a blow to his pride. You impudent child. Do you believe that I cannot deal with you merely because you soar high above? Wu Yun scoffed derisively. Do you truly think I am showing you respect? If not for the backing of the Blood Wolf gang, you would not dare act so brazenly. Since you refuse to recognize your own limitations, do not expect to leave. Instead, leave your life behind. Bold words. I am eager to see what means you possess to break through my pure Yuan vitality. Then open your eyes wide and observe closely. Dragon Whisker Needle. Chapter 34. The terrifying power of the Dragon Whisker Needle. At the same moment, Wu Yun and Lin Dong sprang into action. Both of them simultaneously flicked 10 golden, tiny spheres from their hands, their brows adorned with their life spirit talismans. As a torrent of mental energy surged forth to instantaneously attach itself, the golden particles transformed in the air into slender, hair-like dragon whisker needles. The second-grade talisman masters believed they could breach my pure Yuan vitality. Such delusions. Wei Tong, utterly dismissive, quickly gathered his elemental energy to defend himself, refusing to believe that Wu Yun and Lin Dong could penetrate his defenses. However, all he saw was a flash of golden light in their hands, and as the light passed, everything else became obscured. Swish, swish, swish. The dragon whisker needles were as fine as a strand of hair when fully extended. They became almost imperceptible. Wei Tong felt a chill run down his spine, alert to the imminent danger. He quickly unleashed 2 punches, his hardened fists twisting like waves. Yet the dragon whisker needle had already been launched. It first struck Wei Tong's fist with a resounding clang. The pure primordial energy enveloping his body was pierced, allowing the needle to penetrate his protective barrier. It slipped through the gaps between his fingers. Then, as Wu Yun retracted his spiritual energy, the dragon whisker needle within Wei Tong's body abruptly transformed from straight to curved, curling up and encapsulating his flesh into a small, swollen mass between his fingers. A pained scream escaped Wei Tong's lips as his hands swelled into 10 small, fleshy lumps. How could this happen? My pure primordial energy was breached. In an instant, the flesh ball formed by the dragon whisker needle tightly connected the gaps between his fingers. The dragon whisker needle launched by Lin Dong followed suit, successfully penetrating Wei Tong's back, tearing the flesh into a twisted vortex. This was the dragon whisker needle, a cruel hidden weapon that, upon entering the human body and losing its support, would immediately contract into a ball, pulling the surrounding flesh with it. While not lethally dangerous, it was undeniably excruciating. Wei Tong was drenched in sweat, his complexion pale, his hands clutching his head in agony. He wanted to howl, yet saliva continuously dripped from his mouth. A formidable figure at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm found himself kneeling in disarray. Especially the torment between his fingers rendered him utterly helpless. Wei Tong, who was accustomed to dancing on the edge of death, believed he had endured all forms of suffering. Yet at this moment, he could not straighten his back or lift his hands, tears instinctively welling in his pained eyes. Master, Master, the Master is crying. What was happening? Why was the Master suddenly in such torment? What had they done? A hidden weapon. It had to be a hidden weapon. The Master had been ambushed. The members of the Blood Cloak sect panicked, watching Wei Tong struggle helplessly. Even Zhuo Min, Luo Cheng, Lin Jintian, and others stood in stunned silence. The attack method of the dragon whisker needle was incredibly difficult to detect. However, Luo Tong recalled the moment Wu Yun had tossed out the golden particles. Remembering how excited Wu Yun had been back at the Black Wind stronghold when he discovered those golden particles, claiming he had stumbled upon treasure. Could it be that the items his junior brother had just used were those? Luo Tong felt a twinge of doubt, struggling to believe that such a minuscule object could bring a Yuan Dan realm expert to such a state of pain and humiliation. He couldn't help but feel a wave of relief that he and allowed his junior brother to test it back then. Otherwise, as a Tian Yuan realm expert, he would have faced a similar fate. All present regarded Wu Yun and Lin Dong with trepidation, bewildered by the means that could inflict such suffering on the illustrious Wei Tong. How does it feel, Master Wei? Are you well? With a smile, Wu Yun inquired, as it was his first time utilizing the dragon whisker needle, and the results were exceedingly satisfactory. The pure Yuan essence of the Yuan Dan lesser completion realm was effortlessly penetrated. Thus, Wei Tong was no longer a threat. Once his proud protective essence was breached, facing 2 second-level talisman masters left Wei Tong visibly shaken. Hurry and extract what is within me. I must depart. We must leave at once. He stammered, rising with great difficulty, his lips pale and body trembling. It was too late to contemplate escape now. Wu Yun replied nonchalantly, having already employed the Dragon Whisker Needle. Having reached this juncture, there was no way he would concede to spare Wei Tong. The ties had been irrevocably forged. To release the tiger back into the mountains, was that truly wise? Wu Yun, do not be excessive. You are aware of the Blood Wolf gang behind me. Their leader, Yu Shan, possesses the full strength of the Yuan Dan realm. Should you kill me, he will seek vengeance. Wei Tong threatened. Wu Yun chuckled. Threaten me? Before his demise, Gu Wing attempted the same, using you as leverage. I ended his life because you posed no threat to me. Now you come again. Do you not realize that my skills as a talisman master were acquired through diligent study? You believe that threatening me with Yushan will intimidate me? Your master is Yin Xian. Wei Tong's eyes widened in shock. In Yin City, there was only one Yin Xian, a 4th-level talisman master, capable of nurturing such a formidable spirit. Had he known Wu Yun was Yin Xian's disciple, even tenfold courage would not have emboldened him to act thus. Correctly surmised. Henceforth, take heed. Do not provoke those you ought not to. Wu Yun flicked his wrist and unleashed 10 more Dragon Whisker Needles. No, Wei Tong bellowed, unwilling to accept his fate. He unleashed all his Yuan force without restraint, slowly spreading his palms outward as a formidable and terrifying wave of pure Yuan essence rapidly coalesced in his palms. In the blink of an eye, his hands shimmered with brilliance, emanating an intensely fierce fluctuation. Thousand-shattering palm, though merely a 4th-tier martial art. It was extraordinarily potent and constituted Wei Tong's most powerful killing move, one that had previously allowed him to slay 3 formidable foes of the Yuan Dan realm. Did he truly believe this could obstruct the Dragon Whisker Needle? Wu Yun's mental energy guided the needle into his palm, and the thick pure Yuan essence was pierced as if it were mere paper. The Dragon Whisker Needle seemingly possessed a natural restraining effect against essence-based energies. All 10 needles embedded themselves into Wei Tong's palms. The agony was doubled, yet it remained non-fatal. I will kill you. Wei Tong grasped at the sky, driven to madness. It is over, old dog Wei. Having tested the potency of the Dragon Whisker Needle, Wei Tong was rendered useless. Wu Yun shot forth another needle, this time aimed at Wei Tong's brow. One needle pierced through, leaving no trace. Yet, as Wei Tong's eyes rolled back, he no longer felt pain and slipped entirely into the cycle of reincarnation. Flee. Quickly escape. The remnants of the Blood Garment sect were thrown into disarray, shedding their armor and scattering in panic. Leave no one alive. Pursue them all, commanded Luo Chong, as the gates of Ironwood Manor swung open and the warriors surged forth. Baiyan, Xiaoyan, you shall join as well. The 2 tigers leapt from the gate and plunged into the fray. Baiyun confronted a formidable opponent of the minor Yuan Dan realm, engaging him in a fierce battle. She was on the verge of breaking through to the Yuan Dan realm and craved a challenging, exhilarating confrontation. How bold! Wu Yun mused silently, observing Baiyun's audacity. He discreetly positioned himself nearby, ready with the Dragon Whisker Needle in hand, prepared to strike. Chapter 35, Master Yin, overcome with emotion. A sudden roar erupted from Baiyun, unleashing a unique sound wave that pierced the very soul of the Yuan Dan adept, leaving him bewildered. The White Tiger's fractured gold chant, a gifted martial art inherited from her bloodline, struck true. The adversary, hit by the sound wave, suffered ruptured eardrums and a concussed brain, ultimately succumbing to a fatal blow. Such terrifying power. Wu Yun gasped in astonishment, feeling a surge of joy for Baiyun. She had finally acquired a formidable skill. This indicated her progress in deciphering the legacy of the White Tiger bloodline. Excellent. You defeated your foe without engaging in close combat. This suits you perfectly, Wu Yun remarked, landing beside Baiyun. Typically fastidious, Baiyun had always attacked with her claws, rarely utilizing her sharp teeth. Now, with this potent sound wave technique, she need not worry about soiling her mouth. Under Luo Cheng's leadership, the remaining disciples of the Blood Garment sect were ruthlessly slaughtered. With Lin Dong, a 2nd-grade talisman master capable of flying with talismans, and Xiaoyan, the swiftest on the ground, none escaped. By the end of the battle, the area before Ironwood Manor was drenched in blood. As they cleaned the battlefield, Wu Yun and Lin Dong meticulously extracted the Dragon Whisker Needles embedded in Wei Tong's body. These needles were precious. Although Wu Yun possessed thousands, he could not bear to waste them. After dealing with the Blood Garment sect, and to prevent retaliation from the Blood Wolf gang, the Kuang Dao Martial Arts School and the Lin family held a late-night strategy meeting. Ultimately, Wu Yun resolved to visit Flame City the following day to seek out Yin Xian, leaving Lin Dong to guard Ironwood Manor. For now, as long as the Blood Wolf gang's leader, the fully realized Yuan Dan adept Yushan, did not personally intervene. Even the minor Yuan Dan adepts would prove no match for Lin Dong, who wielded a life-bound talisman. Thus, despite the pressure, the people of both families remained relatively untroubled. Now, with Wu Yun and Lin Dong as the backbone of their families, there was no cause for panic. Wu Yun rode Baiyun into Flame City. Arriving at the Talisman Master Association, Yan Xian, a 4th-grade Talisman Master, could contend with a fully realized Yuan Dan adept. With his protection over Qingyang Town, it was believed that Yushan would think twice before overstepping. Upon reaching Yan Xian's bamboo cottage, Wu Yun instructed Bai Yun to wait patiently in the courtyard before knocking on the door. "Master, please, may I enter?" The voice of Yan Xian echoed as Wu Yun pushed the door open. "Come, have some tea." He seated himself at the tea table, and as Wu Yun entered, a steaming cup was promptly presented before him. "Why are you back so soon?" In the past, Wu Yun would often be away for extended periods, spending a month in Yen City and another in Qingyang Town. Yan Xian had taken a laid-back approach to his disciple, allowing him a considerable degree of freedom. The crucial aspect was that Wu Yun had not neglected his cultivation of spiritual energy. He merely needed to undergo periodic evaluations and seek guidance for any uncertainties. Teaching a talented disciple was quite effortless for Yan Xian, allowing him to enjoy a comfortable existence. However, this time, Wu Yun's return was alarmingly swift, hinting at a sense of urgency. "To be honest, Master, I have encountered a slight predicament and seek your protection," Wu Yun confessed, a troubled expression crossing his face. "Oh, pray tell, what has transpired?" Yan Xian inquired with keen interest. This was the first time Wu Yun had approached him so directly, and Yan Xian presumed it was merely a trivial matter. Considering Wu Yun was still a 1st-tier Talisman Master, generally well-behaved, and unlikely to cause any significant disturbances. "This time, I returned home and ended up killing Gu Ying and Wei Tong of the Bloodrobe sect," Wu Yun stated, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Oh, so you merely eliminated 2 members of the Bloodrobe sect? A trivial matter," Yan Xian replied instinctively. "I serve as a patron for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, and the Blood Wolf Gang is their sworn enemy. Killing a member of the Blood Wolf Gang is inconsequential. The Bloodrobe sect is merely a pawn of the Blood Wolf Gang. Killing 1 or 2 is of little consequence." However, after he spoke, a sense of unease crept over him. The names he had just heard seemed vaguely familiar. "Who were those 2 you mentioned?" "The Vice Sect Master Gu Ying and the Sect Master Wei Tong," Wu Yun reiterated, deliberately emphasizing their titles. With a loud crash, the teacup in Yan Xian's hand shattered, spilling tea that soaked his garments. "You dare call this a trivial matter?" he exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. "You have essentially eradicated an entire sect." Wu Yun nodded. "That is about the gist of it. In addition to Gu Ying and Wei Tong, I also dispatched over 100 of their disciples, including 2 at the Yuandan realm and a dozen or so at the Tianyuan realm. The Bloodrobe sect was backed by the Blood Wolf Gang. Annihilating the Bloodrobe sect was akin to severing an arm from the Blood Wolf Gang, which would undoubtedly retaliate. "No, that is not the crux of the issue." Yan Xian suddenly realized. "You mean to say you killed Gu Ying and Wei Tong?" "Indeed. Impossible. How did you accomplish that?" Yan Xian's mind reeled. His aged eyes now fixated intently on Wu Yun. The composure he had cultivated over many years was now shattered. "Master, please remain calm," Wu Yun responded slowly. "I am now a 2nd-tier Talisman Master." "What? A 2nd-tier Talisman Master?" Yan Xian's lips quivered, his composure further unraveling. "Goodness, how long have you been cultivating?" "Not even half a year." He recalled that it had taken him nearly a decade to reach the 2nd tier. "But wait, that can't be right. A 2nd-tier Talisman Master could only overpower Gu Ying, not Wei Tong." "Teacher, do not rush. Allow me to show you something that will clarify everything," Wu Yunshuang said as he pointed to his forehead, where 2 life spirit talismans materialized within the Mud Pill Palace. Yan Xian immediately sensed the alluring pull of the talismans. Captivated by the symbols inscribed upon them, his mouth slightly agape. "The spirit talismans." Wu Yun smiled and nodded. The matter of the life spirit talismans could not be concealed from Yan Xian, and after discussing with Lin Dong, they decided to be forthright with him. After all, the ancient world talisman had a clear provenance, so they need not worry about Yan Xian investigating further. Moreover, they required a formidable protector for Qingyang Town, and Yan Xian was the ideal candidate. By trading the ancient world talisman, Yan Xian would undoubtedly agree and might even express greater gratitude towards them. There was no need to doubt Yan Xian's character, especially since Wu Yun was a disciple he held in high regard. The allure of life spirit talismans was irresistibly profound for a talisman master, and Yan Xian could not possibly remain indifferent. No wonder. A 2nd-tier talisman master possessing a life spirit talisman indeed had the qualifications to challenge the small perfection of the Yuandan realm. Yan Xian unraveled his confusion. Yet his thoughts were wholly consumed by the life spirit talisman. "Xiao Yun, this talisman," Yan Xian began, his excitement stifling his words. "Teacher, please be patient. I have already mastered the cultivation method for this talisman and can share it with you at any moment. It is I who has lost my composure. In all these years, I have yet to witness a spirit talisman." Yan Xian's heart ignited with hope. He had once believed that he would remain a 4th-tier talisman master for the entirety of his life, unable to ascend further. Now, if he were to obtain the cultivation method for the life spirit talisman and transform all his current talismans into life spirit talismans, he could ascend to a higher realm, making the breakthrough to a 5th-tier talisman master a feasible endeavor. Even if he did not succeed in breaking through, transitioning to life spirit talismans would empower him to dominate the Yuan Dan realm. The Blood Wolf gang and the formidable Yushan, who had reached the great perfection of the Yuan Dan realm, would be no match for him. Yin Xian was emboldened. Xiao Yun, worry not. Initially, I intended to seek assistance from the Wanjin Merchant Association, but that is no longer necessary. If I successfully cultivate this life spirit talisman, the Blood Wolf gang will be of no concern. Chapter 36, Strategy. Yin Xian had not felt such exhilaration in a long time. Very well, teacher. I shall now impart to you the method of condensing the ancient world talisman. Wu Yin responded readily. Haha, who would have thought that I, as a teacher, would require my disciple to impart cultivation methods to me? Xiao Yun, with this opportunity, you will soon surpass your predecessors. Yin Xian remarked with a sense of wonder. Teacher, you jest. You shall always remain my mentor. Yin Xian nodded with satisfaction, feeling truly gratified. At this stage, there was little more the teacher could teach him, but he did possess a formidable mental technique of the Qi level, which could be showcased. As a 2nd-tier talisman master, Wu Yun was now eligible to learn the Qi level mental technique. The Qi level, Wu Yun had already experienced the might of the mental technique at the spirit level. The thunderous wave was beyond what even a Yuan Dan realm expert could withstand. What if it were of an even higher Qi level? Wu Yun could not help but feel a swell of anticipation within. Not to worry, I shall first teach you the ancient world talisman. Before long, Wu Yun expounded upon the technique of the condensed seal, presenting his personal life symbol for Yin Xian to comprehend. However, Yin Xian did not grasp the intricate runes as effortlessly as he and Lin Dong had, revealing a perplexed countenance. The complexity of this particular seal required time for his master to comprehend. It was unlikely he could transform the 4 seals into life symbols in the immediate future. Yin Xian's face flushed with embarrassment, as the disparity between his capabilities and those of the talented became apparent once more. Take your time to understand, there's no rush, he reassured. No, your matters are of greater urgency and cannot be delayed, Yin Xian suggested. Given that you have just eradicated the Blood Robe sect and the news has yet to spread, their territory remains unclaimed, and your family's strength may not suffice to absorb it. Why not offer this opportunity to the Wanjin Merchant Association in exchange for certain benefits? As a venerated member of the association, you could act as an intermediary. Now that you are a 2nd-tier talisman master and have slain Wei Tong, your strength would easily qualify you for a position within the association. With Wanjin's support, you need not fear retaliation from the Blood Wolf gang. What responsibilities come with being a venerated member of the Wanjin Merchant Association? Wu Yin inquired. You need not worry. Being a venerated member merely entails a nominal title, devoid of any binding obligations. When the association encounters difficulties, you may assist as you see fit, and if you choose not to intervene, that is entirely acceptable. Furthermore, every time you lend your aid, the Wanjin Merchant Association provides substantial rewards. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. This arrangement effectively positioned them under the aegis of the Wanjin Merchant Association. By the way, since my strength qualifies me for this role, I have another person to recommend, also a 2nd-tier talisman master. Wu Yun recalled Lin Dong, wishing to bring him into the Merchant Association's purview in preparation for the forthcoming alchemist pool competition. Due to his involvement, certain events that were originally destined for Lin Dong had shifted to himself. Oh, who else is a 2nd-tier talisman master? Yin Xian exclaimed in surprise. In the Flame City Talisman Association, 2nd-tier talisman masters were exceedingly rare. As it happens, my master is acquainted with him. It is Lin Dong, the young lad who accompanied me when you first met me. Indeed, it is he. I had sensed his formidable mental prowess back then, but I never anticipated he would prove to be your equal. I neglected to mention that his mastery of mental cultivation was also imparted by me. Though I did not divulge your esteemed techniques to him, Wu Yun fibbed without a hint of guilt. Moreover, I owe a debt of gratitude to Lin Dong. This ancient vortex seal technique was acquired by him from a trading post in Qingyang town, and he graciously shared it with me. In return, I presented him with the fragmentary Yuan shuttle you crafted for me. Remarkable. Lin Dong is willing to share such a precious technique with you. He is indeed a person worth befriending. As for your fragmentary Yuan shuttle, it pales in comparison to this technique, Yin Xian exclaimed, astonished. Holding Lin Dong in the highest esteem, enviously reflecting on the camaraderie between Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Then invite Lin Dong over. Such a prodigy in talisman crafting is something the Wanjin Merchant Association desperately seeks. As for my junior disciple, he has not sought me out upon his arrival. It seems that I am no longer of any significance to my elder sister, and thus, love has waned. At this moment, a melodious voice chimed in. Ziyue stepped outside and, upon seeing Bai Yun, realized Wu Yun was inside and spoke deliberately. "Oh, elder sister, what are you saying? I am merely in a rush to consult our master." Wu Yun hastily rose to greet her. "Your arrival is most fortuitous. Your junior disciple has encountered a grave predicament and is in desperate need of your assistance to save his life." Yan Xian chuckled softly. What calamity could be so dire that it threatens one's very existence? Ziyue could not help but take the matter seriously. "It is nothing of great consequence. Merely that your junior disciple inadvertently killed the head and deputy head of the Blood Robe sect." Yan Xian remarked with a nonchalant tone. "The Blood Robe sect? The head and deputy heads? Gu Ying and Wei Tong." Ziyue frantically absorbed the crucial information. One was a second-tier talisman master, and the other a minor perfection in the Yuan Dan realm. "Surely, Master Jesteth, how could my junior disciple, a mere first-tier talisman master, possibly slay them?" Absence makes the heart grow fonder. One must not underestimate the passage of time." Yan Xian laughed, then turned to Wu Yun. "Little Yun, do share with your elder sister. She is, after all, the daughter of the city lord, the princess of Yin City. The daughter of the city lord. So the soft power has been right beside me." Wu Yun was taken aback. He truly had no idea that Ziyue was the city lord's daughter. Previously, Ziyue had only mentioned that her family was involved in the mining business. Now, Wu Yun comprehended. The mines of Yin City were indeed monopolized by the city lord's estate. The three major powers of Yin City, the Blood Wolf Gang, the Wanjin Merchant Association, and the city lord's estate. Yet the most formidable of them all was undoubtedly the city lord's estate. Yan Xian deliberately highlighted Ziyue's identity, intending to inform Wu Yun that he could leverage the city lord's estate to exert pressure on the Blood Wolf Gang. In exchange, he sought to pass on the ancient swirl talisman to Ziyue. "Elder sister, it was indeed I who killed those two. Upon returning home, I experienced a fortuitous breakthrough to become a second-tier talisman master." Wu Yun promptly focused, revealing 2 talismans. He had never intended to keep the ancient swirl talisman a secret when he passed it to Yan Xian, and having Ziyue in the know was of little consequence. Indeed, a second-tier talisman master, Ziyue exclaimed in delight, though her discernment had yet to grasp that this was a life-bound talisman. Wait, even a second-tier talisman master could not have slain them. A typical second-tier master would surely be insufficient, but what if it were a life-bound talisman? Yan Xian chuckled at the sight of Ziyue's astonishment, reminiscent of his own earlier shock. Wu Yun no longer withheld the secret and imparted the method for crafting the ancient swirl talisman to Ziyue. "Junior disciple, this gift is truly too precious. Rest assured, I shall inform my father immediately and have him intervene to safeguard Qingyang town." Ziyue, not wishing to owe any favors, promptly prepared to return home. "Sister, do not fret. I have already consulted with the teacher and decided to seek assistance from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, as I happen to have needs that align with their services." Wu Yun interjected, "Very well, I shall heed your words, but should the need arise, do not hesitate to summon me. My father will undoubtedly acquiesce to my requests." Ziyue replied confidently. After reaching an agreement, Yan Xian led Wu Yun to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 27. The Significance of Xiansu. Today, the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce is hosting an auction, and I, too, am keen to attend. Ziyue accompanied them to the chamber. Along the way, upon discussing Wu Yun's intention to serve as a patron for the Wanjin Chamber, Ziyue became displeased and immediately invited Wu Yun to join the city lord's mansion as a guest scholar, assuring him that the treatment would be equally favorable, and that the 2 roles were not mutually exclusive. Having already agreed to serve the Wanjin Chamber, Wu Yun felt it inappropriate to disregard his senior sister's goodwill. Thus, he consented to accompany her to the city lord's mansion afterward to apply for the position of guest scholar. This pleased Ziyue, who jested with Wu Yun. "Junior brother, I am close friends with the young lady Xia Zhilan of the Wanjin Chamber. She is a stunning beauty, delicate and enchanting. Once we arrive, I shall introduce you. If you were to win her favor, it would elevate your standing far beyond that of any mere patron." "Dear sister, how could you speak in such a manner? I, Wu Yun, would never be one to rely on a woman for sustenance." Initially, Wu Yun earnestly declined, but then resumed his usual playful demeanor and replied, "Besides, if I were to pursue that path, why would I seek distant shores when you are right here, sister? I cannot believe there exists a woman in Yin City more beautiful than you. Oh dear, you cheeky rascal, daring to jest with your sister." Ziyue playfully punched Wu Yun's arm, but her expression bore no trace of anger. Rather, there was a hint of delight. Yan Xian, sharing the carriage, could hardly contain his amusement and turned his head away, striving for decorum. Ziyue, typically aloof, was now engaging in banter with her junior brother, revealing Wu Yun's knack for charm. However, Master Yin couldn't help but feel envious of Wu Yun. Had he possessed such boldness in his youth? He might not have remained single to this day. The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce was particularly lively today. Numerous affluent merchants and nobles had gathered, and several attendants were welcoming guests into the auction hall. As a carriage came to a halt, Wu Yun and his companions emerged. At that moment, an attendant from Master Yan's carriage hurriedly approached the two women at the entrance, exclaiming, "Manager Su, Master Yan has arrived." The two women were strikingly captivating. One was clad in a resplendent red gown, her skin as fair as snow, and her cheeks adorned with a hint of grace that rendered her utterly enchanting. Though she appeared no different from a youthful flower in bloom, her voluptuous curves and elegant posture exuded a mature charm that was simply mesmerizing. Beside her stood a tall woman clad in green, equally striking in beauty. Yet, unlike the former, her somewhat aloof countenance bore a hint of coldness, coupled with a youthful innocence that lent her a unique charm. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Wu Yun immediately took notice of the two women amidst the crowd. These two ladies were indeed exceptional, walking together like blooming sisters, drawing the attention of onlookers with ease. The mingled gazes of admiration and awe from the surrounding crowd hinted at their extraordinary status. Both women could rival Ziyue in terms of both grace and appearance. Wu Yun mused privately that these sisters far surpassed the Xie sisters from Qingyang Town in beauty, even outshining the graceful Lin Xia. Perhaps only the little lowly Qingtan from Qingyang Town could hold a candle to them. As the two approached, they cast a surprised glance at Wu Yun, evidently unfamiliar with a young man capable of riding Master Yan's carriage in Yin City. Master Yan, Ziyue, Xian Su and Xia Zhilan greeted enthusiastically, with Xia Zhilan directly linking her arm with Ziyue's. Sister Su, Miss Xia, who is this? Xian Su inquired curiously, her gaze fixed on Wu Yun. He is my junior apprentice, a newly accepted disciple of our master. Sister Su, Zhilan, do not underestimate my junior. Although he is young, he is already a second-grade talisman master. Ziyue interjected, as if proudly showcasing her treasure. Wu Yun offered an awkward smile, unsure of what to say. Yan Xian interrupted the excited Ziyue. Ziyue, let's discuss this inside. There are too many prying eyes here. A second-grade talisman master at such a young age? Both Xian Su and Xia Zhilan were taken aback, the former contemplating how to recruit such a prodigy, while the latter was intrigued by the fact that his skills surpassed her own. Upon entering the auction house, with the event still some time away from commencing, the quartet settled into a private box. Yan Xian promptly elucidated Wu Yun's recent confrontation with the Blood Garment Sect's leaders, leaving Xian Su and Xia Zhilan astonished, their jaws dropping as before. Little brother Wu Yun, you are clearly a person of great ambition. Such individuals are the ones I admire most, Xian Su said, gracefully gliding towards Wu Yun and resting her delicate hand on his shoulder. This flirtation was overwhelming. Wu Yun instinctively held his breath, as Xian Su exuded a subtle fragrance that stirred something within him. Among all the women he had encountered, Xian Su stood out as the epitome of femininity, unmatched by others. Thank you for your kind words, Sister Su. I adhere to the principle of not offending others unless provoked. My actions in taking lives were born of necessity. Wu Yun quickly stepped aside, not out of disdain for her proximity, but because Xian Su's allure was too potent, and he wished to avoid any potential awkwardness. Meanwhile, Xia Zhilan regarded Wu Yun with a hint of apprehension, aware of the formidable reputations of Gu Ying and Wei Tong, notorious figures in Yin City known for their ruthless bloodshed. Such formidable individuals, unexpectedly dispatched by this seemingly harmless young man, is truly hard to fathom. Yet, Master Yin and Ziyue would not utter falsehoods, which attests to the fact that this young man is far more complex than he appears. What is most striking is that, despite being of similar age, his prowess is astonishingly formidable. Xia Zhiluan, at the late stage of the celestial origin realm, ranks among the top 3 of the younger generation in Yin City. However, compared to Wu Yun, the disparity is stark. Wu Yun's record is daunting. He can vanquish even those adept at the initial perfection of the Yuan Dan, and the next tier would be individuals of the same caliber as her father. Xian Su declared, the president is absent, but I can take charge. From this day forth, young brother Wu Yun shall be an honored guest of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. Here is your token of patronage. As a woman of decisiveness, Xian Su promptly made her decision and presented the patronage token to Wu Yun. Furthermore, she produced a cosmic bag containing 100,000 yuan stones as the initial remuneration for assisting in the eradication of the Blood Garment sect and for his role as a patron. Both Yan Xian and Ziyue were taken aback, astonished that Xian Su would be so generous. Xia Zhiluan also looked at Xian Su in surprise. 100,000 yuan stones is no small sum. However, reflecting on Wu Yun's formidable achievements, she soon understood, admiring Xian Su's audacity. No wonder her father insisted on appointing her as the steward despite opposition. This would undoubtedly win Wu Yun's favor. making it easier to cultivate his allegiance. Qiansu's magnanimity is indeed a testament to her broad-mindedness. Wu Yun, gazing at the cosmic bag, felt a surge of emotion but quickly declined. Steward Su. This is too much. After all, I came seeking assistance from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, and as for the Blood Garment sect's territory, we cannot claim it. It is merely a favor. Rest assured, young brother Wu Yun, this is what you rightfully deserve. I believe you are worth this amount. Qiansu stepped closer, her delicate hands gently clasping Wu Yun's, placing the cosmic bag into his palm. This made Ziyue frown in disapproval from the side. Wu Yun inadvertently brushed against Qiansu's tender hand, and he couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, "This cosmic bag feels exquisite." Chapter 38, Lin Dong and the Great Black Rat. Wu Yun accepted the 100,000 Yuan stones, mentally noting Qiansu's kindness. Shortly thereafter, Qiansu stepped out to arrange for the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to take over the territory of the Blood Garment sect. The auction soon commenced, and the attendees entered, with the four of them settling in a private box. The items up for auction included martial arts techniques, weapons, elixirs, and spiritual herbs. The weapons available for auction were predominantly crafted by Master Yin, who claimed the title of the foremost craftsman in Yin City. The first item auctioned was a longsword, the Autumn Scale Sword, forged by Yin Xian. The host began the bidding at 500 Yuan stones, ultimately concluding the sale at 850 Yuan stones. The Autumn Lin Sword, originally crafted from black-scaled stone iron, was valued at a mere 200 Yuan stones. However, after undergoing the meticulous rune processing by Master Yin, its worth had increased over fourfold. Qiansu introduced this to them, while simultaneously praising Master Yin. The profession of rune master is, indeed, quite lucrative. Master, when you have the time, I would like to learn the art of crafting and inscribing runes, Wu Yun expressed, feeling a surge of enthusiasm. His intention was not to seek profit, as he believed that such a method was far less expedient than the abilities of Lin Dong, the toolman. Rather, he yearned to master the technique of inscribing runes upon weapons. Within the arsenal of Tongmen's concealed weapons, many were intricately designed yet potent. However, constrained by the mediocrity of that world, their lethality remained limited. Should he succeed in inscribing runes upon them, their power would undoubtedly be magnified, akin to the principles of soul-guided devices in Do Law. Yin Xian responded, "If you are truly interested, you may certainly pursue this path. But the art of weapon crafting requires prolonged dedication. Typically, one only turns to this endeavor when they find it increasingly difficult to advance in their mental prowess. I refrained from teaching you before for fear of hindering your cultivation of spiritual energy." Wu Yin understood and replied, "I shall give it a try. If it proves too challenging, I can always abandon it without any regret. Junior brother, the master only wishes what is best for you." However, halfway through the conversation, Ziyu sulked, her disappointment evident as she lamented, "Master, are you teaching me about crafting now because you think there is no hope for my advancement?" "Oh, that's not what I meant." Yin Xian stammered, feeling awkward. "I taught too early." The laughter of Xia Lan and Wu Yun erupted, unable to contain themselves. Ziyu pouted, exclaiming, "The fool is none other than myself." "Haha, it seems Master Yin has high hopes for our young brother Wu Yun." Qiansu deftly diverted the conversation away from Ziyu. "No more of this. Let us focus on the auction." Master Yin quickly turned his attention to the auction stage. "By the way, young brother Wu Yun, if there is something you fancy, do not hesitate to bid. As a guest of our guild, you are entitled to a 20% discount." Qiansu added, having settled beside Wu Yun, her voice sweet and fragrant, a gentle aroma wafting towards him. Qiansu was a woman of great social grace. Sitting beside her felt like a refreshing breeze in spring. "Perfect. I happen to have something in mind." Wu Yun replied joyfully, realizing that the discount could save him a considerable amount of Yuan pills. He sought to exchange for spiritual herbs, particularly high-grade ones, as both he and Lin Dong, as well as Bai Yun, were in need of them. "By the way, calling me young brother feels rather distant. I am not so young anymore. Qiansu Jia, I shall address you as sister, and you may simply call me Xiao Yun," Wu Yun suggested, feeling discomfort by the term young brother. He was indeed not small. He was quite grown. He. "Very well, sister shall comply." The auction continued, and soon enough, the item Wu Yun desired appeared. Virtual Spirit Grass, a 5th-grade spiritual herb, possesses the ability to nurture one's spirit. Starting bid, 200 Yuan stones, the host announced. A 5th-grade spiritual herb. He had never even laid eyes on one in Qingyang town. The elixir is highly sought after everywhere, and the price immediately surged to 300, 400, 500. Once the commotion subsided, Wu Yun boldly proclaimed, 600 Yuan stones. He successfully acquired the elixir. Subsequently, he monopolized all the elixirs that followed, obtaining 5 specimens of 5th-grade elixirs. The grand finale of the auction was a refined spiritual secret technique, the sharp spiral wave, which was purchased at a considerable price by Ziyue. Sister Xian, we need one more person for the Dancian Pawn competition, and that person is Wu Yun. After the auction concluded, Xia Zhilan discreetly whispered in Xian Su's ear. Oh, I almost forgot about that matter. You still harbor a dislike for that Song Qing. Xian Su's eye sparkled. Wu Yun, a second-grade talisman master, coupled with his feats of slaying Gu Ying and Wei Tong, is undoubtedly the most stable candidate for the Dancian Pawn competition. Xiao Yun, I have a favor to ask of you. Xian Su called out to Wu Yun. Sister Su, feel free to speak. I will do my utmost to assist, and I shall not decline. Given your capabilities, it is nothing of great consequence. Xian Su then proceeded to explain the Dancian Pawn competition to Wu Yun. The so-called Dancian Pawn is a rare natural wonder, containing exceedingly pure yin and yang energies. For those at the Tianyuan realm, absorbing its energy not only facilitates a rapid advancement to the Yuandan realm, but also ensures that the resulting Yuandan is of a quality exceeding 6 stars. Xian Su continued. In the deep mountains of eastern Yin City, both the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and the Blood Wolf Gang have discovered a Dancian Pond. While the Dancian Pond offers limited aid to those who have already formed their Yuandan, it is considered a divine object for the younger generation at the Tianyuan realm. Our two factions have both set their sights on this Dancian Pond, leading to a fierce competition. The contest format will involve the younger generation competing in a best-of-3 format. We have already determined 2 candidates. We initially had a third in mind, but Jilan is not fond of that individual, hence the delay in finalizing the selection. Oh, I see. Wu Yun replied nonchalantly, yet internally he reveled in the realization that they had finally sought him out. In a best-of-3 format, if the opponents are merely of the Tianyuan realm, I can guarantee a victory in 1 match. Do you have absolute confidence in winning at least one of the remaining 2 matches? Wu Yun inquired, gazing at Xian Su and Xia Zhilan. Xian Su responded. According to the information we currently possess, the 2 children of the Blood Wolf Gang's leader are the principal candidates for the Dancian Pawn competition. Their strengths lie in the latter stages of the Tianyuan realm, comparable to Zhilan. To be frank, we have some confidence in our ability to win, but we lack complete assurance. Beside them, Xia Zhilan raised an eyebrow, eager to assert her own capability to secure a victory. She had crossed swords with the Yu siblings. Although she could not best the elder brother Yu Feng, she could manage to surpass the younger sister Yu Ling. However, she remained uncertain about the order of appearance, which left her hesitant to guarantee a win. I happen to have another candidate. His strength also lies in being a second-grade talisman master, and he can indeed slay formidable opponents like Wei Tong, Wu Yun remarked casually, likening Wei Tong to a measuring unit. The 3 beside him exchanged glances, rolling their eyes as they murmured, is Wei Tong truly so easy to kill? If he were to join me in the contest of the Dancian pool, securing 2 victories would be a mere formality. At that point, Miss Xia would not even need to intervene. Wu Yun declared with confidence. To think there exists a young powerhouse comparable to Xiao Yun. I must certainly introduce him to my sister. Xian Su exclaimed with delight, for her greatest passion lies in attracting talent. Should he be willing to come, I can assure he will enjoy the same offerings as you do, Xian Su promised. Setting aside other matters, the mere identity of a second-tier talisman master is sufficient to command Xian Su's respect, not to mention that he is akin to Wu Yun, capable of easily defeating those at the intermediate stage of the Yuandan realm. Very well, I shall notify him at once. Wu Yun promptly returned, riding on by Yun back to Qingyang Town. Meanwhile, in Qingyang Town, Lin Dong was in a small dark room, his mental energy probing into the stone talisman, tirelessly searching every nook and cranny of the talisman space. Ever since absorbing that enigmatic demon flower within the lava cave of Taimu Manor, Lin Dong had sensed the presence of other life forms within the talisman space. With each inch of exploration, he finally made a discovery. I found you. The transformation needle. Lin Dong utilized the transformation needle to force the mysterious entity into the open. A beam of light fell heavily not far in front of Lin Dong, and as he focused his gaze, a look of astonishment washed over his face. The radiant light dimmed, revealing a creature approximately the size of a palm. Entirely cloaked in ink-black fur, a black rat. Lin Dong was utterly taken aback. Mimicking Wu Yun's tone, he exclaimed, "Damn, a big black rat." Chapter 39, Little Weasel. Do not tell your big brother. Lin Dong was genuinely surprised, never anticipating that such a magnificent and prestigious item as the stone talisman would harbor a rat. He felt an immediate sense of disappointment. This big black rat had kept him on edge throughout the day. However, upon hearing Lin Dong's exclamation, the black rat's fur bristled, its small eyes glaring at Lin Dong with fury, and to his astonishment, it spoke in human language. "You are the big black rat. You are all big black rats." The little weasel was exceedingly indignant, a dignified celestial demon weasel. How could it endure such an insult? It can even speak human language. Lin Dong was taken aback. Stepping back half a pace, had the rat become sentient? The furious demeanor of the rat instilled a sense of fear within him. You ignorant little brat. I am a celestial demon weasel, not a rat. The weasel's small eyes bulged as it retorted, exasperated. Its indignant expression was quite comical, prompting Lin Dong to chuckle aloud. Internally, he ridiculed the celestial demon weasel. The name sounded imposing, yet it looked just like a rat. However, Lin Dong only dared to scoff internally, refraining from vocalizing his thoughts, as he noted how sensitive the celestial demon weasel was to the term big black rat. He worried that if he spoke it again, it might leap up and bite his knee. Regardless of what you are, tell me why you are here. Lin Dong's vigilance was heightened, especially concerning the stone talisman, and he proceeded to interrogate the celestial demon weasel. Their initial encounter was far from pleasant. Wu Yun rode on the clouds and arrived at Tai Mu Manor. In the distance, a fiery red figure joyfully galloped towards him, carrying a little girl. Qing Tan, perched atop Xiao Yan, exclaimed with delight, "Ah, brother Wu Yun, it's truly you who has returned." She had been playing inside the manor with Xiao Yan when he suddenly dashed towards the entrance. "Qing Tan, you've grown quite a bit," Wu Yun remarked, somewhat disheartened. "If this little girl grows up, she won't be a little girl anymore." Qing Tan, donned in a short skirt, swayed her delicate, fair legs atop Xiao Yan. Her features were exquisite, adorned with two small braids that accentuated her extreme cuteness. "What do you mean? Is it wrong for me to grow taller?" She pouted, clearly displeased with Wu Yun's tone. As time passed, and with Wu Yun frequently accompanying Lin Dong, Qing Tan gradually began to regard Wu Yun in the same brotherly light as Lin Dong, growing closer to him, fostering a unique bond. Unlike Lin Dong, who had been like an elder brother since childhood, Wu Yun often teased her, complimenting her beauty and charm, which made Qing Tan, in her youthful innocence, secretly elated. Currently, the Guangdao Martial Arts School and the Lin family had nearly merged into an alliance, with the younger generation often mingling together. Wu Yun had undeniably become the most outstanding among them. Many admired and revered him, and Qing Tan was acutely aware that even the most enchanting Lin Xia, from their clan, harbored a hidden affection for Wu Yun. Thus, she gradually began to pay more attention to his words. Alas, with Qing Tan's growth comes maturity. And with maturity comes marriage. "I am reluctant to see my little sister marry." Wu Yun sighed dramatically, as if Qing Tan were on the verge of betrothal. "Brother Wu Yun, what are you saying?" Qing Tan has no plans to marry. Her adorable face flushed, and she nervously twirled her braid. Wu Yun replied, "A girl must eventually marry. It's merely a question of timing. With our Qing Tan's beauty, she will surely attract many suitors. I wonder which boy will eventually win her heart." "I will not marry, not ever. I want to stay by brother Wu Yun and brother Lin Dong's side forever," Qing Tan declared loudly, seemingly troubled by the notion of marriage. However, Wu Yun noticed a subtle shift. Previously, when Qing Tan spoke of Lin Dong and him, she always placed Lin Dong's name first. Now, Wu Yun's name took precedence. All right, let's not dwell on this. I was merely teasing you. If you want to marry, go ahead. If not, that's fine too. I can support you for a lifetime." Wu Yun chuckled, finding joy in teasing Qing Tan. In the original story, this little girl, enamored with her brother, never married. Upon finishing the original tale, Wu Yun felt that Lin Dong was rather inconsiderate. He clearly understood his sister's feelings, yet continued to toy with them, never letting go. As a martial arts master, what harm would another woman do? Wu Yun found this aspect of him quite distasteful. From the moment Wu Yun encountered Qing Tan, he consciously endeavored to entice her, attempting to alter her affections for Lin Dong. At the very least, he would not cool the hearts of those who loved him, unlike Lin Dong. Between the one you love and the one who loves you, Wu Yun firmly believed in cherishing those who hold affection for you. Brother Wu Yun. This is what you said." Qing Tan's expression instantly transformed, her joy evident. Indeed. Wu Yun nodded vigorously and then declared, "Where is your brother Lin Dong? I must seek him out." Qing Tan's little face immediately fell, her lips pouting. "You only come to look for brother Lin Dong. He is in the small black room." Wu Yun gently ruffled Qing Tan's hair. "I have important matters to discuss with Lin Dong. You should play with Bai Yun instead, leaving Bai Yun behind." Wu Yun proceeded to the small black room to find Lin Dong. Knock, knock, knock. Wu Yun rapped on the door. "Second brother, I have returned." Inside the small black room, Lin Dong, who was engaged in conversation with the celestial demon ferret, quickly focused his mental energy, realizing that his elder brother had come back. At that moment, the celestial demon ferret transmitted a frantic message to Lin Dong, exclaiming, "Lin Dong, whatever you do not mention me to your elder brother. You must remember, do not speak of my existence." Lin Dong, puzzled, responded, "Why? My brother is aware of the stone talisman, and he is a good person, worthy of trust. He would never wish harm upon me." The celestial demon ferret insisted. He may not wish you harm, but that does not mean he would not wish it upon me. I fear that if he learns of my identity, he might covet my demon spirit. Your demon spirit? What advantages does it hold? Lin Dong's eyes brightened with curiosity. He had yet to establish any rapport with this large black rat, and both were still in a phase of mutual wariness. It holds no advantages. The celestial demon ferret quickly clarified, desperately slapping its own mouth with its tiny paws in the stone talisman. Alarmed, it thought, I almost revealed how to devour myself. After a moment, seeing that Lin Dong truly seemed unaware of such matters, it quietly sighed in relief. Recently awakened and possessing feeble strength, it was cautious, knowing that even the seemingly clumsy Lin Dong could easily consume its demon spirit. Thus, the naturally cautious ferret had been hiding in the shadows, avoiding exposure. Who would have thought that in a moment of panic, it would mistakenly speak? In any case, do not disclose my existence to your elder brother, and I shall owe you a favor. This large black rat, so fearful of the elder brother, filled Lin Dong with curiosity. Its demeanor had not been like this during their previous exchange. Now, upon hearing that the elder brother had arrived, it had become obedient. Very well. I shall temporarily agree to your request, but you must not continue to conceal anything from me. Lin Dong replied with a smirk, conveying his thoughts through the stone talisman. At that moment, he had reached the door. The talisman offered no further response. The celestial demon ferret completely retracted its presence, hiding in the darkest corner of the talisman. Trembling with fear, Lin Dong opened the door. Brother? Wu Yunxiao glanced around the room, wondering why the door was taking so long to open. Had Lin Dong reached a moment of enlightenment during his training? Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. No. A large black rat scurried into the room just now, and I'm trying to catch it. Chapter 40, The Mask of Suffering. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the celestial weasel within the stone talisman panicked. Was this young lad intending to betray me? What black rat? Wu Yun inquired, puzzled. Right here. Lin Dong summoned with his mental energy, and indeed, he captured a sizable black rat from the dark corner of the room. You little rascal, daring to toy with the weasel lord. The celestial weasel, sensing through its spiritual connection that Lin Dong was not referring to it, but to an actual rat, breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yun remarked, at your age, why are you playing with rats? I have important matters to discuss with you. This opportunity could be a significant turning point for you. He immediately informed Lin Dong about the impending competition for the Dancian pool. The contest begins in 3 days. You must accompany me to Yin City. There's no need to worry about the Blood Wolf Gang, the Wanjin Merchant Association, or the City Lordess Talisman. They have all agreed to support us. The Wanjin Merchant Association has even assigned personnel to keep an eye on key members of the Blood Wolf Gang. Should any of their people dare to approach Qingyang Town, they will promptly alert me and assist us in thwarting them. Good, that puts my mind at ease. Wu Yun relayed this information to Luo Cheng and the others, before he and Lin Dong mounted their steeds, Baiyun and Xiaoyan, and set off towards Yin City. 3 days later, Wu Yun and Lin Dong entrusted the Fire Python Tiger siblings to the Talisman Masters Association and then proceeded to the Wanjin Merchant Association. Sister Xiansu, we have arrived. Xiaoyun, I've been waiting for you for so long, Xiansu said, her tone tinged with longing as she turned her gaze toward Lin Dong. So this must be Lin Dong. Truly, a young hero indeed. Lin Dong acknowledged her. I've met Chief Steward Su. You may address me as Sister Xiansu, just as Xiaoyun does. Of course, Sister Xiansu. There may be some complications ahead. The originally confirmed candidates, Lu Yi and Song Qing, have been discarded due to your unexpected participation. They are quite unwilling and may challenge you. Xiansu explained with a hint of concern. One hails from the Lu family and the other from the Song family. Both are prominent clans within our merchant association. I am not afraid of offending them, but there are other officials involved. Wu Yin promptly interrupted. Sister Xiansu, there is no need for concern. We trust you. It's all about strength, after all. If we cannot even best those two, then we should not participate in the contest for the Dancian pool. In order to take control of the blood-clothed sect's territory, I have yet to disclose Wei Tong's death. Otherwise, they would claim to know you two were responsible for his demise. Even with tenfold courage, they would not dare challenge you. Xiansu led the two of them to the gathering square. A crowd had already assembled there. Beside Xia Jilan stood a lecherous young man, eyeing her with lascivious intent. Jilan, who in Yin City is more suited to participate in the Dancian pool contest than I. You cannot exclude me simply because you do not favor me. Xia Jilan didn't even wish to glance at Song Qing. This man, notorious for his debauchery and questionable character, still dared to pursue her. What a deluded fantasy. Aside from Song Qing, who buzzed around Xia Jilan like a fly, there stood a brooding young man with a sullen expression, Lu Yi, one of the previously selected candidates. He was intently gazing in the direction of the entrance when Xiansu arrived, accompanied by Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Upon seeing the trio, A flicker of emotion finally graced Xia Zhilan's face. The steward had arrived. The group advanced to greet them. While Lu Yi and Song Qing's eyes were fixed on Wu Yun and Lin Dong, the two individuals who had usurped their positions. Xiansu, is this truly your choice? The contention for the Dancian pool is of utmost importance, suddenly replacing Lu Yi and Song Qing. Do you truly believe these two can emerge victorious? An elder steward questioned, his tone laden with skepticism. If they cannot prevail, then substituting Lu Yi and Song Qing is an even more futile endeavor, Xiansu retorted coolly. I wish to challenge them. Should I lose, I shall have no excuse. Lu Yi stepped forward, speaking plainly. I too wish to issue a challenge. Song Qing added, his demeanor darkening as he echoed Lu Yi's sentiments. At that moment, Xia Zhilan positioned herself between Wu Yun and Lin Dong, whispering softly in their ears. Lu Yi is straightforward and means no harm. Tread lightly with him. However, Song Qing is rather unscrupulous. You may teach him a lesson with a firmer hand. Not a problem, let's go. Wu Yun nodded in agreement. One in the late Tian Yuan realm, and one in the mid Tian Yuan realm. Brother, you choose first. I'll take him. It presents a bit of a challenge. Lin Dong declared, pointing at Lu Yi. He discerned that Lu Yi was the kind of resolute martial artist he wished to face. Now, Lin Dong was merely in the mid Tian Yuan realm. Very well. Go ahead. Wu Yun consented, as the distinction between the mid and late Tian Yuan realms held little significance for him. They were merely different levels of play. Meanwhile, Song Qing's expression darkened further. He felt insulted. As Lin Dong and Lu Yi engaged in battle, Lin Dong refrained from employing mental power, resulting in a fierce and evenly matched exchange. When it was Wu Yun and Song Qing's turn, they stepped closer, and Song Qing, with a voice as cold as a mosquito's buzz, warned Wu Yun, I do not care where you hail from, but I kindly advise you to recognize your situation. Go to Steward Su and voluntarily concede. I shall provide you with satisfactory compensation. Otherwise, be wary of your actions in Yin City. Wu Yun smirked, recognizing that Song Qing was merely concocting sinister schemes. It was no wonder Xia Zhilan despised him. Do you intend to fight with your words, fool? Wu Yun rolled his eyes at him. You seek your own demise. Song Qing seethed, channeling his energy into a punch aimed directly at Wu Yun. With a swift movement, Wu Yun, eager to avoid further pointless dialogue, evaded using the ghost shadow stealth technique and closed the distance to deliver a sharp slap to Song Qing's face. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in an ornate robe approached the square. President, Father, Xiansu and the other stewards quickly offered their respects. Xia Wanji nodded and inquired of Xiansu, which one is Wu Yun? The one battling Song Qing? He gazed at Wu Yun with keen interest. Only then did Song Qing find himself being pulled over by Wu Yun, as if he were merely a ball under Wu Yun's control. The technique was akin to the mastery of capturing dragons and controlling cranes. With each tug, a punch connected with Song Qing's face. No matter how he struggled, he could not escape this overwhelming grasp. Such formidable elemental power. Xiao Wanjin marveled, asserting that Wu Yun possessed the most potent force he had ever witnessed within the Tianyuan realm. It was at this moment that Xiansu and the others discerned that Song Qing was not merely being beaten. He too was of the Tianyuan realm. Song Qing's protective aura shattered like paper at a mere poke from Wu Yun, while Wu Yun's own aura remained impervious to Song Qing's desperate attempts to strike. In no time, Song Qing's visage was bruised and battered. Enraged and humiliated, he stealthily drew a sharp blade from his sleeve, viciously aiming for Wu Yun's throat. Wu Yun, be careful, Xiansu exclaimed in alarm. Xia Zhilian furrowed her brows deeply. Ah, a concealed weapon. Wu Yun sneered, disgusted. In his eyes, Song Qing's movements were painfully slow. Allow me to demonstrate what a true concealed weapon is. With a flick of his finger, 5 golden particles burst forth from beneath his fingernails, transforming into golden needles that soared through the air. Utilizing only elemental force, he effortlessly manipulated the Longshu needles. They pierced into the palms of Song Qing's hands, causing the surrounding flesh to curl up in agony. Ah! Song Qing screamed in torment, the blade slipping from his grasp. 5 swollen flesh balls appeared in his palms. The skin tautly stretched, and excruciating pain surged through his nerves. What is happening? Xiansu and the others were bewildered, unable to comprehend the swift turn of events. Such astonishing concealed weapons. Xiao Wanjin was equally astounded, having barely caught a glimpse of Wu Yun's technique. Young master, young master. The steward of the Song family rushed over in haste. Fu Bo, kill him. Song Qing pointed accusingly at Wu Yun. Such a stubborn tongue. Wu Yun frowned, disregarding Fu Bo entirely. He promptly launched 2 more Longshu needles, one piercing Song Qing's lip and the other directly through his tongue. The needles coiled, causing Song Qing's lips and tongue to twist painfully, his mouth shrinking and deforming. Song Qing writhed in agony, unable to articulate, tears streaming down his face. his countenance resembling a mask of suffering. Chapter 41. The True Unraveling of Primitive Runes. You dare. Seeing Wu Yun's continued aggression, Fu Bo seethed with rage, unleashing his elemental force as he struck out at Wu Yun. He was of the minor Yuan Dan realm. Xian Yu Palm. Wu Yun, undeterred, transformed his hands into pure white jade, meeting Fu Bo's palm strike head-on. Though he was merely in the Tianyuan realm, his elemental power surpassed that of the typical minor Yuan Dan's pure Yuan aura. With a single strike, Wu Yun remained unmoved, while Fu Bo crashed to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The onlookers, including Xiao Wanjin, were taken aback in astonishment. Could he still be considered a second-tier talisman master? Xiao Wanjin's Adam's apple bobbed. Even in his perfected Yuan Dan realm, he could not maintain his composure. He had encountered many prodigies, but none like Wu Yun. Not only in terms of mental prowess, but also in terms of Yuan power, he was unparalleled in Yin City. Indeed, according to Master Yin, Wu Yun's mental strength surpassed even his Yuan power, and Gu Ying and Wei Tong had perished at the hands of his mental techniques. Xian Su quickly interjected. You have done exceptionally well. This Wu Yun is worthy of our alliance, no matter the cost. Xiao Wanjin exclaimed, eyes filled with admiration. In his discerning view, such a genius could rank among the top in the entire De Yin dynasty. Do you think I hesitate to kill you? Wu Yun's gaze was calm as he looked at Song Qing, yet that very look sent chills down Song Qing's spine. Please, don't kill me. My father is Song Gang. Song Qing retreated, already dazed at the sight of Fu Bo spitting blood. Wu Yun, my young brother, do not stoop to this fellow's level. Allow me to handle this. Xiao Wanjin approached, addressing Wu Yun as brother with a familiarity that made Xia Zhilan furrow her brows. Why was her father addressing someone of Wu Yun's apparent generation as a brother? However, Xian Su and the other stewards grew increasingly cautious. Xiao Wanjin's lowering of status to befriend Wu Yun indicated his high regard for him, treating him as an equal among peers. Greetings, President Xia. Wu Yun clasped his hands in respect. Although it was their first meeting, Wu Yun could easily deduce the man's identity from his demeanor and his slight resemblance to Xia Zhilan. With the president taking the lead, he naturally would adhere to his arrangements. As of now, he was a revered member of the Wanjin Merchant Guild. Song Qing, Su Fu. Wu Yun holds a revered position within our guild, equal to that of your Song family. Today, you initiated the attack. Had I not intervened, it would have been justified for Wu Yun to eliminate you. Out of consideration for your father's standing, I shall spare your life. But you must return and have him prepare 10,000 Yang Yuan stones. After the Dan Xianqi contest concludes, he is to personally apologize to Wu Yun. Yes, President. Su Fu replied respectfully. Wu Yun, my young brother, is this arrangement to your satisfaction? Thank you, President, for your fair judgment. Wu Yun expressed his genuine gratitude, taken aback by Xiao Wanjin's unexpected demeanor. Then I shall assist young Master Song by extracting the needle. Otherwise, others may have to excise the entire piece of flesh. Wu Yun stated calmly, yet his words sent shivers through the bystanders. He then employed his mental power to extract the dragon whisker needle, each piece causing Song Qing to grimace in pain, tears, and snot streaming down his face. The hidden weapon was indeed insidious. Witnessing the process of extracting the needle, those present, including Xiao Wanjin, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation towards Wu Yun. Xia Zhilian's heart raced as she perceived Song Qing's suffering, which had exceeded her imagination. She requested Wu Yun to teach Song Qing a lesson, allowing him to be a tad ruthless. Wu Yun complied, but his ruthlessness was not merely slight, it was magnified immensely. In truth, the pretext of aiding Song Qing was but a fade. Wu Yun merely sought to reclaim the dragon whisker needle. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Dong had also concluded his battle, effortlessly securing victory over Lu Yi with the third seal of the Chimanin. Let us depart. The group proceeded towards the location of the Dancian pool. Upon arrival, members of the Blood Wolf gang awaited them. President Xia, we have waited quite a while. We assumed the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, with its abundant wealth, would forego the Dancian pool, remarked the middle-aged leader, exuding a formidable aura that pressed against the members of the Wanjin Chamber. Xiao Wanjin stepped forward, unleashing his own energy to counter the pressure. Guild leader Yu. You are overly hasty. The time has not yet come. Is this the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan? Wu Yun furrowed his brow, realizing that the energy wielded by these two was significantly superior to Wei Tong's. The disparity between the great perfection and the small perfection was indeed vast. I wonder if my dragon whisker needle can penetrate their defenses. Wu Yun pondered as he absently touched the golden particles beneath his fingernail. The two factions stood in a standoff, scrutinizing one another. Wu Yun observed his surroundings. At the edge of the mountain, a steep stone wall rose dramatically, beneath which lay a small, crystal-clear pond, approximately 10 feet in size. The water appeared remarkably enchanting, with one half bubbling vigorously while the other exuded a bone-chilling coldness. Two distinctly opposing attributes coexisting within the pond in stark clarity. The Dancian pool. Very well, let the competition commence. I shall begin. Yu Ling from the Blood Wolf gang stepped forward first. As the esteemed young lady of the Blood Wolf gang, she was even more arrogant than Xia Zhilian. Her spear pointed directly at Xia Zhilian in provocation. Xia Zhilian, dare you engage in battle with me? Humph, why should I hesitate? Xia Zhilian remained unfazed, promptly entering the fray. Originally, it was planned that she would not need to take action. Xiao Wanjin and Xian Su paid no heed, allowing her to proceed since Wu Yun and Lin Dong were there to back her up. The two women clashed, and ultimately, Xia Zhilian emerged victorious as anticipated. In the second match, Lin Dong faced off against Yushan, also achieving an effortless victory. Guild leader Yu, I believe the third match is unnecessary, Xiao Wanjin declared. In high spirits, you have won the Dancian pool, yet I still insist we proceed with the third contest. I refuse to believe that the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce can claim victory in all three matches. Yushan's expression darkened considerably. In a low voice, he instructed the young man in gray beside him, Jiang Li, eliminate him. The Dancian pool is lost, yet the reward shall remain yours. With the Dancian pool gone, Yushan sought to salvage something from the situation. Very well, that aligns with my intentions. The young man in gray smirked coldly. He was hired at a considerable expense by the Blood Wolf gang, yet the arrival of the Yu siblings resulted in an immediate defeat, rendering his role ineffective. It appears that it falls upon brother Wu Yun to intervene and teach them a lesson, curtailing the Blood Wolf gang's momentum. I am more than willing to confront the Blood Wolf gang, Wu Yun remarked with a smile. Recently, the Blood Wolf gang has exerted significant pressure on Qingyang town. As the two prepared to engage, Wu Yun stood at the late stage of the Tianyuan realm, while Jiang Li was merely at the mid-stage. However, Jiang Li exhibited an unexpected confidence, appearing entirely unperturbed. Before any physical confrontation began, a crimson mist began to erupt from Jiang Li's body, gradually retracting to coalesce into a thin layer of blood shackles enveloping him, while his palms were similarly ensnared, with blood spikes protruding from his fingertips, radiating a chilling, sinister gleam. With a malevolent grin directed at Wu Yun, Jiang Li's aura surged to the late stage of the Tianyuan realm, and it continued to rise, soon reaching the minor Yuandan realm. The members of the Wanjin Merchant Association felt a shiver run down their spines. The blood transformation to Yuan technique, exclaimed Xiao Wanjin in astonishment. What manner of technique is this? Xian Su inquired. Xiao Wanjin replied, it is an exceedingly ruthless secret technique. By employing this method, one can evaporate their own blood, momentarily enhancing their power, albeit at a significant cost. After this display, Jiang Li will likely require at least half a year of recuperation to recover. Thank goodness I am not facing this fellow, Xia Zhilan thought, feeling a lingering dread. At that moment, it became clear to everyone that Jiang Li was the trump card of the Blood Wolf gang, yet he happened to encounter Wu Yun and Lin Dong. While the members of the Wanjin Merchant Association were astonished, none appeared anxious. Instead, they watched the unfolding drama with a sense of morbid curiosity directed towards the Blood Wolf gang. What is the meaning of this reaction? Both Yushan and Jiang Li were taken aback, particularly Jiang Li, who stared intently at Wu Yun, expecting him to display shock, panic, or fear, and then kneel in supplication. However, Wu Yun merely scoffed, nonchalantly stating, all show and no substance. Begone. Unable to contain himself, Jiang Li unleashed a blood-red hand aimed at Wu Yun's heart. Thunderstorm Blade. Wu Yun grasped the thunder pattern blade, channeling his energy with the ferocity of a tempest. Swinging it with reckless abandon, the blade slicing through the air with lethal precision. In mere moments, Jiang Li's hand was severed. Ultimately, the blade came to rest against Jiang Li's throat, decisive, ruthless, and utterly unhesitant. What a ferocious young man. Yushan squinted at Wu Yun, a formidable pressure emanating from him. Well, we are merely reciprocating. Is your Jiang Li not equally ruthless? Xiao Wanjin boldly countered Yushan's challenge. Humph. We shall take our leave. Yushan, in a fit of anger, retreated with his entourage. All right, you four may proceed, Xiao Wanjin declared, hands clasped behind his back as he surveyed the Dancian pool. Aside from Wu Yun and his companions, Lu Yi and another individual were also set to enter the Dancian pool. The characters of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce's younger generation are of paramount importance. With a splash, Xia Zhilan was the first to leap in. Let us go. Wu Yun and Lin Dong exchanged glances before they too plunged into the depths. Ding. You have arrived at the Dancian pool. Would you like to check in? The system prompted. Check in. Ding. Check in successful. You have received the reward. Original Rune True Interpretation. Chapter 42. Shocking the crowd with a breakthrough into the Yuan Dan realm. The original rune True Interpretation. At that moment, An obscure, ancient, and intricate stream of information surged into Wu Yun's mind, as myriad wondrous and intricate runes flitted through his consciousness. Each rune bore a corresponding piece of information, encapsulating distinct powers. Hundreds, thousands, even tens of thousands of runic details flooded Wu Yun's brain. This knowledge was forcefully infused into his mind, and for a fleeting moment, his thoughts were saturated with runes. The complex symbols he had encountered previously now found their corresponding original runes within his mental landscape, alongside numerous unfamiliar ones. Had he needed to learn these runes on his own, it would have taken a lifetime to memorize them. Wu Yun couldn't help but think how fortunate it would have been to possess such an ability during his previous life. To effortlessly transfer the contents of entire books into his mind. Ding. Check-in location updated. Please check in at the Rune Master Tower. The system's alert sounded once more, heralding a new check-in task. The Rune Master Tower? It seems the tower battle is approaching. Yan Xian had mentioned the tower battle to him before, but at that time, Wu Yun was merely a first-tier rune master, and little more was said. Brother, the yin and yang energies here are so robust and pure, Lin Dong exclaimed, reveling in the sensation of the pool's waters. Wu Yun returned to his senses, noticing that Xia Zhilan, Lu Yi, and others had already closed their eyes and entered a meditative state. Powerful currents of energy emanated from the three, drawing in the abundant yin and yang energies surrounding them. We should absorb it as well. With that, he plunged into the pool to begin his own absorption. As he activated the Xiantian Gong, a vortex of energy formed around him, modest in size, but slightly larger than those created by Xia Zhilan and the others. Of course, their cultivation techniques were also remarkable. Yet, Wu Yun felt a tinge of disappointment. His Xiantian Gong had already reached the 6th level. It appeared that the Xiantian Gong was not as formidable as he had envisioned. Its rate of assimilating yuan force was merely superior to first-class techniques, only capable of reaching the consummate stage of the Yuan Dan realm, falling short of the transformative martial arts. Wu Yun sighed inwardly, not due to the inadequacy of the Xiantian Gong, but rather because the martial arts of the Tianxian continent were far more potent than he had anticipated. He could only hope that his next check-in would yield an even more powerful technique. Wu Yun placed his hopes on future check-ins, confident that the Xiantian Gong would sustain him until he reached the Yuan Dan realm, and that he would have opportunities to check in and receive further rewards in the meantime. Now, Wu Yun has also realized that the rewards obtained from the system sign-in are primarily based on his current circumstances, providing him with what he needs at the moment. Lin Dong is in a similar situation. Among the 5 individuals in the pool, he and Lin Dong possess the largest whirlpool, followed by Xia Zhilan, while Lu Yi and Xia Shi have the smallest. At this moment, a voice from the little weasel echoed in Lin Dong's mind. Haha, kid. Do you wish to swiftly absorb the dual energies of yin and yang present here? Do you have a method? Lin Dong inquired eagerly, as he had long suspected that this large black rat was no ordinary creature. Its haughty demeanor seemed far too genuine, likely indicating that it was indeed a formidable being. Be cautious, do not become overly excited, and ensure your elder brother does not discover this, the little weasel transmitted cautiously. All right, just tell me, Lin Dong hurriedly replied, aware of the little weasel's inexplicable fear of his elder brother. The little weasel said, I can teach you, but you must also assist me. Dive to the bottom of the pool later. I sense something down there. Okay, let us hurry. Lin Dong, without further hesitation, recognized the limited energy available and aimed to seize this opportunity to break through to the later stage of the Tianyuan realm. The little weasel immediately imparted the method of absorption to Lin Dong, transforming qi into essence, a mental technique that aids in the utilization of spiritual power. After several attempts, Lin Dong successfully mastered it, and soon his absorption whirlpool expanded dramatically, surpassing the combined total of Wu Yun and Xia Zhilan, visibly and voraciously consuming the yin and yang energies from the pool, akin to a whale devouring its prey. Goodness gracious! Wu Yun, Xia Zhilan, and the others were left astounded, inwardly exclaiming in disbelief and secretly cursing Lin Dong. Are you a dog? At this rate, he will siphon all the energy for himself. This kid is cheating. It seems that the celestial weasel has awakened and did not inform me. Wu Yun speculated inwardly. Lin Dong had not possessed such means before, otherwise, he would have shared them. It was undoubtedly the celestial weasel that had taught him. Wu Yun quickly deduced the truth, feeling envious of Lin Dong. The chosen one of this realm truly had it made. Having the stone talisman was one thing, but now he had a great figure to guide him. He too desired a mentor of his own. This absorption is too slow, Wu Yun frowned. The energy of the Dancian pool was limited, and with 5 individuals competing, Lin Dong was blatantly cheating and monopolizing the energy. Wu Yun hoped to use this opportunity to break through to the Yuandan realm. But the current dire circumstances meant that the absorption speed of Xiantian Gong was insufficient for him. He too wished to cheat. Wait, let me see if there are runes for energy absorption. In the original rune revelations he had recently obtained, there were countless primal runes, each with different effects. For instance, the rune inscribed on the ancient whirlpool talisman could devour another's spiritual power and convert it into his own. Aha, I found it. The primal gathering spirit rune. Wu Yun swiftly encountered a suitable rune, the primordial gathering spirit rune, one of the original runes born from the heavens and earth, capable of rapidly accumulating the spiritual energy of the universe. Wherever this rune manifests, miraculous phenomena such as celestial caves, blessed lands, and treasure troves are formed, allowing for the establishment of gathering spirit formations. A comprehensive introduction to the gathering spirit rune unfolded in Wu Yun's mind, detailing its origins, functions, and methods of use. With a surge of mental energy, Wu Yun began to outline the gathering spirit rune upon his body. However, after several unsuccessful attempts, he found the intricate patterns to be overwhelmingly complex. It proved to be quite a challenge, even with a clear mental image of the rune. Translating that vision into reality was exceedingly difficult, perfectly illustrating the adage, brain, I can do it. Hand, no, you cannot. Nevertheless, after a dozen failures, Wu Yun finally succeeded in inscribing a gathering spirit rune at the location of his dantian. Though not yet flawless, it was functional. Instantly, a vortex began to form around his dantian, gradually expanding to encompass the entire dantian pool. The pool transformed into a magnificent celestial painting. Wu Yun represented the Milky Way, Lin Dong the solar system, and Xia Lan, along with the others, embodied the Earth-Moon system, swirling within a vortex of vortices. Xia Lan Ui and Xia Shi could no longer maintain their composure. They realized that the yin and yang energies they were attempting to absorb were being snatched away. Their own pulling power paled in comparison to that of Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Observing the two large vortices on either side, the trio could only spread their hands in exasperation, halting their cultivation. How could they continue under such circumstances? Big Brother truly lives up to his title. Lin Dong squinted, surveying the scene with immense admiration. He had briefly felt guilty about his actions towards Wu Yun, but now it was clear. Big Brother was always the superior one. He must be a reincarnator. He must be a reincarnator. He must be a reincarnator. The celestial demon mongoose repeatedly chanted in its heart, sensing Wu Yun's extraordinary nature, which seemed inconceivable for an ordinary youth from the countryside. Even surpassing Lin Dong, the owner of the stone talisman, the mongoose could conceive of no other explanation. As its conviction solidified, the celestial demon mongoose swore never to reveal its presence. Should the reincarnator discover a powerful spirit nearby, it could be refined in an instant. The mongoose felt an overwhelming panic. Before long, Lin Dong absorbed enough yin and yang energy to successfully break through to the late stage of the heavenly origin realm. Lin Dong, stop absorbing and head to the bottom of the pool, urged the celestial demon mongoose, eager to distance Lin Dong from his formidable big brother. Lin Dong, having completed his cultivation, quietly descended towards the pool's depths. The closer he approached, the denser the yin and yang energies became, yet the pressure also intensified. Indeed, the energy within the Dantian pool is abundant. However, until now, they have merely absorbed its surface energy, unable to draw from the depths. The vortex created by my elder brother is truly formidable, capable of extracting energy even from the bottom of the pool. As Lin Dong descended, he reflected on this phenomenon, feeling the chaotic surge of yin and yang energies rising towards the surface. How much longer must I endure? I can scarcely hold on. Lin Dong communicated telepathically to the heavenly demon mongoose. It won't be long, just ahead at the fork, enter there. Suddenly, a faint sound resonated, and Lin Dong was astonished to find that the surrounding waters had mysteriously vanished, leaving his footsteps to land upon the slightly damp ground of a cave. The cave was modest in size, with its sole exit being the passage through which Lin Dong had entered. Intriguingly, it seemed as though an invisible barrier obstructed the water at the cave's entrance, preventing it from flooding the space. What a peculiar place, Lin Dong mused, surveying the cave before his gaze settled upon its center, where a deep blue orb, the size of a human head, floated serenely. Within it, a serpent-like shadow could be discerned, gliding gracefully. What is that? The azure water serpent, or more specifically, its spirit? Lin Dong pondered, sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from it, a clear indication of its formidable nature. It must be equivalent to the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm among humans. Such power. We should take our leave, Lin Dong suggested cautiously, recognizing the need for prudence. What are you afraid of? Look behind it, the heavenly demon mongoose urged. Lin Dong glanced behind the orb, discovering 3 spherical orbs, black and white in color, suspended in the air. Even from a distance, He could feel the pure yin and yang energy radiating from them. Those are the yin-yang orbs, the true treasures of the Dantian pool. They are extraordinary entities formed over many years from the essence of the entire pool. The yin and yang energy you absorbed earlier was but a fraction, less than 1/10 of a single orb's worth, and far less pure. If you can obtain these yin-yang orbs, I assure you, you will advance to the Yuan Dan realm within 3 months. The heavenly demon mongoose explained eagerly, as he sought to restore the strength of the azure water serpent-esque spirit. What does that matter? I cannot defeat it. I should seek my elder brother. Lin Dong replied resolutely, confident that his brother would prevail. Do not rely so heavily on your brother, the mongoose cautioned. To become strong, one must not be overly dependent on others. I advise you to distance yourself from him. It will be beneficial for your growth. Lin Dong, unconvinced by the mongoose's words, retorted, you wish to sever our bond. Without my brother, how could I have grown so swiftly? Do not speak ill of my brother. Lin Dong said coldly. All right. Let me borrow your Yuan power to deal with it. The mongoose conceded reluctantly. Borrow? That's merely relying on someone else. Lin Dong thought to himself, dismissing the mongoose's suggestion. Between relying on the elder brother and the celestial demon mink, he leaned more towards the former. Hurry, infuse your essence into the stone talisman. I trust you this once. Lin Dong channeled his essence into the stone talisman. As the celestial demon mink absorbed the essence, a faint purplish glow enveloped its ebony body, while a mysterious rune appeared on its forehead, and a violet gleam flickered in its lustrous eyes. A formidable pressure emanated from the celestial demon mink as it approached the azure water demon python, which, gripped by fear, sought to escape but found itself paralyzed by the overwhelming force. Gazing at the deep blue sphere, a look of solemnity crossed the celestial demon mink's eyes as it swiftly wielded its claws, unleashing a flurry of dark rays that rapidly converged, forming a swirling vortex akin to a black hole. Celestial demon Maw. Devour. Under the perilous circumstances, the azure water demon python jolted awake, engaged in battle with the celestial demon mink. Yet, it was no match for the latter. Though the celestial demon mink drew upon Lin Dong's essence, it executed even more potent techniques. Before long, the celestial demon mink successfully consumed the demon spirit of the azure water python. It's done. Consider this a favor owed to you, it remarked before retreating into the stone talisman and falling into slumber. Lin Dong retrieved 3 yin-yang beads and resurfaced. At that moment, Wu Yun's swirling vortex continued to operate, voraciously absorbing the dual energies of yin and yang. While Xia Zhilan and the others had been compelled to withdraw from the Dan Immortal Pool, the commotion caused by Wu Yun was significant, causing the entire Dan Immortal Pool to bubble with activity. The yin-yang energies were continuously converging at a singular point. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. This commotion attracted the attention of Xiao Wanjin and others, who gathered around the Dan Immortal Pool to protect Wu Yun. Xiao Wanjin, with a grave expression, watched Wu Yun with immense excitement. He had never witnessed such a powerful amalgamation of yin and yang energies. He assessed that the energies Wu Yun absorbed had undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Never had he seen anyone's breakthrough accompanied by such grandeur. He's about to form his Dan. My heavens, with such a magnitude, what level of essence Dan will he produce? At least an 8-star, perhaps even a 9-star. The onlookers whispered in curious speculation, keen not to disturb Wu Yun. However, soon the energy within the Dan Immortal Pool was entirely absorbed by Wu Yun. The yin-yang energies becoming thin, nearly depleted, yet he continued to condense the essence Dan. There isn't enough energy. Goodness. The entire Dan Immortal Pool's energy is insufficient for his breakthrough. He's still short. Xiao Wanjin could no longer maintain his composure and exclaimed, who has any? Quickly. Produce pills or spiritual herbs containing yin and yang energies to assist him. As he spoke, Xiao Wanjin retrieved numerous pills and spiritual herbs from his universe pouch, tossing them into the vortex where Wu Yun was gathering energy. Lin Dong, witnessing this, felt a stirring in his heart as he contemplated the 3 yin-yang beads in his hand. These were the true treasures of the Dan Immortal Pool, possessing yin-yang energies even more potent than those of the pool itself. He was deeply concerned for his elder brother and unhesitatingly cast one of the orbs into the swirling vortex, allowing it to be absorbed by Wu Yun. The 2 remaining orbs were ready at hand. Should Wu Yun require more, he would not hesitate to release them. After the yin-yang pearl was consumed by Wu Yun, the vortex finally came to a halt. Xiao Wanjin remarked, it is time. He is about to condense the Yuan Dan. The nearby Xiansu, Xia Zhilan, and others preparing to administer spiritual herbs also paused. All eyes turned toward Wu Yun, filled with anticipation. How many stars could he condense into the Yuan Dan? Chapter 43, Brother Lin Dong, my conscience is being tormented. A profound silence enveloped the crowd gathered by the Dan Immortal Pool, each person holding their breath, their gazes fixed intently upon the figure within the pool. At this moment, the Dan Immortal Pool had returned to complete tranquility, with Wu Yun seated atop the water's surface. Before him, the dense and substantial essence of yin and yang coiled in a fervent whirl, forming a swirling Taiji sphere. The vortex contracted gradually until it materialized into a perfectly round Yuan Dan the size of a thumb. All eyes converged upon this Yuan Dan, eager to discern its true form. What remarkable differences might arise from such a tumultuous creation? Would it attain the coveted 9-star level? Yet, despite their wide-eyed scrutiny, the Yuan Dan appeared as a pure silver white, devoid of even a single distinct star pattern. How could there be no star patterns? This was unfathomable. Even the most inferior Yuan Dan bore at least one star pattern. Was it merely a case of thunderous noise with scant rain? Confusion gripped the crowd as disbelief clouded their vision, their earlier anticipation plummeting into despair. It was not a lack of patterns. Rather, it was an abundance. Xiao Wanjin gasped, swallowing hard, his voice a mixture of shock and awe. All of them? What do you mean? The chief steward inquired incredulously. Star patterns. There are star patterns everywhere. The Yuan Dan condensed by my brother is adorned with star patterns, which is why it appears to be a singular hue. It is not the ordinary pure white of a Yuan Dan, but rather a silvery glow reminiscent of starlight. Lin Dong murmured, his purple extreme demon eyes granting him clarity beyond that of the others. This could no longer be classified as merely a Yuan Dan. It transcended the realm of 9-star Yuan Dan. A silver Dan? No, it should be termed a star Dan. Upon realization, the crowd gasped, finally enlightened. Their gazes toward Wu Yun now reflecting a sense of wonder akin to viewing a marvel. While others had a mere handful of star patterns, his were countless. What was the meaning of disparity? This was the very essence of disparity. Wu Yun opened his mouth, and the Yuan Dan soared upward, entering his mouth. The Yuan Dan swiftly settled into his dantian. The Yuan power within his body coalesced, becoming exceedingly dense, its strength magnified beyond measure. Previously, the yin and yang energies operated independently. Now, they merged seamlessly, transforming the once ice blue and fiery red Yuan powers into a resplendent purple gold hue. Wu Yun felt an unprecedented strength, akin to Wei Tong from before. He could now effortlessly extinguish a life with a single punch. Rising to his feet, Wu Yun exited the Dancian pool. Xiao Wanjin stared blankly at Wu Yun as he emerged. Despite the absence of any discernible fluctuations of Yuan force, he sensed an aura of danger emanating from Wu Yun. Furthermore, his own imposing presence seemed utterly ineffective against Wu Yun. It appeared that Wu Yun's prowess was perhaps on par with his own. Ha, little Yun, this time the benefits have all been reaped by you brothers, especially you. Look at their faces, they're all as sour as bitter gourds. Xian Su, graceful and poised, sauntered towards Wu Yun with a smile. Wu Yun glanced at Xia Ji Lan and the others, and indeed, they wore expressions of discontent, particularly Xia Ji Lan, whose lips were adorably pursed in a pout. They had eagerly anticipated the Dancian pool, only to savor a mere taste before Wu Yun and Lin Dong forcefully seized the bounty, leaving not even a drop behind. My apologies, I hadn't anticipated such an outcome. My consumption was simply too great to control. Wu Yun sheepishly scratched his head in embarrassment. Xia Jilan replied, it matters not. This lady is not in need of the meager energies of the Dancian pool. Louis added, Wu Gongfeng, you are too modest. Each of us absorbs according to our own capabilities. It is merely a matter of skill. Xiaxia remarked, it is my honor to share a bath with a genius like Wu Gongfeng. Despite not receiving any benefits, the trio maintained an exceptionally amiable demeanor. The commotion caused by Wu Yun earlier made it abundantly clear that he was no ordinary individual. Anyone with sense would understand the necessity of not offending him. This Dancian pool will likely remain unusable for the next decade. Xiao Wanjin sighed. Typically, once the surface energy of the Dancian pool is depleted, it takes 3 years to accumulate sufficient yin and yang energy once more. However, this time, Wu Yun had nearly drained the entire reservoir of energy from the pool. President, I apologize. I owe the guild a favor this time. Wu Yun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. Do not mention it. What favors are there between us? You are a revered member of our guild. Utilizing our resources is simply a matter of course. Xiao Wanjin jested, genuinely pleased with Wu Yun's courtesy. He wanted Wu Yun to remember this kindness. Very well, let us return. The group began their journey back. As they traversed the forest, Wu Yun turned to Lin Dong and said, Brother, this breakthrough owes much to you. Lin Dong smiled knowingly. Big brother, as you said. We brothers need not delineate our contributions so sharply. He then communicated telepathically. This time, I acquired 3 yin-yang pearls from beneath the Dancian pool. I have given one to you, kept one for myself, and the last. How shall we divide it, big brother? Lin Dong did not withhold information about the Yin pearls, openly sharing his findings. Not revealing the matter of the heavenly demon mongoose to his brother already weighed heavily on his conscience, and now he sought to alleviate that guilt by offering Wu Yun the final pearl. Regrettably, the heavenly demon mongoose was far too fearful of Wu Yun, and Lin Dong could not ascertain whether revealing the truth would lead his brother to consume the creature. He was also prepared to extract some advantage from this celestial weasel. Thus he had no choice but to proceed accordingly. Wu Yun was acutely aware of the situation in his heart. Yet he chose to continue his illustrious career as a leading actor, seeing through the charade without revealing his insights. He committed himself fully to the performance, refraining from probing Lin Dong. The Yin pearl, so precious, is a treasure for anyone at the late stage of the Tian Yuan realm, and is certainly meant for the most cherished individuals. One for each of us, and the remaining one shall be bestowed upon your father. Wu Yun expressed with heartfelt sincerity. Thank you, elder brother, Lin Dong replied, overwhelmed with gratitude. The disgrace of his father had long been a source of pain since his childhood. His relentless pursuit of strength was driven by the desire to defeat the one who had crippled his father, Lin Langtian. Lin Dong yearned more than anyone for his father to rise again and pursue the path of martial arts. He had initially intended the third Yin pearl for his father, had Wu Yun chosen to distribute it to others. Lin Dong would have borne no resentment, but might have reserved his own for his father. Elder brother has always considered my well-being. Yet I am tormented by the question of whether I should conceal the matter of the celestial weasel from him. Lin Dong felt his conscience pang with guilt, caught in a web of inner conflict. In truth, Wu Yun harbored his own desires. He contemplated giving the Yin pearl to Bai Yun. After all, such pure energy was her preference. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to support Lin Dong. He was undoubtedly the person who understood Lin Dong best in this world, without exception. Bai Yun had a voracious appetite for all kinds of spiritual herbs, not solely the Yin pearl. This time, the two had taken another step forward in their camaraderie. As the crowd emerged from the mountains, they arrived at the gates of Yin City, where the flag of the Blood Wolf Gang was prominently displayed. Yushan and his companions obstructed their path, seemingly waiting for their exit. Upon their emergence, they learned that the blood-clothed sect had been annihilated, with the leaders and elite disciples all perishing in the inconspicuous Qingyang town. The culprits, astonishingly, were none other than Wu Yun and Lin Dong, who contended for the Dan Immortal Pool that day. Yushan, already furious over the loss of the Dan Immortal Pool, found himself without a reason to kill Wu Yun. Now, upon learning that the blood-clothed sect had been wiped out by him, he was both shocked and provided with a motive for murder. The audacity of this youth, capable of slaying Wei Tong at such a young age, posed a terrifying potential that made even him feel threatened. Therefore, he could not be spared. Yushan shouted, Wu Yun, you have slain the leader and deputy of my Blood Wolf Gang. Today you shall pay with your life. Chapter 44. Yushan, you all assist Wu Yun. The atmosphere was tense, instantly charged with hostility. Yushan had resolutely decided to kill Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Judging by today's contest for the Dan Immortal Pool, it was evident that Wu Yun and Lin Dong were now affiliated with the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, thus enemies of the Blood Wolf Gang. Having killed Wei Tong today, it wouldn't be long before he could eliminate Yushan as well. Just as Wu Yun was about to speak, Xiao Wanjin stepped forward first. Gang leader Yu. Wu Yun is a patron of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. If you wish for him to pay with his life, you must first seek my permission. Xiao Wanjin, today I shall take the life of Wu Yun. If you wish to protect him, prepare for war with my Blood Wolf Gang, Yushan declared with resolute menace. He had accurately gauged Xiao Wanjin, a merchant who valued harmony and was unlikely to confront him directly. Huh, you threaten me with war, Yushan? Who fears whom? Should you dare to lay a finger on Wu Yun, I shall issue the Wanjin order. We shall fight to the bitter end, Xiao Wanjin retorted defiantly. He preferred peaceful negotiations, yet it did not imply he was cowardly. Moreover, merchants are astute investors. With his keen insight, he recognized Wu Yun's boundless potential. Supporting him now would undoubtedly yield substantial returns for the Wanjin commerce in the future. None of the overseers, including Xian Su, opposed this stance. They too supported Wu Yun. Is it worthwhile to sever ties with our Blood Wolf Gang for the sake of one individual? Yushan frowned. What is so formidable about your Blood Wolf Gang? What if I offend you? Today, dare to lay a finger on Wu Yun and see what happens. Suddenly, a powerful and aged voice resonated from the direction of Yin City. The crowd turned to see Yin Xian, leaning on a Rune Master's staff, accompanied by a group clad in white Rune Master robes. Each robe bore at least one rune insignia, signifying they were at least first-rank Rune Masters. The Rune Master Association. Master Yin, my Blood Wolf Gang has always respected the Rune Master Association. What brings you here today? Yushan inquired, attempting to maintain a courteous demeanor, still uncertain about the purpose of this unexpected visit from the association. Respect? Does the esteemed leader you know that Wu Yun is my disciple? Yan Xian replied coldly. He is your disciple? This is unbelievable, Yushan exclaimed, incredulous that this youth could possibly have cultivated spiritual energy. Not only is he my disciple, but he is also a second-rank rune master of the Rune Master Association. Yan Xian asserted emphatically. The Wanjing Commerce, the Rune Master Association, Yushan pondered internally. How could this youth, hailing from the humble Qingyang town, garner such significance from these two powerful factions? With the four great powers of Yin City, only the City Lord's manor had yet to involve itself. Yushan thought to himself, thankfully the City Lord's manor has not arrived. With the pressure from these two factions, I can still withstand it. He had just managed to ally himself with the Ghostblade sect, ranked just below the four great powers, which he believed would allow him to cope with these two formidable forces. However, just as this thought crossed his mind, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, shaking the ground. In the distance, a dark mass appeared, a formidable army clad in black armor, advancing with great speed. At the forefront rode a striking figure on a magnificent white horse, adorned in a purple silk gown. The black armored guards, the formidable force of the City Lord's manor. Someone couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. The black armored guards were the most powerful faction of the City Lord's manor, arguably the strongest force in Yin City. Yushan felt an overwhelming urge to curse. Just then, the black armored guards arrived and came to a halt. The young woman in purple dismounted her horse. Zus spoke with a clear voice. Wu Yun is a guest of our City Lord's manor. Anyone who dares to harm him must first step over the corpses of the black armored guards. Now everything has come together. However, the members of the Blood Wolf gang were left dumbfounded, including Yushan, who found himself at a loss. The three major factions were simultaneously exerting pressure on them. A single misstep could render them the target of collective ire. All eyes were fixed upon Yushan, urging him to take action. Lin Dong gazed at Wu Yun with envy and admiration, for indeed, his elder brother was deserving of his title. Without uttering a word, he had resolved the dilemma. Just moments ago, Lin Dong had felt a pang of anxiety as he witnessed Yushan blocking the road, but in the blink of an eye, their adversaries had become the focal point of everyone's disdain. Was this the magnetic charisma of an elder brother? Yushan's complexion fluctuated, a tumult of red and white reflecting his immense pressure. Damn it. He had spoken too firmly earlier, leaving himself no way to retreat. Resentment brewed within him. He glanced at the gathered members of his gang, all of whom were staring at him, awaiting his decision. Gue Dao Min Gue Yin, observing the three major factions, wore a grave expression. He murmured, Brother Yu, there are still many days ahead. Please exercise patience and handle that young man after today. Yushan begrudgingly nodded, quickly donning a smile as he proclaimed loudly, Since Master Yin and Miss Ziyue have intervened, our Blood Wolf gang shall naturally extend this courtesy to all present. There may be some misunderstandings in play. Allow me to investigate and provide an explanation later. A gentleman does not stand under a precarious wall. Having said this, Yushan intended to lead his men away, never once contemplating a dialogue with Wu Yun. Is that how you plan to leave? Wu Yun's taunting voice cut through the air. Though his tone was soft, it rendered the scene abruptly silent. All gazes turned toward Wu Yun. What was his intention? Are you provoking me? Yushan turned back, his eyes narrowing with cold intensity. Did he truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? After all, he was the esteemed leader of a gang, a formidable presence among the three great perfected realms of Yin City. Oh, then go ahead and kill me. Wu Yun replied nonchalantly, exuding an air of fearless confidence. You. Anger surged within Yushan, his face contorted with rage. He surveyed the crowd, declaring sternly, You have all witnessed this. It is he who seeks death, not I, Yushan, who will spare him. Xiao Wanjin, Yin Xian, and Ziyue exchanged puzzled glances at Wu Yun, bewildered by his intentions. Did he truly wish to leverage their influence to make a few superficial remarks? Such behavior was uncharacteristic of Wu Yun. At that moment, Wu Yun stepped forward. He first inclined his hands in gratitude, saying, I sincerely thank all of you for your righteous assistance. However, this is ultimately a matter between myself and the Blood Wolf gang. Brother Yu, let us not speak of who spares whom. Your hesitation is merely a reflection of your fear of their strength. Ultimately, it comes down to whose fist is mightier. When the blood-clothed sect attempted to seize the Yang Yuan stone mine of my Mad Blade Martial Hall, they resorted to threats of violence. When we sought reason, they refused to listen and insisted on conflict, resulting in their demise. This taught me that strength is the ultimate truth. As Wu Yin spoke, he advanced step by step toward the members of the Blood Wolf gang. So, do you believe your strength is sufficient? Yushan replied coldly, with unmistakable disdain. There exists a certain sentiment, though I am uncertain whether I can vanquish you, yet I shall make an attempt. Wu Yin spoke with utmost sincerity. Upon uttering these words, A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Wu Yun intended to challenge Yushan. Had he lost his mind? Yushan was a master of the perfected Yuan Dan realm. Haha, do you dare challenge me? Engage in a life and death duel? Yushan erupted into laughter. Wu Yun, do not act impulsively. Yushan has likely mastered the essence of form creation, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary expert at the perfected level. You stand no chance against him. Xiao Wanjin expressed his distress, for even he held Yushan in considerable regard. The essence of form creation. This was akin to stepping into the threshold of the realm of creation. Upon hearing Xiao Wanjin's words, many were left in utter disbelief. The so-called essence of form creation is the essential path to entering the three realms of transformation. Only by comprehending this essence can one ascend to the first realm of transformation, the form creation realm. Wu Yun, still jesting, replied, since you are concerned, Chairman Xia, why not assist me in this endeavor? Should I falter against Yushan, lend me your aid in a critical moment. If by chance I manage to slay him, consider it an early return of your favor. Chapter 45. This brother of Xiansu is truly formidable. Xiao Wanjin felt somewhat bewildered. To challenge a master of the perfected Yuan Dan realm while being merely at the lesser Yuan Dan level, Wu Yun exhibited unparalleled bravery. Haha, since you seek death, I shall grant you that favor today. Yushan laughed heartily, perceiving a glimmer of hope in this unexpected turn of events. Wu Yun was indeed bold enough to court death. Xiao Yun, you must not act rashly. Yin Xian furrowed his brow. As a four-seal talismancer, he did not consider himself a match for Yushan without transforming his life talisman into a life spirit talisman. He found it difficult to comprehend his disciple's intentions. Wu Yun chuckled, if my teacher is not at ease, feel free to observe closely, just as Chairman Xiao will. Should I struggle, intervene to assist me. Ziyue, witnessing her junior's resolute determination, supported him, yet cast a cold glance at the Blood Wolf gang members, stating, if my junior wishes to fight, let him. Should Yushan dare to kill you, I shall seek vengeance immediately. Yushan and the Blood Wolf gang members exchanged silent glances at Wu Yun. It was supposed to be a one-on-one duel, yet he had enlisted two prominent figures for protection and allowed this young woman to make threats. How brazen. However, thick-skinned behavior had always been Wu Yun's style, and he remained indifferent to their gazes. With three formidable factions as his shield, he intended to leverage this advantage. I shall engage you in a duel. I may kill you, but you may not slay me. He aimed to instill a sense of restraint in Yushan. Wu Yun had no intention of adhering to any martial ethics with his adversary. The opponent was already suppressing him with the prowess of the perfected Yuan Dan realm. Why should he be courteous? Wu Yun, of course, held no absolute confidence in confronting Yushan. He had merely recently broken through and grasped some new techniques. Eager to test them against Yushan, he now felt capable of effortlessly defeating 10 Wei Tongs and was curious to ascertain how Yushan, at the perfected level, compared to several Wei Tongs. You fail to comprehend the vast chasm that separates us. The notion of saving someone at my hands is utterly implausible. Yushan thought to himself, a mocking glint in his gaze directed at Wu Yun. Then let the confrontation commence. Let us see if they possess the fortitude to rescue you. Yushan swiftly drew a formidable black gun from his steed. A surging torrent of pure Yuan Qi erupting forth. Shadow Spear. The weapon trembled, manifesting several phantoms of the gun, each aimed precisely at Wu Yun's dantian, neck, and brow. A lethal strike was unleashed. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. Phantom Shadow. Thunderblade. Spirit Gathering Runes. In an instant, Wu Yun sprang into action. Radiant violet golden energy surging from within him, his once black pupils transformed into mesmerizing violet orbs, exuding an otherworldly aura. Shadows flickered between his legs, and soon he vanished from sight. The thunder pattern blade appeared in his grasp, its runes radiating a dazzling light, the violet golden energy now enveloping the blade's edge. A flicker at his brow signaled the opening of the Niwen Palace, revealing 2 life-bound spirit runes. His mental energy surged forth, igniting the runes' inscriptions. They flew forth, one to the left and one to the right, affixing themselves to the thunder pattern blade. At this moment, a substantial amount of mental energy began to writhe upon the blade, with the runes at its core sketching 2 spirit gathering runes. 2 vortices of energy formed upon the thunder pattern blade, incessantly drawing in the ambient energy, infusing it into the weapon. Wu Yun instantly felt the blade grow heavier, its power magnifying exponentially. The onlooker's eyes widened in astonishment, particularly Master Yen, who fixated intensely on the 2 vortices. The extraordinary runes he had just witnessed were unlike anything he had ever encountered. Their ability to harness such formidable power and concentrate energy was astonishing. The amalgamation of Yuan Qi and mental energy produced a force that rivaled even that of Yushan. With a fierce swing, the thunder pattern blade, accompanied by the 2 raging vortices, descended with great ferocity. The massive violet-golden blade enveloped Yu Shan's gun phantoms. Boom. A tremendous wave of yuan qi reverberated outward. A tempest spiraling forth, stirring up clouds of dust. Impossible. Yu Shan's crown was sent flying, his hair a disheveled mess. Shadow strike, he exclaimed, retracting his gun, then rapidly unleashing a series of strikes, manifesting for successive shadows. Thunderous slash. Wu Yun met him head-on, delivering a decisive blow, the thunderous slash emphasizing momentum and continuity. The vortices upon the blade expanded further. Yu Shan was overwhelmed with disbelief. He realized the power of his black-scaled gun was rapidly diminishing, while the strength of his opponent's blade grew ever more formidable. His eyes brimmed with blood vessels as he discerned that the energy from his black-scaled gun was being siphoned by the two vortices on Wu Yun's thunder pattern blade. Clang! The tip of the black-scaled gun shattered. Good heavens! His weapon has broken. Yu Shan found himself subdued. How could this be? How did Wu Yun accomplish this? A wave of gasps echoed around, yet none could unravel the mystery at hand. Wu Yun's expression was grave. The power of the thunder pattern blade had grown increasingly formidable, nearly beyond his control. He had yet to master the manipulation of the spirit gathering runes at will. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the thunder pattern blade, which subsequently shattered into countless fragments. The force was overwhelming, causing the blade to explode. Wu Yun sighed inwardly, lamenting that the material of the blade could not withstand such immense power. What had happened? His blade had shattered. Xiao Yun, big brother, junior brother. Various voices echoed, each imbued with distinct emotions. No, the blade still exists. Look closely at the one in his hand. Yin Xian took a deep breath. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong and Ziyu immediately utilized their mental energy to investigate. Indeed, in Wu Yun's grasp, the thunder pattern blade had indeed shattered and fallen to the ground. However, within his hand was a knife entirely forged from condensed mental energy. To the others, it appeared as though two spirit talismans and several enigmatic runes had coalesced into the shape of a blade. Meanwhile, the vortex continued to absorb energy relentlessly. Old dog you. Come again. Frenzied thunderblade. Wu Yun bellowed, wildly swinging the mental energy blade toward Yu Shan. Humph, do you think this will be enough to kill me? Mountain palm. A brilliant orb of light erupted violently from Yu Shan's fist, the orb fluctuating unpredictably and subtly resembling the form of a mountain. Yu Shan had truly grasped the essence of shape creation. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Wanjin's expression suddenly grew grave. The clash of blades and palms ensued. The elemental force in Yu Shan's palm was still being drawn by the vortex. However, this time, Yu Shan's power was overwhelmingly potent. Wu Yun felt as though he were striking a true mountain. The strength was unfathomably immense. The absorbed power surged, and Wu Yun's mental energy blade could finally endure no longer, as the overwhelming force rendered him incapable of maintaining control. The mental energy blade ultimately disintegrated. Wu Yun was hurled backward, and two of his life spirit talismans returned to his Niwen palace. A sweet taste filled his throat as he forcibly swallowed the blood that threatened to escape. He cracked. He had split open. Yu Shan had fractured. The onlookers gasped in astonishment once more, their gazes fixed upon Yu Shan's palm, where a large gash had opened. Hiss! Even a half-step into the realm of creation had sustained severe injury. Xiao Wanjin regarded Wu Yun's retreating figure with immense relief. Grateful for the previous displays of goodwill towards Wu Yun, Xian Su, you have done exceptionally well in garnering Wu Yun's favor this time. He turned to Xian Su beside him. President, you flatter me. It was my duty. Xian Su replied with a smile, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Wu Yun. This younger brother was truly formidable. Chapter 46. The good younger brother, Lin Dong, who destroys flowers. Xian Su had always possessed an exceptional eye and remarkable courage, which was why she could serve as the overseer of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce despite being a woman. However, among her endeavors to recruit talent, Wu Yun emerged as the most astonishing surprise. The pace of her growth left even her in awe. Additionally, an internal shock, more tumultuous than that of Xian Su, surged within her. That was Ziyue. She had always regarded Wu Yun as her little junior, nurturing him with care. In her memories, Wu Yun was a well-behaved and obedient junior, one who offered compliments generously. Yet now, unbeknownst to her, he had evolved into a formidable figure, on par with her mentor and father. Observing her junior, who could now engage in battle with Yu Shan with such ease, Ziyue felt a mix of pride and melancholy. Unconsciously, a chasm had formed between her and her junior. At this moment, Yu Shan was far from calm. The pain in his palm rendered his mind exceptionally clear. The pure primordial energy of the perfected Yuan Dan could not withstand his opponent's blade. How could someone at the minor Yuan Dan level possess such overwhelming strength? Yu Shan gazed intently at Wu Yun, filled with an immense sense of trepidation regarding his energy, yet also engulfed in confusion. His own energy was more robust than Wu Yun's, Yet in terms of purity and intensity, it fell short, rendering his primordial energy incapable of countering the assault. He resolved to eliminate him. If he did not perish today, he would become a future threat. Yushan steeled his determination, staunching the wound on his palm. His gaze turned fierce as he charged once more towards Wu Yun. As a seasoned warrior of Flame City, he understood the necessity of swiftly eliminating potential threats. Mountain-crushing palm, seismic strike. Yushan concentrated his energy in his palm, channeling it with the force of a collapsing mountain, the energy subtly embodying the form of a crumbling peak. He intended to engage in a war of attrition with Wu Yun to wear him down. Xinyu hand. Control the crane, capturing the dragon. Wu Yun's treasured blade lay shattered, yet he skillfully utilized the control crane, capturing the dragon technique to redirect Yushan's force. Sensing that Yushan's energy was nearly depleted, a bloodthirsty smile curved his lips. It was time to conclude this. He once again concentrated his mental energy. Unleashing a thunder wave, a slender wave of psychic energy surged towards Yushan. The impact struck Yushan's mind, causing his energy to falter. Dragon Whisker Needles. Spirit Gathering Runes. 10 Dragon Whisker Needles shot forth in unison, merging into a single line, coalescing into a spirit gathering rune that unified the needles. Even when combined, the fine needles appeared exceedingly diminutive. Whoosh! As the 10 needles advanced, they pierced the air with a distinct sound. Just as Yushan perceived the dazzling moment, the 10 needles aimed at his forehead, mere inches away. The barrier formed by his pure primordial energy repelled the needles. Their tips halted just outside his skin by overwhelming force. This was the operation of the Spirit Gathering Rune, a powerful suction gradually drawing out Yushan's primordial energy. The Dragon Whisker Needles began to breach the defense. Ding! One of the Dragon Whisker Needles was deflected back. The realm of Wu Yun's palace opened, and 2 of his innate talismans soared forth, infusing the Dragon Whisker Needles with a frenzied surge of spiritual energy. Clang, clang, clang. Several more Dragon Whisker Needles were repelled by the pure Yuan essence emanating from Yushan. Yet, the remaining needles advanced further, their tips piercing through Yushan's skin. Fully awakened now, his eyes widened in horror as he desperately summoned the Yuan strength within him to resist the onslaught of the needles. Soon, only 1 needle remained. Meanwhile, Wu Yun maintained an unwavering demeanor, his gaze intensely focused on manipulating the final Dragon Whisker Needle. Yushan, in a state of panic, felt his lips turn pale, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. Death loomed ever closer. The members of the Blood Wolf gang felt their hearts leap into their throats. Father! Father! Yu Feng and Yu Ling cried out in desperation. Uncle Gue Yin, please, I implore you, save my father. A heavy sigh escaped Gue Yin's lips as he reluctantly drew his blade and charged towards Wu Yun. He was the strongest among the Blood Wolf gang. Although he had yet to reach the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, his years of experience far surpassed that of Wei Tong and his ilk. Bold move. Block him. Both Xiao Wanjin and Yin Xin cautioned simultaneously. Rest assured, I shall handle this, Lin Dong asserted as he swiftly activated the fractured Yuan shuttle and propelled himself forward. 8 streams of blacklight shot towards Gue Yin, another talisman master. Gue Yin seethed with anger, a hint of panic rising within him, for he knew that Wu Yun, a second seal talisman master, posed a considerable threat even to Yushan. He could only wonder if this unexpected newcomer would be equally formidable. Ghost Slash. Gue Yin dared not hesitate, unleashing his powerful martial skills in an attempt to break free from Lin Dong and disrupt Wu Yun. Huh, Dragon Whisker Needle. Lin Dong retorted coldly, sending 10 golden Dragon Whisker Needles hurtling towards Gue Yin. The 3-step Ghost Shadow Blade. Gue Yin swung his blade wildly to defend himself. Clang, clang, clang. Several needles were deflected, yet a number still embedded themselves within his body. Gue Yin's pure Yuan essence was no match for Yushan's. It could not withstand these needles designed to pierce through protective barriers. Fortunately, none struck his vital points. Enduring the agony, Gue Yin swung his blade once more towards Lin Dong. Whoosh! Another Dragon Whisker Needle aimed directly at his forehead. Gue Yin quickly retracted his blade, positioning it horizontally to defend himself, as an endless stream of Yuan energy coalesced upon the blade. Meanwhile, Lin Dong remained focused on controlling a single Dragon Whisker Needle, manifesting 2 innate talismans that, like Wu Yun, channeled their spiritual energy into the needle. Gue Yin's blade pressed against Lin Dong's forehead, while Lin Dong's Dragon Whisker Needle slowly penetrated the blade. The scene mirrored itself. Gue Yin found himself ensnared in a predicament akin to that of Yushan. The 4 stood locked in a stalemate, each waiting to see who would falter first. Onlookers were left spellbound, utterly unprepared for the extraordinary turn of events. Lin Dong surreptitiously glanced at Wu Yun, who happened to return the gesture. They exchanged subtle smiles, each comprehending the unspoken challenge. Who would strike first? Lin Dong's heart raced. He had long aspired to match his elder brother's prowess, and now his opponent was merely a minor figure at the Yuan Dan completion stage, while his brother faced an accomplished master. If he could not outpace his brother now, it would be utterly disgraceful. Ah! Lin Dong quietly yelled, unleashing his mental energy from the mud pill palace with fervor. Crack! The blade of Gui Yin shattered. Lin Dong's needle pierced through effortlessly. Gui Yan's eyes glazed over before his body slumped down. Lin Dong quickly turned to observe Wu Yun, who was still locked in combat with Yushan. Although his dragon whisker needle had penetrated half an inch, it had yet to fully enter. A flicker of glee surged within Lin Dong. This time, he was swifter than his brother. Uncle Gui Yin. Master. The members of the Blood Wolf gang, Yu Feng and his sister gasped in horror, while the underlings of the Ghost Blade sect wept openly. Kill him, avenge the master. Save the leader, charge. The Blood Wolf gang members, unable to contain their emotions, unsheathed their blades and surged forward. Yet, several opportunistic figures discreetly retreated, hoping to escape amidst the chaos. In this predicament, the Blood Wolf gang faced three formidable forces. Resistance was a path to annihilation. Eliminate them. Xiao Wanjin commanded without hesitation, his heart brimming with excitement and profound sentiment. This was the prime opportunity to eradicate the Blood Wolf gang. How could he let it slip away? Longtime adversaries were finally set to exit the stage of Yin City. Stop them. Protect Wu Yun, commanded Ziyue. The black armored guards encircled Wu Yun and Yushan, preventing any interference. The members of the Talismans Association joined forces with the black armored guards, opting not to clash with the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce. The scene descended into chaos. Yu Feng, Yu Ling, flee. Young master, Misco. This is futile. Do not act impulsively. Seek vengeance for the master another day. Some attempted to escort the Yu siblings away. Given the current circumstances, the Blood Wolf gang had no hope of recovery. Old dog, it is over. Wu Yun exhaled calmly, his dragon whisker needle, having fully breached Yushan's forehead amidst his reluctant resistance, now lost the support of Wu Yun's mental energy and swiftly coiled within Yushan's mind, wreaking havoc upon his brain. The formidable Yushan, a once great hero of Yin City, met his demise. Lin Dong gazed at Wu Yun with admiration and awe. Wu Yun, somewhat exasperated, communicated telepathically, stop staring and swiftly eliminate the Yu siblings. The roots of evil must be eradicated. Undoubtedly, the most promising prospects of the Blood Wolf gang lay with the Yu siblings. Wu Yun had never been one to show mercy. Since the deed is done, one must see it through to the end. Regardless of enmity, whether great or small, strong or weak, all must be eradicated. To be constantly haunted by others disrupts one's peace of mind. His concern does not stem from whether the Yu siblings can match his pace of growth, but rather from the fear that they may seek vengeance against those around him. Not all of Wu Yun's companions are formidable warriors. I shall go at once, Lin Dong declared without hesitation. Leaping onto the fragmented Yuan shuttle, he soared into the sky, surveying the entire battlefield. Employing the purple extreme demon eye, he quickly spotted the Yu siblings, who were being surrounded by a throng of individuals as they fled towards the mountains outside the city. It seems you nearly eluded capture. Lin Dong flew towards them. With his ability to manipulate objects in flight, he swiftly caught up. Dragon whisker needle. 2 needles shot forth, aimed at the Yu siblings. Be careful, sister. Yu Feng urgently shielded Yu Ling. His black spear pointed directly at Lin Dong, his expression filled with despair. Earlier that morning, he had sparred with Lin Dong, who was merely at the mid-stage of the heavenly Yuan realm. He had believed him to be an equal, perhaps just a practitioner with slightly superior martial skills. However, having just witnessed Lin Dong ruthlessly eliminate Gui Yin, a chill gripped Yu Feng's heart. The disparity between them was monumental. Lin Dong was indeed a master of mental prowess. Please, spare my sister. He recognized he was no match for Lin Dong and refrained from any futile resistance, instead pleading earnestly. Lin Dong hesitated for a moment, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes, but the dragon whisker needle was already upon Yu Feng. Swish! The needle struck accurately into Yu Feng's head. Emerging from the other side, compared to the pure Yuan energy shield of the Yuan Dan realm, Yu Feng's protective aura at the heavenly Yuan realm was lamentably weak. Brother! Brother! Yu Ling cried out in anguish, tears streaming down her beautiful face, evoking deep sympathy. Yu Ling was indeed a great beauty, often lauded alongside Xia Zhilan and Ziyu as the 3 goddesses of Yin City. It is fair to say that few could bear to harm such a stunning maiden. Brother! Brother! Yu Ling clutched Yu Feng's head, weeping heartily. In a moment of fury, she raised her gaze, her eyes ablaze with hatred, bloodshot, and fixed intently on Lin Dong. Hovering in the air, Lin Dong looked down upon Yu Ling, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions, his fingers rubbing the dragon whisker needle. It was evident that he was conflicted. Not everyone possesses the heart to destroy beauty. If one cannot bear to do so, there is no need to force it. At that moment, Lin Dong recalled Wu Yun's gentle voice echoing in his mind. Elder brother. I. He abruptly lifted his head, a wave of guilt washing over him. You had better kill me, or I shall surely seek vengeance upon you. Yu Ling's voice tore through the air, filled with anguish. Lin Dong glanced at Yu Ling. Her expression was resolute, her gaze calm, yet unwavering. Lin Dong promptly closed his eyes, and with a flick of his fingers, the dragon whisker needle flew forth. Whoosh! When he opened his eyes again, Yu Ling had already collapsed softly to the ground. At that moment, Lin Dong's gaze became tranquil, and the expression on his face no longer contorted in anguish. I apologize, but our stances diverge. Enmity knows no gender, and it is merely unfortunate that you were born in the wrong circumstances, he silently reassured himself. He added inwardly, I cannot allow your fate to disappoint my elder brother. Chapter 47, A Great Harvest. Wu Yun stood still, his expression serene, observing the chaotic battle surrounding him. His strength had nearly been exhausted, leaving him in a state of frailty. Indeed, the consummate state of the Yuandan realm is not easily vanquished. He calculated within. It equates to at least 100 Wei Tongs. For even if he were to defeat one Wei Tong with a single punch, he would require 100 punches to deplete his own energy. Noticing Wu Yun standing motionless for an extended period, others began to express concern. 3 figures approached him simultaneously. Ziyu, junior brother, are you alright? Xiansu, little Yun, are you fine? Lin Dong, elder brother, drink this. Wu Yun's expression faltered as he turned to scan the 3 of them. Lin Dong held a small vial of spirit liquid, the purest source of energy. Upon receiving the vial, Wu Yun swallowed its contents entirely and reassured the 2 women. Do not worry, I am unharmed. Xiansu and Ziyu exchanged glances, a trace of imperceptible animosity flickering in their eyes. They instinctively overlooked Lin Dong. Wu Yun spoke earnestly, if a life is to be taken, let it be without burdening oneself with guilt. Had it not been for the Wanjin Merchant Guild today, and the intervention of the Rune Masters and the City Lord's mansion, we would have been slain by the Blood Wolf gang here, and they would have proceeded to massacre Qingyang town. The Yu siblings might well be the ones responsible for your parents' demise and the death of your sister Qingtan, seeking to claim glory for their deeds. His words struck a chord within Lin Dong. Elder brother, I understand your good intentions. My hesitation this time shall not be repeated. I will ensure I do not disappoint you again, Lin Dong declared with unwavering resolve, his hand clenched tightly within his sleeve. Wu Yun's words resonated deeply with him. His grandfather, father, mother, and sister were undeniably his vulnerabilities. In the struggle for power, it is either you perish or I do. Should he show mercy today, he could not guarantee that his adversaries would exhibit the same when their blades were turned toward his defenseless kin. At a distance, Xia Zhilan observed intently. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Wu Yun. She could not comprehend how, being of the same age, he had attained such formidable strength. My dear, Wu Yun is a once-in-a-century prodigy. Not only in Yin City but throughout the entire Dian dynasty, it is rare to find a youth of his caliber. What do you think? If you feel shy, I can speak to him on your behalf, exclaimed Xia Wanjin as he approached Xia Zhilan with the tone of a concerned father. Father, what are you saying? Your daughter is not incapable of finding a suitor. There is no need to rush anyone. Xia Zhilan's face flushed as she turned away. You should learn more from your elder sister Xiansu in this regard, Xia Wanjin replied with exasperation. That Wu Yun is a gem. Today, you may overlook him, but in the future, you might not even have the opportunity to engage with him. He felt a deep sense of nostalgia, having regarded Wu Yun merely as a junior in the morning. However, now, he felt no inclination to maintain any pretense of superiority. Xia Zhilan bit her lip, remaining silent. She still found it difficult to lower herself to initiate contact with Wu Yun. Yin Xian approached with a cane, clearing his throat. Ahem. Perhaps it's best to return and rest for now. As a master of spiritual energy, he was acutely aware of the condition of his beloved disciple, who needed a proper respite. Indeed, brother Wu Yun, you should return to rest. We at the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce will handle the subsequent matters. I shall have Xiansu report the results of this encounter to you later. Xia Wanjin quickly chimed in, addressing Wu Yun with increased familiarity, omitting the honorific suffix. Setting aside age, the diminutive term no longer suited Wu Yun, who had proven himself capable of vanquishing formidable foes. Then I shall rely on you, President Xia. Wu Yun replied with a respectful gesture. He then placed his arm casually over Lin Dong's shoulder, resembling close friends, as they made their way toward Yin Xian's carriage. Upon arriving at the courtyard of the Rune Master Association, Wu Yun disembarked. Suddenly, a white figure darted out, emitting a low, plaintive howl. Bai Yun. The creature sprang up, its paws outstretched, rushing toward him as if begging for an embrace. Whoa, hold on. If I were to be left with just a breath, you might just smother me. Wu Yun quickly conjured a barrier of spiritual energy to shield himself from Bai Yun's affectionate advance. as the pet grew larger. Her playful antics sometimes became overwhelming. Like a mischievous elephant, her playfulness was a source of joy for her, but a potential peril for him. Bai Yun's fluffy head collided with an invisible barrier, sliding down with a whimper, expressing her grievance. After all, she was accustomed to warm, enthusiastic embraces as their customary greeting. Just then, another crimson figure leapt forth, launching itself into Lin Dong's arms, propelling him backward by 3 meters. It then extended its vibrant tongue, licking Lin Dong's face with fervor. Wu Yun felt a shiver of fear. Had Bai Yun made a similar advance toward him moments earlier, he would have surely expelled the blood he had just swallowed. Bai Yun's nose twitched as she approached Wu Yun, sniffing him and immediately sensing his poor condition. With a low growl, she bared her teeth, seemingly questioning, "How did you get hurt? Who did this to you?" Her furry head nuzzled against Wu Yun's chest. "There's nothing to worry about. I just need to rest for a bit. The one who harmed me has already been dealt with." Wu Yun gently caressed her large head in a comforting manner, simultaneously transmitting his thoughts to her through mental communication, ensuring clarity of intent. Bai Yun held deep concern for him. On numerous occasions, if anyone even hinted at animosity towards Wu Yun, she would keenly remember it and seek opportunities to eliminate the threat. After mounting Bai Yun and entering the room, Wu Yun consumed a medicinal pill and began to cultivate to heal his injuries, resting in the chamber. Bai Yun, in turn, ceased her playful antics with Xiao Yin and dutifully lay at the doorway, guarding her master. The following day, Qiansu arrived to pay a visit to Wu Yun, adorned in a striking red off-the-shoulder qipao that opened high at the hem. "How has Xiao Yun's recovery been? Your sister has come to see you." Qiansu sashayed into the room, her exaggerated hips swaying gracefully, revealing her long, elegant legs. "Sister Qiansu, please take a seat." Wu Yun greeted her with a smile, proceeding to brew tea for them both. Sitting across from one another, Qiansu leaned slightly forward, presenting a captivating view, as mountains and valleys unfolded before Wu Yun, invigorating his spirit and dispelling the weakness of the previous day. Qiansu remarked, "This time we owe much to my brother. We have either subdued or eradicated all factions under the Blood Wolf gang." As she spoke, she produced 3 Qingzhu bags, introducing each in turn. "This one is a compensation of 10,000 Yang Yuan stones from the Song family. Originally, the head of the Song family, Song Gang, intended to come personally to apologize with Song Qing, but the president suggested that you might prefer not to meet them, so I was entrusted to deliver it instead. I hope Xiao Yun can graciously accept this Qingzhu bag and forgive the Song family for their transgressions. It is nothing of great concern. The president and sister Qiansu are overly worried. In that case, I shall accept this 10,000 Yang Yuan stones to put the Song family at ease. As long as they do not provoke me, I have no inclination to cause trouble," Wu Yun replied. Now, the second bag contains the treasures acquired from the Blood Wolf gang, including the Ghost Blade sect and various other factions associated with them. The loot is extensive, and the president, fearing it might overwhelm you, had it all converted into Yang Yuan pills and Yang Yuan stones, allocating a 10th as rewards for the brothers who contributed. While the remaining 90% is here, approximately 100,000 Yang Yuan stones. Wu Yun inhaled sharply, the sheer volume far exceeding his capacity for comprehension. His heart raced wildly. The sight of such wealth was unprecedented for him. The enormity was nearly overwhelming. President Xia is indeed a shrewd businessman. Wouldn't this leave him at a significant loss? Brother Xiao Yun, you speak incorrectly. The moment you eliminated Yushan, we had already profited, Qiansu smiled, though even she felt her heart race at the thought of holding such an immense fortune. "And what of the third Qingzhu bag?" Wu Yun inquired, gazing curiously at the final pouch. The first 2 had already surpassed his expectations. "This one," she explained, "is a token of my appreciation. During the last auction, I noticed your pressing need for spiritual herbs, and I kept it in mind, especially considering you have just emerged from your fierce battle with Yushan. Sister, I believe you may be feeling quite drained and undoubtedly require some potent elixirs to rejuvenate your body. Thus, I took the liberty of proposing to the president that all the 3rd grade and above elixirs acquired this time be bestowed upon my younger brother." Naturally, the president agreed and entrusted me with a treasured 6th grade elixir, hoping that my brother would soon regain his peak vitality. Qiansu smiled gently, embodying the warmth of a kind elder sister, as she pushed the 3rd Qingzhu bag into Wu Yun's hands. Her delicate, jade-like fingers brushed against his, containing 183rd grade elixirs, 74th grade elixirs, 15 5th grade elixirs, and 1 6th grade elixir. Wu Yun could hardly contain his excitement as he accepted the gifts, struggling to maintain an air of calm. Elixirs are truly invaluable. Had they been left to gather on their own, it would have taken an eternity to amass such a collection, especially with the inclusion of a 6th grade elixir. The 6th grade elixir had not appeared in Yen City for several years, and the known varieties were exceedingly few. underscoring its rarity and significance. Even for those at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm, Xiao Wanjin must have invested significantly. Wu Yun had been distressed about acquiring cultivation resources for Bai Yun. Yet here they were, delivered directly to his doorstep. Xiao Wanjin and Xian Su's generosity and foresight far exceeded his expectations. Wu Yun sighed internally, realizing that the more he received, the greater the debt of gratitude he owed. With the 3 Qiankuan bags in his possession, he could no longer stand idly by should the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce face difficulties. Furthermore, this was merely their current bounty. The territories and resources controlled by the Blood Wolf Gang and its affiliated forces had yet to be accounted for. The president had already dispatched individuals to assume control, awaiting the moment when little brother Yun could take charge. Xian Su added with a glimmering smile that the Blood Wolf Gang's territory was substantial. If little brother Yun were to absorb it entirely, he would soon replace the Blood Wolf Gang, becoming one of the 4 major forces in Yin City. At that point, sister would no longer dare to call you brother, but would instead refer to you as Lord Wu, Master Wu, or Young Master Wu. In the blink of an eye, little brother would have transformed into a distinguished gentleman. Xian Su, you jest. You will always be my sister, regardless of my future accomplishments. I shall forever remain beneath you, never daring to elevate myself above. Wu Yun sincerely expressed his deep respect for Xian Su, almost standing at attention in salute. Chapter 48. The depth of Xian Su's intentions. There is no doubt that Xian Su sought to draw him in, yet her genuine concern for his well-being was entirely free from pretense. Although their relationship was intertwined with mutual benefit, it was evident that Wu Yun had gained immensely and profoundly from Xian Su's support. Oh dear, little brother Yun, your words are as sweet as honey. Speaking thus warms my heart. Knowing you as my brother may well be the greatest fortune of my life. If only I could be a few years younger, I would seize the opportunity to cherish such an outstanding man like you. Xian Su, with a light-hearted smile, jested, leaving Wu Yun uncertain whether her words were mere pleasantries or heartfelt sentiments. However, in her gaze, there flickered a rare softness akin to gentle waters, beneath which lay a subtle trace of melancholy. It seemed she truly regretted having aged a few years. Wu Yun scrutinized Xian Su's countenance and straightened himself, declaring, Sister, you are far too modest. Where on your face can one discern the marks of time? If not for our familiarity, passers-by would surely mistake you for my younger sister, and the notion of an elder sister would seem implausible. Look at your skin, so smooth and snowy, as tender as an infant's. How many women can rival such beauty? Moreover, your grace and charm are not inferior to those of youthful maidens. Perhaps some prefer the tartness of spring's sour plums. Yet I believe many more would choose the sweetness of summer's peaches. As for me, engrossed in the pursuit of martial arts and spiritual mastery, I have no intention of marrying or siring children. Otherwise, I would shamelessly venture into your boudoir, even at the risk of being branded a rogue. Wu Yun spoke with a playful bravado, yet his words, though somewhat frivolous, were sincere, stemming from his true nature. He was not a paragon of virtue, merely presenting himself with a semblance of decorum. In truth, Xian Su was not particularly old, perhaps around 30, and she radiated not merely lingering allure, but was in the prime of her charm. Though unmarried, she possessed a captivating allure that surpassed even that of many married women. Furthermore, with her cultivation at the minor perfection stage, her beauty would remain formidable for many years, as in this world. A woman's peak attractiveness is often sustained alongside her strength. Thus, for the coming decades, Xian Su's beauty would remain unchanged, only becoming more intoxicating like fine wine. Wu Yun was convinced that both scoundrels and those on the brink of villainy would find themselves enraptured by a woman like Xian Su. Even Xian Su, seasoned by years of navigating the complexities of commerce and having encountered myriad men, found herself blushing at Wu Yun's compliments. His words had indeed struck a chord within her heart. Feeling a warmth spread through her, her chest trembled slightly, unable to quell the rapid beating of her heart. Once, she had believed she would never be swayed by a man's sweet words, convinced she had seen through the superficiality of worldly men, realizing that mere words could not stir her emotions. Otherwise, she would not have preserved her virtue to this age. Little Yun, you have such a silver tongue. Even teasing your sister. With such a gift, you surely will not lack for deceiving women in the future, Xian Su chided playfully. Though her eyes held no trace of reproach, only blossoming affection. I spend most of my time in training, with little thought to deceive women. If not for your exquisite appearance, I would be hard-pressed to find the words to flatter. Wu Yun sighed. Oh dear, do not say more. If you continue, I might grow too fond of you. Xian Su waved her hand, slightly turning away to conceal her expression from him. Haha, very well, I shall refrain from speaking. Wu Yun was taken aback to witness such a reaction from the seasoned Xian Su. Let us return to the main topic. Wu Yun, regarding the territory of the Blood Wolf Gang, sister, Please inform President Xia that the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce will take over. We only need to leave 2 estates in the city for my Guangdao Martial Arts School and the Lin family, given the current circumstances. Although Lin Dong and I have eliminated Yushan and Gue Yin, without the timely intervention of the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce to seize the assets of the Blood Wolf gang, we would not have achieved these gains. Moreover, considering the situation in Qingyang town, it is utterly unrealistic for our 2 families to absorb the territory of the Blood Wolf gang with our current capabilities. If the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce extends a gesture of goodwill, it is imperative that I reciprocate. Regardless of my strength, if I fail to acknowledge their support, they will not forge close ties with me in the future. From our initial encounter with the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, where we sought their protection, Qiansu generously provided a tribute of 100,000 Yang origin stones. Later, during the critical moment of breakthrough at the Dancian Pool, Xia Wanjin was equally magnanimous in rallying support from others to provide spiritual herbs and elixirs to assist me. All these actions clearly demonstrate the Chamber's cordial disposition, not merely goodwill, but a profound favor. Regardless of how exceptional my talent, potential, or strength may be, the fundamental principle of human interaction remains. When others value and invest in you, even seeking to curry your favor, it is not merely for their own benefit. Eventually, even the most devoted will tire and depart. If you offer no benefits to others, even if you are a martial ancestor, they will not seek your favor. Qiansu. Haha. Dear brother, you are indeed a straightforward person. Before coming here, the president anticipated that you would act in this manner. I am well aware of your situation. The estates have been set aside for you, namely the former strongholds of the Blood Wolf gang and the Ghost Blade sect. However, I cannot allow you to suffer any loss. The president's intention is that these territories, which you and the chamber have fought for together, will be considered as sold to us. After we have taken full possession of the lands, we will calculate your share, and the chamber will compensate you with a lump sum of Yang origin stones or Yang origin pills. Wu Yun, the president is too gracious. There is no need for such formality. The treasures we have already acquired amount to 90% of the total, and 1 million Yang origin stones is more than sufficient to secure the lives of Yushan and Gue Yin. Please, sister, convey my refusal of the president's generous offer. Wu Yun swallowed hard. What you have given is truly excessive. However, Qiansu glanced around cautiously, then lowered her voice earnestly. Little Yun, heed your sister's advice. The chamber's funds are merely sitting idle, and they will surely yield returns in due time, potentially even more. Since you have already received 1 million Yang origin stones, this additional amount is inconsequential. Your talent and potential are immense, and you will undoubtedly require more resources for cultivation. Take these Yang origin pills and focus on your training, striving to become a formidable force that commands respect throughout the great Yin dynasty. You must recognize that the president is deliberately investing heavily in you. He sees great promise in you and believes that you will soon emerge as a powerful figure within the dynasty. Of course, I believe in you too. Therefore, there is no need for hesitation. Feel free to embrace it. When the day arrives that you become the strongest, repaying this small favor to the Merchant Association will be but a trivial matter. After Xuansu finished speaking, she raised her gaze to Wu Yun, only to find his eyes deeply sunken. A rosy hue appeared on her face as she playfully tapped Wu Yun on the head, implying, "Brother, you must widen your perspective." Wu Yun lifted his head, solemn and righteous, responding, "Sister Xuansu, it is indeed my vision that is limited, unlike yours, which is vast and far-reaching. Please convey to President Xia that I graciously accept this favor. And you too, Sister Xuansu." Suddenly, Xuansu's expression softened, and with a hint of shyness, she replied, "Then you must grow swiftly, dear brother. I await the day you reach the pinnacle of martial arts and achieve success as a talisman master to repay me." Wu Yun felt a jolt. "Sister, are you insinuating that my previous pursuits of martial arts and mental fortitude imply a lack of interest in marriage and family? Do you truly expect me to breach your chamber?" Chapter 49, Brotherhood in the Heart. In the dim confines of a small room, Lin Dong lay among a pile of Yanyuan stones, listlessly staring at the dark ceiling. His right hand, bearing the stone talisman, weakly moved among the stones. He resembled a machine for producing Yanyuan pills, mechanically writhing. Beneath him lay a heap of powder derived from the refined Yanyuan stones. Lin Dong had maintained this state for 3 days and nights. Now, the sight of Yanyuan stones made him feel nauseous, prompting him to block out all light for peace. Lin Dong couldn't help but mock himself. 3 days prior, he had been filled with excitement and joy, and now he was engulfed in discomfort and pain. Recalling 3 days ago, when his elder brother presented him with 2 Qingquan bags, he had exclaimed, "Second brother, within these are 101,000 Yanyuan stones, a tremendous bounty. It's entrusted to you." Lin Dong had been overjoyed, repeatedly asking, "Brother, did I hear correctly? 101,000, not just 100. You heard correctly. It is indeed thousands. The mine at Taimu village had produced less than 10,000 stones to date, and the entire vein might not even yield 1,000,000. This was truly a fortune, brother. Thus, if you refine them, it would yield over 300,000 yuan pills, tripling our profits. Our families could become among the wealthiest in Yin City. That's wonderful, brother. I shall toil day and night to refine them. Do not be overly excited. Broaden your vision and think bigger. This 1,000,000 is merely the first batch. There may be another of equal value to follow. So much more. This is truly splendid. I will ensure all are refined into yuan pills. Oh, brother, do not mock me. I have never seen so many yuan stones before in my life. This, indeed, is the price of youthful ambition. Lin Dong finally understood why his brother had been laughing, not at his naivete in never having encountered such wealth, but rather at his ignorance of the hardships that lay ahead, still blissfully unaware. Lin Dong realized that even counting money could lead one to tears. With tears brimming in his eyes, he turned over and thrust his hand into the crevices of the stones. Continue to let the stone talismans be embedded in more solar essence stones, radiating light and warmth. Despite the tears, Lin Dong gritted his teeth and persevered through the tasks he had taken upon himself, all the while allowing his mind to empty, contemplating subsequent methods of spiritual power cultivation. This was part of the divine movement scriptures that his elder brother had procured from Master Yin, serving as a means to pass the time. Uncertain how much time had elapsed, a sudden influx of energy jolted him. Wow, why is there suddenly so much energy? The voice of the celestial weasel echoed in Lin Dong's mind. The celestial weasel, who had been in seclusion refining within the stone talisman, felt the talisman absorbing substantial amounts of solar essence over the past few days, which made it feel pleasantly warm. The talisman and it were essentially one entity. Any energy acquired by the talisman could be absorbed by it. Each time the talisman refined pills, it would siphon off a portion of energy to nourish itself. This sudden surge of energy piqued the weasel's curiosity, prompting it to send out a wisp of its spirit to investigate. Ah, big black weasel, you're awake. Where did you acquire such an immense quantity of solar essence stones? Upon probing, the weasel was elated. It's all thanks to my elder brother. He killed the Blood Wolf gang leader, Yushan, raided a gang, and brought back all their solar essence stones. I knew it, the weasel exclaimed, its expression one of certainty. Only he could achieve such a feat of gathering so many solar essence stones. The weasel, well aware of Lin Dong's abilities, recognized that unless it were pure luck, it would be insufficient otherwise. By the way, what about that gang leader? What was his strength like? The weasel inquired again. Lin Dong replied. He was at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm and seemed to have comprehended a trace of the forming intent. They say he was quite formidable, regarded as a half-step forming realm expert. Goodness, as far as I know, your elder brother is merely a second-tier talisman master. Even if he successfully breaks through, he would only reach the minor Yuan Dan realm. Yet he managed to kill someone who comprehended forming intent. The weasel analyzed, secretly astonished. This was truly impressive. A master of forming intent was not easily overcome. Even if it were to draw upon Lin Dong's minor Yuan Dan realm power, it would still find it impossible to defeat such an adversary, truly worthy of being a reincarnator. The weasel was increasingly resolute in its desire to comprehend the strength of reincarnators, pondering which renowned and ancient reincarnator Wu Yun might have been. Of course, my elder brother has always been remarkable, Lin Dong stated with a hint of pride, yet the weasel's tone turned grave. What does your elder brother truly value in you? If it were the stone talisman, he could simply seize it for himself. Why keep it with you? When he first learned of your possession of the talisman, did he not consider taking it from you? If he truly wanted to steal it, I believe you would already be dead. There is no way you could survive in his presence. Tell me in detail about your acquaintance with your elder brother. The weasel, with its crafty eyes narrowed in suspicion, insisted incessantly. Why should I tell you? Are you plotting something against my elder brother? Lin Dong responded defensively. He sensed that the mouse always exhibited a demeanor of wariness and fear whenever it mentioned the elder brother, and not once did it fail to urge him to keep his distance from him. Now, it suddenly expressed an interest in probing into the elder brother's details, which could only indicate ulterior motives. Lin Dong was not the kind of person who would betray his comrades, and considering the duration of his acquaintance with the elder brother, which spanned quite a while, compared to the mere days he had known this mouse, the little Martin exclaimed, "Foolish lad, you remain oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I act in your best interest. The stone talisman is far more mysterious and significant than you can fathom, regardless of who it may be. The sight of the stone talisman is bound to stir one's heart, especially for those aware of its power. The fact that your elder brother has not slain you to seize the talisman suggests you still hold some value, and he intends to utilize you. Once you have outlived your usefulness, he may very well eliminate you to take the talisman. Reflect upon this. Without the talisman, What could possibly merit such treatment from your elder brother? The little Martin spoke with fervor, believing Lin Dong to be utterly naive. In this world, there exists no absolute loyalty. It is all about interests. He himself had once fallen victim to betrayal due to an excess of trust and emotions. Without the talisman, what could his elder brother possibly value? Lin Dong murmured repetitively. He had diligently honed his skills and possessed commendable mental prowess, but compared to his elder brother, these attributes amounted to nothing. Thus, what could his elder brother possibly value in him? He couldn't help but ponder this thought. Aside from the talisman, he seemed to possess nothing that would warrant his elder brother's regard. The little Martin's words held a semblance of truth. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to believe that his elder brother was the type to exploit him. Unless, from the very beginning, he intended to use me. Lin Dong contemplated. However, he swiftly dismissed that notion. They had not known each other initially. Who would meticulously scheme to exploit a stranger? Their encounter had been a matter of fate, united by their shared possessions. Indeed, the little Martin had likely sensed something valuable about the elder brother, which prompted its desire to scheme against him. Lin Dong astutely concluded. No, I still trust my elder brother, Lin Dong replied resolutely. He believed in his instincts, which had never led him astray. He had been entirely sincere with his elder brother, who, in turn, had shown him nothing but genuine sincerity since their acquaintance. There was no trace of deceit in his actions, and he had always acted with Lin Dong's best interests at heart. Their bond was founded on mutual honesty, the very reason they had sworn brotherhood. His elder brother had never exhibited any harmful intentions towards him. He refused to let a mere mouse alter his convictions. You foolish lad, why are you so obstinate? Do you really think that I, the Martin, wish to harm you or sow discord between you? The little Martin retorted angrily. However, upon finishing, both the human and the Martin fell silent, each harboring a thought. Lin Dong mused. Have I finally spoken my true feelings? The little Martin reflected. It seems I have indeed sown some discord. They both fell into a brief silence, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. I have come to realize that your elder brother merely seeks to utilize you as a mere instrument. Look at your current state. You have become his alchemical servant, employed for the extraction of elixirs. He refrains from taking the stone talisman simply because the effort it demands is too great, instead opting to keep you close through emotional manipulation, using you as his apprentice in the art of alchemy. One day, when he requires the stone talisman, he will not hesitate to eliminate you to seize it. The little weasel exclaimed with fervor, feeling quite clever. Ah, you are now the master of the stone talisman. It is only by your demise that it may become ownerless and thus available for his use. I can already foresee your tragic fate, you tool, Lin Dong, foolish lad. Unaware of your own plight. In a moment of desperation, Lin Dong vehemently protested. That is impossible. The elixirs I am refining are ours. As my elder brother has stated that I may use as many as I desire. They are the shared wealth of our brotherhood. He even instructed me to set aside a portion for our Lin family. Oof, what does that matter? Even a donkey in a mining site deserves some fodder. With the vast quantity of elixirs available, how many can you truly utilize? Furthermore, with his capabilities, he can effortlessly procure more materials for you to refine. What he offers you is merely a means to ensure your compliance in his endeavors. That is nonsense, Lin Dong retorted. If you do not believe me, then observe the substantial amount of powder you have already produced. You have been confined in this small dark room for at least 3 days and nights. In all this time, has he come to check on you even once? The little weasel posed a soul-stirring question. Lin Dong froze, contemplating. Indeed, his elder brother had not visited him even once. Observing Lin Dong's stunned expression, the little weasel felt vindicated, further igniting the flames of realization. See, I was right. Foolish lad, he is merely exploiting you, treating you like a beast of burden. When the day comes that he no longer requires your services, he will dispose of you just as one would a donkey, slaughtering you for meat. I have warned you that there is no genuine brotherhood in this world. I once believed in such bonds with someone, yet because I revealed the secret of the stone talisman, I suffered a devastating defeat, nearly losing even my spirit. I do not wish for you to follow in my footsteps. He may not yet pose a threat to you, but by the time he chooses to act, it will be too late. The little weasel spoke passionately, drawing from personal experience to awaken this foolish lad. Lamenting that the secret of the stone talisman had indeed been discovered by others, yet he still dared to place his trust in that individual. Your current strength, in his hands, leaves you utterly defenseless. The disparity in power is palpable. Brother, when the time comes, you will be nothing but a lamb destined for slaughter. Enough, Lin Dong shouted telepathically. The little weasel pressed on relentlessly. You can no longer deny it. You must acknowledge the truth. Do not deceive yourself. Lin Dong fell silent, reflecting intently on the memories of the nearly year-long acquaintance with his elder brother. At that time, my elder brother had just reached the 8th level of body refinement. From the moment they met, An unspoken bond formed between them, leading to heartfelt exchanges of secrets. They often engaged in late-night discussions within his chamber, mutually supporting each other in the quest for precious elixirs. Together, they participated in hunting competitions, with the elder brother always stepping forward in the face of danger, shielding him from formidable adversaries. Whether it was the small flame, the demon crystal, or the yin-yang pearl, the elder brother ensured that he benefited from every opportunity. These experiences were indeed tangible and profoundly real. Over the course of a year, the sincerity he felt from his brother was palpable, and their companionship was unrestrained and genuine. The two brothers shared a common aspiration, exchanging cultivation insights and motivating each other to progress, discussing challenges and collectively finding solutions. This sentiment was unmistakable. Brotherhood resided in their hearts. Words were unnecessary. A mere glance conveyed understanding. The elder brother's gaze was unwavering and trustworthy. How could I let the words of this big black rat, the sleepless nights, and the arduous refining of a few elixirs sow doubt about my brother's integrity? With a resounding slap, Lin Dong struck his own face. Foolish boy, why do you punish yourself? Should you lament your own folly? Have you come to your senses? Thought the little weasel, feeling quite pleased. Yet, in the next moment, its voice faded away. Someone was approaching. I must retreat. Just as the little weasel's thoughts concluded, the door creaked open, and a beam of light pierced the darkness of the small room, illuminating Lin Dong's pallid face, which had long been deprived of sunlight. However, a distinct handprint marred his visage. Second brother, what happened? Who did this to your face? Wu Yun asked, astonished, as he looked at Lin Dong. At that moment, Lin Dong resembled someone who had just endured a humiliation, half buried among the rubble, his gaze somewhat dazed. Upon raising his head, he looked at Wu Yun with surprise, as if he were a savior. Brother, it's nothing. I was just refining some elixirs and nearly dozed off, so I gave myself a little wake-up slap. Lin Dong explained in a fluster. Wu Yun replied, I knew it. You're too impetuous. With so many yang origin stones, how could you possibly refine them all at once? Fortunately, I understand you. Over the past 3 days, I've been burning the midnight oil researching the spirit transformation rune array, and I finally succeeded. You no longer need to slowly use stone runes for refining. I will set up the array, allowing for a complete refinement in one go. Although the purity may not match that of the stone runes, it will still reach 80% purity, surpassing even the teachers, second only to the stone runes. Ah, brother. So you've been busy with this for the past 3 days. Lin Dong's nose twitched, realizing that while his brother had not visited him, he had been diligently resolving the challenges of refining the yang origin stones. What else would I do? Indulge in the pleasures of the brothel? Even if I did, I would take you along, Wu Yun retorted, somewhat irked. Lin Dong was certainly aware of the nature of the establishment referred to as the Gulen. It was a realm meant for those aspiring to greatness. Thus, upon hearing this, he couldn't help but blush, for he was still an innocent youth. What are you talking about, big brother? I have no desire to venture into such places. Huh, you speak as one untouched by experience. Had you ever been there, you would not utter such words. Does this imply that you have been? Lin Dong inquired, his curiosity piqued. Of course, I have, Wu Yun replied without hesitation, silently adding 3 words in his heart. In my past life. Lin Dong's eyes brightened as he gazed at his elder brother, internally exclaiming in admiration, impressive, a true role model. In truth, he harbored a sense of curiosity and had contemplated such ventures, yet lacked the courage to act upon them. Thus, he felt a profound admiration for his brother's audacity. It seems we brothers have yet to forge a stronger bond, Wu Yun lamented suddenly. Why do you say such a thing, big brother? Lin Dong felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. A bond of iron signifies that brotherly ties must be as unyielding as steel. Do you believe our bond lacks strength? Indeed, it is insufficient. As the saying goes, 4 pillars of iron brotherhood, enduring winter together, fighting side by side, daring to explore the Gulen, and sharing in the murky dealings of life. Wu Yun elaborated. Although we have known each other for less than a year, we have yet to embark on the latter adventure together. What do you mean, big brother? Lin Dong asked, somewhat bewildered. He had grown accustomed to his brother often speaking in ways that were difficult for him to comprehend. Wu Yun clarified. Enduring winter together refers to studying and training side by side. It signifies growing up together. Fighting side by side implies facing battles together. Sharing in murky dealings pertains to our current endeavors, while exploring the Gulen signifies that you and I are kindred spirits. Lin Dong scratched his ear, realizing that they had indeed accomplished 3 of these pillars. Yet, a deep furrow creased his brow as he continued, Big brother, I understand the meaning of exploring the Gulen and kindred spirits, but I find myself confused when you juxtapose them. Ha! Wu Yun burst into hearty laughter. Let us not dwell on this. It is all in jest, mere idle chatter. Such words should not be taken to heart. As brothers, in essence, these are superficial bonds. However, at that moment, Lin Dong was quite serious. He had nearly been swayed by the words of a certain dubious character, casting doubt upon his brother. Hence, he was determined to be the best brother possible, both in appearance and in spirit. Big brother, your statement is somewhat misleading. If we cannot even uphold superficial brotherhood, how can we cultivate true kinship? We must complete all 4 pillars together. Oh, Wu Yun was momentarily at a loss for words. For his frivolous banter clashed with Lin Dong's earnest response. He perceived Lin Dong's stern demeanor and interpreted it as a desire to explore the Golan. Yet, seeing his serious expression, it seemed as though he genuinely wished to strengthen their bond. I care not for the Golan or its melodies. My sole concern is to ensure I do not hinder my big brother. Whatever path you choose to tread, I shall follow. This is Wu Yun's understanding. Very well. When the opportunity arises, I shall take you along. There is much time ahead of us. Our current task is to focus on our cultivation. For there remains much to accomplish. The escapades in the brothel can wait. There is no need to rush, as cultivation is of utmost importance. Wu Yun restrained his urge to laugh and said earnestly, I shall heed my elder brother. He exclaimed, Come. Let me show you the fruits of my research over the past 3 days. As he spoke, Wu Yun retrieved several talismans from his bag, alongside spirit ink and a talisman brush, and began to manipulate them on the ground. Lin Dong, like an obedient younger brother, curiously watched his elder brother at work. In the corner, the celestial weasel observed the two with its spiritual energy, lost in contemplation, its small eyes filled with a hint of melancholy. Yet its heart stirred with a subtle, different emotion. It appeared that Wu Yun truly held affection for Lin Dong. Perhaps I had misjudged the situation. Though I had been hurt by brothers before, it did not mean that true brotherhood did not exist in this world. At that moment, I found myself believing in the bonds of brotherhood once more. Chapter 50. Wu Yun harbored no ill intentions. He was merely a caring older brother. Before long, Wu Yun had arranged the talisman formation. He poured the Yang origin stone into the formation and activated it with his spiritual energy, shattering the stone and condensing the Yang essence within into pills. In the blink of an eye, the room was filled with translucent red pills. Impressive, brother. What kind of formation is this? This is the transformation talisman formation, Wu Yun replied. I learned this method from Yin Xian, a technique for refining Yang origin pills. The formation itself is not particularly complex. The challenge lies in knowing the corresponding runes. The transformation talisman formation primarily involves 3 types of runes: gravity, spirit gathering, and smelting. However, Yin Xian only taught Wu Yun the most fundamental runes, which are very simple in structure. For instance, the spirit gathering rune is vastly simplified compared to the original spirit gathering rune from Wu Yun's foundational text. Moreover, Wu Yun found the corresponding original runes for gravity and smelting within the same text. Upon comparison, he realized that these runes merely possessed the general outline of the original runes, adequate for functionality, yet significantly weaker in effect. Additionally, the runes on Wu Yun and Lin Dong's innate talismans, while more intricate than these basic runes, were not as profoundly complex as the original runes. Similarly, Wu Yun identified the corresponding original rune for his talisman, known as Devour. The quality of these pills was nearly indistinguishable from those refined from the stone talismans, and it seemed that their quantity exceeded that of the stone's yield. Lin Dong picked up a pill, scrutinizing it closely. Naturally, Wu Yun nodded with a smile. The 3 runes I employed are all original runes, yielding effects that far surpass those of Master Yin and his ilk. The stone talismans absorb some energy, whereas the formation does not. Thus, an average of 5 Yang origin stones can yield 2 pills. His mastery of the 3 runes remains somewhat unrefined. The engravings are not flawless, otherwise both efficiency and quality could be enhanced. After refining the runes, Wu Yun instructed to collect the talismans inscribed with the primordial runes into his Qingzhu bag and to erase the runes from the ground. The primordial runes have now become one of his trump cards, and he cannot allow too many individuals to be privy to them. Wu Yun contemplated the possibility of mastering all these runes, suggesting that ascending to the status of rune ancestor might not be out of reach. Lin Dong, request those 3 talismans from your elder brother for a closer examination, the little weasel covertly conveyed to Lin Dong. Moments ago, he observed the complexity of the runes Wu Yun had arranged in the talisman formation, which surpassed all the runes he knew. The intricacy of runes fundamentally represents their potency. The little weasel even speculated that the runes Wu Yun had just displayed might rival those above the ancestral runes, for he had once seen an extraordinarily complex rune on a being engulfed in flames, rumored to be an ancestral rune. Make haste, or consider it a favor owed to me, the little weasel urged. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. It was not that he hesitated to approach his elder brother, but rather that he was reluctant to let this cunning creature influence his brother's thoughts. Elder brother, I wish to examine those 3 talismans you just crafted. The runes are remarkably intricate. May I borrow them for study? Of course, if it pleases you, I shall gift them to you. However, the complexity of these runes demands significant time and effort for research. I believe your cultivation is of greater importance, and these 3 runes may not substantially enhance your strength. Wu Yun replied, handing the 3 talismans to Lin Dong, his gaze lingering on Lin Dong's hands, accompanied by a knowing smile. It was rare for Lin Dong to proactively request something from him. Surely the little weasel had instigated this. Thank you, elder brother. I am merely curious. If I cannot decipher them, I shall not dwell on it, Lin Dong assured. Very well, but do prepare the medicinal pills quickly. Today, your grandfather, father, and Qingtin will arrive in Yen City. We must go to welcome them. If we are late, Qingtin will surely have something to say. How splendid. We shall all reside in Yen City together, Lin Dong exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Wu Yun, Lin Dong, where have you both been? Our family has completed the move, and only now do you arrive. Qingtan pouted in annoyance. She had eagerly followed to Yen City, bringing numerous delightful items for her 2 brothers, anticipating their immediate reunion. Yet, upon arrival, she searched everywhere in vain, unsure which room her brothers had retreated to. Qingtan, do not be unreasonable. My elder brother and I were engaged in important matters, Lin Dong stated with a serious demeanor. Wu Yun sighed, adopting a gentle tone, second brother. How could you speak so of our sister Qingtan? It was we who failed to greet her promptly, causing her to wait anxiously. You wouldn't want to return to Qingyang town only to find our sister missing, would you? Qingtan, it is our fault. However, I have prepared a gift for you. Do take a look and see if it pleases you. Wu Yun retrieved a box and handed it to Qingtan. A surge of joy washed over her as she eagerly accepted it. Brother Wu Yun, please show me what gift you have for me. With a swift motion, Qingtan opened the box to reveal a silvery white elixir. This is a 4th-grade beauty pill, Wu Yun explained. Upon consumption, it enhances skin radiance and vitality, aiding in the delay of aging, a miraculous remedy for young women wishing to preserve their beauty. He continued, I acquired this from Yen Xian through a rather fortunate circumstance. As a talisman master, Yen Xian possesses an abundance of treasures, including various elixirs and talismans. But brother Wu Yun, I am still growing. Is it not too early for this? Qingtan pondered, her youthful charm already evident. Wu Yun inwardly mused, wishing to secure her beauty in advance. Growing or not, this elixir will not hinder your development. It merely enhances the luster of your skin. Our lovely sister Qingtan deserves to be well cared for. After all, I believe that whatever other women possess, you should have as well. With a playful grin, she replied, hee, then I shall heed brother Wu Yun's advice. Her delight blossomed, particularly at the words that made her feel utterly cherished. By the way, Lin Dong, did you prepare a gift for me? Qingtan turned her hopeful gaze towards him. Lin Dong appeared perplexed. Why would I prepare a gift? Wu Yun shook his head slightly. Silly girl, do you truly think Lin Dong is the type to prepare gifts? Moreover, he has been confined to a small dark room for the past few days, with no opportunity to go out. Wu Yun continued, Qingtan, we just defeated the Blood Wolf gang. Lin Dong has been preoccupied with the spoils of that battle, so do not hold it against him. If it weren't for Lin Dong helping me shoulder the burden, I wouldn't have had the time to procure this beauty pill for you. Therefore, consider this gift as one from both your brothers. Next time, we shall make it up to you with a double portion. Lin Dong looked at his elder brother, feeling a swell of gratitude. Brother, your thoughtfulness is commendable, he reflected. Wu Yun nodded at him and whispered, you see, dear brother, a sister is meant to be cherished. You cannot fathom how envious I am of you for having a sister like Qingtan. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, recalling that his elder brother was an orphan. No wonder Wu Yun treated Qingtan with such kindness. He regarded her as a sister. Lin Dong felt a pang of guilt, realizing he had misjudged Wu Yun's intentions, thinking he harbored feelings for Qingtan. Well, honestly, just seeing you both safe brings me immense joy. I was terribly worried when Grandpa mentioned your battle against the Blood Wolf gang's leader and the Ghost Blade sect's master. Qingtan voiced her concerns. Her genuine worry had driven her to search for them, eager to reunite. At the same time, she resented her own weakness, feeling powerless to assist her brothers. Suddenly, wisps of icy white vapor began to emanate from Qingtan's body, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. Ah, she gasped, clutching her chest in evident anguish. Wu Yun's expression turned to one of feigned surprise and concern as he inquired about Qingtan's condition. He quickly reached out to grasp her slender arm. Lin Dong's countenance shifted, and he helplessly explained, it's the cold energy acting up again. Chapter 51, The Solution to Qingtan's Affliction. Qingtan possessed a peculiar constitution that caused her to experience bouts of cold energy at intervals. Lin Dong elaborated on her symptoms to Wu Yun. Without waiting for further discussion, Wu Yun lifted Qingtan in a princess carry and rushed into the courtyard. Let us get her inside. We cannot linger at the door. A powerful wave of cold energy emanated from Qing Tan, enveloping Wu Yun, causing his arms to be instantly coated in frost. Such intense cold energy. Wu Yun furrowed his brow, feeling the biting pain of the ice, and could only imagine the suffering Qing Tan endured. It turned out she had been silently bearing this immense pain, all the while maintaining a cheerful demeanor to spare those around her from worry. A sudden surge of compassion for the little girl in his arms washed over Wu Yun. Previously, he had not given much thought to her condition, knowing she was endowed with the formidable body of a demon. However, now that her constitution had not fully awakened, she was subjected to this unknown agony. She was indeed a strong and sensible little girl. Wu Yun continuously released his powerful yang energy to help her fend off the cold. Qing Tan nestled her small head against Wu Yun's chest, and as she gazed at his anxious face, a wave of happiness filled her heart. She had grown accustomed to this pain. More than anything, she wished to remain by her brother's sides. "I'm fine, brother Wu Yun. I'm used to it." Qing Tan isn't in pain. She softly reassured him. "Don't speak. Hold on tight to your brother." Wu Yun tightened his embrace, attempting to lower her body temperature with his warmth. At that moment, Lin Dong also approached, his hand gently resting on Qing Tan's back, secretly using a stone talisman to absorb some of the cold energy. "Brother, the Yin Pearl I previously gave you originated from Qing Tan's body. The talisman can help alleviate some of her suffering," Lin Dong explained telepathically, ensuring Qing Tan remained unaware of the talisman's existence. "Understood," Wu Yun replied solemnly. Upon reaching the room, he wrapped Qing Tan in a blanket and took her delicate, pale hand, continuously channeling yang energy into her. Indeed, her pain diminished significantly, and after a considerable time, the episode ceased. Yet, Qing Tan's face appeared pale and weak. Observing the worried expressions of her brothers, she mustered a frail smile and said, "I'm all right now. Thank you, brother Wu Yun. Thank you, brother Lin Dong." "Qing Tan, are you still unable to absorb yang energy?" Lin Dong asked. A look of concern etched on his face. Although Qing Tan had reached the late stage of the Earth origin realm a month ago, she had been unable to absorb the yang energy. The little ferret remarked, "You foolish boy, how could one absorb the essence of yang?" To this, Wu Yun queried, "Why should one absorb the essence of yang?" Two voices resonated simultaneously in Lin Dong's mind, as if questioning his very soul. "Isn't it appropriate to absorb the essence of yang to break through the celestial origin realm?" Lin Dong pondered, scratching his head. "Not necessarily," came the dual voices again. "Your elder brother is a formidable individual. Heed his words." The little ferret decisively fell silent, having recognized Wu Yun as a reincarnator, someone who could undoubtedly discern the evident physique akin to the demonic body. Wu Yun explained, "Not all cultivation requires the absorption of the dual essences of yin and yang to achieve equilibrium. In the vastness of the world, there exist peculiar physiques that diverge from the norm. Some may lean towards extreme yin, while others towards extreme yang. For those possessing such physiques, attaining balance between the dual essences during the condensation of the Yuan Dan becomes exceedingly difficult. Individuals with such physiques struggle to form the Yuan Dan, yet they possess the potential to condense a more potent inner elixir, either the Yang Dan or Yin Dan. The physique of Qing Tan is inclined towards the extreme Yin, characterized as the demonic body. This demonic body represents an exceptionally domineering Yin physique, while other Yin bodies can somewhat absorb the essence of Yang for integration. The demonic body is distinct. Any essence of Yang cannot persist within it, exhibiting extreme dominance. The Yin energy within Qing Tan, known as demonic qi, can solely be utilized to condense the demonic Yin Dan, leaving no alternative. Lin Dong was greatly impressed, remarking on Wu Yun's vast knowledge. "You should have informed me about Qing Tan's physique earlier. It would have spared her much suffering." Qing Tan then inquired, "Brother Wu Yun, how formidable is this demonic Yin Dan?" Wu Yun chuckled, "It is undoubtedly powerful. The Yin energy you emanate has already reached the 5th rank, let alone that which resides within you. Achieving the 9th rank is not an issue. Just consider the formidable Yin power that would coalesce into such a Dan. Generally speaking, a pure Yin Dan or Yang Dan is inherently more potent than an ordinary Yuan Dan. Moreover, your demonic Yin Dan is comparable to a 9-star Yuan Dan in strength, which means your physique is not a detriment at all. However, you have yet to fully master this physique and harness the power within, which is why you are experiencing discomfort. Once you condense the Yin Dan, all will be well. In the future, you will no longer need to absorb the essence of Yang, but should focus on gathering substantial amounts of high-grade Yin energy to assist in condensing your Yin Dan. Leave this matter to me and your brother Lin Dong. I will inquire at the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce shortly and request their assistance in gathering it." "All right." Qing Tan nodded obediently, feeling secure with her brother nearby. "Let us go together. We should also bring back Bai Yun and Xiao Yin. It is not wise to leave them at the Alchemist Association." "Certainly." Wu Yun and Lin Dong proceeded to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, seeking assistance from Xian Su to keep an eye out for news regarding Yin energy before heading to the Alchemist Association. Just in time. We were just looking for the two of you. Master Yan's face broke into a smile, the wrinkles on his old visage blooming with joy upon seeing Wu Yun and Lin Dong. What is it, Master? Wu Yun inquired curiously, as he had scarcely seen Yin Xian lately, who had been preoccupied with mastering the ancient vortex talisman. The tower duel is commencing in a few days. Have you forgotten about it? Yin Xian chided, his tone laced with irritation. Our Yin city has faced defeat for 2 consecutive years. If we lose again this year, the talisman tower will change hands. You must take this seriously. The hopes of many rest upon you. Wu Yun sheepishly scratched his head, realizing he had indeed forgotten about the matter. Master, my junior brother has become quite the figure of importance. He is inundated with responsibilities, attending to matters at the Golden Commerce Association daily, consulting with Chief Su on significant affairs, and he hasn't even found time to meet my father, let alone remember anything about the tower duel. At that moment, Ziyu emerged from the room, her tone heavy with grievance. She had been discussing the tower duel with Yin Xian. Forgive me, senior sister. Wu Yun quickly clasped his hands in apology. The Wild Blade Martial Hall and the Lin family are both relocating to Yin City. There has simply been too much to manage. Tonight, I will accompany you to meet Uncle. Humph. Ziyu huffed, seemingly appeased. With Wu Yun present, her concerns about the tower duel had eased. His mastery of spiritual energy had already surpassed hers, not to mention his innate talisman. Yin Xian remarked, the tower duel primarily focuses on mental acuity. Mastery of elemental energy holds less significance. However, one must remain vigilant. Zhou Tong from Fire City was merely a second-tier talisman master 2 years ago, and he may very well have ascended to 3rd tier now, presenting a formidable challenge to you. As fortune would have it, Lin Dong is also here. I was just about to invite you to assist the Talisman Association in this tower duel. Lin Dong respectfully clasped his hands, humbly stating, it is solely due to Master S guidance that I have achieved my current level of spiritual prowess. As a talisman master of Yin City, it is only fitting that I contribute to the association. I would never dream of declining. Lin Dong, there is no need for such formality. In truth, I still owe you a favor for sharing the cultivation techniques of your innate talisman. Today is an opportune moment to repay that debt. Yin Xian scanned the 3 of them, stating, you 3 are the most distinguished talisman masters in Yin City, all molded under my tutelage. There is little left I can impart. However, I possess one final treasure. The expressions of Wu Yun and the others turned serious, knowing that Yin Xian was about to bestow upon them something significant. That treasured item is none other than the Qi-level spiritual secret technique. Chapter 52, The Primordial Illusory Rune. Yin Xian touched the Qinkuan bag at his waist. In a flash of light, an ancient scroll appeared in his hand. This secret technique was discovered during my youthful adventures in an ancient ruin, and I lost 3 dear friends in pursuit of it. Reflecting upon the past, Yin Xian was enveloped in bittersweet memories. He slowly unfurled the scroll, revealing the Qi-level spiritual technique, the Dragon and Serpent Transformation Seal. This technique comprises 4 forms: the Serpent Transformation Seal, the Python Transformation Seal, the Flood Dragon Transformation Seal, and the Dragon Transformation Seal. This set of secret techniques possesses immense power, yet it is exceedingly challenging to cultivate. It is with a sense of shame that I confess, even at this moment, I have only mastered the initial 2 seals. Hiss. Wu Yun and the others inhaled sharply, their expressions grave. After years of practice, Yin Xian has still not fully comprehended them all. This is a legacy scroll. The remaining spiritual energy within is scarce, and this is the final opportunity for inheritance. Cherish it well. By infusing your spiritual energy into the scroll, you will be able to witness the demonstration of the seals. The extent to which you can remember depends on your own abilities. Let us begin. Yin Xian unfurled the scroll into the air. On the flat surface of the scroll, spiritual ripples emerged, resembling water waves. Without hesitation, Wu Yun released a stream of spiritual energy and delved into the scroll, followed closely by Lin Dong and Ziyu. Let us see who emerges first and how much time it takes. Yin Xian raised his teacup, patiently awaiting the trio. Upon entering the spiritual secret scroll, Wu Yun was immediately struck by an overwhelming pressure of spiritual force. Soon after, the Dragon Snake Transformation Seal manifested, transforming spiritual energy into the forms of dragons and snakes. Incantations echoed, accompanied by a vague figure demonstrating the application of the first style, the Snake Transformation Seal. Wu Yun quickly focused, determined to memorize it. An hour later, Lin Dong was the first to open his eyes. With the stone talisman at his disposal, he could utilize the evolving figure within to aid in his understanding of martial arts. Oh, I did not expect you to awaken first. Have you remembered it all? Yes, I have. Thank you, Elder Yin. Lin Dong nodded. Yin Xian was somewhat astonished, a hint of embarrassment crossing his face. He had not anticipated that his two disciples would be outshone by Lin Dong. 3 hours later, Ziyu also opened her eyes, glistening with fragrant sweat. The prolonged concentration had been exhausting. Her spiritual energy could only endure for so long. How did it go? Did you remember everything? Yan Xian inquired anxiously. I am sorry. Master, I only remembered the first 3 styles. Ziyu sighed. That's all right, it's sufficient. When I first viewed it, I could only recall the initial style. Junior brother, why are you still not out? Ziyu expressed her concern. The 3 awaited Wu Yun with curiosity. Logically, given Wu Yun's superior talent for spiritual energy, he should have been the first to emerge. Lin Dong could endure, but he exited once he finished. Ziyu had to leave when her stamina waned. Wu Yun, possessing the strongest spiritual energy, could indeed last longer, yet based on his usual exceptional performance, it was unexpected that he had not yet memorized the techniques. The glow of the scroll diminished, soon to lose its efficacy. He too should be emerging. Yan Xian remarked with a hint of melancholy. This scroll had been treasured for half his life, and with only one opportunity remaining, he hesitated to use it. It was only for these 3 promising juniors that he was willing to bring it forth. Now, having utilized this last chance, the spiritual scroll would no longer be of use. A wave of emptiness washed over him. Oh, how has the scroll's light brightened once more? Ziyu exclaimed in surprise. At that moment, the once dormant spiritual scroll inexplicably revived, pulsating with an even more intense spiritual energy. The 3 observers stood in sheer astonishment. It was as though the scroll had been miraculously resurrected. What on earth was happening? Each of them wore a perplexed expression, particularly Yan Xian, who had just begun to feel disheartened, only to find that his sorrow was suddenly unnecessary. At this juncture, Wu Yun finally opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. The runes are truly remarkable, he mused. Xiao Yun, what transpired? Did you repair the scroll? Yan Xian inquired with wide eyes. Indeed, Wu Yun affirmed with a nod. Earlier, as his mental energy entered the scroll, he was astonished by this wondrous method of transmission. After mastering the secret technique, he immersed himself in the study of the scroll and eventually uncovered its mysteries. The reason the secret technique could be preserved lay in a magical rune within the scroll. Wu Yun mentally perused the original rune's true meaning, identifying the corresponding original rune, the illusory image. The illusory image rune, one of the primordial runes birthed between heaven and earth, possesses the ability to manifest reflected scenes anew. Where this rune exists, it is often accompanied by powerful magnetic fluctuations, capable of generating natural illusion arrays, and can be utilized for memory inheritance and the arrangement of illusion arrays. The power of the runes within the inheritance scroll had nearly dissipated, but upon discovering the illusory image rune, Wu Yun endeavored to recreate the original rune using his mental energy, allowing it to gather energy anew and flourish once more. In other words, this scroll can be used again? Yan Xian exclaimed with excitement. Yes, teacher, Wu Yun replied confidently. He then produced a rune brush and a blank piece of rune paper. Beginning to sketch, he depicted a simplified version of the illusory image rune from the scroll and presented it to Yan Xian. This is the secret of the spiritual scroll. If one day the scroll's power begins to wane, simply use mental energy to redraw a rune within it, and it can continue to be utilized. Yan Xian, holding the rune Wu Yun had just illustrated, found this rune far more intricate than the basic runes he typically employed. He stared in awe for a long time before exclaiming, "You need not call me teacher. I should be calling you teacher instead." At this point, Wu Yun had indeed surpassed his mentor. Yan Xian had nothing left to teach him, and now found himself in a position where he needed to learn from Wu Yun. Such words are unwarranted, master. Without your guidance, I would remain but an outsider, Wu Yun humbly replied. He felt immense gratitude toward his mentor, acknowledging that although this teacher possessed slightly lesser knowledge and talent, he had still been quite kind to him. Ziyu remarked, "Junior brother, you are truly extraordinary." Lin Dong added, "Big brother, I never anticipated that you would see through appearances to grasp the essence." Just moments earlier, Lin Dong had been preoccupied with memorizing the techniques, oblivious to the astonishing method of transmission at play. "I have become too small-minded in comparison to you, big brother. This rune is truly remarkable. It implies that by mastering this rune, we can also create such legacy scrolls," exclaimed Ziyu with excitement. Wu Yun responded, "In theory, that is correct. However, we are currently unable to produce images. Our mental strength can only facilitate mental transmission, as we have yet to condense spiritual light and shadow. If we could embed sound into the scrolls, it would indeed be possible to preserve the legacy." Yan Xian remarked, "The manipulation of spiritual light and shadow is a feat achievable only after becoming a spirit talisman master, which is still far off for us. Besides, we lack any precious martial arts or secret techniques that necessitate such a transmission. Merely passing down this dragon snake transformation seal would be quite commendable." In the stone talisman. The little weasel said, truly impressive. You can even master such things. The little weasel genuinely admired Wu Yun, whose expertise in runes was leagues ahead of his own. For the time being, the phantom runes hold little significance, yet it does not deter Wu Yun from studying them, as they will undoubtedly prove useful in the future. The potential to arrange illusionary formations alone is sufficient to captivate his interest. Chapter 53, The Tool as a Shield. Now, you all should prepare well for the tower battle and familiarize Lin Dong with the Talisman Master Association. Understood, teacher. The three exited Yin Xian's bamboo hut. At that moment, the cheerful Bai Yun and Xiao Yin rushed over from basking in the sun, leaping into Wu Yun and Lin Dong's arms. The solitary Ziyue pouted, contemplating that upon their return, she would ask her father to get her a little brain axe to nurture. Wu Yun and Lin Dong rode atop a tiger, while Ziyue, with a sulky expression, walked diminutively between them, feeling somewhat superfluous. That tower is the Talisman Master Tower, a sanctuary forged from the lifelong mental efforts of numerous predecessors. Revered by the Talisman Masters of Flame City, Wu Yun pointed towards the distant gray tower to explain to Lin Dong. He himself had yet to enter. The Talisman Master Tower does not open at all times, as each opening requires a decision made during an assembly of the entire Talisman Master Association. Before long, the trio arrived at the square of the Talisman Master Association. Lin Dong remarked, "That area seems lively. Let us take a look." Wu Yun replied, "Indeed. There are competitions taking place." Ziyue added, "Those are the Talisman Masters from Tianhua City. They reside within the Talisman Master Association and frequently engage in sparring with our Talisman Masters." As they observed, a young man clad in white and a Talisman Master in the robe of Flame City were sparring on stage. The Talisman Master from Flame City was merely at the first seal, while his opponent was at the second seal. It was no surprise that after just a brief exchange, he was unceremoniously knocked off the stage. The Talisman Master Association of Flame City is indeed quite ordinary. It seems that the Talisman Master Tower will surely belong to us, boasted the white-clad youth with audacious laughter, mocking the gathered Talisman Masters of Flame City, who were left blushing with fury, their gazes filled with resentment, yet utterly powerless. Among this cohort of Flame City Talisman Masters, aside from Wu Yun and Lin Dong, only Ziyue could stand on equal footing. The man in white regarded the Talisman Masters with disdain and coldly remarked, "Those who are unconvinced may step forward. To be frank, my ranking in the Talisman Masters Association of Tianhua City is merely above average. If you cannot even defeat me, it would be wise to forego this contest and spare yourselves the humiliation." "How arrogant!" Ziyue exclaimed, her expression grim. Wu Yun urged, "You should make an appearance, second brother. We have the tower duel in a few days. It's a perfect opportunity for them to familiarize themselves with you, and for you to silence that braggart." "All right, brother." Although Lin Dong was not fond of such meaningless rivalries, he decided to showcase his abilities since his elder brother had suggested it. Shattered Yuan Shuttle. Lin Dong gracefully stepped onto the competition stage, riding the shattered Yuan Shuttle as if strolling leisurely in a garden. His entrance was undeniably spectacular. "Who is this? His control over spiritual energy is astonishing, truly terrifying," murmured the Talisman Masters from Yin City, who were captivated and expectant as they observed Lin Dong. Ziyue commented, "Your brother certainly knows how to make a grand entrance." "Of course, every child of destiny is a force to be reckoned with," Wu Yun replied. Lin Dong lightly descended, spinning the shattered Yuan Shuttle on his fingertip. "Your tongue is too loose. My brother sent me to teach you a lesson. Let us see if you possess the capability," scoffed the young man. "I am Chao Zhu of the Talisman Masters Association of Tianhua City. You would do well to remember my name. Just a trivial fish." "I have no interest," Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. "Your words may be bold, but let us see what you can truly do." Chao Zhu unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, summoning 3 pure white swords of ice. The swords flew towards Lin Dong, who engaged in combat with the shattered Yuan Shuttle. Clang! The swords clashed against the shuttle in midair. Lin Dong's expression shifted as he realized the ice-profound swords were forged from cold iron, the frigid aura causing pain even to his spiritual energy that enveloped the shattered Yuan Shuttle. Quite the remarkable talisman. Lin Dong observed the ice-profound swords with a hint of amusement, akin to gazing at his own creation. Winning with mere shattered Yuan pills was becoming increasingly difficult. Let us try the Dragon Snake transformation seal from earlier. With a focused thought, Lin Dong activated his Niwen Palace. Summoning a life talisman as a torrent of spiritual energy surged forth, coalescing into a nearly tangible small snake. Though its form was not fully realized, it was passably shaped. Below the stage, Ziyue gasped. He mastered it so quickly. Were you unaware of this? Wu Yun looked at Ziyue with curiosity. Taking a deep breath, Ziyue decided she no longer wished to converse with such an extraordinary genius. Meanwhile, in a bamboo hut, Yin Xian suddenly opened his eyes wide. This is the snake transformation seal. His comprehension ability is astonishing. His spiritual energy could sense the entire Talisman Masters Association, and he observed Lin Dong's performance with keen interest. Sigh. Yuan Xian was profoundly disheartened. While others effortlessly grasped skills, he had to toil for over a year. Feeling utterly inept, on stage, Lin Dong uttered a low command. Transformation of the serpent seal. The serpent emblem surged forward, and Xiao Zhu's expression shifted dramatically as he sensed the terrifying mental power within the seal. This was no ordinary mental technique. Xiao Zhu was struck with dread. His speculation proved accurate. Thus, succumb. The serpent emblem easily shattered Xiao Zhu's mental barrier, piercing into his chest. With a spurt of blood, Xiao Zhu collapsed to the ground. Lin Dong swiftly gathered the 3 uncontrolled ice profound swords into his Qingzhu bag. Those are my ice profound swords. Xiao Zhu protested. A resounding slap silenced him as Lin Dong approached, exclaiming, I almost forgot my promise to strike your mouth. Blood spewed from Xiao Zhu as he fainted from the rage. Bravo. Well done. The Talisman's masters from Yin City cheered. Meanwhile, the Talisman's masters from Tianhua City hurried to assess Xiao Zhu's injuries and carried him away. Brother, this sword is remarkable. Lin Dong returned to Wu Yun's side, triumphantly presenting the 3 ice profound swords. Indeed, it's a fine weapon, but the runes inscribed upon it are rather rudimentary, failing to unleash its true potential, Wu Yun remarked after inspecting it. Ice profound iron is a rare attribute-bearing treasure metal. However, it is engraved with power runes. If it were inscribed with ice runes, its power would be even greater. I shall take it back for refinement and then distribute it to you. All right, I trust your judgment, brother. The 3 swords served similar purposes. Shall we each take one and offer one to Ziyue? Of course. Observing the pair's seamless allocation, Ziyue wore an odd expression. Your division of spoils is rather casual. Wu Yun and Lin Dong exchanged knowing glances, both chuckling. They had shared burdens before. It was a profound truth among brothers. Wu Yun declared, now that all is settled, we can head to your residence for a meal. By the way, Lin Dong has just won a sword for you. Will you not invite him to join us? Lin Dong's countenance shifted. Brother, perhaps I should refrain from attending. He noticed Ziyue's subtle interest in his brother, and he felt it inappropriate to present himself at such a family gathering. Why not? Ziyue, after all, brought the black armored guards to support us. Of course, I would be delighted to have brother Lin Dong join us. Ziyue added quickly, recognizing Lin Dong as a rare talent worth cultivating for their city lord's estate. Then it's settled. Let us depart. Wu Yun seized the opportunity, clapping the rear of Bai Yun's tiger, and exited the Talisman's Association without allowing Lin Dong a chance to decline. He deliberately included Lin Dong, fearing that Ziyue's father might inquire about his daughter's prospects, which would be challenging to navigate alone. By bringing Lin Dong along, he could instead say, what do you think of my brother? Lin Dong, the tool and shield. Chapter 54. Qing Tan, I shall take care of brother Wu Yun. Wu Yun, elder brother, do not worry. You may return to rest. Bai Yun will escort me home. Lin Dong, Xiao Yan will take me back. City Lord, you 2 brothers possess remarkable drinking capacity. We shall continue our revelry another day. I have exquisite wine here. Wu Yun, senior sister, please assist elder brother in returning to rest. He is quite inebriated. Standing at the doorway, Ziyue observed the farewell among the 3 with a furrowed brow. She somewhat regretted bringing Wu Yun and Lin Dong to her home. Simultaneously, she couldn't help but lament her father's conduct. Truly, he was not behaving like a responsible parent. Having departed from the city lord's residence, it was already quite late. Wu Yun and Lin Dong, both tipsy, leaned against Bai Yun and Xiao Yan's backs. The 2 tigers, one white and one red, helplessly carried their inebriated masters homeward. This time, they had indeed indulged excessively. The city lord's hospitality had exceeded Wu Yun's expectations. The sumptuous food and drink were accompanied by an utter lack of pretense. He was exceptionally generous, inquiring with great enthusiasm about the details of the slaying of Yushan and insisting on toasting Wu Yun several times. He treated Wu Yun as a peer, and even after becoming quite intoxicated, he affectionately referred to Wu Yun and Lin Dong as brothers. Initially, Wu Yun had harbored concerns that the city lord might be angling to become his father-in-law, but he soon realized that the man merely wished to forge a brotherly bond. This realization filled Wu Yun with a sense of shame. The city lord regarded him as a brother, while he himself was preoccupied with thoughts of the man's daughter. Such disloyalty. Nonetheless, this understanding alleviated Wu Yun's worries, as he felt no guilt towards Ziyue, knowing that the bond forged with her father was sufficient to quell any romantic notions she may have harbored. Wu Yun could discern that senior sister Ziyue harbored a slight affection for him. However, he was unwilling to remain in Yin City for eternity. Ultimately, he intended to embark on broader adventures with Lin Dong. Hence, he resolved to cease any deeper exchanges. Bai Yun and Xiao Yan, bearing the two, made their way directly to the Lin residence. The pair were thoroughly intoxicated. They followed the scent of Qingtan to find their way. Oh dear, such a strong smell of alcohol. Brother Wu Yun, Brother Lin Dong, why have you been drinking? Qingtan exclaimed, rushing out upon hearing Xiaoyan's call, her surprise evident. However, the two were too far gone to respond. Donger, how could you drink so much? Lin Dong's mother stepped out, observing her son with exasperation as Xiaoyan carried him. Lin Xiao was not home. It was just the two of them. Mother, let us first assist Brother Lin Dong to his room. And what of Wu Yun? Qingtan softly inquired. Take him to my room. She replied. After settling Lin Dong, Qingtan said, Mother, please watch over Brother Lin Dong here. I shall attend to Brother Wu Yun. Very well, go ahead. At that moment, Qingtan was clad in her adorable white nightgown, her petite frame darting out as the evening breeze caused the delicate fabric to cling closely to her form. Poor Qingtan had always been affected by the cold, leaving her physique fragile. Yet, even in her youth, there was a certain beauty in her gentle curves. Wu Yun lay half asleep on the back of Bai Yun, where he hazily beheld a delightful little girl approaching him. She was clad in loose garments, resembling a petite figure draped in a white shirt, her fair neck and delicate collarbone accentuating a pitiable curve that stirred a sense of tenderness within him. As she drew nearer, a subtle fragrance wafted into Wu Yun's nostrils, gently awakening him from his stupor. Bai Yun, come with me. Qingtan affectionately patted Bai Yun's head and led her into her room. Upon entering, she vigorously lifted Wu Yun and placed him onto her bed. In that instant, Wu Yun felt enveloped by warmth. Was this the realm of a little girl? He found himself surrounded by a sweet, pink aroma. Suddenly, a cool little hand brushed against his forehead, then softly caressed his cheek. Qingtan scrutinized Wu Yun with earnestness, her small hand tenderly arranging his disheveled hair. Wu Yun, you are quite handsome, she shyly mused to herself. She then filled a basin with water and, using her pink towel, began to wipe down Wu Yun's body. It had always been her brother caring for her. Now, she relished the opportunity to tend to him. In this cocoon of gentleness, Wu Yun drifted into a blissful slumber. When he groggily awakened, the remnants of intoxication lingered, and he mused, this wine is truly potent. Last night, he had indulged in hearty drinks with Ziyue's father until the early hours. Initially, he had thought that, being in the Yuan Dan realm, he would be impervious to drunkenness. Little did he know that the lord of the city's wine was no ordinary beverage, but rather a spirit of formidable potency. Even the accomplished lord could succumb to its effects, let alone them. Of course, Wu Yun had not deliberately refined the medicinal properties of the drink, relishing the rare intoxication. Suddenly, he sensed something wriggling in his embrace. The blanket was a soft pink. Where was he? Wu Yun's mind raced in alarm. Could it be that his senior sister had taken advantage of him? No, he recalled in a haze that it was a little girl. Gently, he lifted the blanket. To his astonishment, he found Qingtan's adorable little head nestled against his arm, her entire form curled up like a small kitten in his embrace. A jolt of realization struck him, and he quickly scrambled out of bed, relieved to discover that their clothing remained intact and innocent. Ah, Wu Yun, you're awake. Qingtan exclaimed, startled. Upon realizing the situation, her cheeks flushed crimson as she stammered, I was taking care of you last night, and I was so tired that I fell asleep. But I was clearly on the outside. I'm sorry. I instinctively sought warmth while sleeping because I fear the cold. Qingtan, how am I to face you and Lin Dong after this? Wu Yun stuttered, his heart racing. Wu Yun, as long as we keep this between us, it will be fine. Qingtan replied, her face still aflame. She hurriedly wrapped herself in an outer garment to cover her thin nightwear. Wu Yun quickly retrieved his clothes from his storage bag and dressed himself. Although nothing occurred between the two, it was not ideal for others to know they had spent the night together. A girl's reputation is of utmost importance. Wu Yun did not wish for Lin Dong to become aware of this situation, for how would Lin Dong react? I consider you a brother, yet you would call me uncle. It was not the right time for rumors to circulate about him and Qingtan. Wu Yun, rest assured. This matter is known only to the two of us. However, I will take responsibility for you, he reassured. There is no need to mention it, Brother Wu Yun. We did not engage in anything inappropriate, and besides, it was Qingtan who wished to draw closer to her brother. If brother was intoxicated, it is not his fault. Qingtan, exhibiting a rare seriousness, looked remarkably considerate and sensible. My constitution is peculiar, and I cannot determine when I might depart. How could I risk burdening my brother? Qingtan felt a sense of pessimism as her cold condition had been flaring up more frequently and with increasing severity. Though two brothers claimed they could assist her, she feared she might not last until that day. Thus, she had summoned her courage the previous night to approach Wu Yun, yearning for the warmth of her brother and to imprint his essence in her memory, so that if there were a next life, she would surely find him again. What foolishness is this? With your brother here, leaving us is hardly an option. Would you truly abandon us? Wu Yun playfully poked her small nose. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Elder brother, Qingtan, are you inside? Chapter 55. Contemplations of the Chaotic Divine Forge. Inside the room, Lin Dong regarded the two with a scrutinizing gaze. His instincts warned him that something was amiss, yet he could not pinpoint the issue. Oh, so this is how warm a girl's bed can be. I have not enjoyed such a restful sleep in ages. Wu Yun stretched languidly. Second brother, let us go. I have made some new discoveries that could enhance our strength. He took hold of Lin Dong and exited Qingtan's room. Lin Dong followed him in a daze, inwardly reflecting that his elder brother appeared so forthright and natural, behaving just as he always did. Perhaps he was overthinking the situation. Ah, Bai Yun. You spent the night outside. Wu Yun exclaimed upon noticing Bai Yun sprawled on the stone table by the door, looking rather forlorn. Typically, Bai Yun would sleep in his room, where Wu Yun always prepared a clean carpet for it. Woo woo woo. Bai Yun whimpered, feeling somewhat wronged. After Wu Yun had returned at home, reeking of alcohol, it had gone to wash itself in the basin and, being soaked, had chosen to rest in the yard. Be good, let me give you some breakfast. Wu Yun produced a handful of yuan dan and fed it to Bai Yun. Upon reaching Lin Dong's room, he took out paper and brush to draw, preparing to study the primordial devouring runes and to erase the runes on the ice Xian sword, inscribing new ice runes in their place. 3 days later, at the Rune Master Tower, rune masters from both Yin City and Tianhua City gathered here. Upon their initial meeting, Chaozhu approached with a young man clad in a silver robe, pointing at Lin Dong and declaring, Second senior brother, this is Lin Dong. He is the one who has taken my ice profound sword. Lu Long, brimming with indignation, interjected, This is indeed Lin Dong, my brother. Might I kindly request the return of my junior S ice profound sword? Ice profound sword? What is that? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, shaking his head and responding. What might that be? A flicker of malice crossed Lu Long's eyes, but he quickly donned a smile, saying, Brother Lin Dong, as the saying goes. One must not strike a friend. Forging connections is far more beneficial. For the sake of 3 mere ice profound swords, tarnishing one's reputation among the many talisman's masters of Flame City is hardly prudent. The talisman's masters behind him cast their gazes toward Lin Dong and Wu Yun, exuding an air of intimidation. Lin Dong exchanged a glance with Wu Yun, both of them chuckling. Wu Yun remarked nonchalantly, We truly have never encountered any ice profound sword. You must have mistaken us. Here, we possess only the frost blade. As he spoke, he retrieved 3 azure crystal short swords from his cosmos bag, causing the surrounding air to chill instantly. Compared to Chao Zhu's ice profound sword, the newly revealed frost blades emanated an even more formidable aura of frost. Chao Zhu stared intently at the 3 frost blades, bewildered. How could they have changed? He scratched his head in confusion. Lu Long, exuding frustration, transmitted a thought. Are you foolish? Those are your swords. Reclaim them swiftly. His gaze was filled with avarice as he beheld the newly manifested frost blades, which were even more potent than his fire departure sword. Indeed, these 3 are my ice profound sword. Chao Zhu finally grasped the situation. Haha, you truly dare to claim them. Wu Yun could not help but burst into laughter, yet suddenly his expression hardened. And you think you are worthy? The formidable presence of the frost blades drew the attention of the surrounding talisman's masters, who turned to observe. Yin Xian and Han Yun, the president of the Flame City Talisman's Masters Association, also took note of the unfolding drama. Han Yun approached, witnessing his 2 disciples blushing with embarrassment, his expression darkening. He inquired, What is the matter? Chao Zhu replied, I beseech you, master, to intervene on my behalf. This Lin Dong from the Flame City Talisman's Masters Association has seized the ice profound sword you gifted me, and now he brazenly denies it. The talisman's masters gathered around, while Wu Yun's gaze swept past Han Yun, settling upon a man standing behind him. This individual appeared quite ordinary, with bushy eyebrows, yet for reasons unknown. The other talisman's masters treated him with utmost deference. Even Lu Long instinctively positioned himself behind him. Ziyue approached, transmitting to Wu Yun. That man is our greatest adversary in this Flame City. He is the most formidable young talisman master of this generation from Flame City, Zhou Tong. It is said he ascended to the 2nd seal talisman master level 2 years ago. At this moment, Han Yun and Zhou Tong were both observing the frost blades in Wu Yun's hand, astonished by the chilling aura emanating from them. Yin Xian approached to understand the situation, and after taking the ice sword from Wu Yun's hands for inspection, he couldn't help but be astonished by the formidable ice runes inscribed upon it, runes he did not comprehend. He transmitted a message to Wu Yun. Did you inscribe these runes? Indeed, master. Thus, it is now the ice sword, Wu Yun replied with a smile, conveying his thoughts discreetly. Yin Xian took a deep breath to steady himself before speaking slowly. The ice Xian sword belongs to your disciple, while the ice sword belongs to mine. Therefore, the question arises, is this sword indeed the Ice Xian sword? Master Han, he continued, since your disciple claims that his Ice Xian sword is of your making, perhaps you recall the runes upon it. Why not sketch them for comparison? It would be immediately apparent. Han Yun's expression darkened as he retorted, no need. I remember the sword I forged personally. This is not the Ice Xian sword. Chao Zhu interjected, Master, it truly is the Ice Xian sword. Silence. Han Yun barked. Sensing the power emanating from the sword was entirely distinct from that of his previous runes. He firmly believed it was the Ice Xian sword, albeit not entirely so. What alarmed Han Yun was the realization that the opponent could not only erase his runes, but also inscribe even more powerful ones. They had been outmaneuvered. When had Yin Xian acquired such capabilities? Han Yun regarded Yin Xian with skepticism. Unable to believe he could achieve such a feat, Yin Xian frowned. Old man Han. Why do you look at me so? Han Yun scoffed derisively, feeling insulted. Yin Xian remained silent. Here, take this, Wu Yun declared before the assembled crowd, handing 3 ice swords to Yun and Lin Dong, each receiving one. This incited ire among Chao Zhu, Lu Long, and the other rune masters from Tianhua City. Their teeth gritted in frustration. Han Yun cast a penetrating gaze at Wu Yun, unable to decipher this young man. Wait until we enter the Rune Master Tower. I shall seek an opportunity to test that lad. He instructed Zhou Tong beside him. Indeed, I have the same intention. Zhou Tong's typically impassive face displayed a rare flicker of interest. Very well, let us commence the activation of the Rune Master Tower. Han Yun urged. Yin Xian led the 3 rune masters from Yin City forward, unleashing their mental energies in a frenzy towards the tightly shut stone door of the tower. Ultimately, their combined efforts coalesced into a luminous imprint, which settled into a recess on the door. As the recess aligned, the entire Rune Master Tower trembled, and the stone door began to slowly part. Instantly, an exceedingly potent wave of spiritual energy surged forth from beyond the door, causing those nearby to stagger backward in disarray. What overwhelming spiritual pressure! Wu Yun marveled. Meanwhile, Han Yun and the Rune Masters from Tianhua City gazed greedily at the Rune Master Tower. The tower door is now open. The competition begins, Yin Xian proclaimed. He turned to Wu Yun and Lin Dong, declaring, whoever ascends to the highest level and endures the longest shall be the ultimate victor. The stage is yours. Go forth. Wu Yun nodded and stepped into the Rune Master Tower. Upon successfully reaching the Tower of Talismans, a prompt appeared. Sign in? He confirmed. And with that, his sign-in was successful, granting him the reward of the chaotic divine mill visualization. Chapter 56, Ascending the Tower. The name alone exuded an aura of grandeur. Wu Yun's body suddenly halted, pausing at the first level, yet he had not yet had the chance to immerse himself in the surrounding ocean of spiritual energy. An overwhelming torrent of intricate information forcefully invaded his mind. Within chaos, the divine mill was born. As it turned, both gods and demons were obliterated. Visualizing the divine mill. Guided by the soul, one is ground by its relentless motion. With 9 rotations of the divine mill, each rotation signifies a new realm. Such a wondrous and powerful technique. Wu Yun marveled inwardly. After a thorough filtering of the information regarding this technique, he grasped its immense power and magnificence. The method of cultivation entails continuously channeling one's soul into the divine mill through visualization, undergoing countless cycles of annihilation and rebirth to achieve transformation and strength. The technique is divided into 9 rotations, with each rotation marking a new celestial level. The term 9 rotations signifies the complete operation of the divine mill 9 times. Should the soul endure through a full cycle, it will experience a transformation. Here, the soul refers to spiritual energy. When comparing this method of spiritual cultivation to the divine movement technique, the disparity is akin to the difference between basic multiplication tables and calculus. Wu Yun felt a profound sense of astonishment. This was his first encounter with the grandeur of a cultivation technique. While he was uncertain of its rank in this world, it was evident that the Xiantian technique he acquired from his initial sign-in paled significantly in comparison to the chaotic divine mill visualization. Although sign-in rewards are random, it appears that the later rewards are progressively more formidable. The previous reward, the original rune true interpretation, was almost the pinnacle of rune mastery. With the vast scope of the chaotic divine mill visualization, Wu Yun found it difficult to fathom any spiritual cultivation technique that could rival it. Within the tower, beside Wu Yun, Lin Dong was marvelously sensing the powerful waves of spiritual energy. These formidable fluctuations twisted into tangible forms, creating an experience akin to being submerged in an ocean of spiritual energy, leaving him profoundly shaken. These waves represented pure spiritual energy, enveloping everyone within the tower, capable of scanning their bodies and manifesting directly within their minds. Lin Dong was astonished to feel this pure spiritual energy sweep over his two innate spiritual talismans, causing them to emit subtle tremors. The hues of the runes brightened, as if impurities clinging to the talismans were being quietly purged. The talismans had undergone purification. Although the enhancement was not overwhelmingly potent, Lin Dong was acutely aware that his innate talismans appeared to have become more refined. Such is the advantage of having a mentor. Lin Dong mused silently. Upon entering the Rune Master Tower, the immediate effects were astonishing. It was evident that the benefits within would be manifold, and cultivating here would undoubtedly surpass the efficacy of external realms by tenfold, if not 100-fold. Lin Dong felt an increased reverence for his elder brother, who had wisely chosen to join the Yin Xin sect, granting them the opportunity to arrive at this hallowed place. It can actively absorb and refine. Lin Dong exclaimed in surprise, marveling at his brother's sagacity. He observed the runes on his spirit talisman twisting and coalescing into a small vortex, voraciously drawing in the pure mental energy and converting it into its own power. While Lin Dong was aware that his innate spirit talisman possessed the ability to absorb the mental energy of others, he was astounded to see it actively gathering energy from its surroundings at an astonishing rate. He needed to do nothing. Simply being within the tower allowed the talisman to cultivate autonomously. How considerate this talisman was. It was precisely as his elder brother had described. Lin Dong felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. The additional 2 runes his brother had inscribed were nothing short of inspired. His admiration for his elder brother flowed like an unending river. The current efficacy of the runes was entirely attributable to the time they had spent together in their chamber prior to entering, during which his brother had meticulously added 2 new lines to the foundational patterns of the spirit talisman. In his exhilaration, Lin Dong turned to his elder brother. Brother, what is going on?" He noticed that his brother stood still, seemingly dazed, with a vacant expression and a foolish grin, as if lost in a beautiful dream. This was uncharacteristic of the usually composed Wu Yun. Lin Dong speculated that perhaps his brother was experiencing some profound insight and hesitated to interrupt him. However, as 10 minutes passed without any sign of awakening from Wu Yun, Lin Dong grew increasingly anxious. This was not the time for daydreaming. The ascent of the tower was imperative. He gently shook Wu Yun's arm. Brother. Oh, what is it?" Wu Yun emerged from the depths of intricate mental practices. Lin Dong replied, "You seemed lost in thought. Everyone else has already ascended. We should hurry as well." Wu Yun looked around and indeed noticed that they were the only 2 remaining. "Right. Let us proceed," he said, suppressing his excitement as they prepared to embark on their ascent. The pair made their way to the center of the first floor, arriving at a staircase guarded by a layer of mental barriers. Numerous first-level rune masters were still attempting to breach this formidable barrier. The mental barrier of the Rune Master Tower was incredibly potent. Even on the first floor, it could ensnare many. Without delay, they charged toward the mental barrier and, as if breaking through a membrane, effortlessly passed through. The weaker first-level rune masters looked on in envy. The 2, undeterred, sensed the tower's extraordinary nature. Understanding that as they ascended, the concentration of mental energy would intensify, necessitating their rise to higher levels for effective cultivation. They surged upward to the 4th floor, where the number of people dwindled significantly. In the 4th layer, at the central psychic barrier passage, 2 factions confronted each other. Upon witnessing the scene, Wu Yun quickly discerned that the talisman's masters from the 2 cities were engaged in conflict. The side from Flame City appeared to be at a disadvantage, with 3 individuals injured. In terms of numbers, the Heavenly Fire City had the upper hand. "It's senior brother Wu Yun," someone exclaimed with delight. "What is going on? Are you being bullied?" Wu Yun inquired, recognizing a few individuals present. Those who reached the 4th layer were all second-rank talisman masters, the backbone of the Talisman Master Association, and frequently encountered each other. Li Hu replied, "Senior brother Wu Yun, they are being excessively aggressive, taking advantage of our smaller numbers. Then let us retaliate." Wu Yun responded nonchalantly. Although the tower duel forbade killing, inflicting injury was permissible. Since the Talisman Masters from Heavenly Fire City had disregarded martial etiquette, Wu Yun felt no obligation to be courteous. The Talisman Masters from Heavenly Fire City eyed Wu Yun with apprehension. Although they had yet to witness his prowess firsthand, they could sense from the respect shown by those around him that he was not to be trifled with. Even Lin Dong, who had previously defeated Chao Zhu, was deferentially following in his wake. Wu Yun advanced step by step. The Talisman Masters from Heavenly Fire City became flustered, their eyes pleading, "Please don't come any closer. What do you intend to do? I must remind you, killing is prohibited in the tower duel. If you dare to harm us, senior brother Zhou Tong will not let you off easily. Let us discuss this amicably and avoid hostility." Despite being fellow second-rank Talisman Masters, the sheer aura of Wu Yun caused the members of Heavenly Fire City to retreat. Let them experience the sensation of being struck by lightning, Wu Yun said to Lin Dong. The two exchanged glances, then simultaneously unleashed their psychic energy, generating two powerful psychic waves. Thunderquake wave. In the aftermath, the Talisman Masters from Heavenly Fire City were all knocked unconscious in a state of terror. The Talisman Masters from Flame City watched in astonishment. Now, let us search their spatial bags, Wu Yun exclaimed excitedly, approaching the sprawled Talisman Masters to loot their belongings. Chapter 57 Senior Sister Wu Yun, do not rush. I have always preferred to win with strategy rather than speed. The second-ranked Talisman Masters were quite affluent. After rummaging through several spatial bags, each contained at least 1,000 yuan stones, with some exceeding 10,000. Wu Yun collected all the treasures and handed them to Lin Dong for safekeeping. The Talisman Master named Li, who cautioned, Senior Brother Wu Yun, Lu Long, and Chao Zhu are on the 5th layer. They seem to be plotting against you too, so be careful when you ascend. Thank you, brother, Wu Yun replied, distributing a few spirit-replenishing pills among his companions. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Dong and dashed toward the 5th layer's psychic barrier. In the 5th layer, within the expansive space, only Chao Zhu and Lu Long remained. Having already attempted and failed to breach the 6th layer's psychic barrier, they prepared to lie in wait at the passage, scheming to ambush Wu Yun and Lin Dong, intent on reclaiming the Ice Mystic's sword within the tower. Second brother, why haven't they arrived yet? Could it be that they are unable to reach the 5th level? If so, have we wasted our time waiting? Chao Zhu expressed his impatience. Wu Yun was uncertain, but if Lin Dong could defeat him, he would undoubtedly ascend to the 5th level. All we need to do is wait. Once he arrives, he shall be dealt with. Lu Long's expression was fierce. Wu Yun and Lin Dong had brought them such humiliation in front of Master Han and numerous Talisman Masters. They must reclaim their honor. Here they come. At that moment, Chao Zhu felt a surge of joy as the mental barrier was breached. Someone was ascending. He clasped his hands, and his powerful mental energy rapidly coalesced within his grasp, swiftly forming two high-speed rotating mental discs, their sharp edges slicing through the air with a whirring sound. Li Huijian. Lu Long reacted quickly, summoning a fiery red longsword that hovered above him, poised to strike as soon as an opponent appeared. The figures of Wu Yun and Lin Dong emerged on the 6th level, followed by the sound of two swift warriors approaching them. Go! Chao Zhu and Lu Long shouted in unison. The mental discs and the Li Huijian surged towards Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Clang! The attacks from Chao and Lu were repelled. Wu Yun and Lin Dong stood back to back, their mental energies intertwining to form a formidable barrier that shielded them. Had we not prepared in advance, you might have caught us off guard. Wu Yun smiled, though annoyance tinged his voice. Now, let us see the effectiveness of the ice blade. With a piercing blue light, Wu Yun and Lin Dong wielded their respective ice blades, directing them towards Lu Long and Chao Zhu. Lu Long's strength was considerable. He stood at the pinnacle of a second-tier Talisman Master, not far from becoming a third-tier master. His Li Huijian was even more powerful than Chao Zhu's previous ice Xianjian. As Wu Yun faced him, the small ice blade shimmered with runes, causing the temperature of the blade to plummet dramatically, encasing it in a layer of ice crystals. When the ice blade collided with the Li Huijian, the fiery red blade was instantly frozen by the icy aura. Compared to the ice blade's chilling edge, the fire emanating from the Li Huijian seemed pitifully weak. Wu Yun employed primordial ice runes, while the Li Huijian merely utilized basic fire runes. After just a few clashes, the Li Huijian dimmed in brilliance. How is this possible? Lu Long gazed incredulously at his beloved Li Huijian. Just moments ago, the Li Huijian had effortlessly overpowered the ice Xianjian. Why had it become so terrifyingly ineffective with a mere change of wielder? Chao Zhu, combine our powers. Lu Long commanded sharply, summoning Chao Zhu for support. Chao Zhu evaded Lin Dong and swiftly retreated behind Lu Long. The two altered their hand seals, and a torrent of powerful mental energy surged forth, continuously infusing into the Li Huijian before them. As their mental energies rushed into it, the Li Huijian erupted with a blinding red light, and a fierce sword wind spread through the air. Lu Long's countenance was as cold as ice, and suddenly, the Li Hua sword transformed into a fiery silhouette, measuring nearly 10 feet in length. It tore through the air, unleashing a fierce and scorching sword aura, mercilessly cleaving downwards towards Wu Yun and Lin Dong. What a spectacle! Wu Yun raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the novel application of spiritual energy. Transforming serpent seal. He concentrated his spiritual energy, which coalesced into a gigantic serpent before him. Vividly animated, far more complete than Lin Dong's previous attempt. The serpent collided with the Li Hua sword. The clash of their formidable spiritual energies reverberated through the 5th layer. The serpent dissipated, and the Li Hua sword fell to the ground, now uncontrollable. Before Lu Long and the others could recover from their astonishment, Wu Yun and Lin Dong had already manipulated the ice sword to hover ominously before their eyes. Please, don't kill us. Lu Long stammered, beads of sweat streaming down his face, his voice dry with fear. Who wants to kill you? It would be too much trouble. Wu Yun scoffed. Hand over your treasures, or you shall endure physical suffering. This is robbery. I will report you to the Rune Master Association. Qiao Zhu exclaimed. Swoosh. Lin Dong frowned. He was not one for idle threats and promptly disabled one of Qiao Zhu's hands. Ah! Qiao Zhu screamed in agony. What do you want? Lu Long trembled as he retrieved the Qian Kuan bag from his waist. Hand it over. Wu Yun snatched it away, tossing it carelessly into his pocket without a glance. No matter its contents, it was better to seize it first. After plundering the two, Wu Yun examined the Li Hua sword closely. Unlike the previous Lei Yen sword or ice sword, the Li Hua sword was a long sword. Excellent. I shall experiment with various rune combinations upon my return. Wu Yun remarked with keen interest. The swords he had wielded before were too diminutive, inscribed with only singular runes, yielding limited effects. Let us proceed to the 6th layer. Meanwhile, people outside were intently focused on the Rune Master Tower. On the first 6 layers, each layer shimmered with points of light, each representing an individual. At this moment, the 6th layer already displayed 2 points of light, and the onlookers were speculating on the identities of these individuals. Suddenly, 2 more points of light appeared on the 6th layer. For in total, good heavens, there are 4 this year. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was worth noting that last year, only Ziyue and Zhou Tong had managed to reach the 6th layer. Wu Yun, Lin Dong, and Ziyue, it must be them. Several knowledgeable middle-aged rune masters from the Yen City Rune Master Association exclaimed excitedly. They were well aware that Wu Yun and Lin Dong's spiritual power surpassed that of Ziyue, and if Ziyue could ascend to the 6th layer, then so could they. The other, without question, was Zhou Tong. A rare flush appeared on Yan Xian's typically stoic face. Even he, usually so grave, could not help but beam with joy. Han Yun's expression was somewhat grim. While the rune masters from Tianhua City showed decent overall strength this year, there were too few top-tier talents. Yet, he still clung to hope. What is the significance of having a multitude of people? It is a contest of who can ascend the highest and endure the longest. Han Yun coldly chuckled, fully aware of Zhou Tong's true prowess, which had already transcended to the realm of a third-rank talismonger. Quantity pales in comparison to quality. What are geniuses, if not mere fireflies beneath the bright moon in the presence of Zhou Tong? The 6th level. Ziyu and Zhou Tong advanced toward the central area. Ziyu's steps faltered, each movement a struggle. Surrender now. The mental pressure here is beyond your capacity to bear, Zhou Tong remarked calmly, making his way toward the mental barrier leading to the 7th level. I will not yield easily, Ziyu retorted with determination, her beautiful eyes fixated on Zhou Tong, intrigued by the possibility of his success. At this moment, Zhou Tong on the 7th level had already set forth, and the mental barrier began to writhe violently, emitting waves of terrifying energy as if attempting to expel him. Yet, against this immense pressure, Zhou Tong's body steadily advanced, eventually vanishing completely within the barrier. He truly made it. Ziyu stood frozen in place. A year ago, she had been alongside Zhou Tong on the 6th level, competing to see who could endure the longest. With the passage of a year, he had made such significant progress, while she, despite possessing the ancient whirlpool talisman technique gifted by her junior, had yet to master it completely. She could only linger a bit longer on the 6th level, unable to challenge the 7th. Junior, why are you still not here? Ziyu felt a surge of anxiety. The talisman tower cannot fall to the hands of Tianhua City. Just then, footsteps echoed behind her. Ziyu turned around in surprise. Her handsome and charming junior, accompanied by his endearing companion Lin Dong, strode in with confidence, radiating energy. Junior, why are you so slow? Zhou Tong has already ascended to the 7th level. Wu Yun replied, Sister, do not fret. You know I do not rely on speed to triumph. Chapter 58. The third-rank talismonger, number 1. Wu Yun ambled over, having just counted Lu Long's Qingzhu bag, which, as expected of the second senior brother, was rather affluent, containing over 30,000 Yang Yuan stones. This was no small fortune. Hence, he appeared invigorated. Ziyu gazed at the duo in disbelief. We are already on the 6th level. Could you please show some respect for the talisman tower? She was sweating even while standing, as though a great mountain pressed upon her, making it hard to breathe. Meanwhile, Wu Yun appeared to glide through the situation with ease, as if riding on the backs of others. Observing her serious demeanor, Wu Yun collected himself. Sister, you need not force yourself. Simply focus on your cultivation here. The rest will be handled by us brothers, and we assure you, Zhou Tong will not outpace us. Ziyu replied, you are quite confident. However, do not underestimate Zhou Tong. He was a second-ranked talismonger 2 years ago, and just now, he ascended to the 7th level in a single attempt. I suspect he has already become a third-ranked talismonger. A third-ranked talismonger, you say? Wu Yun smiled faintly, dismissing the significance of the moment. It's nothing extraordinary. I can demonstrate my breakthrough to my senior sister right now. He retorted. What nonsense. Becoming a third seal rune master is not so easily attained. Ziyue chided. Without hesitation, Wu Yun settled into a meditative posture, initiating the foundational chapter of the Chaos Divine Mill visualization method in his mind. During his ascent, he had already been studying the initial techniques, and with his prior experience in the Divine Motion chapter, he quickly grasped the foundational concepts, feeling ready to attempt the breakthrough. Moreover, he had successfully inscribed 2 lines of the original Gathering Spirit runes onto his innate talismans, which endowed them with the ability to autonomously gather spiritual energy from within the tower, complementing their inherent devouring capabilities. Upon entering the tower, they incessantly absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, replenishing him. Wu Yun was but a hair's breadth away from becoming a third seal rune master, a threshold he could have attempted to breach long ago. However, he chose to await the opportune moment. Indeed, just as he approached his senior sister, an overwhelming desire to break through surged within him. Unable to contain himself, he felt the imminent breakthrough approaching. The surrounding spiritual energy surged into his Niwen palace, and the runes on his innate talismans transformed into whirlpools, voraciously absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. Within his consciousness, the envisioned divine mill manifested, gently turning and relentlessly grinding Wu Yun's spiritual energy before reorganizing it. This process was accompanied by sharp pangs of pain, akin to the sensation of his soul being torn asunder. Yet, soon, an ever-increasing tide of spiritual energy flooded into his Niwen palace, nearing the point of overflow, and a powerful wave of spiritual fluctuation erupted from within him. Meanwhile, outside, the rune masters from both cities were intently observing the 6th and 7th levels of the tower. Their expressions fluctuated between joy and concern. When 4 light points appeared simultaneously on the 6th level, the rune masters from Flame City were elated. Now, with 1 less light on the 6th level and a single point finally emerging on the 7th, it was the turn of the Heavenfire City contingent to rejoice. Han Yun could no longer contain his excitement, laughing heartily. No more pretense. Zhou Tong is already a third seal rune master. Yin Xian. Victory is assured for Heavenfire City in this tower. The rune masters from Flame City were filled with trepidation, recognizing that with 3 competitors on the 6th level, the contest hinged on who could reach the highest tier. If no one from Flame City ascended to the 7th level, Heavenfire City would claim victory. Yet, it was still too early to declare a winner or a loser. The outcome remained uncertain. Yin Xian's expression was grave, though he confidently countered, "It's not over yet." At that moment, a tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted from the 6th level of the rune tower. It was Wu Yun. This surge indicated he was striving to become a third seal rune master. Yin Xian's face lit up with surprise. He was intimately familiar with Wu Yun's spiritual energy and instantly understood the significance. Surprised? Unexpected? Huh. A third seal rune master is within reach, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. In truth, he too was greatly astonished, once again marveling at the prodigious talent of his disciple. A profound sense of pride enveloped my heart. I, Wu Yun, possessed the innate talent of the ancestral talismans. The talisman tower, standing 6 stories high, as Wu Yun's mental fluctuations radiated outward, the swirling talismans merged and began to twist rapidly. In a fleeting moment, they transformed into an enigmatic luminous talisman, upon which 2 fissures emerged, swiftly expanding until they ultimately shattered into 3 smaller talismans, suspended within the realm of my mind. At the instant the 3 life talismans manifested, a tempest of mental energy surged forth from my mind, inundating every fiber of my being. My muscles and bones quivered as my tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open, unleashing a tangible wave of mental force akin to a volcanic eruption, accompanied by a piercing shriek. I have truly transcended. The violet moonlight shimmered in my eyes, wide with astonishment, as I felt the terrifying mental energy emanating from Wu Yun. My heart stirred with tumult, my chest rising and falling. Lin Dong swallowed hard, rendered speechless by the admiration he felt for his elder brother. When it came to breakthroughs, his brother merely spoke of it with nonchalance. Clenching his fists, he resolved not to hold his brother back, vowing to hasten his pursuit of Wu Yun's footsteps. Lin Dong, my dear friend, feeling a bit disheartened, are we? A voice of mischief echoed in Lin Dong's mind. The little weasel reclined comfortably within the stone talisman, a smirk gracing its lips. There's no need to compare yourself to your brother. For someone of his caliber, all genius is but a jest. For them, breaking through a realm is merely a process of accumulating power, and they transcend without encountering any bottlenecks. It had become clear that the weasel regarded Wu Yun as a reincarnated being. Reincarnators are the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world. Their retraining is simply a means of awakening memories, What manner of person is your brother? Lin Dong inquired telepathically, curiosity piqued. Sensing that the little weasel held a wealth of knowledge. Could it be that his brother harbored secrets unknown to him? You shall learn in due time. He seems to harbor no animosity towards you. Perhaps I was overly cautious earlier. For someone of his stature need not engage in trivial games of nurturing with a mere shrimp like you. Lin Dong found himself momentarily speechless, torn between joy and sorrow. While he was elated that the weasel did not regard his brother with suspicion, the implication that he and Wu Yun existed in entirely different realms left him feeling desolate. I shall undoubtedly keep pace with my brother, he declared defiantly. The weasel replied, if we're not comparing you to your brother, you're not so bad, after all. Since I have some idle time, if you can assist me in locating the treasures needed to restore my spirit, I can help you grow stronger. At the very least, you won't be left too far behind your brother. The tone was surprisingly gentle, and Lin Dong recognized that this proud little creature was extending an olive branch to him. Very well, should I encounter any treasures that could prove beneficial to you, I shall undoubtedly make every effort to assist you in obtaining them. Lin Dong responded earnestly. He truly did not wish to be distanced from his elder brother, and furthermore, he had yet to avenge a deep-seated grievance. Little weasel. Fear not, young lad. Collaborating with Weasel Lord will not lead you to loss. Although Weasel Lord may not rival your elder brother, I was once considered a notable figure among weasels. At this moment, Wu Yun nudged Lin Dong, saying, what are you dawdling for? Let us proceed to the 7th level. Chapter 59, the 8th level's transformation array. Under the watchful gaze of Ziyue, Wu Yun and Lin Dong gradually stepped into the passageway leading to the 7th level. The formidable mental barriers posed little resistance to the two. In the silent 7th level, Zhou Tong suddenly halted, glancing back as he heard sounds approaching from behind. To his astonishment, two individuals had ascended. This was utterly unexpected. Utilizing his mental energy to probe, he discerned that it was Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Indeed, they were no ordinary individuals. Upon entering the tower, Han Yun had urged him to assess Wu Yun's capabilities. However, as he ascended to the 7th level, he had paid Wu Yun little heed. In his view, if Wu Yun could not even reach the 7th level, there would be no need for further evaluation. Yet now, not only had Wu Yun made it up, but Lin Dong had as well. This was a situation he could not dare to test. Taking on one was manageable, but two? He lacked the confidence for that. Those who could reach the 7th level had already proven themselves to be formidable adversaries. I should depart swiftly, striving to remain in the 7th level for a while longer. Zhou Tong, recognizing the situation, moved forward, seeking a suitable place to cultivate diligently. As for attempting to breach the 8th level, such thoughts had never crossed his mind. Reaching the 7th level was already his limit. In his perspective, the ensuing competition was merely a matter of who among the three could linger in the 7th level the longest. What an overwhelming mental pressure. Wu Yun marveled at the intensity of the mental oppression in the 7th level, far surpassing that of the 6th. Here, the mental energy was exceedingly dense. Traversing through it felt akin to wading through a swamp, rendering even the act of breathing quite arduous. As his movements slowed, Wu Yun finally began to feel the weight of the pressure. If he found it challenging, how much more so for Lin Dong, who had yet to break through the 3 seal master level. Turning to look back, he observed Lin Dong with unwavering determination in his gaze. Advancing at an exceedingly slow pace, akin to an ox pulling a cart, Lin Dong's steps were burdened, each movement seeming as if he bore the weight of a mountain upon his shoulders. With every step he took, a faint creaking sound emanated from within his body, and sweat poured down like a torrential flood, drenching his garments. I must endure. If I cannot withstand this minor pressure, how can I ever hope to catch up to my elder brother or defeat Lin Langtian? Lin Dong bolstered his resolve, pressing forward with increasing determination. Wu Yun, Lin Langtian. In his heart, there were two individuals of profound significance. One served as a beacon guiding him along his path. The other loomed like a formidable mountain within his soul. He yearned to draw near to the lighthouse and to scale the towering peak. Witnessing the unwavering resolve of Lin Dong, Wu Yun felt a surge of inspiration. From Lin Dong, he could always sense a formidable strength, an indomitable spirit that refused to succumb to defeat. Encouragingly, he urged, persevere. Only by breaking through your limits can you transcend yourself. The two trudged onward, Wu Yun deliberately slowing his pace. Maintaining a distance of approximately 7 steps ahead of Lin Dong, not too far, yet not too close. They advanced at a steady pace, swiftly catching up with Zhou Tong, whom they chose to ignore. Wu Yun proceeded directly toward the spiritual barrier leading to the 8th layer, for his ambitions extended far beyond merely reaching the 7th layer. Impossible. Attempting to breach the 8th layer is an endeavor beyond the capabilities of a 3-seal sorcerer. Zhou Tong muttered in disbelief as he observed the two. Yet, Wu Yun and Lin Dong stood before the spiritual barrier. You go first. All right, Lin Dong nodded obediently, aware that his elder brother meant well. The 8th layer posed no challenge for his brother. I must ascend. I cannot let my brother down, Lin Dong resolved silently, clenching his fists. Step by step, he approached the spiritual barrier, the immense pressure from the spiritual force causing blood to seep from his pores. One could only imagine the magnitude of the burden he bore. Wu Yun cautioned, utilize your innate spirit talisman appropriately. Relying solely on your strength may prove insufficient. Lin Dong nodded vigorously and stepped into the barrier. Zhou Tong swallowed hard, moving closer to witness the spectacle, unable to fathom how the two could possibly penetrate the 8th layer. Lin Dong's expression twisted as the overwhelming spiritual force threatened to expel him, blood oozing from his skin. This is madness. If he continues to force his way through, he will perish, Zhou Tong exclaimed, unable to contain himself. Whether he lives or dies is none of your concern. Step aside. Your presence is unwelcome. If you get caught in the crossfire, do not hold us accountable. Wu Yun retorted sharply. Zhou Tong, being from the city of heavenly fire, did not warrant Wu Yun's courtesy. The mere fact that Wu Yun refrained from competing against him was a testament to his maturity. As for Lin Dong, Wu Yun had unwavering faith in him. At that moment, within Lin Dong's mind palace, 2 innate spirit talismans manifested, drawing nearer to the spiritual barrier and absorbing its spiritual force, thereby alleviating Lin Dong's burden. In an instant, Lin Dong's body was engulfed by the spiritual barrier. Boom! A terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted, reverberating throughout the 7th layer, impacting both Wu Yun and Zhou Tong, who stood nearby, while Wu Yun remained unperturbed. Zhou Tong was sent reeling, blood spewing from his mouth. Wu Yun merely scoffed, I told you not to spectate. In the midst of Zhou Tong's innocent and aggrieved gaze, Wu Yun leaped boldly into the barrier, successfully entering the 8th layer. Another shockwave swept across the 7th layer. Just as Zhou Tong rose, the wave struck, causing him to spit blood and collapse once more. How could they both have succeeded? Was it truly not that difficult? Observing the two who had triumphed, Zhou Tong felt he could also manage it. Struggling to his feet, he staggered towards the barrier and forcefully stepped inside. Bang! A formidable burst of mental energy sent him flying back. A third spurt of blood. Zhou Tong wept, collapsing to the ground, pondering in his heart that Wu Yun and Lin Dong were indeed 2 extraordinary beings. Outside, watching the 3 luminous points on the 7th layer, 2 vanished while 1 appeared on the 8th. Both sides were in a state of unrest. Which 2 could they be? It had to be Zhou Tong and Wu Yun. Only a 3-seal talisman master could reach the 8th layer. It seemed this year's competition was truly filled with suspense, and it would soon be a matter of who could endure longer. Senior brother Zhou Tong is unmatched. Victory is assured. My senior brother Wu Yun could even slay the fully realized Yuan Dan Realm Master, Yushan. How could Zhou Tong possibly compare? The talisman masters from both sides began to exchange verbal jabs. Only Han Yun and Yin Xian maintained inscrutable expressions, having lost their composure. Upon ascending to the 8th layer, Lin Dong did not immediately survey his surroundings, but instead turned back, fixating intently on the mental barrier of the passage. He felt uneasy with his brother not yet having arrived. A wave of energy surged. Wu Yun emerged from within. Only then did the two begin to examine the 8th layer. Wu Yun remarked, the teacher mentioned that there exists a mental technique of remarkable grade in this 8th layer. We must search for it. Indeed, the 8th layer was not vast, and its contents were scarce. After scanning the area, their gazes settled on a towering stone tablet not far ahead. The tablet stood approximately 10 feet high, seemingly unremarkable. Yet Wu Yun discerned a subtle mental fluctuation emanating from its surface. Approaching the tablet, Wu Yun placed his finger upon it. In an instant, the layer of mental energy enveloping the tablet expanded, transforming into a vast array of intricate trajectories in midair, within which floated ethereal mental characters, vaguely resembling a formation. The initial words read, Transformation Talisman Array. Chapter 60. Wu Yun must still play his part. What a marvelous mental technique. Witnessing the diminutive characters directly manifesting from mental energy, along with the wondrous mental formation, Wu Yun was utterly astonished, once again reshaping his understanding of mental power. As the two observed, the small mental characters remarkably fused into their minds. Wu Yun exclaimed, the mental energy in this layer is incredibly dense. The purifying effect is far superior to that of the lower layers. Let us cultivate here for a while. I too sense that a breakthrough is imminent. After a period of cultivation here, I should be able to attain the rank of a 3rd seal talismancer. Lin Dong nodded, as his innate talisman fervently absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy. The two of them settled into a meditative posture. Thanks to the gathering and devouring effects of his innate talisman, the spiritual energy could be cultivated autonomously. Wu Yun, on the other hand, began to practice the chaotic divine mill visualization technique. This technique refines spiritual energy once more, rendering it purer and more substantial. Lin Dong, come into the stone talisman. On the other side, the little weasel communicated telepathically to Lin Dong. What is it? Lin Dong's spiritual consciousness probed into the stone talisman. I promise to assist you. The space within the stone talisman is vast, and there are many areas you have yet to utilize. There exists a place that can enhance your spiritual energy. In the darkness, Lin Dong followed the little weasel closely, navigating a highly convoluted path. After a while, the little weasel suddenly vanished from sight, and a faint white radiance blossomed where it had disappeared. Within that glow, Lin Dong beheld two enormous crystal grinding wheels slowly revolving. As the grinding wheels turned, a unique wave of energy gradually emanated forth. The little weasel declared, "Sit your spiritual form there. The grinding wheels will completely shatter your spirit and then restore it, continuing this cycle indefinitely. This process will be excruciating, so you must hold on. Your spiritual energy is surging now, and this spiritual mill can aid in solidifying it further. If you can endure, it will greatly benefit your spiritual power. However, should you fail to withstand it, it may injure your corporeal spirit, leaving significant aftereffects." Without hesitation, Lin Dong settled onto the spiritual grinding wheel. As the wheel turned, his spiritual form was engulfed, shattered into countless particles of light, only to reassemble and be ground down again, repeating this cycle. Intense pain surged through Lin Dong's mind, the agony of his spirit being pulverized akin to the tearing of his very soul. Gritting his teeth, he persevered. Truly we share in hardship. Wu Yun observed Lin Dong's face contorted in pain and realized he was utilizing the spiritual grinding mill within the stone talisman. He too was experiencing this torment. It is worth noting that the principles behind the spiritual grinding mill are quite similar to his divine mill visualization. Both were deeply engrossed in their cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Outside the tower, the crowd awaited the final outcome with bated breath. First to emerge was Ziyue. She gazed at the two luminous points above the 8th layer, her small mouth agape in astonishment. She could not fathom who they might be. At last, the light from the 8th layer faded. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Zhou Tong gracefully stepped out. How could it be? How could it be senior brother Zhou Tong? The onlookers were incredulous, for Zhou Tong had been unable to ascend to the 8th layer. How could these two youngsters have done so? I refused to believe it. Why isn't it senior brother Zhou Tong, who is above? The talismancers from Tianhua City found it difficult to accept such an outcome. Han Yun's countenance darkened as he let out a resigned sigh. They were so close to seizing the Rune Master Tower. I apologize, I have failed, Zhou Tong lamented, his spirit dampened by Wu Yun's effortless display of prowess. Casting a glance back at the two glimmers on the 8th level, Zhou Tong sighed once more before turning away to depart alone. Yan Xian, consider yourself fortunate. One day, our Rune Masters from Tianhua City shall reclaim the Rune Master Tower. Han Yun's expression soured as he swept away in discontent. Take care. No need to see me off. Yan Xian's mood brightened considerably. 2 more days slipped by. Why have they not descended yet? Could something have gone awry? A Rune Master expressed concern. To endure for so long on the 8th level. Surely, nothing untoward has occurred. Yan Xian reassured, possessing unwavering confidence in Wu Yun, who had never once let him down. Suddenly, another surge of spiritual energy rippled through the air. Someone has broken through. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was Lin Dong. He had also achieved a breakthrough. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old, each wave of the Yangtze River pushing the prior one forward. Lin Dong, endowed with half the talent of a rune ancestor, evoked a sense of admiration within Yan Xian. It appears that it won't be long before we produce a spirit rune master in Yan City. A spirit rune master, that is a being comparable to those of the 3rd realm of creation. There is indeed potential for both of them. The rune master who initially intended to refute fell silent, recognizing that while the idea of a spirit rune master seemed distant, the talents of Wu Yun and Lin Dong were undeniably formidable. The 8th level is quite impressive. Are you not curious to explore the 9th level? Wu Yun inquired, gazing at the spiritual barrier of the 9th level. Given your nature, brother, how can you be at ease without attempting it? As per our usual practice, I shall pave the way, Lin Dong replied, equally intrigued. Having come this far, not trying would surely lead to regret. Charge forth with confidence. I am right behind you. Wu Yun affirmed with a reassuring glance. Be brave, unafraid of challenges. With that, Lin Dong crashed into the barrier of the 9th level. 3 small innate spirit runes drawing upon the barrier's spiritual power. The barrier pressed against Lin Dong, yet he resolutely pushed inward with unwavering determination. After a tense quarter of an hour, Lin Dong finally penetrated through, vanishing from the 8th level. A gentle smile graced Wu Yun's lips. He admired Lin Dong's tenacity. Despite possessing merely 80% of his strength, Lin Dong managed to elicit 100% of its effect. With such a courageous brother, Wu Yun, too, felt inspired. He forcefully charged into the spiritual barrier. If Lin Dong had entered gently, then Wu Yun's approach was reckless and forceful. This method proved effective, as he swiftly passed through. "Brother, you were incredibly fast," Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Just as he had ascended, Wu Yun followed closely behind. "My ease in passing is likely due to your earlier efforts in clearing the path," Wu Yun casually remarked. Lin Dong scratched his head, bewildered. "What a jest, brother. This passage can self-repair? Truly, you are remarkable. Such a trivial barrier cannot possibly impede you. The 9th level, is this it?" Wu Yun was at a loss for words. The 9th level of the Symbol Master Tower was astonishingly ordinary, encompassing a mere few dozen feet, and the ground was covered in a layer of dust, appearing quite chaotic compared to the lower levels. An utterly unremarkable, commonplace chamber. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, evidently unprepared for the fact that this enigmatic 9th level would manifest in such a mundane manner, devoid of any distinguishing features. Lin Dong's gaze meticulously swept across the 9th level. The 8th level possessed ethereal spiritual techniques, so it was implausible that this more challenging 9th level would lack any intrigue. "Ah, brother, look at this wall." Lin Dong soon made a discovery. His attention fixated on the tower walls on either side, which were adorned with numerous intricate patterns. These patterns were rather obscure, yet upon further inspection, Lin Dong discerned that they seemed to form two remarkably complex ancient runes. Wu Yun smiled faintly. He was undoubtedly aware that the secret to the ancestral runes clues lay hidden here, though he maintained his pretense of ignorance. Chapter 61. Wu Yun. I am merely aware of the plot. Following Lin Dong's gaze, Wu Yun also scrutinized the rune etched on the left wall. As he concentrated intently, he suddenly noticed that the ancient rune, merely outlined like an image on the wall, exuded a faint pulling force. Under this force, it seemed as if the life symbol within his sea of consciousness was on the verge of being drawn out. After examining the rune on the wall, Wu Yun immediately recalled the original rune's true, meaning explanation or solution, for comparison. Original devouring rune, original thunder rune. He silently recited in his mind. The ancient rune depicted in this mural was indeed a transcription of the devouring ancestral rune and the thunder ancestral rune. However, this merely portrayed the appearance of the runes. It lacked the potency of the ancestral runes. Ancestral runes are innate treasures birthed from the cosmos, possessing the ability to seize the very essence of creation. It is not sufficient to merely recognize their shapes. Otherwise, the original runes of the 8 great ancestral runes would all be illustrated in Wu Yun's original rune. There exists a significant distinction. Wu Yun's original rune resembles a tome of rune techniques, containing interpretations of each original rune, elucidating how to cultivate such runes. Conversely, the runes before him merely exhibit a shape, leaving one at a loss for how to approach them. Even if Wu Yun were to cultivate the original runes, they would not possess the innate power of the ancestral runes. Yet through mastery of the original runes and finding sufficiently powerful vessels, he could approach the might of ancestral runes. This was Wu Yun's belief. Upon completing the original rune, he would be on the verge of attaining the level of a rune ancestor. This process is arduous, and thus far, Wu Yun has only truly employed the original runes in his cultivation by incorporating the gathering spirit rune into his life symbol. However, he had only succeeded in adding less than 1,000th of the intricate patterns. If one day he could completely imprint the gathering spirit rune onto his life talisman, his life talisman could transform into the grand gathering rune. Wu Yun effectively possessed a method to cultivate the grand rune. Yet, this path was arduous and required extensive exploration and dedication. While Wu Yun sank into contemplation, Lin Dong was also lost in thought. The little weasel, upon seeing the patterns, immediately recognized the shape of the grand rune, astonished beyond measure. It silently communicated with Lin Dong, offering an explanation. The 2 grand runes here were merely impressions, undoubtedly. The individual who left these runes must have seen the 2 grand runes in the past. Remarkably, this person possessed the skill to depict the runes from memory. It is known that grand runes are manifestations of the rules of the universe, and to capture their form is a feat beyond the capabilities of ordinary rune masters. The fact that this person successfully illustrated both grand runes, albeit only in resemblance, is commendable. However, why did he leave the depiction here? Having seen the 2 grand runes, he must know where they reside. There must be clues regarding the grand runes hidden within. Lin Dong, my dear fellow, hasten to search. If you could obtain the grand runes, you would surely prosper. The possessors of grand runes are invariably the mightiest in this world. The little weasel was filled with excitement, flustered, and at a loss. Meanwhile, Wu Yun beside him had already taken action. From his mind palace, a life talisman flew forth. The talisman approached the wall autonomously. losing control as the runes began to operate, transforming into a vortex that gradually emitted wisps of spiritual energy, akin to rays of light, illuminating the impressions of the grand runes on the wall. As the spiritual light shone upon the wall's impressions, the reflected light delineated an indistinct image in the air before them. Truly, the Great Ones are most astute. They quickly discern the subtleties. The little weasel exclaimed in admiration. Is this a map of the Great Yin dynasty? Lin Dong gasped, gazing at the image formed by the condensed spiritual energy. Just as his words fell, two bright red dots appeared within the pattern, one within the map of the Great Yin dynasty and the other beyond it. It was astonishing that someone could ascertain the locations of the two grand runes hidden within such a small realm as the Great Yin dynasty. It was beyond belief. Who could have anticipated this? The little weasel gasped in awe. The grand runes are such formidable entities, with only 8 existing in the world. Yet here appeared 2. The spiritual map flickered and vanished, the brilliance absorbed into Wu Yun's life talisman. Wu Yun remarked, though I do not know what these red dots signify. Their concealment suggests they must be of immense value. In the future, we brothers shall venture forth together and explore what treasures lie at these red dots. As he spoke, a subtle smile graced his lips. He was putting on an act. Within the confines of the stone talisman, the little ferret wore an expression that clearly conveyed disbelief. Must even the reincarnators done a fade? He did not presume that Wu Yun would be ignorant of the ancestral talisman. It was entirely possible that he had once been among its esteemed possessors. The ferret pondered this notion, for the gravity, spirit gathering, and fusion of the 3 primordial runes that Wu Yun had depicted were extraordinarily profound, their complexity rivaling that of the ancestral talisman. One could only wonder, in the modest town of Qingyang, who could cultivate such prodigious talent? These abilities must be innate to him. How splendid! I have long harbored dreams of venturing forth into the world, and to do so alongside my elder brother is a thought I have cherished in my dreams. Lin Dong exclaimed with fervor. Every youthful heart harbors aspirations of conquering the world. Do not rejoice prematurely, young one. Even if you acquire the ancestral talisman, your elder brother would never share it with you. The little ferret admonished. Even the most formidable reincarnators, he believed, could not overlook such a priceless treasure. Humph. And until I have secured it, how can you be so certain? My brother has not even contested me for the stone talisman. What significance does the ancestral talisman hold? Moreover, why would I vie for it with my brother? Whether the ancestral talisman belongs to me or him, it matters not. What I truly desire is to remain by my brother's side. Lin Dong retorted, a touch of pride in his voice. His absence of selfishness towards his brother rendered the ferret's concerns trivial. You are indeed a simple-minded lad, yet you possess self-awareness. Perhaps this is why your elder brother holds you in such high regard. The ferret felt a twinge of envy, contemplating this extraordinary bond of friendship. How wonderful it must be. He too yearned to be a brother to a great figure. However, he harbored some apprehension about revealing too much to his elder brother. Should he find the ferret unworthy of companionship, the consequences could be dire. Let us depart. It is time to leave. Indeed, the pair exited the Talisman Master's tower. Yan Xian and other Talisman Masters swiftly gathered around them. Although several days had passed, they had remained vigilant outside. Did you ascend to the 9th level? Yan Xian discreetly inquired of Wu Yun. Moments ago, their light had vanished from the 8th level, yet it had not reappeared on the 9th or any other level. Yan Xian had never ventured to the 9th level himself, hence his speculation. Wu Yun nodded subtly. Yan Xian did not press further, recognizing that was a secret belonging to the disciple, and there was no need to pry. Though Wu Yun was merely a 3rd-rank Talisman Master, his ability to access the 9th level already indicated his mental prowess surpassed that of his peers. The mental map had melded into Wu Yun's personal spirit talisman, rendering the mural ineffective in revealing the map. Thus, he was unconcerned that either Yan Xian or Ziyu might uncover it during their practices. The contention over the ancestral talisman was perilous. Involving the likes of Yan Xian and Ziyu could only lead to dire consequences. Keeping them in the dark was an act of goodwill. Having been away for nearly 20 days without knowledge of Qing Tan's well-being, let us hasten our return. Wu Yun exhibited a profound concern for the little girl. Although he was aware that she could endure, the frequent onset of coldness must have inflicted considerable suffering upon her. Lin Dong, reminded by Wu Yun's concern, couldn't he help but feel a rush of anxiety for his sister. Alas, ever since the arrival of his elder brother, his attention towards Qing Tan had diminished significantly. Fortunately, his brother treated Qing Tan as though she were his own sister, ensuring she was not neglected. Lin Dong sighed deeply within. He reached out to the small weasel within his communication talisman, saying, "Ah, little weasel, you are familiar with the devil body. Pray tell, what might transpire if it becomes uncontrollable?" The weasel replied, "Her devil body can only be gradually controlled after condensing the Yin Dan, Otherwise, she will frequently suffer from the backlash of the devil qi, which not only brings pain, but could potentially lead to her consciousness being consumed by the devil qi, rendering her akin to a vegetative state. Such gravity. Lin Dong felt a wave of guilt wash over him, deepening his concern. Previously, with his elder brother present, and his brother showing no sign of urgency, he had thought there was no cause for alarm. Do not worry, with your elder brother around. Controlling a mere devil body is trivial, rest assured. The weasel comforted him. It held confidence in the reincarnation master. However, the big black rat remained oblivious to Wu Yun's lack of concern, for he understood the unfolding narrative. Chapter 62. How could any brother withstand such trials? Ding. The next sign-in location has refreshed. Please proceed to the ancient tomb manor to sign in. Upon exiting the talisman tower, Wu Yun received the system notification. As expected, the next sign-in location was indeed the ancient tomb manor. Worrying about Qing Tan's condition, Wu Yun followed Lin Dong to the Lin family residence to visit her. Upon arriving at the threshold, he was greeted by the low growl of a tiger. Bai Yun and Xiao Yan had already rushed out from within. With Wu Yun occupied, he often entrusted Bai Yun to Qing Tan's care, as he feared the solitary tiger might feel lonesome. With 2 brain axes accompanying her, Qing Tan would not be bored. Having learned from past experiences, Bai Yun refrained from leaping into Wu Yun's embrace. Instead, she circled around him, sniffing the air to ascertain that he was unharmed and intact. Only after confirming this did she affectionately nuzzle her large head into Wu Yun's arms, expressing her longing after more than 20 days apart. Wu Yun, in turn, indulged her by affectionately ruffling her fur. From his Qingkuan pouch, he produced numerous delectable elixirs, eagerly feeding them to Bai Yun. As the master and pet shared their bond, it became increasingly evident that the pet felt an acute sense of loneliness compared to her master. While Wu Yun had brothers, mentors, and friends, Bai Yun had only him. Currently, Bai Yun exhibited an imposing presence reminiscent of a white tiger, while Xiao Yan seemed entirely unrecognizable as her sibling. Of course, Xiao Yan had undergone significant changes after consuming the demonic offspring of the celestial fire serpent within the magma cave of Ironwood Manor due to her mutated bloodline. In summary, the fire python and tiger siblings had strayed further from the path of their origins. Indeed, you have already reached a level comparable to that of a minor Yuandan warrior, Wu Yun remarked, affectionately caressing the large head of Bai Yun. With the abundance of Yang Yuandan, Bai Yun had experienced rapid growth. In just a short span of time, he had advanced significantly and was not far from achieving the minor perfection of Yuandan. Wu Yun go, Lin Dong go, I knew it was you who had returned. Qing Tan exclaimed joyfully as she emerged from within, her pace slightly slower than that of 2 tigers. How have things been during this time? Qing Tan, Wu Yun inquired, gently moving Bai Yun's head aside to approach her. Clad in a cerulean skirt, Qing Tan's slender legs were adorned with white stockings, gracefully extending just above her knees. Her hair was styled in 2 playful braids, giving her an endearing appearance. I'm perfectly fine. Following your advice, I've been absorbing only the Insha energy, and I feel much better now. Plus, you left behind so many medicinal pills that I haven't even used them all yet. Qing Tan replied with a sweet smile. Although she had endured much suffering from the cold energy during this period, she chose not to express it, wishing not to worry her 2 brothers. Her joy at seeing them eclipsed any concerns about her health. Noticing the evasive glimmer in Qing Tan's eyes, Wu Yun understood her unspoken thoughts. This little girl was still as considerate as ever, evoking a sense of tenderness in him. Come, let us go to my room, he said, taking her small hand and leading her towards the courtyard. Ah, Wu Yun go, what are we going to do in the room? Qing Tan's heart raced, and she instinctively glanced at her brother Lin Dong, anxious that he might perceive the underlying implication. The mere mention of a room reminded her of the last time she had snuggled in Wu Yun's embrace for a night. She was fearful of Lin Dong discovering this, worried that he might disapprove of her affection for Wu Yun. I'll explain everything once we're there. I've thought of a way to alleviate your suffering. Wu Yun replied, turning to Lin Dong. Second brother, please take Bai Yun and Xiao Yan to play. Qing Tan and I have urgent matters to attend to. Rest assured, brother, you 2 go ahead. I will ensure that no one disturbs you. Lin Dong responded decisively. Once Wu Yun and Qing Tan entered her room, Lin Dong stood guard outside with the 2 tigers. He had previously consulted with Xiao Jiao and learned that if Qing Tan's issues remained unresolved, the consequences could be dire, potentially leading her to a vegetative state. Xiao Jiao had assured him that his elder brother would undoubtedly have a solution for Qing Tan. Lin Dong had faith in his brother, especially now that even the usually contentious Xiao Jiao believed in him. He resolved not to let his petty concerns cloud his brother's noble intentions. Were it anyone else leading Qing Tan into a room alone, Lin Dong would have been adamantly opposed. However, with his elder brother, he felt reassured. Yet, He could never have imagined that it was Qing Tan who took the initiative upon entering the room. As soon as the door closed, Qing Tan's face flushed a deep crimson, radiating warmth. Wu Yun was about to release her hand, but Qing Tan instinctively grasped it tighter. Wu Yun, Qing Tan misses you. She suddenly embraced Wu Yun's waist, her small head tightly pressed against his chest. Don't do this. Lin Dong is still outside. Wu Yun was at a loss, unsure of where to place his hands. It's fine, he cannot see us. In the past, when the two of you were in the room, I stood at the door and could see nothing, hear nothing, Qing Tan shyly whispered. During the nearly 20 days apart, she had yearned for her brother Wu Yun immensely. Each time the chill struck her, she imagined herself nestled in Wu Yun's embrace to endure the hardship. Since childhood, Qing Tan's body had always been cold. The warmest moment she had ever experienced was when Wu Yun held her, making her long for that sensation profoundly. Truth be told, Wu Yun secretly cherished this feeling as well. Qing Tan's petite form wrapped around him was unparalleled. Yet, this also left him with a sense of guilt. He felt he was betraying Lin Dong, who was still outside. How could he embrace Qing Tan so freely, without any mental reservations? When he genuinely regarded Lin Dong as a brother, it was one thing to secretly pursue his sister. But to have Lin Dong stand guard, what kind of brother would do such a thing? Qing Tan, I have something serious to discuss with you. Wu Yun attempted to persuade Qing Tan to release her hold. Wu Yun Gij, let me hold you for a moment, all right? Qing Tan's voice fell to a soft plea. At that moment, a wave of intense cold surged from within her. Her small face turned pale as she clung tightly to Wu Yun, trying to absorb every ounce of warmth from his body. Seeing this, Wu Yun's expression changed, and he lifted Qing Tan, placing her gently on the bed, wrapping her tightly. He continuously released his internal yang energy to warm her. At this moment, he felt no reservations in holding her. Qing Tan tilted her head back in Wu Yun's embrace. And although the chill still surged within her, she smiled sweetly. The little girl's smile was utterly captivating. She suddenly leaned forward, quickly pecking Wu Yun's cheek while he was distracted, then buried her head back under the covers. Her small feet, clad in white silk, pressed firmly against Wu Yun's leg, rigid with tension, revealing how nervous she truly was. The girl's boldness and innocence were vividly displayed at that moment. Little girl, are you testing your brother? Wu Yun furrowed his brow, his tone heavy with gravity. One must ask, which brother could withstand such a test? Perhaps a serious one might manage. But Wu Yun, from his past life to this one, had never been serious. Don't hide, lift your head up. Brother will channel some yang energy for you. Chapter 63. Qing Tan was doing well when he suddenly broke through. Wu Yun captured Qing Tan's small mouth, drawing deeply upon it. He had promised to impart her yang energy. However, as soon as Wu Yun's lips met hers, he found himself incessantly savoring the chilling essence of Qing Tan. After a prolonged moment, Qing Tan abruptly pushed Wu Yun away, her breath coming in rapid gasps. Wu Yun, I can hardly breathe. Her complexion flushed as if intoxicated. Resembling a bewildered fawn, she lowered her head, nervously offering explanations. At that moment, the chilling aura enveloping Qing Tan had dissipated, and the ambient temperature began to rise. All right, let us rise, Wu Yun said, wiping his mouth and standing up with a hint of bashfulness. He sensed Lin Dong still lingering outside, thus rationally curbing his impulse to advance further. Qing Tan was a dear sister. He could not take advantage of her in such a muddled manner. If they were to be together, it must be under proper circumstances, reflecting respect and responsibility towards Qing Tan. Qing Tan licked her lips and stood up as well. Though her body felt numb, her tongue uncooperative. Earlier, she had been so tense that she hardly dared to move, her legs nearly cramping. Yet, remarkably, she had managed to overlook the pain from the surge of cold energy. This might have been the most bearable experience she had ever had during such an episode. She couldn't help but think, if only every surge of cold energy came with Wu Yun by her side, then the pain of the cold would be a trivial matter. I have devised a method that can temporarily alleviate your cold surges. Come, join me in Cultivation, the Divine Movement chapter. Wu Yun finally began to engage in earnest, teaching Qing Tan how to cultivate her spiritual energy. During their time at the Talisman Master Tower, he had pondered deeply about ways to assist Qing Tan. Recalling the dark ancestral talisman she obtained in the original story, he decided to approach it through runes. The runes he possessed were remarkably comprehensive. Ultimately, he discovered a rune in the ancient runic revelations that could aid Qing Tan, the original lunar rune. The original lunar rune, one of the primordial runes birthed between heaven and earth, capable of transforming celestial energy into pure lunar power. In places where this rune exists, the Yin energy is exceedingly potent, often manifesting as unique terrains such as Yin killing grounds or haunted domains, which can be utilized for cultivating Yin energy and refining the lunar body. Given Qing Tan's current state, she desperately needed a powerful influx of Yin energy to assist her in condensing her Yin Dan. The original lunar rune was the perfect solution to this predicament. Wu Yun prepared to teach Qing Tan the cultivation method of the lunar rune. It was not necessary for Qing Tan to possess a formidable spiritual cultivation talent. As long as she had a modicum of spiritual energy, she could imprint the lunar rune onto talisman paper, and with her activation, she would be able to harness the rune's capabilities. However, just as Wu Yun finished demonstrating the first layer of the Divine Movement chapter, Qing Tan herself sensed her spiritual energy and gathered a remarkably strong force of it. This left Wu Yun astounded. Qing Tan's spiritual talent was unexpectedly formidable. Not merely lacking in weakness, it could be said to possess remarkable strength. The intensity of its foundational spiritual power surpasses even that of Lin Dong in his early days. It is only slightly inferior to Wu Yun. Moreover, Qing Tan's essence is more solidified, nearly reaching the current density of Wu Yun's power. What could be the reason for this? Wu Yun pondered deeply. The answer lies in the coldness. The uniqueness of Qing Tan is defined by this very chill. Indeed, each eruption of coldness is a torment for Qing Tan, a suffering that transcends mere physical anguish, delving into the realm of the spirit, akin to the spiritual strength cultivated through the observation of divine refining. Wu Yun discerned the cause clearly. Each bout of coldness strengthens Qing Tan's spiritual power incrementally. Qing Tan, clear your mind. Do not indulge in errant thoughts. Listen to me as I guide you to unlock the Niwen Palace. Wu Yun commenced his instruction, urging Qing Tan to harness her latent potential. Her spiritual strength was now sufficient to access the Niwen Palace. Suddenly, outside the room, Lin Dong was taken aback by a powerful surge of spiritual energy, gazing in astonishment at the tightly shut door. What are my brother and Qing Tan up to? He wondered, scratching his head in confusion. Inside the room, boom, Qing Tan felt a sudden emptiness in her mind, and her vision expanded dramatically. A wave of spiritual energy surged forth, akin to her own eyes, illuminating the entire courtyard. Lin Dong Go, by Yun, Xiaoyan. She reveled in her newfound mental clarity, perceiving the figures of two tigers and a man at the entrance. Qing Tan, you can actually project your spiritual energy out of your body. Lin Dong exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could my brother achieve such results in such a short time? This efficiency and speed in unlocking the palace are astounding. My brother truly is remarkable. Lin Dong marveled inwardly. All right, Qing Tan, quickly retract your focus. Opening the Niwen Palace is merely the first step. I shall teach you to condense a brand new intrinsic talisman. Wu Yun said excitedly, his spirits lifted by Qing Tan's extraordinary aptitude for talismans. Perhaps in the future, you will harness the methods of a talisman master to cultivate the Yin Sha body. Yes. Qing Tan obediently drew back her spiritual energy, gazing at Wu Yun with wide, starry eyes. Today, my brother will teach you a rune, but it must remain our secret. No one else can know. Remember, this is our bond. Wu Yun said earnestly, intent on imparting the cultivation method of the original Taiyin rune to Qing Tan, enabling her to use it as her intrinsic talisman. If Qing Tan successfully condenses the original Taiyin rune into her intrinsic talisman, it would be tantamount to a foundational talisman, potentially evolving into a new ancestral talisman, the Taiyin ancestral talisman, in the future. However, this knowledge pertains to the secrets of Wu Yun's understanding of the original runes and must remain undisclosed to many. In a sense, Wu Yun holds the key to the cultivation methods for all ancestral talismans, encompassing, but not limited to, the 8 ancestral talismans of the Tianxian continent. Brother Wu Yun, rest assured, the secrets between us shall remain unspoken, not even to brother Lin Dong. Qing Tan vowed with unwavering confidence. She had no intention of revealing the private matters concerning her and brother Wu Yun. Behold, Wu Yun began to sketch the Taiyin runes before Qing Tan using his mental strength. In the days that followed, Wu Yun, aside from occasional visits to the Crazy Blade Martial Arts Hall, spent almost all his time at the Lin residence, where he would retreat to his room with Qing Tan, leaving Lin Dong to stand guard outside. Just as before, when Wu Yun and Lin Dong were in the room while Qing Tan kept watch at the door. Wu Yun, you remember the cultivation method for the Taiyin runes, correct? From now on, you shall draw your life sigil according to these runes. When you have completed the drawing, you will possess the most powerful ancestral sigil in existence, Wu Yun instructed. Your current life sigil already displays a hint of the Taiyin runes outline, barely allowing you to harness their power. When the cold energy erupts again, simply activate the Taiyin runes, and they will assist you in controlling the frigid energy within. Brother Wu Yun, does that mean I won't have to worry about the cold energy consuming my body anymore? Qing Tan inquired. Not quite. The cold energy will always affect your body. The Taiyin runes can only serve as a means of regulation and assistance. You must still condense the Yin Dan to completely transform the cold energy into your own. At that time, you need not fear any bodily issues. And you shall become immensely powerful, perhaps even surpassing Brother Lin Dong, Wu Yun explained. Why only surpass Brother Lin Dong? Why not surpass you, Brother Wu Yun? Qingtan retorted. Little girl, your ambitions are quite grand. Do you truly believe you can achieve that? Wu Yun teased. With a playful smile, Qingtan mounted Wu Yun and, in a haughty tone, remarked, Hee hee, Brother Wu Yun, no matter how formidable you are, you still find yourself beneath me. Once the issue of her physical condition was resolved, Qingtan opened her heart. Naturally lively and mischievous, she felt completely at ease in Wu Yun's presence. Little girl, do not be too audacious. Your brother Wu Yun's head is not made of dough. Wu Yun feigned anger, aware that his patience with her youthful exuberance had its limits. Brother Wu Yun, last time I struggled to breathe. Please teach me how to exchange breaths. Qingtan suddenly leaned in closer, their faces mere inches apart, their breaths mingling. This is inappropriate. Brother Lin Dong is still outside, Wu Yun cautioned. However, before he could finish, Qingtan, acting on her instincts, did not afford him the chance to speak. No, I must break through, Wu Yun exclaimed, pushing Qingtan aside and tossing her onto the bed. He then sat cross-legged, channeling his Shintian skill. His dantian surged with a silver-white spewing forth, adorned with starry patterns. After more than a month of concentrating on cultivating his mental strength, he had also consumed numerous pills for training. At this moment, with a warm sensation in his lower abdomen, he finally felt on the verge of a breakthrough. A powerful wave of primordial energy surged forth as Wu Yun consumed the Yang Yuan Dan like one would indulge in candy. Qingtan gazed at him, bewildered by his sudden readiness to break through. She merely kissed him, yet his reaction was overwhelmingly intense. Could it be that her kiss possessed the power to facilitate his breakthrough? Brother, is this truly a moment of ascension? Outside the door, Lin Dong immediately sensed the fluctuations of energy and hastily approached the room with curiosity. Just then, Qingtan emerged, and Lin Dong inquired, Qingtan, what have you done to my brother? Qingtan was taken aback by Lin Dong's question, feeling a pang of guilt as if he had been spying on their earlier encounter. Wait a moment, let me concoct an excuse, she thought, quickly avoiding Lin Dong's gaze and gently closing the door behind her. Let us move away first. We must not disturb Brother Wu Yun's breakthrough. Once they had distanced themselves from the room, Lin Dong could no longer suppress his curiosity. What transpired? Brother Wu Yun was just guiding me in cultivating my mental energy. I was in meditation when, out of nowhere, a powerful surge of primordial energy erupted within him. He seemed perfectly fine, yet he insisted on breaking through and asked me to step outside, Qingtan explained earnestly. Lin Dong inhaled sharply. It had only been a month since his brother's last breakthrough. Brother is truly a genius, achieving yet another breakthrough so swiftly. Young lad, there is nothing peculiar about this. For someone of your brother's caliber, breaking through is merely a common occurrence. As long as the accumulation of power is sufficient, that barrier will naturally shatter, came the voice of the little weasel from within the talisman. It found Wu Yun's actions entirely unremarkable. The little weasel possessed formidable mental energy, yet it dared not probe into Wu Yun's condition. In truth, had it been bold enough to investigate the room earlier, it would not have been so certain of Wu Yun's esteemed status. Before long, the tumult of Wu Yun's primordial energy subsided. This breakthrough had been exceedingly smooth, akin to the effortless overflow of water once the reservoir had filled to capacity, breaking through the barrier without struggle. He slowly opened his eyes, two beams of brilliance emanating from them, feeling a surge of power within him that had multiplied several times over. This is the minor perfection of the Yuan Dan realm, he murmured. Chapter 64, The Heavenly Blade Sect. The 10,000 Gold Merchants Guild. After nearly a month apart, Wu Yun sought out Xian Su once more. Sister Xian Su, have you any news regarding the spiritual herbs I entrusted you to find? He asked immediately. Xian Su, clad in a fitted cheongsam that accentuated her curves, approached Wu Yun with a wistful expression. Little Yun, you truly are like a dragon that is seen only fleetingly. Had it not been for the search for herbs, you likely would not have come to visit your sister. Such words, sister. I have been assisting the teacher with the tower duel. These past 20 days, I have spent in solitude within the Talisman Tower, missing you dearly, Wu Yun replied, his gaze lingering on Xian Su, appreciating her every alluring detail. Although Qingtan is exquisite and charming, she pales in comparison to the remarkably mature Xuansu, lacking in depth and allure. Despite sharing the same surname, Wu Yun finds himself more inclined towards women of a more seasoned disposition. His heart cannot bear the thought of the innocent little Qingtan. This explains why Wu Yun has repeatedly turned a blind eye to her bold antics. Otherwise, it would be quite challenging for him to exercise restraint. Xuansu playfully punched Wu Yun in the chest, pouting slightly. Accustomed to his banter, she adopted a serious tone. Little Yun, the spirit herbs infused with Yin energy are exceedingly rare. Most of what we find are of the 3rd grade or lower. However, There is no shortage of herbs with other attributes, and I have managed to secure a 6th-grade spirit herb for you, one that was originally meant for auction. I persuaded the seller to wait for your arrival to trade, but be prepared, as the price will likely be steep. As she spoke, Xuanzu produced a crimson fruit, the demon blood jus fruit, valued at several times that of a 5th-grade spirit herb. Is it truly so challenging to find treasures imbued with yin energy? Wu Yun received the fruit, but furrowed his brow. Although he had provided Qingtan with the Time Talisman, that was merely a symbol. A significant amount of yin energy was necessary for her to condense the yin dan. My dear brother, such spirit herbs are incredibly elusive. Even if others manage to acquire them, they typically reserve them for personal use or for their own descendants, rarely parting with them for auction, Xuanzu explained. Herbs containing yin energy are immensely beneficial for those in the Earth origin realm, and thus, few would be willing to sell them. Consequently, even the wealthiest of merchants cannot procure such items. Does Sister Su possess any leads regarding yin energy? Xuanzu replied, Indeed, I have gathered some information. Recently, with the increase in activity in Yin City, you may have noticed, dear brother, that the ancient tomb of the Nirvana realm has emerged within the Tianyin mountain range. Various powerful figures from the Great Yin dynasty have been stirred to action. According to the intel we've received at the Wanjin Merchant Guild, the 4 major clans are mobilizing to vie for the treasures within this tomb. I have heard whispers that among them is an extremely yin spirit herb known as the extreme yin dragon saliva, precisely what you require. Thank you, Sister Su, for this valuable information. I wish to acquire all the spirit herbs you have collected. Let us agree on the price as you suggested, Wu Yun replied readily, paying with Yuan Dan. He returned to the Lin family with the spirit herbs gathered by Xuanzu and entrusted them to the assistant Lin Dong for refinement into elixirs. Then, he accompanied by Yun back to the Guangdao martial arts school. Wu Yun felt as though he had been away from home for an eternity. His concerns for the young Qingtan, coupled with their frivolous escapades, had kept him away for far too long. Upon his return, Luo Tong remarked wistfully, Junior brother, you finally decided to come back. Spending all your time at the Lin family, one might think you are their son-in-law. Such words, brother, are misplaced. Even if I find myself fond of the women of the Lin family, it is only to marry them, not to become a guest in their home. Wu Yun retorted defensively. The primary reason he resides in the Lin family is Qingtan. This little girl profoundly stirs his heart. Enough of jesting. An important guest has arrived at the hall, and my father is currently attending to them, even preparing to send someone to find you. Oh, my adoptive father is looking for me. Wu Yun immediately adopted a serious demeanor. He held immense respect for Luo Cheng, his adoptive father, and would comply with any request. Let us proceed together. Father is quite excited, as a representative from the Heavenly Blade sect has come. He himself once emerged from the Heavenly Blade sect. Luo Tong explained with a smile, brimming with pride for his disciple. Were it not for Wu Yun, the current standing of the Mad Blade Martial Arts Hall in Yin City would not have been possible. The Heavenly Blade sect. A wave of curiosity surged within Wu Yun. This sect left a profound impression on him. Luo Cheng had mentioned it numerous times. It is one of the super sects of the Great Yin dynasty. Luo Cheng had stated that their Mad Blade Martial Arts Hall was a branch of the Heavenly Blade sect, established to assess disciples. Those with exceptional talent could undergo evaluation at the Heavenly Blade sect, with a significant opportunity to become inner disciples. Wu Yun and Luo Tong arrived at the hall, where Luo Cheng was carefully attending to a group of guests. The visitors bore an air of arrogance, clad in uniform attire embroidered with a purple great sword. As the host, Luo Cheng sat in a secondary position, while a middle-aged man occupied the primary seat. Luo Cheng addressed him, Senior Brother Chun. My disciple Wu Yun is truly a rare genius, guaranteed to enter the inner sect. He lowered his stance considerably. This Senior Brother Chun, once an outer disciple like himself, had now risen to become an outer deacon due to his superior cultivation aptitude. However, the man referred to as Senior Brother Chun dismissed Luo Cheng with disdain, arrogantly stating, Luo Cheng, you've spoken at length, but where is your Wu Yun? Let him come forth. There are many strong talents among the younger generation of the Heavenly Blade sect, and he cannot be casually compared to them. To gain entry into the inner sect, one must rely on strength. After Chen finished speaking, a youth added, What kind of genius can emerge from a place like this? Luo Cheng, you are merely at the small Yuan Dan realm. How could you possibly teach a more formidable disciple? It is a mistake for the sect to allow someone of your caliber to disseminate teachings. Chen Lao, our presence here is a waste of time. This young inner disciple, at the perfected Yuan Dan stage, looked down upon Luo Cheng, let alone the disciples he trained, deeming them unworthy to be mentioned alongside their esteemed inner disciples. In front of Senior Brother Yi, who dares to call themselves a genius, truly a frog at the bottom of a well, brazenly claiming to be a genius, likely having never encountered true talent. They fail to recognize their own origins. People from small places have limited horizons. They may consider themselves precious simply for being slightly above average. A group of disciples laughed derisively, mocking the situation. Luo Cheng's face flushed with anger. His typically unrestrained demeanor had never before encountered such humiliation. Although senior brother Chen dismissed it, he could hardly tolerate the derision from these younger disciples. Yet, he found himself unable to voice his fury. The formidable Tian Dao sect was not an entity he could afford to offend. Even these youthful disciples possessed cultivation levels above the small Yuan Dan stage. And the one referred to as Brother Yi had even attained the minor perfection of Yuan Dan. Outside the hall, Luo Tong clenched his fists tightly. He was acutely aware of how elated his father must have been upon learning of the Tian Dao sect's arrival. But he never anticipated that they would treat his father with such contempt. Wu Yun took a deep breath, struggling to quell the rage boiling within him. The individual seated in the hall was merely at the great perfection of Yuan Dan. What right did he have to act so arrogantly? He strode directly into the room, casting a disdainful glance across the assembly, boldly declaring, "Who do you think you are to flaunt your might? If this is the caliber of disciples cultivated by the Tian Dao sect, then perhaps it is best to forego the idea of joining." Chapter 65. Wu Yun. I am not targeting anyone, yet all present are worthless. This may very well be the most audacious statement Wu Yun has ever uttered since his arrival in this realm. Fueled by an intense fury, Luo Cheng was not merely a father figure to him. He was a mentor and a guardian, even closer than blood. No child wishes to witness their father endure humiliation, especially when that father, resolute in his strength, has chosen to humble himself for the sake of his child's future. Luo Cheng had tolerated the insults with grace, solely to facilitate Wu Yun's entrance into the Tian Dao sect. Yet these individuals, regardless of age, felt compelled to mock him. How could this be acceptable? Who are you? Do you even comprehend with whom you are speaking? Jeered one arrogant disciple. Such arrogance, Luo Cheng. Your Kuang Dao Martial Academy is truly audacious, raising disciples so utterly ignorant of their place. Clearly, you have never been tempered by reality. The young disciple, oblivious to the caliber of those present, continued to belittle Wu Yun, while the members of the Tian Dao sect exuded an air of superiority, openly criticizing him. Some younger disciples even contemplated taking direct action against Wu Yun. Yunner, do not be disrespectful. This is Elder Chun of the Tian Dao sect. Come, pay your respects. Luo Cheng admonished, wishing to temper Wu Yun's impulsiveness. The might of the Tian Dao sect was beyond Wu Yun's current comprehension. Father, in the Kuang Dao Martial Academy, we are the masters and they are the guests. The masters may treat guests as they please, but guests must not presume to act as masters. Wu Yun coldly surveyed the assembly, a rare glint of ferocity igniting in his gaze. The Kuang Dao Martial Academy is merely a small institution established by our Tian Dao sect for recruiting disciples. Here, we are indeed the masters, retorted a young disciple, looking down upon Wu Yun with utter disdain. The Tian Dao sect may hold power, but you, young man, are unworthy. Wu Yun slightly shook his head, then gestured towards the disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect present, including the Elder Chun. I am not targeting anyone in particular, but all of you here are worthless. You do not represent the Heavenly Blade sect. Upon hearing these words, everyone rose to their feet, their eyes blazing with fury directed at Wu Yun. Arrogant. Luo Cheng, is this the disciple you have raised? Sharp-tongued. Allow me to teach you a lesson, so you may comprehend the might of a grand sect. Thunderclap Blade. A youthful disciple drew his treasured sword from his waist, channeling a torrent of energy into the blade as he executed the third-tier martial art, Thunderclap Blade. This was the most fundamental martial skill of the Heavenly Blade sect, accessible to all disciples, including outer sect members like Luo Cheng, who could even impart it to others. Mastery of this skill allowed one to participate in the sect's assessments. It was essentially a symbol of the Heavenly Blade sect. Showy but hollow. Let me demonstrate what the true Thunderclap Blade is. With a surge of anger, Wu Yun retrieved the newly forged Thundercloud Blade from his storage bag. Dazzling violet gold energy erupting forth, enveloping the blade in a radiant hue. The overwhelming pure essence of energy sliced through the air with the blade's edge. Clang. The opponent's sword shattered instantly, offering no resistance whatsoever. Wu Yun pressed the Thundercloud Blade against the young disciple's forehead, the coldness of the blade penetrating his mind. Death was alarmingly close. The young disciple's Adam's apple bobbed as cold sweat streamed down his face. With a swift motion, Wu Yun struck him across the face with the back of the blade, knocking out his teeth and causing him to sprawl on the floor, blood spilling from his mouth. A mere minor essence Dan realm, yet brimming with misguided confidence. Ignorance is truly the most terrifying thing, is it not? You are nothing but refuse. Wu Yun pointed his blade at the fallen disciple, unabashedly declaring, I underestimated you. You are indeed a minor perfection of the essence Dan realm. Quite impressive. However, What does it matter for a minor perfection to face a minor essence Dan? I shall take you on. The disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect stirred restlessly. Not you. Wu Yun again directed his blade at the crowd, including the Elder Chun in the main seat. All of you come at me. Let me give him a proper lesson. Even the Elder Chun had the audacity to provoke him. A total of 8 or 9 disciples drew their swords and charged towards Wu Yun, all above the minor essence Dan realm, with 2 of them being minor perfections of that realm. Crack, crack, crack. Wu Yun continuously swung his blade, combining it with the Violet Extreme Demon Eye and the Phantom Shadow technique. His swordplay sharp, swift, and lethal. With 9 swift strikes, all the disciples bore the marks of Crimson Blade imprints on their faces. None could withstand even a single blow from him. In his hands, the minor essence Dan and minor perfection of the essence Dan were equally worthless. The hall was littered with fallen teeth, and blood from noses and mouths flowed freely everywhere. Just moments ago, the once arrogant and overbearing disciples of the Heavenly Blade sect now appeared utterly disheveled, their faces marked by despair as they cast anxious glances at Wu Yun, their anger stifled by fear. I acknowledge your talent, yet your arrogance is excessive. One must remember that there are always individuals beyond oneself and realms beyond the heavens. Today, I shall set aside my dignity and teach you a lesson, young one, declared Elder Chun, unable to contain himself any longer. Most of the beaten disciples were his direct protagonist, which is why he personally led them in the quest for the ancient tomb. Draw your blade, Wu Yun coldly commanded, urging him to speak less or risk losing even his remaining dignity. Humph. Elder Chun snorted dismissively, no longer daring to underestimate his opponent as he prepared to give his all. He retrieved a large crimson blade from his Qingquan pouch, its surface infused with intense pure Yuan energy. The flame blade. The pure Yang energy upon its edge blazed like fire, surging forth in a fierce strike. Thunderous slash. Wu Yun's Yuan Dan revolved in his dantian, summoning all of his purple gold Yuan power while simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy onto the thundercloud blade, swiftly inscribing a gravity rune upon its surface. Thunderous / gravity rune. This was a new technique Wu Yun had developed, the power of thunder unleashed. Boom. The crimson flame blade collided violently with the resplendent thundercloud blade, causing Elder Chin's body to sink as he fell to one knee. Unable to withstand the might of the thunderous force, Wu Yun then spun the back of his blade, delivering another strike directly to Elder Chin's face, sending teeth flying and blood spilling from his mouth and nose. Silence enveloped the scene. The congregation of the Heavenly Blade sect exchanged glances, their hearts trembling in fear as they dared not meet Wu Yun's gaze. Luo Cheng quietly marveled, for Wu Yun's strength had exceeded all his expectations. A month prior, when he had slain the fully realized Yuan Dan master, Yu Shan, he had expended nearly all of his energy. Yet today, against the stronger Qingzhu, he had dispatched his foe in an instant. Observing the pitiful state of Qingzhu, Luo Cheng felt a flicker of delight within. Qingzhu had once been an external disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect, and they had vied for entry into the inner sanctum, each viewing the other as a rival to be subdued. Qingzhu had later gained a fortuitous opportunity during an expedition, rapidly advancing in strength. However, upon his return, Luo Cheng had already departed the sect, leaving no chance for Qingzhu to showcase his prowess before him. With the emergence of the ancient tomb within the Tianyin Mountains, Qingzhu led an expedition to explore, drawn by curiosity upon learning of the martial arts academy established by the Heavenly Blade sect in Yang City. Years later, when they encountered each other again, the disparity in their statuses was monumental, and one can only imagine Qingzhu's feelings. He was undoubtedly eager to assert his presence before Luo Cheng, prompting him to incite these disciples to humiliate Luo Cheng. Ah, splendid. Ha! How could I forget that I have been watching this for quite some time? The sudden sound captured the attention of the crowd. Upon the roof of the Guangdao Martial Arts Hall, an elderly figure clad in a purple embroidered robe appeared, seemingly out of nowhere. He descended gracefully, standing atop a black soaring eagle with his hands clasped behind him. The manner of his entrance unmistakably marked him as a formidable presence, an embodiment of elemental energy. He represented one of the 3 realms of creation, specifically, the realm of manifestation. Oomph, old man, Wu Yun silently scoffed to himself, noting that the elder had only now chosen to reveal himself. Earlier, upon entering the hall, he had sensed the presence of this elder through a sweep of his spiritual energy, having heard from Luo Tong that someone from the Tiandao sect had arrived. Nevertheless, Wu Yun felt confident enough to intervene, having assessed that the elder's strength did not pose a lethal threat to him. Of course, Wu Yun intentionally refrained from being overly aggressive, allowing for some leeway. After all, the elder was a practitioner of the manifestation realm, and it was wise to avoid unnecessary conflict. Otherwise, without the elder's presence, Qingzhu and his companions would have likely suffered far worse fates. Salutations, Elder Zhang. Qingzhu and the disciples of the Tiandao sect hastily dragged their injured bodies forward, blood staining their lips as they bowed before the elder in respect. What a bunch of useless fools, only bringing shame to our sect. Elder Zhang scolded, his disappointment palpable as he avoided even a glance at Qingzhu and the others. Please, Elder, take our plight into consideration. Qingzhu pleaded, kneeling before him. How dare you expect me to intervene when a complete novice in the elemental Dan realm has dispatched a fully realized practitioner of the same realm? You have the audacity to seek my assistance? Elder Zhang spat back, his disdain evident. I witnessed the entire affair. Had I intended to intervene, I would have done so. Your behavior was utterly disgraceful and provoked this young man as response. If he had not acted, I would have felt compelled to step in myself. The purpose of our martial arts hall is to perpetuate our sect and recruit talented disciples, even if they do not formally belong to the Tiandao sect. They are still a part of our legacy. Your actions were excessive, and upon your return, you shall face the consequences for your misconduct against a fellow disciple. Yes, Elder. Qingzhu and the others dared not voice any dissent, bowing their heads in compliance, each one trembling as if they had committed a grave offense. Qingzhu, driven by ulterior motives to humiliate Luo Cheng, could only accept the elder's reprimand in silence, fearing any rebuttal would expose his intentions. Should the elder discover his connection to Luo Cheng, the repercussions would be even more severe. However, I must extend my gratitude to you all. Had you not caused such a ruckus, the Tiandao sect might have missed discovering a true genius. Elder Zhang's gaze shifted to Wu Yun, filled with admiration as if he were beholding a rare treasure. He lauded without reservation, the Tiandao sect seeks disciples like you, bold and unrestrained. It is only with such a fierce spirit that one can embody the tempestuous essence of our Quanglei blade techniques. Such vigor is precisely what is required to master our sect's unparalleled skills. Chapter 66. 2 Martial Arts Techniques. The 1,000 Shadows of the Palm and the 9 Slashes of the Wandering Dragon. With a fierce roar, a tiger's cry echoed through the air. A white figure burst into the room. Bai Yun strode forward, her formidable aura radiating with unrestrained dominance. Her fierce gaze sweeping across every individual until it finally settled beside Wu Yun. Protecting the young. This encapsulates Bai Yun's unwavering ethos. Before her, no one was permitted to harm Wu Yun, not even those she could not conquer. Elder Zhang was taken aback. Despite his formidable presence as a master of the formative realm, this white tiger displayed no trace of fear. Instead, it evoked a profound sense of caution within him. Do not be alarmed, Bai Yun, it is all well. Wu Yun reassured, stroking the tiger's head. Moments ago, he had instructed Bai Yun to return to his quarters for rest, but perhaps she had sensed the fluctuations from the earlier battle, prompting her hurried arrival. Is it your companion beast? Elder Zhang inquired with astonishment. Even with his vast experience, he seldom encountered a beast as imposing as Bai Yun. Many creatures of the 3rd tier of transformation paled in comparison to the nobility and strength exuded by this tiger. Indeed, Elder, Wu Yun replied calmly. His tranquil demeanor afforded respect to the elder. Elder Zhang continued. Within the sect, many disciples keep beast companions, yet none can rival your white tiger. Its strength likely surpasses that of an average perfected Yuan Dan realm practitioner. It truly astonishes me that this modest martial arts school in Qingyang town has not only nurtured a prodigious talent like you, but has also produced such a formidable beast. With a glimmer of excitement, he extended an invitation. Wu Yun, would you be willing to accompany me and join the Heavenly Blade sect? Rest assured, upon your arrival at the sect, you would at the very least attain the status of an inner disciple, possibly even a direct disciple. The sect leader would undoubtedly be thrilled to discover a genius of your caliber. Yunner, quickly accept the elder's offer. Joining the Heavenly Blade sect will provide you with a superior training environment and open doors to vast horizons. Luo Cheng urged, fully aware of the immense power wielded by super sects, which stood as the pinnacle within the great Yin dynasty. Once one became part of such an entity, they emerged as a formidable force. Wu Yun remained contemplative. He comprehended Luo Cheng's fatherly intentions and acknowledged the benefits of being affiliated with the sect. Moreover, his origins from the Mad Blade Martial School inherently tied him to the Heavenly Blade sect, making his potential membership a return to his roots. Elder Zhang, for the time being, I prefer to venture forth on my own. Even if I were to join, I would first need to pass the sect's assessment based on my own merit. Wu Yun articulated his sentiments with clarity. However, to Elder Zhang, this seemed like a grievance against Qingzhu and his associates, whose actions had indeed been disheartening. Your performance has already surpassed that of the majority of inner disciples. The assessment is merely a formality. Should you wish, you could become an inner disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect at any moment. However, I shall not impose upon you. Simply remember that your origins lie within the esteemed Kwangdao martial arts school, which is tantamount to your affiliation with our illustrious Tiandao sect. One must refrain from actions detrimental to the sect. Of course, the sect shall not neglect you. We have always shown favor to talented disciples. Here is the token of an inner disciple of the Tiandao sect. Keep it with you, as it will undoubtedly aid you during your journeys outside. Additionally, I am entrusting you with these 2 martial arts manuals, accessible to our inner disciples. I eagerly await the day you formally join our sect. Elder Zhang presented a token emblazoned with the Tiandao emblem and 2 martial arts tomes to Wu Yun. Thank you, Elder. I shall remember your kindness. Wu Yun accepted the offerings with both hands, fully aware of Elder Zhang's goodwill. In truth, he was pleasantly surprised that the elder did not pursue the matter further and instead offered him so much. This led him to believe that the sect held promise, and he would certainly consider visiting in the future. Elder Zhang was quite pleased with Wu Yun's attitude, as it indicated his acceptance of the sect and a lack of influence from Qingzhu and his cohorts. Moreover, it was evident that Wu Yun regarded Qingzhu and the others with disdain. With his discerning eye, Elder Zhang concluded that Wu Yun's potential was limitless. Such a prodigy could very well restore the Tiandao sect to its former glory. Having delivered the items, it was nearly time to depart, but Elder Zhang suddenly recalled something. By the way, the ancient tomb in the Tianyan Mountains has been discovered, rumored to be left behind by a Nirvana realm expert. Our purpose for this visit is related to that. Are you interested in joining us? With my presence, your safety is assured. Perhaps I shall decline. Having just engaged in a skirmish with them, it would be best not to accompany you. You need only ensure their safety. I possess some means of self-defense. Wu Yun politely refused. Very well, take care. Elder Zhang and his companions exited the martial arts hall, yet he remained astonished by Wu Yun's hidden strength. Showing no fear of formidable opponents and dismissing his protection, he felt fortunate to be accompanying Wu Yun. Otherwise, this prodigy, who rightfully belonged to the Tiandao sect, might have been driven into opposition against them by Qingzhu and his ilk. Wu Yun began to examine the 2 martial arts manuals bestowed by Elder Zhang. One was a 6th grade martial art, Qianzhong Zhangying Dao, while the other was a 7th grade superior martial art, Yulong Jiuzhan. The generosity of this gift made Wu Yun's heart race with excitement. High-grade martial arts were precisely what he needed at this juncture, as his strength had increased. The 3rd and 4th grade techniques were no longer sufficient to fully harness his capabilities. In a place like Yin City, finding a martial art of 5th grade or higher was exceedingly difficult, even with wealth. Initially, he had hesitated about joining the Tiandao sect, but given the magnitude of their offerings, he found no reason to hesitate any longer. Without a doubt, Elder Zhang truly values him. Otherwise, he would not have so freely bestowed such a precious martial art upon him. If he does not make the journey, he would be failing to honor Elder Zhang. Moreover, what truly captivates Wu Yun is the abundant resources of the grand sect, filled with treasures that are too enticing to ignore. He must hasten his cultivation to prepare for the impending conflict over the ancient tomb estate. Wu Yun returned to his courtyard to practice the martial art he had received. He first focused on the 1,000-layer palm shadow blade, a technique that encompasses both palm and sword techniques, cultivating the palm as if it were a blade. This martial art emphasizes speed and is particularly suited for close combat. Upon mastering it, the area within 3 feet becomes a realm of palm and blade. Any contact with it results in a wound. However, the cultivation proves somewhat challenging, requiring preliminary practice akin to the iron sand palm, conditioning the hands to a certain hardness. This is a gradual endeavor that demands considerable time. It seems I can directly employ the Xianyu hand. A sudden inspiration struck Wu Yun. Having cultivated the Xianyu hand for quite some time, he realized that its training method is far more profound than the preliminary practice in the 1,000-layer palm shadow blade. He could directly execute the palm blade based on the foundation of the Xianyu hand. Without delay, Wu Yun began his practice. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His hands, as white as jade, were indomitable, slicing through the air like blades, with purple-golden elemental energy coalescing upon them, forming a sharp edge. As the palm blade cut through, a massive stone split apart effortlessly, as though it were mere paper. What tremendous power! Indeed, it worked and even exceeded his expectations. Wu Yun marveled at the efficiency granted by the foundation of the Xianyu hand. Next, he turned his attention to the Yulong 9 slashes. This martial art is of the 7th rank, classified as superior. Although there is merely 1 rank separating the 6th and 7th levels, the distinction is profound. With a significant disparity in power, one is superior, while the other is merely intermediate. The Yulong 9 slashes is a technique that combines body movement with swordplay. Similar to the 1,000-layer palm shadow blade, mastering the Yulong body technique is a prerequisite. Perhaps it is fate. Wu Yun's mastery of the ghost shadow stealth step is also a form of body technique. Upon comparison, he discovered that both techniques share commonalities. While the Yulong body technique emphasizes the synergy of movement to enhance the effectiveness of swordplay, the Ghost Shadow Stealth Step focuses more on evasion. Nonetheless, both philosophies align in their disregard for rigid footwork, promoting a forward, thrusting momentum. Building upon the foundation of the Ghost Shadow Stealth Step to cultivate the Yulong body technique proved to be remarkably effortless. In just one day, Wu Yun had managed to grasp the fundamentals of both martial arts. He silently praised the usefulness of the Xian Tian treasure record. Its teachings encompass the entirety of the body, representing the most comprehensive foundational martial arts. It is indeed versatile. While it may fall short when directly compared to the formidable martial arts of this world, it serves as a solid foundation upon which all other techniques can stand, elevating their power to new heights. Especially the purple extreme demon eye, when wielded by Wu Yun, amplifies mental potency, verging on a form of spiritual arcana, surpassing the utility of many advanced techniques. Yet, its efficacy is best realized when paired with other arcana. Additionally, Wu Yun's practice of runes, those intricate patterns, heavily relies on his extraordinary vision. In the cultivation of the original rune's true understanding, the purple extreme demon eye plays a pivotal role. At the Lin family estate, Lin Dong was diligently immersed in the martial arts from the Xiantian treasure record inscribed on the stone talisman. The little weasel remarked, "Lin Dong, this martial art of yours is truly remarkable. It has opened my eyes. Who would have thought that such an elementary martial art could be so comprehensive? It is an exceptionally perfect foundational martial technique. While its martial efficacy may be somewhat lacking, the systematic nature of its techniques does not pale in comparison to any martial art I have encountered. It can be said to be the most impeccable martial art for novices to embark on their cultivation journey." "What does that mean? Is there anything extraordinary about this technique that my elder brother has imparted to me?" Lin Dong inquired, both puzzled and eager. "What level of martial art can it be classified as?" The little weasel, contemplating with a gentle scratch of its small, dark head, had observed Lin Dong's cultivation of the Xiantian treasure record for quite some time, perhaps understanding it even more profoundly than Lin Dong himself. Indeed, when a master extends their hand, the product is bound to be extraordinary. The little weasel began with its customary praises for the master, then continued. "It is not just remarkable, it is exceedingly impressive. To categorize it strictly by rank, it may not even be considered a creation martial art." After another thoughtful scratch of its head, the little weasel suddenly found a fitting description. "It is akin to a martial art that is weak yet flawlessly executed. Do you comprehend?" Chapter 67, Lin Kuer, the adorable white tiger. "White Cloud, let us seek out Lin Dong." Wu Yun beckoned, calling over White Cloud, skillfully straddling her. "Giddy up." With a swift smack on White Cloud's rear, they dashed forth. Before long, they arrived at the Lin family estate, where Wu Yun observed several opulent carriages at the entrance. "Ah, it seems the Lin family has esteemed guests," Wu Yun quickly deduced. Realizing that with the emergence of the ancient tomb, the Lin clan had dispatched individuals for exploration. Upon their arrival in Yin City, it was only natural they would pay a visit to the Lin family. Wu Yun rode White Cloud directly in search of Lin Dong. Soon, they passed the training grounds, where a group of youths were engaged in sparring. Wu Yun noticed Lin Dong among them and curiously approached. Lin Dong was confronting four young men alongside the younger members of the Lin family, and the atmosphere appeared rather tense. "Humph, I remember your branch of the family. During the last clan assembly, the first one to be utterly defeated was one of yours." One of the four, a youth with a somewhat sullen expression, sneered derisively. Upon hearing this, Lin Dong's countenance darkened, and with a phantom-like step, he executed the ghostly shadow steps, surging forth with remarkable speed. Smack! He delivered a resounding slap to the youth's face. The young man was sent flying, losing consciousness in an instant. This demonstrates the sheer intensity of Lin Dong's fury. "You dare to strike?" he commanded. "Seize him." How audacious can a branch family member be? The other three immediately charged at Lin Dong. With a swift motion, Lin Dong unleashed his ice sword, its blade swiftly pressing against the neck of the advancing youth. "How dare a mere Yuan Dan realm practitioner act so brazenly before me? What do you amount to?" Lin Dong's formidable mental pressure enveloped the young man, his voice chillingly cold. Under this immense pressure, the young man fell to his knees. The three onlookers stared at Lin Dong in disbelief, clearly astonished that a branch family member could possess such talent. Just as the other two were about to rush forward, Lin Dong executed a mental technique, sending a shockwave that rendered them unconscious. "Leave us, do not disturb our cultivation." Lin Dong retracted his ice sword. The young man assisted his companions as they retreated in disarray, narrowly avoiding an encounter with Wu Yun, who was approaching on the back of a white cloud. "I didn't expect you to have some annoying flies at home," Wu Yun remarked, not even glancing at the four. "Big brother," Lin Dong exclaimed joyfully. His mood instantly brightened upon seeing his elder brother. Flies, you say? Lin Feng, who was helping his companions retreat, cast a furtive glance at Wu Yun's figure, determined to remember him. Has Big Brother come as well? Indeed, since the news of the ancient tomb manor spread, the crowds in Yin City have increased significantly. Now, to the matter at hand. I came to discuss our expedition to the ancient tomb manor. Sister Xiansu informed me that within the manor lies the rare evil shadow dragon saliva, which can aid Qingtan in condensing her pill. Big Brother, I was just hoping to discuss this very matter with you. The tomb of a Nirvana realm expert must harbor numerous treasures. We brothers should also partake in the bounty. Lin Dong stated with excitement. Previously, upon hearing about the ancient tomb manor, the little weasel had persistently urged him to explore it. Lin Dong himself was eager to go but worried about his inadequate strength. Thus, accompanying his elder brother brought him much reassurance. The little weasel also wished to follow Big Brother. As the two were deep in conversation, Lin Xia suddenly approached, her long legs striding swiftly. Lin Dong, grandfather wants you to come to the hall, she panted, placing her hand on her chest, and upon noticing Wu Yun, she exclaimed, Big Brother Wu Yun, you are here as well. Her beautiful eyes lingered on Wu Yun, her heart racing faster. Lin Dong hurriedly positioned himself between the two, preventing Lin Xia from gazing at his elder brother any longer. What is it, Sister Lin Xia? Upon seeing Lin Dong's expression, Lin Xia snapped back to reality. Did you deal with those individuals from the Lin family? Lin Dong inquired. They didn't report you, did they? Lin Xia replied, not quite a report, but it does appear they are seeking assistance. This time, for reasons unknown, a considerable number of individuals from the Lin clan have arrived, predominantly from the younger generation. With your prowess, individuals like Lin Feng are not of concern. However, among them are two individuals of whom you must exercise caution. One is a male named Lin Chun, and the other a female called Lin Kuer. Very well, I shall go and take a look. Lin Dong furrowed his brow. He felt somewhat awkward and said to Wu Yun, Brother, you should go and find Qingtan to sit with her for a while. Lin Xia forcefully pulled Lin Dong aside, urging him, Oh, Lin Dong, you must go quickly. I will entertain Brother Wu Yun. Wu Yun, feeling a bit uncomfortable, noted that Lin Xia had already moved closer to him. Lin Xia, today there are guests at the Lin family, and you seem quite busy. I am very familiar with the Lin family. It feels like home to me. No need for formality. I will go find Xiao Yin and let Bai Yun play with him. Wu Yun quickly declined politely, mounting Bai Yun and departing swiftly. He could certainly perceive Lin Xia's interest in him, and thus wished to curtail any budding feelings. Having already captured Lin Dong's sister, he must not further complicate matters with her elder sister. One should not, or at least ought not, act in such a manner. Brother Wu Yun, Brother Wu Yun. Lin Xia chased after him a couple of steps, calling out in grievance. When she saw Wu Yun vanish from sight, she stomped her feet in frustration, her long legs rubbing against one another. Sister Lin Xia, it seems that Wu Yun is rather more interested in Qingtan. Could it be that your legs are too long for his liking? At that moment, Lin Hong strolled over, teasing her. Lin Hong, have you grown tired of your skin? Lin Xia retorted, still irked. Come, let me see how much your cultivation has progressed. Without allowing Lin Hong a chance to respond, she unleashed a series of kicks with her lengthy legs. Wu Yun arrived at Qingtan's chamber, where Xiao Yin was sunbathing at the door. Woo! Upon seeing Wu Yun and Bai Yun, Xiao Yin joyfully leaped up. However, his sister maintained her aloof demeanor, appearing somewhat displeased, as Wu Yun had directly entered Qingtan's room, leaving her behind. Brother Wu Yun, you've come. Qingtan exclaimed in surprise, having been meditating on her bed. Ever since Wu Yun had imparted the divine movement technique to her, Qingtan had diligently practiced. I have come to assess your progress, Wu Yun said as he approached, initiating an examination of her cultivation. With Lin Dong absent, he felt emboldened in his assessment. After a warm examination, it became evident that Qingtan's spiritual prowess had indeed surged significantly. She had successfully condensed her innate spiritual talisman and become a talisman master. Outside, Bai Yun, feeling dejected, left the courtyard for a stroll, completely ignoring her energetic younger brother, Xiao Yin. Every time they visited the Lin family, the master would retreat into the room and not emerge for an extended period. Bai Yun simply could not fathom why she was not enjoyable to ride. She could take the master on various adventures. Why engage and play within that cramped room with the pale-faced girl, who appears so frail and incapable of being ridden by her master? Suddenly, before Bai Yun, a figure clad in a white dress, strikingly beautiful, obstructed her path. This woman possessed a pair of mesmerizing eyes, each adorned with a ring of azure light, exuding an enchanting aura. Ah, what a delicate and captivating creature. The white tiger emanates immense power. How could the Lin family harbor such a formidable beast, its presence surpassing even that of Lin Jintian? Could it be a wild beast that has wandered in from somewhere? No, its gaze is imbued with humanity. It must be domesticated. Lin Kuer curiously scrutinized Bai Yun. silently marveling at her. She approached slowly, gently inquiring, "Little white tiger, who is your master?" Bai Yun furrowed her brow. The woman's aura felt unfamiliar, and she had never encountered her within the Lin family, prompting Bai Yun to take a cautious step back. From this woman, she sensed an undeniable pressure, indicating that her strength was formidable. Where did this enchanting beast come from? Just then, an ill-timed voice interrupted. A young man approached, Lin Shun, who had just been defeated by Lin Dong in the main hall and was now in a foul mood. Encountering a white tiger in the Lin family estate was an opportunity he could not resist. He strode directly towards Bai Yun, his eyes glimmering with mischief as he reached out to touch her. Sensing the malice emanating from him, Bai Yun unleashed her innate talent. White Tiger shattered Gold Song. With a powerful roar, she emitted a spiraling sound wave, sending a fierce gust of wind that hurled Lin Shun against the wall, rendering him unconscious amidst a cloud of dust. Realizing the commotion she had caused, Bai Yun swiftly fled the scene. "Wait, don't run." Lin Kuer was momentarily stunned before hastily taking to the skies on her sword to pursue her. Chapter 68. The dog that barks at power. Bai Yun's speed was astonishing. Even with Lin Kuer flying on her sword, she struggled to keep pace. In just a few leaps, Bai Yun had returned to Lin Dong's courtyard. In truth, Bai Yun harbored no fear of Lin Kuer. If it came to a confrontation, she believed she could easily send her flying with a mere swipe. However, this woman bore no ill will towards her, unlike the man who had attempted to touch her upon their first meeting. Thus, her flight was not out of self-preservation, but rather to avoid harming this gentle soul. Should the woman dare to overstep her boundaries, Bai Yun would not hesitate to demonstrate the ferocity of a mother tiger. Such incredible speed and agility. Lin Kuer admired inwardly as she pursued. The imposing tiger's physique was surprisingly more nimble than that of a cat demon. From the aura and presence exuded by Bai Yun, Lin Kuer sensed a formidable threat. This white tiger might be her equal. Her curiosity was further ignited. Within the confines of a modest family division, the head of the household is merely at the elementary stage of the Yuan Dan realm. How could there possibly exist a beast rivaling the consummate level of the Yuan Dan realm? The Lin family of Yin City must harbor extraordinary individuals. As the white tiger came to a halt in a tranquil courtyard, Lin Kuer gracefully hovered above on her sword. With a fierce roar, the small flame within the courtyard glared menacingly at Lin Kuer, enraged that this unfamiliar woman dared to pursue his sister. Typically courageous, the little flame bristled its fur, raised its serpentine tail, and assumed a combative stance, fixating its gaze on Lin Kuer while emitting a low growl. "Another tiger!" Lin Kuer exclaimed in astonishment, momentarily feeling as though she had wandered into a den of tigers. The little flame's strength was formidable, comparable to that of a minor complete Yuan Dan realm practitioner. "Little flame, do not frighten her." At that moment, a hearty voice resonated, and the door swung open, revealing Wu Yun emerging from within. Upon hearing Wu Yun's call, the little flame obediently retracted its ferocious demeanor, wagging its tail like an affectionate pup as it approached Wu Yun's side. "Woo woo woo," Bai Yun whimpered, eager to convey that it was this woman who was pursuing him, not the other way around. "I am Lin Kuer, and I did not intentionally intrude upon your residence. I merely wished to admire the striking appearance of this white tiger, which compelled me to follow," Lin Kuer stated, descending from her sword and politely clasping her hands in greeting. She could not discern Wu Yun's cultivation level, yet observing the camaraderie between the two tiger beasts and him indicated his extraordinary nature. Wu Yun appeared to be of a similar age to Lin Dong, prompting her to speculate whether he might be a member of the Lin family. The revelation of Lin Dong was already astonishing. If there were another like Wu Yun, the Yin City branch of the Lin family would surely soar to new heights. "Oh, it is of no consequence. This is indeed the territory of your Lin family, and I am merely a guest." Bai Yun can be a tad mischievous and shy, but I am relieved he has not harmed you, Wu Yun replied nonchalantly. Lin Kuer regarded him as a revered figure, yet it was evident that this was not the time for pretense, as the impending competition for the ancient tomb would necessitate frequent encounters, which could become tiresome. Lin Kuer felt a tinge of disappointment upon realizing he was not of the Lin lineage, yet her curiosity about Wu Yun deepened. "Though I am unharmed, one of my companions has sustained injuries." Lin Kuer spoke in a calm tone, leaving her intentions ambiguous. Was she seeking to hold Bai Yun accountable, or merely stating a fact? "Oh, Bai Yun has injured someone," Wu Yun exclaimed in mild surprise, promptly examining Bai Yun's condition. He was well aware of Bai Yun's disposition. Although the creature was wary of strangers, it would not strike unless provoked. Thus, his immediate concern was whether Bai Yun was injured or had soiled itself. After a thorough inspection and finding Bai Yun unscathed, Wu Yun coolly remarked, "If your companion was harmed by Bai Yun, then they have only themselves to blame. Thankfully, Bai Yun is unharmed. Otherwise, I would have to seek retribution." Lin Kuer's brows knitted together, her dual-colored eyes shimmering with blue light. Although Wu Yun's tone was calm, the underlying message conveyed a sense of undeniable authority. He should be aware of my connection to the Lin clan, yet it appears he remains indifferent, Ling Qingzhu pondered. She clasped her hands in apology, acknowledging that it was indeed her companion who had acted recklessly, nearly provoking your beast, which led to this misunderstanding. Please, I beg you, do not take offense. No sooner had she uttered these words than a group of individuals stormed into the courtyard. A young man, covered in dust, exclaimed in exasperation, Ling Qingzhu, how could you speak on behalf of that vile creature? Did you not see it injure me? Following him were Lin Lin Dong, and a dignified elder clad in gray. Brother, Lin Dong swiftly approached Wu Yun. Lin nodded in acknowledgement towards Wu Yun. Qingzhu emerged from the room, smoothing her attire and gently stroking the heads of the two tigers, calming them. The gray-clad elder scrutinized Wu Yun and the tigers, contemplating that even merely rearing such beasts capable of defeating Lin Shun at the peak of the Yuandan realm suggested that their master must be even more formidable. Old Tao, there seems to be a misunderstanding here. Wu Yun is our Lin family's dearest friend, and his white tiger frequently visits us, never causing harm. Lin Tian began, but was interrupted by a young member of the Lin clan. What do you mean, Lin Tian? Are you suggesting that Lin Shun crashed into the wall on his own? Another young man chimed in. Indeed, that vile creature is the one that caused the injury. How can we simply let this matter rest after it harmed a member of our Lin clan? It deserves to be killed as an apology for Lin Shun. The clamor grew among the young members of the Lin clan, their arrogance palpable in the small town of Yin City, where they felt a sense of superiority over the local populace. The youthful members of the Lin clan were incensed, while Lin Tian, Lin Dong, and the others bore grim expressions. Ling Qingzhu furrowed her brow deeply, feeling a surge of irritation towards these clan members. She had always been disdainful of their haughty demeanor. How could one who was so ordinary within the clan emerge and suddenly feel superior? If stripped of the clan's influence, most of them would be nothing on their own. Silence. The elder known as Old Tao finally intervened, admonishing the crowd. As the leader of the Lin clan's delegation, possessing the strength of the peak Yuandan realm, he found himself in a difficult position. A longtime friend of Lin Tian, he felt compelled to show some respect. Yet with a member of the clan injured by a beast, he couldn't ignore the need for justice. Qingzhu, you were present throughout. Please explain what transpired. All eyes turned to Ling Qingzhu, knowing her words could determine the outcome of the situation. Taking a deep breath, she chose not to regard the disapproving gazes of her kin and spoke slowly. Lin Shun attempted to approach the white tiger and was struck back by its sonic waves. Upon hearing this, the Lin clan members grew agitated, immediately clamoring, Sister Qingzhu, why are you defending an outsider? What manner of beast is this? That merely a touch can lead to harm? Why must one be kept at bay? Is there truly any distinction between this and the wild creatures of the wilderness? They are nothing but brutish fiends that deserve to be slain. Wu Yun's gaze swept across the faces of the audacious youths, imprinting each speaker in his memory. This cohort of the Lin clan's younger generation was even more unreasonable than the previous group from the Tiandao sect, a classic case of individuals untouched by the harsh realities of society. Wu Yun, known for his eccentric ways, had never lost a war of words nor shied away from a brawl. Thus, he could not contain himself any longer. Bai Yun, let us go, he declared, tapping Bai Yun on the head as he led her towards the raucous youth of the Lin clan. As the pair approached with calm determination, the clamorous voices abruptly ceased. All fell silent. Lin Dong, observing the scene, also stepped forward with Xiao Yan, resolute in his decision to stand alongside his brother. Wu Yun confronted one of the young men. What do you intend to do? The youth retorted arrogantly. With a swift motion, Wu Yun delivered a resounding slap. Is it permissible for me to merely touch you? Surely, you wouldn't wish to harm me. This was the same youth who had earlier questioned the consequences of a mere touch. He covered his face, seething with indignation, yet unable to voice his anger. Casting a pleading glance towards Elder Tao, Wu Yun then turned his attention to the individual who had claimed that approach was akin to confronting a wild beast. I shall approach you, your sister, and all the women in your family. Might I do so? If not, does that imply that they are all nothing but common harlots? The young man's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. With Bai Yun at Wu Yun's side, her fierce demeanor glared at the group, ensuring that any who dared retaliate would face her wrath without hesitation. The majesty of the Tiger King quelled any aspirations of defiance among the younglings. Who else? Who dares to speak of slaying Bai Yun? Step forth. Wu Yun advanced a step, causing the youths to retreat in fear. The combined might of Wu Yun and Bai Yun had subdued them all. Elder Tao, sensing the rising tension, quickly interjected, Dear young friend, please, do not act impulsively. I am composed. It is you who are reckless. Is it not your intent to exploit the Lin clan's influence to bully others? Look at the ilk you have brought forth, a pack of cowardly sycophants, worthless without the Lin clan's backing. Wu Yun turned to face Elder Tao defiantly and commanded Bai Yun to unleash her fury upon the boastful members of the Lin clan. Bai Yun, unleash your roar upon them. With a thunderous bellow, Bai Yun unleashed her power, the chaotic sound waves sending the 7 or 8 individuals before her, including Lin Shun, hurtling through the air. She had already marked them as adversaries, their previous hostility towards her clear. Stop this! Lin Jintian cried out in an attempt to intervene. But it was too late. The group had been thrown back, crashing against the wall, writhing in agony. Such is the price of incessant chatter, old Master Lin. Today, I have shown you leniency out of respect. Otherwise, your subordinates would have already met their demise. Wu Yun nodded at Lin Jintian. Old Tao remarked, young man, I recognize your considerable strength, yet you are still traversing a perilous path. Enough. You need not instruct me. You are well aware of the circumstances at hand. Do not continuously rely on your influence to intimidate others. While others may fear the Lin family, I do not. As he spoke, Wu Yun brandished the inner disciple token of the Heavenly Blade sect in his hand. Upon seeing the characters for Heavenly Blade, Old Tao's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 69, The Power of Women, Rooting Out the Weeds. The situation has become abundantly clear. Yet, Old Tao remains unwilling to relinquish the superiority of his Lin family name, attempting to leverage it against Wu Yun. It seems he believes that someone from a humble background like Wu Yun ought to be subservient, assuming that by refraining from retaliation, Wu Yun would remain passive. However, Wu Yun would not suffer such indignities. If you provoke me, I shall ensure you do not find solace. Thus, he confronted them head-on. Of course, taking on a formidable entity like the Lin family without proper consideration is unwise. Even if they cannot suppress Wu Yun himself, dealing with the Mad Blade Martial Arts Hall would be a trivial endeavor. Hence, Wu Yun displayed the Heavenly Blade token to signify that everyone has their own backing. If we are to engage in reasoned discourse, let us do so properly. If it comes to blows, then let us fight. Upon hearing the name of the Heavenly Blade sect, the younger members of the Lin family quieted their cries, their gazes towards Wu Yun now tinged with fear and respect. Old Tao conceded, it seems I have misjudged. I did not realize you were a distinguished disciple of the Heavenly Blade sect. Today, it was our people who were at fault, and you have already taught them a lesson. Can we consider this matter settled? Wu Yun chuckled. The situation was never as grave as they made it out to be. It was their relentless pursuit that escalated matters. They ought to have contemplated the repercussions of their harsh words beforehand. Wherever one may go, the fundamental principle remains unchanged. The one with the mightiest fist holds the sway. Old Tao is merely an old dog who thrives on the power of others. In Yin City, they dared to bully Wu Yun, but they would think twice before challenging Wu Yun of the Heavenly Blade sect. When Wu Yun from Yin City struck them, they felt that the dignity of the Lin family had been tarnished. Now, with Wu Yun of the Heavenly Blade sect confronting them, their discomfort is palpable. Fairness can only be discussed among equals. Class distinctions are rigid. Wu Yun chose not to dwell further on this matter, yet he comprehended that reason must be forged through force. Lin Kuer, with her cerulean eyes, gazed at Wu Yun in a state of astonishment, as if his identity had surpassed her expectations. The Heavenly Blade sect, one of the prestigious sects, held a status within the great Yin dynasty comparable to that of the Lin clan, and although it had experienced a decline in recent years, it was not something that a few juniors could dare to humiliate. Observing Wu Yun chastising Lin Shun and the others, Lin Kuer harbored little dissatisfaction. Rather, she believed this would temper their tempers, preventing them from bringing disgrace upon their clan and courting trouble in the future. Get up and apologize to young Master Wu Yun, Lin Kuer admonished. Among the juniors, aside from Lin Shun, none dared to disobey her command. One by one, they rose, and even Lin Shun refrained from his previous arrogance. Bowing his head to Wu Yun, young Master Wu Yun, I am sincerely sorry. Old Tao, take your people and leave. I hope they refrain from causing further trouble, lest they face my ruthless hand. Wu Yun warned indifferently. The members of the Lin clan followed Old Tao out of the small courtyard, their earlier sense of pride now replaced with humiliation. Young Master Wu Yun, farewell. Lin Kuer finally clasped her hands in respect, casting a deep glance at Wu Yun and his white tiger. The members of the clan have always been arrogant, accustomed to looking down on others. Do not take it to heart, Wu Yun. This time, it was my oversight that nearly placed you in peril. However, when did you forge an alliance with the Heavenly Blade sect? Lin Jintian inquired curiously. Indeed, elder brother, this is the first I've heard of the Heavenly Blade sect. From Old Tao's reaction just now, it seems quite formidable. Lin Dong gazed at his elder brother with admiration, believing that his connections were remarkably extensive. Previously, he had forged alliances with the Golden Merchant Association, the Talismancer Guild, and the City Lord's Mansion shortly after arriving in Yin City. Now, he had allied with a force equal to that of the Lin clan. The members of the Lin family looked at Wu Yun with immense respect, as these sect members, who had previously flaunted their superiority, found themselves humbled before him. Wu Yun briefly explained the relationship between the Mad Blade Martial Hall and the Heavenly Blade sect, alleviating their doubts as they departed the small courtyard. Only Wu Yun, Lin Dong, and Qing Tan remained. Were they not inviting you to explore the ancient tomb with them? My grandfather intended for me to accompany them, but I declined. With them, how could it compare to being with elder brother? Lin Dong replied with a smile. Wu Yun nodded. In that case, prepare yourself. We shall set forth early. Given your aura just now, you too must have achieved the minor perfection of the Yuan Dan. Correct? Indeed, I owe it to the 6th grade spiritual herb, the demon blood vermilion fruit, that you brought back. I broke through just yesterday. The following day, Wu Yun and Lin Dong rode out of Yin City upon their tiger, entering the Tianyin mountain range. Recently, news regarding the ancient tomb has spread with alarming rapidity, inciting a surge of fervor in the city of Yin, which lies in close proximity to the Tianyin mountain range. A multitude of individuals have flocked to this city, making brief preparations before hastening in droves towards the mountains. Wu Yun and Lin Dong set out early, yet they were not alone. Countless others had also ventured into the mountains. Once a place few dared to tread, the trails are now nearly worn by the influx of eager seekers. The allure of the Nirvana tomb is immense, presenting an irresistible temptation to all. Attaining the Nirvana heart could elevate one to new heights, transcending the realms of creation, and even potentially paving the way to the Nirvana realm itself. The Nirvana realm represents the pinnacle of power within the great Yin dynasty. The crowd is overwhelming. We must quicken our pace and navigate through less populated paths to avoid drawing unnecessary attention, Wu Yun suggested, acknowledging that their 2 striking tigers were bound to attract attention, which could jeopardize their discreet, treasure-seeking endeavors. Agreed, but brother, the Tianyin mountain range is vast. We cannot stray too far off course, and delving too deeply may pose dangers. Lin Dong cautioned, having studied the terrain prior to their journey. The Tianyin mountain range, situated at the confluence of Yin City and 2 neighboring towns, is expansive, nearly spanning half of Tiandu County. To deem it the foremost mountain range of Tiandu County would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, it is inhabited by countless ferocious beasts. Should they venture too far, even a formidable warrior from the realms of creation could find themselves in peril. Rest assured, Sister Xian Su has provided me with comprehensive intelligence regarding the ancient tomb from their trading association. Simply follow my lead, Wu Yun replied with unwavering confidence. He was well versed in the intricacies of this particular narrative. As they pressed deeper, they encountered numerous other parties. In the wild, devoid of regulations, chaos reigned, with conflicts erupting over resources. The greatest threats did not stem solely from the beasts, but from other humans. Nevertheless, the formidable presence of Bai Yun and Xiao Yin, their 2 beasts, deterred both human and beast alike from challenging them. Along the way, both Wu Yun and Lin Dong consistently extended their mental awareness to survey their surroundings. Ah, it's Sister Xian Su and her group. Wu Yun suddenly detected a skirmish ahead. Recognizing that one faction was indeed the Wanjin Trading Company, led by Xian Su. Let us lend our assistance, he urged. Xian Su, donned in striking attire, exuded confidence. Yet her expression was grave, stained as it was with blood. They found themselves at a disadvantage against a rugged man wielding a large blade, who leered at Xian Su with unsavory intent. Director Su, Miss Xia, cease your resistance and come with me willingly. I would hate for anything untoward to happen to your exquisite forms, he taunted, flanked by a captivating woman in a crimson dress, who fixed her gaze intently on Xian Su. Upon hearing the man's words, she expressed her dissatisfaction. Song Dao, cease your prattling. Am I not sufficient for your desires? Quickly eliminate that wretched woman, so we may deal with Xia Wanjin. A sinister chuckle escaped her lips. Chief Su, since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame my ruthlessness. Jilan, flee swiftly. I shall hold them off. Xian Su resolutely pushed Xia Jilan away. None shall escape, declared the woman in the crimson dress. Indeed, none will escape. You all shall remain. Wu Yun descended from the heavens, sword in hand. With a swift motion, several dark red thunder flame swords soared forth, mercilessly reaping lives on the opposing side. Lin Dong, Bai Yun, and Xiao Yin joined the fray, swiftly turning the tide against their adversaries. By the time Wu Yun landed, only Song Dao and the woman in red remained. Sister Xian Su, Miss Xia, are you unharmed? What transpired here? Xian Su pointed at the woman in red. She is Zhou Yinxia, the wife of Yushan, and that is her newfound lover, the leader of the knife slaughter gang, Song Dao. Ah, so it is a quest for vengeance. Upon seeing Wu Yun and Lin Dong, Zhou Yinxia's fury ignited, her chest heaving with rage. Wu Yun, Lin Dong, I shall end your lives. You are the ones who killed Yushan. Song Dao grew anxious upon hearing Wu Yun's name. To kill me? You might as well be reborn in your next life. Wu Yun wasted no breath, unleashing the cold ice sword towards Zhou Yinxia. Yet, Song Dao fled in terror. Though he too was at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, how could he contend against one who had bested Yushan? Zhou Yinxia, merely at the minor completion of the Yuan Dan realm, could not withstand Wu Yun's cold ice sword. A spray of blood erupted, and the beauty met her demise. Lin Dong made to pursue Song Dao, but Wu Yun called out to him, "Do not chase. Allow me. Let me test my newly forged Li Hua sword." A fiery red longsword soared forth, the result of Wu Yun's restructured runes. It was his first creation utilizing a combination of multiple runes. The Li Hua sword surged forward, a brilliant blaze emanating from its edge, transforming into a sword shadow that pierced through the air, a manifestation of the effects of fire and speed runes. Truly remarkable, master. A mere flick of your wrist can conjure a spirit treasure, praised the little weasel from within the stone talisman. Spirit treasure? What constitutes a spirit treasure? Simply put, anything imbued with spirit is termed a spirit treasure. Such artifacts can only be crafted by a spirit rune master. In your Grand Yin dynasty, these treasures are quite rare. Yet, your elder brother's prowess lies in his status as a three-seal rune master. By employing only runic techniques, he has transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary, elevating a mundane talisman to the realm of spirit treasures. My brother is truly formidable, exclaimed Lin Dong, as Song Dao sensed impending danger. He drew his sword to defend himself. However, his blade was as fragile as paper against the fortified spirit treasure. The Li Hua sword effortlessly pierced through his weapon, embedding itself within his body. Song Dao was vanquished. After resolving the matter at hand, Wu Yun hurriedly inquired about the whereabouts of President Xia, urging, "Let us hasten to his rescue. The president has been ensnared by a horde of monstrous beasts, lured by that wretched Zhou Yinxia. Follow me." Wu Yun and his companions rushed over, and indeed, they found Xia Wanjin besieged by a group of beasts, one of which was at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, gravely injured and struggling to hold on. Bai Yun and Xiao Yin charged forth to save Xia Wanjin. Overcome with emotion, Xia Wanjin expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Brother Wu Yun and Brother Lin Dong. If it weren't for you, our Wanjin Chamber of Commerce would have been doomed. President Xia, you are being too modest. You and Sister Xiansu have done us a great service, and we bear part of the responsibility for this situation." Wu Yun quickly interjected. "They are the ones who killed Yushan and the Yu sisters. With Yushan's wife seeking vengeance, our Wanjin Chamber cannot escape involvement. Little Yun, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude this time. Otherwise, my sister might have fallen victim to that Song Dao," Xiansu said, her voice filled with emotion. Xia Zhilan also bowed in thanks, expressing, "Thank you, young Master Wu Yun and young Master Lin Dong. There is no need for such formality. Everything is well now." The Wanjin Chamber of Commerce has always been a friend of Wu Yun, he reassured them. "Sister Xiansu, your losses are considerable. It would be wise to refrain from venturing deeper into the tomb dispute. There are far too many experts. You should return." Xia Wanjin concurred, stating, "We share the same sentiment. Upon our return, we shall eradicate the remnants of the Blood Wolf Gang and the Knife Butcher Gang. Be cautious, little Yun. I shall await your return to express my gratitude properly." Xiansu replied, with a nod from Wu Yun affirming her words. Once the members of the Wanjin Chamber departed, the two continued their journey. Wu Yun remarked to his brother, "Thus it is evident, one must eradicate the roots of the problem. Observe how Zhou Yinxiao, despite being only at the minor completion of the Yuan Dan realm, managed to rally a gang led by someone at the major completion of the Yuan Dan realm to retaliate against the Wanjin Chamber. Had she targeted our families and we happened to be absent, one can only imagine the dire consequences. Your lesson is well taken." Lin Dong, inspired by his brother's words, felt no remorse for having slain Yu Ling. This incident was indeed a lapse on the part of the Wanjin Chamber, allowing Zhou Yinxiao to slip through their fingers. However, as they ventured deeper, the number of people dwindled, and the ferocity of the beasts they encountered intensified. The might of air who was no longer as effective, and they faced several beasts comparable to the major completion of the Yuan Dan realm, which stealthily attacked them. Even with their formidable mental acuity, Wu Yun and Lin Dong could not evade the assaults. They had no choice but to retaliate, dispatching the unyielding beasts. Meanwhile, Xiao Yin joyfully feasted on their demon crystals. After enduring multiple ambushes, Wu Yun and Lin Dong grew increasingly cautious. They eventually traversed a seemingly natural forest barrier, emerging before a colossal mountain peak. The peak bore no summit, its lush greenery sprawling across its slopes. Yet, faintly visible amidst the verdant cover were ancient structures resembling colossal stones, hinting at the presence of the ancient tomb estate. The ancient tomb estate awaited. Chapter 70. The little weasel reincarnator Wu Yun and Lin Dong gazed upon the summit adorned with palatial structures. An invisible barrier isolated the entire mountaintop from the outside world. No one had yet been able to enter the ancient tomb estate. They took a few steps forward and noticed that numerous tents had been erected at the foot of the mountain. The allure of the ancient tomb estate was undeniably substantial. Lin Dong pondered aloud. Brother, why are all these people gathered here? Why aren't they venturing into the ancient tomb estate? The little weasel replied, Lin Dong. The area surrounding the ancient tomb estate is protected by an energy seal established by a powerful being from the Nirvana realm during their lifetime. Although time has weakened the seal somewhat, only those fortunate enough might sneak in. However, none can delve deep into the ancient tomb estate. To break the seal, an ordinary individual lacks the capability. Wu Yun activated his purple extreme demon eye, scrutinizing the seal array surrounding the ancient tomb estate. He observed that an energy barrier existed, which could only be shattered by a cultivator of at least the third stage of transformation. Surely, you do not think that those here are formidable cultivators? The true powerhouses have yet to make their appearance. What shall we do now, then? Shall we descend and camp while awaiting the seal's opening? Lin Dong inquired. Wu Yun remained silent, continuing to observe the mountaintop seal through his purple extreme demon eye. As he gazed, a smile slowly crept across his face. Perhaps we need not wait. Follow me, he exclaimed with newfound excitement. He led Lin Dong stealthily past the encampment at the mountain's base and ascended to the summit. Numerous individuals were circling the barrier, hoping for a stroke of luck to slip inside. Wu Yun and Lin Dong mimicked their actions, traversing the edge of the seal while Wu Yun meticulously examined it with his purple extreme demon eye. Noticing his companion's silent observation, Lin Dong discreetly activated his own purple extreme demon eye. Indeed, through its lens, the previously invisible seal materialized before them, revealing the flow of energy within. Here, Wu Yun suddenly halted and communicated mentally with Lin Dong. In a secluded corner beneath their feet, the energy of the seal was exceedingly weak. Suppressing his excitement, Wu Yun remarked, the energy at this array point is on the verge of depletion. However, the formation is still operational. Approximately every quarter of an hour, the energy barrier here will momentarily dissipate. I believe we can easily breach it from this point. Lin Dong's face flushed with anticipation. So, we can sneak in early from here. We shall test it. You prepare first. You and Xiao Yin go ahead, and I will wait for the next barrier to disappear. Understood. Lin Dong did not hesitate, trusting his brother completely. In a short while, through the perspective of the purple extreme demon eye, they observed the energy beneath them swirling, revealing merely a thin veil of energy. Now is the time. Lin Dong mounted Xiao Yin and leaped forward. With a whoosh, the energy barrier swiftly restored itself, and Lin Dong along with Xiao Yin successfully entered the interior. Wu Yun's mental strength continuously scanned the surroundings, ensuring that no one discovered their location. In fact, this was not uncommon. Previously, some fortunate individuals had slipped in unnoticed. After a quarter of an hour, an energy membrane indeed appeared. Wu Yun, mounted on his white cloud, was poised and ready, and with a sudden surge, he penetrated the membrane. He felt a powerful suction, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself within the confines of the ancient tomb seal. A mere layer separated two realms. The abundance of primordial energy was palpable. Within the seal, the vitality of the world intensified tenfold. The mountaintop was lush and vibrant, exuding an aura of antiquity and primal essence. From outside the seal, one could only glimpse the silhouette of the palace atop the mountain, but upon entering, the fullness of the world became apparent. Brother, it seems someone has already ventured in. Lin Dong pointed to several footprints nearby. This grand formation was inherently ancient, and maintaining such a formidable energy barrier would undoubtedly result in some vulnerabilities. With so many individuals exploring, it was only natural for someone to have entered. However, entry was merely the first step. Just look at that tomb. The palace was surrounded by another layer of formation, making access to the interior significantly more challenging. The two of them expanded their mental probing. And indeed, they discerned a mere 3 to 5 individuals cautiously exploring around the palace, hoping to gain entry. The tomb's expanse was vast, and Wu Yun and his companion adeptly evaded these explorers. As they approached the palace, they encountered yet another layer of energy barrier. Wu Yun attempted to breach it. Any who dared to approach would be repelled by the formation's energy and even subjected to counterattacks. The outer layer of energy barrier was the first protective shield generated by the palace's guardian formation. The two were intrinsically linked, placing them in an awkward position akin to being trapped between a cell wall and a cell membrane. Wu Yun began to study the formation. The essence of these formations was fundamentally tied to runes. Under the gaze of his purple extreme demon eye, he swiftly located a point of runic convergence. He mentally examined the shapes of the runes, correlating them with the primal rune truths. Through these elementary runes, he identified their corresponding primal rune templates, the original boundary rune, the original seal rune, and the original confinement rune. This formation was a complex amalgamation of various runes. Having previously studied the primal rune truths multiple times, Wu Yun was quite familiar with these symbols. He turned to Lin Dong and said, "You keep an eye on the surroundings. I will see if I can dismantle this formation to gain entry." "Brother, you can manipulate formations?" Lin Dong inquired, astonished. "Do not be surprised. Your elder brother is capable of anything. A mere formation set by someone in the Nirvana realm could hardly pose a challenge to me." In the stone talisman, the little weasel reclined comfortably, its legs crossed, feeling immensely content. Being in the company of a formidable ally was delightful. It needed only to open its mouth and wait to be served. "Little weasel, Lin Dong, it is better for you to focus on learning rather than incessantly questioning. Your inquiries may not only annoy you but also irritate your elder brother, who, unlike others, chooses not to be bothered by it. I advise you to refrain from being overly inquisitive. Sometimes, others may not wish to share information, and knowing too much at your current level may not serve you well. I must remind you that although he is your elder brother, it is wise to maintain a sense of reverence. In essence, do not ask too many questions. Simply follow his lead." Little Weasel's attitude shifted so rapidly that Lin Dong felt bewildered, increasingly perceiving his elder brother as an enigma. After all, he possesses an abundance of knowledge. "There is no time for explanations now. Just accompany me, as your elder brother will not bring you harm," Wu Yun replied swiftly, though he silently added, "He may not harm you, but may soon become a burden." "Understood." Lin Dong nodded obediently, cautiously surveying his surroundings. Wu Yun, meanwhile, approached the formation and commenced his analysis. After a considerable duration, his mental energy surged forth, intricately sketching a complex rune upon the barrier formed by the array. The rune he inscribed was the Primitive Boundary Rune. Primitive Boundary Rune, one of the primordial runes birthed in the cosmos, capable of isolating two realms and creating new world boundaries. In its presence, an energy barrier forms, serving as a foundational component of a world and can be utilized in defensive formations. The energy isolation barrier of this array is largely based on the energy of the boundary rune, although the complexity of the runes within the formation is less than 1,000th of that of the primitive boundary rune. Wu Yun meticulously crafted a more complete boundary rune with his mental energy, gradually manipulating the boundary forces of the array to create an opening in the barrier. With the boundary forces of the array separating, he employed a more potent boundary rune to penetrate through. "It's done," Wu Yun exclaimed with delight, as the energy barrier was torn open, creating a fissure. "Hurry inside," he urged Lin Dong and the two tigers. Lin Dong's heart raced as he leapt through the opening first, followed closely by Yun and Xiao Yan, their eyes gleaming like thieves as they shrank their bodies to slip through. The energy barrier quivered slightly, but the impact was minimal. Wu Yun quickly followed, and the primitive boundary rune formed by his mental energy dissipated instantaneously. The fissure in the barrier sealed shut in an instant. "Elder brother, this is wonderful. We have entered," Lin Dong exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he surveyed the palace that was now within arm's reach, an indescribable thrill of stealthy fortune overwhelming him. While others remained outside waiting, they had already embarked on their plunder. "Little weasel, let us hasten within." He, too, was brimming with excitement from within the stone talisman. "Just a moment. I shall increase the difficulty for them." Wu Yun suddenly grinned mischievously, releasing his mental energy at the base of the formation. He began to extend and refine the runes that were nearly dimming, enhancing them slightly with his mental energy. Consequently, the array would operate more swiftly, and the barrier would become significantly sturdier, raising the difficulty of any brute force breaches. Wu Yun has meticulously crafted the sealing runes, ensuring that the barrier remains unchanged and imperceptible from the outside. Its true function will only manifest when the formation is attacked. Utilizing his own mental energy to extend its influence, each assault gradually depletes his residual spirit. Once the formation is breached, all traces of his mental power will be obliterated. Within the stone talisman, the little weasel discerned Wu Yun's intentions and nodded mischievously. "Your brother operates with such meticulous precision, truly the mark of a master. However, it is rather ruthless, haha, but I quite enjoy it." The little weasel relishes in exclusivity. Wu Yun's actions are akin to entering another's home and locking the door behind him. After completing his task, Wu Yun chuckled and said to Lin Dong, "Let us go. It has just turned night, and those outside will at least take until dawn to breach the formation. We have this night to ourselves. Let us seize all valuables within this ancient tomb." "Isn't that a bit excessive?" Lin Dong's lips twitched. What if the outsiders discover that a powerful figure of the Nirvana realm has passed, yet this tomb is devoid of treasures? Would they not resurrect the tomb's master with their ire? "Ha. Once we enter and behold the treasures, if you still wish to leave something for those outside, I shall not hinder you." Wu Yun smiled. Lin Dong, still youthful, was unaware that in the future, his actions would be even more audacious. During the Battle of the 100 Dynasties, he would wield the devouring ancestral talisman, claiming treasures with unparalleled ferocity. Here, Wu Yun produced a string of spatial bags from his waist. So many spatial bags. Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment, realizing Wu Yun held over a dozen. Brother, you are well prepared. Wu Yun replied, preparation is key. I worry about the wealth we may accumulate. The thought of being unable to transport it all is quite daunting. The two divided the spatial bags and proceeded toward the palace. Within the stone talisman, the little weasel observed Wu Yun's thorough preparedness, feeling somewhat abashed. This reincarnator is rather unorthodox. Could he have been a tomb raider in his past life? Chapter 71, Bountiful Harvest in the Ancient Tomb. Once they traversed the formation barrier, no further obstructions remained. Arriving at the entrance of the palace, they encountered a massive stone door. The two gently pushed it open and cautiously closed it behind them, striving to leave minimal traces. Upon entering, an overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped them. Although the Nirvana Realm Master had presumably perished many years ago, his lingering presence still seemed to cast a shadow over this place, causing the flow of Yuan force within their bodies to become slightly sluggish. The power of a Nirvana Realm Master is truly formidable. Even the remnants of their might, eroded by time, retain such potency. One can only imagine the terror they would have exuded in their prime. Feeling the weight of this oppressive atmosphere, a grave expression flickered in Lin Dong's eyes. Though it was night, their mental probing allowed them to discern the conditions within the hall. They beheld a vast chamber, featuring numerous passages leading into the depths. The little ferret whispered, Lin Dong, my dear boy, it's merely the Nirvana realm. There's no need for such lamentation. Just look at your elder brother. How composed he is. Take a leaf out of his book. Embody the demeanor of a true warrior. He felt that Lin Dong was rather inexperienced. At that moment, Wu Yun was probing the Grand Hall and its passages with his spiritual energy. Within the hall, formations still existed, albeit rendered ineffective. Elder brother, where shall we go? Lin Dong hesitated, gazing at the passage. Wu Yun smiled slightly. Of course, we shall explore them all. You start from the left, and I will take the right. Let us gather any treasures we can carry. Proceed with caution, and ensure our traces are not too conspicuous, so it's not obvious we entered ahead of time. With that, he entered the far right passage alongside Bai Yun. Upon entering, Wu Yun immediately concentrated his spiritual energy into a gathering rune in his palm. The passage was flanked by stone houses on both sides. Exploring each one individually would prove excessively slow and impractical, given the vastness of the palace. By the time they finished scouring the outer passage, dawn would likely break, hindering any deeper exploration. Wu Yun conducted a general sweep with his spiritual energy, then directed his palm towards each stone house. After 5 seconds, if he detected nothing significant or his palm remained unresponsive, he would proceed to the next. Indeed, this was the tomb of a Nirvana Realm powerhouse. Before long, Wu Yun made his first discovery. In the 7th stone house, his gathering rune reacted vigorously. Elated, he approached the entrance. An energy barrier guarded the stone door, which he effortlessly dispelled by sketching a boundary rune. With a single step, he entered the chamber. In the darkness, brilliant rays of light pierced his eyes, causing him to squint. To his astonishment, the stone house was entirely adorned with a form of cold jade. Enveloped in a faint chill, Wu Yun casually surveyed the cold jade decorations, but soon, his gaze was drawn to the rounded pills strewn across the floor. These pills were the size of an infant's fist, each one smooth as jade, evidently of exceptional quality, and teeming with astonishing fluctuations of elemental energy. Pure Yuan pills. Wu Yun stared in amazement at the abundance of pills covering the stone house. Pure Yuan pills are far more precious than Yang Yuan pills, with a single pure Yuan pill equivalent to 100 Yang Yuan pills. Only those above the Yuan Dan realm can refine them. And even lesser Yuan Dan cultivators require half a month or even a month to successfully produce a single pure Yuan pill. In Yin City, they are exceedingly rare, and no one would readily part with them for trade. Now, within this stone house, the number of pure Yuan pills was at least in the tens of thousands, translating to millions of Yang Yuan pills. Roar. Bai Yun also let out a joyful growl, unable to contain her drool. Go ahead and eat. Wu Yun chuckled. Bai Yun extended her tongue, swiftly swallowing a handful of pills. Wu Yun felt no regret. He earned these pills for Bai Yun to enjoy. However, the abundance of elixirs here is overwhelming. Bai Yun cannot possibly consume them all, and even if he did, the time required for digestion would be considerable. Clearly, this is not the opportune moment. Wu Yun, with a flick of his mental energy, swept all the elixirs into his Qingquan bag. A cursory examination revealed over 30,000 of them, an impressive fortune indeed, equivalent to the spoils of 3 Blood Wolf gang raids. Without lingering, Wu Yun continued to explore the stone chambers below. He harbored no concerns for Lin Dong, for with the celestial demon weasel accompanying him, the search would be far more thorough, ensuring that no treasures were overlooked. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was also reaping significant rewards with even greater efficiency. Lin Dong, do not dawdle. These chambers are devoid of treasures. Move forward to the 6th stone chamber on the left, urged the little weasel. Heeding the advice, Lin Dong hurried to the specified chamber, and upon entering, he gulped in astonishment. Yet another room brimming with pure yuan pills. Xiaoyan, be more restrained. Lin Dong admonished as the little weasel plunged into the pile of elixirs, voraciously consuming the pure yuan pills with the enthusiasm of a spirited hound. With a mental pull, Lin Dong unhesitatingly gathered all the pills, leaving not a single one behind. The total had now exceeded 80,000. The first Qianquan bag was completely filled. Stunned, Lin Dong, clutching a Qianquan bag, declared triumphantly, "Look at this, big brother." Lin Dong, do not act like a rustic. Cultivate some ambition. This is merely the beginning. The true treasures lie ahead. These pure yuan pills are nothing compared to nirvana pills. The little weasel chided. It seems the tomb's master is rather impoverished. A powerful figure in the nirvana realm hoarding only pure yuan pills is quite the disgrace. The weasel lamented, expressing its disappointment at the absence of nirvana pills. In their circles, one would expect a nirvana realm expert to carry thousands of nirvana pills. Pure yuan pills are already a considerable prize. Lin Dong replied meekly. Let us hasten to the next passage. I can sense the aura of the demon spirit. The little weasel licked its lips within the stone talisman, leading Lin Dong. They proceeded swiftly, scavenging through the stone doors of the outer passages, which predominantly housed elixirs, even including Yang Yuan stones and Yang Yuan pills. One could only imagine how fond the Nirvana Realm Tomb's master was of small change. Initially, Lin Dong had no intention of collecting these inferior Yang Yuan stones due to the limited capacity of his Qianquan bag. However, upon discovering a trove of talismans in one stone chamber, including dozens of mid-level Qianquan bags, he decided it prudent to take them back as resources should never be squandered, especially considering the fierce competition at home over a single Yang Yuan stone vein. Before long, the two reunited. Your pace is quite remarkable. What have you gathered? Wu Yun remarked with a hint of admiration. Out of the 18 outer passages, Lin Dong had explored 10. Hee, big brother, look, Lin Dong exclaimed, presenting 8 Qianquan bags filled with 400,000 pure yuan pills, over 1 million Yang Yuan stones, and Yang Yuan pills, along with dozens of talismans rivaling his fragmented yuan shuttle in strength. You even managed to gather the Yang Yuan stones, truly akin to plucking feathers from a passing goose. Wu Yun gently rubbed his forehead. Brother, was it not necessary? I was thinking the Qianquan bags might not suffice. Lin Dong chuckled, mirroring Wu Yun's earlier demeanor, and produced a multitude of Qianquan bags from his bosom. I have plenty of Qianquan bags here. Where are you, brother? Let us return and fill them up. We need not utilize them ourselves. They could be of great use to our family members. Mining back home is no easy task. We can effortlessly bring back a few million. Oh, Wu Yun paused, gazing at the intermediate and even advanced Qianquan bags in Lin Dong's hands. Coupled with Lin Dong's resolute determination to seize every alchemical pill in sight, he couldn't help but swallow hard. Little brother truly is ruthless. There was no need for him to worry about Lin Dong's lack of tenacity. Previously, he had feared Lin Dong might be indecisive, leaving some for those outside, but now, upon seeing the alchemical pills, Lin Dong was unwilling to spare even the Yang Yuan stones. This supposed self-restraint was failing him. No wonder he so readily gave away to Ling Qingzhu upon their first meeting in the original tale. Wu Yun silently scoffed. However, Lin Dong's reasoning held merit. The disciples of the martial arts hall indeed had a hard time mining. He recalled the exhilaration he felt upon first discovering the Yang Yuan stone vein. All right, let us pack everything. Without delay, Wu Yun swiftly returned to scour the stone houses where they had previously encountered the Yang Yuan stones and Yang Yuan pills, roughly estimating the haul to be close to 10 million. It was time to delve deeper. At the terminus of the 18 outer passages lay 10 larger corridors. The two continued their search, with Wu Yun employing the spirit-gathering runes to detect energy fluctuations. Of the 9 passages, only one exhibited signs of energy waves. The tomb pathways were rife with mechanisms and traps. Many stone houses within the previous 18 passages contained simple traps, all of which they skillfully avoided with their mental prowess and the violet extreme demon eyes. Simultaneously, Wu Yun gained some experience. Regardless of the treasure, there would always be a fluctuation of elemental energy detectable by the spirit-gathering runes. Among these 10 passages, 9 showed no response to the spirit-gathering runes, indicating they were likely trap-laden. A perilous journey indeed. This aligned with the design of most tomb pathways. Without the need to search each one individually, we shall proceed down this passage. Wu Yun pointed to one of the corridors. All right. Lin Dong obediently followed without further inquiry. He discreetly relayed a message to the little weasel in the communication talisman. Little weasel, did you discern anything? Just now. Brother merely swept his palm across the 10 passages and confidently chose one, even muttering about 9 deaths and 1 life, suggesting he possesses greater insight. The little weasel replied, your brother likely engages in such activities frequently. Though I am unaware of his method of judgment, his selection is indeed correct. There are treasures awaiting at the end of this passage. It secretly lamented Wu Yun's past profession of grave robbing. With Wu Yun's remarkable and proficient techniques, there was little chance of error. The two, akin to twin tigers, successfully reached the end of the passage. Upon encountering a stone door, it became evident that this was no ordinary threshold, but rather one forged from a peculiar jade of chilling beauty. The ornate embellishments alone hinted at the significance of the treasures within, treasures that even the formidable being who once achieved nirvana would surely hold in high regard. Wu Yun scrutinized the stone door closely, noting the faintly visible runes etched upon its surface. The seal upon this jade door was undoubtedly more potent than the previous ones. Wu Yun quickly discerned that the markings were a simplified version of sealing runes, typically employed to prevent the escape of energy, indicating that within the stone chamber lay artifacts of considerable power. Within the talisman, the little weasel's eyes sparkled with excitement as it exclaimed, Lin Dong. Everything inside is exactly what I need. I must insist that you ask your brother for all of it. If I can acquire these items, my strength will be greatly restored, and I implore you, even if I must kneel, please ask him for me. Lin Dong inquired, what lies within? You shall know shortly. Wu Yun had already begun to dismantle the seal, deftly sketching a rune upon the door with his mental energy, which instantly dissipated the barrier. His technique was astonishing, leaving Lin Dong in awe. Subsequently, the once closed stone door began to creak open. Lin Dong squinted at the revealed entrance, when suddenly, an overwhelming surge of energy surged forth from beyond the threshold, forcefully pushing both him and Air, who backed several steps. In the vast, dimly lit tomb, only the two of them remained, and the unexpected wave of energy sent a chill of fear through Lin Dong, causing him to break into a cold sweat, while Bai Yun and Xiao Yin were completely taken aback. Do not panic. It is merely the accumulated energy from the lengthy seal of the stone chamber. Upon stepping through the door, they were greeted by a spacious stone chamber, its walls adorned with intricate and mysterious runes. Within this chamber floated numerous luminous orbs, all of which were spirit beasts. Lin Dong's gaze fell upon the nearly 100 glowing spheres. An astonishment filled his eyes as he realized that each orb contained a slumbering spirit beast. The weakest of these beings exuded a presence stronger than the azure water python he had encountered beneath the Dancian pool. No wonder the little weasel had become so agitated. Lin Dong finally grasped its fervent emotions. Having once risked everything for a single azure water python, the weasel was now faced with 100 such beings. Even he felt a surge of anxiety. This place is nothing short of paradise. However, the most exhilarated of all was Xiao Yin. Upon witnessing the myriad spirit beasts, it let out a series of excited cries and leaped forward, extending its tongue to voraciously gulp down 4 or 5 spirit beasts in an instant. Stop. Make it cease at once. This foolish tiger dares to steal the weasel's spirit beasts. Witnessing this scene, the little weasel within the talisman erupted in outrage, fervently transmitting its distress to Lin Dong, on the verge of revealing itself. Xiao Yin, eat less, Lin Dong reluctantly shouted, striving to grasp the tiger's head. However, the ever-courageous Xiao Yin could hardly take in any words at this moment, as these demon spirits held an irresistible allure for him due to his mutated bloodline. Second brother, quickly put them away. Consuming too many might burst Xiao Yin. Save some for later. Wu Yun urged Lin Dong. These demon spirits were of little use to him, far inferior to medicinal pills. Hurry up, Lin Dong. What are you dawdling for? Didn't you hear your elder brother? They've all been given to you. Quickly stash them away before that foolish tiger devours them all. The little ferret pressed. He silently praised the reincarnator, deeming him a good person. Lin Dong swiftly summoned his mental energy to collect the demon spirits into his Qingzhu bag one by one. Thank you, elder brother, Lin Dong said after finishing his task. Wu Yun cast a knowing glance at Lin Dong's hands, suggesting, with so many demon spirits this time, you truly should thank me. Haha, let us continue. What did that mean? Did elder brother discover the little ferret? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. His brother had never accepted gratitude in such a manner before. Could it be that the elder had sensed the little ferret's presence? I thought I had hidden it well. In the stone talisman, the little ferret nervously touched its small mouse head. Little ferret, should we find an opportunity to confess your existence to elder brother? I do not wish to deceive him. Lin Dong suggested. Your elder brother would swallow me whole. The little ferret replied. No, look, with so many demon spirits just now, my elder brother didn't even bat an eye. He gave them all to me. He wouldn't eat you. And besides, given your appearance. I doubt he could bring himself to do so. The little ferret wore a grim expression, suddenly wanting to exclaim, "Can it be the same? Can it be the same? How can these demon spirits compare to me, the esteemed ferret? I was once a dominant force in my own right. Let us wait a bit longer. I'll observe further, and then tell your elder brother." With a mix of apprehension, the pair followed Wu Yun. After traversing the passage for over a quarter of an hour, they finally emerged. Outside the passage lay a vast, square-like hall. Their gazes were instantly drawn to the radiant light floating in the center of the hall. It was a spiritual treasure. Chapter 72. Collecting all spiritual treasure symbols and puppets. In the hall's midair was a luminous shield. Through this shield, several faint silhouettes could be discerned, taking the forms of a knife, bow and arrow, shield, armor, sword, and halberd, 6 distinct shapes. Spiritual treasures, and there were 6 of them. Xiaoyan circled beneath the light, looking up for a long time before realizing these glowing orbs were not edible, and instantly lost interest. Bai Yun, on the other hand, obediently followed her master like a demure lady, even when food was involved. She typically wouldn't devour it like Xiaoyan, but would patiently wait for her master to feed her slowly. In contrast to the two tigers' calmness, Lin Dong's heart raced uncontrollably. Thanks to the little ferret's enlightening, he now understood the rarity of spiritual treasures. It was known that not a single spiritual treasure could be found in the entire Flame City prior to this. His elder brother was truly remarkable. Even the enhanced fire sword he possessed barely reached the level of a spiritual treasure. In this place, 6 remarkable items appeared simultaneously, with the radiant blades among them shining exceptionally bright. Their luster surpassed even that of the elder brother's flame sword, leading Lin Dong to speculate that they might be even more formidable intermediate spiritual treasures. Truly, this was the lair of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Lin Dong silently marveled at the treasures he had encountered along the way, each more astonishing than the last. Even high-level spiritual treasures seemed insignificant in comparison. How could one consider themselves in the Nirvana realm when they were so destitute? The little weasel rolled its eyes and scoffed, claiming that, compared to their expansive homeland, the Nirvana realm in the Great Yin dynasty was nothing but a hick town. Unlike the two, Wu Yun was less contemplative. He gazed at the 6 luminous orbs with sheer delight. The reason was simple. The thrill of acquiring treasures without cost brought him joy, regardless of the quantity. All were his. "Allow me to breach this energy shield." Wu Yun stepped forward. The sealing shield here was more robust, yet there was nothing particularly extraordinary about it, as it merely employed sealing runes to encapsulate these spiritual treasures and energy, preventing them from losing potency over time. Concentrating his mental energy, Wu Yun manifested primitive sealing runes, intricately extending them into the light shield. As he inscribed the runes into the barrier, cracks began to form. With each additional rune, the fractures multiplied, and ultimately, as the primitive runes were fully inscribed, the energy shield, though not shattered, released its energy in a tranquil manner without causing a significant impact. Wu Yun had learned from his previous experience, and chose to gradually release the energy rather than hastily unsealing it. For a violent approach would be akin to bursting a hydrogen balloon. Finally, the 6 luminous orbs unveiled their true forms: 2 intermediate spiritual treasures and 4 lower-level ones. Wu Yun reflected internally as he effortlessly drew the treasures closer, ready to explore their mysteries. Aside from the blade-shaped spiritual treasure, there was another intermediate one, the halberd, its body appearing rather crude and dark, emitting the weakest glow among the 6. Had one not cast a careful glance, it would have been difficult to recognize it as a spiritual treasure. This was indeed one of the treasures Lin Dong had stumbled upon in the original narrative. Without the little weasel, he might have overlooked it. In the next moment, Lin Dong's discerning eye was revealed. "Elder brother, this blade is the strongest. It must be an intermediate spiritual treasure, perfectly suited for you." The little weasel interjected, "Humph, you lack insight. Though that blade-shaped spiritual treasure is formidable, the halberd is by no means inferior. Upon closer inspection, you will find that it is merely a semi-finished product. Just imagine, even in its incomplete state, its power rivals that of an intermediate spiritual treasure. What if it were fully completed?" At that moment, Wu Yun had already acquired the 6 spiritual treasures: the gentle breeze blade, the affectionate sword, the ancient halberd of celestial scales, the ancient shield of the mystic turtle, and the silken shell armor. Dragon's roar bow, Phoenix's cry arrow. Each celestial treasure bears its corresponding name. Upon witnessing these exquisite names, Wu Yun could not help but marvel at the flamboyance of the tomb's master, indeed a person of great flair. The pink short dagger and the deep azure long sword clearly form a pair. Romantic winds and tender feelings. Ancient halberd, ancient shield, silken threads with shells, dragon's roar, Phoenix's cry. My heavens, it is no wonder that one who has delved into the dual cultivation of yin and yang has attained the Nirvana realm. Just look at these treasures. They exude a certain irreverence. Wu Yun had yet to determine how to allocate these treasures, but resolved to equip himself first. For enhancing combat prowess was imperative at this moment. Second brother, having acquired these celestial treasures, we must utilize them. I shall claim the Fengyue roaching knife for myself. This knife, among the 6 celestial treasures, was the most powerful. The semi-finished Tianlin ancient halberd paled in comparison. Moreover, Wu Yun was accustomed to wielding a knife. Though the pink hue was somewhat ostentatious, its might was undeniable, thus he naturally donned it first. The Tianlin ancient halberd will certainly be yours, but I shall need it for the time being. Once we exit the tomb, I will bestow it upon you. In the meantime, you may use this sword or this bow and arrow set. The shield and armor would be equally divided between them. Lin Dong, ever perceptive and sensible, remarked. This tender-feeling sword is clearly a pair with elder brother's Fengyue roaching knife. It would be unwise to separate them. Besides, I am not particularly fond of using swords. When elder brother finds his beloved woman, he can gift it to sister-in-law. Second brother, how can you refer to your sister as sister-in-law? Wu Yun turned his head aside. Even in the darkness, he dared not face Lin Dong when this topic arose, for he felt a pang of guilt. Whether it pertained to the sister from before or the one that might soon come to be, Wu Yun felt a deep sense of indebtedness towards his brother. This was one of the reasons he sought to compensate Lin Dong in other ways. Wu Yun remained silent, for upon seeing the sword, his first thought was to gift it to Qingtan. Lin Dong continued, as for the bow and arrows, I am not adept either. Obtaining the Tianlin ancient halberd is already a great satisfaction for me. I shall temporarily wield this Xiangui ancient shield. That is acceptable, as it is only a temporary measure. Once we exit the tomb, I can present you with the Tianlin ancient halberd and perhaps even offer you another opportunity. Furthermore, with my skills, I can enhance the Tianlin ancient halberd for you, ensuring you do not suffer any loss. Wu Yun said with particular emphasis on the word loss. A double entendre that only he comprehended. Lin Dong replied, Elder brother, why would I ever feel that way? I am grateful to elder brother. That is well. There should be no discord between brothers. Wu Yun nodded in approval. Now, let us refine these celestial treasures. He handed the Xiangui ancient shield to Lin Dong. Then, with a bite of his tongue, he expelled a mouthful of vital blood, while simultaneously channeling his spiritual energy to envelop that essence, directly infusing it into the pink Fengyue roaching knife. As the essence of blood fused within, the wind and moon softness blade blossomed with radiant pink light, illuminating the entire hall in an instant. It exuded a warm aura that caressed Wu Yun's palm. The spiritual treasure possessed its own consciousness, capable of sensing its master. Lin Dong, with equal fervor, infused his essence into the ancient turtle shield, which immediately erupted in brilliant emerald light, casting a verdant glow upon him. Esoteric patterns, akin to the veins of blood, manifested upon the shield's surface. This was a shield forged from the genuine shell of an ancient turtle. Wu Yun sheathed his dagger and proceeded to refine the silken shell armor. This exquisite piece was primarily composed of golden silk interwoven with silver shells, enveloping the shells tightly. Reminiscent of gold encasing silver, a fitting name indeed. As Wu Yun infused his essence into it, golden and silver glimmers erupted forth, and he donned the armor immediately. The polished shells adhered to his skin like abalone, offering an exquisite tactile sensation, smooth and comfortable, devoid of any friction. It even imparted a refreshing coolness. For a man often beset by heat, this was a treasure. Wearing it not only alleviated the swelter, but also invigorated the mind. An impressive spiritual treasure, Wu Yun mused. The master of this tomb, undoubtedly a man of charm, knew how to savor life. A dragon roar bow and 7 phoenix cry arrows were also refined. Wu Yun recognized them as formidable long-range weapons he would surely need. In one fell swoop, he had refined 3 spiritual treasures, counting the bow and arrows as 8, resulting in a loss of 10 drops of essence, leaving him momentarily weakened. He needed to replenish this quickly, for this body would serve a significant purpose later. Wu Yun stowed away the treasures and prepared to delve deeper into the tomb, eager to seek out elixirs to restore his vitality. Let us proceed. There are still treasures within. The duo advanced further. Upon traversing the passage of the main hall, the space ahead suddenly expanded into a vast area, revealing an exceedingly spacious expanse. Within this area stood numerous towering wooden stumps, closely packed together, forming a labyrinth of winding pathways that twisted and turned, leading to unknown destinations. This peculiar terrain captured the attention of both Wu Yun and Xiao Yan, who sensed danger lurking among the multitude of stumps. Typically courageous, Xiao Yan hesitated, obediently trailing beside her sister, Bai Yun. As they approached the stumps, an eerie sound pierced the air, thud, thud, thud. It resembled the sound of heavy footsteps. Their mental energies probed the surroundings, revealing a figure amidst the stumps. Yet, it was not a person but rather a humanoid figure forged entirely of iron. Its body composed of fine steel, adorned with intricate and mysterious runes. What manner of creature is this? Lin Dong's brow furrowed. The sudden appearance of such an iron being in the silent, dark tomb was indeed startling. Moreover, Lin Dong sensed an aura comparable to that of a perfected Yuan Dan realm emanating from it. This was a talismanic puppet, a creation enjoyed by some formidable practitioners for various purposes, particularly for home defense. While Lin Dong was momentarily lost in thought regarding this entity, the voice of the little weasel echoed in his mind. Hee, a talismanic puppet. Wu Yun chuckled, his eyes gleaming with mischief under the influence of his purple demonic pupils as he scrutinized the puppet, focusing particularly on the runes adorning its form. The little weasel continued. Talismanic puppets are categorized into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower. This one is a lower-tier puppet, a rather rudimentary contraption, possessing only the power of a perfected Yuan Dan realm. As long as it is not of middle or upper tier, it poses no threat to you. A middle-tier puppet is comparable to a practitioner of the shaping realm, while an upper-tier puppet requires at least a practitioner of the Qi creation realm. Some exquisitely crafted upper-tier puppets can even challenge those who have attained the creation realm. They are not to be trifled with. Beyond upper-tier puppets, there exist even more powerful variants that even those in the Nirvana realm would hesitate to provoke. Certain grand sects dedicate themselves to the study of talismanic puppets, far surpassing the strength of your Da Yin dynasty. Lin Dong, my young friend, the world outside is vast. You shall understand this better with your own explorations. Upon hearing the weasel's explanation, Lin Dong could not help but feel a sense of reverence towards the talismanic puppet before him. However, upon closer inspection, he found it to be sluggish in its movements, rigid and utterly unyielding, casting doubt on its purported potency of the perfected Yuan Dan realm. Do not be concerned. This puppet's runes have dulled, and its spiritual imprint is on the verge of dissipating. With proper control, it is merely a mobile, hardened target. Wu Yun reassured Lin Dong at that moment. He then projected a stream of spiritual energy, which etched a wondrous rune in the air, subsequently embedding it within the puppet's head. The primitive annihilation rune, one of the primordial runes birthed from the cosmos, is capable of erasing all traces of energy and typically resides within the void, useful for eliminating evidence and creating attack formations. The power of the annihilation rune obliterated all remnants of the original spiritual imprint left by the previous master of the tomb within the puppet. Following that, Wu Yun infused his own spiritual imprint into it. Under his mental guidance, the talismanic puppet became surprisingly agile, almost as if it were a living being. Brother, have you tamed this talismanic puppet? Lin Dong exclaimed in awe, marveling at his brother's prowess. It seemed there was nothing beyond Wu Yun's capabilities. Indeed, though it is unfortunate that the core runes of this puppet have faded, preventing it from exhibiting its full potential. However, the materials are still of good quality. With a refinement and the inscription of new runes, it can still be utilized. It is a valuable asset. Once I restore it, it will at least exhibit the might of a perfected Yuan Dan realm puppet, suitable for guarding the home. I shall take it. It would be a shame to let it go to waste. With a flick of his hand, he stored the large, dark puppet within his spatial pouch. Lin Dong and the little weasel were thoroughly astonished, now accustomed to Wu Yun's remarkable abilities. Shall we proceed? Wu Yun urged, but do not rush. We are within a formation, a wooden stake array, and aimless wandering will lead us nowhere. Follow my lead. He stepped inside, his mental energy surging into his eyes as he employed the purple extreme demon eye, revealing the runes beneath the wooden stakes. Although Wu Yun could forcibly dismantle this formation using boundary runes, he chose a more gentle approach, allowing his companions to pass without clearing the path for others. With the purple extreme demon eye, he located the rune array's focal point and sketched an original binding rune with his mental energy, temporarily halting the operation of the wooden stake formation, allowing the 2 tigers to hurry through. As they traversed the wooden stake array, they discovered several inferior rune puppets along the way. Wu Yun employed the same method to capture them all. Before long, they emerged from the wooden stake array. He retracted the original binding rune he had conjured with his mental energy, after which the wooden stake formation resumed its normal function. Upon exiting the passage, they arrived at a spacious training ground. At last, they beheld the light, with luminous pearls illuminating the walls surrounding the training area. However, what greeted their eyes was a sea of dark figures. Both Wu Yun and the 2 tigers were taken aback. Even Wu Yun, who had mentally prepared himself, felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. After probing with his mental energy, they both breathed a sigh of relief, though the 2 tigers remained on edge. The training ground was meticulously arranged with numerous rune puppets, the quantity exceeding 100. Wu Yun couldn't help but gasp in his eyes. These were all formidable fighters at the peak of the Yuan-Dan realm. Collect them all, without exception. Chapter 73. Signing in at the Divine Elephant Prison. The continuous breakthrough of the power of the prison. Over 100 rune puppets represented an equal number of powerful beings at the pinnacle of the Yuan-Dan realm. Such a display could likely cause even shape-forming experts to tread carefully. The little weasel remarked, "What a shame. The runes within these puppets have already dissipated, rendering them nearly unusable. They may appear intimidating, but in truth, they are merely iron lumps." However, before the little weasel could finish its complaint, Wu Yun had already taken action. He retrieved his Qingzhu bag and began collecting the discarded rune puppets. While these puppets might seem like worthless scraps to others, Wu Yun was different. Possessing the original rune interpretation, he could effortlessly restore these puppets' runes, allowing them to shine anew and serve him. In the blink of an eye, he had gathered all the rune puppets in the training ground, totaling 180. 180, a formidable army of rune puppets if utilized wisely. Continuing onward, a rich fragrance of medicine wafted through the air. Ahead lay a crystal-clear lake, its depths visible, adorned with luminous pearls. At the center of the lake was a small pond constructed of jade stones, brimming with numerous spiritual herbs, all of considerable quality. Wu Yun quickly restrained Xiaoyan, preventing it from rushing ahead. The spiritual herbs within this tomb had likely been nurtured for an inconceivable duration. The ancient tomb's existence spanned at least several centuries, underscoring the immense value of these herbs. Wu Yun leapt across the surface of the lake, an unmistakable joy illuminating his face. As he approached the medicinal pool, his gaze swept over the area, quickly landing on the two dazzling, conjoined lotus flowers at the center, the black and white twin lotuses. The lotus platform, comparable in size to a bed, was divided equally into black and white, forming a natural yin-yang symbol. At the center of this symbol, two plump and round lotus seeds, one black and one white, had formed. Among the myriad spiritual herbs in the medicinal pool, this particular lotus occupied a central position, claiming a third of the space. The rich medicinal energy emanating from the seeds was the most potent Wu Yun had felt thus far, rivaling even the fire ancestor demon flower he had encountered in the magma cave of Ironwood Manor. He could not identify this herb. Lin Dong also soared over, and the little weasel in the stone talisman, upon detecting this herb, exclaimed in astonishment, "The yin-yang twin lotus." This was Lin Dong's first encounter with such a formidable spiritual herb, prompting him to inquire through telepathy, "What is this herb?" The weasel replied, "This is one of the heavenly, miraculous medicines. I never expected to find something like this in a mere Nirvana realm cave. It seems the owner of this tomb is not entirely destitute. The yin-yang twin lotus contains an exceptionally rich power of yin and yang, and this lotus platform can be utilized for cultivation. Even merely lying upon it yields benefits. The yin and yang seeds are even more remarkable, each possessing the essence of extreme yin and extreme yang. This is not as simple as absorbing the yin-yang energy prior to the Yuan-Dan realm. Such a substance generally cannot be ingested alone, nor can both be consumed simultaneously. A harmonious balance of yin and yang is required to absorb its energy. Ideally, it should be taken by a man and a woman together, allowing their energies to complement and mitigate the medicinal potency. This is the most perfect method. For practitioners of the dual cultivation path, this is considered an unparalleled treasure. Lin Dong pondered, "What do you mean by dual cultivation herb?" Indeed, however, you shouldn't harbor any thoughts about it. Given your current state, without a woman, consuming this medicine would overwhelm you with its energy, the weasel cautioned. Lin Dong rolled his eyes in exasperation but then contemplated, "Wouldn't the yin seed be quite suitable for Qingtan?" The weasel quickly clarified, "No, it's not that simple. These are the seeds of the yin-yang twin lotus. They contain yin within yang and yang within yin. Giving one to that girl Qingtan would be akin to poisoning her. Look at the herb by your feet. That is what Qingtan truly needs." Lin Dong glanced over to see a black spiritual herb resembling a small snake coiled up, exuding an extremely dense chill that permeated the nearby surface of the pool. Creating a layer of frost, it appeared quite extraordinary. "Extreme evil yin dragon saliva," Lin Dong exclaimed in surprise, realizing that he had been so captivated by the yin-yang twin lotus that he had overlooked this particular herb. One of the purposes of his visit was indeed to gather this extreme evil yin dragon's saliva for Qingtan. Aside from not recognizing the black and white twin lotus, Wu Yun could identify nearly all the other spiritual herbs present. The least among them were 6th grade spiritual herbs, with over a dozen specimens in total. In the realm of mystical flora, there existed the 7th grade aquatic spirit, the lotus of water, the celestial jade grass, and the soul jade fruit, alongside 2 8th grade spirit nurturing lotuses. Let us first harvest these precious herbs, returning later to study them in depth. Wu Yun promptly set to work. skillfully reaping the yin-yang twin lotus and placing it within a separate Qingzhu bag. After the duo had meticulously packed all the spiritual herbs, the medicinal pool still exuded a robust essence of these potent plants. Without hesitation, Wu Yun inscribed the extinguishing runes to eliminate all lingering energies. He then extended his mental prowess towards the depths of the pool, causing the water to swirl, and soon he retrieved a colossal talismanic puppet. Unlike the previous puppets, this one bore a copper-colored head, a mid-tier talismanic puppet. The little weasel, astonished, transmitted a message, having failed to sense this puppet earlier due to the presence of the yin-yang twin lotus. The remarkable prowess of the master left the weasel in awe, deepening its admiration for Wu Yun. Observing the relatively intact runes upon the puppet, Wu Yun smiled, casting a mental imprint into the construct. Now, he had acquired a capable assistant for shaping tasks, Wu Yun joyfully declared. He then extracted thousands of pure yuan pills from his Qingzhu bag, infusing them into the puppet's form. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 yellow talismans adorned with runes from another bag. Affixing them to the puppet's forehead, these were the gathering spirit and devouring runes. But that was not all. Wu Yun pointed to his brow, summoning a life talisman from his mud pill palace, and promptly embedded it into the puppet's head. Instantly, the runes on the talisman began to activate, and those on the puppet illuminated, forming a great vortex atop its head, drawing in the surrounding elemental energy of heaven and earth. Lin Dong watched in astonishment, while the little weasel, witnessing this spectacle, was utterly amazed by Wu Yun's ingenuity in harnessing such a method to empower the talismanic puppet. The weasel, overwhelmed with admiration, prostrated itself before Wu Yun. Lin Dong, still somewhat perplexed, sensed he grasped the concept, but not entirely. What does this mean, little weasel? He inquired. The weasel explained. This mid-tier talismanic puppet has been dormant for years and has long since depleted its energy. To activate it, at least 2,000 pure yuan pills are required, and your brother's approach is to replenish its energy. Understanding dawned upon Lin Dong. So this contraption consumes so many resources. My brother is truly astute, devising such an efficient method to save a considerable amount of pure yuan pills. Wu Yun chuckled. Let us proceed, with his intent guiding it. The copper-headed puppet began to march ahead, its heavy footsteps resonating in the corridor. The path ahead was fraught with peril, as they encountered numerous talismanic puppets, each formidable in its own right. Though not quite at the level of shaping, they were at least on par with the likes of Yushan. Nevertheless, Wu Yun deftly commanded his newly acquired mid-tier puppet to subdue and capture them all. After an extensive journey, having subdued several dozen comparable to the semi-formed realm, Wu Yun encountered yet another medium level blocking his path. This bore the spiritual imprint left by the master of the tomb. Wu Yun engaged in a prolonged battle, skillfully manipulating the until he depleted the remnants of the opponent's energy, ultimately erasing the lingering spiritual imprint with an annihilation rune. Second brother, this medium level is for you. Inscribe your spiritual imprint upon it, he urged. Ah, elder brother, this is on par with the formed realm. It is far too precious. Do not fret. Just take it, he insisted. Now, affix these 2 talismans, and then, as I did earlier, use your innate spirit talisman to help it gather energy. Lin Dong accepted. Such artifacts are not uncommon for an elder brother of my stature. However, my kindness towards you is genuine. I too wish to acknowledge this elder brother. The little weasel advised Lin Dong, envious of their camaraderie. What a splendid friendship it was. At this juncture, they had delved deep into the tomb, where a shimmering curtain of light appeared ahead. Without hesitation, the two entered the luminous veil. In an instant, a vivid crimson hue enveloped their vision. The blinding light assaulted their eyes, and a searing wave of heat rushed towards them, prompting both to swiftly channel their energy to protect their bodies. Before them lay a sea of flames, yet within this inferno, several fire-free pathways had been delineated. Wu Yun, utilizing his purple extreme demon eye, discerned the truth. These seemingly fireless passages were illusory. In reality, they were death traps. The deeper one ventured, the more intense the flames became. This is a formidable array. Second brother, remain herewith by Yun and Xiao Yin while I venture forth to investigate. Very well, elder brother, do exercise caution. Wu Yun leapt into the sea of flames, observing for a moment before heading directly towards the passage where the flames raged most fiercely. The array here was fundamentally based on fire runes and illusory runes. Wu Yun was well acquainted with the original forms of both runes, easily unraveling the intricacies of the formation, and even altering its operational dynamics to amplify its potency. Experimenting within, he identified a formation point and extracted it inscribed with fire runes, immediately diminishing the power of the flames significantly. He then took a rune engraving knife and meticulously re-inscribed the nearly faded runes on the, slightly extending them, before placing it back. Indeed, the sea of flames trembled, the surging flames growing even more formidable, and even some previously uninfused channels began to ignite. A wicked smile crept upon Wu Yun's lips as he conceived a devious plan. Meanwhile, Lin Dong at the mouth of the inferno, witnessing his brother vanish into the flames, felt a surge of anxiety. Though he possessed the purple extreme demon eye and could vaguely perceive the truth behind the Fade, he hesitated to choose the path engulfed in blazing fire. Fear not. Your elder brother has chosen the safest route. There is no flame there, the little weasel reassured him. Yet, scarcely had the words left its mouth when a fierce wave of fire surged towards them. Quick, retreat. The flames of the inferno intensified. After discerning the situation, Wu Yun refrained from further manipulating the fire array, as his quarry remained elusive. He ventured deeper within, and suddenly a grand bronze door materialized before him amidst the flames. Wu Yun slipped through the bronze door, and the crimson hue dissipated entirely, revealing a serene stone hall before his eyes. Ding! You have arrived at the ancient tomb. Would you like to check in? Abruptly, the familiar notification from the system echoed in his mind. Wu Yun patted his chest in disbelief. He had only just reached the main burial chamber. Check-in. Ding. Check-in successful. Reward acquired. God Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Ah, the God Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Wu Yun's eyes gleamed with excitement. He had finally obtained a more formidable martial art. He was somewhat familiar with this technique, which held great prestige in a certain realm. He was on the verge of reaching the pinnacle of the Yuandan realm, nearing the limits of the Xiantian art, while the Xiantian art could still be refined. It paled in comparison to this new technique. The arrival of the God Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique was perfectly seamless. In that moment, an overwhelming flood of information regarding the technique surged through his mind, inundating him with knowledge that caused a throbbing pain in his head. Far more intricate than the Xiantian Baolu, its complexity was rivaled only by the most convoluted original rune deciphering. It took him a considerable time to process the deluge. However, there was no time for leisurely contemplation. Regaining his composure, Wu Yun resumed his exploration of the tomb, surveying his surroundings. The stone hall was devoid of extravagant embellishments, instead exuding a stark simplicity, barren and unadorned. As his gaze swept across the hall, it finally settled on the center, where a stone sarcophagus lay uncovered, above which gathered a luminous orb radiating vibrant life energy. Within that orb, a heart of emerald, seemingly forged from brilliant energy, pulsed gently, and with each heartbeat. The primordial energy within the hall appeared to resonate. This was the greatest treasure of the hall, the Nirvana heart. Wu Yun merely observed without making a move. Instead, he approached the sarcophagus and bowed respectfully to the deceased tomb owner, who had remained virtuous even in death. Senior, I apologize for intruding at such a late hour. Please forgive me. Silence enveloped the tomb, with no response forthcoming. Yet, Wu Yun maintained an outward demeanor of reverence towards the tomb owner, aware of the unfolding narrative. He understood that the greatest opportunity here could only be claimed with the assistance of this long-departed master of the tomb. Now that your tomb has resurfaced, a pack of wolves lurks outside, awaiting the chance to breach the seal and seize your treasures. As an unworthy junior, I have come in advance to cleanse your tomb, thus repaying a tremendous favor to you, esteemed elder. To express my gratitude, I vow to ensure that no one shall disturb your peace here. The senior's Nirvana heart shall remain untouched for now, allowing it to accompany the elder for a while longer. Should the day come when I, as the junior, find myself hopeless in breaking through the Nirvana realm, I may seek your presence once more, and I hope you will not take offense. With genuine sentiment, Wu Yun expressed these words, bowing respectfully to the stone coffin, casting a reluctant glance at the Nirvana heart before turning to exit the tomb, gently closing the bronze door behind him. Once Wu Yun departed, the stone coffin stirred slightly, and a faint voice echoed in the tranquil tomb. Heh, what an interesting and thoughtful child. Wu Yun retraced his steps with Lin Dong, erasing their lingering spiritual and elemental energy signatures along the way with dispelling runes. Upon returning to the mountaintop and emerging from the Great Formation, dawn had already arrived, casting a grayish light. Wu Yun and Lin Dong stealthily seized an opportunity to exit the energy shield, blending into the crowd of explorers with feigned expressions of disappointment. Morning had broken, yet Wu Yun did not encounter anyone from the Lin clan. The disruptors had likely not yet arrived. It seemed they had come too early and would need to wait another day. Wu Yun took a deep breath and remarked that the two of them, riding on their steeds, would arrive at their destination sooner than others. Come, let us find a place to enhance our strength. Not far from the tomb, they discovered a secluded cave, instructing by Yun and Xiao Yin to guard it. They then retrieved the 6th and 7th grade spiritual herbs, refining them into elixirs and commencing their cultivation on the spot. The potent medicinal effects propelled their strength to new heights, their elemental energy surging forth, breaking through the pinnacle of the elemental Dan realm. While Wu Yun had the capacity to advance further into the shaping realm, he typically refrained from forcing breakthroughs, believing in the importance of establishing a solid foundation at each stage, waiting for the opportune moment to advance. Additionally, he recognized the need to transition to a new cultivation method, resisting the urge for an immediate breakthrough. He began to contemplate the divine elephant suppression technique residing in his mind, a martial art conceived by the Supreme Sovereign, which posited that the human body is composed of countless minute particles. If each particle could cultivate the power of the divine elephant, tearing the heavens and rending the earth would become trivial, and even bringing down stars would be within reach. This technique is remarkable in its capacity to manifest innumerable astonishing abilities, each concealing profound mysteries. The initial stage of cultivation adheres to the notion that the human body comprises 800 million particles, unlocking the power of the colossal elephant. Once the skin develops a keratinous membrane, it can absorb most of the energy from martial arts for personal use. Upon achieving the successful unlocking of the human body's particles, one may return to the starting point, unlocking dragon elephant particles before progressing to elemental elephant particles until the entirety of the body is suffused with divine elephant particles, signifying great completion. Merely perusing this introduction revealed a scope far surpassing previous techniques, igniting Wu Yun's imagination. Moreover, he discovered that this martial art encompassed a vast array of principles, with the foundational knowledge acquired from the Xiantian technique falling within its purview, thereby posing no hindrance to its cultivation. Rather, it would serve as an aid. This further corroborated the notion that the Xiantian technique is a remarkably refined foundational cultivation method. As Wu Yun delved into the insights of this technique, Xiao Yin and Bai Yun were also devouring demon spirits and elixirs to achieve breakthroughs. Bai Yun, in particular, was the most formidable. Her ascension encountered no bottlenecks whatsoever. Possessing the bloodline of the White Tiger, her potential for growth was exceedingly high, rendering her early cultivation merely an accumulation of energy. After refining 100,000 pure yuan pills and several 6th and 7th grade herbs, she directly ascended to the formative realm. Now, she stood as the highest ranked among the two tigers. Although Xiao Yan had attained the great perfection of the Yuan Dan realm, he still needed to refine all the demon spirits he had consumed to stabilize his rank. The cultivation of powerful techniques is not an endeavor that can be accomplished overnight. So after temporarily solidifying his Yuan power realm, Wu Yun presented 2 8th-grade nourishing spirit lotuses for Lin Dong to refine into pills. The nourishing spirit lotus is a supreme spiritual herb for cultivating mental strength. From these 2 lotuses, they obtained 8 pills. Previously, during their training in the Pill Tower, both Wu Yun and Lin Dong had already reached the level of 3-print talismans, with Wu Yun nearing the 4-print threshold. Now, they could utilize the nourishing spirit lotus to push their limits. The two continued to consume the pills for further cultivation, with the devouring effects of their life talismans. Their refinement proceeded swiftly. Boom. Wu Yun consumed a nourishing spirit pill and was the first to break through, condensing his 4th life spirit talisman and becoming a 4-print talisman master. Lin Dong's accumulation of mental strength was slightly inferior to Wu Yun's. After consuming 2 nourishing spirit pills, he too followed suit and achieved the rank of 4-print talisman master. Upon breaking through, Lin Dong thoughtfully remarked, "There are still 5 pills left, brother. You should use them to strive for the 5-print talisman master." Wu Yun pondered for a moment before nodding. "Very well, I shall not be polite." Contemplating the imminent confrontation with the 4 great clans and the formidable Ling Qingzhu, he recognized the necessity of strength to suppress them. Wu Yun's mental power, bolstered by the chaos-divine grinding contemplations, allowed him to refine his mental strength repeatedly without fearing instability in his realm due to excessive growth. He continued to consume the nourishing spirit pills for cultivation. Upon ingesting the 5th pill, he successfully broke through to become a 5-print talisman master. At this moment, Wu Yun felt an unprecedented surge of strength. The 2 tigers rested in the cave for a night. The following day, the number of people at the foot of the Tomb Mansion mountain had increased significantly. "Brother, we have already seized all the opportunities here. What are we still doing?" Lin Dong inquired, perplexed. "Shouldn't we make a swift exit with our gains? I barely slept soundly last night." "Of course, we must deal with people." Wu Yun replied without hesitation. "Deal with whom?" Lin Dong asked, even more confused. "Certainly, those who do not comply." Wu Yun chuckled. "Haha, I was just teasing you. I merely wish to observe their reactions when they discover the Tomb Mansion is utterly deserted after entering. Don't you want to see?" He gestured toward the group at the base of the mountain. "There's a saying, murderers often return to the scene of their crime to admire their handiwork." Wu Yun naturally harbored such sentiments, and Lin Dong was no exception. Intrigued by Wu Yun's remarks, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of amusement. Despite inwardly grumbling about his older brother's flaws, Likewise, Xiao Jiao silently pondered how even the esteemed figures among them possessed peculiar quirks akin to ordinary mortals. However, Wu Yun's true intention for lingering was surely not rooted in such superficial superiority. The primary reason lay in his identity as a formidable being. Let us blend into the crowd, he suggested. Since we are already here, leaving abruptly might raise suspicions. Furthermore, I have yet to acquire the Nirvana heart. There remains a final challenge in the main tomb chamber that I could not overcome without the assistance of other strong individuals. Wu Yun explained earnestly as the two merged with the throng. He then discreetly conveyed to Lin Dong, remember, when the seal is lifted, we must approach it with the same curiosity as our initial entry. Whatever others do, we shall follow suit. If they curse the master of this tomb, we shall join in their condemnation, understood? Moreover, you need not delve too deeply. Stay with Bai Yun and Xiao Yin in the outer passages, ensuring you are visible to others. Despite his meticulous arrangements, a hint of concern lingered, as Lin Dong was the chosen one of their realm. The last thing he desired was for Lin Dong to seize the opportunity just as he was prepared to unveil his full potential. Understood, big brother. Lin Dong replied obediently. At the foot of the mountain, among the gathered crowd, those with tents began to dismantle their shelters, while discussions buzzed about the impending disruption of the seal. Wu Yun spotted Old Tao and others from the Lin clan, as well as Chen Su and his comrades from the Tiandao sect, but chose to disregard them, merely nodding slightly at Lin Kuo. As the eager anticipation of the crowd grew, time slowly passed. When the sun reached its zenith, a resounding roar of wind echoed from the distant horizon. They have arrived. Chapter 74. The celestial maiden Ling Qingzhu enters the mortal realm. The true masters, adept at breaking seals, had come, the geniuses of the four great clans. The first to make an entrance was Lin Langtian from the Lin clan, a cultivator at the Qi gathering realm. He descended upon a magnificent crimson eagle, soaring through the air with astonishing speed. Upon reaching the grand formation, he halted, standing effortlessly in a flowing azure robe, his hands clasped behind his back. The gentle breeze tousled his long hair, enhancing his nonchalant demeanor and captivating many who beheld him. Indeed, he was renowned as the foremost genius of the Lin clan, and countless individuals gazed upon him with deep admiration. Yet, beside Wu Yun, Lin Dong clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, muttering Lin Lang Tian in a barely audible tone. Wu Yun sighed inwardly. Lin Langtian was indeed formidable, aided by his grandfather's enchanted ring, making him a challenging target to eliminate early on. Wu Yun held no particular disdain or affection for Lin Langtian. Their conflict was merely personal. To be precise, Lin Langtian was not an embodiment of pure malice. However, now that Wu Yun had forged a brotherly bond with Lin Dong, their allegiance was undoubtedly unified against external threats. However, he is currently unable to contend with Lin Langtian. Confronting him directly would be perilous, especially considering the presence of his esteemed elder, which could jeopardize his own safety. Naturally, even if Wu Yun possessed the power to eliminate him, he would refrain from doing so, for Lin Langtian's demise must be reserved for Lin Dong. Lin Langtian stands as a haunting specter in Lin Dong's heart. Indeed, during Lin Dong's final confrontation with the Demon Emperor, the latter transformed into Lin Langtian's likeness, attempting to shatter Lin Dong's spirit. Only by vanquishing Lin Langtian could Lin Dong liberate himself from the shadows of his youth. Lin Langtian, exuding an air of arrogance, cast a fleeting glance at the assembled crowd below before turning his gaze elsewhere. The members of the Lin clan, upon beholding Lin Langtian, were overwhelmed with excitement. To the younger generation, he was nothing short of a divine idol. A second figure emerged, a radiant golden light piercing through the air, morphing into an immense golden spear, over 10 feet long. Upon this spear stood a figure clad in golden robes, his long hair cascading, emanating an aura of unbridled pride. It was Wang Yan from the Wang clan, a master of the forming realm. The golden spear he wielded exuded a formidable presence, surpassing even Wu Yun's wind and moonblade, being a superior spiritual treasure, the Wang family's great Luo golden spear. Next appeared the third prodigy, Qin Shi from the Qin clan, also a master of the forming realm. He arrived riding a wind phoenix, garbed in a blue robe, his features strikingly handsome, almost ethereal, possessing a beauty that rivaled that of women. Wang Yin remarked, "Now that everyone is present, shall we commence?" Lin Langtian replied, "Not so fast. There is another formidable expert invited by the Huangpu family." An air of anticipation enveloped the crowd. Who could possibly be esteemed enough for Lin Langtian to regard them as superior? A delicate voice suddenly resonated through the atmosphere, enchanting and melodious, as if imbued with a peculiar magic, causing many to gaze in bewildered rapture. Upon hearing the voice, Wu Yun hastily activated his purple extreme demon eye. A streak of azure light swept across the distant sky, ultimately transforming into a blue lotus. Upon this lotus, a graceful silhouette emerged, her face veiled in sheer fabric. Yet the crystalline clarity of her eyes rendered the surroundings dim in comparison. Clad in a pale, simple gown, with brows like emerald feathers and skin as white as snow, her waist slender, and the veil adorning her face accentuated her ethereal beauty, captivating all who beheld her. Such a woman, with such exceptional grace, was indeed a rarity in the world. Wu Yun, lacking in refinement, silently marveled at her exquisite beauty. Everyone was entranced by Ling Qingzhu's appearance. Even with her face partially concealed, the contours revealed an almost flawless visage, inciting a desire to tear away the veil and behold her breathtaking beauty that could overshadow a garden of blossoms. Wu Yun, through his purple extreme demon eye, scrutinized closely. Though Ling Qingzhu projected politeness, her crystalline eyes held an air of aloofness, as if warding off all who approached. The goddess, both fiery and frigid, evokes an irresistible desire for conquest. Her lofty demeanor inspires reverence in others, yet Wu Yun yearns for the means to subdue her. In unison, the four of them launch an assault on the energy seal of the ancient tomb, their strikes causing a tumultuous upheaval in the elemental forces of the realm. Boom, boom, boom. The energy shield reverberates with the vibrations of their power, brilliant flashes of elemental energy illuminating the surroundings in a spectacular display. However, despite their prolonged efforts, the seal remains unyielding. A quarter of an hour passes. Half an hour passes. An hour passes. The four persist in their onslaught, yet the energy shield stands resolute. Below, the crowd transitions from fervent anticipation to a state of stunned silence, their excitement gradually waning until they resign to sitting on the ground and wait. Whispers of discontent arise among them. Will it ever work? Wasn't it said that the presence of the four great clans would easily break the seal? This is exhausting to watch. The flowers will wilt before this ends. The earlier grandeur of the four has now transformed into the drudgery of laborers, relentlessly striking the energy shield under the scrutiny of the crowd. Ironically, their efforts yield no praise. Brother, I never imagined that a mere flick of your hand would create such formidable resistance. Lin Dong communicated telepathically, filled with admiration for his elder brother. Knowing the truth, he secretly reveled in the spectacle, finding delight in witnessing these so-called geniuses being toyed with. Little Weasel remarked, "Hee, the elemental energy of these four is nearly depleted. Our master is truly devious." Wu Yun responded, "I too did not anticipate such effectiveness. Perhaps they are simply too weak." Together, the three of them could be deemed the happiest in this scenario. In the air, the expressions of the four grew increasingly grim. Wang Yin exclaimed, "What kind of shield is this? It's impossibly resilient." Qingzhu pondered, "Could it be that our earlier assessments were incorrect? The seal does not seem to be weakening." Lin Langtian asserted, "The energy of the seal is diminishing. It will soon break. We must hold on." Ling Qingzhu remained silent, her brow furrowed in concentration. And with a haughty huff, she unleashed a flurry of lotus petals that pierced the energy shield, finally creating a hairline fracture. Within the seal, the mental energy runes left by Wu Yun dissipated, and the energy shield could no longer withstand Ling Qingzhu's relentless onslaught. The seal was on the verge of collapse. Excitement surged through the crowd as they rose to their feet, astonished by Ling Qingzhu's prowess. While the other three had ceased their attacks, her single strike had caused the seal to crack. Their admiration for Miss Qingzhu's azure lotus was palpable. Lin Langtian, Wang Yin, and Qin Shi were equally astonished, their gazes fixated on the azure lotus platform beneath Ling Qingzhu's delicate feet. "It is merely coincidence, a testament to the efforts of you all." Ling Qingzhu chuckled lightly. "Let us proceed." For individuals surged towards the summit, delivering a final strike that shattered the protective shield. They entered the ancient tomb. Charge! Outside the stone door, a throng of individuals, their eyes ablaze, rushed inside, resembling famished wolves, starved of desire for years, encountering a beautiful maiden in the nude before them. A sense of madness enveloped the scene. With hearts brimming with anticipation, they ventured into the tomb. "Hee, let us join as well." Wu Yun and Lin Dong exchanged a knowing smile and followed the crowd into the depths of the tomb. These individuals scattered into various passages, frantically searching. Empty, empty. There is nothing. How could this be? Hurry, let us delve deeper. Every stone chamber was invaded, yet each return was met with expletives. Forward, still empty. A vast throng continued onward, cursing as they progressed. Damn it, what kind of ancient tomb is this? Where are the powerful beings of the Nirvana realm? Poor enough to not have a single treasure. I've toiled for days only to find this. The owner of this tomb is utterly disgraceful, whether vocal or internal. All who flooded into the tomb, including Wu Yun and Lin Dong, cursed the lineage of the tomb's master. Particularly, Wu Yun relished this opportunity to join in the cacophony of insults, his outbursts resonating with those around him, who found camaraderie in his sentiments. This rare tomb exploration was devoid of violence, as they collectively vented their frustration towards the tomb's owner, some even exchanging tips on how best to express their grievances. They had awaited this moment for far too long. After all, they were in the presence of a Nirvana realm powerhouse. Now, their collective ire transformed into motivation to berate the tomb's master. Soon, the crowd arrived at the wooden stake formation, which impeded the majority. Only Ling Qingzhu and the other three entered. "Second brother, wait for me outside," Wu Yun instructed before stepping inside. He swiftly arrived at the Sea of Flames, where the four had already entered, their purpose singular, to seize the Nirvana heart, wholly indifferent to any treasures that might lie within the outer chambers. They charged directly to this location. Wu Yun employed the purple extreme magic eye and, as anticipated, Ling Qingzhu successfully dismantled the formation, gaining access to the innermost main chamber. Lin Langtian and the other three found themselves ensnared within the formation. Wu Yun observed the trio struggling against the flames, having exhausted their energy while dismantling the formation outside. Now, faced with the relentless fire, they appeared exceedingly beleaguered. "Humph," Wu Yun coldly snorted, stealthily stepping into the Sea of Flames, pinpointing the location of the formation's core. He exerted all his strength to inscribe the illusory runes and flame runes, enhancing the formation's potency. Whether they survived or not depended on their own fate. Wu Yun mused mischievously. At this moment, there was no safe haven within the formation. It was certain that the three would emerge bruised, if not worse. Ultimately, they would not be able to enter the main chamber. How delightful it was to have no interruptions. Wu Yun's heart began to race. This was, after all, his inaugural experience. He slowly approached the main tomb chamber, where the bronze door stood ajar. Ling Qingzhu was inside. Wu Yun straightened his attire and pushed the door open to enter. "This is not a place for you. Leave at once." Ling Qingzhu's ethereal voice resonated. Wu Yun gradually lifted his gaze, and there she was, a figure as serene as a lotus, suspended in the air, her crystalline eyes unwaveringly fixed upon him. Ling Qingzhu stood barefoot, her delicate feet alabaster in hue, lightly resting upon the azure lotus. As he drew closer, a subtle fragrance wafted into Wu Yun's nostrils. He finally had the opportunity to appraise her breathtaking beauty. Within her tranquil demeanor lay the essence of a still, secluded water body, her pale, simple gown accentuating her nearly flawless form. She resembled a celestial maiden who had descended from the realms of immortality, possessing a beauty that could captivate the world, a beauty so profound it evoked a sense of awe, devoid of earthly trivialities, and simultaneously elicited a feeling of inaccessibility. If there were indeed celestial beings in this world, Wu Yun believed they would embody such perfection. Ling Qingzhu was unlike any woman Wu Yun had encountered before. She truly exemplified that ethereal purity to an extraordinary degree. Wu Yun clasped his hands in respect and stated, "I am Wu Yun, merely a humble practitioner of the Yuan Dan realm, lacking any desire to vie for treasures with you. Please feel free to pursue your intentions. I am merely curious and shall not interfere." Ling Qingzhu's current prowess surpassed even that of Lin Langtian, making any attempt to assert dominance clearly futile. Moreover, the celestial aura surrounding Ling Qingzhu instilled in Wu Yun a sense of reverence, akin to a sage who could only be admired from afar. The individuals nurtured by the Nine Heavens Ta Ching Palace truly are remarkable. Wu Yun awaited the old guardian of the tomb to take action. Even Lin Langtian and his companions had faltered, ensnared by the great formation outside. Yet, for Wu Yun to breach this sanctum, he must possess some measure of skill. Ling Qingzhu scrutinized Wu Yun intently, assessing whether he posed any threat. However, from every angle, Wu Yun merely appeared to be at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm. "What is your esteemed name?" she inquired. "I am called Ling Qingzhu. Since you, young master Wu Yun, harbor no intention to contest, I shall express my gratitude in advance. I have no desire to force anyone, so I kindly ask you not to harbor any ulterior motives." Upon finishing her words, Ling Qingzhu reached for the Nirvana heart, settling into a meditative posture upon the azure lotus to commence her refinement. The verdant Nirvana heart, under the influence of her formidable azure essence, melted at an accelerated pace. Within mere minutes, the heart transformed entirely into a swirling mass of emerald liquid. A formidable pressure emanated from the melting Nirvana heart, causing Wu Yun to feel a notable weight. Ling Qingzhu extended her jade-like hand, gracefully lifting a corner of the sheer veil, as she parted her lips. The emerald liquid cascaded down, merging into her rosy mouth. In a fleeting glimpse, Wu Yun beheld the flawlessly exquisite visage of Ling Qingzhu. The once clear mind has become tainted. Beneath the dantian, a delicate flame has ignited. Ling Qingzhu is in the midst of refining the Nirvana heart. while Wu Yun approaches the stone coffin. At this moment, the coffin lid has been opened, evidently by Ling Qingzhu herself. Inside, there lies only a skeleton resting peacefully, devoid of any other treasures. However, Wu Yun's purple extreme demon eyes reveal a small inscription on the coffin wall beside the skeleton. In my lifetime, I ascended to nirvana through the powers of yin and yang. Thus, what I leave behind must be understood through the harmony of yin and yang. If yin and yang remain unbalanced, one shall surely suffer the consequence of being consumed by flames. Upon silently reciting these words, a wicked smile crept upon Wu Yun's lips. He then bowed deeply to the stone coffin and quietly addressed it. Elder, I sincerely apologize. I had no idea this woman would be so formidable. I have fortified the formations you set outside, yet she still managed to intrude, disturbing your peace. I have failed you. Wu Yun murmured his apologies, filled with remorse. At that moment, within the green lotus, Ling Qingzhu's fair skin, exposed beyond her garments, flushed with a faint hue. A potent and pure energy surged from her being, sending ripples through the aura of the green lotus. She had fallen prey. Ling Qingzhu furrowed her brow as primordial energy continuously emanated from her dantian, struggling to suppress this turbulent force, but to no avail. At this juncture, she was acutely aware of the predicament. The shameless scoundrel. Her face reddened as she glared at the stone coffin, irritation flickering in her eyes. Unable to contain herself, her primordial energy transformed into a colossal palm, striking the coffin with tremendous force. The coffin shattered, leaving no remains of its occupant. Feigning fear, Wu Yun moved towards the bronze door. Miss Qingzhu, please take your time in your cultivation. I shall take my leave. Observing Wu Yun's demeanor, Ling Qingzhu couldn't help but chuckle softly. Yet, how could she allow him to depart so easily? Having lingered earlier, it was now too late. With a flick of her hand, the bronze door slammed shut. Young Master Wu, Ling Qingzhu spoke softly. Have you finally arrived? What do you want? Wu Yun feigned a cold tone. I wish to borrow the yang energy from your body. Should I succeed in resolving this predicament, I shall certainly reward you handsomely, Ling Qingzhu murmured gently. That seems rather inappropriate. I am not one to be so easily persuaded, Wu Yun responded. Ling Qingzhu, incensed, thought, am I so easily dismissed? Fear not, young master. It is not necessary for us to engage in intimacy to draw upon your yang energy. I possess other means, she said, her voice tinged with a breathy quality, exhaling warmth as she spoke. Absolutely not. My body is precious. Miss Qingzhu, perhaps you should seek another, Wu Yun firmly declined. At that moment, where would she find another? Ling Qingzhu snorted coldly. Since you refuse to cooperate, do not blame me for what follows. A surge of powerful energy enveloped Wu Yun, leaving him no time to resist, nor any inclination to do so. The force of the azure hue enveloped Wu Yun, forcefully extracting the yang energy from within him. How dense, how pure, how potent is this yang energy? Ling Qingzhu was secretly alarmed. Although she had never absorbed another's yang energy, the strength of Wu Yun's was unparalleled among all the young individuals she had encountered. This woman was consuming voraciously. Wu Yun felt a bitter pang in his heart. If this continued, he would be reduced to a mere husk. Good sir, will you not intervene? Wu Yun silently implored. Cough, cough, release that youth. Suddenly, a voice, ethereal yet gentle, resonated. Ling Qingzhu was startled and immediately halted. Who is it? Hee, you are indeed fierce, having shattered my bones and sarcophagus. Yet you still inquire after my identity. From the fragments of the shattered sarcophagus, a shadowy figure materialized, appearing vaguely human, evidently not corporeal, seemingly around 30 years of age, with a youthful visage and an elegant demeanor. The master of the tomb? Hee, do not be alarmed. It is true that I am dead. This is merely a remnant of my primordial spirit, sealed within the sarcophagus. Had you not shattered it, I would not have revealed myself. The refined man remarked with a smile. Scoundrel, resorting to such a method of cultivation. Ling Qingzhu retorted. The master of the tomb replied. Matters between men and women are aligned with the principles of yin and yang. How can such actions be deemed shameless? As long as both parties are mutually affectionate and complement each other's cultivation, is it not preferable? Bah. The two engaged in a spirited debate. Master of the tomb. This is unfair to him. I established this challenge not to harm, but to facilitate the blossoming of love. Young one, you are fortunate. Such a stunning beauty. Even I have never beheld in my youth. Henceforth, you must treat her well. Before Ling Qingzhu could object, the master of the tomb flicked his fingers, and a powerful energy restrained her. You are also a sensible youth. This chance of intoxicating allure is not one to be squandered. He cast a meaningful glance at Wu Yun. Although he spoke not a word, Wu Yun felt as though everything had been conveyed through that gaze. It truly is possible to understand one another with just a look. Quite the coincidence. You seem well prepared, having harvested my yin-yang dual lotus. I did not expect that after all these years, it has ripened, yet regrettably, I lack the fortune to enjoy it, leaving it to you young ones. The master of the tomb gestured towards one of Wu Yun's bags. Take it out. Do not make me act, lest I have to erase your consciousness. Wu Yun feigned reluctance and retrieved the bag, from which he released a gigantic black and white lotus pedestal, far larger than Ling Qingzhu's green lotus. The immense pedestal settled steadily upon the ground. 2 plump lotus seeds, one black and one white, rolled out, captured by the master of the tomb. Both Wu Yun and Ling Qingzhu, now constrained, found themselves upon the smooth, clean, and slightly resilient lotus pedestal. 2 lotus seeds were respectively shot into the mouths of Wu Yun and Ling Qingzhu. Stammering in embarrassment, Ling Qingzhu glanced at Wu Yun and the master of the tomb. Unable to articulate her thoughts, how could she not recognize the yin-yang dual lotus? How could she be unaware of its effects? Ling Qingzhu could already foresee the fate that awaited her. The little rascal has indeed taken everything of mine. Seeing your actions, I find you rather agreeable. I shall be generous to the end and pass on my legacy to you. The master of the tomb cast a sheepish glance at Wu Yun, whose waist was adorned with a wealth of Qingquan bags. He then unleashed a concentrated orb of light that penetrated Wu Yun's mind. At that moment, his visage had already dimmed considerably. To assist others even after death is truly a delight. Helping someone to the very end is commendable. I shall lend you my final strength. May this be a flame to ignite your path, young one, and carry forward my teachings. As the master of the tomb concluded, the light dissipated into a swirl of pink energy, enveloping both Wu Yun and Ling Qingzhu. At that instant, the forces controlling them vanished. Free from pressure, the two could finally move, their bodies relaxing as they instinctively took deep breaths. The dense pink energy was swiftly absorbed into their bodies. This was the emotional toxin refined by practitioners of the yin-yang dual cultivation path, a force that could only be unraveled through the merging of yin and yang. At this moment, Ling Qingzhu's body was filled with 3 potent energies: the energy of nirvana, the energy of the yin lotus, and the energy of the emotional toxin. Each of these forces stirred the primordial yin power within her, causing her to feel an overwhelming chill that penetrated from the depths of her heart to the surface of her skin. She was in desperate need of warmth, a burning desire that felt life-threatening in its intensity. Meanwhile, the power of the yang lotus had already spread within Wu Yun, the yang energy coursing through him like searing magma. He felt as though he might be consumed by flames, his body ablaze and his lips cracked with an insatiable thirst for moisture. Without relief, he sensed he would perish. On the lotus platform, Wu Yun sat in the black zone, while Ling Qingzhu occupied the white zone. Their eyes suddenly met, and the potent energies of yin and yang in the air began to fuse. Like electric currents, their gazes were firmly intertwined, drawing nearer and nearer. Yet, their expressions grew increasingly dazed and entranced. Suddenly, Wu Yun reached out and gently lifted the gossamer veil, revealing a breathtaking visage. The beauty was akin to jade, captivating and enchanting. Even amidst the haze, Wu Yun could not help but wish to admire this flawless face a moment longer. The originally fair and delicate countenance was now flushed as if intoxicated, as if a single kiss could melt it away. "Do not touch me, or I shall kill you," she warned, her voice trembling with fierce intent. Qingzhu's lips quivered, instinctively uttering sounds that belied her inherent aloofness, a silent plea against violation. Yet, in this moment, her voice bore no semblance of menace. Instead, it ignited Wu Yun's fervent desire for conquest. As she spoke, found herself irresistibly drawn closer to Wu Yun. Unable to restrain her impulses, Wu Yun remained motionless, yet it was she who initiated the contact. Her icy crimson lips finally brushed against his parched mouth, which exuded an intensity akin to flames. It was as if she were a precious source of water amidst a desolate desert, with the sun-baked sands thirstily drawing her in, absorbing her essence with fervor. Within the pink-hued glow, 2 indistinct figures appeared to grapple, violently tugging at one another. A spatial pouch was flung from the lotus platform, followed by garments, boots, thin shirts, and undergarments, all rapidly discarded. The silhouettes, now significantly more exposed, swayed as if intoxicated. In the once quiet chamber, a symphony of strange yet profound echoes began to resonate, a continuous reverberation. The 2 blurred forms embraced tightly within the pink radiance, resembling the harmonious union of yin and yang, water and milk. Time passed, minute by minute, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours drifted by. Yet, the secret chamber remained unchanged. In stark contrast to Lin Dong's brief moments within the original narrative, the bronze door today showed no signs of opening, tranquil as a still pond. However, within its confines, a tempest raged, a deluge that drowned countless lives. Outside, chaos erupted. Lin Langtian and his companions had endured the inferno for an extended period. Despite their myriad of hidden strengths, they narrowly escaped the flames. As they retreated, charred and blackened, their skin marred and wounded, Lin Langtian was left with superficial burns. Qingzhu with moderate injuries, while the weakest, Wang Yin, was grievously mangled, his body severely scorched. The most unfortunate was Feng Luan, brought in by Qingzhu, who had succumbed entirely. The trio exchanged a solemn glance at the raging inferno, their scorched bodies shivering involuntarily. Simultaneously, they retrieved various spiritual herbs and elixirs from their spatial pouches, consuming them in haste. With a slight restoration of their energy, they dared not proceed further, donning loose robes to conceal their grotesque forms. In silence, they swiftly took flight, desperately seeking to heal their wounds. This fire was no ordinary blaze. Even as formidable beings within the third realm of transformation, they required time to recuperate. Meanwhile, in the corridors and tombs outside, many still searched tirelessly, unwilling to relinquish hope of discovering something remarkable. Soon, they beheld the disheveled figures of Lin Langtian and his companions emerging, their faces obscured. Elder brother Lin Langtian, elder brother Wang Yin, elder brother Qingzhu. Upon witnessing the summons from the three great clans, the trio had neither the dignity nor the inclination to pause and respond. They hastily transformed their essence into energy, soaring away with great haste. The clan members were left bewildered, yet upon seeing their prodigies depart, they too hastened to follow. Exiting the sepulchre, observing the retreat of the three great clans, those who had searched fruitlessly for hours began to leave the burial site as well. Once outside, they spat disdainfully at the tomb, denouncing it as ill-fated, and sent curses toward the ancestors of the tomb's master for 10 generations. What a waste. Constructing such a grand mausoleum for naught. A futile endeavor. May you find no rebirth in death. I curse your entire family's ancient lineage. Disappointment hung heavy in the air as they departed. With the exodus of these individuals, the notoriety of the ancient tomb's master in the Tianyan Mountains would spread, marking him as the most impoverished cultivator of the Nirvana realm in history, leaving behind a stench that would linger for millennia. Only one soul would remember the virtues of the tomb's master, a soul toiling tirelessly, akin to a silent, diligent ox, bearing the burden of others. Brother, why hasn't he emerged yet? As the crowd dwindled, the tomb grew increasingly desolate, and Lin Dong, accompanied by 2 tigers, waited in a daze. Lin Dong, are you not leaving? Lin Qingzhu suddenly approached him, inquiring. Oh, I'm in no rush, Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Reluctant to engage too deeply with the clan members for fear of revealing the secret of the tomb he and his elder brother had uncovered. This tomb is merely a hollow shell. If you wish to salvage anything, you might as well take the 2 stone lions at the entrance. Perhaps they could be exchanged for some yang essence stones. Yi Chen scoffed, regarding the clan members as those who, despite their lack of gain, remained stubborn and naive. Shout again, and I shall shatter your jaw. Lin Dong retorted, his gaze sharp. Bai Yun and Xiao Yin glared at Yi Chen with hostility. Faced with their formidable presence, Yi Chen felt the weight of mortality pressing down upon him, swallowing hard, too intimidated to utter another word. In just 2 or 3 days, Lin Dong and his 2 tigers had grown stronger. Yet, where had his elder brother gone? Lin Qingzhu, being a talisman master, keenly sensed the fluctuations in their energies, particularly with Bai Yun, who now rivaled the formation realm. Even when she concealed her aura, the intensity could not be entirely masked. A flicker of doubt arose within Lin Qingzhu's mind. Qingzhu, we must leave. The heavens are turning. Old Tao called out. It has been an entire afternoon since my brother entered. What could he possibly be doing for so long? Surely nothing dire has occurred. Lin Dong glanced at the sky, worry creeping into his heart. Just then, an urgent voice echoed from the passage behind them. Second brother, Bai Yun, Xiao Yan, hurry. Bai Yun sprang to her feet, alarmed. Lin Dong turned to see his elder brother, disheveled and commanding the fire sword beneath him, flying at great speed, as if some monstrous entity were in pursuit. Brother, what happened? Lin Dong asked anxiously. There is no time for explanations. Hurry, Wu Yun said, leaping onto Bai Yun's back. Run. Bai Yun transformed into a white shadow, unleashing its full momentum as it dashed from the mountaintop, with Lin Dong and Xiao Yin closely following. Just as the 2 brothers had departed, azure petals began to flutter down to the spot where Bai Yun had stood moments before, a powerful surge of elemental energy erupting and splitting the ground, revealing an unfathomable chasm. The once tightly woven earth had been torn apart. Chapter 75. The stubborn yet soft-hearted Ling Qingzhu. Ling Qingzhu could have swiftly caught up to Wu Yun, but she was concerned about her image. Earlier, in the tomb, Wu Yun had merely mentioned the need to flee. Meanwhile, she had to adjust her attire. At this moment, Wu Yun rode on Bai Yun, resembling a white arrow shooting forth. After ascending to the formative realm, Yun had begun to grasp the essence of Wind's form, moving like a dragon from the clouds and a tiger from the wind, significantly enhancing her speed. Xiaoyan could no longer keep pace. Second brother, split up and flee. You must return to Yin City first. Wu Yun conveyed through thought. Ling Qingzhu's strength was formidable, and with the Azure Lotus, she could easily catch up. Lin Dong and Xiao Yin were of little use before her. Instead, they might be captured and used as leverage against him. It simply wasn't worth it. Furthermore, the matters at hand were not to be disclosed to outsiders. The more who knew, the stronger Ling Qingzhu's murderous intent would become. Lin Dong's face reflected hesitation during such a trying moment. He could hardly bear to part from his elder brother, wishing to endure hardships together. The little weasel urged, quickly depart. Haha, that girl your brother has provoked is incredibly strong. You cannot interfere. Staying with your brother may only hinder him. Seeing that Ling Qingzhu was closing in, Lin Dong reluctantly said, Brother, be careful. He then turned his mount, Xiao Yin, and hastily changed direction to escape. Ling Qingzhu pursued relentlessly. Her enchanting eyes filled with an icy resolve as she guided the Azure Lotus straight towards Wu Yun. At that moment, she was consumed by an overwhelming aura of malice. Should Wu Yun pause for even a second, he would be ruthlessly pierced through the heart by her lotus. She would show no mercy. The very sight of Wu Yun reminded her of his shameless and audacious actions. The long hours spent in the tomb would forever haunt her, casting a profound shadow over her life. No one would know the humiliation endured by the virtuous goddess of the nine heavens, who had always maintained her purity and honor within the grand halls of the Taqing Palace. Ling Qingzhu's long-nurtured dignity, superiority, and innocence had been utterly shattered before Wu Yun. Thus, she could not bear to face him, nor could she confront her current self. She felt tainted, a desperate urge to sever something coursed through her. Am I going insane, pursuing so fiercely? Does she truly intend to kill me? Wu Yun cursed under his breath. Without needing to glance back, the intensity of murderous intent emanated from behind him, palpable and overwhelming. Delicate petals, seemingly exquisite and beautiful, trailed closely behind him like drifting fluff. However, despite the harsh words spoken, Wu Yun felt no resentment within. The past few hours might have been the happiest moments he had experienced since arriving in this world. He even thought that if he were to die and could relive those moments, it would be worth it. Ling Qingzhu was unparalleled, truly mesmerizing. Yet, Yun seemed intent on ensuring his survival. Sensing the looming threat, she quickened her pace. Her fur shimmered with a radiant glow, and intricate patterns emerged across the form of the white tiger. Observing Yun's fierce will to survive, Wu Yun promptly cleared his mind. He still wished to live. Once was not enough. Life should be pursued with fervor. Ah yes, he could use runes to aid Yun. Wu Yun immediately recalled the patterns on Yun's body. Within the primal runes, there existed one known as the rune of the original wind. Wasting no time, he quickly delineated the rune with his spirit. Drawing upon his prior experience with various primal runes, he succeeded swiftly. The wind rune materialized on Yun's forehead. An invisible force lifting her body as the air currents that had impeded her vanished instantly. Yun seemed to transform into the very wind itself, running even faster. Within her bloodline flowed a power akin to the wind rune, an elemental force that would allow her to grasp and unleash her wind-related talents more swiftly. How astonishing it was to possess such a formidable beast. Ling Qingzhu murmured to herself, her gaze on the white tiger momentarily reflecting an unusual glint. Ignoring it, she remained visibly furious, her jade feet on the green lotus struggling against each other, appearing rather unnatural. A surge of azure light emanated from within her, more potent than before entering the tomb. Attempting to escape from my grasp is futile. Countless petals converged, forming a cerulean arrow that shot towards Wu Yun with incredible speed. In the instant the green arrow from the green lotus flew forth, a flicker of reluctance flashed in Ling Qingzhu's cold, beautiful eyes. Faced with the approaching arrow, Wu Yun's mental energy surged as he crafted seals. Dragon seal. He dared not hesitate, unleashing his most formidable display of spiritual power. The dragon seal collided with the rapidly approaching green arrow. Bang! The spiritual dragon seal, executed by a fifth-tier rune master, was effortlessly torn apart by her. The green arrow from the azure lotus fragmented slightly, but still pierced directly into Wu Yun's chest. With a gasp, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feeling as though all his internal organs had been jolted, the green arrow did not pass through his heart. The silken shell had shattered upon impact. At his chest, a silver shell had disintegrated into powder. Ling Qingzhu's green arrow, too, exhausted its energy, dissipating into nothingness. Truly, the direct disciple of the Nine Heavens Taqing Palace possessed terrifying power. Wu Yun felt a surge of alarm as he realized he had narrowly escaped death. It was evident that her strength was at least at the level of transformation, perhaps even a perfected form of it. Given my current abilities, even with the protection of silken armor, it would be impossible to withstand her assault. Wu Yun contemplated swiftly. The disparity in power between them was insurmountable. Despite having condensed a star elixir and boosted his elemental energy through recent dual cultivation, breaking through to the realm of shaping and gaining the capability to fight beyond his level, he could at most contend with a perfected transformation adept. With great fortune, he might fend off an attack from a practitioner at the level of Qi transformation. Yet, Ling Qingzhu, a prodigy among prodigies, also possessed the ability to battle beyond her level, being a master of transformation. How could Wu Yun possibly withstand her onslaught? He discerned a crucial insight. She did not wish to slay him, or perhaps she was reluctant to do so. Ling Qingzhu was not the type of woman to act irrationally. On the contrary, she was quite reasonable. The disciples of the Heavenly Clear Palace were known for their righteous perspectives. At this moment, she was likely incensed. Miss Qingzhu, we are all compelled by circumstances. Why must we resort to hostility? I harbor no intention of disrespecting you. Wu Yun conveyed through mental communication, hoping to dissolve the tension with words. Shameless wretch. How dare you argue? Ling Qingzhu refused to entertain his explanations. While it was true she had been compelled, the subsequent peculiar behaviors were indeed his doing. Recalling the crimson marks on her knee and shoulder, Ling Qingzhu found it hard to accept the situation. It is not my lack of decency, as a man. Under such circumstances, it is impossible to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor before you, Miss Qingzhu. Perhaps you should glance in the mirror to behold your celestial beauty. How could any man resist? Wu Yun continued to transmit his thoughts. Miss Qingzhu, you must believe that I have exercised considerable restraint. Silence. You dare speak again. Ling Qingzhu's face flushed with embarrassment and fury. Once more, a barrage of green arrows flew toward Wu Yun. His countenance changed dramatically as he swiftly maneuvered the fire departure sword, causing it to detonate upon contact with the emerald arrows. The explosion of the fire departure sword shattered the arrows, though the force of the attack had diminished. Why must she be so unreasonable, bullying me with her strength? Wu Yun protested, feigning innocence. Engaging in reason is a gentleman's affair. I am simply taking advantage of you. Ling Qingzhu, though softened in heart, remained resolute in her words. Chapter 76. Ling Qingzhu, you seek your own destruction. In the Tianyan Mountains, Wu Yun rode upon the back of his white cloud, darting madly through the forest. His speed was so great that it left behind afterimages. The white cloud could hardly change direction in time, and, upon encountering an obstruction, unleashed a white tiger fracturing gold roar to create a passage. There truly was no reasoning with women, especially powerful ones. Wu Yun chuckled bitterly within, as his mental energy continued to coalesce in the air. Soon, a talisman array took shape, as he employed the psychic secret technique obtained from the Talisman Master Tower, the life-transforming talisman array. The transformations are divided into 3 tiers: the illumination of light, the emergence of azure waves, and the most formidable, the myriad flames. Wu Yun fervently unleashed his mental energy, conjuring the 3 transformations and their respective sigils within a mere 3 seconds. Against Ling Qingzhu, a single transformation was utterly insufficient. The 3 sigils unfurled in succession in the air, each more intricate than the last, establishing 3 formidable barriers precisely along Ling Qingzhu's path of approach. Yet, this level of mental technique was still inadequate. Ancient sealing runes. Wu Yun crafted another mental sigil, linking it to the 3 sigils, thereby harnessing their combined power to form a rudimentary sealing barrier. Mere trifles. Ling Qingzhu scoffed lightly, gesturing with her delicate hand as azure energy collided with the first light sigil. She had anticipated easily dispersing this formation. However, she merely scattered its radiance. Ling Qingzhu paused momentarily, just as the second tier, the emergence of azure wave's sigil, activated, unleashing a colossal wave of mental energy that surged toward her. Astonishingly, the first tier, the illumination of light, began to restore itself slowly. What a marvelous arrangement technique. Ling Qingzhu couldn't help but marvel, though it was a relatively simple sigil. Wu Yun had skillfully manifested it to momentarily impede even her, a seasoned expert at the pinnacle of transformation. In the blink of an eye, Wu Yun and the white tiger had already made significant distance, their figures soon to vanish from sight. Ling Qingzhu bit her lip, her demeanor growing serious as she commanded the azure lotus to charge recklessly at the sigil formation. Bang! The illumination of light shattered. The second wave of mental energy was effortlessly dispersed by her palm. The most powerful myriad flames sigil stood in her way. The sealing power adeptly utilized to create a barrier of spiritual fire. Several emerald lotuses pierced through the azure barrier, reducing it to fragments of mental energy. This sealing force feels oddly familiar. Ling Qingzhu sensed a sense of recognition emanating from this mental barrier. Yet her focus was consumed by the pursuit of Wu Yun, leaving her no time for contemplation. Wu Yun was exceedingly swift. After just a few fleeting seconds, he had already vanished from view. My interest in you grows ever deeper. Ling Qingzhu bit her crimson lip, the azure lotus transforming into a streak of azure light as it shot forth. Hailing from the palace of the nine heavens, she had encountered numerous talented youths, and the prodigies she had seen were countless, far surpassing even the most exceptional individuals of the great Yin dynasty, such as Lin Langtian. However, among her peers, scarcely anyone could withstand 10 exchanges against her. Now, although she had not exerted her full strength, this mere fledgling, Wu Yun, who had only just entered the realm of transformation, had managed to pose a notable challenge to her. It is worth noting that typically, such newly ascended practitioners could be effortlessly dispatched by Ling Qingzhu with a single strike. This disparity highlights Wu Yun's remarkable uniqueness, talent, potential, hidden strengths. He is indeed a standout among the younger generation. Ling Qingzhu harbored doubts, pondering that if a cultivator of the creation realm were pursuing Wu Yun, it was entirely plausible that he might be counterattacked and fall victim to his own demise. She was eager to witness what further skills he possessed. Swiftly, she closed the distance between herself and Wu Yun once more. This time, azure energy surged forth, coalescing into a lotus seal as she began to engage earnestly, employing advanced martial arts in an attempt to discern the extent of Wu Yun's hidden cards. She felt a profound curiosity regarding his limits. The lotus seal descended from the heavens, exuding an aura of destruction. Towering ancient trees were reduced to mere dust by the residual waves of the seal. Nearby beasts trembled in fear, succumbing to their terror. The mastery of the creation realm was indeed fearsome. Miss Qingzhu, do you truly seek to bring about my demise? Wu Yun transmitted with a bitter expression, glancing at the colossal lotus seal approaching him, sensing the daunting challenge ahead. Golden-purple energy erupted from him like a tempest, forming a barrier of protective force, while his mental energy surged to create a shield of consciousness. He braced himself to withstand the impending assault. The lotus seal crashed down with thunderous force. A tiger's roar erupted as Bai Yun suddenly leaped into action, flinging Wu Yun aside, her body radiating blinding light as she bravely charged towards the lotus seal. An immensely powerful shockwave radiated outward, obliterating all flora within a 100-meter radius, creating a desolate expanse. Even a serious strike from the creation realm, though Bai Yun possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, proved overwhelming. As she had only just entered the formative realm and could not endure the onslaught, Bai Yun was left bloodied, her once pure white fur stained crimson. The white tiger now transformed into a bloodied beast. Bai Yun. Wu Yun cried out in anguish, abandoning any thought of escape. He rushed to her side, cradling her head and infusing her with torrents of robust energy from within himself. The azure lotus floated gracefully into the air before him, as Ling Qingzhu, her feet as fair as jade, lightly descended onto the lotus platform. She refrained from hastily striking to finish Wu Yun, instead gazing at the injured white tiger before her, her cold eyes flickering with surprise. This beast displayed remarkable loyalty. The scene of the beast defending its master stirred something deep within her. Although many cultivators raise spirit beasts, not all possess the unwavering loyalty to sacrifice themselves for their masters. Wu Yun, too, had not forsaken his companion in flight, instead prioritizing her rescue. She remained silent, observing the pair below with an impassive demeanor. At that moment, the brilliance in Bai Yun's tiger eyes had begun to dim, as an overwhelming force within her continued to ravage her vitality. Bai Yun, hold on, you must endure. Wu Yun's voice had grown hoarse. The place Bai Yun occupied in his heart was unparalleled, serving as his most significant emotional anchor in this world. This fastidious great tiger, indifferent to others, had devoted nearly all her tenderness to her master, Wu Yun. The white cloud continued to roar softly, blood frothing at the corners of its mouth. Its eyes filled with reluctance, yet resolute as it gazed at Wu Yun. The blood-stained paw of the tiger exerted all its strength to push away its sorrowful master, who clung to its large head with tears in his eyes. It urged Wu Yun to flee. In midair, Ling Qingzhu's heart softened at the sight of the white tiger. She herself had a white crane at the sect, upon which she heavily relied. Her anger was directed at Wu Yun, not at the white tiger. In fact, her relentless pursuit had revealed the tiger's unexpected strength. Now, the tiger's actions stirred something within her soul. Ling Qingzhu gathered a rich azure energy in her palm. Though this time the energy bore no trace of destructive intent, she thrust it into the nearly lifeless body of the white tiger below. The white cloud immediately tilted its head and fell into a feigned death. Upon witnessing the sudden cessation of life in the white cloud, Wu Yun's fury ignited. Ling Qingzhu, he uttered a modern expression of expletive. Ling Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of his words' meaning. Yet, seeing the fierce anger etched on his face and the shape of his mouth, it was clear that he was not uttering kind words. Angry are we? If you have the capability, then kill me to avenge your beast. Ling Qingzhu provoked, her own resentment still simmering. Wu Yun clenched his fists. In that moment when the white cloud lost its breath, he was consumed by rage, his mind racing to devise a means to confront Ling Qingzhu. Despite their previous intimacy, the fact that she had killed the white cloud was beyond his comprehension. He had reveled in their pleasures. Yet why did the suffering fall upon the white cloud? He would rather bear the blow himself. After all, one who indulges in such pleasures should not regret death. He felt he had wronged the white cloud. Seeing Wu Yun in pain, much of Ling Qingzhu's resentment dissipated, though not entirely. She was determined to teach him a severe lesson, unwilling to let him off lightly. Powerless rage, is it? She taunted. Wu Yun, now devoid of restraint, bellowed, "What is so remarkable about it? You're still nothing before me." In an instant, this proclamation reignited Ling Qingzhu's previously waning fury, as she hissed, "You seek death." The atmosphere thickened with tension. Chapter 77. A glimpse of Ling Qingzhu's tenderness. Suddenly, the surroundings seemed to chill. Ling Qingzhu's expression was as frigid as frost. Azure lotus petals swirled around her, cascading towards Wu Yun. The blade of pink wind and moonlight had already manifested in Wu Yun's hands. Coupled with the elusive, ghostly steps, Wu Yun unleashed a 7th-tier martial art, the 9 slashes of the swimming dragon. A powerful blade energy erupted, having entered the shaping realm. His attacks now embodied the essence of a swimming dragon, flexible yet fierce. He met the lotus flowers head-on, executing 9 consecutive slashes of radiant blade light. At the same moment, the 5 life talismans within the Niwen Palace began to whirl, unleashing a surge of mental energy. Wu Yun swiftly inscribed a primal boundary rune beside him. A lotus approached, only to be isolated by the boundary rune. Ling Qingzhu, with her delicate fingers, deftly parried 9 streaks of blade light. Then, with an expression of profound astonishment, she gazed at the lotus lingering before Wu Yun, realizing it could indeed block her by Tian lotus leaves. "Did you not intend to kill me? Come and do it." Wu Yun bellowed. Leaping upward on the icy sword beneath his feet, he once more delineated for primal phantom runes with his mental energy. The runes coalesced at the 4 cardinal points, enveloping him and Ling Qingzhu within. Primal runes, akin in essence to ancestral symbols, are born of the cosmos. Even though Wu Yun's mental energy was not sufficiently stable, its effects were undeniably pronounced. The 4 phantom runes projected a complete distortion of the surrounding scenery, as if the space itself had warped, with various images overlapping, creating a wondrous illusion. What kind of technique is this? Ling Qingzhu marveled again as multiple reflections of herself and Wu Yun emerged. Such clever tricks, she remarked disdainfully, recognizing that the illusion lacked offensive power and was merely a flashy ruse. Ling Qingzhu directly gathered her primordial energy, launching indiscriminate strikes in all directions. Wu Yun activated the purple extreme demon eye, discerning Ling Qingzhu's position with clarity. Dragon Whisker Needle. Transforming Dragon Seal. Wu Yun retrieved a handful of golden particles from his bag, which transformed into thousands of slender needles, concealed within the transforming dragon seal, hurtling toward Ling Qingzhu. A sense of foreboding arose within her. Having trained in the supreme induction technique of the 9 Heavens Taiching Palace, she possessed an acute sensitivity to energy. Although the illusion Wu Yun conjured muddled her vision, her perception of power remained intact. Ling Qingzhu conjured a lotus seal to strike in the direction of the impending attack. Yet due to her previous injury to the white tiger, the brilliance of this lotus seal appeared dimmer. After pursuing for so long, her murderous intent towards Wu Yun had significantly waned. Boom. The lotus seal collided with the transforming dragon seal, unleashing a terrifying wave of primordial energy. However, the sense of danger that lingered in Ling Qingzhu's heart did not dissipate with her strike. Rather, it intensified. Realizing the impending peril, she swiftly tapped her bare foot against the Baitian lotus, causing layers of azure lotus petals to encase her body like armor. At that moment, the surrounding primal phantom runes could no longer withstand the terrifying shockwave from their previous collision and shattered. The illusion dissipated. Ling Qingzhu hurriedly turned her gaze toward Wu Yun. However, she suddenly realized that thousands of densely packed golden needles now pointed directly at her. Meanwhile, the lotus armor enveloped her only up to her neck. This meant that should the golden needles descend, they would undoubtedly wound her, posing a significant threat. The needles, slender and sharp, would undoubtedly inflict excruciating pain if they pierced her flesh. Ling Qingzhu could not help but shudder. After all, every human fears such long needles. Wu Yun's gaze was fixed intently upon Ling Qingzhu, his fists clenched tightly. Between his eyebrows, 5 life talismans were arranged in perfect order. invisible threads of mental energy connecting the thousands of dragon whisker needles surrounding Ling Qingzhu. The two locked eyes in the air, a rare moment of calm between them. Ling Qingzhu took a deep breath, remarking, "You had the chance to strike. Why did you hesitate? Your golden needles pose a threat, even to me, managing to penetrate my primordial force without a sound. Had you been more decisive, you might have wounded me just now, perhaps even avenging your beast." Her tone, unusually tinged with emotion, continued, "Yet now, I am prepared, and you have lost your opportunity." Although she sensed danger moments ago, it was not lethal. She still possessed a hidden card, one that would manifest when her life was truly at risk. Without utilizing that hidden card, these needles could not overwhelm her in one fell swoop. However, she would undoubtedly be injured and left in a pitiful state. This was enough to astonish her. The youth's prowess exceeded her expectations. Had he been an ordinary being of great transformation, he might have indeed been capable of ending her life. These dragon whisker needles may not claim your life, but they will leave you in unbearable agony. I cannot bring myself to do it, Wu Yun stated calmly and earnestly. With a dejected expression, he retracted the life talismans, the thousands of dragon whisker needles returning to his hands, curling back into a compact form. Witnessing this scene, Ling Qingzhu swallowed hard, her heart still racing. In that moment, she sensed a flicker of tenderness. He could not bear to inflict pain upon her, fearing her suffering. As she gazed at Wu Yun's retreating figure, a wave of sadness and solitude washed over her, inexplicably stirring unfamiliar emotions within. Wu Yun descended beside Bai Yun, feeling a profound emptiness within him as he sat beside her, gently caressing her. Then, he calmly lifted his gaze towards the still somewhat dazed Ling Qingzhu in the sky, saying, "Miss Qingzhu, if you wish to kill me, do so. Regardless, I have indeed robbed you of your innocence." He touched Bai Yun's body, now covered in scabs, feeling a twinge of sorrow. "To share such a fleeting moment with you, Miss Qingzhu, makes my death worthwhile, though it burdens my Bai Yun." At this moment, Wu Yun wished for nothing more. He understood that the dragon whisker needles could at most leave Ling Qingzhu in a state of disarray, incapable of killing her. Yet, considering the agony those needles would bring, he could not bear to unleash them upon her. For Wu Yun, Ling Qingzhu held a special significance. From the dream lover of his past life to the expectations of this lifetime, culminating in the stunning encounter they shared today and the enchanting moments that followed. Undoubtedly, Ling Qingzhu had secured an irreplaceable place in his heart. Wu Yun was reluctant to take action against her. Bai Yun had shielded him from harm, so in essence, he could not blame Ling Qingzhu at all. It was his failure to plan adequately. There was no time left for meticulous scheming. If he wished to embrace Ling Qingzhu, he had to take this risk. Wu Yun held no regrets. Indeed, if given a second chance, he would act the same way. The only sorrow he felt was for Bai Yun. Wu Yun then said, "After you take my life, I beseech you, Miss Qingzhu, to ensure Bai Yun receives a proper burial. She is, after all, a remarkably beautiful and gentle tigress, and it is I who have brought her to this fate." Ling Qingzhu slowly removed her lotus armor, her silken garments floating gracefully around her, enchanting in her beauty. In a soft voice, she murmured, "Who says your little white tigress is dead?" Chapter 78. The Parting and the 3-Year Pact with Ling Qingzhu. Bai Yun is not dead? Wu Yun felt as if his heart had been struck forcefully. He hastily released his spiritual energy to investigate. As it penetrated the blood crust, Wu Yun sensed a faint life force beginning to awaken. Moreover, that power was growing ever more formidable. Wu Yun was instantly elated. He was well acquainted with this phenomenon. Previously, Bai Yun would consume copious amounts of elixirs and choose a moment to enter a state of simulated slumber. This was akin to a minor rebirth, allowing her to recalibrate her internal energies. However, this time, her slumber seemed more profound. "What is the meaning of your final surge of essence?" Wu Yun looked at Ling Qingzhu with curiosity. Upon learning that Bai Yun was alive, his spirits soared, and the earlier madness and fury he had felt towards Ling Qingzhu dissipated. "That was the Qinglian essence from my Bitian lotus, the purest essence of life. It is quite rare for this white tigress to survive my Qinglian seal. I infused her with the essence to help dissipate the residual lotus seal energy and purify her bloodline. Not only will she not perish, but it will also benefit her," Ling Qingzhu explained calmly. Were it not for Wu Yun's reluctance to deliver the final blow, Ling Qingzhu would not have shared so much with him. Despite her good intentions, she did not wish to show Wu Yun any kindness. Every time she laid eyes on him, she was reminded of the shameful postures she had once displayed. "Ah, so Miss Qingzhu is not unreasonable. It seems I have misunderstood you." Wu Yun managed to smile. Previously, before the crowd, Ling Qingzhu had been warm on the outside yet cold within, maintaining a distance from others. Now, in their solitude, she exuded a cold exterior yet warmth within, unwilling to inflict harm. With the conversation reaching this point, it was clear that tensions had eased. Humph, Ling Qingzhu scoffed, her captivating eyes gazing at Wu Yun with a tangle of emotions. Regarding their accidental intertwining of fates, she was not a woman prone to unreasonable outbursts. After releasing her anger, she had come to terms with reality. Moreover, having tested Wu Yun's potential and character, she found him to exceed her expectations. Aside from his youthfulness, he could be considered one of the most exceptional young talents she had ever encountered. To yield herself to such an individual was not a loss at all. Although she felt a pang of shame within her heart, Ling Qingzhu found herself most enamored by Wu Yun's audacious and unrestrained spirit. Despite being acutely aware of his complicated background and formidable strength, knowing full well that he might ultimately seek to end her life, he remained carefree and exuberant, embodying a live-for-today mentality that rendered him remarkably bold in their dual cultivation. In contrast, had it been another man in his position, he might have succumbed to indecision, desperate to flee the scene as swiftly as possible. Such opportunism would only lead to his demise, ultimately resulting in her pursuing him relentlessly. Whether one extends their neck or retracts it, death awaits either way. Yet Wu Yun was unperturbed, echoing his own words that to die beneath the peony is to live on as a free spirit. Grateful for Ling Qingzhu's mercy in sparing his life and for her rescue of Bai Yun, he felt indebted, willing to offer himself in return. Before he could finish his statement, a palpable aura of menace enveloped him. He dared not provoke her further, swiftly altering his tone, vowing to serve her in the next life as a humble beast of burden to repay his debt. Ling Qingzhu could not suppress a smile at his audacity. Such shamelessness. Wu Yun, I might spare your life, but you must consent to one condition, she declared with sudden gravity. The matters concerning the ancient tomb must remain forever buried within you. Not a whisper should escape your lips, and you must act as if nothing ever transpired. How could I possibly pretend that nothing happened? The love we shared is too profound to simply erase, Wu Yun lamented, his expression one of reluctant defiance. Internally, he scoffed at the notion that if she could disregard it all, he would dare to sever ties for eternity. Ling Qingzhu's brows furrowed, her voice turning icy. If you persist in this line of thought, I will not hesitate to end your life here. Do not underestimate my resolve. Unlike you, I cannot afford to have even the slightest hint of our affair exposed. Should any of this come to light, be it you or even your connections to the great Yin dynasty, you would be utterly eradicated. You are no fool. You must understand the necessity of discretion. Some matters are beyond your ability to control, so act within your means. As the most distinguished disciple of the Nine Heavens Taiping Palace, she was highly valued by her sect. As a practitioner of the supreme induction technique, she represented the future of her order and was required to maintain a pure essence. Should Wu Yun's actions tarnish her reputation, the palace would undoubtedly seek to annihilate him, along with any affiliated powers. Ling Qingzhu feared that Wu Yun's reckless arrogance, combined with his insufficient strength, could lead to disastrous consequences if he continued to flaunt his bravado. You need not worry, Miss Qingzhu. I, Wu Yun, have always acted with prudence. This is merely our little secret. Aside from Bai Yun, no one shall ever know. I will remain silent, and Bai Yun will too. He reassured her. Yet, his tone shifted resolutely. But that does not mean I will relinquish my pursuit of you, Miss Qingzhu. In her palm, Qingzhu was already gathering a luminous azure light. Wu Yun hastily rose to his feet, and, with a somewhat domineering tone, implored, Miss Qingzhu, I beseech you to hear me out. I am aware that you are a celestial being, exalted and unattainable, typically regarded with reverence from afar. Had it not been for this fortuitous twist of fate, our paths might never have crossed. Before encountering you, I would have never believed that I could fearlessly confront death for a woman. I have never been one to yield easily to destiny. And now that the heavens have bestowed you upon me, I see no reason to relinquish you. The women I have been with are off limits to all but myself. I understand that the chasm between us is immense at present. Yet, I possess unwavering confidence. Do not forget me, Miss Qingzhu. Grant me 3 years, and I shall surely bridge the gap between us. Upon hearing Wu Yun's declaration, Qingzhu inadvertently withdrew the energy from her palm. 3 years, she pondered silently. However, she maintained an exterior of icy composure. Ah, how easy it is to speak. Do you comprehend the vastness of this world? The great Yin dynasty you inhabit is but a mere speck in the ocean. In 3 years, you may not even know the name of my sect or where it resides. Fear not, Miss Qingzhu. If I cannot achieve these things, then I have no right to claim you. Our pact is thus sealed. During this time, I shall not mention your name to anyone. 3 years hence, I assure you, you shall hear my name once more, Wu Yun declared with conviction. Very well, I shall await your performance in 3 years. Wu Yun, I hope that when we meet again, you will not be as feeble. True strength is not merely a matter of words, Qingzhu replied. With that, beneath her bare feet, the azure lotus radiated with brilliance, transforming into a streak of azure light that soared towards the heavens, vanishing from Wu Yun's sight in mere moments. He exhaled deeply, relieved to have sent his formidable wife away. He had narrowly escaped with his life this time. No wonder the early chapters of novels often depict such risks in courting the female lead. Wu Yun mused silently. A woman as powerful as Qingzhu cannot be subdued without adequate strength. Nevertheless, this encounter ignited a spark of ambition within him. He could not forget Qingzhu, whom he had come to regard as his own, and thus he resolved to strive relentlessly in pursuit of her. 3 years hence, he vowed to surpass Qingzhu. Chapter 79. The accomplished Scorpio Tiger formation of a younger brother. Wu Yun settled down on the spot, quietly awaiting Bai Yun's awakening while diligently practicing the divine elephant suppression technique. By harnessing qi to summon the spirit and manifesting it into form, every movement would embody the might of a colossal elephant, his being composed of 840 million minuscule particles, each holding the potential of that immense power. If awakened, each tiny particle would rival the strength of a divine elephant, capable of upheaving the seas, roaring down the stars, and grasping the moon while swallowing the sun, all with a mere thought. The varieties of elephants are manifold. The colossal elephant is but an infant, transforming into the dragon elephant, which in turn becomes the azure elephant, evolving into the primal elephant, which matures into the divine elephant. The cells throughout his body were engaged in a harmonious dance, as the essence of the divine elephant suppression technique allowed the primordial energy to permeate every corner of his being. Although it was a method of qi refinement, it fundamentally relied on the physical form. It aimed to unleash the full potential of the body. Typically, only the Dantian could store primordial energy. Yet, through the cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique, every part of the body could serve as a reservoir for this energy. Once initial success was achieved, one could cultivate the hellish vortex qi of the divine elephant suppression technique, developing formidable offensive techniques and coalescing the spear of the underworld deity. At this moment, Wu Yun was awakening the myriad particles within his flesh and blood. The surrounding heaven and earth's primordial energy surged into his body, with every pore capable of absorbing this essence. As the daylight waned, the luminous glow of primordial energy radiated from Wu Yun and Bai Yun, rendering them the most resplendent beings in the pitch-black forest. Deep within the Tianyin mountain range, his sense of direction had become utterly lost. A fearsome roar abruptly roused Wu Yun from his meditative state. Beasts were encroaching upon them, and in considerable numbers. During the day, the presence of Ling Qingzhu, whose formidable aura signified her mastery of the transformation realm, repelled even the qi-forming beasts, causing them to flee in terror. Now, with only Wu Yun present, these creatures dared to approach slowly. He observed pairs of luminous eyes cautiously inching closer to him and the white tiger. Wu Yun's mental acuity discerned that their gaze was fixated upon Bai Yun, who was ensconced in a layer of blood scabs. At that moment, the scabs began to crack open, revealing slivers of radiant white light, accompanied by a delicate fragrance that wafted through the air. It was this alluring scent of bloodline that attracted the beasts. Their intent was clear. They coveted Bai Yun. They sought the essence of the white tiger's bloodline. The immense power of such a bloodline held an unparalleled allure for these creatures, a natural magnetism. The beasts of the Tianyin mountain range were hybrids with impure bloodlines. If they could seize the white tiger's bloodline, it would be akin to leaping over the dragon gate, propelling them into greatness. How fortuitous. For Wu Yun was brimming with pin-up energy, seeking an outlet. He summoned a mid-tier talisman puppet, along with a dozen or so lower-tier talisman puppets comparable to half-step forming realm, and inserted 100,000 pure essence pills into their interiors. He commanded these puppets to encircle Bai Yun, safeguarding her. Then he unsheathed the blade of wind and moon's tenderness, confronting the encroaching beasts. The allure of the white tiger's bloodline was formidable, and being deep within the mountains, nearly all the beasts of the area had congregated. All were above the essence pill realm, including 2 or 3 that had attained the forming realm. Had this been a day prior, Wu Yun would have instinctively sought to flee in the face of such a threat. Yet now, having shared energy with Ling Qingzhu, he had leapt to break through the forming realm, and that overwhelming, swelling energy still lingered within him, awaiting complete refinement and mastery. At this moment, it can be said that Wu Yun is overwhelmingly exhilarated. He is in dire need of battle to quell the surging energy within him. With a roar, a formative realm purple shadow demon leopard charges forward, swiftly followed by a horde of beastly adversaries. The 9 dragon slashes, a total of 9 techniques, are unleashed, each one more potent than the last, building layers of power. Wu Yun employs the purple extreme demon eye, allowing him to discern the positions of each beast even amidst the darkness, bolstered by his mental prowess. The pink blade reaps the lives of the demon beasts one after another. Aerial assaults come from above, countered by the Frostblade and Dragon Whisker needles, targeting the airborne foes. Wu Yun fights with fervor, slashing with wild abandon, releasing all the pent-up frustration and negative emotions he had endured under Ling Qingzhu's suppression upon these beasts. The demon beasts, drawn by the allure of the white tiger bloodline, converge, eager to partake, only to be thwarted by the man wielding the pink dagger, becoming souls claimed beneath his blade. Even the formative realm beasts cannot withstand his full-force strikes. The 9 dragon slashes, a superior martial art of the 7th tier, had suffered a slight humiliation when faced with Ling Qingzhu, but now it reveals its formidable power before these demon beasts, invincible and unyielding. Even the more powerful formative realm beasts are left to lament beneath his relentless 9 consecutive strikes. As Wu Yun fights, he consumes medicinal pills, and by the time the sun rises the next day, the surroundings fall into silence. His body is covered in a layer of dried blood. Yet none of it belongs to him. The air is thick with the stench of blood, the ground littered with the dismembered remains of countless demon beasts, an estimated 100 or more. Having guarded through the night, he wonders aloud, will they not emerge? Suddenly, thuds resonate through the forest as a colossal beast emerges. This creature, towering and cloaked in jet-black fur, possesses a tiger's body and a scorpion's tail, the scorpion tiger, whose power surpasses even the pinnacle of the formative realm, merely a step away from the Qi realm. It had observed Wu Yun's fierce battle with the demon beasts in the shadows, patiently waiting, evidently possessing considerable intelligence, understanding the tactics of the predator and the opportunist. Wu Yun had long since noticed its presence, but had not paid it much heed. After all, as long as Bai Yun remains dormant, he must continue to fight. More importantly, these lesser formative realm beasts pose no threat to him. This battle merely accelerates his absorption of the power he has wrested from Ling Qingzhu. Additionally, having cultivated the divine elephant suppression technique, he thrives in prolonged battles, with energy coursing through every part of his body. The Night-S conflict has served primarily as a means to experience the might of the divine elephant technique, requiring little energy from his dantian. The scorpion tiger, perhaps underestimating Wu Yun, assumes that after a night of combat, he must be exhausted. Little does it know, Wu Yun grows stronger with each encounter. With a fierce roar, the scorpion tiger attempts to intimidate Wu Yun into retreat. Last night, Wu Yun's ferocity was formidable, leaving him uncertain whether Wu Yun still posed a threat to him. He was indeed exceedingly cautious. What are you roaring about? If you wish to fight, then come and face me, Wu Yun remarked with a slight curl of his lips. His breath still restrained, exuding an air of weakness, for he feared scaring off the overly cautious scorpion tiger. The scorpion tiger's claws scraped the ground, its scorpion tail swaying back and forth. It hesitated, yet was prepared for battle. After observing throughout the night, it felt a 99% certainty of triumph over this human youth. In the past, the scorpion tiger would never engage in endeavors without absolute confidence. However, the alluring scent of the blood clot emanating from Wu Yun was far too significant for it to ignore. As a creature of the tiger lineage, should it acquire such a prize, it could immediately break through to the Qi transformation realm and subsequently retreat into the mountains, quietly cultivating for a century or two, only to emerge in a state of grandeur at the nirvana realm. Crack, crack. Just as the scorpion tiger was still in doubt, the blood clot surrounded by numerous talismans shattered. A radiant white light burst forth. Bang! The blood clot was violently dispersed. A majestic, snow-white tiger, with bright eyes and an aura of purity, emerged. Bai Yun. Wu Yun was filled with elation. He gazed intently at Bai Yun, who was now entirely snow-white, devoid of any blemish. The once fiery tail, symbolic of the fire python tiger, had undergone a complete transformation, becoming a flexible, whip-like white tiger tail. Bai Yun appeared even stronger, yet her aura was more subdued, resembling an innocuous, adorable elder white tiger, both endearing and imposing. Bai Yun looked at Wu Yun with her bright eyes, observing the blood clots covering him, while also catching the overwhelming scent of blood emanating from him. Roar! She let out a powerful roar, instantly unleashing the formidable pressure of her white tiger bloodline. She turned her gaze toward the scorpion tiger, her regal presence commanding respect among beasts. Although Bai Yun remained at the forming realm and had yet to achieve minor success, the fully realized scorpion tiger trembled under her imposing aura, its eyes filled with trepidation. Oh, Bai Yun, do not worry, none of this belongs to me. Yet, before Wu Yun could finish his sentence, Bai Yun transformed into a white streak, dashing forth with such swiftness that she seemed like a gust of wind, silent and lightning fast. With a sweep of her paws in midair, 2 white wind blades, resembling crescent moons, intersected and shot toward the scorpion tiger. This was her newly comprehended innate skill, the white tiger crescent slash. Roar! The scorpion tiger bellowed, but Bai Yun's speed left it no time to evade. However, Its black fur quickly coalesced into a scorpion-like armor, skillfully executing defensive maneuvers to protect itself. Clang, clang. Two sharp sounds echoed as deep gashes appeared along the scorpion tiger's back. Its scorpion tail extended forward, while its limbs continually adjusted its position, exuding an air of utmost caution and tension as it fixated on Bai Yun. Deep within, it resisted the oppressive aura of the white tiger, an intangible force that stifled its fighting spirit. Despite being a formidable beast of the great completion stage, it resembled a frightened kitten, crouched low and perpetually poised to flee or beg for mercy. Before it stood the white tiger, albeit only at the same stage. Yet it invoked a tremor of fear within the scorpion tiger, far more potent than any beast of the transformation stage. Confronted by the white tiger, brimming with confidence, the scorpion tiger dared not retaliate. At that moment, Bai Yun, imbued with the majesty of a king, advanced step by step toward the scorpion tiger, her aura completely locking onto her adversary. The scorpion tiger remained frozen in place. Bai Yun, do not be anxious, I am unharmed. At that instant, Wu Yun shook off the blood clots that had encased him, regaining his spirited demeanor as he hastened toward Bai Yun. Each time Bai Yun witnessed his injuries, she would become frantic, and Wu Yun wished to alleviate her worries. Earlier, Wu Yun had deliberately maintained the appearance of being bloodied and weak, intending to wait for the perfect moment to ensnare the scorpion tiger. However, seeing it cower before Bai Yun like a timid kitten, he felt the charade was no longer necessary. The scorpion tiger gazed in astonishment and trepidation as Wu Yun approached, realizing that humans were indeed far more cunning. Yet, when Wu Yun reached out to stroke Bai Yun's large head, she immediately relaxed, retracting her formidable bloodline power, which eased the scorpion tiger's anxiety. Leave it to me. I was just preparing to test my skills. I wonder if I can best a beast of the great completion stage, Wu Yun remarked casually, swirling his wind and moon soft blade with keen interest as he regarded the scorpion tiger. The scorpion tiger let out a series of plaintive cries, seemingly eager to convey something, yet its feline language was incomprehensible to Wu Yun. It moved its limbs up and down, as if performing push-ups, all the while emitting soft whines. Noticing this, Wu Yun ceased his playful blade movements, regarding the scorpion tiger with curiosity. Its gaze was surprisingly human-like, with its small eyes gleaming with intelligence. Roar! Bai Yun let out a low growl, instantly halting all the scorpion tiger's movements. She approached, extending her pristine forepaw, placing it gently on the scorpion tiger's head, akin to how Wu Yun would affectionately stroke her. The scorpion tiger obediently lowered itself, extending its tongue in a playful manner, resembling a well-behaved puppy. Maintaining this posture, Bai Yun looked up at Wu Yun and let out a couple of soft whines. Despite the language barrier, Wu Yun understood immediately the scorpion tiger desired to become Bai Yun's subordinate. Why not? To awaken and gain a powerful companion of the great completion stage. Wu Yun admired Bai Yun, recognizing her as the true queen of tigers. With a mere tremor of her majestic form, she attracted followers. Should you wish to accompany us, certain measures must be taken, rest assured. As long as you harbor no thoughts of betrayal, you shall find no harm in this arrangement. Wu Yun conveyed his intentions through mental energy to the scorpion tiger. The creature comprehended Wu Yun's meaning and turned to seek assistance from its leader, Bai Yun, exclaiming, "He threatens me." Slap! Bai Yun delivered a sharp blow to its head, signifying that questioning Wu Yun's words was forbidden. The scorpion tiger whimpered in dismay, engaging in a brief exchange with its companion, and ultimately acquiesced with satisfaction. It licked its tongue and approached Wu Yun's feet, nudging its head against Wu Yun's knee, looking up at him with an expression that conveyed readiness, as if to say, "I am prepared, proceed." Wu Yun, however, was utterly bewildered. Yet, having a formidable companion of the formative realm was an opportunity too good to pass up. Consequently, Wu Yun concentrated and infused a mental imprint into the scorpion tiger's mind. The creature offered no resistance, allowing the imprint to settle within its consciousness. This technique was one Wu Yun had discovered from the ancestral memories of the Tomb Master, enabling him to exert control over the beast's life and death, while also attuning to its emotions and thoughts, thereby eliminating any fear of betrayal. Once Wu Yun completed this process, the scorpion tiger finally dared to rise and sought to curry favor with Bai Yun. Bai Yun, raising a paw, manifested a blood seal resembling a plum blossom, which struck directly into the scorpion tiger's forehead. "Ah, I see you, you clever black tiger. How well you cooperate. You truly grasp the essence of the situation. It's all a transaction, isn't it? Ingenious indeed," Wu Yun quipped, taken aback by the creature's unexpected intelligence. "Bai Yun, whether or not we keep this unsightly tiger is inconsequential. Do not jeopardize your own bloodline power for it. Its utility is minimal," Wu Yun communicated mentally to Bai Yun. The latter emitted a few soft sounds, shaking his head in a gesture that indicated all was well. Then let us depart. It is time to return. Lest Lin Dong and Xiaoyan grow concerned. I shall gather these beast crystals to take to Xiaoyan. Wu Yun proceeded to collect the demon crystals scattered across the ground, preparing to call for Bai Yun and the scorpion tiger to leave. Having just experienced the power of the bloodline, the scorpion tiger, upon hearing that they were leaving, urgently called out and dashed in a certain direction. Glancing back at Wu Yun and Bai Yun, beckoning them to follow. What more could there possibly be? Such a nuisance, Wu Yun remarked, as he and Bai Yun trailed behind the scorpion tiger, soon arriving at a cave. Entering the cavern, Wu Yun's astonishment erupted, exclaiming, "What on earth? You've concealed such treasures, you ugly tiger." Within the scorpion tiger's lair lay an abundance of riches, with over a dozen spatial bags alone, a testament to its plundering endeavors. Moreover, a plethora of spiritual herbs was present, likely numbering in the hundreds, all of 6 rank or higher, with the most valuable being 2 8-rank Qinshu ginseng. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Wu Yun examined the spatial bags, amidst the assorted items. There were numerous treasures to behold. The pure essence of the Yuan Dan is worth several 100,000. The martial arts collection comprises over a dozen tomes, among which several are of intermediate level. What astonished Wu Yun the most was the presence of 2 pieces of spiritual treasures, albeit of inferior quality. In addition to these, he discovered a plethora of excellent materials sought after by talisman's masters. With such a bounty at hand, one could only wonder what treasures lay hidden in the lairs of other demonic beasts. Wu Yun's heart raced with excitement. Although he had already plundered the ancient tomb, he would never turn down the opportunity for more free treasures. Last night, I vanquished a number of demonic beasts. You must take me to their lairs. After all, they are dead, and their possessions would only go to waste. The scorpion tiger, with a reluctant growl, led Wu Yun to scour the lairs of the other demonic beasts. It's unreasonable. Why is it that only you know how to enjoy life? Why are these demonic beasts so impoverished? After rummaging through 7 or 8 nearby lairs, Wu Yun could only lament. Not all demonic beasts possess the inclination to collect valuable items like this scorpion tiger. Most lairs contain merely 1 or 2 spiritual herbs, and were otherwise nearly empty and desolate. Treasures like the Qiankuan bag were left unclaimed even after the beasts had been slain. Forget it. I shall cease my search and return to Flame City. Wu Yun prepared to mount Bai Yun. Just then, Bai Yun emitted a soft cry, and in a flash of light, her form shrank visibly, transforming into a diminutive white tiger, akin to a plump white cat. She leaped into Wu Yun's embrace. Wu Yun held her tightly, astonished. "Ah, you can become this small." This truly took him by surprise. However, such transformations are not uncommon. Once a demonic beast masters its inner power, it can control its size to a degree. Eventually, they can even take on human form. Bai Yun pointed at the damp earth amidst the forest and let out a few whines, and Wu Yun quickly grasped her meaning. She found the forest too filthy. "You are indeed more regal than a princess." Wu Yun chuckled, gently patting her nose. After her transformation, Bai Yun appeared irresistibly adorable, cradled in his arms. Her thick fur was like a warm hand warmer, delightfully soft to the touch. "Ugly tiger, it seems you must take on the burden." Wu Yun leaped, settling onto the back of the scorpion tiger. With a disgruntled growl, the scorpion tiger took off, racing towards Flame City. A colossal black tiger charged towards the city gate, its wild and powerful aura causing those on either side of the road to tremble in fear. On the city walls, the guards were thrown into a panic. They quickly dispatched a messenger to inform the Lord's residents, peering out to sound the alarm with drums, hoping to draw attention away from the chaos. "Ugly tiger, reign in your aura. This is the realm of humans. We must tread lightly. Once we enter the city, do not be so brazen, lest you attract unwanted attention and end up skinned, drained of blood, devoured, and reduced to bones." Wu Yun now sat upon the back of the scorpion tiger, transmitting his thoughts to it. Upon hearing such a brazen warning about a dreadful demise, the scorpion tiger immediately slowed its pace, its aura tightly restrained, its small eyes darting about, its steps considerably diminished. "Look, there is someone on the tiger's back. A young lad, quite handsome. This black tiger is indeed his steed. Goodness, this is a scorpion tiger, a beast of the forming realm. Could it possibly be the legendary scorpion tiger king from deep within the Tianyan mountain range? Surely not." The onlookers were astounded. An adult scorpion tiger possessed the cultivation of the forming realm, so despite its attempts to conceal its aura, the reverence held by the crowd remained undiminished. How impressive! Wu Yun couldn't help but reflect. Before long, they arrived at the city gate, where the captain of the guards recognized Wu Yun, having slain Yushan and shared drinks with the city lord. Virtually everyone of note in Yin City was familiar with Wu Yun. "Ah, it is Lord Wu Yun." The captain swallowed hard, glancing at the scorpion tiger beneath Wu Yun, and refrained from addressing him as young master. opting instead for my lord. Tell your men not to be alarmed. This beast was just tamed and is entering the city for the first time. Its wild nature still intact. Rest assured, it will not harm anyone within the city. Wu Yun reassured the soldiers, who appeared quite fearful. He then rode the scorpion tiger back to the Mad Blade Martial Hall. Along the way, the tiger left a trail of astonishment among the city's inhabitants. Soon, news of the scorpion tiger spread throughout Yin City. Mad Blade Martial Hall. Oh, senior brother, why have you changed mounts? What happened to Bai Yun? Upon reaching the entrance, the disciples of the Mad Blade Martial Hall were initially taken aback, then inquired about Bai Yun. At that moment, a large white cat leaped from Wu Yun's arms, and with a flash of white light, transformed into a majestic white tiger. Ah, Bai Yun. The disciples gasped in awe, their eyes widened in amazement. And where is my adoptive father? Inside, Wu Yun replied, leading the two tigers within. Upon entering the main hall, Wu Yun instructed the two tigers to wait outside, especially the scorpion tiger, so as not to startle his adoptive father. Yuner, you have finally returned. Lin Dong informed me that you were being pursued by a woman. Let me see if you are injured. Luo Cheng expressed his immediate concern upon seeing him. Rest assured, father, I am quite well. Not only did I sustain no injuries this time, but I also made a considerable profit. Wu Yun replied with a smile. Ha ha, that is wonderful. As long as you are fine, that is all that matters. By the way, Lin Dong and Qing Tan have been quite worried about you. Now that you are back safely, you should go and inform them. Very well, I shall visit the Lin family first. Oh, and father, I have brought back a beast that can help guard the hall and the courtyard. Please find a place for it. Oh, let me see what kind of beast it is, Luo Cheng said, following Wu Yun with some anticipation. Arriving at the entrance of the main hall, Wu Yun mounted Bai Yun directly. Then Luo Cheng remarked, it is this rather unsightly tiger. Father, you can simply find a cozy spot for it. Then he communicated with the scorpion tiger, obediently heeding the commands of my adoptive father. I shall venture out for a moment. I take my leave, adoptive father. With a playful slap to the white cloud's rear, Wu Yun dashed out the door, leaving Luo Cheng and the scorpion tiger exchanging bewildered glances. The scorpion tiger let out a low, gentle call, a series of howls. Luo Cheng, still processing Wu Yun's words, looked up to behold a gigantic black tiger. A creature he had faced before, such a formidable beast. Previously, in Qingyang town, even the fire python tiger of the Tianyuan realm had left them in a frenzy. Now, in his dazed state, he found himself confronted by a scorpion tiger that rivaled the formative realm. Luo Cheng's legs weakened, and he collapsed onto the ground, his heart racing uncontrollably, unable to restrain himself from exclaiming, every day is a scorpion tiger. How could he arrange for a formative realm scorpion tiger? In his heart, Luo Cheng cursed, Wu Yun, you are leading me astray. Chapter 80. Lin Langtian faces crisis as the reincarnator emerges. Before Wu Yun had exited the mountains, atop a peak outside Yin City, Lin Shun climbed breathlessly, standing before none other than Lin Langtian, who had escaped in disarray from the ancient tomb estate. Once handsome and poised, Lin Langtian now donned a black robe, his face obscured by a veil, hiding him thoroughly. The only visible feature was his pair of eyes, surrounded by skin marred by burns. In a voice hoarse yet measured, he stated, Speak, what brings you to me? Lin Shun swallowed hard, organizing his thoughts before slowly articulating. Brother Langtian, the ancient tomb estate is utterly barren. Everyone has returned empty-handed. How could a tomb of a dignified Nirvana realm expert yield nothing? I believe there is something amiss. I have a suspicion. Lin Dong from the Yin City branch had a confrontation with me before venturing to the ancient tomb estate. At that time, he and his beastly tiger were merely at the initial stage of the Yuan Dan realm. He and his elder brother, Wu Yun, entered the ancient tomb estate a day prior to us. Merely 3 days have passed, and yesterday, I sense that both Lin Dong and his tiger have reached the great perfection of the Yuan Dan realm. Moreover, his elder brother Wu Yun, along with that white tiger, has also experienced a terrifying surge in power within these 3 days. Not long after you exited the tomb estate yesterday, Wu Yun was pursued out by that mysterious woman with the green lotus feet who accompanied you. I witnessed the white tiger unleash its power at the formative realm. Its speed was so extraordinary that even the mysterious woman could not catch up immediately. I find it hard to believe such coincidences could occur. They hail from the small Yin city, and without extraordinary opportunities, their rapid growth is implausible. Everyone else returned empty-handed, yet they too, within these 3 days, have significantly enhanced their strength. Therefore, I suspect they must have obtained some fortuitous encounter within the ancient tomb estate. Lin Shun articulated his thoughts in one breath. Having meticulously prepared this discourse for an extended period, the logic he presented was the culmination of a sleepless night spent in contemplation. His animosity towards Lin Dong and Wu Yun, the assailants who had injured him with the white tiger, was profound. Although he could not ascertain whether the opportunities within the ancient tomb had indeed been seized by the duo, it was evident that they harbored secrets. He had deliberately conveyed this to Lin Langtian, both to seek retribution against the two and to potentially gain favor should they possess significant fortunes, regardless of their origin. Lin Langtian furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Their expedition to the ancient tomb had been directed towards the main burial chamber, neglecting the exterior chambers. Subsequently learning that those outer chambers were entirely vacant struck him as peculiar. The uproar had stirred the entire royal family of the great Yin dynasty, raising questions about the powerful energy seals. How could there be nothing within? While others departed, shrouded in uncertainty, Lin Qin's assertions led Lin Langtian to consider the possibility anew. Although he doubted that two individuals at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm could attain treasures from the tomb, the unpredictable nature of chance could not be dismissed. After all, it was through serendipity that he had encountered Master Mu in his earlier, weaker days. Particularly troubling was the fact that Wu Yun had managed to escape from Ling Qingzhu, which raised significant concerns. Even he, with Master Mu's assistance, could not guarantee victory against Ling Qingzhu. The seemingly inconspicuous Yin city was indeed a place of hidden talents. This alone made Lin Langtian speculate that even if Wu Yun and his companion had not seized the fortunes within the ancient tomb, their remarkable growth at such a tender age suggested that they, too, possessed secrets and potential untold fortunes. Very well, let us pay a visit to the Lin family in Yin City. Lin Langtian agreed. At the Lin family estate, within the grand hall, Lin Langtian occupied the principal seat, exuding an air of authority. To his left sat Tao Lao, accompanied by members of the clan, including Lin Chun and Lin Kuer, while Lin Jintian, along with Lin Qin and Lin Xiao, fidgeted anxiously on the right. In the center stood Lin Dong, upright with a defiant glint in his eye. Beside him was the irate Xiaoyan, baring her teeth as she glared at Lin Langtian, who looked down upon them from his elevated position. The hall was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Lin Langtian's gaze swept over the assembly with an indifferent yet commanding presence, instilling a palpable fear that rendered everyone speechless. An icy, menacing aura permeated the air as they awaited his pronouncement. He was the prodigious scion of the Lin clan, the future heir to its leadership, overseeing the enforcement division of the family, an entity of unparalleled distinction within the confines of this modest branch in Yin City. So, you are Lin Dong, he began. It is no small feat for a young talent to emerge from this branch. Achieving the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm at such a tender age speaks volumes of your innate gifts, rivaling even my own potential in my youth. Upon my arrival, I harbor no ulterior motives, merely inquiring about the rapid enhancement of your capabilities. Might there be a secret you could graciously divulge for the benefit of our clan? If it proves beneficial, I shall report it to the Elder Council, perhaps facilitating the return of your branch to the inner clan. Lin Langtian proclaimed from a position of superiority, as if demanding Lin Dong to reveal his secrets was a matter of course and in his best interest. He had completely forgotten how, a decade prior, he had ruthlessly incapacitated Lin Dong's father during the clan's grand competition. Lin Langtian had never regarded the branch family members with any semblance of respect. In his eyes, they were nothing but worthless, and their existence only served to tarnish the clan's reputation. Thus, he consistently exhibited a harsh demeanor towards them, especially after assuming command of the enforcement team. His cruelty had only intensified. Over the years, he had rendered numerous branch family members powerless, and Lin Dong's father, Lin Xiao, was merely a distant memory to him. Consequently, he found it difficult to comprehend Lin Dong's current defiance and his resistance against him. There is no secret. Rapid cultivation simply entails rapid cultivation. Lin Dong replied nonchalantly. Do you seem to challenge my authority? Lin Langtian frowned, as no branch family member had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner, devoid of any reverence. He believed that merely pressing for answers without more severe consequences was already a display of leniency towards them. Would you consider my submission to you as kneeling? Lin Dong retorted coldly. Confronting Lin Langtian, the resentment and hatred within him surged uncontrollably. Having been scalded by fire the previous day, Lin Langtian was brimming with pent-up frustration. And now a mere branch family member dared to speak to him in such a manner, plunging the atmosphere into a chilling silence. Seated to the left, Lin Chun and the others stifled their laughter, their expressions radiating delight at the audacity of Lin Dong to challenge Lin Langtian. Lin Kuer furrowed her brows, recognizing from the expressions of Lin Chun and the others that this was the result of Lin Dong's remarks to Lin Langtian. Although Lin Kuer had sensed the burgeoning issue between Lin Dong and Wu Yun, she had no tangible evidence, and since both parties bore no grudge against each other, she deemed it unnecessary to unveil their secrets. Lin Kuer held a measure of admiration for Lin Dong, observing the increasingly tense atmosphere between him and Lin Langtian. She understood Lin Langtian's nature. Should this confrontation persist, Lin Dong would inevitably suffer. Unable to restrain herself, she interjected, Lin Dong. Lin Langtian is the captain of the clan's enforcement team. How can you speak to him in such a manner? Just answer his inquiries. As she spoke, a wave of mental energy reached Lin Dong's mind. Perhaps Lin Shun and others have said something to provoke his suspicion. If you have obtained any fortuitous opportunities within the ancient tomb, it would be prudent to reveal a portion, or else Lin Langtian will not relent. Lin Kuer wished to avert any discord among their kin. While she admired Lin Longtian's innate talent and strength, she disapproved of his brutal treatment of their fellow clansmen. Concerned about Lin Dong's potential downfall, he boldly stepped forward to offer a reminder. Kuer, please take a seat. Lin Longtian's voice was calm, yet undeniably authoritative. Lin Kuer furrowed her brow, reluctantly complying and sitting down. As the captain of the family enforcement team, are you intending to enforce the law upon me? Pray tell, which clan law have I transgressed? Lin Dong stubbornly retorted. However, Lin Langtian had always been unreasonable when dealing with members of the branch family. Disrespect towards me is tantamount to disregarding the clan's laws. To ignore the laws is itself a grave offense. It seems you truly ought to kneel. Suddenly, Lin Langtian unleashed a formidable aura that enveloped Lin Dong and Xiao Yin in an instant. It felt as if an immense mountain bore down upon Lin Dong. The overwhelming presence of a qi-condensing expert was manifest. Lin Dong clenched his fists tightly, resolutely resisting the oppressive force, refusing to let his body yield. Donger, Lin Jintian and Lin Xiao both rose simultaneously, intent on aiding Lin Dong. Yet, before they could approach, a powerful force struck them, sending them reeling and causing them to spit blood. The two glared fiercely at Lin Langtian. Lin Langtian, as the representative of the family enforcement team, how can you so cruelly bully us branch family members? Lin Jintian exclaimed. Lin Langtian, release my son. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Lin Xiao shouted. Enough. Lin Langtian completely disregarded their pleas, unleashing a surge of energy that sent Lin Jintian and Lin Xiao flying out of the hall, rendering them unconscious. Father. Third brother. Lin Qin cried out, rushing over to check on the two. Grandfather. Father. Lin Dong cried out in anguish, yet he found himself unable to move. Roar. Xiao Yin emitted a low growl, enduring the tremendous pressure, yet like its master, it refused to bend its mighty legs in submission to this loathsome foe. Lin. Lang. Tian. Lin Dong repeated each name in his heart, his eyes burning with hatred. Within the stone talisman, the little weasel felt Lin Dong's distress, always one to seek vengeance. He could not bear to witness such humiliation. He thought to himself how wonderful it would be if the elder were present. Yet, he understood that with such a powerful woman pursuing them, the elder was likely struggling for his own safety. They could only rely on themselves now. This level of humiliation was unbearable for the little weasel as well. Lin Dong, if you can no longer endure it, I can assist you. With the addition of that mid-tier talisman puppet, I have a 20% chance of defeating him. Only 20%? Lin Dong felt a pang of disappointment. He longed to vanquish Lin Langtian at this moment. You certainly possess some abilities to withstand my pressure for this long. Speak. Did you obtain some opportunity within the ancient tomb? If you willingly disclose it, not only will I spare your life, but I shall also provide you with a corresponding reward. What say you? Lin Longtian's interest was piqued. His actions were merely to test Lin Dong, to ascertain whether he truly harbored hidden capabilities. Now, the fact that Lin Dong could endure under his oppressive presence for so long, along with his formidable tiger, was no trivial matter. This level of strength and determination was not something an ordinary individual could possess. In this moment, even the formidable figures of the Yuan Dan realm, including those at the pinnacle of the great perfection, have succumbed to their knees. How amusing it is that you would threaten to slay me if I fail to deliver. Lin Dong retorted coldly, gritting his teeth in defiance. His knees twisted, yet he remained steadfast, glaring furiously at Lin Langtian. Indeed, it is for the opportunity within the ancient tomb that they pursue him. Yet how can brother Lin Langtian be so certain that it is Lin Dong who has obtained such fortune? Lin Kuer, though harboring doubts, lacked the evidence to support her suspicions. She dared not assert that Lin Dong was the one to have received the ancient tomb's boon. Brother Lin Langtian. Perhaps Lin Dong possesses nothing at all. Could there be a misunderstanding? After all, the ancient tomb ensnared even you. So how could a mere Yuan Dan realm individual possibly obtain it? Lin Kuer suggested. Lin Kuer, there is no need to speak on behalf of Lin Dong. Regardless of whether he has secured the ancient tomb's opportunity, his suspicion remains paramount. Moreover, his rapid ascent in strength undoubtedly conceals a secret, Lin Shen declared, unveiling their true intentions. Suspicion was merely a seed. Seizing Lin Dong's opportunity was the crux of their endeavor. Even if there is a secret, it belongs solely to Lin Dong and has nothing to do with the family. Lin Kuer protested. Kuer, be silent. This is not the time for your interjection. Lin Langtian admonished. How pathetic and laughable it is that a member of a prominent clan would stoop to robbing from a branch family member like myself. The pretense of justification merely conceals the truth of theft. You do not shed tears until you see the coffin. All that belongs to your clan is inherently for the clan. If you do not contribute your gains to the family, what purpose do you serve as branch family members? Lin Langtian had long since dismissed the branch family members as inconsequential, and his conviction that Lin Dong possessed something of value grew stronger. A typical individual at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm would hardly possess such formidable power to withstand his oppressive aura. It requires not only a robust will, but also considerable strength. Crack! The floor splintered beneath them, Lin Dong and Xiao Yan's feet sinking into the ground. Yet, they clung fiercely to their resolve, refusing to bow. Brother Lin Dong, Xiao Yan, a petite girl in a short skirt, with a cherubic and exquisite face, appeared at the door. Qing Tan gazed at Lin Dong with concern, her large, expressive eyes shimmering with tears. Qing Tan. Lin Dong's lips bled as he spoke, his voice faint and weary. Release my brother Lin Dong and Xiao Yan. Otherwise, when brother Wu Yun returns, you shall face dire consequences. Qing Tan threatened, her voice trembling with emotion. What is a mere child doing here? This is no place for you. Lin Shen retorted, prepared to shoo her away. Lin Shen, what are you doing? Regardless of her age, she is still one of our Lin family. How can you be so rude? Lin Kuer intervened, rushing to the door to restrain Qing Tan. Quickly, go find your brother Wu Yun, she whispered to Qing Tan. In this dire situation, the only hope she could conceive for rescuing Lin Dong lay in Wu Yun's intervention. Wu Yun, capable of engaging with the enigmatic woman, could undoubtedly restrain brother Lin Langtian, thereby rescuing Lin Dong from his clutches. Qing Tan adjusted her little skirt, tears cascading down her cheeks as she dashed toward the door. If you refuse to cooperate, I shall take matters into my own hands. At that moment, Lin Langtian extended his mighty palm towards Lin Dong, intent on delivering a merciless blow. A member of the branch family, what as one more death? Sensing Lin Longtian's murderous intent, Lin Dong cast aside any hesitation. He had run out of opportunities for forbearance. He activated his mental energy transmission talisman, urging, Little Weasel, strike. Even if it leads to my demise, I shall ensure Lin Langtian pays dearly. Simultaneously, he channeled all his elemental energy into the talisman. A radiant glow emanated from the Qinkuan pouch at his waist, materializing a colossal humanoid talisman puppet before him. The puppet, with a bronze-colored head, raised its gigantic palm to meet Lin Longtian's descending strike, producing a resounding impact. As their palms collided, Lin Longtian's eyes ignited with a fierce glimmer. An intermediate talisman puppet, infused with the aura of the ancient tomb. How deeply you have concealed your true capabilities, he coldly remarked. Is this your fortuitous encounter within the ancient tomb? Yet, relying solely on an intermediate talisman puppet will not aid you. When I inquired, you should have surrendered the item obediently. At this moment, Lin Dong had resolved to fight. Surrender? Do you believe that would spare me, Lin Langtian? Even if I perish today, you shall pay a price. A violet glow surged from Lin Dong's palm, swiftly coalescing into a mouse-shaped luminescence. Its diminutive black form exuded an overwhelming authority, with an intricate purple rune manifesting at its brow. Heavenly Demon Weasel. A voice of astonishment, audible only to Lin Langtian, resonated within him. The little weasel, unable to contain itself any longer, emerged and brandished its claws. Two powerful violet claw shadows lunged toward Lin Langtian. Shocked, he hastily gathered his elemental force to defend himself. Master Mu cautioned, be careful. The heavenly demon weasel is exceptionally formidable. I did not expect to encounter one here. Lin Longtian's expression turned grave as he queried via transmission. What in the world is a heavenly demon weasel? Master Mu replied, it is one of the most powerful beasts in existence. Fortunately, it is merely in its spirit form. Otherwise, we would be the ones in peril. For the first time, Lin Langtian faced an opponent that even Master Mu regarded with such astonishment, leaving him uncertain about his next move. Should he continue fighting? Master Mu insisted, we must engage. In other circumstances, I might hesitate to confront a heavenly demon weasel, but encountering one here spells misfortune for it. Kill it. I will assist you, and together we shall prevail. Cackling, Lin Langtian thought, if I can absorb this spirit, my strength will undoubtedly be restored significantly. With Master Mu's affirmation, Lin Langtian felt elated, realizing that Lin Dong truly possessed a significant opportunity. The weasel's claws danced through the air, swiftly tracing powerful seals. He and Lin Langtian engaged in a fierce battle within the Grand Hall, the overwhelming shockwaves swiftly tearing the roof asunder. One man and a weasel soared into the air. Lin Dong, harnessing his mental energy, controlled the talisman puppet, continuously infusing it with pure essence pills. The puppet's attacks were straightforward, delivering powerful palm strikes one after another. Lin Kuer, Lin Qingzhu, and the others had already retreated to the periphery in a state of disarray, their gazes filled with dread as they looked towards Lin Dong. They had never anticipated that Lin Dong could pose a threat to Lin Langtian, especially Lin Qingzhu, who, amidst his surprise, felt a surge of joy, realizing not only had he placed the right bet, but it was indeed a substantial one. The secret of Lin Dong was beyond his wildest imagination. Xiao Yan, go kill him. Lin Dong cast a cold glance at Lin Qingzhu. Xiao Yan, unable to contain the fury within, was eager to sink its teeth into something. Although it could not take on Lin Langtian, this loathsome fellow was certainly no match. Xiao Yan transformed into a crimson shadow and darted towards Lin Qingzhu. Old Tao, save me. Lin Qingzhu cried out, utterly terrified to confront Xiao Yan. He frantically fled towards Old Tao. Beast, do you dare to be so arrogant? Old Tao bellowed, unleashing a palm strike infused with energy towards Xiao Yan. In a fit of rage, Xiao Yan charged forward with such ferocity that even Old Tao felt a pang of trepidation. He realized he could not single-handedly stop this ferocious creature. Kur, Old Tao shouted. But Lin Qingzhu stood frozen in a daze, seemingly indifferent to the chaos around her. At that moment, she was overwhelmed, struck with astonishment at Lin Dong's hidden power. Yet, the familial conflict was exceedingly difficult for her to accept. Lin Longtian's actions today were utterly excessive. If it had been an outsider, Lin Qingzhu could have understood to some extent, but this was a member of her own branch, and the cruelty displayed was even more ruthless than that of a foe. Within the Grand Hall, waves of energy erupted. The terrifying fluctuations of power could sweep away even those at the pinnacle of the Essence Dance stage, prompting the residents of Flame City to gaze up towards the Lin family's direction. The little weasel radiated a brilliant purple light, unleashing a series of formidable claw strikes. Alas, Lin Langtian remained too powerful. Despite the little weasel exerting all its might, it was insufficient to unleash Lin Dong's martial prowess solely based on his Essence Dance perfection. In that moment, the little weasel discerned a mysterious aura of divinity within Lin Langtian. With this divine presence aiding him, the prospect of defeating Lin Langtian became unattainable. The weasel felt a twinge of disappointment. It transmitted a mental message. Lin Dong, I will hold him off. You must escape. At that juncture, Lin Langtian gathered a beam of energy in his palm and fiercely directed it towards the talisman puppet controlled by Lin Dong. The beam exploded, cleaving the sturdy mid-tier talisman puppet in two. Lin Dong, wielding the ancient tortoise shield, was still thrown back by the residual force, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The battle was nothing short of brutal. The weasel's brilliance dimmed as it once again coalesced a powerful array imprint to strike out. Ha! You are on the verge of collapse. Lin Langtian coldly snorted, with a hint of expectation, saying, Tianyao Weasel, how about you abandon your resistance and submit to me? The little weasel retorted, you must be joking. I, the Weasel Lord, would never submit to anyone. If it weren't for my lost physical form, a wretch like you, even with that powerful primordial spirit within you, would be crushed in an instant. The little weasel was not surprised that Lin Langtian recognized it. With such a formidable primordial spirit, identifying the Tianyao Weasel was quite normal. Refuse to submit, and you shall meet your demise. The little weasel threatened. Humph. Knowing my origins, yet daring to threaten me, do you not fear that I might leave you with the Tianyao brand before my death, subjecting you to the relentless pursuit of the Tianyao clan? The Tianyao brand could be inscribed into an enemy's body, ensuring that anyone marked would be discovered upon nearing the Tianyao Weasel clan. Lin Langtian hesitated for a moment, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Musher interjected. Do not heed his words. He lacks the power to wield the Tianyao mark. You filthy rat, daring to threaten me. Lin Langtian bellowed in fury, charging at the little weasel. At that moment, Wu Yun arrived at the Lin family's entrance, sensing a powerful surge of vitality emanating from within the courtyard. Alarmed, he quickly summoned Bai Yun and rushed forward. Wu Yun go. Upon reaching the entrance, he spotted Qing Tan rushing out. Wu Yun scooped up Qing Tan and urged Bai Yun to continue toward the source of the energy disturbance. On the back of the tiger, Wu Yun inquired, Qing Tan, what is happening? It's Lin Langtian. He has injured grandfather and father and is trying to kill Lin Dong go. Wu Yun go. You must hurry and save him. Qing Tan explained rapidly. Wu Yun's expression darkened, realizing he had not anticipated Lin Longtian's arrival at the Lin family. This deviated from the expected narrative. Could his presence have altered the course of events? With no time for further contemplation, Wu Yun stepped onto the ice sword and sped toward the fray. Shattered sky demonic tablet palm. Lin Langtian stood in the void, one hand supporting a massive demonic tablet, resembling a war god bearing the weight of a mountain, evoking a sense of suffocation merely by appearance. The little weasel squeezed its eyes shut, knowing it could not withstand this strike. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar and phoenix's cry echoed through the sky as 7 crimson beams of light shot, toward Lin Longtian's demonic tablet palm. The little weasel's eyes brightened. The reincarnator had arrived. Chapter 81. The miserable Lin Longtian's subdued sorrow. 7 Phoenix Cry arrows were consecutively shot by Wu Yun, detonating Lin Longtian's demonic tablet palm and saving the little weasel. The arrows, imbued with Wu Yun's spiritual energy, spiraled back to his hand after striking. Wu Yun, standing atop the ice sword and wielding the dragon's roar bow, knocked the 7 Phoenix Cry arrows once more. The two faced off in the air. "You are Wu Yun," Lin Langtian exclaimed in astonishment. "Weren't you being pursued by Ling Qingzhu? How did you manage to escape her clutches?" Wu Yun cast a fleeting glance at him, refraining from responding to his words. Instead, she turned her attention to the now dimmed heavenly demon weasel, expressing a blend of concern and familiarity as she inquired, "Little weasel, are you all right?" The little weasel, taken aback by the endearing address from the formidable figure, felt an overwhelming sense of warmth. "He knows me. He has always known me." Despite her vigilance towards him, the master had seen through her defenses. His caring gaze and familiar greeting left the little weasel momentarily stunned. The affectionate title bestowed by Wu Yun enveloped the little weasel in an unparalleled sensation of love. I'm fine. I can hold on a bit longer," she replied swiftly, her heart brimming with warmth. "Then let us recover quickly and fight together," Wu Yun invited. Faced with Lin Langtian, he held little confidence. However, the addition of the little weasel's assistance would undoubtedly bolster his chances. "All right, let us go after him." The little weasel was filled with excitement, and despite her current weakness, her restless heart could not be contained. The master had invited her to team up against the bothersome Lin Langtian. "Lin Dong, bring me the demon spirits." The little weasel darted downwards, communicating with Lin Dong. Upon seeing his elder brother approach, Lin Dong felt a surge of security wash over him, calming his racing heart. He retrieved the Qianquan pouch, filled with hundreds of demon spirits plundered from the ancient tomb, which the little weasel had yet to absorb. A stream of dormant demon spirits emerged from the pouch, immediately drawn towards the little weasel. Mouth of the heavenly demon. The little weasel opened her mouth, and a swirling black vortex appeared before her, swiftly devouring dozens of demon spirits. Lin Dong, seizing a handful of elixirs, frantically swallowed them. He needed to replenish a substantial amount of yuan power to lend to the little weasel for her endeavors. "Do not let him recover. Stop him at once." Master Mu's voice echoed in Lin Longtian's mind. Shattered Sky Demon Tablet Palm. He unleashed this 9th-grade martial art once more. A mighty aura swept across the sky as Lin Longtian's cold gaze intensified, and 2 colossal demon tablets materialized in the air. This time, the tablets appeared even more substantial, indicating Lin Longtian's serious intent against Wu Yun. Wu Yun's expression turned grave. Although Lin Longtian's martial prowess paled in comparison to Ling Qingzhu's Azure Sky Lotus, it still posed a significant threat to him. Yuan power surged as Wu Yun unleashed 7 Phoenix Cry arrows. However, this time they flew forth in a single line. Simultaneously, Wu Yun's Niwen Palace opened, and his mental energy rapidly inscribed 2 primordial runes, the Gravity Rune and the Wind Rune. These runes affixed to the Phoenix Cry arrows produced a sound that pierced the air, imbued with tremendous force as they shot towards Lin Longtian's demon tablet palm. Boom! A tremendous explosion of yuan power resonated as the demon tablet vanished, yet the 7 Phoenix Cry arrows cracked and disintegrated. They were merely low-grade spiritual treasures, unable to withstand such overwhelming power. As Bai Yun arrived, she beheld Wu Yun already engaged in combat. Without a moment's hesitation, she soared into the air, her 2 tiger-like claws coalescing into a dazzling orb of light. White Tiger Radiant Wave. The luminous wave shot forth with a destructive aura aimed directly at Lin Langtian. Swiftly, Lin Langtian conjured a barrier of elemental force in a desperate attempt to shield himself. However, the light wave was intangible, effortlessly penetrating the barrier and striking Lin Langtian's body, exploding in a brilliant display that caused him to spew blood. His black robe, which had enveloped him, was torn asunder, revealing his severely burned and grotesque visage before the onlookers. His face was marred with deep wrinkles and ghastly scars, a sight both horrifying and pitiable. Lin Karen and the younger members of the Lin clan gazed at Lin Langtian in disbelief. Their once handsome elder brother had transformed into such a wretched figure. No wonder he had donned that heavy black robe. "So this is your true appearance." Wu Yun interjected with a cutting remark. "You wretched fiend, I shall slay you." Lin Langtian roared in fury, his murderous intent surging within him. Suddenly, his form ascended dramatically, his expression devoid of emotion as he rapidly conjured a series of peculiar hand seals. Wu Yun, sensing the urgency, promptly inscribed for primal phantoms around Lin Langtian to restrain him. Then, a trifold array descended, manifesting light, emerald waves, and the flame of myriad transformations. Another primal fire rune was infused into the potent myriad transformation array. Lin Langtian soon found himself disoriented by the phantom runes, his concentrated light imprint unsure of its target. At that moment, Wu Yun's array descended, igniting Lin Langtian with spiritual flames. Lin Langtian howled in agony as he felt the searing heat. "Do not panic. Surrender your body to my control," commanded Master Mu. "Very well." Lin Langtian closed his eyes, only to reopen them moments later. His gaze transformed from hollow to seasoned and astute. He surveyed the surrounding phantom runes, perceiving the intangible spiritual runes with clarity. With a swift motion, he unleashed the light imprint, causing the phantom runes to dissipate and the illusion that had encased him to vanish. His hands moved with remarkable speed, forming intricate seals as elemental powers surged forth, culminating in a formidable handprint that shattered the trifold array enveloping him. Wu Yun gasped in surprise, realizing that Lin Langtian had undergone a transformation. Otherwise, he would not have become so unexpectedly formidable, his attacks now simple, direct, and effective. "Elder brother, I can only execute one final move," cried the young weasel, now somewhat rejuvenated, affectionately addressing Wu Yun as elder brother. Seizing the opportunity presented by Lin Langtian's momentary lapse after casting his seals, he launched an offensive. Heavenly Demon Claw. An ancient, purplish-black claw emerged from a rift in the heavens, descending swiftly to envelop Lin Langtian. In an instant, it slashed across his body, causing him to spit forth blood. The hair was in disarray, a sight of utter chaos. A fierce roar followed, as the white cloud unleashed a resounding wave of sound. A powerful sonic blast far mightier than before, directed at Lin Langtian. This tiger's roar reverberated throughout the entire Flame City. Inside the Mad Blade Martial Arts Hall, the Scorpion Tiger, having just prepared to rest under Luo Cheng's arrangements, suddenly sprang to its feet upon hearing the roar of the white cloud. Without hesitation, the Scorpion Tiger soared into the air, heading towards the source of the sound, the epicenter of the impending battle. Roaring in frustration, the Scorpion Tiger lamented. "Why wasn't I called to join the fight? Enough howling. Let us take him down together." Wu Yun communicated telepathically. Currently, it was as if four were in the forming realm against Lin Langtian, who was merely at the Qi realm. With a fierce roar, the Scorpion Tiger charged forward without a hint of fear. Its fate was now entwined with Wu Yun's. Wu Yun's enemies were its enemies. And if Wu Yun were to perish, so too would it. Thus, there was no choice. The Scorpion Tiger struck out with its claws towards Lin Langtian, while its scorpion tail lunged menacingly at Lin Langtian's neck. When it chose to attack, it did so with lethal intent. The Scorpion Tiger's initial display was marked by fervor. "You foul beast, perish!" Lin Langtian exclaimed, seizing the scorpion tail and delivering a powerful blow from the heaven-shattering demon tablet, sending the Scorpion Tiger flying. Yet, the Scorpion Tiger immediately fortified its defenses, encasing itself in a protective shell. Lin Langtian was already a master in the forming realm and had recently gained a trace of White Tiger's blood, preparing to ascend to the Qi realm. Coupled with years of careful cultivation and wisdom, it was a beast capable of battling above its level. The little weasel had already dealt a heavy blow to Lin Langtian and now retreated to the stone talisman to recuperate. Wu Yun, by Yun, and the Scorpion Tiger formed a triangular stance against Lin Langtian. "Master Mu, today may not be our day. I shall take you away from here." Lin Langtian scrutinized the trio, his brow furrowing. "Wu Yun, this is a matter concerning my Lin clan. Must you meddle?" He attempted to dissuade them with words. "Lin Langtian, do you not find it somewhat laughable to speak thus now?" Wu Yun retorted with a cold smile. When he had arrived, he had not spoken but had charged directly into battle. Now, sensing defeat, he resorted to invoking the Lin clan for negotiation. "Everything Lin Dong possesses is because of me. Should you wish to harm him, you must first seek my approval. Wu Yun, if the mountain does not move, the water will shift. I shall repay this day in the future," Lin Langtian declared, transforming into a streak of light as he attempted to flee. However, escape would not come easily. White Tiger Half-Moon Slash, Scorpion Seal, Dragon Transformation Seal, Dragon Whisker Needle. The two tigers and a man simultaneously unleashed their martial prowess. Wu Yun employed the techniques that had proven effective against Ling Qingzhu, with the Dragon Transformation Seal concealing the Dragon Whisker Needle. "I intend to leave, but you shall not retain me," Lin Langtian proclaimed confidently as he unleashed a formidable surge of primal energy. Yet, before he could finish his words, a cry escaped his lips. With a heart-wrenching and anguished cry, he let out a sound of profound suffering. Hundreds of needle-like dragon whiskers pierced into various parts of his body. Almost every part of him was struck. Although the dragon whisker needles could penetrate the protective barrier, their limited power was still insufficient to slay Lin Langtian. To inflict the most severe injury possible, Wu Yun deliberately controlled the insertion points of the needles. Despite Lin Longtian's swift reflexes and clever evasion of most vital areas, several needles still penetrated through his most sensitive regions. It felt as though an egg had shattered. A faint sorrow blossomed deep within Lin Longtian's heart. The dragon whisker needles, now devoid of his mental control, instantly curled into a ball. The excruciating pain from his flesh being torn apart, especially in those sensitive areas, nearly caused him to faint, despite the formidable protection of his primordial spirit. At that moment, not a trace of his former pride remained. He was a picture of utter despair and humiliation. His body was ruined. Even if he could recover in the future, this period would forever cast a daunting shadow over him. The tremendous pain continued to shred his nerves, causing his entire body to convulse, his skin distorting under the strain. He could only allow Master Mu to control his body and make a hasty escape. Faintly, from the sky, an unwilling shout echoed. Wu Yun, I Lin Longtian swear. I will kill you. Chapter 82. Wu Yun's foster father will thank us. Lin Longtian was determined to flee, and none present could hinder him. With a formidable primordial spirit like Master Mu by his side, even if he were a level higher, it would be futile. Wu Yun did not aspire to kill Lin Longtian at that moment. He was already satisfied with merely shedding a layer of his skin and inflicting a severe blow to his pride. This significant injury was enough to leave Lin Longtian in a dire state. The most serious loss would likely be the small objects embedded within him. The dragon whisker needles were exceedingly difficult to extract, necessitating flesh to be cut away to retrieve them. While this would not affect Lin Longtian's strength, his mental state would undoubtedly shatter. The combination of physical and psychological wounds would make recovery impossible in the short term. However, for someone like Lin Longtian, blessed with immense fortune, it was possible that he might stumble upon some extraordinary technique or treasure, such as a unique martial art, and rise again through an alternate path. Yet, such thoughts did not occupy Wu Yun's mind. No matter how formidable Lin Longtian was, he could not contend with the Child of Destiny within the original narrative. Now, with the Child of Destiny alongside his own transmigration advantage, there was no reason not to subdue Lin Longtian. The proud heir of the Lin clan. What treasures might he possess? Under Wu Yun's mental command, a single dragon whisker needle soared back, adorned with a large, dark purple spatial pouch. In the final strike moments ago, Wu Yun commanded hundreds of dragon whisker needles. As a multitude of these needles penetrated Lin Longtian's body, inflicting unbearable agony upon him. An inquisitive dragon whisker needle stealthily liberated the Qingzhu pouch from his waist. Holding Lin Longtian's Qingzhu pouch, Wu Yun could not help but smile. The exquisite craftsmanship and hue clearly indicated it was a rare, high-grade pouch. A prodigy from a prominent clan would undoubtedly possess a considerable collection. Wu Yun unleashed a obliteration rune to erase Lin Longtian's spiritual imprint and probed into the Qingzhu pouch with his own mental energy. Instantly, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Inside the pouch, a dazzling array of pure essence pills, each the size of an infant's fist, filled the space, an astonishing total of 300,000. This was merely the pure essence pills. Numerous other vials containing elixirs of no less than 7th grade were also present. Additionally, there lay a martial arts manual, the formidable 9th grade technique, the Shattered Sky Demon Steel Palm, which Lin Longtian had just demonstrated. This was indeed a delightful surprise. Wu Yun had just witnessed the devastating power of the Shattered Sky Demon Steel Palm. Even the low-grade spiritual treasure, the Phoenix Cry Arrow, reinforced by runes, had been shattered under its might. Upon returning to the ground, Wu Yun observed the Lin family's courtyard, now ravaged by the residual waves of energy from the battle. At that moment, two figures swooped in, Xiao Wanjin from the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce and the city lord, Shi Qingzhu. The intensity of the earlier conflict had left them apprehensive. Although concern gnawed at their hearts, they dared not approach, for the residual energy from the battle had instilled a profound fear within them. To involve themselves would mean certain annihilation. It was not that they were unwilling to assist Wu Yun, but rather that they felt utterly powerless. Brother Wu Yun, are you all right? They inquired sheepishly. Xiao Wanjin remarked, you are our esteemed guest in the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, yet I regret that I could not aid you. I feel deeply ashamed. I too am filled with shame, Shi Qingzhu added. It was agreed that you would be our honorary guest at the city lord's residence. Yet I could only watch as you fought without being able to lend a hand. Wu Yun responded, gentlemen, what is this? If you had the means to assist and chose not to, then I would indeed hold you accountable. However, given the circumstances, how could I possibly blame you? With your mere perfected essence realm, and just having entered the formative realm, how could you have intervened in such a fierce battle? Both men exchanged embarrassed glances, rendered speechless. While the logic held true, it felt peculiar to refer to themselves as mere bystanders. Sensing their discomfort, Wu Yun quickly clarified, what I meant to convey is that there was no need for you both to risk your lives on my behalf. The matter is behind us, after all. Lin Langtian has not been above reproach. Indeed. They nodded vigorously. Brother Wu Yun, your rise in power is nothing short of terrifying. We were genuinely in awe of your display just now. Now, they are no longer on the same level as Wu Yun. The fact that Wu Yun can still maintain good relations with them demonstrates his loyalty and integrity. After dismissing the two, Wu Yun began to tidy up the aftermath. Lin Langtian had fled, leaving the remaining members of the Lin clan trembling under the pressure of by Yun and Xiao Yan. Lin Chun, who had repeatedly caused trouble, was directly slain by Xiao Yan, and the elder Tao suffered a severed arm. Had it not been for Lin Jintian's timely awakening to save him, his life would have been claimed by Xiao Yan's wrath. This incident had undoubtedly offended the Lin clan thoroughly. Brother, how should we handle these people? Wu Yun inquired with a cold tone, suggesting that he was ready to eliminate them at the slightest provocation. At this stage, Lin Langtian was not the most formidable adversary. The Lin clan itself was the true behemoth, with numerous experts at the third realm of transformation, and the clan leader was a powerful being at the Nirvana realm. If the Lin clan sought revenge, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand, necessitating a life of fleeing. Grandfather, Lin Dong looked towards Lin Jintian. Regarding the clan, Lin Dong had little emotional attachment. It had never brought him any benefits. Only Lin Jintian harbored an intense desire to return to the inner clan. Lin Jintian reassured him. Do not worry. Lin Langtian does not represent the entire Lin clan. His actions this time were excessive. Even if he possesses extraordinary talent, the clan will not allow him to act with impunity. Unjustly slaughtering kin is a grave taboo. Our lineage still has a voice within the inner clan. As long as we make them aware that this was Lin Longtian's wrongdoing, the clan will not seek vengeance against us. On the contrary, they will impose sanctions on Lin Langtian. After speaking, he turned to Elder Tao and Lin Kuer. You have all witnessed the origins and circumstances of this matter. The Yin City branch bears no ill will towards the clan. It is truly Lin Langtian who has gone too far. Old friend Miss Kuer, if you can report this matter truthfully to the clan on behalf of our Yin City branch, then I shall personally ensure your release today. Elder Tao, Lin Kuer, and others appeared hesitant. This was tantamount to implicating Lin Langtian and becoming his adversaries. Within the clan, everyone was aware of Lin Longtian's status and his potential future as the clan leader. Opposing him would be exceedingly unwise. Yet, given the current situation, failing to cooperate could lead to immediate demise. Elder Tao, touching his severed arm, chuckled bitterly. I never anticipated that matters would escalate to this point. Lin Langtian has indeed overstepped this time. Rest assured, my old friend, I am now but a frail old man, and upon my return, I shall relay the truth to the clan, as a way to repay your earlier act of saving my life. Lin Kuer, her face pale and heartbroken, said, I have never wished for our clans to turn against one another. Even if you do not speak, should the clan inquire, I will respond truthfully. So will I. So will I. The other surviving young descendants echoed in agreement. However, whether their promises were sincere remained uncertain. Lin Jintian took a deep breath and declared, You may leave now. The younger members of the clan cast a grateful glance at Lin Jintian before hastily exiting the Lin residence. Lin Kuer was the last to depart. She could not restrain herself from reminding them, the clan may not seek trouble with you, but my brother Lin Langtian is known for his vindictiveness. Having been injured this time, he will surely not let you off easily. You too must be cautious. She did not wish to see Lin Dong fall victim to Lin Longtian's wrath, for Lin Dong was also a prodigy of the Lin family. Lin Dong coldly replied, There is no need for Miss Kuer to worry. If he does not spare us, we have no intention of sparing him either. After the recent confrontation, his animosity towards Lin Langtian had intensified. Sighing, Lin Kuer exited the Lin family home. She felt powerless regarding the enmity between them, unable to persuade anyone. Lin Langtian was indeed a genius, but Wu Yun and Lin Dong were not mediocre either. When prodigies collide, a victor must inevitably emerge. Ultimately, one side would fall. Alas, the Lin family's two great talents could not coexist. Thank you, young friend Wu Yun, for your assistance. Otherwise, our Lin family would surely have been stained with blood today. I took the liberty of letting them go, and I hope you can understand. I do not wish for our kin to engage in bloodshed. Moreover, if the clan truly seeks to retaliate against us, whether through killing them or using them as a threat would be futile. It is better to let them return. As long as there is one voice in our favor, along with our lineage's elders, we can sway the clan not to side with Lin Langtian. Lin Jintian expressed his gratitude and explained as he approached Wu Yun. Wu Yun replied, There is no need for such formality, Lin Lao. Matters concerning the Lin family are best handled by yourselves. Had it not been for Lin Longtian's excessive actions in seeking Lin Dong's life, I would not have intervened. However, since this incident has transpired, we must remain vigilant. We cannot be certain whether the Lin clan will retaliate against us, but Lin Langtian will undoubtedly not rest until he exacts revenge. to prevent his malicious actions. I believe it would be prudent for our two families to conceal ourselves until we ascertain that the Lin clan will not retaliate or until Lin Dong and I possess the strength to confront them. Conceal ourselves? The members of the Lin family looked at Wu Yun, perplexed. With so many of us, how can we hide? The Lin clan's influence permeates the entire Great Yin dynasty. If they truly wish to pursue us, there is no escape. They will find us eventually. Lin Jintian's expression was fraught with worry and concern. There is no need to fret about where we can hide. I have my methods. As long as it is not the clan leader of the Lin family personally coming for us, we will be fine. Even if the clan leader does come, it will not be so easy for them. Anyone attempting to annihilate our two families will have to pay a price. Wu Yun spoke with unwavering confidence. Observing Wu Yun's resolute demeanor, Lin Jintian and Lin Xiao exchanged glances filled with doubt. The clan leader of the Lin family was a formidable being of the Nirvana realm. From where did Wu Yun derive his confidence to confront such a powerful adversary? Only Lin Dong pondered for a moment and discerned Wu Yun's intentions. He communicated with Wu Yun telepathically. Brother, do you intend to arrange for us all to reside in the ancient tomb mansion? Indeed, Wu Yun replied with a smile. Elaborating through their mental connection, I have inherited the legacy of the ancient tomb mansion's master, enabling me to reactivate its formations and enhance their potency. Such a vast mansion is more than sufficient to accommodate the principal members of both our families. All right, Elder Lin, let us not delay. I shall refrain from disclosing the location for now. Please hasten to summon our key clansmen, prepare your belongings, and procure all necessities for our cohabitation. More is better. Be mentally prepared for a period of seclusion, as Lin Dong and I have just acquired a substantial cache of resources. Wu Yun mounted his steed, Bai Yun, and addressed Lin Jintian and the others. I will return to notify the Martial Arts Academy to prepare for the relocation. We shall depart from Yin City tomorrow morning. Upon returning to the Quang Dao Martial Arts Academy, Wu Yun informed Luo Cheng and the others about the events concerning the Lin family. He expressed his apologies to Luo Cheng, stating, Foster father, I regret that my actions have inadvertently put the academy in jeopardy while striving to save Lin Dong and the others, thereby offending the Lin clan. Now we must conceal ourselves. This predicament is essentially the consequence of my actions, and the academy is not merely an individual but a collective of many disciples. Their fates are now inexorably intertwined with mine. The trouble I have stirred, they too must bear. Luo Cheng reassured him, Yunner, there is no need for you to feel remorse. I understand. Over the years, our Quang Dao Martial Arts Academy and the Lin family have formed a deep alliance, sharing mutual interests and sentiments. Should our academy encounter difficulties, I am confident that the Lin family would not stand idly by. You have acted rightly. To be a brother entails a clear conscience. If you had merely watched Lin Dong perish today, I trust you would have regretted it for a lifetime. Such a fate is not worth enduring. If need be, I shall hide for the rest of my days. However, foster father, I believe in you. It is merely one clan. With your rapid growth, I am certain it will not be long before you can rival the Lin family. With Luo Cheng's support and understanding, Wu Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Haha, foster father, you are indeed magnanimous, your character akin to mine. Hey, you rascal. Luo Cheng playfully kicked Wu Yun. Haha, Wu Yun chuckled heartily. After sharing the troubling news, he felt compelled to deliver some good tidings as well. With a serious demeanor, he stated, Foster father, although my actions have brought risks to the academy, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. I have also prepared a grand opportunity for us. To be candid, I have completely cleared out the ancient tomb mansion of the Nirvana realm experts. Cleared out? What do you mean by cleared out? Luo Cheng was momentarily taken aback before quickly grasping the implication. You mean to say that all the opportunities within the ancient tomb mansion have now fallen into your hands? Precisely, Wu Yun affirmed with a smile. No wonder. Haha, it all makes sense now. Yesterday, those who returned from the Tianyin mountain range vociferously condemned the owner of the ancient tomb for his miserly ways, lamenting that the entire estate was devoid of treasures. My father was concerned that you had made a fruitless journey, but it turns out otherwise. Luo Cheng was overwhelmed with excitement, his gaze fervent and expectant as he looked at Wu Yun. What did you harvest? Wu Yun, understanding the emotions of his impassioned adoptive father, could empathize with his feelings. Even he, when he and Lin Dong stealthily infiltrated the ancient tomb and amassed a trove of treasures, felt an exhilarating thrill. Ahem, the harvest was abundant, filled with all manner of treasures, though I have yet to tally them. Wu Yun unveiled his outer robe, revealing a Qiankuan pouch lavishly adorned around his waist, spinning around to display it to Luo Cheng. These, all intermediate Qiankuan pouches, are brimming. Wu Yun's tone was calm, yet it stirred a tempest within Luo Cheng's heart. He beheld the intermediate Qiankuan pouches hanging from Wu Yun's waist, over 20 of them. This is merely half. Lin Dong possesses the remainder. Luo Cheng gasped in astonishment. Indeed, there are countless and varied items. I shall simply mention two, Wu Yun continued, relishing the adoration in his father's eyes. There are over 70 million yuan pills. As for pure yuan pills, there are more than 2 million in total. Luo Cheng could scarcely believe the figures he was hearing. Not 7,000, nor 200, but millions. He stood frozen, unable to fathom such vast wealth in his lifetime. Wu Yun added, you understand pure yuan pills, right? If converted to yuan pills, that amounts to 200 million. In yuan stones, it translates to 2 billion. You little rascal, I need you to calculate for me. Luo Cheng replied with a hint of irritation, though his spirits were soaring. However, his expression shifted slightly. Regarding the relocation of the ancient tomb, might this be somewhat unethical? Taking all their belongings is one thing, but now even their territory, isn't that a bit excessive? Wu Yun gazed at Luo Cheng in disbelief. Why would you think that, father? Luo Cheng scratched his head and replied, have you never contemplated this? Do you feel no guilt towards them? Aren't you afraid they might seek vengeance upon you? You must realize that your clandestine plundering of the ancient tomb has caused its owner to bear the stigma of a miser, constantly accosted by those who return empty-handed. Wu Yun's thoughts diverged sharply from Luo Cheng's. Father, you should consider it this way. Our actions serve to protect the tomb, ensuring that even after death, there are guardians for it. The spirit of the tomb's owner will surely be grateful for our efforts. Wu Yun genuinely believed this. Having inherited the memories of the tomb's master, he regarded him as his late mentor. Moreover, the tomb's master was a kind-hearted individual. How could he possibly hold them accountable? In his recollections, the tomb's master was named Ling Qingzhu, the holy son of the Hahuan sect, who dubbed himself the Saint of Love and was affectionately known as the Joyful Sage. He was benevolent and dedicated his life to charitable deeds, rescuing countless souls, particularly aiding those lost in the world. Such a benevolent soul, how could he possibly blame his descendants? Moreover, he has already been reduced to a mere scattering of bones by Ling Qingzhu, with his last trace of essence transforming into spring mud to nurture both him and Ling Qingzhu. Wu Yun, indebted to such a profound grace, felt compelled to assist in erecting a proper stone tomb and to guard it as a matter of duty. Luo Cheng was taken aback by the unique perspective of his adopted son, which was so refreshingly different, transcendent, and refined. He pondered what he would say to Wu Yun were he the master of the tomb. The master of the tomb, moved to tears, would exclaim, I am immensely grateful to you. Chapter 83. A resplendent new tomb. Qing Tan prepared to condense her essence. The wealth Wu Yun spoke of served as a reassuring balm for Luo Cheng. He immediately gathered the disciples of the Martial Arts Academy, bringing along the core members, effectively weeding out those unwilling to endure trials alongside the academy. After addressing these two factions, Wu Yun visited the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce, the Talismans Association, and the City Lord's mansion in succession, mortgaging their assets, including the Yuan stone mines, to the Wanjin Chamber of Commerce in exchange for a substantial amount of living supplies. He also procured the materials he required from the three major factions. The reconfiguration of the ancient tomb's formations demanded an extensive array of materials, and the three factions, deeply acquainted with Wu Yun, graciously expressed their willingness to generously support him, opening their treasure vaults for him to select what he needed. This enabled Wu Yun to amass the majority of the required materials, albeit a few rare items were still lacking, for which he found substitutes. In gratitude for the support from the three factions, and to ensure they did not suffer losses, Wu Yun gifted each of them a low-level talisman puppet at the half-step formation realm. The most formidable individual in Yin City was the newly ascended City Lord, and a puppet with strength akin to the half-step formation realm was exceedingly precious to them. In contrast to the vast array of materials stored in their vaults, the talisman puppets represented a significant boon from their perspective. The following day, the personnel from the Guangdao Martial Arts Academy and the Lin family had gathered, totaling nearly 300 individuals. These members, fully aware of the potential calamity that awaited them due to their offense against the Lin clan, still chose to remain steadfast. True loyalty shines through in adversity. Though both factions boasted over 1,000 members, only around 300 were willing to follow them into peril. Nevertheless, this remaining cohort was entirely trustworthy, akin to family, deserving of the grand opportunities Wu Yun had prepared for them. For those still in the Yuandan realm and below, the provision of a copious or even overwhelming quantity of Yang Yuandan and pure Yuandan constituted a tremendous opportunity. With an ample supply of Qingquan bags, they need not worry about the complexities of transporting resources. Accompanied by their kin, the two factions marched resolutely into the Tianyan mountain range. Wu Yun, cradling by Yun and accompanied by Qing Tan, rode atop the Scorpion Tiger, leading the way. Lin Dong and Xiao Yin brought up the rear, ensuring their safety. With the Scorpion Tiger in their midst, no beast dared approach them. Upon arriving at the ancient tomb, Ling Qingzhu and Luo Cheng, accompanied by their kin, set about the task of clearing the mausoleum and tidying the surrounding chambers. Although residing within a tomb may seem ominous, practitioners of the craft are not overly superstitious. They focus primarily on the potential benefits. This burial site is a remarkable treasure, chosen by the esteemed Sage of Joy for its extraordinary qualities. Beneath the surface lie two spiritual veins of yin and yang, with the essence of heaven and earth far more abundant than in most other locales. Alongside a substantial presence of second and even third-tier yin malevolence and yang vigor. Moreover, a profoundly rich source of geothermal energy continuously emanates from beneath, with the fire sea array deep within the tomb being a manifestation of this geothermal force. The intensity of this fire, capable of injuring even those at the third realm of creation, speaks volumes of its power. Wu Yun possesses the means to harness this fiery energy, dispersing the deathly and sinister energies within the tomb while simultaneously augmenting the yang vigor, thereby facilitating the cultivation of lesser practitioners below the third realm of creation. Even without the looming uncertainty posed by the Lin clan, Wu Yun yearns to transform the tomb into a sanctuary for cultivation, envisioning Luo Cheng establishing a martial arts school there to claim this land as their own. Thus began a flurry of activity. Wu Yun, in particular, had a multitude of tasks at hand, including rearranging formations and channeling the geothermal energy, an extensive and intricate endeavor. Fortunately, he had inherited fragments of the owner's memories and had original runic truths as a reference, making the process considerably smoother. Lin Dong, meanwhile, accompanied by Xiao Yin and Qing Tan with the Scorpion Tiger, cleared the area of formidable beasts within a several-kilometer radius of the ancient tomb. With a hint of the white tiger bloodline bestowed by Yun and the assistance of some spirit beasts provided by Lin Dong, the Scorpion Tiger successfully advanced to the realm of Qi creation, establishing itself as the leader of the Tianyin mountain region. They diligently cleared the surroundings, much like Wu Yun before them, raiding the lairs of powerful beasts and reaping abundant rewards. The exhilarating sensation of establishing a new home, brimming with promise for the future, filled everyone with enthusiasm, their faces aglow with hope and smiles. The environment of the tomb improved day by day, the sinister energies dissipated, gradually restoring vitality to the area. 1 month later, the ancient tomb underwent a remarkable transformation. A new protective grand formation was successfully activated, surpassing the energy shield present at the tomb's inception. Wu Yun inscribed a complete array of original boundary runes, sealing runes, spirit-gathering runes, flame runes, and confinement runes within the formation, enhancing its power. Now, not only would those at the third realm of creation find it challenging to breach, but even weaker practitioners at the Nirvana realm would likely struggle. Furthermore, this formation possessed offensive capabilities, able to gather the strength of flames to rebound fiery waves upon receiving an attack, with the formidable waves potent enough to threaten even those at the realm of creation. The energy shield envelopes the entire mountaintop, transforming it into a unique hamlet where people reside not merely in the tomb, but have also constructed dozens of wooden cabins atop the summit. Lin Dong, accompanied by the Scorpion Tiger and Xiao Yin, has transplanted the precious herbs and spiritual trees guarded by the surrounding beasts to the mountaintop, complemented by the towering ancient trees that already stood there. The ancient trees flourish, brimming with vitality. The environment is serene and picturesque, offering ample space for recreation and leisure. It can truly be described as a miniature paradise beyond the mundane world. The most significant transformation has taken place within the tomb itself. The once antiquated chambers have been thoroughly cleansed, now radiating a splendid brilliance filled with ancient charm, yet remaining airy and bright. The air has lost its chill. Wu Yun has harnessed the energy of the earth's fire to infuse warmth into the interior. Deeper within lies a training ground where the younger members of the family can cultivate their skills. The wooden stake array serves as a means to test their abilities. Additionally, a medicinal pool has been established for planting spiritual herbs. Wu Yun has replanted the roots of previously harvested herbs, such as the yin-yang dual lotus and the spirit-nourishing lotus, which continue to thrive under the nurturing of Lin Dong's stone talisman elixir, rejuvenating their essence. The waters of this pool are infused with spiritual energy, connected to an underground spiritual spring. The elders, including Luo Cheng and Ling Qingzhu, can often be found enjoying tea here. Venturing further leads to the fire sea array. Beyond this point lies a forbidden zone. Wu Yun has made slight modifications to the fire sea array, creating a section with relatively milder flames dedicated to physical training. This is particularly beneficial for his own cultivation of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. This newly established fire prison training formation is accessible only to those at the Yuan Dan realm or above, predominantly the core members of both families. As for the main tomb chamber hidden beneath the fire sea array, Wu Yun has prohibited anyone from disturbing it. The Fire Sea Array serves as a barrier, rendering it an impassable domain for those below the shaping realm. Only he himself may descend below. Wu Yun has assisted the joyous Saint Master in crafting a new stone coffin, containing all of his ashes, and has meticulously cleaned the tomb chamber. The memorial tablet is placed in the grand hall outside, honoring Saint Master Ling Qingzhu. Each day, individuals come to sweep the tablet, light incense, and pay their respects. Beyond this, Wu Yun has refined over 100 talisman puppets, inscribing them with more powerful runes, originally capable of manifesting the full strength of the Yuan Dan realm. They now possess the prowess of the half-step shaping realm under his adept hands. Those that were previously half-step shaping realm have been elevated to mid-tier talisman puppets, now wielding the strength of the shaping realm. Furthermore, due to the inclusion of gathering spirit runes, they no longer require medicinal pills for activation. They can charge themselves simply by resting, capable of unleashing an attack every 7 days, accumulating energy up to a maximum of 10 times, limited by available materials. This effectively amounts to an additional talisman puppet army. He entrusted all of this to Luo Cheng, tasking the younger generation with spiritual prowess to utilize them. In order to prevent monotony, Wu Yun encouraged them to capture numerous young demon beasts for rearing. Having slain so many formidable demon beasts, many of the younglings were left without guardians. This was the heart of the Tianyan mountain range, where the demon beasts were not weak. Most possessed at least the potential of the Yuandan realm. It can be said that everything was unfolding perfectly and smoothly. Everyone who entered was filled with excitement, secretly reveling in their fortune, even losing sleep from their elation. Each day, they had an ample supply of pills for cultivation, along with the companionship of talisman puppets and demon beasts. Wu Yun also brought forth the mid-tier martial arts he had previously acquired, as well as many techniques gleaned from the legacy of the Joyful Sage. These ranged from 1st to 9th rank. This accumulation had surpassed that of ordinary sects, rivaling only the 4 great clans and super sects. At this juncture, the combined strength of the two families was already capable of becoming the foremost power in Yin City. If this trend continued, their might would soon overshadow the entire Tiandu County. After attending to these matters, they finally began the process of assisting Qing Tan in condensing the Yin Dan. In truth, acquiring the extreme Sha Yin Dragon's essence would suffice for Qing Tan to utilize in condensing the Yin Dan. However, Wu Yun allowed her a month to recuperate. During this month, Qing Tan focused primarily on cultivating her mental strength and refining the Taiyin runes. With one remaining 8th grade spirit nourishing pill and 2,000-year-old ginsengs obtained from the scorpion tiger's lair, her mental cultivation made significant progress. After consuming several 8th grade pills consecutively, her mental prowess surged, and within just a month, she broke through to become a 3rd seal talisman master. The refinement of the original Taiyin runes had also reached 1% completion. Now prepared, her formidable mental strength was sufficient to condense the Yin Dan. Within the tomb's estate, at the spirit herb pool, Wu Yun retrieved the Yin-Yang dual birth lotus's platform and set it afloat on the water's surface. Although he and Ling Qingzhu had previously utilized this platform, its efficacy remained. Wu Yun sat on the white side of the platform, helping to suppress its yang energy, while Qing Tan took her place on the black side, absorbing the Yin energy from the platform. Wu Yun opened a box containing 3 dark azure pills, acquired from the essence of the stone talisman's extreme Sha Yin Dragon. Wu Yun, are you ready? Qing Tan, let us begin, brother Wu Yun. I've been eagerly awaiting this moment. Chapter 84. Qing Tan, brother Wu Yun, your technique is truly extraordinary. Qing Tan, clad in a simple light garment, appeared somewhat frail due to years of suffering from cold energy. However, this adversity had forged her character into one of remarkable resilience. The condensation of the Yin Dan for the Sha demon physique required the invocation of its malevolent energy. Aware of the terrifying nature of this energy, Wu Yun had meticulously arranged formations around the spirit herb pool, instructing Lin Dong to stand guard outside, ensuring that no one approached. Originally, the one most familiar with the Sha demon physique was the little weasel, but after the last battle with Lin Langtian, the little weasel had suffered greatly and had yet to awaken. Without the weasel, Lin Dong's presence was of little use, so he was simply tasked with guarding the entrance. After inheriting the memories of the joyful master, Wu Yun developed a profound understanding of the extreme Yin and Yang constitutions. The joyful master's unique insights into the study of the Yin and Yang, particularly regarding the physical attributes of men and women, are unparalleled. He had previously assisted women with extreme Yin constitutions in balancing their Yin and Yang energies. The principles are universally applicable. Wu Yun, having received his legacy, possesses a wealth of techniques, skills, and esoteric methods related to dual cultivation. Regarding the constitution of Qing Tan, he could even employ the ancient secret arts of the He Huan sect to address her condition, directly cultivating her as a natural pinnacle of vitality. However, Wu Yun chose not to pursue that path. Although such a choice would grant him boundless benefits, surpassing even those gained through dual cultivation with Ling Qingzhu, it would reduce Qing Tan to merely a tool. This was not Wu Yun's desire. Otherwise, he would not have exerted such effort to aid Qing Tan in enhancing her mental strength. In his heart, Qing Tan is both the adorable neighborly little sister and a charming, delicate girl. He envisioned a more profound connection with her, rather than viewing her as a mere instrument. One tool, Lin Dong, sufficed. As a cool breeze swept through, the air around the medicinal pond turned chilly, causing Qing Tan's petite form to shiver. "Brother Wu Yun, I wish to embrace you once more," she suddenly exclaimed, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness at that moment, despite having prepared herself. The process of condensing the Yin Dan to completely unleash the cold energy within her was fraught with risk. Each time the cold energy consumed her, Qing Tan felt as if she were on the brink of death, enduring through sheer will. Despite thorough preparation, anxiety lingered in her heart. Should she falter? A final embrace with Brother Wu Yun would not be in vain. In this secluded moment, it was just the two of them. When alone, Qing Tan often indulged in intimate and bold gestures. "Silly girl, what are you thinking? You will surely succeed in condensing the Yin Dan. When that time comes, not only will you be able to embrace me, but you can hold me however you wish." Wu Yun gently caressed Qing Tan's delicate, fair face, offering both affection and encouragement. "Thus, you must persevere." Qing Tan nodded vigorously. She slowly closed her eyes, clearing her mind, and allowed the cold energy within her to be released. Seated quietly upon the black lotus platform, a swirling aura of coldness enveloped her, and unbeknownst to her, a thin layer of frost began to cover the lotus. The white lotus platform beneath Wu Yun radiated light. The contained yang energy awakening to naturally shield him from Qing Tan's malevolent cold force. A flash of brilliance emanated from the center of Qing Tan's brow as her Niwen palace opened, revealing 3 resplendent Taiyin spirit talismans. As they appeared, the talismans activated, drawing the surrounding malevolent cold energy toward Qing Tan's form. The surroundings swiftly darkened, revealing a dense, black aura of malevolence that loomed above Qing Tan like an ominous cloud. At this moment, the malevolent energy within Qing Tan had not yet reached its full explosive potential, yet it had already induced a palpable shift in the environment. One could only fathom the terror that would ensue upon its true eruption. With her eyes tightly shut, Qing Tan felt the influx of this malevolent energy, summoned by the Taiyin spirit talisman, awakening the dark, chilling force hidden deep within her being. A subtle chill began to seep forth. As this chill permeated, approximately a quarter of an hour later, Qing Tan's body began to tremble slightly, and the malevolent energy within her finally erupted. The terrifying malevolence surged forth like colossal serpents, violently erupting from Qing Tan's form. In an instant, the entire medicinal pool was engulfed in an icy chill. The water, whipped into a frenzy, felt as sharp as a blade, radiating an eerie coldness. The water was swiftly encased in frost, thick layers of ice spreading rapidly. Wu Yun gazed intently at this scene, his expression grave. This was the first time he had witnessed such a dreadful malevolent energy. Under its corrosive influence, even he could feel his blood subtly congealing. He hastily mobilized his inner force to envelop his entire being, significantly lessening the frigid sensation. It was undoubtedly above the 9th rank. Wu Yun silently assessed. The malevolent force concealed within Qing Tan was not inferior to the Taiyin Xiansha he had previously absorbed, but it leaned more towards an icy attribute, possessing formidable destructive capabilities. Her body, a vessel of malevolence, was steeped in chilling energies, having absorbed the malevolent aura from the world for years. After a decade of accumulation, this malevolence had grown exceptionally potent. What Qing Tan needed to do now was to master it, which would grant her an unparalleled foundation for cultivation, leading to limitless future achievements. It was time. Wu Yun held a pill refined from the extreme malevolent Yin Dragon's essence in his hand. He conveyed his thoughts to Qing Tan, urging, "Open your mouth." Qing Tan's pale lips parted with ease, and with a flick of his wrist, Wu Yun sent 3 pills into her mouth. The pills dissolved upon entry, releasing a rich malevolent medicinal power. On the platform, Qing Tan's cheeks suddenly displayed signs of distress as her body trembled violently. The malevolent energy erupting from within her began to take on a darker hue, intensifying significantly. With the synchrony of the internal and external malevolent energies, her malevolent aura reached its zenith. The dense black malevolent energy swirled around Qing Tan like massive black ropes, intertwining and forming a colossal black storm that surged outward. Outside the passage, Lin Dong anxiously watched, deeply concerned for his sister, when an overwhelming wave of icy air suddenly burst forth from within. In the realm of the great perfection of the Yuan Dan, he found himself inexplicably frozen, unable to move. After acquiring the Yin Spirit Talisman, the malevolent aura unleashed by Qingtan surged forth, far more formidable than depicted in the original narrative. Such formidable coldness. Lin Dong circulated his Yuan Dan, expelling the frigid energy from his body. At that moment, he finally comprehended why his elder brother had instructed him to remain here, preventing anyone from approaching. That chilling aura was lethal. Had anyone else entered the tomb besides him and his brother, they would surely have perished. He fervently hoped that Qingtan was unharmed. On the lotus platform, Wu Yun's expression shifted dramatically. The unleashed malevolent energy, peaking in intensity, posed a subtle threat even to him, who had stepped into the realm of forming shapes. One could only imagine the torment Qingtan was enduring. Her body had grown rigid, her face resembling one adorned with a mask of agony. Swiftly, Wu Yun unleashed a powerful surge of pure yang energy. As this formidable force cascaded down, the malevolent aura enveloping Qingtan erupted in swirling black smoke, its overwhelming momentum forcibly restrained. Yet, it was insufficient, for due to the Yin Spirit Talisman, the dense malevolent energy continued to linger within her. Qingtan, cooperate with me. I shall assist you in absorbing a portion of the malevolent energy. Follow my instructions. Wu Yun conveyed telepathically as he approached her. He intended to employ a secret technique from the memories of the joyful sage, drawing forth a portion of the power residing within Qingtan. Leaning closer to her delicately beautiful lips, reminiscent of cherries, Wu Yun felt a chilling breath emanating from his lips, gradually spreading through his body. His hands formed intricate seals, conjuring wondrous hand gestures, which he pressed firmly against Qingtan's heart, targeting her vital organs. His fingers danced with remarkable speed and precision, tapping into the hidden and unique acupoints of her body. Rays of light emanated from her form, her previously icy body now warmed slightly, losing some of its rigidity, and even trembling faintly. At that moment, the malevolent energy hastily coalesced towards Qingtan's mouth, soon becoming so concentrated that it transformed into a viscous, sinister liquid. Following Wu Yun's earlier guidance, Qingtan expelled this liquid, imbued with a faint, cool fragrance. As Wu Yun's lips brushed against her supple ones, he skillfully drew it in, the cool essence flowing into him. With the unique aroma of Qingtan's malevolent saliva, Wu Yun successfully extracted a portion of it using a special secret method. This pure Yin energy entered Wu Yun's body, temporarily suppressed in his dantian. At this juncture, the malevolent aura had weakened significantly, thoroughly subdued. The anguish on Qingtan's cheeks dissipated, replaced by a sense of relief after the pressure had been alleviated. Wu Yun promptly urged her, Qingtan, now is not the time to relax. Quickly focus your mind and gather the malevolent energy. Only by compressing the malevolent energy within you into a Dan can you gain complete control over it. At this moment, the power of the lunar spirit talisman finally manifested, forming a vast black vortex before Qingtan. This immense malevolent energy gradually coalesced. As Qingtan exerted her control, the numerous strands of malevolent energy within her body began to howl, swiftly traversing through her veins, flesh, and bones. With each passage, her body trembled violently, as if being cut by blades, a searing pain penetrating every inch of her being. Qingtan gritted her teeth and persevered. She had to endure. The warm embrace of her brother Wu Yun awaited her. How could she give up so easily? Was it not merely a fleeting agony? For the chance to be with Wu Yun for a lifetime, she could bear it. Under such formidable willpower, Qingtan ultimately triumphed. One must always believe in the power of conviction. In this moment, Qingtan remained resolute, her thoughts lingering on her brother Wu Yun, yearning for his presence. The encroaching malevolent energy caused excruciating pain, yet amidst the torment, Qingtan could also perceive that her flesh, bones, and even her vital organs were being gradually strengthened through this suffering. This enhancement allowed her to adapt fully to the overwhelming malevolent energy. As she sensed the burgeoning strength within her slowly coming under her command, Qingtan's spirit soared with excitement. She did not wish to be a burden to her brothers. She had always been strong and hoped to support them, to possess the strength to venture forth alongside them. With her delicate hands clenched tightly, her unwavering faith soon subdued the malevolent energy that swirled around her, ultimately revealing a glimmer of black light before her. As more and more of the sinister energy was drawn into that black light, it gradually became resplendent, ultimately swirling and coalescing into a thumb-sized dark black essence. The essence, though small, was enveloped in a profound darkness that seemed capable of devouring even sight itself, appearing exceedingly eerie. At the very moment this deep black essence took shape, Qingtan's aura surged wildly. This was her newly acquired power, the malevolent essence. To Wu Yun's perception, this force was hardly inferior to the refined purple-gold essence crafted from the supreme yin-yang energies and was even stronger than Lin Dong's essence, coupled with its domineering yin attribute. rendering her essence even more fierce and formidable. If unleashed in battle, it would undoubtedly crush the essence of most opponents. The pure yin-yang constitution truly afforded her an unparalleled advantage in cultivation. As the spirit talisman vortex dissipated, Qingtian slightly parted her lips, now bearing a hint of restored color, and swallowed the malevolent essence. The lunar spirit talisman was retracted into her mind palace. Finally, Qingtian opened her eyes, a resolute glint flashing within her clear, spirited gaze. At that moment, two somewhat eerie black glimmers surged forth from Qingtian's eyes, directly aimed at Wu Yun, who stood before her. In an instant, Wu Yun executed the Xian Yu hand technique, deflecting the instinctively released beams of light from Qingtian. The radiance fell upon the pool's surface, and a series of cracking sounds erupted as countless black ice pillars shot forth from the water. The accumulated energy erupted, rebounding from the depths. And as the Yin Dan was formed, a frenzied surge of energy began to manifest within Qingtian, advancing through the early, mid, and late stages of the Tian Yuan realm, ultimately surpassing it to ascend into the Shao Yuan Dan realm. "Brother Wu Yun, I did it!" Qingtian exclaimed joyfully, leaping into his arms and embracing him tightly. "Yes, it's all right now. You need not worry about the cold energy devouring your body anymore. You shall no longer endure such pain," Wu Yun gently reassured her, patting her jade-like back. Qingtian nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief, as the torment that had plagued her for over a decade was finally lifted. "Wait, Qingtian. You still have a surge of energy left unabsorbed." Wu Yun suddenly gazed at her with affectionate eyes. Within his dantian resided an immensely dense Insha energy, which he intended to return to Qingtian. Earlier, due to the overwhelming volume of energy, she had been unable to absorb it all at once, prompting him to take a portion for her. Now that Qingtian had coalesced her Yin Dan, she would have no trouble assimilating the remaining energy. "But didn't you consume it, Brother Wu Yun?" Qingtian's cheeks flushed, and she asked shyly. "No worries, I can return it to you." Wu Yun replied with a devilish smile. "How will you return it?" Qingtian pondered, perplexed by the question that had stumped her young mind. "Naturally, it is returned in the same manner it was given," Wu Yun declared dominantly as he pressed Qingtian onto the yin-yang lotus platform. Without hesitation, he captured her lips, and a powerful surge of energy flowed into her mouth, coursing through her internal organs and into her Yuan Dan. During this process, Wu Yun employed his extraordinary techniques, forming seals and injecting energy into Qingtian's body, while continuously stimulating her acupoints to assist her in refining this energy. Her aura elevated once again, though not as wildly as before. It rose steadily like a gentle stream, ultimately reaching the minor completion of the Yuan Dan realm. "That will suffice." Wu Yun stood up, a hint of reluctance in his voice. "Brother Wu Yun, what kind of miraculous technique is this?" "I did nothing and directly absorbed the energy, breaking through to the minor completion of the Yuan Dan realm." Qingtian found the experience utterly enchanting. "You must keep it a secret. This technique has only been demonstrated on you," Wu Yun replied. Chapter 85. The Awakening of the Little Weasel and the Rivalry of the Second and Third Brothers. Lin Dong remained outside in the chilly corridor, while Wu Yun and Qingtian enjoyed a peaceful slumber on the Spirit Herb Pool's lotus platform, lost in their own world. "Lin Dong, the icy tempest has ceased. It appears to have come to an end. Yet, why have my elder brother and Qingtian not emerged?" He hesitated, contemplating whether to venture inside and ascertain the outcome. His trust in his elder brother alleviated his concerns. He firmly believed that with the affection his brother held for Qingtian, akin to that of an elder sibling, he would undoubtedly safeguard her life regardless of the circumstances. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to continue waiting. His brother had advised against intruding lightly. At the spirit medicine pool, Wu Yun and Qingtian were embraced tightly, exchanging whispers that only the two could hear. Wu Yun was recounting to Qingtian the little techniques he had just demonstrated, illustrating them one by one upon her. This elicited a delightful response from Qingtian, her laughter ringing like the sound of delicate bells. The two were thoroughly joyful, seemingly oblivious to Lin Dong's unwavering vigil at the entrance. Wu Yun continued to tease, relishing the rare moment of Qingtian's carefree laughter. His hand ventured to his waist, brushing against the high-grade Qingkuan bag he had seized from Lin Langtian. With a flourish, a long sword of ethereal blue emerged in his palm. "Brother Wu Yun, this sword is exquisite," Qingtian exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Her smile crescent-shaped. Wu Yun replied, "This is a gift I had prepared for you during my recent expedition to the tomb. I intended to present it to you sooner, but I noticed you were burdened with worries regarding the condensation of the Yin Dan. Thus, I wish to assist you in resolving your physical concerns before bestowing this upon you, so you could fully relish this joy without any lingering anxieties." Wu Yun possessed a natural talent for understanding the hearts of young women. with the memories of the ancient sect Saint of Joy. Known as the Master of Joy and affectionately dubbed the Cupid of the Tomb, he had mastered the art of charming women to perfection. His true name was known to few, while he had adopted several famous aliases, often presenting himself with surnames like Wu, Chao, and Luo. This sword is named the Endless Affection Sword, and through my special methods, it has been upgraded from a low-grade spiritual treasure to a medium-grade one. Accompanying it is a matching dagger. Wu Yun produced his own pink short dagger, known as the Gentle Emotions Dagger. This pair of weapons had once belonged to the Master of the Tomb and his beloved. The dagger represented the Yang, while the sword embodied the Yin. Additionally, there were two superior 9th-grade martial arts techniques, the 9-Yang Blade Technique and the 9-Yin Sword Technique. These martial arts could be utilized independently or in conjunction, forming a combined assault known as the 9-Yin 9-Yang Sword and Blade Formation, a specialized cooperative combat formation designed for this pair of weapons. It required both partners to cultivate simultaneously, with the male as the Yang and the female as the Yin, to harness the formation's ultimate power, which could rival the prowess of transformative martial arts. Qing Tan listened with astonishment. Transformational martial arts? Indeed, it surpasses the 9th tier of martial arts. Brother Wu Yun, do you mean that we can cultivate this martial art together? Qing Tan inquired with a hint of excitement. Certainly, I bestow this sword upon you, and only you are worthy to train alongside me. Who else, besides our beloved Qing Tan, could be deserving of this sword? Wu Yun replied without hesitation. Blushing with joy, Qing Tan gently caressed the sword imbued with affection. Its icy blade, being of the Yin attribute, suited her perfectly. I will diligently cultivate it and ensure I do not hinder you, Brother Wu Yun. Yes, after we return, I will share the methods of cultivation with you. But for now, let us step outside. I have been so engrossed in our conversation that I forgot Lin Dong is still waiting outside, undoubtedly anxious about our success. We should inform him of the good news regarding your Yin Dan. As the sinister aura receded, Wu Yun recalled his younger brother waiting outside. Oh dear, I completely forgot about Brother Lin Dong. Qing Tan exclaimed, suddenly overwhelmed with guilt. She realized that while he was concerned for her, she had been here indulging in tender moments with Brother Wu Yun. By the way, Qing Tan, do not mention this sword or our plans to cultivate the combined sword and blade formation to Lin Dong. I fear he may meddle, Wu Yun cautioned. I understand, Brother Wu Yun. Our matters are not yet suited for public knowledge, and Lin Dong is rather conservative and straightforward. It would not be beneficial to share this with him. Qing Tan nodded in agreement, sensing the unspoken understanding between them. After adjusting their attire, they exited the medicinal pool. Brother, Qing Tan, you have finally emerged. I was worried sick. Lin Dong exclaimed upon seeing them, his excitement palpable. Forgive me for worrying you, Brother Lin Dong. I have successfully condensed my Yin Dan, and Brother Wu Yun assisted me in stabilizing my realm, which is why it took us so long. Qing Tan sincerely apologized, a hint of embarrassment coloring her cheeks. That is of no concern. As long as you are well, I am at ease. Even if I had to wait for 10 days, I would gladly do so. Lin Dong responded fervently. Qing Tan's coldness had always been a source of concern for him, and now that it had been resolved, he felt a weight lift from his heart. Brother, I appreciate your efforts. Without you, I would have been at a loss regarding Qing Tan's condition, Wu Yun remarked. Why speak of such matters? We are brothers, and there is no need for formality. Your sister is as dear to me as my own. By the way, I have re-engraved the runes on the heavenly scale ancient halberd, significantly enhancing its capabilities. While it may not yet qualify as a high-tier spiritual treasure, it should be able to exert power comparable to one, Wu Yun said, presenting the halberd to Lin Dong. During this time, he had reinforced all the spiritual treasures he had acquired, primarily improving the runes inscribed upon them. Overall, their quality had been elevated to a new level. His delicate and romantic blade rivals the high-tier spiritual treasures, while the heartfelt sword of Qing Tan has attained a moderate level. Due to material constraints, these spiritual treasures can only be enhanced to this extent and cannot be improved further. This ancient halberd, along with a set of superior 7th-grade martial arts, I will impart to you shortly. Thank you, elder brother. Lin Dong joyfully accepted, for this was his first high-tier spiritual treasure. In the ensuing days, Wu Yun frequently visited the chambers of Lin Dong and Qing Tan, imparting martial arts to them. Beyond the heavenly scale halberd technique, he also transcribed the 9th-grade martial art, the Shattering Heaven Demon Tablet Palm, which he had obtained from Lin Longtian's universe bag, for Lin Dong to cultivate. Meanwhile, Wu Yun himself was diligently training, focusing primarily on the Shattering Heaven Demon Tablet Palm and the 9-Yang Blade technique, both of which belonged to the 9th-grade martial arts. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, and life within the ancient tomb estate had settled into a steady rhythm. Having sent someone to inquire, it was confirmed that Yin City remained unchanged, and the Lin clan had yet to take action, though no concrete news had emerged. Given Yin City's remoteness, Information traveled slowly. Everyone continued to cultivate within the ancient tomb estate. Wu Yun had prepared for nearly 2 years of seclusion for them, and the grand competition of the Lin clan was scheduled for 2 years hence. By that time, regardless of the Lin clan's stance, they should possess sufficient strength to cope. Of course, while others could remain in the tomb estate to cultivate, Wu Yun and Lin Dong could not. Their training had gradually entered a stagnation phase, requiring greater opportunities and superior resources to enhance their power. In Lin Dong's chamber, Wu Yun said, "Second brother, now that everyone is settled, I wish to venture out and seek to rapidly elevate our strength in anticipation of future challenges." "Elder brother, I share the same sentiment. I have been awaiting your words." Lin Dong had long harbored this thought. His aim was to defeat Lin Langtian in the Lin clan's grand competition 2 years later. From their previous battle, it was evident that a significant gap remained between them. Mere conventional training would not suffice. He must venture forth into the outside world to strive for greatness. Little Weasel chimed in. "Hee, are we finally leaving this wretched place?" Upon hearing the weasel's telepathic message, Lin Dong was elated. The little weasel had awakened. A glimmer of black light emanated from Lin Dong's palm. During their last collaboration against Lin Langtian, the little weasel had had a brief encounter with Wu Yun, which had entirely dispelled its wariness towards him. Thus, upon awakening, it presented itself without hesitation. As the shadows coalesced, a petite figure of a purple-black hue materialized. "Oh, you have finally awakened," Wu Yun exclaimed, looking at the little weasel with delight and scrutinizing it closely. Upon closer inspection, the little weasel was indeed far more striking than an ordinary black rat, particularly with the mysterious purple symbol adorning its forehead, something Wu Yun had not encountered in the primal runic truths. That should not belong to the original runes, but rather be a legacy of the celestial demon weasel. The young weasel expressed gratitude to his elder brother for saving his life. He spoke without revealing his conjecture about the identity of Wu Yun, the reincarnated master, as it is a taboo. A reincarnator requires time to assimilate memories and awaken. Recklessly disclosing another's identity would disrupt their awakening process. Thus, he chose to address Wu Yun as brother, just like Lin Dong. In his heart, Wu Yun was indeed a master, and he felt honored and fortunate to call him brother. Lin Dong pursed his lips, observing the young weasel, who appeared even more like a subordinate than himself, eliciting a sense of disdain and contempt. The one who usually referred to himself as Master Weasel was now so humble. "Why express gratitude? The fact that you risked your life to assist Lin Dong makes you my brother," Wu Yun stated earnestly. He then shifted the conversation playfully, teasing the young weasel. "You are a celestial demon weasel of high status among the demon race. Calling me brother must be an imposition." Wu Yun's words were sincere. It genuinely surprised him that the young weasel would address him as brother, which seemed contrary to the weasel's usual demeanor. The young weasel, flustered, replied, "There is no such distinction as celestial or earthly weasels in front of my elder brother. My humble background is insignificant. It is a privilege for me to be considered a brother to you." Wu Yun was taken aback. The young weasel was not jesting. His earnest and humble demeanor truly exhibited a deep respect for him. Why was this so? It should not be the case. In the original narrative, the audacious and fearless Master Weasel would genuinely acknowledge him as an elder brother. It is essential to note that aside from their hurried first encounter, this was their true first meeting. Wu Yun had previously been concerned that once the astute young weasel awakened, learning that Lin Dong had shared the secret of the stone talisman with him, he might silence him or incite Lin Dong to distance himself, thereby sowing discord in their brotherly bond. After all, given the significance of the stone talisman and the young weasel's vast experiences, he would certainly be cautious of Wu Yun. Yet now, inexplicably, there was a reverence towards him. Oh, how delightful! The young weasel is indeed a magnanimous one. If that is the case, let us join as brothers. I am honored by your kindness. Should you call me brother, I shall graciously accept. You and Lin Dong should discuss how to rank the second and third brothers. Wu Yun diverted the topic to the two of them, keenly observing their reactions. In the original tale, the young weasel had always been domineering in the early stages, taking on the elder brother role until Lin Dong gradually matured, and upon the transformation of Xiao Yan, the two beasts formally swore brotherhood, with Lin Dong eventually attaining the position of elder brother. The young weasel, with keen insight, immediately communicated with Lin Dong, assertively stating, "Lin Dong, since I, the Master Weasel, have joined, you ought to adjust the position of the second brother a bit." However, regarding this matter, Lin Dong remained unyielding. "You are mistaken if you think otherwise. Do you understand the principle of precedence? Without my presence, how could you be acquainted with the elder brother? This position is not one I shall relinquish." Little Jiao retorted, "What do you have to rival me? I am older, stronger, and more experienced than you." Lin Dong merely smirked and replied, "I have known the elder brother longer than you have." Left speechless, little Jiao still refused to concede. If you grant me the position of second brother, I will agree to any condition. Lin Dong responded. Everything else is negotiable, but that one condition is non-negotiable. Wu Yun sensed the intense spiritual energy fluctuating between Little Diao and Lin Dong. Their gazes increasingly clashed, fiercely locking onto each other, as if engaged in a silent battle. Wu Yun realized that they were indeed in a heated dispute. He anticipated that the second and third brothers, both mere younger siblings, would take this so seriously. Unable to negotiate with Lin Dong, Little Diao directly addressed Wu Yun. Elder brother, this third brother is ungrateful. I have spoken for ages, yet he refuses to agree. He shows no discernment. How could a dignified celestial demon, Diao, be subordinate to him? Lin Dong interjected. Third brother, do not confuse the order. You should address me as second brother. Just moments ago, you claimed that identity and background are insignificant, yet now you attempt to leverage your background against me. However, I have no knowledge of any celestial demon Diao, so that does not concern me. I simply know that I arrived first and have known the elder brother longer than you. Thus, you must stand behind me. Little Diao pointed at Lin Dong. Look, elder brother. This third brother displays no humility whatsoever. I am a dignified being who has lived for over a century, and he cannot even concede a little. Lin Dong rolled his eyes. Elder brother, see how he uses age as an argument. If we follow that logic, he has lived longer than both of us. And now he dares to covet the position of elder brother. His ambition is audacious. Little Diao, hearing this, grew anxious. Third brother, do not slander me. I would never dare to compare myself to the elder brother. It is you who is using him as a shield, harboring ill intentions. Wu Yun felt a headache coming on. How had these two become embroiled in such a dispute? Stop. You two, cease your quarrel. Little Diao chimed in. Yes. Elder brother, you must speak to him. Lin Dong added. Elder brother, please offer your suggestion. Observing their unwavering stances, Wu Yun hesitated. What should he do? This marks the conclusion of today's 2 guaranteed updates, totaling 4,000 words. Currently, the count stands at 160. Chapter 86. If Lin Dong is a brother, then let us face the storm together. Wu Yun was at a loss for words. One person and one Diao seemed poised to engage in a fierce confrontation over this ranking. Since you cannot resolve this yourselves, as your elder brother, I shall help you decide. I shall not favor anyone. In my heart, you are both good brothers. The determination of who is second shall remain in your hands. I propose a method. You shall compete for the ranking by guessing hand gestures, best 2 out of 3, with the following rules. Wu Yun spoke slowly, explaining to them that they would determine the outcome by playing rock, paper, scissors. In his previous life, Wu Yun's brothers relished this game, where the loser would toast to the winner and call them daddy. Do you understand? After he provided his explanation, he inquired. The little ferret replied, Big brother, I cannot play paper. It seemed somewhat troubled, demonstrating its attempts to form paper and scissors before Wu Yun. Its tiny paw was hardly distinguishable, with its claws splayed in a flower-like shape, appearing rather endearing. Then let us concentrate our spiritual energy to form the 3 gestures and decide the victor. Wu Yun declared. All right, I will count to 3, 2, 1, and then we shall begin. The participants, 1 human and 1 ferret, grew tense. Their eyes fixed on each other, attempting to predict their opponent's forthcoming gesture. As Wu Yun called out, 3, 2, 1, 2 streams of spiritual energy surged forth. On the left, Lin Dong chose rock. On the right, the little ferret displayed paper. Third brother, my apologies, I have triumphed in the first round. The ferret's beady eyes sparkled with mischief, as it had anticipated Lin Dong would select rock, given his tendency to clench his fists. Lin Dong scoffed, There are still 2 rounds left. His expression soured, as he felt the rhythm had been disrupted by the ferret. His mind raced, contemplating what to choose next. For the second round, they once again focused their spiritual energy. Wu Yun positioned himself between them, blocking their view. The little ferret, still full of confidence, declared scissors. Wu Yun stepped aside, and Lin Dong again chose rock. He wore a cold smirk as he regarded the ferret, thinking, You are not the only clever one. The ferret's expression shifted. You've made some progress. It had assumed that Lin Dong, having lost, would surely panic and switch tactics. By selecting scissors, as long as Lin Dong did not choose rock, it would at least result in a draw. To its surprise, Lin Dong displayed remarkable resolve, daring to stick with rock. As they approached the decisive round, both the human and the ferret were intensely focused, scrutinizing each other's faces for any sign of weakness. Even Wu Yun was swept up in the excitement. The atmosphere was charged. Though it was a trivial matter, the 3 brothers treated it with utmost seriousness. Wu Yun aimed to maintain fairness, as both Lin Dong and the little ferret were determined to compete earnestly. 3, 2, 1, begin. Whoosh. 2 streams of spiritual energy instantly took shape. Wu Yun stepped aside, and he was the first to observe the ferret's gesture. To his astonishment, The little ferret had chosen scissors yet again. No, how could this be? How dare you? It covered its face with its paws, wailing in disbelief, utterly heartbroken. Meanwhile, Lin Dong wore a smug expression, laced with mockery as he regarded the ferret. In the third round, Lin Dong again opted for rock. This revelation left Wu Yun somewhat impressed with Lin Dong, as such fortitude was indeed rare. Even he, under the pressure of losing a round, would not dare to play rock 3 times in succession. Although it was merely a game, it represented a psychological contest as well. The little ferret believed it had deciphered Lin Dong's strategy after winning the first round, and continued to predict its moves. After the first round, Lin Dong discerned the little weasel's perception of him, thus predicting the weasel's next move in the second round. By the third round, both the man and the weasel were engaged in predictions. Unfortunately, the weasel only anticipated up to the 5th layer, while Lin Dong, displaying remarkable audacity, predicted an entire circle, reaching the stratosphere. Truly, he is deserving of the title Child of the Dimension. Even with the premature bond of brotherhood, Lin Dong still surpassed the little weasel. As the previous master of the stone talisman, the weasel could also be regarded as a child of the dimension, but alas, times have changed. Wu Yun declared, "Very well. A wager is a wager. Little weasel, you shall call me second brother." "Second brother," the weasel reluctantly replied. "That's more like it. Rest assured, dear weasel, second brother will not treat you poorly," Lin Dong said with satisfaction. "Now, let us discuss the direction for our upcoming expedition," Wu Yun said, returning to the main topic. A surge of mental energy emanated from his eyes, ultimately transforming into a spiritual map that spread before them in midair. This spiritual map contained information about the ancestral talismans obtained from the peak of the Talisman Master Tower. Wu Yun compared it with the map of the Great Yin Dynasty. Some areas overlapped, and at the lower left corner of the overlapping region, a blood red dot marked the location of one of the ancestral talismans, specifically the Devouring Ancestral Talisman. On this spiritual map, 2 ancestral talismans were noted. The other was the Thunder Ancestral Talisman, located far beyond the borders of the Great Yin Dynasty. I have recently examined a detailed map, and the location of the Ancestral Talisman should be in the vast wilderness district to the west of the Great Yin Dynasty. Wu Yun murmured, pointing at the red dot. "What are we waiting for? Let us set out to find it. Treasures like the Ancestral Talisman should be secured as soon as possible, lest others beat us to it." The little weasel was acutely aware of the talisman's power. If it weren't for his lack of a physical form, he would have long since sought it out. The spiritual map only indicated a general direction, but failed to specify the exact location of the ancestral talisman in the vast wilderness district. They would need to investigate carefully upon arrival. Lin Dong had previously examined the map and continued his studies after returning. "I also have some knowledge of the vast wilderness district. It is adjacent to the border and exceedingly chaotic, with various sects and factions vying for power. Even the prestige of the 4 great clans of the Great Yin Dynasty is diminished there. The dangers present in that place surpass even those of Yin City or Tiandu County. A peak Yuandan realm expert might thrive in Yin City, but in such a location, they would only be considered average. It can be said that the vast wilderness district is the most tumultuous and perilous area of the Great Yin Dynasty." Lin Dong's expression revealed some concern regarding the impending adventure, while Wu Yun's heart brimmed with anticipation, thinking, is there an abundance of beings at the Yuandan realm? After traversing for so long, they were finally about to change maps. Wu Yun remarked, "Danger and opportunity coexist. It is said that this land holds boundless treasures. Within the deep mountains, one can find countless extraordinary individuals and various mysterious martial arts and techniques. As long as one possesses the ability and the opportunity, they can leap through the Dragon Gate and become a formidable figure in the Great Yin Dynasty. Fortune favors the bold. Only by traversing unconventional paths can one aspire to greatness. Are you not intent on overcoming Lin Langtian? This presents an opportunity. A life of mediocrity is reserved for the commonplace. One may perish, yet the spirit soars eternally. To forge ahead is to emerge triumphant. My elder brother speaks wisdom. Dear second brother, you are still young. Do not cling too tightly to prudence. At times, it is beneficial to emulate Xiaoyan. He is remarkably courageous." The little weasel chimed in. "Third brother, I merely express my concerns. It is wise to remain vigilant. We should not charge forth recklessly. A steady approach would be far superior. Moreover, Xiaoyan's bravery is a reflection of my teachings." "Very well, both of your points hold merit. Balance audacity with caution. Let us prepare, bid farewell to our family, for we shall set forth tomorrow." The distance to the Great Wilderness County is considerable, with an entire Great Sun County lying in between. Even a swift journey will require over a month. That evening, Wu Yun informed Luo Cheng and Luo Tong of his intent to venture into the world. In truth, they had long anticipated this. The small confines of Xiaoyan City could not contain him. One day, Wu Yun would seek broader horizons. Now that he had ensured their well-being, it was time for him to depart. Yunner, take care of yourself out there. If the opportunity arises, visit the Tiandao sect. Not all individuals are akin to the likes of Chun Shuji from last time. To speak of it, the Tiandao sect treats its disciples well. As long as you uphold righteousness, even if you invite calamity, the sect will support you. Should you formally become a member, it would provide you with a formidable backing. In the struggle between you and Lin Langtian, you need not concern yourself with the Lin clan behind him. All involved have their own backgrounds. Conflicts are personal matters. Luo Qing advised earnestly. He held great confidence in Wu Yun's prowess. However, in the world outside, others would not adhere to the decorum of fair contests among peers. Offending others and encroaching upon their interests would not spare you from the ire of even the most formidable ancestors. I shall heed your wise counsel, adoptive father. Wu Yun replied respectfully. He was determined to visit the Tiandao sect, but that would be after he had sought the ancestral talisman. Luo Cheng regarded him with even greater importance than his own son, and Wu Yun dared not deceive his father. In comparison, his biological son, Luo Tong, felt somewhat overshadowed. Yet, Luo Tong bore no jealousy, for he too cherished Wu Yun. He embraced him, saying, "Junior brother, take care while you navigate the world. Rest assured, elder brother." In the deep of night, Wu Yun stealthily entered Qing Tan's chamber. "Wu Yun, why do you not take me with you? Do not speak, kiss me." Wu Yun paid no heed to Qing Tan's grievances and offered her no chance for explanation. He silenced her with a kiss. Everything was conveyed without words. The following day, as dawn broke gently, Wu Yun quietly slipped out of the window, leaving Qing Tan's room behind. After a night of soothing words, Wu Yun had finally managed to persuade Qing not to accompany them on their journey. In truth, given Qing Tan's current abilities, her presence would not significantly hinder their progress. However, the inclusion of a young woman in their adventures would inevitably bring about numerous inconveniences. Firstly, beautiful girls often attract trouble, not out of their own volition, but because they tend to draw attention, which was contrary to their desire for discreet development. Secondly, Wu Yun himself was focused on honing his skills during this expedition. He was entirely devoted to his cultivation. To bring along the charming Qing Tan would be akin to taking a delicate spouse into battle, leaving him with little energy to confront their adversaries. Wu Yun's reasoning for convincing Qing Tan to stay was to ensure the safety of their family within the mausoleum. Among the two families, there were only 3 talismans masters: Wu Yun, Lin Dong, and Qing Tan. The array Wu Yun had established throughout the mausoleum required someone with refined mental prowess to control it. Leaving Qing Tan behind was also a means of caring for everyone, as there would be times when entering and exiting the mausoleum and activating the formations would necessitate the presence of a master of mental energy. Additionally, Wu Yun had decided to leave the scorpion tiger outside, its mental control imprint now transferred to Qing Tan. Henceforth, Qing Tan would assume Wu Yun's responsibilities within the mausoleum, a significant and critical role indeed. This was what ultimately convinced her. She had always wished to contribute to the family, and now, with such an important task entrusted to her, the young girl seemed to mature in an instant, no longer clinging to Wu Yun with whims about love and attachment. Lin Dong also bid farewell to his parents, and amid the heartfelt gazes of those left behind, Wu Yun and Lin Dong mounted their steeds, by Yun and Xiao Yan, and ventured deeper into the forest. This time, rather than taking the city roads towards the great wilderness county, they opted for a direct route, which predominantly traversed forests and mountains, teeming with demonic beasts, ideal for their training and rapid enhancement of their abilities. This would also provide them with a better chance of locating the ancestral talismans. Wu Yun explained to his younger brothers that he had deliberately chosen this path for the reasons he had stated, but also because it would lead them to a low-level sign-in location for the system, the Thundersource Mountain. This mountain was a renowned peak nestled within a vast forest on the way to the great wilderness county. Brother, I share your sentiment. This route will also allow Xiao Yin and the little weasel to hunt more demon spirits and bolster their strength, Lin Dong concurred. The spirits we looted from the mausoleum have been nearly depleted by the little weasel over the past 2 months, primarily due to the extensive resources spent in the battle against Lin Langtian. The little weasel interjected with indignation. Don't compare me to that foolish tiger. Lin Dong rolled his eyes, feeling a twinge of annoyance at the little weasel's inexplicable sense of superiority. He was blissfully unaware of the esteemed status the celestial weasel held among their kind. The demon clan is regarded in terms of the strength of their bloodline, with the little weasel possessing an unparalleled lineage, a veritable pinnacle among the demons of this realm. In stark contrast, the fire python tiger, to which Xiaoyan belongs, represents the very foundation, devoid of any significant bloodline status. Before the exalted Tianyao weasel, the fire python tiger is but a mere beast. With a growl of dissatisfaction, Xiaoyan directed his ire towards the little weasel, exclaiming, Foolish tiger, are you still unconvinced? The ethereal shadow of the weasel leaped onto Xiaoyan's head, playfully trampling upon it. Yun, in a swift motion, unleashed a slender beam of fierce light directed at the weasel, her enigmatic tiger eyes glaring with discontent. We are all demon beasts. Who do you think you are looking down upon? Alas, I was mistaken. The little weasel promptly apologized, not daring to confront Yun. He had previously probed the depths of Yun's bloodline power, discovering that it was not at all inferior to that of their Tianyao weasel clan. In fact, it may even surpass it. He found it perplexing that a seemingly ordinary female fire python tiger could bear such extraordinary offspring as Yun and Xiaoyan. While he could somewhat comprehend Xiaoyan, whose mutated bloodline, although rare, was not entirely unheard of, each gradual transformation shattered the limits of their original species, leading to a metamorphosis. However, Yun was a different matter altogether. One could hardly discern that she was the elder sister of Xiaoyan. Not only was she strikingly beautiful and possessed of high intelligence, but her strength was also formidable. She seemed to belong to an entirely different race. Initially, the moment he began to suspect that Yun was a reincarnated powerhouse, a significant catalyst for that suspicion was Yun. To this day, he remained baffled by the means through which a mere fire python tiger could be transformed into something even more potent than the three most powerful tiger bloodlines within the demon domain. Yun said, "Little weasel, be mindful of your words in the future. Do not continually flaunt your status as a Tianyao weasel before Yun and Xiaoyan. The tiger siblings are our closest companions, having grown alongside us. Should they transform, they shall join our brotherhood, setting aside relational ties, when merely considering their innate talents. Yun is already on par with your Tianyao weasels. I trust you have observed this. I believe that at the same developmental stage, neither you nor your entire Tianyao weasel clan could surpass Yun. As for Xiaoyan, possessing a mutated bloodline equates to having limitless potential, a coveted ability sought after by all demon kin. While his future accomplishments may not reach the heights of your Tianyao weasel lineage, there exists the possibility that he could surpass you. Given Xiaoyan's exceptionally courageous nature, I am confident that he will attain the status of a Tianyao weasel without question. Therefore, when compared to the tiger siblings, your sole advantage lies in the fact that you have lived a few hundred years longer. Bear in mind that the tiger siblings, at present, have barely reached the age of 3. On equal footing, you may find it challenging to keep pace with them. No way The little weasel instinctively sought to retort, but suddenly recalled what he himself had been doing at the age of 3. Indeed, it seemed that before the age of 10, he had spent most of his time indulging in milk. With this thought, he was struck with realization. The little weasel was instantly rendered speechless, overwhelmed with shame, and silently retreated, covering its face as it fled back into the stone talisman. Yun and Xiaoyan truly epitomized exceptional and peculiar beasts, their ferocity akin to that of wild tigers. The little weasel found this realization deeply unsettling. The demon race differed from humankind, possessing considerably longer lifespans, and their cultivation speed often lagged behind that of humans. Most formidable demons, during their formative years, would be nurtured by various energies and only released once sufficiently powerful, typically after the age of 10. While they would indeed be strong at that age, they remained incomparable to Yun and Xiaoyan. Lin Dong remarked, "Brother." As for the little weasel, he was somewhat bewildered. The usually proud little weasel seemed to be struck by his brother's words. He gently nudged Xiaoyan, a sense of pride swelling within him as he realized that while he had once thought the Tianyao weasel to be mighty, Xiaoyan could indeed surpass them. Yun, feeling helpless, noted that this realization had evidently struck a heavy blow. The proud young leader of the Tianyao weasel clan suddenly recognized that in his youth, he truly could not measure up to 2 wild tigers, which undoubtedly weighed heavily on his heart. Nevertheless, Yun spoke the truth. The potential of Yun and Xiaoyan was unparalleled among all demon races. It would be better for the little weasel to accept this reality sooner rather than later. Yun added, "Do not concern yourself with him. This is a fact that must be accepted eventually, and he is capable of understanding it himself." They continued their journey along the Tianyin mountain range, intent on clearing out the powerful demon beasts that might threaten the mausoleum. "Indeed, it has been a while since I last engaged in battle," Lin Dong exclaimed, his adrenaline surging as he charged ahead with Xiaoyan, unleashing his mental energy to scout for formidable demon beasts. Yun, too, retrieved a talisman inscribed with gathering spirit runes. This artifact was exceptionally useful, akin to a radar, capable of scanning the surrounding concentration of spiritual energy, perfect for treasure hunting. Whenever he detected a direction with rich spiritual energy, they would venture forth, confident of acquiring valuable items. Utilizing this method, Yun had already unearthed numerous high-grade spiritual herbs. Deep within the mountains, where demon beasts thrived and human presence was scarce, spiritual herbs remained largely untouched, often guarded by the beasts until their maturation or breakthrough. Wu Yun paid little heed to their ripeness. Upon encountering them, he would simply harvest, leaving at most a root or seed behind. The haul was quite satisfactory. The powerful demon crystals and spirits obtained from the hunt were shared with the little weasel and Xiao Yan. While a significant portion of the spiritual herbs was reserved for Bai Yun, who possessed a more aristocratic air when it came to consumption. A month later, they had traversed the Tianyin mountain range and entered the territory of Daon County. During this month, they had thoroughly harvested the mountains. Almost all demon beasts in the shaping realm had been hunted down, with daily battles enhancing their strength. Following their time in the ancient mausoleum, their burgeoning power had finally solidified, their realm stabilized significantly, and their combat abilities greatly improved, with newly practiced martial arts reaching a level of great mastery. Wu Yun has successfully advanced to the minor realm of forming shapes. Lin Dong, however, is still a little short of reaching this realm. Logically, his accumulation should suffice, leading Wu Yun to suspect that it might be due to the constraints of the Xiantian skill. By the way, second brother, after you achieve perfection in the Yuandan realm with the Xiantian skill, its efficacy will gradually diminish. Although you have the stone talismans to enhance it, they won't sustain you for long. It is time to seek a more powerful cultivation technique, Wu Yun advised. Indeed, I have that feeling. Lin Dong nodded, looking at Wu Yun with a hint of anticipation. I possess several techniques here, one of which I am currently practicing and is vastly superior to the Xiantian skill. Yet I do not intend to share it with you, Wu Yun stated candidly. Lin Dong remained unfazed, quietly observing his elder brother. He trusted that Wu Yun was not jesting with him. Wu Yun continued, there are 3 reasons for this. First, aside from the technique I am currently cultivating, the others are not particularly suitable for you. Second, I believe that the 2 of us, as brothers, should not practice the same technique. If we encounter an adversary whose skill counters ours, we would be at a disadvantage. Thirdly, I am confident that I can find a more formidable technique for you than the Xiantian skill. Aside from the divine elephant suppression technique, Wu Yun also obtained a dual cultivation technique from the master of the tomb, but such techniques are evidently unsuitable for Lin Dong, who is a straightforward and single-minded individual. The reason for not passing on the divine elephant suppression technique to Lin Dong, apart from the drawback of both brothers practicing the same skill leading to redundant attributes, is multifaceted. Firstly, the complexity and vastness of the information regarding the divine elephant suppression technique would require an inordinate amount of time to impart to Lin Dong. After all, Lin Dong is not like Qing Tan, who enjoys constant companionship without complaint. Secondly, cultivating the divine elephant suppression technique is exceedingly resource-intensive. The demand for cultivation resources grows astronomically as one progresses. Given their current financial situation, it is only feasible for Wu Yun to cultivate. If they were to pursue it together, it would be unsustainable, rendering the effort futile. Summon the little weasel to speak. Lin Dong used a sound transmission talisman, and the reclusive little weasel, who had been in seclusion for a month, finally emerged. Big brother, I realize my mistake. From now on, Bai Yun and Xiao Yan will both be my brothers. The little weasel conceded, its demeanor earnest and humbled, fully accepting Bai Yun and Xiao Yan. I am pleased to hear you say that. Your change in perspective brings me great comfort. Wu Yun nodded in satisfaction, having finally subdued the little weasel's arrogance. You should have heard my conversation with third brother earlier. As a brother, assist him in resolving his cultivation issue. I believe this will not be difficult for you. Wu Yun said confidently, aware that the sound talisman contained many secrets. In the original story, the cultivation techniques utilized by Lin Dong were provided by the little weasel. Leave it to me, big brother. It's a trivial matter. The little ferret readily agreed, finding no surprise in his older brother's seemingly all-seeing nature. Such mastery was quintessentially in line with the style of a reincarnated master. Second brother, come with me into the stone talisman. Lin Dong was momentarily bewildered. After all, he had been the first to meet the little ferret and the initial possessor of the stone talisman. Yet, his elder brother appeared to possess a deeper understanding of both the ferret and the talisman. As his spiritual essence followed the ferret into the talisman, Lin Dong soon regained his composure, elated by the discovery. How was the harvest? Wu Yun inquired with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The Great Sun Thunder Body, a practice of exceptional caliber, is truly remarkable. Lin Dong nodded with satisfaction, clearly impressed by the ferret's contribution. At that moment, the little ferret manifested, displaying an air of pride as it boasted. The Great Sun Thunder Body is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier refines the Copper Thunder Body. The second tier refines the Jade Thunder Body, and the third tier refines the Great Sun Thunder Body. The original master of this technique, upon achieving mastery of the Great Sun Thunder Body, could shatter high-grade spiritual treasures with a single punch. and even the most formidable beings of the Nirvana realm dared not receive a blow from him. However, cultivating this technique poses considerable challenges. Merely refining the first tier, the copper thunder body, necessitates attracting thunder to temper the body. This, Lin Dong muttered, his brow furrowing deeply. The might of the thunder in the world was formidable, and ordinary individuals would scarcely have time to evade it. Who would dare to attract thunder for body tempering? Although this technique sounded fearsome, its cultivation was fraught with peril. In all matters of the world, can one gain without risking something? The little ferret retorted. Even your sister Qing Tan, in her quest to condense a powerful Yin Dan, has endured years of bitter cold, and even practicing those lower-tier techniques poses certain dangers. Let alone the great sun thunder body. Do not seek to reap benefits while feigning innocence. Wu Yun chuckled, huh? It's nothing but being struck by lightning. That is a minor concern. The technique I practice also requires this step. When the time comes, we brothers shall face it together. While they had not shared the experience of venturing into brothels, few Iron Brothers could claim to have braved the lightning together. The cultivation method of the divine elephant suppression technique encompasses myriad approaches to body tempering, all aimed at infusing primordial energy into every particle of the body, transforming these particles into those of a colossal elephant. Among these methods, thunder tempering is notably one of the most effective. Brother, with you by my side, I fear nothing. We can revel in the thunder together. It sounds exhilarating. Third brother, would you like to give it a try? Lin Dong said with a gleeful expression, teasing the little ferret. The little ferret retorted, get lost. In its current spirit form, it dreaded thunder the most, for a single bolt could easily obliterate it. Humph, not enough of an Iron Brother. Lin Dong scoffed, feeling that among their quartet of brothers, the third brother, the little ferret, was somewhat lacking. Lin Dong and the little ferret seemed to have strayed from their original path, and Wu Yun looked on helplessly as the two engaged in their banter, the dynamic between them increasingly diverging from the harmonious relationship they were meant to share in the original narrative. Wu Yun, enough with the jesting. This is no trivial matter. We must face it together, for the little weasel is a spirit of the ethereal realm and cannot withstand the wrath of thunder. If he perishes, we shall meet our demise on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year. Lin Dong found himself momentarily speechless. Although he had casually sworn an oath, the reality of dying alongside him was daunting. Wu Yun chose not to dwell on the topic of life and death. Instead, he scanned the surroundings with his mental energy, correlating it with the map he had prepared, and exclaimed with delight, according to the map, if we proceed further, we shall reach the Thunder Source Mountain. It is perpetually shrouded in dense thunderclouds, and we can draw the lightning into our bodies. He felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 87. Tremble, O thunder. Whoosh. The white and red shadows darted swiftly through the forest. In this vast expanse of woodland, they reveled in their untamed nature. The tiger, the king of beasts. As by Yun and Xiao Yin raced through the forest, their bloodlines surged with power. Any beast that approached them was repelled by the overwhelming force of their ancestral lineage. Even creatures stronger than they would not dare to obstruct their path. All beasts possess an innate sense of danger. Over the past month, the two tigers had slain countless beasts, and their wildness and killing intent had intensified. Merely witnessing them would evoke a palpable aura of menace. Thus, no beast dared to foolishly offer itself as prey. Even Bai Yun, who was typically fastidious and possessed a penchant for cleanliness, had become somewhat untamed. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous roar captured their attention. We have arrived. This area must belong to the Thunder Source Mountain range. The mountain before us towers into the clouds. Wu Yun paused in astonishment as undulating peaks rose ahead, crowned with layers of dark thunderclouds. Lightning snakes cascaded down, exuding an overwhelming pressure that sent shivers down their spines from a distance. Thunder Source Mountain was not a solitary peak. It stood as the most towering edifice within a chain of mountains, surrounded by countless smaller summits. The thunder in this outer region is somewhat weaker. Let us ascend this peak and attempt to draw the lightning into our bodies for cultivation. Come, Bai Yun, Wu Yun said excitedly, urging Bai Yun to scale the mountain. Thunder, in his previous life, had been an unattainable entity, yet in this life, he could harness it for cultivation. This wondrous and audacious endeavor filled him with anticipation. After today, he too would be a man who has tamed the thunder. In the future, when he swore oaths to women, he would no longer fear the phrase struck by 5 thunders. Soon, Wu Yun stood atop the mountain peak, his expression slightly stiff as he gazed at the wildly flickering lightning bolts in the sky. In that fleeting moment, beneath the densely gathered storm clouds, his figure appeared as diminutive as an ant. Bolts of thunder streaked across the horizon, some crashing into the vast forest below. Where they struck, towering trees instantly transformed into charred remains, wisps of black smoke spiraling skyward, causing Wu Yun's heart to race with trepidation. Have I celebrated too soon? Wu Yun swallowed hard, a shadow of doubt creeping in. Is this truly feasible? When the lightning strikes, will I end up like those colossal trees, emitting smoke? Cloud, are you afraid? Wu Yun called out, turning to see Bai Yun retreating step by step. Are you serious about backing away? Typically, Bai Yun would charge forward in the face of danger. Yet now she was withdrawing, her lively tiger-like eyes filled with apprehension and fear. The thunder posed a lethal threat to demonic beasts. Brother, should we reconsider? Lin Dong chimed in, licking his lips as he followed suit. Facing such divine wrath from this close distance, the booming thunder seemed to strike at their very hearts, causing their courage to dwindle. Enough, second brother, we've come this far, let us commence. This mere lightning won't obliterate a perfected Yuan Dan realm cultivator like you. At most, it will leave you half dead. The little weasel urged Lin Dong, retreating to a safe distance, clearly afraid that if others were struck, they might inadvertently suffer as well. Wah! The brave little Yin had hidden behind a massive rock, trembling in fear. Let us begin with the weakest. Wu Yun gritted his teeth, choosing the thinnest bolt of lightning and approaching it. One must be ruthless to stand firm. Only by enduring the lightning of lightning can one rise above others. With the wind and moon gentle blade in hand, he faced the heavens. Bring it on. Boom. Sizzle. A lightning bolt as thick as a thigh descended violently, instantly rendering Wu Yun's body rigid. Blue lightning serpents flickered across his skin. The dazzling brilliance of thunder erupted atop the mountain, blindingly bright, and in that moment, as the lightning enveloped him, Wu Yun began to tremble violently, his body feeling as though it had been struck by a 1,000-pound hammer. Even his bones creaked under the immense strain. Thunder, do you have any manners? He stiffly raised his head to the storm clouds above. This strike was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Its power rivaled that of Lin Langtian's previous shattering blow from the demon steel, and there was no escaping it. The formidable force of thunder surged chaotically within Wu Yun, leaving him with a tingling sensation throughout his body, a feeling that he could manage after all. Lin Dong had yet to enter, gazing with concern at his brother, who had become rigid from the lightning strike. Brother, are you all right? He inquired. Wu Yun replied. Aside from a brief moment of pain when I was struck, it seems rather pleasant now. Do not worry, I will not perish. Wu Yun was already channeling the divine elephant suppression technique, gradually absorbing the residual thunderous energy within him. During the thunderstorm, his entire being, including his thoughts, had been stunned, rendering him incapable of executing his techniques. Only once the storm subsided could he begin to absorb the minuscule remnants of electrical energy it left behind. Under the watchful eyes of their numerous comrades, Lin Dong could no longer show hesitation. Resignedly, he sat cross-legged at the edge of the mountain peak, his gaze surveying the vast, endless forest below. He exhaled deeply, his expression gradually becoming solemn. He retrieved the celestial scale ancient halberd and summoned his Yuan power to evoke a slender bolt of lightning. As the Yuan energy collided with the lightning serpent, a deafening roar erupted from the heavens. The bolt of lightning, awakened like a colossal serpent, revealed its menacing fangs in an instant. Its electric brilliance entwining with the Yuan energy, transforming into a blinding flash that surged towards Lin Dong, seated atop the mountain. The speed of the lightning was astonishing, and in a heartbeat, it crashed violently against Lin Dong's body. The once cross-legged Lin Dong became rigid, akin to a charred fish flailing in the air, with visible connections to the electric currents coursing through him. Tears of frustration welled in Lin Dong's eyes as he cried out amidst the lightning. Brother, you deceived me. Is this merely a fleeting pain? It feels like 1,000 agonies. Wu Yun chuckled mischievously. In the distance, the small ferret and heir who crouched low, frightened like kittens as they witnessed the lightning strike. Quickly, channel your technique, Wu Yun urged him. Lin Dong felt every bone in his body ache. The lightning danced around him like myriad tiny bolts, and as his thoughts began to clear, he promptly initiated the Great Sun Thunder Body technique. As the technique activated, the unique golden Yuan energy enveloped his form, seamlessly integrating with the lightning and penetrating his very pores. As the lightning coursed through him, an intense pain erupted without warning, causing the flesh and blood cells within him to constrict sharply under the stimulation. Meanwhile, Wu Yun had also relaxed all his pores, allowing the thunderous energy to wash over his body, the excruciating pain pervading every corner of his being. Eventually, a deep, anguished roar erupted from Wu Yun's throat, his fists striking the ground with such force that they cracked the hard mountain rock beneath him. Unlike Lin Dong's Great Sun Thunder Body, specifically designed to withstand lightning strikes, the Divine Elephant Suppression technique relied primarily on sheer resilience to absorb the thunderous energy. However, the advantage of this lies in the gradual formation of immunity to thunder within the body. Every particle within is imbued with the essence of thunder, and as the colossal elephant particles refine, They may even acquire the attribute of lightning, transforming into an even more formidable thunderous giant. Hiss! Atop the mountain peak, the lightning coalesced into a radiant orb resembling a hedgehog, enveloping the bodies of Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Within a radius of 20 paces, lightning serpents darted across the ground, unleashing a series of subtle explosive sounds, reducing even the smallest stones to mere dust. The little weasel and little Yin, terrified, fled farther away. As the lightning flickered amidst the tempest, the purple-gold radiance of Wu Yun and the golden glow of Lin Dong shimmered, though faint. They steadily grew in intensity. Moreover, as their luminescence strengthened, strands of overpowering lightning began to gradually merge with their bodies. With the absorption of increasing thunderous energy, the excruciating pain swiftly dissipated, as if their bodies began to acclimatize. Their physical forms had grown stronger. The benefits of a single bolt of thunder were abundantly clear. Wu Yun gazed at the purple-golden glow radiating from his skin, filled with astonishment. On the other side, Lin Dong experienced similar benefits, even surpassing Wu Yun. His body had taken on a faint bronze hue, indicating his ascent towards the first level of the solar thunder body, the copper thunder body. He chuckled, "Brother, let us continue." Savoring the sweetness of progress, Lin Dong eagerly sought out a second bolt of thunder without needing any encouragement. Thunder rumbled. Another, thicker bolt descended. Waves of solar thunder essence, infused with the power of thunder, were voraciously consumed by Lin Dong's body. In this consumption, he sensed that his physique, both inside and out, was gradually being fortified. This sensation was strikingly clear. He could even faintly feel the power surging within his muscles, steadily growing. Observing his brother's fervent enthusiasm for cultivation, Wu Yun swallowed hard, determined not to be outdone. Thunder rumbled again. Wu Yun too called upon a second bolt of thunder. This time, the absorption occurred at a pace even swifter than the last. The brothers, competing fervently, one wielding a dark ancient halberd, the other a delicate, vibrant dagger, pointed skyward, continuously summoning lightning to descend. Their reckless fervor dismissed the thunder as a trivial matter, as if it were not a terrifying force of nature, but rather a captivating beauty. "Brother, let me have this bolt." "No, this one is too thick. I fear you may not handle it well. Allow me to take it." As their bodies adapted to the power of thunder, Wu Yun sensed some movement from the 5 innate spiritual abodes within his Niwen palace. As if they were responding to the thunderous energy, gathering spirit, devouring power. Wu Yun immediately recalled his life talisman, which was primarily focused on cultivating the primitive gathering spirit runes and the primitive devouring runes, simultaneously embodying a simplified version of both abilities. "Let us put this to the test and see if I can consume the thunder." Wu Yun directly activated the Mud Pill Palace, and 5 life talismans materialized. Sensing the terrifying power of the surrounding thunder, the runes swiftly transformed into a vortex, devouring the thunderous energy and subsequently infusing it into Wu Yun's body. Lin Dong glanced over, observing the bolts of thunder being seized by his elder brother, akin to a whale swallowing its prey. He felt a surge of urgency. It was a climax in his cultivation. Such exhilaration, he certainly did not wish to interrupt. "Brother, I wish to try your method as well," he thought eagerly. Opening his Mud Pill Palace, summoning 4 life talismans to join Wu Yun in sweeping the thunder atop the mountain peak. Thunder serpents danced chaotically, yet they were consumed by the vortex created by the two. "What is this? Is the sky about to fall?" The little weasel observed from a distance, astonished. "Brother, second brother has truly gone mad. They dare to play with thunder like this. It's insane." Atop the mountain, the cluster of lightning, resembling a hedgehog, began to gradually weaken, while Wu Yun and Lin Dong, engulfed in the brilliance, radiated an increasingly vibrant glow. Dark impurities surfaced upon their skin, gradually expelled. Eventually, after each had absorbed 7 or 8 bolts of thunder, the storm cloud above the mountaintop was finally drained, and the thunder ceased to fall. Instead, a torrential rain began to pour, as if the thundercloud itself were weeping. Coincidentally, the rain gently washed away the impurities from their bodies, revealing their skin beneath. Lin Dong's surface glimmered with a faint azure hue, resembling bronze, while Wu Yun's shimmered in a golden-purple hue, as if particles within him surged with vitality. He was a step closer to achieving the giant elephant particles. "Let the thunder sweeping commence," Wu Yun declared, eyeing the gathering storm clouds ahead, as numerous mountaintops lay shrouded in darkness. Instantaneously, his interest was piqued. Lin Dong, fueled with determination, realized that at this pace, he would cultivate the copper thunder body in just a few days. "Bai Yun, Xiaoyan, you should hunt the demonic beasts in the vicinity. But do not wander too far," Wu Yun communicated telepathically to the 2 tigers. As they observed the brothers' cultivation, they remained restless and trembling. It would be more beneficial for them to venture out and wreak havoc on other demonic beasts, gaining experience and growth. "Let us proceed," Second brother. We shall continue to the next mountaintop. The trio, a pair of brothers and a weasel, rushed towards the next peak. Next, let the thunder tremble. The brothers' thunder-sweeping game had only just begun. Today's minimum target is 4,000 words. Currently, 173. Chapter 88. The Little Weasel and the Thunder Source Crystal Beast equate to 1.5 Lin Langtian. Thunder Source Mountain Range. By Yun and Yin. Having been sent away, wandered around the Thunder Mountain. Roar, roar, roar. With a couple of roars towards the white clouds, and seeing that his sister Yun ignored him, Yin dashed out alone, determined to venture further in search of something amid the raging thunderstorm surrounding him. Yun, however, was less wild and did not possess a thirst for blood. She simply wished to wander nearby while waiting for Yun to finish his cultivation. As Yin ventured forth, he soon stumbled upon a magical crocodile leopard and, filled with excitement, charged at it without hesitation. The magical crocodile leopard, possessing the same level of strength as Yin, was in the realm of the perfected Yuan Dan. The two beasts engaged in a fierce chase and battle through the forest. Before long, Yin managed to subdue the magical crocodile leopard, sinking his teeth into its throat for a swift conclusion, and without a moment's hesitation, he dug out the creature's demon crystal and devoured it. Within the perfected Yuan Dan realm, Yin was nearly unbeatable in one-on-one combat. Upon reaching a clearing, he unexpectedly encountered a group of individuals who immediately surrounded him without uttering a word. Hey, it's rare to see a fire python tiger grow to this extent. Capture it. If we cultivate it well, it could be quite extraordinary. A young man clad in black, with fervent eyes, fixated on the magnificent red tiger encircled by the crowd. At the tiger's tail, a massive crimson python flicked its menacing tongue, exuding a faint scent of blood. Upon hearing this, the group surrounding Yin became serious. As their Yuan power surged, they hurled ropes towards him. With a fierce roar, Yun's eyes glowed a menacing red. He stomped his front paw and transformed into a blur of red, evading the attack. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of claws, dismembering several of the nearby assailants. Young master, this fire python tiger is rather peculiar and formidable, far stronger than an ordinary perfected Yuan Dan, remarked a middle-aged man in the group, furrowing his brow. Had it not been for its oddity, I wouldn't bother with this beast, replied the young man with a faint smile. Chao Shu, take 2 of our perfected Yuan Dan experts and subdue this creature quickly, lest it disrupt my father's important affairs. Reluctantly, the man known as Chao Shu exchanged glances with the other 2 middle-aged men, and together they advanced on Yin. With the combined strength of 3 perfected Yuan Dan experts. Though it would be challenging, capturing the fire python tiger was not impossible. They formed a triangular formation to encircle Yin. As Yin fiercely resisted, the 3 perfected Yuan Dan masters coldly snorted, cursing the beast. They unleashed their formidable Yuan power in unison, creating an overwhelming force that sought to ensnare Yin. Their 3 powerful hands struck down upon him with precision and ferocity. Yun's eyes turned blood red as fiery energy erupted within him, successfully repelling their formidable grip. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the forest, he swung his fire python tail, dispersing the powerful Yuan hands with a single sweep. The scene ignited the interest of the young man in black even further. The more fiercely Yin resisted, the more exhilarated he became. Chao Lao, hurry up. I can hardly wait to tame this fire python tiger. With a shared glance, the 3 formidable experts at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm stepped forward simultaneously, their fingers curling together to unleash a beam of elemental energy. This beam shot forth like a rope, swiftly entangling in midair to form a complex knot that descended upon Yin, binding him tightly. Despite his violent struggles, Yin found it impossible to escape the grasp of these seasoned warriors. You beast, let's see how you flaunt your prowess now. Submit and become my possession. The young man in black cackled as he approached. Suddenly, a powerful wave of golden light surged forth, sweeping through the vicinity. The 3 middle-aged men surrounding Yin were sent flying, blood spurting from their mouths. Even the young man in black, who had been about to close in, was knocked to the ground by the force of the wave. As the white light faded, a more majestic white tiger gracefully approached Yin. Her calm eyes exuded an imposing aura, and as she drew closer, everyone instinctively recoiled in fear. Although the white tiger's presence was not as ferocious as that of the fire python tiger, indeed, it was almost serene like a mythical creature. Deep down, they felt an overwhelming dread. Yin called out to his sister, feeling aggrieved. Yun extended her paw and gently patted Yin's head, just as a caring owner would comfort a pet. Hearing Yin's distress, she had rushed over only to witness this group bullying her brother. Yun was fiercely protective and unyieldingly so. Under the guidance of Yun and Lin Dong, Yin would never initiate an attack. Thus, this group's brutal aggression towards him was undoubtedly malevolent. The young man in black, rising from the ground, looked at Bai Yun with an intensified gaze, filled with avarice. Her beauty, grace, and strength captivated him utterly, and he yearned to have this white tiger as his steed. Young master, we must flee. This white tiger is beyond our capabilities, Xiao Lao loudly cautioned him, recognizing the young master's delusions. Yet, before Bai Yun, no one could escape. The malice in the young man's gaze had not gone unnoticed by her. With a fierce roar, Bai Yun unleashed her sonic wave technique. The surrounding figures, including Xiao Lao, rushed to protect her and employed their martial arts in response. White tiger's shattering golden melody. The area was engulfed in a wave of damage, sending a multitude of opponents reeling, some injured, some unconscious. This was a testament to Bai Yun's restraint. Had she unleashed her full power, akin to that of a realm-forming entity, these Yuandan warriors would have stood no chance. If she had fully executed her technique, they would all have perished. Such formidable prowess displayed by the white tiger. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe emerged, placing himself before the young man in black. His gaze was cautious as it fell upon Bai Yun. His aura exuding confidence, clearly signifying a minor achievement in the realm of form creation. Father, you have arrived just in time. Quickly subdue this white tiger. I wish to claim it as my steed, exclaimed the black-clad youth with evident delight. Slap. Are you foolish? Do you not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Dreaming at such a time. Even I may not be able to contend with this white tiger. We must flee. The blue-robed man chastised his son with a sharp slap. His expression still heavy with concern as he regarded Bai Yun. He pondered when such a formidable white tiger had appeared in the Leiyuan mountain range. Bai Yun continued to regard the newcomers with an indifferent demeanor, yet a flicker of hesitation crossed her gaze, not in contemplation of retreat, but rather in deliberation over the potential for violence. Lord Tiger King, we harbor no intent to provoke. We shall withdraw, stated Di Tung respectfully, stepping back cautiously with his son. Despite his minor accomplishment in form creation, he felt utterly devoid of hope against the white tiger. As he contemplated the impending competition for the Leiyuan crystal beasts, he merely wished for a safe retreat, seeking to avoid unnecessary entanglement with the creature. Just as Bai Yun hesitated, a familiar voice resonated from behind her. Having attacked our companion, do you think it too convenient to simply walk away? Yun and Lin Dong approached, gliding through the air upon their ice swords. With a series of whines, Bai Yun and Xiao Yan hurried to their sides, finding solace in their presence. Are these two tigers your beasts? Di Tung inquired, astonishment evident in his tone. The prowess of such formidable tigers, belonging to mere youths, was beyond his comprehension. Do you truly suspect me of deceit? Yun replied coolly, stroking Bai Yun's large head. Despite their youth, Di Tung remained cautious. The ability to tame such powerful demon tigers suggested that their masters were even more formidable. Moreover, Yun and Lin Dong had just recently absorbed the power of thunder, radiating an overwhelming aura of divine might, golden and purple golden light subtly emanating from their forms. Merely standing before the two, Di Tung felt his own spirit diminish, unable to muster any desire for resistance. Forgive my son's ignorance. He had no intent to provoke, and he was unaware that this tiger was a creature of another. As the saying goes, ignorance is no sin. Your beasts have not suffered significant harm. I beseech you, esteemed brothers, to show mercy and overlook this matter. Consider it a favor owed to the Di family of Daong Prefecture. Daong Prefecture's Di family? I have not heard of it. Yun and Lin Dong exchanged glances. Di Tung and his companions exchanged awkward expressions. The Di family was one of the most prominent in Daong Prefecture, and nearly every local was familiar with their name. Might you two brothers not be from Daong Prefecture? Di Tung inquired cautiously. We are not. We are merely wandering practitioners, still unaware of where we have arrived. Yun's mental prowess probed Xiao Yan's body and discovered that Xiao Yan was not gravely harmed. He merely bore 7 superficial abrasions. Given that you were unaware of their ownership and considering the vast wilderness teeming with demonic beasts, your actions can be somewhat excused. However, having injured my companion, compensation is warranted. I shall not exploit the situation. For the 7 wounds on Xiao Yan, a recompense of 70,000 pure yuan pills will suffice. Upon hearing Yun's terms, the group was taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. 70,000 pure yuan pills represented a substantial fortune, a sum that would cause even the Di family of Daong County to wince. Father, this is impossible. The hide of that demonic beast is thick. It would sustain no injury. They are deliberately extorting us. The young man clad in black protested, his lips quivering with indignation. Silence. Di Tung admonished in a hushed tone. He then turned back to Yun and Lin Dong with a cordial smile. Esteemed brothers, my Di family has always valued friendship. As an apology for disturbing your demonic beast, let this 70,000 pure yuan pills serve as a gesture of goodwill. After speaking, Tong produced 2 spatial bags, rummaged within, and tossed them to Wu Yun. Wu Yun accepted the bags, and with a sweep of his mental energy, confirmed the presence of indeed over 70,000 pills. Since all is well, we shall take our leave, he said, fastening the spatial bag to his waist. He mounted by Yun and, alongside Lin Dong, returned into the forest. However, as they departed, he released a thread of mental energy. Father, are we truly letting them go? When has our D family ever suffered such a loss? 70,000 pure yuan pills equate to 3 years of our income. Yun lamented, not only fixating on the pills, but also coveting the white tiger. Having been the foremost figure in Daeon County since childhood, this marked the first time he had faced such a significant setback. Ting scoffed. What else would you have me do? Those 2 youths, alongside the white tiger, possess strength comparable to my own, especially the one who conversed with me. His prowess may even surpass mine. I warned you not to wander off. We are at a crucial juncture in vying for the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. Any unnecessary complications must be avoided. Currently, the Liu family is also eyeing the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. Engaging those 2 would undoubtedly weaken our family's standing, thereby benefiting the Liu family. Father, could it be they are equally interested in the Thunder Source Crystal Beast? Yun expressed his concerns. Unlikely. They seem unaware of our D family. Not being from Daeon County, they likely hail from some prominent family or sect, out on an expedition, Tong replied. Alas, 70,000 pure yuan pills wasted. Yun sighed in frustration. No need to rush. Our D family's assets are not easily digested. Let us first deal with the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. Once we secure the Thunder Source, I shall have the opportunity to ascend to the Transcendence Realm, and perhaps even attain the legendary Nirvana Realm. At that time, we can track those 2 down. Should they prove useful to my D family, that would be splendid. If not, then they shall repay us with interest. At this moment, the words of Tong revealed a hint of murderous intent. His earlier welcoming smile was merely a facade of restraint, masking his profound displeasure for the greater good. A wisp of spiritual energy drifted back into Wu Yun's body. The little weasel manifested, exclaiming with excitement, Big brother. Those members of the D family were eyeing the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. I never expected there to be one here as well. Indeed, I heard that too. Lin Dong replied. What is the Thunder Source Crystal Beast? Lin Dong inquired. The little weasel elaborated. It is a rather peculiar beast, one that does not feed on flesh, but rather on thunder. This beast possesses formidable strength. Typically, its power is at least at the Qi creation stage, and the more powerful ones can rival those at the transformation stage. Those at the forming stage daring to target it must realize that the Thunder Source Crystal Beast is nearing a moment of weakness, as each ascension it undergoes is followed by a significant period of vulnerability. Lin Dong questioned, is it merely a somewhat special beast? Why go to such lengths to hunt it down? If it is solely for its crystal, it hardly seems worth the effort. The little weasel chuckled. Well, you are not entirely foolish. The Thunder Source Crystal Beast contains a core of Thunder Source, which harbors an immense reservoir of pure thunder power. If you were to acquire it, you could effortlessly cultivate the copper thunder body to perfection. Moreover, after refining the Thunder Source, once you ascend to the forming stage, you would be able to convert your yuan power into thunder. The might of such power is indeed formidable, Wu Yun remarked. The Thunder Source Crystal Beast is a valuable asset, and it presents a significant opportunity. Since we are aware of it, we certainly cannot let it slip away. Let us quietly follow the D family and ascertain the location of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. While conversing with Tong, Wu Yun had already embedded a strand of spiritual energy within one of their members. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at a mountain peak adorned with peculiar rock formations. On either side of the peak, a multitude of potent auras emanated, representing 2 formidable factions. One side was indeed led by Tong, while the other was presumably the Liu family they had mentioned. Wu Yun discreetly probed their surroundings, with his prowess as a 5th-tier talisman master. These individuals were oblivious to his presence. The D and Liu families possessed comparable strengths, with only one at the minor completion of the forming stage, while the rest were at the Yuan Dan stage. After surveying the 2 factions, Wu Yun's gaze shifted toward the central area in front of both groups, where a steep mountain peak loomed, radiating a faint silver sheen from its summit. Through his purple extreme demon eye, he discerned that the silver was, in fact, a flowing thunderous aura. Having absorbed considerable thunder power recently, he had become particularly sensitive to such phenomena. The Thunder Source Crystal Beast must be nestled within that mountain. The spiritual prowess of the little weasel surpasses that of Wu Yun. Despite the considerable distance, it has already detected the presence of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. This creature is currently at the pinnacle of the Qi transformation realm, though its aura is exceedingly unstable, indicating an imminent breakthrough. Once it successfully ascends, it will rival formidable beings of the Fate creation realm. How fortunate it is that we encounter it in a weakened state. Otherwise, it would prove more challenging than the formidable Lin Langtian we faced previously. Wu Yun chuckled, realizing that the little weasel has learned to gauge opponents based on prior encounters. How many Lin Langtians do you believe it equates to? He inquired. The little weasel replied, perhaps 1.5. This indeed posed a conundrum. Wu Yun furrowed his brow slightly. The strength of the Di and Lu clans does not pose a substantial threat to us. But if we devote all our efforts to the Thunder Source Crystal Beast, their presence could complicate matters. Currently, only he and Bai Yun have entered the formative realm, while Lin Dong can also exert his power in the formative realm. The two from the Di and Lu clans who have achieved minor success in the formative realm, along with a host of perfected Yuan Dan realm practitioners, could sufficiently restrain Xiao Yan, Bai Yun, and Lin Dong. Confronting the Thunder Source Crystal Beast alone would be quite a challenge. It seems the only option is to wait for the beast to weaken before making a move. Wu Yun felt a sense of resignation. He yearned to act immediately. Lin Dong, with a mischievous grin, proposed, Brother, why don't we play the opportunist this time? Since the Di and Lu clans dare to approach, it signifies they possess some confidence. Let them expend their energy on the Thunder Source Crystal Beast while we conceal ourselves and await the right moment to strike. Xiao Linzi, you've also learned to be cunning. Wu Yun remarked, casting a glance at Lin Dong. Since venturing into the world, he has gradually embraced the nature of a protagonist, becoming restless and unrestrained. The little weasel added, once the Thunder Source Crystal Beast ascends, it will be significantly weakened, perhaps unable to even manifest its Qi transformation realm power. This is the opportune moment to strike. The Di and Lu clans are also biding their time for its ascension, otherwise, their meager strength would be insufficient to contend with the Qi transformation realm Thunder Source Crystal Beast. From my earlier observations, its aura is on the brink of eruption. At most, it has 2 days left before it ascends. Very well, we shall wait another 2 days, Wu Yun stated solemnly. His urgency stemmed not only from the desire to capture the Thunder Source Crystal Beast, but also from the need to sign in. The highest peak, where the Thunder Source Crystal Beast resides, is the Thunder Source Mountain. He must reach its location to sign in. Chapter 89, Sign in for the Thunder Spirit Blade. Upon the rocky peak, to remain vigilant regarding the Thunder Source Crystal Beast's situation, Wu Yun and Lin Dong did not depart, instead quietly lying in wait. Meanwhile, the Di and Lu clans frequently dispatched individuals to scout the surrounding area, driving away and hunting the local beasts. Concurrently, skirmishes erupted among their members, resulting in numerous casualties. Thanks to their formidable spiritual detection, Wu Yun and his companions easily evaded the scouts from both clans. Consequently, the focus of the Di and Lu clans lay entirely in guarding against one another, completely oblivious to the lurking force coveting the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. Time swiftly passed, leading to 2 days later. Unusual fluctuations finally emerged at the summit of Thunder Source Mountain. Thunder rumbled ominously. The sky was rent with thunderous roars. As the clouds above the Thunder Source Mountain began to shift and swirl ominously, these were not mere natural formations. Wu Yun's gaze was filled with astonishment as he discerned that the tumultuous thunderclouds were stirred by a force emanating from within the mountain itself, indicating that the Thunder Source Crystal Beast possessed the extraordinary ability to summon lightning. Such mastery over thunder was indeed remarkable. It could even invoke the celestial bolts. The tempestuous clouds seemed to be brewing a formidable attack, poised to punish the audacious beast that dared to challenge the divine might. The two teams below were closely monitoring the situation at Thunder Source Mountain and, upon witnessing this spectacle, sprang into action, racing towards the summit from either side. Leading the charge was Di Tong, who had reached a minor success in the forming shape realm, accompanied by a venerable elder with white whiskers, presumably the head of the Lu family. Let us set forth. Wu Yun licked his lips, having waited 2 days for this moment. The main event was finally at hand. After being cooped up in the mountains, he felt an undeniable itch for the thrill of lightning. Lin Dong's eyes too ignited with fervor, yearning for the exhilarating embrace of thunder. The two men descended from the forest, skillfully evading the watchful eyes of the Di and Lu clans, and ascended Thunder Source Mountain. The thunder clouds above churned violently, with massive lightning serpents darting through the tumult, producing earth-shattering roars. As the clouds intensified, a resounding and peculiar roar erupted from within the colossal mountain, a sound reminiscent of both a lion's roar and thunder itself, mingling with the celestial clamor and reverberating far and wide. This tremendous bellow instilled a palpable tension in those hidden around the mountain's peak, including Xiao Yan, who nervously clenched his rear. The Thunder Source Crystal Beast, at the pinnacle of the Qi-gathering realm, was indeed a formidable entity. The roars continued to resonate one after another, and with each echo, the thunderclouds above writhed more violently, as if both forces were exchanging pre-battle cries, challenging the divine might. "This Thunder Source crystal beast is truly extraordinary, rivaling the two of you," remarked the little weasel. Lightning illuminated the skies, with thick bolts occasionally descending into the vast forest, engulfing the surroundings in towering plumes of black smoke. Boom! Another bolt of lightning struck, this time directly hitting the mountain peak. The mountain trembled as a brilliant silver beam, akin to a pillar piercing the heavens, erupted from the mountain's core, piercing the thunderclouds above. Within the radiance of the beam, a colossal beast appeared. Wu Yun, with his purple extreme demonic eyes, beheld the creature, a magnificent beast adorned in resplendent silver, with arcs of lightning coursing over its surface, sporadically erupting into violent energy fluctuations. Its skin was not mere fur, but resembled a crystalline armor, exuding an air of the extraordinary. The crystalline beast treaded upon the beams of light, its hooves as steadfast as mountains, emanating an aura of stability and heft. Thunderous wings sprouted from its back, and within its fearsome maw, flickering bolts of lightning danced, as if it could unleash a formidable surge of thunder at any moment. Lin Dong remarked, "This is the mightiest and most extraordinary creature I have encountered, second only to Bai Yun. Merely gazing upon its form reveals its innate prowess." The little ferret interjected, "In my youth, I encountered a lightning source crystalline beast that dwarfed this one in strength. Now that was truly formidable. Even a Nirvana realm expert was but a mere snack for it." Wu Yun added, "The growth threshold for a lightning source crystalline beast begins at the Qi creation realm. Such creatures are exceedingly rare even in the Great Yin dynasty. Prepare yourselves. I will engage with the people from the Di and Lu clans while you, second brother, and Xiaoyan focus on seizing the lightning source." Having succinctly outlined their strategy, they resumed their observation of the advancement of the lightning source crystalline beast. The tumultuous thunderclouds above suddenly contracted violently, followed by an immense bolt of lightning cascading downwards, striking fiercely upon the colossal form of the crystalline beast. The tremendous surge of electricity descended like an enraged dragon from the clouds, crashing into the beast's body with a deafening roar that resonated across the skies. In the face of such terrifying onslaught, the lightning source crystalline beast unleashed a roar filled with agony, as torrents of lightning surged forth, violently penetrating its form. While inflicting immense suffering, this rapid influx of power simultaneously fortified its body, rendering it even more formidable. The crystalline beast endured wave after wave of potent thunder, each time rising with great difficulty. Observers hidden in the shadows quietly held their breath, fearing that the beast might succumb to a single strike, which would render their efforts futile. Should it fail to withstand this tempest, the lightning source within it would surely be obliterated. The storm grew increasingly ferocious, and a vast vortex began to form in the sky. At the moment this void took shape, a colossal bolt of lightning erupted with a resounding crack, tearing through the heavens and cascading downwards, striking the massive body of the lightning source crystalline beast with unrelenting force. The brilliance of the crystalline beast dimmed beneath this strike, and the crystalline armor-like exterior of its body developed fissures. However, Wu Yun's purple extreme magic I discerned that beneath those cracks, a layer of even brighter crystalline armor was quietly emerging. Once this armor fully materialized, the beast's strength would surge dramatically once more. At this moment, the thunderclouds above finally dispersed, signaling the successful advancement of the lightning source crystalline beast. Yet, it now appeared exceedingly vulnerable, having expended nearly all its strength to withstand the earlier onslaught. Ditong could no longer contain himself and charged forth, accompanied by the members of the Di clan. A formidable long blade materialized in his hand, as the surge of elemental energy swirled around him. With a powerful strike, he brought the blade down upon the Thunder Source crystal beast. The immense edge of the sword exacerbated the existing fissures in the beast's already cracked carapace. Following Ditong, 6 formidable practitioners at the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm surged forth, encircling the Thunder Source crystal beast while simultaneously invoking binding gestures. 6 threads of weakened elemental force ensnared the beast tightly. With a thunderous roar, the Thunder Source crystal beast erupted in a fit of rage, its silver eyes glaring down at those who dared to assault it. Its body thrashed violently, unleashing a brilliant cascade of lightning that severed the bindings with sheer force. "Haha, Brother Ditong, it seems you still require my assistance." At that moment, a middle-aged man with hair as white as snow burst forth, laughing heartily. "Lu Kuei, you two cannot resist, can you? Let us first eliminate this creature," Ditong replied, feeling a sense of helplessness. It was evident that even with his strength alone, confronting the weakened Thunder Source crystal beast posed a challenge. Agreed. The two momentarily reached a consensus, uniting their efforts against the Thunder Source crystal beast. Both wielding blades of low-grade spiritual treasure, their fierce strikes coalesced into twin spirals of blade light that enveloped the beast. With a roar of thunder, The Thunder Source crystal beast valiantly resisted. Its eyes turned a furious crimson, and as it unleashed a maddened bellow, it opened its massive jaws, releasing a dazzling sphere of lightning the size of a human head. Thunder Source! Yun and Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment. Just as the radiant sphere of lightning erupted from the beast's maw, Tung and Lu Kuei's eyes gleamed with avarice, their formidable elemental energy coalescing into two massive hands that lunged toward the Thunder Source. Brother, they're about to seize the Thunder Source. Lin Dong cried out in alarm. Yun restrained him. Do not rush. Wait a moment. As Tung and Lu Kuei approached the Thunder Source, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted from the dazzling sphere. The two were propelled backward, their faces paling as they coughed up blood. The energy above the Thunder Source has diminished. Quickly seize it. Tung and Lu Kuei shouted in unison. The powerful practitioners from both families prepared to grasp the Thunder Source. Now, at that instant, Yun and Lin Dong, who had long been poised for action, surged forward. Shattered Sky Demon Seal. Yun unleashed a palm strike, imbuing it with violet gold elemental energy, sending all those from the D and Lu families vying for the Thunder Source flying. In that moment, Lin Dong seized the Thunder Source, gripping it firmly in his hand. Angry Python Halberd. With his other hand, he swung a black halberd, unleashing a strike that pierced into the Thunder Source crystal beast's body, severing its connection to the Thunder Source. Curse it! You have not yet departed. The expression on Ting's face shifted dramatically, and a sense of foreboding began to rise within him. Ting, who are they? Lu Kuei also expressed surprise, feeling utterly taken aback by the sudden appearance of the two figures. They had thoroughly surveyed the surroundings. Come, where are we to go? This Thunder Source mountain is our destination. Yun replied with a gentle smile. Lu Kuei, these two young men are not from Ardaon County, and their intentions seem malevolent. Let us first eliminate them and then discuss the distribution of the Thunder Source, Ting proposed, realizing he could not contend with Yun alone. But with Lu Kuei's assistance, the odds would change. Agreed, let us first remove him from the equation. The two swiftly reached an agreement. Roar! At that moment, the already weakened Thunder Source crystal beast charged at Lin Dong, attempting to reclaim the Thunder Source from him. Bai Yun, go assist Lin Dong. Yun communicated telepathically. The pink short blade materialized in his hand, and the purple-golden elemental force surged forth, emanating a resplendent glow from his body. As he wielded the wind and moon gentle blade, a solid blade of light was unleashed towards the oncoming Ting and Lu Kuei. Faced with Yun's sudden and fierce offensive, even Ting and Lu Kuei's expressions shifted slightly. Their elemental forces surged forth, and they swung their large blades, each carving out fierce trajectories. Heavy mountain blade technique. Bone-tempering blade. The two unleashed their formidable martial arts in defense, their attacks intensely fierce. The collision of three blades generated a powerful gust of wind, instantly sweeping through the surroundings, causing the air to be violently dispersed as if forming a vacuum. All three were at the minor success stage of the shaping realm, yet Yun, against two adversaries, showed no signs of falling behind. Thanks to the enhancement of the original Sun Rune on his wind and moon gentle blade, he could wield power comparable to that of a high-tier spiritual treasure. While Ting and Lu Kuei's blades were merely low-tier spiritual treasures, and their martial arts only reached the 6th rank. Yun's Dragon's 9 slashes and 9 yang blade technique were of superior quality. He comprehensively overwhelmed his opponents. Yet Ting and Lu Kuei were seasoned fighters who proceeded with caution, rarely exposing fatal flaws. However, it was merely a matter of time before Yun triumphed over them. Meanwhile, other experts at the peak of the Elemental Dan realm surrounded Lin Dong, intent on seizing the Thunder Source from him. Yun brandished a low-tier spiritual treasure, the Azure Origin Spear, and, seizing the opportunity amidst Lin Dong's struggle with the Thunder Source crystal beast, prepared to launch a stealthy attack from behind. Boom! A brilliant wave of golden light suddenly surged toward him. Yun was completely oblivious, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Dong's back, muttering fiercely, "Die." However, before he could finish his utterance of death, a wave of light rushed forth, engulfing him. Yun's entire being was obliterated. He was dead beyond any possibility of revival. The strike from the shaping realm White Tiger was far beyond what a mere peak Elemental Dan realm practitioner could withstand. Bai Yun had long harbored a disdain for this individual, particularly disliking the gaze he directed at him. Thus, amidst the chaos of battle, he prioritized his attention on him. This small White Tiger possessed a rather narrow-minded disposition. "Yunner!" Tung cried out in agony, calling for his father. Yun rolled his eyes, wielding his short blade to unleash a dragon-shaped blade aura. The presence of clouds here was not limited to just his son. However, this short blade was not particularly suited for the martial arts of the Heavenly Blade sect. Yun silently criticized himself, as he had grown accustomed to using a long blade. and the techniques of the heavenly blade were characterized by grand gestures and a tempestuous ferocity. The weapon of the tomb's master was too flamboyant, failing to align with his style. Consequently, the strike he just executed was insufficient to carry Di Ting away. It merely inflicted severe injury upon him. The scene was utterly chaotic. A fierce melee erupted atop the mountain, yet Wu Yun and his allies maintained the upper hand. Lin Dong was preoccupied with the already weakened Thunder Source Crystal Beast, while Bai Yun and Xiao Yin dealt with the lesser foes. Wu Yun and Di Ting, two seasoned veterans, had clashed at the pinnacle of the mountain. Ding. Successfully arrived at Thunder Source Mountain. Would you like to check in? Amidst the battle, Wu Yun finally received the long-awaited prompt from the system. Check in. Upon successful registration, he was rewarded with the Thunder Spirit Heavenly Blade. Thunder Spirit Heavenly Blade, an innate blade embryo, born within the tempest of thunder, imbued with the essence of lightning. It is the most exquisite of blade forms. Once recognized by its master, it can be nurtured within their body, continuously enhancing in tandem with the master's growing strength. Ah, has the time finally come to equip myself? A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wu Yun's eyes. Previously, he had only registered techniques and resources. What he truly lacked was a formidable weapon. This Thunder Spirit Heavenly Blade was perfectly timed. Without hesitation, Wu Yun summoned the Heavenly Blade for immediate use. With a mere thought, a radiant purple crystal light manifested in his hand, a magnificent long blade shimmering with the brilliance of lightning. The blade appeared translucent, seemingly composed entirely of light. Yet when Wu Yun gripped it, the sensation was palpably real. With a quick bite of his tongue, a drop of his blood fell upon the Thunder Spirit Heavenly Blade. Instantly, the blade quivered, and Wu Yun sensed a consciousness emanating from it, as if it were expressing an affinity towards him. The warmth enveloping his palm as he held the hilt was unmistakable. The blade possessed spirit. It was extending an olive branch to its master. Come forth. Let the world witness your arrival. Chapter 90. The Delusional Ferret Believing Wholeheartedly in Lin Dong. Wu Yun swung his hands, and a wave of purple-silver light surged forth, exuding an aura reminiscent of celestial might. The overwhelming intensity sent shockwaves through Di Ting and Lu Kuei, their expressions shifting dramatically. They had not anticipated Wu Yun would suddenly unveil such a blade replete with a sense of destruction. They yearned to flee, yet an immense and formidable presence had already locked onto them, akin to the thunderous might that accompanied the ascension of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast, leaving them bereft of the will to resist, with nowhere to escape. They each resorted to their most formidable means of self-defense, with their primal energy surging forth, forming layer upon layer of energy shields around their bodies. They raised their long blades, their edges glimmering, attempting to block the impending attack with their inferior spirit treasures. However, the blade's purple-silver luminescence instantaneously illuminated the dim sky, piercing through their bodies and slicing through the heavens. This unadorned strike, akin to a shooting star, briefly illuminated the mountaintop before vanishing from sight, until the blade's radiance disappeared into the horizon. Only then did the bodies of Di Ting and Lu Kuei begin to stir, their upper half succumbing to a powerless freefall. Astonishingly, their bodies, along with their long blades, were cleaved in two, the severed edges smooth and even, a testament to the blade's extraordinary sharpness. Gradually, tranquility enveloped the mountaintop. The entirety of the Di and Lu clans had perished, while the Thunder Source Crystal Beast succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Xiao Jiao and Lin Dong, dying in defiance. Brother, that blade of yours, Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Wu Yun's weapon, which seemed even more alluring than his Thunder Source. It was evidently a peerless treasure, not for sale. Wu Yun replied with a chuckle. Brother, when did you acquire this blade? In my experience, I have never encountered a weapon so remarkable. Xiao Jiao fluttered over, examining it closely with admiration. She was perplexed, pondering how the reincarnated brother suddenly possessed such a formidable blade, imbued with the power of thunder, without a trace of human craftsmanship, as if it were a natural phenomenon. It was clearly extraordinary. I stumbled upon it amidst the chaos of the battle atop the mountain, within that violently cracked boulder. Wu Yun grinned, his spirits elevated as he fabricated a hasty explanation. After all, in the midst of their fray, none had noticed. The Thunder Spirit Blade instantly diverted Xiao Jiao and Lin Dong's attention from the Thunder Source. Brother, did you know this blade was at Thunder Source Mountain beforehand? Lin Dong boldly inquired. How could it be so fortuitous to find such a powerful blade? Why didn't Di Ting and Lu Kuei discover it? It seems as if the blade awaited your arrival. How could that be? I am not a fortune teller. I had no knowledge of this treasure's existence. It is purely coincidence, a matter of fate, Wu Yun asserted earnestly. Yet, Lin Dong and Xiao Jiao remained skeptical. Wu Yun toyed with the Thunder Spirit Blade, relishing its exquisite texture. Holding it felt as if a force was intimately binding to his palm, resonating with his very spirit. At that moment, the resplendent blade, aglow with lightning, rapidly diminished under Wu Yun's control, transforming into a miniature purple-silver dagger, no larger than the palm of his hand, resembling a translucent pendant in the shape of a blade. Lin Dong and Xiao Jiao marveled at this sight, and even the somewhat dull-witted Bai Yun and Xiao Yin were left in awe. Indeed, even Wu Yun himself found it quite extraordinary. The Thunder Spirit Blade was not forged from any material. It was a naturally occurring blade embryo, conceived within the Tempest, inherently imbued with sentience. Or perhaps it could be regarded as a peculiar and unique form of life, a blade spirit. It could expand or contract in accordance with Wu Yun's thoughts, effortlessly transforming into the most suitable shape and size for him. This was truly a dreamlike weapon. Wu Yun's heart brimmed with joy at this realization. Simultaneously, as he excitedly caressed the blade's surface, a lively and exuberant thought reached his mind, an exhilarating sentiment, devoid of words, emanating from the nebulous consciousness of the Thunder Spirit Blade. It conveyed a sense of closeness and delight to Wu Yun. How marvelous it was! The blade even gently rubbed against the palm of his hand, akin to a fluffy cloud nuzzling him. On the surface, it appeared as though Wu Yun was merely stroking the blade, yet it seemed to possess its own movement, playfully rolling within his grasp, like a spirited child. Wu Yun pondered whether, once it grew stronger, it might take on a human form. This thought was not far-fetched. In this world, beasts could transform into human forms upon reaching a certain level of maturity. The blade embryo undoubtedly possessed a degree of spiritual wisdom. If it were to become human, would it manifest as a blade-wielding man or a blade-wielding woman? Wu Yun's imagination wandered, encountering something he cherished. He instinctively contemplated a myriad of possibilities regarding its future. It reminded him of the time he first saw his first love, Bing Bing. In a video during his past life, his heart was captivated by her, and he even envisioned names for their future children. Alas, Bing Bing eventually moved to the big city, becoming a glamorous host, while he inadvertently traversed into this world. He hoped it would one day transform into a blade-wielding companion, as they would fight side by side, becoming an indispensable partner. Such were Wu Yun's thoughts. However, reflecting on the expectations he had once harbored for the fluffy cloud, he sighed, realizing that the cloud ultimately remained female. Perhaps it was time to bestow a name upon the Thunder Spirit Blade. Wu Yun contemplated what name would be fitting. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and the little weasel engaged in a covert telepathic conversation. Lin Dong, brother, do you truly believe this blade was an unexpected find? There is a possibility, but I still harbor a hint of doubt. This place is not particularly rare. If such a treasure existed, the Thunder Origin Crystal Beast, having dwelled here for so many years, would surely have discovered it. Upon reaching the Qi creation realm, even beasts can wield weapons. Little weasel, brother is merely pulling the wool over your eyes, little one. You must understand, he is a reincarnated powerhouse. Humph. In that brief moment, just now, I have already pieced everything together. This blade actually belongs to brother. Or rather, it was left here by him in his previous life. The little weasel conveyed this with utmost confidence. When I first discovered that my elder brother was a reincarnator, I was perplexed. How could such an inconspicuous and unremarkable place as Qingyang Town harbor a figure of such significance? This posed a question. The choice of this locale for reincarnation must bear some rationale. Upon finding the ancestral rune map within the Rune Master Tower, I began to speculate that this map was intentionally left behind by my elder brother from his previous life. I was astonished that in the modest realm of the Dian dynasty, a place so devoid of notoriety, there existed information concerning ancestral runes. The Nirvana realm was already the pinnacle of existence. It was implausible for a master of ancestral runes to reside there. Who would leave such vital information in this obscure location? For whom was it intended? Was it meant for a destined individual? After all, these were ancestral runes. Who would willingly bestow them upon an outsider? If it were you, would you part with a precious stone rune to a stranger? Therefore, this information must undoubtedly be a fortuitous opportunity left by my elder brother prior to his reincarnation. In his previous life, he was the master of 2 ancestral runes. At that moment, I only harbored suspicions, hesitant to ascertain the truth, as unlocking the spiritual map required the innate spiritual talisman, the ancient vortex seal's cultivation method, which you had unearthed. However, I later realized that my elder brother possessed an overwhelming abundance of intricate runes. This ancient vortex seal, too, seemed familiar to him and could very well be something he had utilized before. Furthermore, in regard to the ancient tomb estate, why was my elder brother so intimately acquainted with it, possessing knowledge of the estate's former owner's life, and unhesitatingly inviting everyone to reside there to honor the deceased? Did he truly intend to deceive us merely by claiming he had inherited the estate's legacy? I suspect that the master of that tomb was an old acquaintance of my elder brother from his previous life. Otherwise, why would he show such reverence for a long-dead stranger? Even if my elder brother genuinely inherited the legacy of that individual, it was merely that of a nirvana realm. And given my elder brother's standing, he would not be so close to someone for such a trivial reason. Moreover, how could a deceased person confer any substantial benefit or favor upon my elder brother? And now, why has my elder brother brought us here? The contention over the thunder source appears to be mere coincidence. His true purpose is likely to retrieve a blade from this location. This blade may very well have been sealed here from his previous life. Otherwise, I cannot believe that such a small dynasty as the Dayan would possess so many extraordinary treasures. It simply could not withstand it. The journey thus far seems to be intricately woven by fate itself, as if every path we traversed had been meticulously planned by my elder brother before his reincarnation. Little Weasel's reasoning is coherent and compelling, articulating these astonishing insights. The pivotal aspect is that Lin Dong, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation, meticulously reflecting on my elder brother's actions along the way. It appears as though everything had been preordained. No matter where we ventured, my elder brother consistently reaped boundless rewards. Lin Dong was astounded. How terrifying this must be. Is this the essence of a great reincarnator? Previously, I often heard the little ferret speak of things that were utterly terrifying, and he had yet to form a clear understanding of the reincarnators. Now, I have finally grasped the formidable nature of the reincarnators. Upon deeper reflection, a chill runs down my spine. Hiss, little ferret, do you think my acquisition of the stone talisman, or your arrival in Qingyang town, could be orchestrated by our elder brother? Lin Dong conveyed his shock telepathically. The little ferret replied, that seems highly improbable. My possession of the stone talisman occurred long ago, and my standing within the celestial demon ferret clan is quite extraordinary. Even if our elder brother is a reincarnator, it would be unlikely for him to influence matters concerning the celestial demon ferret clan. Besides, when I fled for my life, I was unaware of where I was headed. The stone talisman and I are likely just a coincidence. As for why our elder brother would allow you to wield the stone talisman, perhaps there is a deeper significance to it. However, it is too late to ponder these matters now. We must simply follow our elder brother. In the presence of someone like him, we must refrain from any cunning schemes, for he is a master of such games, and we cannot hope to outwit him. Moreover, our elder brother has no need to play tricks on us. If he harbored malicious intent, he would have acted long ago. Why go through the trouble of bringing us along? That would be redundant. I believe even a great figure like him requires companionship. After all, solitude can be quite lonesome. Perhaps he genuinely regards us as brothers. We must cherish this opportunity. As for his secrets, we shall feign ignorance and refrain from probing. What he deems necessary to share will be revealed in due time, and anything he withholds is surely for our own good. We are not yet worthy of knowing too many secrets. In any case, there are bound to be benefits in following our elder brother. Don't you agree? Lin Dong wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, when it comes to handling interpersonal relations, our elder brother has always been exceptionally magnanimous. After this exchange between Lin Dong and the little ferret, his reverence for their elder brother deepened, further solidifying his resolve to follow him. It is indeed a rare fortune to befriend such an esteemed individual. Little did Wu Yun realize that his second and third brothers were concocting elaborate scenarios in their minds, while he remained preoccupied with concerns about how to explain the matters that his brothers were so persistently inquiring about. What are you two dawdling about? Wu Yun inquired, puzzled, as his younger brothers remained silent, yet wore expressions of utmost seriousness. The little ferret responded, nothing, elder brother. We simply find this blade exceedingly rare. Lin Dong added, yes, elder brother. Your fortune is truly remarkable to have acquired such a magnificent sword. I believe it surpasses even the preciousness of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast's Thunder Source. Wu Yun remarked, such is the nature of fortune, there is no need for envy. You may encounter similar opportunities in the future. Now, help me think of a fitting name for this sword. Wu Yun had never been particularly adept at naming things. Yet he felt that any object he carried should possess a name of some significance. The little ferret scratched his head and said, since this is your sword, elder brother, you may name it as you see fit. Ah, Wu Yun, the character cloud belongs exclusively to you. Why not add it to this blade as well? Lin Dong suggested. Wu Yun nodded, as he had previously contemplated this idea. Naming his possessions with a common element would serve as a distinctive emblem of ownership. Yet, he pondered what kind of cloud would be most fitting: thunder cloud, purple cloud, silver cloud. Gazing at the blade of the thunder spirit sword, he considered its attributes and colors, but found none appealing. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to the summit of Thunder Source Mountain, where numerous peaks rose around him, all captured within his view. To stand atop the highest peak and behold all others as mere hills. A sudden surge of grandeur enveloped him, perfectly mirroring his elation at acquiring the heavenly sword. Let it be named Ling Yun, Wu Yun resolutely declared. One must surely aspire to the lofty ambition of Ling Yun, soaring high amidst the winds of the vast sky. The The little weasel generously praised, "A splendid poem, indeed." Lin Dong, with wide eyes, was astonished to see someone from the Mad Blade Martial Hall, a place filled with rough warriors, reciting poetry. It was evident that his elder brother was truly a reincarnate, and how magnificent his verses were. Lin Dong's conviction intensified. Indeed, such a talent could never emerge from the Mad Blade Martial Hall. Wu Yun, I am quite satisfied with the name Ling Yun. As for the Thunder Source from the Thunder Source Crystal Beast, I shall bestow it upon you, second brother. You, with your son Thunder Body, will benefit more from absorbing the Thunder Source. Thank you, elder brother. With this Thunder Source, I shall surely break through to the formative realm. Lin Dong did not hesitate, for in his heart, his elder brother had become an awe-inspiring reincarnate senior. Their bond was one of unspoken understanding. When his elder brother gifted him a treasure, Lin Dong felt it was a mark of honor, and he dared not refuse. It was merely a small Thunder Source. To hesitate in accepting it would seem to belittle his elder brother. This place is splendid. Absorb the Thunder Source here. The environment of Thunder Source Mountain served as a natural thunder field, and presently, the thunder clouds in the sky were less tumultuous, brimming with potent thunderous energy. Amidst their conversation, little Yin had already begun devouring the carcass of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. The freshly grown crystalline armor was being ruthlessly crushed, and with each sweep of its long tongue, it consumed the beast's flesh and blood entirely. This fierce scene left Wu Yun and Lin Dong astounded. In contrast, the little weasel and Bai Yun found it quite natural. Bai Yun, with her shimmering tiger eyes, looked affectionately at her younger brother, knowing that this feast would greatly benefit little Yin. Seeing her brother grow stronger filled her with delight, and thus, she watched with satisfaction. The little weasel remarked in amazement, "Most of the energy of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast is stored within the Thunder Source. However, its flesh is immensely beneficial for demon beasts. Little Yan's bloodline is somewhat mutated, possessing remarkable adaptability. This will be greatly advantageous for him." Soon, little Yan had consumed the massive Thunder Source Crystal Beast, leaving nothing but bones behind. One cannot help but wonder how it accommodates such an abundance of flesh and blood. At that moment, a faint glimmer of lightning emanated from Xiaoyan's body, as if a luster emerged beneath its crimson fur. With a resounding roar, it reverberated through the forest. Xiaoyan was in the process of refining the power of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. Remarkably, this Thunder Source Crystal Beast had successfully advanced in rank. Although it had yet to regain its full strength, its various tissues had undergone reinforcement. Now, as Xiaoyan consumed it, it would absorb a myriad of energies, potentially allowing Xiaoyan to surpass others in reaching the shaping realm. The little weasel said with a calm smile. At this, Lin Dong's expression shifted, realizing that he had unwittingly become the least formidable among them. "I must refine the Thunder Source as well," he declared resolutely. Lin Dong had always possessed a tenacity and perseverance. He immediately began his cultivation. Grasping the Thunder Source, he summoned his elemental energy, and streams of visible, liquid-like thunder essence flowed slowly from the Thunder Source, coursing through Lin Dong's palms and into his body. In that instant, as the thunder essence surged into Lin Dong's being, his garments virtually disintegrated into powder, and even the massive stone beneath him cracked under the pressure. The overwhelming might of thunder stirred something within Wu Yun. Although he was reluctant to part with the Thunder Source, he knew he could not claim all the benefits for himself. This milder form of thunder power was indeed more suitable for Lin Dong's cultivation of the Great Sun Thunder Body. Wu Yun's practice of the Divine Elephant Suppression technique thrived on the impact of lightning, requiring a baptism of thunder to allow such forces to permeate his bodily particles. Otherwise, if he absorbed the Thunder Source, the energy would primarily be consumed by his dantian, failing to yield the desired effects. While Lin Dong absorbed the Thunder Source, Wu Yun busied himself with scavenging the corpses of the deceased from the Di and Lu clans. One must always maintain the good habit of looting. After thoroughly examining all the spatial bags, Wu Yun acquired over 500,000 pure essence pills, along with a plethora of lower-tier spiritual treasures, talismans, and herbs, too numerous to count. However, at his current level, he found little use for these items. They could be saved for exchange in the city for pure essence later. After his search, Wu Yun turned his attention to the environment atop the mountain. Soon, he retrieved his talisman brush, talisman paper, carving knife, and jade stones, beginning to inscribe runes around the summit. "Big brother, what are you planning to do?" the little weasel inquired. "This place is concentrated with thunderclouds. I intend to set up a thunder summoning array for cultivation." Wu Yun responded astonishingly. He recalled the fire sea array he had arranged within the tomb, which drew forth flames from the earth and redirected them. He wished to see if he could summon the thunder from above and disperse its power, creating an arena filled with thunderous energy. "Big brother, that's heavenly thunder. Engaging with it like this could be fatal," the little weasel cautioned. He made a gesture as if to swallow, acknowledging that the thunder from the heavens is not comparable to the fire of the earth. With the presence of underground passages to divert the flow, one might be able to exert a gentle pull, yet that force, if not handled with care, could potentially summon the entire lineage of thunder. It would be trivial to obliterate a mountain peak. No worries, I shall give it a try. If it fails, so be it, Wu Yun remarked dismissively as he continued to manipulate the formation. Moments later, Xiao Yin was enveloped in a cocoon of lightning, while Lin Dong found himself shrouded in thunder. It was unclear when, but two streams of power began to erupt in succession. First, the cocoon of lightning surrounding Xiao Yin slowly cracked open, releasing flashes of red and purple light. The cocoon detonated, and a radiant beam of red ascended into the heavens, where a colossal beast stood suspended in the air. Its body was adorned with a dark red crystalline armor, intermittently crackling with arcs of lightning, reminiscent of the crystalline armor of the thunder source beast. Moreover, to Lin Dong's astonishment, two wings shimmering with lightning had sprouted from Xiao Yan's back, vibrating and producing a deep, thunderous resonance. Perched upon Xiao Yan's back, a massive python, its entire body covered in a layer of crimson crystals, coiled menacingly. As it opened its mouth, the flicking of its tongue revealed surges of lightning, exuding a sinister aura. This creature truly embodies the essence of myriad forms. Wu Yun mused in astonishment, recognizing that Xiao Yan had strayed further from the path of the fire python tiger, having absorbed the bloodline of a formidable beast. It had inherited certain characteristics. The mutated bloodline represented a powerful amalgamation, capable of merging with other bloodlines, a veritable potpourri of traits. This likely stemmed from Xiao Yan's indiscriminate appetite and courageous spirit. Without a doubt, Xiao Yan had reached a level sufficient to rival beasts of the shaping realm. Subsequently, a brilliant golden light illuminated the mountaintop. The great sun thunder element cultivated by Lin Dong erupted with fervor, encircling his form and radiating a profound golden glow. A formidable aura emanated from within him. The copper thunder body has been achieved, Lin Dong exclaimed with excitement as he opened his eyes. The golden light receded, and as it was absorbed into his being, his true hue was finally revealed, a resplendent bronze. His entire physique appeared as if forged from bronze, beneath which lay the intricate patterns of power. Simultaneously, as the power surged beneath the bronze exterior, another intangible force began to emanate from his figure. Permeating the entirety of the cave, it was spiritual energy. For innate spiritual talismans floated within his mind's palace, exuding a robust spiritual essence. On the central talisman, a deep fissure began to manifest, a harbinger of the impending birth of the fifth seal. Lin Dong, filled with joy, continued to concentrate his spiritual energy to breach the fifth seal. The recent thunder source not only tempered his physical form, but also sanctified his spiritual essence. Previously, when Wu Yun had acquired 2 8th-grade Qianshu ginseng, the elixirs crafted from them were partly bestowed upon Qing Tan, and a portion given to Lin Dong. Thus, he had long been poised to transcend into a fifth seal talisman master, and this time, the baptism of the thunder source finally allowed him to achieve that breakthrough. Snap! The spiritual talisman fractured, splitting into 2. 5 innate spiritual talismans emerged, and the 5 seal talisman masters had already reached a level comparable to the realm of shaping. Their mental prowess was elusive and nearly impossible to guard against, delivering unexpected effects. Furthermore, their innate talisman seals, being of the spiritual grade, possessed the ability to absorb and devour, amplifying their potency. Wu Yun exclaimed, "Excellent, second brother. With your shaping realm combined with the strength of the 5 seal talisman masters, even confronting a fully realized shaping realm practitioner is no longer an issue." Lin Dong replied, "All 4 of us are in the shaping realm. This power ranks among the top in Tiandu County. Our gains this time are truly remarkable. Your timing for the breakthrough is impeccable. I have also completed the layout of my thunder array. I wonder how effective it will be." Wu Yun chuckled, gesturing towards the mountain peak, where an intricate array of runes had been inscribed, pulsating with waves of mental energy. "Hiss, brother, what a grand undertaking. You've utilized such an extensive amount of talisman paper and jade. Indeed, now that you have enhanced your power, it is time for me to elevate mine as well. We have already cleared the outer thunder. Let us see if the energy here is sufficient. Little Weasel, by Yun, Xiao Yan, you should retreat. This thunder may be quite formidable." Wu Yun commanded, having employed original gathering spirit runes, original thunder runes, and original elemental magnetic runes. The little weasel, observing Wu Yun's formation, felt an overwhelming sense of dread and was eager to depart. As soon as Wu Yun finished speaking, it swiftly glided down the mountain, with Bai Yun and Xiao Yan, aware of the impending thunder, wisely following suit. "Let us see if this works," Wu Yun mused, unleashing his mental energy to activate the runes at the array's core, uncertain of its efficacy. Crackling. Soon, arcs of electricity danced atop the mountain. In moments, a powerful magnetic field began to form, an invisible force drawing energy from the surroundings to gather at the summit. This force rapidly expanded skyward, as electronic particles transmitted and condensed. Finally, it stirred the storm clouds above. As if awakened, the clouds surged and roiled, instantaneously erupting in flashes of lightning and thunder. The sky seemingly roared. Initially, bolts the thickness of arms flickered, soon followed by larger ones, akin to serpents. The thunder grew increasingly ferocious, with bolts even thicker than serpents appearing. The sea of thunder churned, as if a thunder dragon leaped within the clouds. An overwhelming celestial might enveloped the entire summit of Thunder Source Mountain. A destructive aura filled the mountaintop. While the thunder brewed in the sky, Yun and Lin Dong already sensed the ominous energy of death. First, they had provoked it with weapons from the periphery, then stirred it with the advancement of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast. Now, with the array in play, they had thoroughly offended the thunder, which finally retaliated. Amidst the thunderclouds, brilliant white light flickered. The previously dim surroundings of Thunder Source Mountain transformed as if it were midday. Boom, boom. The thunder roared. A frenzied cacophony erupted, leaving no trace of clouds, only pure thunder. The deluge was overwhelming. Sizzle, sizzle. A minuscule arc of electricity descended. And in an instant, both Yun and Lin Dong felt their bodies numb. Their heartbeats instinctively quickened. Danger, danger. Their bodies were subconsciously sounding an alarm. Lin Dong exclaimed, "Brother, I believe we should make haste. How can we leave at this moment? Run." Yun swiftly propelled his energy towards Lin Dong and leapt into action. The two of them jumped directly from the mountain's peak, not even daring to summon their ice blade. The mountaintop seemed to ignite as if sparked by the previous flicker of electricity. A thunderous roar echoed, as a massive storm of lightning cascaded downward in a conical shape, swirling toward the summit. From its sharp tip to its cylindrical base, the sheer width of the lightning was enough to engulf the entire Thunder Source Mountain. It was akin to an unleashed nuclear explosion, as the thunderstorm raged forth with apocalyptic fury. The methods Yun had devised to divert the power of the thunder were utterly useless at this moment. They needed to flee, escaping as far from Thunder Source Mountain as possible. Yun and Lin Dong unleashed all 5 of their life spirit talismans, guiding themselves away from the perilous mountain. Below, the little weasel, an heir who had long been alert and had already fled far ahead. Boom! A deafening sound erupted behind them as Thunder Source Mountain split apart. The rumbling of the thunder behind them urged their escape with a relentless urgency. After flying 10 kilometers, Yun and Lin Dong finally dared to glance back. Thunder Source Mountain was no more. The once mighty mountain had been utterly flattened by the violent storm. All around, various demonic beasts were fleeing, distancing themselves from the mountain. The flames of lightning consumed many towering ancient trees, obliterating them in an instant. "Brother, what on earth have you done to Thunder Source Mountain?" Lin Dong shouted, his heart racing with anxiety. Had they been even a moment slower, they would have been reduced to ashes. Yun swallowed hard, his throat dry. "I did not anticipate this. Trust me, my initial intention was merely to attract lightning as thick as a thigh." He too felt a pang of fear. During his first attempt at setting up the lightning array, he had not mastered the timing, inscribing the entire primal thunder rune. Furthermore, he had incorporated complete spirit gathering and magnetic elements. It must have stirred the thunderous magnetic explosion. Yun speculated that when he inscribed the magnetic runes, he sensed a magnetic field existing within Thunder Source Mountain. This time, the lightning explosion lacked any prelude. Once triggered, it connected with the underground magnetic field and erupted instantaneously. The effect was explosive, yet it subsided just as quickly. It came swiftly and departed just as fast. As Yun and Lin Dong descended, they found the little weasel, an heir who waiting. Upon seeing them, the little weasel forced a smile, saying, "Brother, I thought you had everything under control." This was the first time he harbored doubts about his reincarnated brother. How could he undertake such a precarious endeavor? Certainly, the commotion stirred by this event befits the identity of a reincarnator. Ahem, it does diverge somewhat from my initial expectations. Yun coughed awkwardly. "Now that the storm has dissipated, let us investigate," Lin Dong remarked. "With Thunder Source Mountain reduced to mere rubble, what is there to behold? Let us go take a look." Yun expressed his curiosity to witness the outcome of his efforts. They retraced their steps. The once towering Thunder Source Mountain now lay utterly flattened. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The air still crackled with residual electricity. "What are those?" Lin Dong was the first to notice droplets of purple liquid suspended in midair. Could it be the liquid of thunder tribulation? The little weasel exclaimed in astonishment. Yun had already soared into the air, channeling his mental energy to gather the floating purple liquid, though he was unaware of its nature. He sensed an overwhelming vitality emanating from it, an inexhaustible life force. It was undoubtedly a precious find. Wu Yun produced a jade vial, collecting the purple liquid until it filled nearly half of the container. The purple arcs of electricity continued to cling to him, leaving his body tingling. Indeed, it is the liquid of thunder tribulation. Such a treasure truly exists. The little weasel confirmed after scrutinizing the liquid. What is the liquid of thunder tribulation? It continued. This is the purest form of thunderous energy, typically found only within the Thunder Sea, and most would not dare to collect it. It can be used for body tempering, making one's physique significantly stronger. Those who refine it will gain a degree of immunity to lightning, and their elemental energy will birth the power of thunder, greatly enhancing the efficacy of lightning attribute martial arts. Such a treasure, regardless of its location, incites frenzied competition for possession, even drawing the interest of formidable beings beyond the Nirvana realm. The little weasel appeared somewhat exhilarated. Including himself, he was now quite tempted by the liquid of thunder tribulation. Alas, in his current spirit beast form, he could not absorb it. Otherwise, he would have certainly procured some for his elder brother. However, at that moment, a realization dawned upon him. His elder brother was not merely acting on a whim. The arrangement of the lightning-attracting formation for body tempering was clearly a ruse. His true aim was to acquire the liquid of thunder tribulation. Indeed, this exemplifies the grand vision. The reincarnator elder brother is truly deserving of his title. The method of obtaining treasures is distinctly exceptional. The little weasel felt a deep sense of shame regarding his own narrow perspective. His previous concerns were entirely unfounded. For everything was well within his elder brother's grasp. He simply failed to comprehend the actions of the reincarnator. Elder brother, you are truly remarkable. I am thoroughly in awe. The little weasel expressed earnestly. What are you saying? This time, it was merely a stroke of luck for elder brother. Did you not see that both I and the second brother nearly perished in the Thunder Sea? Wu Yun replied seriously, casting a sidelong glance at the little weasel. Can't you see this unexpected turn of events? He then turned to Lin Dong. Isn't that right, second brother? Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback, hesitating, unsure of how to respond to his elder brother. Were it not for the thunder tribulation liquid, he might have believed it entirely. However, gazing at that substance deemed a supreme treasure by the little weasel, his confidence wavered. Could it be possible to acquire such a remarkable item by mere chance? Moreover, his brother often spoke of serendipity, making it his catchphrase. Once or twice could be dismissed, but how could such occurrences continue to transpire? Lin Dong was no fool. Surely such fortuitous surprises could not be the exclusive domain of his brother. While he could not discern the intricacies of the matter, a modicum of thought revealed the improbability of so many coincidences. Second brother, do you not trust me as well? Wu Yun's eyes widened. Lin Dong was arguably the person with whom he was most familiar in this world, having spent the most time together, and logically, Lin Dong should understand him. Brother, why do you gaze at me thus? Do you think me foolish? Lin Dong retorted, perplexed by his brother's demeanor, which seemed to suggest that he desired their belief in something unfounded. Although the little weasel had advised against openly revealing his brother's identity as a reincarnator, it was absurd for his brother to feign ignorance as if the entire world were aware of his status, yet he himself remained oblivious. Sighing, Wu Yun lamented, brother, it is not worth it. He too found it hard to believe. This misunderstanding, it seemed, he would have to endure in silence. Let us not dwell on that. This substance undoubtedly surpasses the Thunder Source Crystal Beast's energy by a significant margin. We should absorb it first, Wu Yun stated, holding the vial containing the Thunder Tribulation liquid. The little weasel secretly scoffed. The Thunder Tribulation liquid was not merely a slight improvement over the Thunder Source. It was an entirely different realm. Chapter 92. The Misty Forest, signing in for the 9 great heavenly books. Enhancing one's strength had always been paramount. Naturally, Wu Yun had no intention of hoarding this unexpected acquisition of Thunder Tribulation liquid. He was yet to ascertain its flavor or efficacy. Thus, he dared not consume too much at once, initially drawing forth a single drop of the liquid. The purple, crystalline liquid sparkled with the brilliance of lightning as it soared into the air. With a flick of his tongue, an overwhelming and thunderous force erupted within his mouth. His tongue instantly tingled, and his teeth crackled. Wu Yun quickly harnessed his primal energy, enveloping the drop and swallowing it whole. With a sizzling sound, lightning enveloped Wu Yun's being, and his primal energy surged with the essence of thunder. Humph! Even within my body, you remain unruly, Wu Yun scoffed, immediately beginning his cultivation of the divine elephant suppression technique. As his technique activated, the thunderous energy began to circulate within him, finding its conduits. Before long, this power was dispersed throughout the minute particles of his body. The sensation was tingling and electrifying, akin to reclining on an electric bed, immensely pleasurable. As the drop of thunder calamity liquid was fully refined, Wu Yun felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, his very essence seeming to pulsate with ferocity. His physique could no longer merely be described as robust. It had transcended into a realm of monstrous strength. Had his physical prowess been this formidable during his time in the ancient tomb, there would have been no need for Ling Qingzhu to act so arrogantly. He could have effortlessly subdued her throughout the encounter. Wu Yun thought to himself as he gently clenched his fists. "Brother, how effective is the Thunder Calamity liquid?" Lin Dong inquired with palpable excitement. Having witnessed Wu Yun consume a drop of the elixir, he felt that the intensity of the thunderous energy was even mightier than the thunder source he had refined earlier. It was worth noting that this was merely a single drop. "It's exhilarating. You should give it a try," Wu Yun replied, conjuring another drop that floated before Lin Dong. He had collected nearly half a vial, containing several hundred drops. The enhancement it provides to the physical body is remarkable. Nearly 70 to 80% of the energy is absorbed by the flesh, Wu Yun mused. This substance was perfectly suited for his cultivation of the divine elephant-suppressing prison technique. And Lin Dong would undoubtedly reap exceptional benefits from it, as he practiced the Great Sun Thunder Body. Lin Dong, already eager, promptly consumed the Thunder Calamity liquid. Buzz. A vague consciousness resonated within Wu Yun's mind. It was a familiar call from Ling Yun. Within his dantian, the diminutive thunder spirit blade stirred gently beneath the Yuan Dan. The blade's faint awareness expressed its desire for the Thunder Calamity liquid. Wu Yun's Yuan power surged as he released Ling Yun from his dantian. "Here, have some." He drew out another drop of the Thunder Calamity liquid and, holding Ling Yun, allowed the elixir to drip onto the blade's body. Instantly, the blade emitted a vibrant tremor. The drop of purple Thunder Calamity liquid seamlessly integrated into the blade. Ling Yun's blade quivered with delight, resembling a child who had just tasted milk. At this moment, the Thunder Spirit blade was still in its nascent form, merely requiring gradual nurturing. Its current power was only slightly superior to that of a high-grade spiritual treasure, yet its penetrating ability surpassed that of an ordinary blade. It needed the nurturing of its master's Yuan power, enhancing its might alongside Wu Yun's growth. Clearly, the Thunder Calamity liquid was significantly beneficial for its advancement, prompting it to express its affection towards Wu Yun with unwavering eagerness. Meanwhile, after refining a drop of the Thunder Calamity liquid, Lin Dong's copper thunder body became even more formidable, resembling a statue of bronze when manifested. However, within that bronze, a hint of jade color began to emerge, indicating a transition toward the more powerful jade thunder body. The effects of absorbing the Thunder Calamity liquid far surpassed the experience of being struck by lightning. "Brother, I just sense that this single drop equates to enduring more than 100 lightning strikes," Lin Dong exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. No wonder even the little weasel was astonished. "That one drop doubled the strength of my physical body. Let us proceed. We can refine the remaining Thunder Calamity liquid as we journey onward." Clink. Upon exiting the Thunder Source Mountain, Wu Yun received a notification from the system, directing him to sign in at the Misty Forest. Immediately, he consulted his map, discovering that the Misty Forest lay at the juncture of Daon County and Dawon County. They pressed onward, traversing the Thunder Source mountain range to reach their destination. 2 weeks later, amidst a primordial forest, Wu Yun and Lin Dong cradled a diminutive feline as they meandered through the underbrush, utterly disoriented. The forest was enveloped in a peculiar, milky fog that rendered even mental probing exceedingly difficult. Moreover, a frigid chill permeated the air above, a discomforting presence that even the likes of Wu Yun and Lin Dong found hard to endure over time. They had been wandering aimlessly in this forest for 2 days. Bai Yun and Xiao Yan, in an effort to conserve energy, had to shrink their forms and remain nestled within their master's arms. "This cursed place is utterly confounding. How can we not find our way out?" Lin Dong activated his purple extreme demon eye, but his vision remained limited. The fog was extraordinary, effectively obstructing any mental perception. "This is the Misty Forest, a bizarre expanse at the edge of Dawon County, indicating we have indeed entered its territory," Wu Yun explained. "Brother, do you know the way out?" Lin Dong inquired hopefully. "I am as lost as you are. How could I possibly know the way?" Wu Yun retorted, rolling his eyes at Lin Dong's implication as if he were a seasoned traveler of this realm. "I am utterly unfamiliar with this terrain. According to my readings, there exists but one correct path to exit the Misty Forest. Unless guided by another, it may prove quite challenging to escape." At this moment, Wu Yun felt a pang of frustration. Having arrived at the Misty Forest, why had he not yet received the sign-in prompt? This was perplexing. Was it possible he had yet to reach a location suitable for signing in? Reflecting on previous sign-in experiences, such as the ancient tomb mansion, which required entry into the main crypt, and the Thunder Source Mountain, where one had to ascend to the summit, Wu Yun speculated that the Misty Forest likely harbored a specific locale that would trigger the sign-in upon his arrival. Moreover, Wu Yun noted a curious anomaly. The previous sign-in locations were primarily places where Lin Dong had encountered fortuitous opportunities. Yet, he recalled that within the narrative, Lin Dong seemed to have gained no significant fortune in the Misty Forest. Could it be that hidden opportunities lay here, untouched by Lin Dong, and that his presence had activated them? Wu Yun pondered, as it was the only plausible explanation for the sudden sign-in task. With no clear path ahead, Wu Yun retrieved a spirit-gathering rune, following the direction of the concentrated elemental energy. As he channeled his mental force into the rune, he soon detected a particularly rich source of elemental energy in one specific direction. The spirit-gathering rune proved far more adept at sensing the elemental forces of nature than mental probing. Following this direction, they pressed onward. Lin Dong and the little weasel remained silent, dutifully trailing behind their elder brother, their hearts devoid of any concern about their ability to escape. For in their minds, they were certain that this place was one that their elder brother had traversed in his previous life. He would inevitably devise a way to exit, and perhaps even encounter some fortuitous opportunity. In contrast, Wu Yun maintained a vigilant demeanor, keenly observing his surroundings. He was attentive to the fluctuations of the gathering spirit runes in his hand, while simultaneously deploying his mental energy to scan the area. As the elder brother was undoubtedly burdened with worry. "Be cautious, there are demonic beasts nearby," Wu Yun warned, having set the white cloud down from his arms. The formidable bloodline power of the white tiger radiated outward, causing any demonic beasts lurking in the mist to halt in their tracks. The little weasel and Lin Dong finally began to take the situation more seriously, releasing their mental energies to remain aware of their surroundings. Indeed, within the mist, there were distinct fluctuations, with unknown demonic beasts covertly watching them. Although White Cloud's strength was only at the forming stage, her bloodline power was enough to deter even beasts of the Qi gathering stage from approaching. Soon, the lurking demonic beasts, filled with trepidation, chose to retreat, allowing Wu Yun and his companions to pass unimpeded. This fortuitous circumstance spared them considerable trouble. Otherwise, in this obstructed vision and mentally shielded mist, the harassment from demonic beasts would have posed a significant danger and drained their energy. "The vitality is becoming increasingly rich," Wu Yun exclaimed in delight, as a small vortex of energy had formed above the gathering spirit rune. The emergence of such a vortex indicated the potential presence of a remarkable treasure. "Let us proceed." The vortex created by the gathering spirit rune continued to enlarge. After walking for another quarter of an hour, they encountered a swamp ahead. "Elder brother, there are demonic beasts in the swamp, specifically the leopard demon crocodiles, and in considerable numbers, all above the forming stage." The little weasel sensed the situation immediately. Detecting a significant threat lurking beneath the dark expanse of the swamp, he hastily alerted his elder brother and second brother. Lin Dong remarked, "Elder brother, do we still wish to proceed? We have no idea how vast this swamp is, and it is the territory of the leopard demon crocodiles. Engaging in battle here would be disadvantageous for us." He voiced his concerns. Among the three brothers, Lin Dong was the most cautious. He tended to contemplate various possible scenarios when faced with challenges. He understood that their elder brother was a reincarnator, but he also found his brashness rather unreliable. For instance, during their last encounter at the summit of Thunder Source Mountain, had they not moved swiftly, they would surely have been obliterated by the descending thunder. In such a situation, even with the elder brother's status as a reincarnator, death would be inevitable, leading to yet another cycle of reincarnation. Wu Yun too found himself hesitating. The road ahead was undoubtedly fraught with peril. Yet, judging by the energy vortex from the gathering spirit rune, there was undoubtedly treasure within the swamp, and the opportunity promised to be significant. Taking a deep breath, Wu Yun slowly expressed, "The fluctuations in the energy are directly ahead. Let us continue onward, but not delve too deep, merely skimming the outskirts." "Very well, my brother. If danger arises, you must endure and not delve too deeply," Lin Dong said with resignation. Acknowledging his brother's decision, Wu Yun and Lin Dong summoned their frostblade, cradling the two tigers once more as they soared forward on their swords. Roar, roar. As they ascended, the crocodile demons lurking in the swamp immediately sensed their presence, erupting in a cacophony of roars in an attempt to intimidate them. The bellowing of the crocodile demons sent tremors through the once quiet misty forest, startling numerous beasts from their slumber. "Fear not, just ascend a bit higher. These crocodile demons are mere landbound creatures, impotently raging in the mire." Wu Yun scoffed as he observed the crocodile demons below, realizing they could not leap and had no ranged attacks. However, just as he finished his derision, his expression shifted dramatically as an ominous premonition stirred within him. "Brother, be cautious. There are dangers lurking within this aerial mist," the little ferret warned. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wu Yun was taken aback, having ascended to a greater height. The mist above the swamp was now thicker than before, concealing bizarre, unknown insects that emitted a disconcerting buzzing sound. At that moment, they all sensed a formidable presence, a vast swarm of unknown insects charging toward them. The clarity of their mental perception indicated that these creatures were perilously close. Transformative light. Wu Yun immediately unleashed a high-level mental technique, conjuring a formation of symbols infused with his mental energy. The flames manifested by his mental energy illuminated a portion of the area ahead. A dense mass of black beetles surged toward them. The flames erupted forth. Sizzle, sizzle. Beetle after beetle was obliterated. Yet, there were countless more. Lin Dong was alarmed. Although the strength of these insects was not formidable, each only possessing the power of the celestial origin realm or even the earthly origin realm, their sheer numbers and their peculiar nature were daunting. Ever-changing flame. Both brothers simultaneously invoked their most potent formations, erecting two fiery barriers of mental energy to ward off the advancing swarm of unknown beetles. Fortunately, their mental flames had a restraining effect on these creatures, barely repelling the initial wave of the insect horde. However, an incessant stream of beetles continued to surge forth. There are too many, brother. What shall we do? Lin Dong's countenance paled as he beheld the dense swarm through his purple extreme demon eyes. Not just the swarm. There is poison in this mist. Hold your breath. Wu Yun's brow furrowed, acutely aware of the toxic properties due to his familiarity with the Xiantian treasure record. These black beetles released a viscous black mist as they flew, and upon being consumed by the mental flames, they would explode, dispersing into a cloud of smoke. This situation was untenable. They could not linger, or they would inevitably be overwhelmed by the relentless tide of insects. Wu Yun also entertained the notion of retreat. Just then, the little weasel spoke up. Brother, these insects are merely a veil of fog. Beyond lies a realm of wonders. If we can break through, we should arrive at the very place you seek. The weasel, in its spirit form, was minimally affected by the onslaught of the black beetles. Furthermore, with the strongest mental prowess among the three brothers, it could penetrate the swarm and discern the circumstances beyond. The weasel, taking the initiative, noted the furrowed brow of its elder brother and sensed his reluctance to feign bravery. It soon comprehended the underlying reason. Time had elapsed, and the arrangements from the previous life had unfolded over centuries. The environmental changes had surpassed the elder brother's expectations. Thus, he required the aid of runes to guide him toward the opportunities left behind in his past life. Additionally, as the elder brother had yet to regain his full strength, much like the weasel itself, he possessed numerous strategies but limited power, necessitating gradual growth to reclaim his former pinnacle. Having arrived at this understanding, the weasel became earnest in its efforts to assist. The elder brother was not omnipotent. He had not fully awakened his past abilities, hence still required support. Then let us proceed through. Wu Yun commanded decisively. Second brother, activate the 3 transformation rune arrays simultaneously. Follow my lead. Lin Dong's mental energy surged forth, conjuring 5 innate spirit runes at his brow. Swiftly, he outlined 3 rune arrays. Meanwhile, Wu Yun arranged his 3 arrays into a triangle, positioning them to shield the 3 directions ahead. Sensing a profound connection, Lin Dong mirrored this formation, completing the remaining sections. In an instant, they found themselves enveloped within a hexagonal formation. Yet, the power of such a formation was still insufficient. Wu Yun immediately employed his mental energy to sketch 2 primal binding runes and 2 primal flame runes, reinforcing the array while amplifying the potency of the spiritual flames. Forward! Wu Yun commanded, and the 2 brothers maintained the formation as they pressed into the heart of the insect swarm. This time, it was not a matter of mere nudging. They were determined to breach this dark barrier. Countless black beetles assailed the rune array, the hissing sounds of dying insects resonating around them. As waves of black smoke eroded their formation. Charge! The hexagonal formation cleaved through the swarm, breaking the insect barrier. At long last, a thread of golden light pierced the darkness, illuminating the rune array. They had traversed the barrier of the insects and arrived at the very center of the misty forest. An invisible natural water curtain shielded them from the swarm, keeping the insects at bay. Upon witnessing the golden light, the insects recoiled in fear, retreating into the black mist and falling silent. At that moment, the anticipated voice finally echoed in Wu Yun's mind. Ding! Successfully arrived at the misty forest. Would you like to check in? Check in. Wu Yun responded without hesitation, his heart brimming with anticipation. This time marked his most arduous sign-in yet. More challenging than any before, what rewards awaited him? Upon successful sign-in, he acquired a reward. The Body Book, one of the 9 great heavenly tomes. Chapter 93. The 12 Supreme Immortal Bodies and the Supreme Foundation Treasure, the Yang Yuan Liquid. The Body Book, one of the 9 great heavenly tomes. Was this not the treasure sought after for millennia by a certain arrogant king after losing a sheep? How fortunate I am to have signed in for such a distinguished artifact. Am I destined to tread the path of the arrogant king as well? Wu Yun was, in fact, quite receptive to the notion of ostentation, as every individual harbors a desire to shine in front of others. The information from the body book flooded into his mind. Unlike the previously intricate and convoluted techniques, this time the body book presented merely 6 characters. Yin-yang, hard-soft, pure-mixed. Though comprised of only 6 characters, in a certain realm, they evolved into the ultimate essence of all beings' physiques. They encapsulated the mightiest 12 immortal bodies. If one were to cultivate the 6 characters to their apex, each character would yield 2 distinct immortal bodies. Yin, devouring heaven demon body, void body. Yang, daylight body, solar body. Hard, indestructible diamond body, wrathful immortal overlord body. Soft, eternal life body, sacred spring body. Pure, immaculate body, flying immortal body. Mixed, sky-breaking axe body, hell-subduing divine body. Though merely 6 characters, each contains boundless profundities. These characters were born from chaos, allowing each individual to derive unique insights. The 12 immortal bodies signify the ultimate understanding of these characters, a feat exceedingly challenging to achieve, yet with diligent cultivation, anyone can attain progress. Even the least adept may eventually cultivate into a postnatal body. Ascending further, one encounters the 48 innate bodies, 24 royal bodies, and 18 sacred bodies. Each of these physiques possesses immense power. Within the Tianxian continent, even a typical postnatal body could thrive remarkably. In a fleeting moment, the body book traversed Wu Yun's consciousness. "Brother, look quickly!" Lin Dong's shout pulled Wu Yun back to reality. They remained ensnared within the misty forest, and the peril had yet to dissipate. Wu Yun swiftly scanned his surroundings. Having just evaded the bizarre swarm of insects, he now faced an uncertain situation. A golden energy barrier obstructed their path. Through the barrier, a resplendent sight revealed itself. A peculiar pool shimmered within, not filled with ordinary water, but with a golden liquid. Their current position mirrored that of their earlier experience at the ancient tomb. Caught between the outer barrier and the inner formation, akin to the gap between a cell wall and its membrane. The insects from the periphery clung to the outer layer of the energy barrier. They were temporarily safe, yet trapped in a precarious middle ground, unable to advance or retreat. As I gazed upon the gathering runes, it became evident that the phenomenon transcended mere vortices. Droplets of golden liquid coalesced upon the symbols. Within this liquid resided an immensely powerful essence of solar energy. Retreat was no longer an option. We must venture forth. Exercise caution, for danger may lurk at any moment. Wu Yun cautioned, preparing to breach the energy barrier of the second layer. This barrier possessed a formidable strength, far exceeding that of the ancient tomb, making it uncertain whether even a formidable being of the Nirvana realm could penetrate it. However, for Wu Yun, this posed little challenge. Each discipline has its expertise. Regardless of the barrier's formidable nature, it was inconsequential before the runes in his possession. The primordial boundary rune was specifically designed to counter such energy shields. Wu Yun concentrated his mental energy, manifesting the primordial boundary rune, and thrust it directly into the barrier, forcefully shattering the energy membrane. A wave of warmth, akin to the gentle embrace of sunlight, surged forth from the newly created fissure. Upon witnessing this golden energy, the surrounding insects surged forward, desperate to consume this warmth. "Let us proceed." The 2 companions and the 2 tigers slipped through the crevice. Wu Yun promptly disbanded the boundary rune, causing the ruptured energy membrane to seal itself once more. The space within the golden energy barrier was not vast. Upon entry, they were enveloped by a comforting warmth that defied description, inviting one to linger within its embrace. Nevertheless, they remained vigilant. Being surrounded by these black beetles indicated an extraordinary presence. Moreover, the energy barrier bore signs of artificial manipulation rather than purely natural formation. This place was shrouded in mystery, for in the narratives known to Wu Yun, no such location existed. Their mental energies swept fervently across the surroundings, leaving no corner unexplored. Aside from the golden-hued pool, the area was barren, devoid of other creatures. They detected no semblance of danger. Wu Yun approached the edge of the pool, with Lin Dong closely trailing behind, while the 2 tigers landed gracefully, reverting to their original forms. "This pool of water is truly marvelous, appearing as golden liquid," Lin Dong exclaimed first. In contrast to Lin Dong's naive astonishment, the little mink exhibited a more extensive knowledge, stating, "The liquid is a manifestation of solar energy. A complete solar essence pool. What an impressive creation." "A solar essence pool?" "Yes, indeed. These droplets represent the most concentrated and purest solar energy. Akin to the nature of thunder tribulation liquid. The latter is a liquid formed when the chaotic power of thunder is tempered, while this solar essence emerges as the gentlest energy after the sun's power is purified from its scorching intensity. I now understand the origin of the mist-laden forest. From an external perspective, this place is perpetually shrouded in fog, exuding a chilling atmosphere imbued with a sense of foreboding. All of this is due to the solar essence pool, which has gathered the entire solar energy of the misty forest into this very spot. The formation of such a vast Yang-Yuan pool necessitates at least a millennium of accumulation. Alas, who could it be that commenced their intricate plans 1,000 years ago? The little weasel, filled with awe and astonishment, recounted the marvel while casting a furtive glance at Wu Yun with its shifty eyes, conveying an unspoken inquiry. Brother, who do you think it might be? As the weasel spoke, its admiration for its elder sibling was beyond mere words. The methods left behind by its brother surpassed the limits of its comprehension. This was not akin to the blade of Lei Yuan Mountain. The effects here would only manifest after a millennium. How meticulous and fearsome was its brother's planning. It also dawned upon the weasel why it had been unable to deduce which reincarnated master its brother might be. Indeed, its brother was a figure of antiquity, a major player from a millennium past. Yet, Wu Yun remained oblivious to these subtle nuances. Like Lin Dong, he was profoundly astonished by the weasel's words. Such a grand Yang-Yuan pool, established over 1,000 years, left him with nothing but exclamations of disbelief regarding the mastermind behind it. It's truly astounding to think we stumbled upon this place. After a millennium, I wonder if the architect of this has perished? Wu Yun pondered anxiously whether that great figure might still possess other hidden methods. Brother, I refuse to entertain such thoughts. The weasel rolled its eyes. Surely this is not the case. Otherwise, what purpose would all of this serve? It cannot be for the benefit of others. Where would one find such an altruistic great figure? The weasel was entirely unconvinced, questioning who would be so idle, or, rather, so noble as to leave behind such an opportunity 1,000 years ago to benefit unknown successors. Wu Yun replied, opportunities are elusive. Who can truly articulate their nature? Just like the previous ancient tomb, its master was a benevolent benefactor. Third brother, you cannot judge the hearts of noble beings based on the narrow perspective of a weasel. Your shortcomings do not reflect on all weasels. How can one disparage the selfless contributions of the ancients? Brother, are you truly angry? Should I not express my reservations about him? The weasel dared not retort Wu Yun's comeback. Opportunities are for those destined to seize them. Having encountered this now makes it ours. Wu Yun declared without reservation. Brother, what purpose does this Yang-Yuan liquid serve? Lin Dong inquired curiously. Asked the third brother. He should know. Wu Yun gestured towards the weasel. This was the first time he had heard of Yang-Yuan liquid. Merely sensing it with his mental energy revealed its gentle and abundant essence, promising significant benefits, though its specific advantages eluded him. Upon discussing the effects of Yang-Yuan liquid, the weasel perked up, no longer fixating on whether its brother was feigning ignorance, for it too was now quite eager for the Yang-Yuan liquid. It could be said that Yang-Yuan liquid was the finest foundational elixir in the world. The growth of all things is inextricably linked to the power of the sun, which serves as the most gentle yet formidable and side-effect-free resource for cultivation. Its primary function is to remedy innate deficiencies and forge an unparalleled foundation. It possesses the capacity to infinitely transform and enhance an individual's constitution, rejuvenating the physical form to achieve the utmost purity of innate quality. For those who prioritize physical cultivation, Yang-Yuan liquid is an invaluable treasure, rivaling even the formidable Thunder Tribulation liquid. While both substances aim to elevate one's constitution, their effects diverge in focus. For instance, a robust tree absorbing Thunder Tribulation liquid becomes more resilient, its vitality fortified, akin to the effects of thunder-stricken wood, enhancing the tree's inherent strength. Conversely, Yang-Yuan liquid nurtures the roots, allowing them to extend deeper and wider, fundamentally strengthening the tree. Even if the trunk is severed, the roots remain undestroyed, capable of revitalization. This foundational enhancement mirrors the effects on the human body. By utilizing Yang-Yuan liquid, we can transform our physiques to attain a level akin to innate purity, devoid of any impurities, thereby not only fortifying our bodily strength, but also enhancing our cultivation aptitude. Yang-Yuan liquid proves effective for ordinary individuals and particularly for those imbued with masculine vigor, such as males, where its effects are amplified. However, for individuals like Qing Tan, whose constitution leans towards the yin, it is undoubtedly toxic. After an extensive discourse, Little Weasel has elucidated the effects of Yang-Yuan liquid succinctly. In summary, it is a treasure that stands on par with Thunder Tribulation liquid. They have already experienced the benefits of Thunder Tribulation liquid, which can be described as delightful. Yet it is limited to a few hundred drops, a mere half bottle. In stark contrast, the Yang-Yuan liquid here is an entire pool, Chapter 94. The mighty body of the giant elephant and the mysterious golden egg of the Jinyu divine body. This substance is a perfect match for the body scripture. Wu Yun marvels within. Upon hearing the efficacy of Yanyuan liquid, he believes that cultivating the body scripture within the Yanyuan pool would be utterly sublime, as it represents the finest spiritual liquid for the physical form. Yin and Yang, hardness and softness, purity and clarity, the 12 celestial bodies. Wu Yun contemplates which character and constitution he should cultivate. Each of the 12 constitutions possesses unique characteristics. The information from the body scripture has seamlessly integrated into his mind, rendering it exceptionally clear, eliminating the need for him to spend thousands of years like that shepherd to grasp its essence gradually. After mentally traversing through the 6 characters, Wu Yun selects the character Han. His body resonates most profoundly with this character. The 2 celestial bodies represented by Han are the broken sky axe body and the Jinyu divine body. Among them, the broken sky axe body epitomizes the pinnacle of strength, while the Jinyu divine body signifies the utmost weight. The divine elephant Jinyu technique he previously cultivated shares an intrinsic harmony with this Jinyu divine body. In the realm of Xinxiang Town, the practice of the Jinyu strength involves perceiving the body as a multitude of minuscule particles, each individual particle being cultivated into a colossal, dragon, or primordial form, culminating in the most formidable of all, the divine elephant particle. The Jinyu divine body entails an infinite augmentation of one's own weight and the weight of the surroundings. Wu Yun finds himself increasingly close to cultivating the colossal particle, and it is undoubtedly the resonance with the character Han that serves as the primary reason, given his foundation in the Jinyu divine body. He muses whether it might be possible to impart this training to others. Observing the 2 individuals beside him, one a man and the other a weasel, Wu Yun contemplates the feasibility of sharing this knowledge. Second brother, come here. I wish to show you something. Wu Yun beckons Lin Dong over. What is it, brother? You seem rather mysterious. Lin Dong approaches with curiosity. Wu Yun places his palm upon Lin Dong's forehead, channeling his mental energy directly into Lin Dong's mind with an assertive force. Lin Dong instinctively attempts to block the intrusion of Wu Yun's mental energy. Do not resist. Allow me to enter, Wu Yun gently urges. He further communicates telepathically, relax, and sense what I impart to you. Identify the character that resonates most profoundly with you. Lin Dong, upon receiving these instructions, clears his mind and permits his elder brother's mental energy to flow in. This is a method of mental energy sharing that Wu Yun acquired from the memories of the tomb's master. In that moment, 6 resplendent, yet indistinct orbs of light materialize in Lin Dong's mind. He endeavors to discern their essence, but the 6 orbs are shrouded in obscurity. Heeding his brother's advice, he focuses his senses. Soon, he develops a strong connection with one of the luminous orbs, concentrating intently on it until its form becomes clear. Astonishingly, it is the character Gang. Noticing Lin Dong with his eyes closed and a smile gracing his lips, Wu Yun eagerly inquires, "What have you seen?" His curiosity piqued regarding which character Lin Dong would resonate with. "Gang," Lin Dong exclaims. "Gang, what does that mean?" The weasel interjects. "Truly, you are remarkable. Second brother, embodying the spirit of a steadfast man." Wu Yun chuckles. Given Lin Dong's character, unyielding, a fervent practitioner, resolute in will, and with a penchant for audacity, it is indeed fitting that he resonates with Gang. The 2 celestial bodies associated with this character are the indestructible body of Vajra, characterized by infinite hardness, ultimate defense, and boundless regeneration, and the wrathful celestial body, known for its ferocity and augmented attack power. Wu Yun is filled with anticipation regarding which of these forms Lin Dong might cultivate, leaning toward the indestructible body of Vajra. As one's cultivation of physique is often influenced not solely by the body, but also by one's character. Just as Yu Buchuan, despite being a man, possessed a gentle disposition that enabled him to master the evil exorcising swordplay with ease, I impart to you the profound essence of the character, an indelible imprint for your contemplation. Wu Yun, with a smile, transmitted this insight to Lin Dong through his mental energy. You shall cultivate based on the understanding you derive from this character, and ultimately, what you achieve will depend on your own destiny. Indeed, Lin Dong nodded, though he was uncertain of its significance. He trusted that what his elder brother offered must be of great value. You 2 siblings should also give it a try. Wu Yun called over by Yun and similarly shared the 6 character essence, each being conveyed into by Yun's mind. He then guided her with mental intent on how to proceed. Bai Yun is a female. Wu Yun began with the character, and Bai Yun appeared momentarily dazed, showing no reaction. Next was, which elicited a slight response from her. When it came to, Bai Yun's eyes sparkled with fervor, demonstrating a vigorous reaction. Wu Yun nodded in quiet approval. To ensure there were no gaps in understanding, he traversed the remaining 3 characters, and indeed, Bai Yun's response was most pronounced too. The character corresponds to two types of celestial bodies. The characterized by unparalleled speed, capable of transcending time, and the known for its immunity to elemental damage. Both physiques are quite suitable for Bai Yun, regardless of which she cultivates. It will greatly enhance her capabilities. Come forth, Xiao Yan. As Wu Yun proceeded to test the 6 characters with Xiao Yan, the latter showed the most significant reaction too, mirroring his master in essence. Those who received Wu Yun's teachings, both the individual and the 2 tigers, were elated, immediately engaging by the water's edge to comprehend the essence of the characters. The little weasel observed with a hint of envy, aware that the treasures bestowed by a reincarnated master were far from simple, and it too yearned for such enlightenment. Floating beside Wu Yun, the little weasel exclaimed, "Elder brother, what marvelous treasure have you shared with them? Please, share it with me as well. This is a cultivation method pertaining to physique, given your current state. It would be of no use to you," Wu Yun replied. "The cultivation of the physique is undoubtedly applicable to the physical form. Please, elder brother, grant me this. I assure you, I can reshape my form after comprehending it. I can start understanding now, and when I regain my physical body, I will be able to cultivate directly." "Very well, then empty your mind and allow me to enter." All right. The little weasel eagerly agreed, closing its eyes in anticipation. Wu Yun shared the 6-character essence into the little weasel's mental sea. Faced with the 6 orbs of light, the little weasel, brimming with curiosity, began to sense each one. Eventually, its spirit responded to one particular orb of light, revealing the character. "I did not expect you to be such an weasel." Wu Yun looked at the little weasel with surprise. Though the concepts of yin and yang, hardness and softness, and chaos and clarity do not explicitly denote gender, typically, the yang and hard physiques are inclined towards masculinity, while the yin and soft lean towards femininity. How intriguing. The essence of the physique truly understands the nature of individuals. The yin character corresponds to 2 distinctive physiques: the devouring heaven demon body, characterized by its ability to consume all forms of energy for personal use, akin to the notion of devouring ancestral symbols, and the void body, which possesses immunity to physical attacks and the capacity to manipulate space. Having discovered a method of cultivation suitable for one's physique, it is time to engage in this practice. The techniques of cultivation are encapsulated within the respective characters, necessitating personal comprehension. The 2 individuals, along with a weasel spirit, encircled the Yang Yuan pool and commenced their training. The golden Yang Yuan divided into 5 streams, which they absorbed into their bodies. The Yang Yuan energy enveloped them, forming 5 luminous golden orbs. Wu Yun simultaneously practiced the divine elephant suppression technique and the Hunyuan character, both of which harmonized perfectly, allowing him to voraciously draw energy from the Yang Yuan pool into his being. Among the 5 streams of energy, Wu Yun's was the most robust. The Yang Yuan energy was exceedingly potent, overwhelming their body's capacity to contain it. Soon, the little weasel could no longer endure. Being merely in a spirit form, it was not attuned to the Yang Yuan energy and became satiated after just a few sips. At that moment, the primary benefit of the Yang Yuan liquid for the weasel was the restoration of its spirit form, preventing it from disintegrating so easily. It was truly a pity that the weasel lacked a physical body, otherwise, it would have indulged heartily. The little weasel gazed longingly at the shimmering Yang Yuan pool, feeling a pang of regret. After a brief interlude, Bai Yun also ceased his efforts. He had chosen the Qing character, and being of the yin attribute by nature, he found himself somewhat incompatible with the Yang Yuan liquid. Gender dictated an inherent advantage in the realm of yang energy. Males possessed a natural edge. Next came Lin Dong and Xiao Yan, who managed to endure for an hour before becoming satiated and halting their absorption. 4 orbs of golden light quietly lingered by the pool, gradually refining the energy. The Yang Yuan pool, which had once been overflowing, now exhibited a decrease of 3 meters in depth, yet its bottom remained elusive. Wu Yun, however, continued to fervently absorb the energy. Observing that his companions had ceased their intake, he cast aside any reservations and leaped into the pool. He had previously utilized his mental prowess to probe the pool's depths and discovered no danger or signs of life. At this moment, his body was exceedingly agile, every particle within him operating like a parched sponge, absorbing the Yang Yuan liquid. The training of the divine elephant suppression technique laid a solid foundation for the cultivation of the Hunyuan character, while the latter simultaneously propelled the rapid advancement of the former. Wu Yun was now striving to break through the first critical stage of the divine elephant suppression technique, the giant elephant particles. He aimed to awaken the power of the giant elephant within his 840 million particles. Concurrently, he was embarking on the first step of Hunyuan cultivation, progressing towards the innate physique. In the early stages of the suppression divine body, there are 4 innate physiques: the suppression of evil body, the flow-repelling body, the majestic mountain body, and the 10,000 June body. Wu Yun, through his comprehension of the Hunyuan character, was intuitively cultivating towards the majestic mountain body. The weight of the body is comparable to that of majestic mountains, capable of crushing one to death with its sheer force. The first phase of the divine elephant's prison strength requires an immense amount of energy for the cultivation of the majestic body, demanding nourishment for every particle of the physique. Wu Yunjin tore through his garments and submerged himself into the golden pool. Swirls manifested upon his body, fervently absorbing the yang essence. Gradually, all the yang essence surged towards Wu Yun, transforming his form into a golden chrysalis. At last, he found himself seated at the bottom of the pool, cross-legged at the depths. The viscous yang essence clung tightly to his body. In a particular moment, all the liquid was absorbed, and an overwhelming force began to stir within Wu Yun, poised to erupt. His body writhed, the effects of the cultivation refining him into perfection. Bones cracked, and the organs emitted a resonant roar. His pores flared open, golden currents flowing in and out. Each breath was saturated with visible yang energy, his mouth watering with vitality, his flesh fragrant. At this moment, his body underwent a flawless evolution. His features were subtly refined, becoming remarkably symmetrical, standard, and exquisite. His physique was perfectly proportioned, with defined muscles brimming with vigor. His skin radiated a healthy golden grain hue, exuding an impressive masculine energy, an extraordinarily powerful aura emanating from his being. Though he appeared gentle on the surface, the pressure of his presence was akin to that of a mountain, formidable and imposing. He opened his eyes, golden light shimmering within them. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, dazzling teeth, and an unparalleled countenance, he exuded an unmatched charisma. Although his realm had not ascended, the strength of his physical form was worlds apart from before. Wu Yun clenched his fist, the joints cracking audibly. The robust power within him instilled a profound confidence. Should he face Lin Langtian or the Thunder Source crystal beasts again, a single punch could obliterate them, a mere stomp could extinguish them. The might of his physical form was colossal. Little Weasel, big brother, why are you still soaking in the bath? Lin Dong, oh, big brother, why are you undressed? Bai Yin roar. Little Yin a Wu. The trio above, a person, a weasel, and two tigers, stared wide-eyed at him. Wu Yun, feeling a bit embarrassed, rose and retrieved clothes from his Qingkuan bag to don. Wow, big brother, you're quite the anomaly. Lin Dong exclaimed with a deep breath, feeling a tinge of inferiority. Bai Yun watched with keen interest, while Little Weasel and Little Yin remained indifferent. Wait, big brother, why do I sense you've become more handsome? Lin Dong swiftly changed the subject, smacking his lips. Although he could still recognize his brother's appearance, upon closer inspection, he felt a significant difference. The most immediate impression was that his brother had indeed become more attractive. Moreover, the more one gazes upon him, the more captivating he appears, possessing a beauty that is nearly devoid of flaws. As if that were not enough, he exudes a robust masculinity, radiating a powerful and compelling aura. Brother, he has changed. He has become even more striking. Wu Yun, having donned his attire, was just about to ascend when suddenly, the little weasel displayed an expression of astonishment. Brother, look. What is that? It excitedly pointed towards a peculiar sight below Wu Yun. As Wu Yun glanced downward, he was taken aback to discover an extraordinary object where he had been seated. It was round and shimmering with a golden hue, an egg. Brother, did you just lay an egg when we weren't looking? The little weasel exclaimed in disbelief, covering its mouth with its tiny paws, incredulous as it regarded Wu Yun. This was undeniably bizarre. Their previous mental probe had revealed nothing. Wu Yun had been meditating right above this egg, raising suspicions among the weasel and others. Lin Dong, Bai Yun, and Xiao Yin also caught sight of the resplendent egg, adorned with intricate and mysterious patterns. Who? Bai Yun and Xiao Yin called out in curiosity. Lin Dong questioned, laying an egg? Is that something a human can do? Wu Yun replied incredulously, lay an egg? Is that even remotely human? He quickly crouched down to investigate. Indeed, it was an egg. Precisely where he had been meditating, it was just the right size, equal to that of his posterior. Had he not risen, the little weasel and the others would have remained oblivious to its presence. Wu Yun's expression turned slightly awkward. This scene was rather difficult to explain. However, the egg piqued his curiosity as well. Just moments ago, their mental probes had failed to detect anything, yet this egg was now undeniably visible. Typically, regardless of whether the life within an egg is dormant or alive, mental energy can sense its presence. Yet this egg was an anomaly. Even now, as he continued to probe with his mental energy, it yielded no response. An enigma where sight contradicted perception. The bottom of the pool was composed of unique crystalline golden stones, undoubtedly bearing signs of human craftsmanship, and even contained runes within these crystals. The entirety of the Yang Yuan pool was an intricate formation. The dazzling golden egg was embedded within the crystalline bedrock. Wu Yun lifted the egg. It was remarkably large, the largest he had ever encountered in both his lifetimes. Nearly half the size of his embrace. A petite girl like Qingzhu would likely struggle to lift it. The little weasel and Lin Dong also descended. Intrigued by this egg, it seemed that the very essence of the Yang Yuan pool was indeed this. The little weasel marveled in astonishment. But why is there no sign of life? Could it be a lifeless egg? Lin Dong questioned, perplexed. It is improbable that the egg is deceased, otherwise the ancients would not have exerted such great effort to gather an abundance of Yang essence and invested millennia nurturing it. Wouldn't you agree, my dear brother? The little weasel emphasized his conviction with each utterance, firmly believing that this egg was indeed placed here by his elder brother. Yet he remained uncertain as to whether the egg was truly lifeless. Thus, he adopted this tone in his inquiry, unwilling to hear his brother declare it a dead egg. As a member of the demon race, he was filled with curiosity, eager to uncover the nature of the egg that had drawn the attention of even the reincarnated greats. The little weasel made a valid point. The egg was certainly not lifeless. Rather, a layer of sealing formation prevented the essence within from escaping, while allowing it to absorb energy, an influx of energy that could not exit. Wu Yun responded earnestly, engrossed in his examination of the runes adorning the egg, oblivious to the underlying implications of the weasel's words. Upon the surface of the egg, Wu Yun discerned a variety of combined runes, with the sealing rune being one among them, remarkably close to the original sealing runes, indicating the skill of the one who had arranged the formation. This intricate combination was beyond his immediate comprehension. Aside from the runes on the egg and the formation in the Yang Essence Pond, Wu Yun suspected that the entire misty forest was imbued with formations. The little weasel, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, "Brother, do you have any idea what kind of beast resides within this egg?" Wu Yun replied, "I certainly do not, but once it hatches, we shall discover its true nature." He too was curious about the creature within, though he had no inkling of its identity. The little weasel, despite being a prominent figure among the demon race himself, found himself at a loss and sought his brother's insight. What do we humans know of demon beasts? The old riddle master shot the little weasel an exasperated glance. Lin Dong also expressed his curiosity about the egg, scoffing at his brother's response. "Riddle master, depart from this continent. We have already absorbed the Yang essence here. This egg serves no purpose remaining. Let us take it with us, while the formation continues to operate, accumulating Yang essence for the next fortunate soul or for our descendants in the future." Wu Yun had no intention of dismantling the site. The formation was formidable, exuding a sense of natural harmony, encompassing the entire terrain of the misty forest, capable of harnessing solar energy and perpetually sustaining itself. As long as the sun did not explode, the formation would remain operational, unlike the ancient tombs, where the efficacy of the formations waned over time. Wu Yun placed the egg into his cosmic bag, filling it with pure essence pills. The golden egg bore devouring runes, capable of drawing energy to maintain its vitality. With a contented smile, Wu Yun declared, "Well then, we have secured the fortune here. Let us make our exit." Chapter 95. The beautiful and mature Jiang Shui. Sculpted like jade. Ding. The next sign-in location has refreshed. Please sign in at the Ancient Ruins Gorge. As the system's alert echoed in the air, Wu Yun and Lin Dong had already traversed the barrier of the insect swarm in the same manner. The gathering sun formation was still enveloped by the swarm above, while below lay formidable leopard demons and a potent energy shield that even the strongest of Nirvana realm experts would find challenging to breach. Unsurprisingly, given the cultivation levels of the Great Yin dynasty, it was exceedingly difficult for anyone to penetrate this realm. Wu Yun had no need for further measures. Free from the worry of being discovered in this place, they stepped beyond the swamp's confines, yet the path to freedom remained elusive. The misty forest was vast, rendering escape a formidable endeavor. With no sunlight filtering through, discerning direction proved to be a daunting task. After 2 more days of wandering, the little weasel finally made a discovery. "Brother, to the right, there are multiple fluctuations of elemental energy. It seems there are people. Oh, let us investigate." Wu Yun exclaimed with delight, finally on the verge of encountering fellow beings. After days of chaotic wandering, akin to being lost in an enchanted forest, the prospect of seeing others was indeed a cause for joy. In a clearing shrouded in thick fog, dozens of individuals huddled closely together. Occasionally, menacing beasts would surge forth, their bodies reeking of blood, only to be swiftly obliterated by the combined might of their elemental energies. These creatures are truly bothersome. "Master, when will this ordeal come to an end?" A middle-aged man grumbled after dispatching a beast with fury. "Focus, we shall be free soon," replied a robust man with a tiger-like build, wielding a massive black sword. Each swing of his weapon radiated power. Any beast that dared approach him found themselves grievously wounded. He led the group of dozens, his prowess unmatched, having reached the minor completion stage of the formative realm. Father, do your best. In the protective center of the group stood a young girl, approximately 12 or 13 years old, clad in a delicate crimson garment, clapping her hands and encouragingly calling out. Her voice was sweet and innocent, akin to that of an angel, eliciting laughter from those around her. The previously heavy atmosphere lightened somewhat due to her playful spirit. It was evident that everyone cherished this little girl, encircling her with their utmost vigilance. Ineen, be careful. Beside her stood a woman in her 20s, her expression grave as she quickly pulled Ineen behind her. Tall and slender, her form was accentuated by snug attire, revealing an alluring figure. Her beauty was striking, though a hint of aloofness lingered in her proud, upturned nose. Beasts continued to emerge from the forest, attacking them relentlessly. Despite these creatures being merely at the Essence Dan level, the group remained on high alert, with no one daring to relax even for a moment. A quarter of an hour had passed. They finally vanquished the attacking beasts, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath as they consumed pills to swiftly restore their energy. Who goes there? Show yourself. The burly leader suddenly tensed, his voice booming as he fixed his gaze on a direction shrouded in mist, gripping his heavy sword tightly. The weary team, having just settled down to rest, sprang up in alarm, weapons drawn, standing guard alongside their captain. Oh, please, do not be alarmed. We mean you no harm. Yun and Lin Dong emerged from the fog, each cradling an adorable little creature, one pure white, and the other of vibrant crimson. Despite their assurances of innocence, they bore the unmistakable appearance of those who had just stolen precious young beasts. The crowd scrutinized the duo and their companions. Yet their true strength remained inscrutable. To avoid instilling fear or inviting unnecessary trouble, both Yun and Lin Dong consciously suppressed their presence, transforming their beasts into endearing forms. Their mental prowess had reached the level of a 5-seal rune master. Even a formidable figure in the Genesis realm would struggle to perceive their true capabilities. In their miniature states, the two beasts were utterly charming, resembling genuine pets. The burly leader examined them closely, a frown creeping onto his brow. With his own strength at the minor completion stage of the shaping realm, he could not discern the duo's power, which was far from ordinary. The palpable strength emanating from their robust physiques instilled a sense of danger within him. Though Yun could mask his energy fluctuations, the sheer vitality of his newly cultivated innate physique was overwhelming and impossible to completely conceal. These youngsters were quite handsome, evidently scions of a prominent family on a journey of cultivation. He had never encountered such flawless men. Their looks rivaled his peak years. One had to admit, their presence was striking, so much so that even a man like him was taken aback. The creatures they held were clearly no ordinary beasts, exuding an air of nobility. A subtle yet formidable aura emanated from the two, marking them as individuals of exceptional caliber. All eyes were fixed upon them. The surface calm belied the tumultuous thoughts within. The brothers, having recently attained their innate physiques, had elevated their appearance and physique to a remarkable level, leaving even the older men in the group feeling a twinge of self-consciousness. Among the two women in the group, the more mature one gazed intently, captivated by their striking features while remaining wary. Her focus was particularly drawn to Yun, the tall and handsome man radiating an intangible pressure. In his presence, she felt as if standing before a mountain, overwhelmed by an imposing aura that left her breathless. Meanwhile, the younger, cherubic girl was utterly enchanted by the tiny tiger nestled in their arms, utterly charmed by the diminutive forms of Bai Yun and Xiao Yin. Yun, my brother and I have inadvertently wandered into this forest, unable to find our way out. We were drawn here by the sounds of conflict and approached out of curiosity, with no ill intentions. By your accents, I surmise you hail from afar, correct? Yun replied with a smile and clasped his fists. My good sir, might you be willing to guide us on our journey? Should we manage to leave this place safely, we shall ensure you are duly compensated. At this moment, we truly require a guide. Otherwise, we may never escape this locale. Father, they come from unknown origins, and given our current predicament, their presence may heighten our peril. The strikingly mature woman approached and whispered in the ear of the imposing middle-aged man. She remained composed, rationally advising her father without being swayed by their handsome appearance. Though these two men exuded a formidable presence, their true strength was indiscernible. Bringing them along could indeed become a liability, and in the wilderness, allowing strangers to join one's ranks is a grave misstep. Sister, they genuinely appear lost. The exquisitely delicate little girl chimed in softly. Silence. The beautiful, mature sister sharply reprimanded her. The burly middle-aged man scrutinized Yun and his companion anew, his gaze penetrating deeper than his daughter's. Even he, with his own prowess, sensed an unsettling danger emanating from these two young men, indicating they were far from ordinary. He spoke gravely. Young brothers, our party has attracted the attention of certain entities here. Should you accompany us, you may inadvertently place yourselves in jeopardy. However, I am not averse to offering assistance. If you are untroubled by these dangers, you are welcome to join us. We frequently traverse the misty forest and know the way out. We shall lead you from this place. Thank you, good sir. Yun and Lin Dong both clasped their hands in gratitude. What danger is of no consequence? The specifics matter little. They wish to leave this place at once. I am Yun, and this is my brother, Lin Dong. With the other party's consent, the two of them approached with newfound enthusiasm. Haha, I am Zhang Lei, the master of the Eagle Martial Arts School. These are my daughters, Zhang Shui and Zhang Yinin, along with my brothers from the school. The middle-aged man, evidently of a jovial disposition, introduced them with a smile. Zhang Shui, Zhang Yinin. These names resonated sharply in Yun's mind, particularly that of Zhang Yinin. It dawned on him that they were indeed the characters he had encountered in the original narrative within the misty forest. Gazing at the seemingly harmless, exquisitely crafted little girl, Zhang Yinin, Yun could not help but ponder her true identity, a reincarnator, a master of the life and death ancestral talisman, the eldest sister of the ancient 8 ancestors, and the progenitor of the undying sacred whale clan. A hidden powerhouse stood right beside him. Big brother, why are you staring at me? Zhang Yinin inquired innocently, her wide eyes curious. Zhang Shui swiftly pulled Zhang Yinin behind her, warily observing Yun. Although Yunchang possesses striking good looks, such beauty does not necessarily equate to virtue. Even Zhang Lei's expression shifted slightly, as it is somewhat impolite to gaze so fervently at someone else's daughter upon their first encounter. Moreover, Yun is in the prime of his youth, which may lead to misunderstandings regarding his intentions, potentially suggesting an inappropriate fascination with younger individuals. Handsome men may indeed be more prone to mischief. Yun hastily offered an explanation, asserting, "Ah, dear brother, I see in you an extraordinary talent, a rare gem in a century, poised for cultivation." The beautiful and mature Zhang Shui cast a reproachful glance at Yun, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Yinin has yet to cultivate it all. How could she possibly be a prodigy?" Zhang Shui viewed Yun's claims as mere bluster, suspecting ulterior motives. Consequently, her initial impression of him, which had been so favorable, plummeted to its nadir. Others, too, found Yun's assertions implausible. Had he spoken of Zhang Shui, they might have been inclined to believe him. For her talent is unparalleled within the martial arts academy, having achieved the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm at such a young age. However, everyone was aware that although Zhang Yinin was adorable and endearing, she had been unable to cultivate since childhood, a source of distress for the academy's master. Primarily, Yun's youth led them to dismiss his words as the ramblings of a charlatan. Even if Yinin were indeed a cultivation prodigy, it would take a venerable elder with white hair to convince them of such a claim. Observing his elder brother's misunderstanding, Lin Dong could not remain silent. As an esteemed reincarnator, how could his brother's words be doubted? He stepped forward defiantly, declaring, "My brother never speaks falsely. If he claims that Miss Yinin is a cultivation prodigy, then she undoubtedly is. The inability to cultivate merely indicates that she is yet to find the right path." If Yun's playful demeanor made it difficult for others to believe him, Lin Dong's earnest and straightforward response elicited a subconscious measure of trust. The little weasel mused, "This young lady is indeed peculiar. While she appears vibrant on the surface, a closer examination reveals a stagnation of vital energy within her, rendering her incapable of gathering Yuan Qi, a most extraordinary anomaly." The ancestral talisman of life and death lay dormant within Zhang Yinin, and she exhibited no signs of awakening, which rendered the little weasel unable to discern any potential. Seeing Lin Dong's fervent conviction, Zhang Lei turned his gaze toward Yun, his curiosity piqued. Could it be that brother Yun understands the root cause of my daughter's inability to cultivate and possesses a method to aid her? Yun, at this moment, was equally perplexed. His earlier remark about a cultivation prodigy had been a casual jest, not anticipating that Zhang Yinin was indeed incapable of cultivation. Faced with this development, he felt compelled to adopt the guise of a seer. He refrained from answering immediately, instead invoking the power of the Purple Extreme Demon Eye. The Purple Extreme Demon Eye encompasses 4 realms, progressing from the basic to the advanced: overview, intricacy, mustard seed, and vastness. Upon reaching the innate level of constitution, his Purple Extreme Demon Eye had likewise ascended to the realm of intricacy. With a serious expression, Yun scrutinized the young Yinin with utmost sincerity. Behold, her eyes have transformed into a mesmerizing shade of violet. What an astonishing ocular technique! What martial art is this? It appeared that he was not merely speaking in jest. There seemed to be something genuinely extraordinary at play. Witnessing this remarkable spectacle, many were inclined to believe Even Zhang Lei and Zhang Shui were taken aback. Wu Yun did not seem to be joking. After observing for a minute or two, he meticulously examined Xiao Yinin's pores. In response to her curious gaze, he calmly stated, "Young Miss Yinin's physique is entirely sound. In fact, it surpasses that of everyone present here. However, she currently cannot cultivate Yuan power, but this is merely temporary. Once she gains the ability to harness Yuan power, it will mark the beginning of her ascendance. For the time being, she may attempt to cultivate either spiritual energy or physical prowess. I possess the methods for both, and I can guide her. I just wonder if she will be able to comprehend them." Zhang Lei exclaimed in excitement. "Brother Wu Yun, is this truly the case?" "Absolutely," Wu Yun replied without hesitation. Among the formidable reincarnators, boasting is a trivial matter. Although he could not discern certain issues, he recognized that regarding Zhang Yinin's physique, its purity had already reached a congenital level. "Brother, I humbly request, could you perhaps share the method of spiritual energy cultivation with me, or sell it?" Zhang Lei earnestly implored, for his fatherly heart was deeply invested in his daughter's well-being. Wu Yun responded, "The methods for spiritual energy cultivation can be readily found in any major city. They are not difficult to obtain. I can provide you with a copy right now. However, as for the method of physical cultivation, it is not that I look down upon you, brother. Even if I were willing to sell it, it would be beyond your means. Here's what we shall do, Brother Lei. If you guide us out of the misty forest and assist young Miss Yinin, I will exert my utmost efforts, for allowing such a cultivation prodigy to languish would be a tremendous waste." "Agreed, it is settled," Zhang Lei affirmed. Chapter 96. Brother Lin Dong. Zhang Shui is not one to be deeply acquainted with. "Haha, Brother Wu Yun, do not stand on ceremony. Please rest first. We shall take a brief respite here and set off shortly. I believe we shall emerge from the misty forest by tomorrow." Zhang Lei laughed heartily, patting Wu Yun on the shoulder, leading them through the misty forest. This arrangement was remarkably effortless. Wu Yun and his companions seamlessly integrated into the group. The men of the Eagle Martial Arts School were hardy individuals, and Wu Yun's earlier display had earned him their respect. Yet, Zhang Shui remained vigilant and suspicious of Wu Yun, her intuition warning her that his previous statements were mere fabrications. "I hope your words hold truth. For if they do not, you shall be the first to face my wrath," she threatened softly as she approached Wu Yun before turning away, embodying an aloofness that created an aura of distance. "Haha, this woman is indeed beautiful, yet she harbors animosity towards all. Brother, one should tread carefully in dealings with such a character," Lin Dong conveyed telepathically. "We have only just met. Do not rush to conclusions. In my experience, such women often present a facade of coldness while possessing a passionate interior." Wu Yun shook his head, expressing his disagreement with the rather simplistic views of the straightforward Lin Dong. Lin Dong had only encountered a few women, lacking the extensive experience that Wu Yun, as an elder brother, possessed. When it came to strangers, Zhang Shui's caution was entirely justified. Her intentions were always for the sake of the martial arts school and her family. The more sensitive she was, the more it demonstrated her deep care for her loved ones. "Big brother, it's so beautiful," exclaimed Zhang Yinin, her short legs carrying her over, reminiscent of the adorable Qing Tan. With great enthusiasm, she gazed at the white cloud in Wu Yun's arms. "Big brother, may I hold it?" "Of course, you're quite adorable yourself," Wu Yun replied, handing the white cloud to Zhang Yinin. However, upon reaching her embrace, the white cloud displayed a reluctant expression, as if wishing to leap back. "Don't be stingy, let her hold you," Wu Yun conveyed telepathically to the white cloud. After all, she was a charming reincarnator, and allowing her a moment of affection could prove beneficial in the future. Zhang Yinin's small face lit up with joy as she cautiously extended her tiny hand to stroke the white cloud. The white cloud let out a couple of whines, pouting in a manner that suggested it felt unclean. After a brief respite, they set off. Wu Yun and Lin Dong climbed aboard the carriage. "Here, Brother Wu Yun, have some water. We are like family now. Let us look out for one another while we're away." A middle-aged man named Wu Zhan, a veteran of the Eagle Martial Arts School and a master at the peak of the Yuan Dan realm, offered a water jug. His standing in the group was only surpassed by Zhang Lei. "Thank you, brother." Wu Yun, with his ebullient personality, readily accepted the jug and took a hearty drink. The surrounding men observed him with keen interest. Cough, cough. What fine liquor. Wu Yun realized, rather abruptly, that what he had been given was not water, but strong alcohol. However, he paid it no mind and took another swig, praising the drink with gusto. "Indeed, Brother Wu Yun is a man of spirit. Haha, a true man can drink." "Though this liquor is rather coarse," Wu Zhan commented. "What does it matter if it's coarse? As long as it can intoxicate, it is good liquor," Wu Yun remarked with his usual boldness. During his time at the Guangdao Martial Arts School, he frequently indulged in celebratory drinks with his brothers, embracing a carefree and audacious spirit. "Hey, brother, you should pace yourself. This is one of the few bottles I have left, Wu Jun said, taking the jug away from Wu Yun, who was continuing to drink heartily. Come now, don't be so stingy. Have some of mine, Wu Yun insisted, pulling out a jar of Huadiao wine from his bag. This was a gift from Sister Ziyue's father, the city lord, during his time in Yin City, which he had forgotten to enjoy until now. A century-old Huadiao wine, it was a treasured collection of the city lord. As Wu Yun opened the jar, a rich aroma wafted into the air, invigorating all the men present. Truly, brother, you are a man of character, carrying such fine wine with you, Wu Jun exclaimed. Giving a thumbs up, Wu Yun took a hearty swig before passing the vessel to Wu Jun. Several wine-loving men gathered around, and in the wilderness, they embraced the jar, sharing drinks among themselves. In a short span of time, Wu Yun found camaraderie with the group of men. Lin Dong, who seldom indulged in alcohol, partook in a couple of sips, but mostly remained beside the docile Xiao Yin, speaking little. Old Wu, be mindful, don't overindulge. The trouble has yet to be resolved. Jiang Lei cautioned. Fear not, my old self knows moderation. This wine is fine. It invigorates us, and should the beast pursue, I can strike it down a few more times. Wu Jun gestured confidently. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui, seated in front of the cart alongside her sister, discreetly observed Wu Yun. At that moment, seeing Wu Yun harmoniously mingling with the brothers of the martial arts school, his sincerity appeared genuine rather than feigned. This diminished her wariness towards him. Typically, men who drink with such bravado harbor few ulterior motives. Her father had quietly warned her that these two brothers were formidable, advising her to avoid antagonizing them. Wu Jun, what was it you mentioned earlier about your team being pursued by a beast? Wu Yun inquired. Ah, brother, your misfortune lies in joining our ranks. Wu Jun sighed as he broached the topic. At that moment, Jiang Shui stepped forward. Wu Lao, allow me to explain to young Master Wu Yun. Our Eagle Martial Arts School periodically ventures into the misty forest to hunt beasts, procure beast crystals, and seek spiritual herbs. Jiang Shui sat beside Wu Yun, gradually recounting the circumstances. However, this time was different. One of our companions, while gathering herbs, inadvertently provoked a young beast and subsequently killed it. When we faced a retaliatory attack from the beasts, we learned that this young creature was the offspring of the Misty Leopard Crocodile King. The Misty Leopard Crocodile King is a notably fierce beast of the Misty Forest, consisting of a male and a female. Should they join forces, they could rival a peak cultivator. We have been under relentless assault, driven by them, and tomorrow we shall finally escape the Misty Forest. Given their ferocity and cunning, we are certain they will strike tonight. Upon hearing Jiang Shui's account, Wu Yun recalled the leopard demons in the marsh outside the Gathering Sun Formation. By comparison, these two leopard crocodile kings seemed rather ordinary, reigning only over the periphery, reduced to mere underlings in the marsh. Was this truly their source of concern? Wu Yun and Lin Dong exchanged astonished glances. However, upon reflection, it became evident that the strongest member of their team was Jiang Lei, a minor cultivator. And facing two leopard crocodile kings would indeed pose a challenge. Observing their bewildered expressions, Jiang Shui immediately misinterpreted their reaction and sighed. I disapprove of your involvement. Not only for fear of endangering you, but also to avert compromising our team. After all, protecting Yin is already quite a challenge for us. Oh, it's of no concern. Just leave us be when the time comes, Wu Yun replied nonchalantly. Jiang Shui inhaled deeply, instinctively straightening her chest. She found it difficult to discern whether the two men were genuinely concerned or merely indifferent. Gradually exhaling, she spoke with a serious demeanor. Tonight will be a matter of life and death for our martial arts school. Although I cannot perceive any remarkable qualities in you beyond your handsome appearances, my father has indicated that you are not as simple as you seem. I sincerely hope that if the situation becomes dire this evening, you will assist in protecting little Yin. With that, she rose and walked away, leaving behind a faint, delicate fragrance. Observing Jiang Shui's graceful silhouette, her curves harmonious and natural, Wu Yun couldn't help but admire her a moment longer. Her deliberate words carried an implicit hope entrusted to the two brothers. This sentiment did not contradict her previous actions. She was deeply concerned for her martial arts school and family, apprehensive that Wu Yun and his companion might hinder their efforts, while simultaneously harboring a faint hope that they were indeed concealed experts capable of helping the school evade peril. Her final admonition indicated her acceptance of their inclusion in the group, treating them as members of her team. My brothers need not take offense. Schwer simply harbors profound feelings for this martial arts school and wishes to prevent any misfortune befalling it. By the way, her heart is quite kind. The food you received today was specifically sent at her request, Wu Zhan said with a smile as he approached. It's perfectly fine. Miss Jiang speaks her mind without pretension, which is commendable. Given your current predicament, it is indeed a challenge to suddenly involve us brothers, Wu Yun acknowledged, understanding her directness. They were clearly informed of the potential dangers, and should they choose to remain with the group, they would bear the associated risks. Moreover, it seemed Jiang Shui intended to allocate some personnel to safeguard them, albeit with limited resources. Lin Dong communicated quietly, "Brother, this woman appears to be quite warm beneath her cool exterior. Indeed, one must not judge solely by appearances. Such a woman is worth cultivating a deeper friendship." Wu Yun replied. As twilight descended, the group was compelled to halt once more. "Set up camp," Jiang Lei shouted. The members of the Eagle Martial Arts School began to bustle about, and soon, a series of tents emerged in the clearing of the forest. Various makeshift defenses were constructed, indicating the school's considerable experience in fending off beastly attacks. However, to Wu Yun's eyes, these measures seemed rather rudimentary, merely physical barriers that would offer little protection against formidable beasts. Seated in the wagon alongside little Yin and a group of injured individuals, Wu Yun shook his head in dismay. If a horde of beasts were to attack, relying solely on these defenses would surely fail to protect the injured. Now part of the team, he felt compelled to contribute meaningfully. They had been treated with sincerity, and if they could assist, it would be remiss to stand idly by while others faced harm. He detests engaging in acts of pretentiousness that only manifest at critical moments. The instances in novels where one heroically saves the day at the last moment are rather irksome. In the original text, Lin Dong hesitated to act at the outset, resulting in the demise of numerous individuals at the Eagle Martial Arts Hall. Although they were merely nameless bystanders, Wu Yun was equally averse to witnessing such tragedies unfold. It is not a matter of being a saint. After all, at this moment, he is surrounded by living beings who just moments ago were akin to brothers, sharing drinks and boasting together. The next moment, when he could have intervened to save them, he would have to watch them perish with his own eyes. Wu Yun could not bear that. Thus, he resolved to make preparations in advance. If it were merely two lesser demon beasts, he would not be concerned. Yet, amidst the fog, it was uncertain how many demon beasts those two leopard crocodile kings might summon to pursue them. As the numbers swelled and attacks came from all directions, it would inevitably lead to lapses in defense, resulting in unnecessary casualties. Wu Yun furrowed his brow and remarked, "Brother Jiang, your means of defense against the demon beasts will not suffice against those of the Essence Dan realm and above. If indeed a large horde of demon beasts were to descend upon us, many lives would be lost. Alas, there is no choice. These are our only methods. Death is certain. To avoid total annihilation would be a stroke of luck." Jiang Lei sighed. "Not to worry. I have a plan. Come, follow my instructions, and perhaps no one will need to perish." Wu Yun declared with grandiosity. He promptly retrieved materials for a ray formation from his Qingzhu pouch, including talisman brushes, talisman papers, and jade stones. Brother Wu Yun is indeed a talisman master, Jiang Lei exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed. Otherwise, how could I have previously dared to instruct Shaoyin on the cultivation methods for spiritual power?" Wu Yun replied. "Now, at these locations, have the brothers dig down about a person's depth." He casually marked several spots, encircling their camp within. Dig. Jiang Lei, having no better options, could only trust Wu Yun, reasoning that even if it were a futile endeavor, it would not be in vain. The group busied themselves once more, while Wu Yun's talisman brush danced in the air, crafting intricate talismans with remarkable speed. Soon, he switched to a carving knife, swiftly etching designs into the jade stones. The entire process flowed seamlessly, leaving onlookers utterly astonished. Those who commit themselves to their tasks possess an undeniable allure, and Wu Yun, immersed in the inscription of runes, radiated a captivating focus. Before long, 7 deep pits had been excavated, and Wu Yun's materials were nearly ready. With a flick of his fingers, his vast mental energy manifested, sending talismans and jade stones into the depths of the pits. The ice sword soared forth, slicing through the air with a whoosh, tracing intricate patterns that, in no time, formed a marvelous rune design on the ground, connecting all 7 pits. Wu Yun summoned 7 thunder flame swords, inserting them into the pits as focal points. Finally, he unleashed tens of thousands of pure essence Dan, embedding them within each rune node. Witnessing Wu Yun effortlessly produce such treasures left the spectators in awe. Possessing beauty, strength, skill, and wealth, such a man is utterly remarkable. After witnessing everything, Jiang Shui couldn't help but swallow hard. Previously, she perceived a physical pressure emanating from Wu Yun, assuming he was merely a robust figure, akin to the coarse warriors found in martial arts schools. She never anticipated that he possessed such extraordinary skills. His prowess was truly impressive, and recalling the mysterious violet eyes he displayed while assessing Yin Yin's physique deepened the enigma surrounding him. Jiang Shui felt an increasing curiosity towards Wu Yun, eager to uncover the secrets he held. "Ah, a beast approaches," Wu Yun cautioned. Before anyone could feel the stirrings of anxiety, he commanded, "Rise." With a low utterance, his mental energy surged forth, manifesting an energy barrier that enveloped everyone within its protective embrace. In an instant, a profound sense of security washed over the group. Chapter 97. A resilient physique that subdues both male and female crocodiles. Bang, bang, bang. The energy barrier reverberated with the sounds of the beasts colliding against it, echoing in the hearts of all present. Within the inky mist, they could see piercing crimson eyes of the creatures circling the barrier, occasionally striking against it. In a fleeting moment, hundreds of beasts gathered outside the formation. Who would have thought that these two crocodile kings could summon such a horde of beasts to besiege you? Wu Yun remarked with a hint of admiration, yet upon observing that most of these creatures were below the Yuan Dan realm, he felt considerably more at ease. The formation he had hastily erected could withstand attacks from those at the Yuan Dan level, but would only barely hold against those of the Shaping Realm. Nevertheless, this feat astounded the members of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy. The knowledge of formations was rare, and most formation masters were shrouded in mystery. Yet, Wu Yun, with effortless grace, had created a barrier capable of repelling a horde of beasts, embodying the essence of a youthful hero, earning him profound respect. After enduring relentless assaults from the beasts, the barrier remained unbroken, allowing those within to finally relax their apprehensive hearts. Wu Yun truly possesses remarkable skills. He has single-handedly defended against a swarm of hundreds of beasts. The members of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy exclaimed with genuine admiration. They felt a renewed confidence in surviving the night's perils. Wu Yun, rest assured, I, Zhonglei, shall remember the immense favor you have shown to our Eagle Martial Arts Academy today. Once we return to the city, I will surely repay the losses you incurred tenfold. Jiang Lei declared passionately, recalling the substantial wealth of pure Yuan Dan Wu Yun had cast aside earlier. To him, the cost of preserving the lives of his fellow martial artists was undoubtedly worth it. Standing nearby, Jiang Shui shared in the excitement. At that moment, Wu Yun's stature in her eyes grew immensely. His actions embodied the qualities of a true master. As if sent by the heavens to rescue their martial arts school, Wu Yun emerged as a savior. The martial arts school held immense significance for Jiang Shui, and Wu Yun's intervention felt like a life-giving grace to her. She could scarcely fathom how to repay his kindness. A distressed whimper escaped by Yun as she clutched tightly to her, in a state of anxiety. Little Yin, observing the terrifying beasts lurking beyond the formation, gripped by Yun even more tightly, due to overwhelming tension. With a thunderous roar, the earth trembled, heralding the emergence of two formidable presences from the mist. The mist leopard crocodile kings had arrived. The atmosphere grew tense once more, as the true test loomed ahead. Their survival hinged on whether this formation could withstand the onslaught of the two ferocious beasts. The massive shadows within the fog gradually became clearer, eventually revealing two colossal and menacing creatures illuminated by the flickering flames. Through the energy barrier, the members of the Eagle Martial Arts School gazed at the cruel, blood-red eyes of the fearsome beasts, their hearts racing wildly. Jiang Shui, positioned at the forefront, felt a slight tremor coursing through her delicate frame. Do not worry. They are merely two beasts of the Shaping Realm, Wu Yun reassured, his voice remarkably steady, alleviating the tension among the Eagle Martial Arts School members. However, no sooner had Wu Yun spoken than the two ferocious leopard crocodile kings unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated through the air. The sound was piercing, a cacophony of leopard growls and crocodile bellows that penetrated the energy barrier, causing the listeners' eardrums to throb and their vision to blur. In an instant, the individuals within the formation felt their hearts leap into their throats. Quite a slap in the face, Wu Yun mused, noting that the leopard crocodiles could also execute mental attacks. This was his first encounter with beasts capable of such psychic prowess, yet to him, this power seemed trivial. With a flick of his fingers, an imperceptible wave of energy radiated outward, effortlessly neutralizing the sound waves infused with psychic energy. With fury evident in their blood-red eyes, the two leopard crocodile kings charged violently against the energy barrier, followed closely by other beasts who joined in the assault. The energy barrier shook violently, and it was clear that it would not withstand many more strikes. All eyes turned to Wu Yun, their only hope in this dire moment. Yet, Wu Yun remained unperturbed. His formation was never intended to defend against these Shaping Realm beasts, but rather to protect the weaker members of the martial arts school. Let us see how well I can handle you. Wu Yun fixed his gaze on the two leopard crocodile kings, noting their tough hides, contemplating using them for practice. His mental energy surged forth, and an intricate and profound primal boundary rune began to take shape. As the two leopard crocodile kings lunged once more at the energy barrier, Wu Yun unleashed a boundary rune, causing a fissure to appear upon the shield. The formidable beast surged through the barrier, charging inward. Wu Yun extended his arms, his muscles swelling, and a radiant purple glow enveloped his skin. An aura of steady yet colossal might erupted from within him, standing before the crowd like an imposing mountain. With a resounding thud, he seized the two leopard crocodile kings, forcefully dragging them to the ground, then firmly planted a foot upon each. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. In stark contrast to the two massive beasts, Wu Yun's physique could only be described as diminutive, akin to an ant attempting to shake a great tree. Yet, there he stood atop the colossal creatures, rendering the mighty leopard crocodile kings, renowned for their strength, utterly immobilized, unable to overturn themselves. Was he truly so heavy? How could such a slight form exert a weight sufficient to subdue these titans? Astonishment filled the hearts of all present, including Lin Dong, who could only exclaim in disbelief. The leopard crocodile kings attempted to roar, but it felt as though they were burdened by a mountain, each breath a labor. The earth beneath them buckled. The two beasts struggled to resist, channeling their strength in an attempt to roll over and throw off their captor. Yet, Wu Yun merely chuckled coldly, activating his formidable physique, the majestic mountain body, while the power of the giant elephant particles coursed through him. In an instant, his weight surged again, causing the bodies of the two leopard crocodile kings to sink deeper into the ground. The prowess of the majestic mountain body and the giant elephant particles was truly terrifying. Jiang Lei and the others were left in a stupor, having never witnessed such a monstrous constitution. Even Wu Yun himself gained a newfound appreciation for his own strength. The combined force of the majestic mountain body and giant elephant particles exceeded 10,000 Jun, perhaps even 100,000, truly akin to the weight of a mountain. One could only imagine how formidable the ultimate version of the prison-suppressing divine body would be, capable of subduing hell itself. Those within the energy barrier felt an overwhelming pressure, their breaths becoming labored. Wu Yun's physique not only augmented his own weight, but also created a gravitational field. Around him, the aura of increased gravity spread forth. Silence engulfed the air. The individuals within the formation dared not breathe. Initially, the abrupt intrusion of the two leopard crocodile kings had left them speechless with tension. But as Wu Yun effortlessly subdued them, shock rendered them mute. Then, as the gravitational field expanded, their breaths became constricted. Outside the formation, the once violent beasts were rendered dumbfounded. Their king, fierce and relentless, had inexplicably found itself beneath the feet of a mere mortal, unable to rise. They stood bewildered, staring. As the pressure of gravity remained undetectable beyond the formation, merely perceiving their two leaders trapped beneath this human-esque feat. In a moment of uncertainty, one could not decide whether to continue attacking the formation or to shout a command to the leader, or perhaps to flee for dear life. Let them shout. Wu Yun crouched down and delivered a resounding slap atop the heads of the male and female leopard crocodile kings. The sharp sound echoed twice, stunning the two beast kings into a daze. The surrounding observing beasts collectively took a half-step back. The beasts murmured, "It's here. Let us have more updates today." Chapter 98. Jiang Shui, I am not that kind of woman. The beasts outside the formation retreated in unison. To have their leader trampled underfoot was truly terrifying. The once rampant, bloodthirsty emotions that filled their minds dissipated with the forceful slaps delivered by the human. To the other beasts, this scene was utterly absurd. Their once formidable leader, the Beast King, was now being toyed with by a mere human. The leopard crocodile king couple foamed at the mouth, struggling even to catch their breath, their consciousness fading, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Humph, let us see how arrogant you are now. Silence enveloped the world, and Wu Yun felt a wave of relief wash over him as he lifted his head. It was then he noticed that both the beasts outside and the people within the formation regarded him with exaggerated expressions of fear and shock. Brother, please retract your divine power. We can hardly breathe. Lin's dry lips uttered, deeply impressed by the terrifying pressure brought forth by his brother's might. Yet feeling a hint of embarrassment. His brother's strength was overwhelming. It rendered them all unable to bear it. Were they truly so weak? Wu Yun, drenched in sweat, began to comprehend the situation. People were bent over, struggling against this invisible pressure. Lin Dong and Jiang Lei fared slightly better, being strong practitioners themselves. But many below the Yuan Dan realm had already collapsed to the ground. Jiang Shui managed to stand, though she was drenched in sweat, clearly overwhelmed, relying on sheer willpower to endure. Curiously, the most relaxed among them was the diminutive Yin, who clutched onto Bai Yun, who diligently shielded her from the oppressive force. Jiang Shui, with her enchanting eyes, noticed this detail and immediately felt a wave of concern for her sister, Yin. However, upon observing the scene, she was astonished to find that the smallest beast was the most at ease, not only shielding itself from the pressure, but also aiding her sister. Jiang Shui was profoundly impressed by Bai Yun's strength, realizing with a shiver that her sister was not merely holding a pretty pet cat, but rather a beast whose power rivaled that of a formational realm warrior. Wu Yun, that's enough. The leopard crocodile kings have already been incapacitated by your might. Please withdraw your divine power, or I might just kneel before you. Wu Yun's legs trembled, barely holding on. My apologies, everyone. My body is too strong. I'm struggling to maintain control. Wu Yun swiftly ceased the operation of his internal techniques, allowing the weight to diminish. The strength of his physique exceeded his expectations. Not only did it affect his body, but the surrounding environment as well. Having just attained the innate physique and the colossal particle, he lacked sufficient control over his body, rendering him incapable of effortlessly manipulating the weight. With a sigh of relief, the crowd collectively exhaled as the pressure subsided. At that moment, the horde of beasts outside continued to observe, with the Beast King trampled beneath the crowd, left devoid of command and uncertain of what to do. Wu Yun prepared to demonstrate his prowess. Xiaoyan, come here. He beckoned to the small creature cradled in Lin Dong's arms. At that instant, Xiaoyan let out an excited cry, having long coveted the two Beast King's demon crystals. The demon crystals from the minor transformation stage beasts were indeed a marvelous source of nourishment. In the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, the petite and delicate crimson creature suddenly emitted a series of crackling sounds, radiating a brilliant red light from within as its form rapidly expanded. The fearsome, enormous tail of a python, the luminescent crystalline armor of thunder covering its back, and the fierce tiger head spewing flames, the might of a transformation stage beast erupted forth, rivaling that of the leopard crocodile king couple. Is it truly a transformation stage beast? Good heavens! I had even touched it before. The crowd marveled, their eyes darting between Xiaoyan and Bai Yun. The other white creature undoubtedly belonged to Wu Yun, and it could only be even more formidable. With the accompanying beasts also being transformation stage, the strength of the Wu brothers became apparent. At this moment, Xiaoyan had fully assumed its combat form. Standing before Wu Yun, with its tiger claws, it struck the heads of the male and female leopard crocodile kings twice, extracting 2 demon crystals. With a swift flick of its tongue, it swallowed the crystals whole, sending the 2 beast kings into unconsciousness, thus departing this world. Boom. The surrounding beasts could no longer restrain themselves. It was unclear which beast took the lead, but they all turned tail and fled into the mist. They came in haste, and they left in haste. What was initially anticipated to be a harrowing night had, in a mere quarter of an hour, transformed into a moment of relief. As they watched the beast horde retreat, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of survival after calamity. Thank you. A waft of fragrant air filled Wu Yun's nostrils as he turned his head to see a graceful, alluring figure. At that moment, Jiang Shui's soft voice gently reached his ears. Despite having just broken a sweat, she still emanated a delightful fragrance, her figure pressed against her attire, exuding a delicate allure of fatigue. Her tone was earnest, yet a faint blush adorned her cheeks, hinting at shyness. Big brother, you are so impressive. Xiao Yinin, cradling Bai Yun, rushed over, gazing up at him with wide, adoring eyes that sparkled like stars. Wu Yun gently ruffled her hair and replied softly, you will be remarkable in the future as well. 2 women surrounded Wu Yun, yet no one uttered a word. Rather, they felt it best to have someone converse with the esteemed figure, ensuring he would not feel neglected. The men gazed at Wu Yun with astonishment and reverence, their perception of him shifting dramatically after he demonstrated his prowess. They no longer dared to jest with him casually. Meanwhile, Jiang Lei beamed at his 2 daughters. Grateful to Wu Yun, as a father, he scrutinized each young talent with the discerning eye of a potential father-in-law. Undoubtedly, Wu Yun met all his expectations concerning a son-in-law. His appearance, strength, and character were thoroughly validated. Miss Jiang Shui, there is no need for formality, being part of the team. I ought to contribute, Wu Yun said nonchalantly. Brother Jiang, allow everyone to rest well. This formation will hold until dawn, so everyone can sleep soundly. Very well. Let us all take a break. Shui, our brother Wu Yun must be weary. Please escort him to your carriage for some rest, Jiang Lei instructed. Among the several carriages present, only the one occupied by Jiang Shui and little Yin was the most comfortable. Now that Wu Yun had revealed his strength, he deserved nothing less than the finest accommodations. Brother Jiang, there is no need for such trouble. I can find a spot to sleep anywhere, Wu Yun replied. Dear young master Wu Yun, please do not decline. Were it not for your intervention, we would be fortunate just to be alive, let alone sleep. Come, my carriage offers much cleaner bedding, allowing you to rest well. That will not do. I must inquire where Jiang Shui and Yin will sleep. We can manage with the tent. A tent? Wu Yun suddenly exclaimed. Then you may sleep in my tent. As he spoke, he retrieved the yin-yang dual lotus platform from his bag. Since using it in the ancient tomb, he had kept it close, as it served as a simple bed. Sleeping upon it, the dual energies within the platform could aid in physical rejuvenation, providing numerous benefits. Wow, it's so large. Little Yun exclaimed in surprise, evidently seeing such a grand lotus platform for the first time. Wu Yun carefully placed the platform on a clear patch of ground before erecting a tent atop it. Instantly, a makeshift grand bed took shape. Little Yun, filled with curiosity, was the first to climb inside. She experienced the extraordinary sensation of the lotus platform, both cool and warm. A delightful contrast. Yet once the dual energies entered her body, a profound comfort enveloped her. "Sister, come quickly. Big Brother's tent is so cozy," she exclaimed with delight. Unforeseen was the presence of such a refined and comfortable tent with the young master. It seemed unnecessary to use our carriage. Yun can be quite mischievous. "I will have her step out right away. Young master, please rest inside," Jiang Shui said, somewhat shyly. She too was filled with curiosity about Wu Yun's bed. Such a massive lotus platform, radiating powerful energy, must be extraordinary. Surely lying upon it would be quite comfortable, or else Yun would not be so excited. "Wu Yun, this lotus platform was a serendipitous acquisition of mine. Sleeping upon it offers a unique experience and benefits the body. Young Miss Jiang Shui, why not give it a try? It would be ideal for you and Yun to share it with by Yun. A spacious arrangement is preferable. As for me, I shall rest in your carriage alone. Elder brother, where shall Xiao Yin and I sleep then?" Lin Dong inquired innocently. Previously, the two of them had camped in the wild, always sharing this yin-yang lotus platform. Now, it was being yielded to the two women. Wu Yun, feeling a bit awkward, suggested, "How about you join me in the carriage for some rest?" "No way. I refuse to sleep on a girl's bed. It's far too soft." Lin Dong scoffed. "Lin Dong, my young friend, you may take refuge in my carriage." Before Wu Yun could respond, Jiang Lei interjected. "Isn't that rather inappropriate? You are the master of the venue. It would be more fitting for you to rest there." "No worries. Our carriage is spacious, much larger than Shui Air's. We can easily squeeze in together," Jiang Lei replied with a carefree smile. "Since Master Jiang has graciously extended an invitation, second brother, you should accept." Wu Yun pushed Lin Dong towards Jiang Lei. And so, the arrangements were made. Wu Yun boarded Jiang Shui's carriage, and a delightful fragrance immediately enveloped him. Lying down, he found it indeed soft. Experiencing the comforts of a gentle embrace, Wu Yun mused that it could not quite compare to Qing Tan's boudoir. This was not his first time lying on a girl's bed. Qing Tan's delicate touches made her bedding even more exquisite and cozy. Of course, the sisters Jiang Shui's carriage was merely a temporary arrangement, yet achieving such a level of warmth was commendable. "What is this?" In the darkness, Wu Yun accidentally brushed against an article of clothing within the carriage, a silk garment, smooth and delicate. He lifted it, noting its lightness and fine craftsmanship. What a fragrance! Oh dear! It seems to be a small dress. Wu Yun's heart raced, his cheeks flushed. Meanwhile, Jiang Shui entered Wu Yun's tent, her fingers grazing the peculiar lotus platform, stirring unfamiliar emotions within her. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "Oh no, I seem to have forgotten to retrieve my undergarment." Jiang Shui covered her face with her hands, feeling utterly embarrassed, wishing to vanish into a crevice. In her haste to switch into battle attire earlier in the carriage, she had removed her clothing, neglecting to stow it away in her Qingquan bag. "What should I do? Will he discover it? Should I go over now? If he finds out, will he think I am intentionally trying to seduce him? I acknowledge his exceptional qualities, but I am not that kind of woman." In an instant, 1,000 thoughts raced through Jiang Shui's mind. Within the carriage, Wu Yun instinctively grasped the item in his hand, rubbing it thoughtfully. Was this a deliberate act on her part, or merely an oversight? Surely, she could have come to organize the carriage and retrieved it before I entered. It should not be the case. Jiang Shui's cool demeanor does not resemble that of an assertive woman. Could it be that she is influenced by Xiao Yining? Oh dear, what a thought. What should I do now? Return or feign ignorance? My second brother's choice indeed seems wise. Never mind. I shall rest for now and address it in the morning. Wu Yun casually used his garment as a pillow. Jiang Yining, sister, it's time to sleep. Yes, let's rest. Jiang Shui replied as she lay down, yet slumber eluded her. Chapter 99. Are my eyes beautiful? The next day, the mist finally began to thin. Wu Yun stretched lazily and emerged from the carriage. At that moment, everyone had risen, starting to pack the tents in preparation for their return home. "Wu Yun, did you sleep comfortably last night?" Jiang Shui was the first to approach him, her cheeks slightly flushed, having been attentive to the sounds of the carriage. "Yes, I slept very well. How was my tent? Quite convenient, I presume?" Wu Yun smiled and nodded. In an effort to avoid embarrassment, he chose to feign ignorance regarding the garment, reasoning that boys did not require such items. It was hardly inappropriate to use it as a pillow. Indeed, it offered a rather unique sensation, Jiang Shui remarked earnestly. Although she had initially worried about the little garment and found it difficult to sleep, the subtle yin and yang energy that had seeped into her being had ultimately lulled her into a state of comfort. Since you are awake, I shall tidy up the carriage, Jiang Shui said, hastily moving towards it. As she opened the carriage door, her gaze quickly fell upon the delicate pink garment. To think he used it as a pillow, Jiang Shui exclaimed in surprise. She picked up the garment and pondered, what on earth? Does it truly resemble a pillow? A tinge of disappointment lingered in her heart, though she could not quite articulate the cause of her discontent. She had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of the garment being discovered, yet it was merely treated as an ordinary item. As she held it, bringing it to her nose, she detected not only its original fragrance, but also an additional unique scent. Is this his scent? The thought of Wu Yun resting his head on her garment throughout the night caused her heart to race. The innocent stirrings of a young girl became increasingly evident within her. With this realization, she unconsciously drew closer to Wu Yun in spirit. Elder brother, Lin Dong emerged from the front carriage, making a beeline for Wu Yun. How did you sleep last night? Wu Yun teased. Lin Dong cautiously glanced back, appearing somewhat fatigued. Don't mention it. Jiang Guanju's snoring was louder than Xiao Yan's. Haha. Wu Yun could not help but laugh. Elder brother, your tent was truly comfortable, and the white cloud was so warm. Xiao Yinin had also awakened, looking lively, having enjoyed the best night's sleep of all. She leaped into Wu Yun's embrace. Seeking refuge from Xiao Yinin. Last night, she was tormented by the restless movements of Xiao Yin, who changed sleeping positions incessantly, each time pressing down on her hair. While Xiao Yin found comfort, she struggled to sleep. It was not like sleeping beside Wu Yun, where she could lie comfortably in his embrace, feeling utterly serene. Jiang Lei declared, All right, let us prepare to depart. Today we shall return home. On the journey back, the carriage's roof was damaged, yet Wu Yun and Jiang Shui shared a carriage. Inside, Wu Yun glanced up to see Jiang Shui, her long hair elegantly styled, exposing her fair neck. Due to their time spent outdoors without the luxury of bathing, her porcelain skin bore traces of dirt from leaves, yet this only enhanced her unique allure rather than detracted from it. Wu Yun could discern the deep affection Jiang Shui held for their martial arts school, following his assistance the previous night. The usual coldness of her delicate features had been replaced with a gentle warmth. With a light touch of makeup, though she was not as breathtaking as Ling Qingzhu, she possessed her own captivating charm. Their eyes met briefly before Jiang Shui quickly averted her gaze, a faint blush gracing her cheeks as she lowered her head and shifted slightly backward. This shyness stirred something within Wu Yun. They were soon to exit the misty forest. Jiang Lei rode over, smiling as he reminded them. As if recalling something, he added, Brother Wu Yun, you must have come to Dahuang County for the Dahuang Monument, right? Considering the prowess you displayed yesterday, it seems the only thing capable of attracting someone like you here is the Dahuang Monument. Wu Yun was taken aback for a moment, but then responded in agreement. Yes, the Dahuang Monument is indeed one of our objectives. Brother, what is the Dahuang Monument? Lin Dong inquired from behind. Wu Yun was aware of the monument, but could not recall many details. Brother Jiang, as newcomers to Dahuang County, we only know that the Dahuang Monument is quite extraordinary. Could you elaborate on it for us? Hehe. The Dahuang Monument is undoubtedly the most renowned artifact in Dahuang County. It is said to have once been a site of an ancient sect, existing long before Dahuang County even came into being, hence its name, Jiang Lei explained with a smile. The power of that ancient sect was terrifyingly immense. They created an expansive realm within the monument, which not only houses numerous relics, but also possesses a concentration of elemental energy vastly superior to the outside world. Practicing within for a single day is equivalent to 10 days outside. The Dahuang Monument is said to contain infinite treasures. It is rumored that someone once discovered transformation-level martial arts and techniques within, and even Earth-grade spiritual treasures have been found. Lin Dong listened, captivated. Transformation-level martial arts? Earth-grade spiritual treasures? In response to Lin Dong's ignorance, the little weasel rolled its eyes and began to enlighten him. Brother, the creation-level martial arts surpass the 9th tier, and above them lie the spiritual and celestial martial arts. The Earth-grade spirit treasures are mightier than high-grade spirit treasures, with the celestial-grade treasures reigning above them. The world is vast, and the great Yin dynasty you inhabit is but a mere drop in the ocean. Lin Dong marveled inwardly and glanced at his elder brother, who exhibited no surprise, as if he were already familiar with the great wilderness ancient steel, creation martial arts, and earth-grade spirit treasures. Little weasel, given the unique nature of the great wilderness ancient steel, could it possibly relate to my elder brother? The ancestral talisman might be concealed within it. Lin Dong boldly speculated. The little weasel, with an air of pride, replied, I had already considered that. The most remarkable aspect of the great wilderness county is indeed the great wilderness ancient steel. If my elder brother wished to store the ancestral talisman in his previous life, this would undoubtedly be his chosen location. Jiang Lei continued to elaborate on the great wilderness ancient steel, noting its formidable sealing powers, which even a Nirvana realm expert could not breach. However, every 3 years, the steel would enter a period of weakness, allowing entry during that time. Currently, there are still 5 months until this seal reaches its weakest state. The allure of the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel is immense, drawing countless individuals to the Great Wilderness County, not only from the Great Yin Dynasty, but also from neighboring realms. After discussing the Ancient Steel, Wu Yun inquired about the situation in the Great Wilderness County, particularly the distribution of various powers. With your strength, traversing the Great Wilderness County shouldn't pose a significant challenge. The county is teeming with sects and factions, too numerous to count. But there are 3 major forces you should pay attention to, Zhang Lei pondered before speaking. 3 major forces again, Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment. From Qingyang Town to Yen City, the strongest always appears to be 3 factions. The triangular structure provides the utmost stability, Wu Yun mused, for in most chaotic regions, the final outcome is often controlled by 3 dominant forces, aligning with the principles of mechanics. Zhang Lei continued. These 3 major factions are the Yin Puppet Sect, the Great Demon Sect, and the Martial Alliance. The Yin Puppet Sect is quite mysterious, adept in manipulating puppet talismans, with each disciple possessing at least one. The Great Demon Sect excels in physical cultivation, each member more ferocious than demonic beasts, engaging them in close combat spells certain doom. Compared to my brother Wu Yun, the Great Demon Sect's disciples still pale in comparison. Zhang Lei suddenly recalled the scene from the previous night, where Wu Yun effortlessly subdued 2 renowned leopard crocodile kings, showcasing a terrifying physique previously unseen among the younger generation. The Martial Alliance is not a singular entity, but rather a coalition of numerous martial arts academies, governed by the Heavenly Martial Academy, which possesses formidable strength. In contrast to the former 2 factions, the Martial Alliance boasts the largest number of members. Besides these 3 forces, the Great Wilderness County is also home to several enigmatic factions that even the 3 major forces dare not provoke. After listening to Zhang Lei, both Wu Yun and Lin Dong were somewhat astonished. The Great Wilderness County truly lived up to its reputation as the most formidable and intricate region of the Great Yin Dynasty, surpassing the previously encountered Tiandu County and Deyang County by a significant margin. Moreover, the city of Deyang, where the Eagle Martial Arts Hall was situated, was even more impressive than their own Tiandu County. At that moment, the surrounding mist began to dissipate, revealing the sky above. We have finally emerged. Zhang Lei exhaled in relief. Had it not been for the encounter with the Wu Yun brothers, the Eagle Martial Arts Hall would have remained deprived of sunlight. Brothers Wu Yun, you intend to visit the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel. Since time is still on our side, we might as well rest in Deyang City along the way and gather some information regarding the Great Wilderness County, Zhang Lei suggested earnestly, deliberately omitting any mention of their prior agreement concerning aiding Xiao Yining in her training. After all, Wu Yun's assistance the previous night had already been a significant favor. Very well, we shall take you up on that. It is indeed time for us to relax in the city after spending several months in the wild. Wu Yun readily agreed. With just half a day's journey remaining, they pressed on toward Deyang City. Is there a connection between Deyang City and the Eagle Martial Arts Hall? Wu Yun inquired, continuing the conversation with Jiang Shui in their carriage. Yes. Our Eagle Martial Arts Hall was established long ago beside the Misty Forest, and over time, it gradually contributed to the formation of Deyang City. Jiang Shui replied. Given that a martial arts hall has catalyzed the growth of a city, it stands to reason that your Eagle Martial Arts Hall is the most powerful force in Deyang City, is it not? Wu Yun remarked enviously. In contrast, their Guangdao Martial Arts Hall was considerably smaller and had struggled to dominate even in a quaint place like Qingyang Town. Reflecting on this matter, Jiang Shui bit her crimson lip, hesitating for a moment before responding. Indeed, our Eagle Martial Arts Hall was once the most formidable power in Deyang City. However, in the past 6 months, a foreign martial arts hall known as the Blood Vulture Martial Arts Hall has also established itself in the city. Those individuals are quite audacious, and we have had numerous conflicts with them. Their strength is undeniable, and in several clashes, our Eagle Martial Arts Hall has failed to gain the upper hand, which has only bolstered their arrogance. If this situation persists, it will significantly tarnish our reputation. I see, Wu Yun said thoughtfully, realizing that every household has its share of difficulties. However, upon mentioning the Blood Vulture Martial Arts Hall, he recalled that in the original tale, Jiang Shui, out of gratitude for Lin Dong's assistance, was willing to offer herself in return. Unfortunately, at that time, Lin Dong, being somewhat oblivious, was solely focused on his cultivation, blind to the charms of women. Now that it was Wu Yun who had stepped in to help, he wondered if Jiang Shui would make the same choice. He couldn't help but glance at Jiang Shui, whose beauty was striking and whose figure was exquisite. Frankly speaking, Jiang Shui was the most beautiful woman he had encountered, second only to Ling Qingzhu, with Xiansu exuding sensual allure and the young Qing still in the bloom of youth. If we were to rate on a scale of 10, Ling Qingzhu would undoubtedly achieve a perfect score, while Jiang Shui could obtain a commendable 9. Why do you gaze at me in such a manner? Jiang Shui shyly inquired. Do you find my eyes appealing? Wu Yun suddenly posed the question. They are indeed beautiful. Jiang Shui responded, somewhat perplexed. Wu Yun continued. Do you know why they are so captivating? Jiang Shui asked why. Wu Yun replied. Because you reside within them. In an instant, Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed crimson, extending all the way to her neck, her breath becoming shallow. Women in this world rarely encounter such bold and audacious declarations of affection. Wu Yun's words struck a chord deep within her heart. You are quite mischievous, young master, Jiang Shui exclaimed, quickly turning away to regain her composure. Yet her face betrayed her with an uncontrollable smile of joy and excitement. Is he confessing his feelings for me? Has he taken a liking to me? What should I do? He has rendered great service to our martial arts school. Should I offer myself in return? Jiang Shui's thoughts became a tangled mess. Ah, Miss Jiang Shui. Wu Yun was taken aback by her intense reaction to his playful teasing. It seems he was simply too handsome, for had he been less so, the reaction might have been a slap accompanied by accusations of lewdness. What did you say to my sister, big brother? Little Yin curiously approached. I mentioned that your sister is lovely. My sister has always been beautiful. And you are quite adorable as well. Jiang Shui exclaimed as she scooped up little Yin. Come here, Yin, do not disturb your elder brother's rest. You are still too young to comprehend what he means. Jiang Shui gently tapped little Yin on the head. Young Master Wu Yun, please take a moment to rest. The journey home is still quite lengthy, and I shall shield you from the sun, she said softly to Wu Yun. During their return, Jiang Shui showcased her tenderness. Attending to Wu Yun with tea and water, her care meticulous, yet she still dared not meet his gaze. Her simultaneous affection and avoidance revealed the innocence of budding romantic feelings. Her eyes held a blend of feigned nonchalance, shyness, purity, and a hint of coyness. Reminiscent of the beauty of first love, it was truly overwhelming. Believe me, I genuinely wish to unleash a torrent today. Circumstances, however, have conspired against me, leaving me with only this meager offering. Alas, tomorrow, I shall surely deliver more. Chapter 100. She cannot possibly think I am the reincarnation of Fuzhou, can she? In the grand city of Eagle, the procession entered with great fanfare. The Eagle Martial Arts School is an undeniably renowned force within the city. Greeting them with warm salutations along the way. Observing the laden carts, conversations buzzed about the significant gains the Eagle Martial Arts School had secured this time. Nestled against the misty forest, the Eagle Martial Arts School also controlled the routes in and out of the forest, having acquired many valuable treasures from within. Navigating through the bustling streets, they soon arrived at the school's entrance. Before Wu Yun's eyes appeared an expansive and magnificent martial arts academy. The master has returned. Before the grand entrance of the academy stood numerous guards, who, upon sighting the convoy, erupted in joyous exclamations. Wu Yun immediately sensed a stir within the academy. A throng of people surged forth from within, causing Lin Dong to gaze in astonishment. This Eagle Martial Academy, in terms of both scale and strength, far surpassed their own Crazy Blade Academy by several magnitudes. Master, you have returned. Several stewards, upon seeing Zhang Lei, spoke with a tone imbued with urgency, yet tinged with palpable relief. It was evident that the atmosphere within the academy was somewhat oppressive. Schwer, please escort Brother Wu Yun and young Master Lin to the back hall for a rest, and arrange for the finest rooms, Zhang Lei instructed first, clearly intent on shielding Wu Yun from the troubles that plagued his household. A hint of worry creased Jiang Shui's brow. She was acutely aware of the academy's pressing issues and longed to assist her father in alleviating their burdens, yet felt utterly powerless. Her gaze involuntarily drifted toward Wu Yun, contemplating that given Wu Yun's effortless subjugation of the two leopard crocodile kings, should he choose to lend a hand, he could surely turn the academy's fortunes around. But why would he help them without cause? His prior assistance had already been a generous act of goodwill. With a clever mind, Jiang Shui began to ponder how she might persuade Wu Yun to intervene. If she could help the academy through this crisis, she would willingly become a servant or a maid. Go quickly, Zhang Lei urged again. Young Master Wu, young Master Lin, please follow me. Jiang Shui had no choice but to lead the two into the building. She subtly walked ahead, deliberately maintaining a close distance to Wu Yun. Behind them, Xiao Yining clutched by Yun while walking alongside Lin Dong. The disciples of the academy gazed in astonishment, completely unprepared for their elder sister to exhibit such a gentle demeanor while walking so closely with a young man. It is well known that Jiang Shui often wore an aloof expression, though she was warm-hearted beneath her icy exterior, her sharp tongue veiling her kindness. Devoted solely to the academy. Yet outwardly, no disciple had ever been graced with her tenderness. Most notably, Jiang Shui was unparalleled in beauty within Great Eagle City. A singularly radiant figure unmatched by any, the goddess of every young man's heart in the city, and the disciples could not help but harbor dreams of her. In this moment, witnessing their goddess in such proximity to another young man stirred feelings of rivalry among them. Who is that fellow? Why is our elder sister so warm towards him? Indeed, this is the first time she has shown such kindness to an outsider. How infuriating. He isn't even that handsome. Wu Yun, possessing keen awareness, effortlessly detected the unusual reactions of the disciples and their envious murmurs. It is evident that Jiang Shui holds a significant position in their hearts. Young Master Wu Yun, young Master Lin Dong, your guest rooms are ready. Please take some rest today. As for the maps of the Great Wilderness County and various power distributions that you require, I shall accompany you to procure them in the city tomorrow. Jiang Shui paused gracefully, her bright and beautiful eyes gazing at Wu Yun, and said, "Wait a moment. It is still early, and we are not yet weary. Why not attend to the important matters first?" Wu Yun suddenly called out to Jiang Shui. At this moment, it was just early evening, and the sky had not yet fully darkened. Important matters? Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending Wu Yun's intent. Wu Yun replied, "Did I not promise that once you guided us out of the misty forest, I would assist Xiao Yining with her cultivation issues? Since we are settled now, and as the elder sister, you may observe my teaching process." Although she had not broached the subject herself, this matter had been lingering in Wu Yun's mind. In truth, any talk of a transaction was mere pretense. His offer to help Xiao Yining stemmed not from the simple act of guiding them, but rather from the knowledge that Xiao Yining was a reincarnator. Upon awakening in the future, she would become a formidable figure in the realm of reincarnation. Assisting her now could be viewed as a prudent investment for the days to come. Regardless of what transpires, this master of life and death would undoubtedly remember his kindness. This was the ancient 8 ancestor senior sister, and incurring her favor was indeed a lucrative venture. Moreover, Wu Yun understood that this kind-hearted senior sister was incredibly protective of those close to her. Once awakened, she would surely repay Wu Yun's goodwill. Although Wu Yun's aid was not strictly necessary, as she would inevitably awaken, his assistance could potentially expedite the process. Furthermore, typical assistance would not provide significant benefits to a figure as powerful as the master of life and death. Thus Wu Yun planned to impart the cultivation methods of the body scripture to her. When he initially acquired the body scripture, which detailed 12 celestial physiques, each person could only cultivate one. If he were to cultivate alone, the other 11 would go to waste. Wu Yun envisioned finding suitable, trustworthy individuals to share his teachings with, striving to cultivate 12 individuals across the Tianxian continent, each mastering one of the celestial physiques. The prospect of having all 12 celestial physiques gathered around him in the future was exhilarating. It would create an unstoppable force, whether to combat otherworldly demons or to explore the vast realms. Jiang Yining, with her endearing demeanor, was seen as a promising candidate for cultivation. Wu Yun remembered this commitment and was eager to continue, which undoubtedly filled Jiang Shui with immense gratitude as it pertained to her sister's future. However, she hesitated and said, "It feels inappropriate for me to watch you teach Yining." While excited, Jiang Shui felt a sense of reluctance, recognizing that imparting cultivation methods was a personal matter. "Not at all. I simply want to demonstrate that I am no charlatan." Wu Yun responded nonchalantly. "Come, let us enter." He allowed the sisters Jiang Shui to enter the room, then turned to Lin Dong, who was cradling Xiao Yan, and said, "Second brother, I must trouble you to keep watch outside and ensure no one disturbs us." It was evident he had grown accustomed to viewing Lin Dong as a mere tool. "Understood," Lin Dong replied helplessly. Guarding the door was a task he knew all too well. Back at home, he often played the sentry for his elder brother and Qing Tan. "Thank you, young Master Lin," Jiang Shui said, feeling a bit shy, as she still wished to maintain a degree of politeness with him. "No need for such formality. Just listen to my elder brother, speak less and act more. My brother has never been unkind to those who serve him well." Lin Dong brushed it off, as he preferred to avoid interactions with women. With a click, the door closed. Inside the room, Jiang Shui felt a bit awkward, while Jiang Yining looked at Wu Yun with eager eyes, curious about how he would impart his teachings to her. "Yining, please hand the white cloud to your sister, and then go to bed," Wu Yun instructed. "Okay." Little Yin responded obediently, passing the white cloud to Jiang Shui. Jiang Shui felt a surge of joy as she embraced the adorable creature. Who could resist such a charming little thing? Furthermore, the white cloud's fur was soft and silky, making it a delightful experience to hold. However, the white cloud whimpered, feeling somewhat uncomfortable in Jiang Shui's arms. Though Jiang Shui was taller than Yin, the space in her embrace was not as spacious. It was too cramped, making it difficult for the little creature to move. The weight of 2 majestic peaks pressed down on her, causing her head to bump against Jiang Shui. Wu Yun observed the white cloud's discomfort in Jiang Shue's embrace and involuntarily swallowed. What is hell for one may be paradise for another. Such a burden should rightfully be borne by him for the sake of the white cloud. He had previously overlooked the fact that Jiang Shue's loose robes concealed her figure, which rivaled that of Xiansu. Now, as she held the white cloud, the snugness of her attire accentuated her ample bosom. Do not make a fuss. Once you transform, you will understand that the very things you detest now may become heights you yearn for yet cannot attain. Wu Yun communicated to the white cloud with dissatisfaction, reminding her to appreciate her current blessings. The white cloud, sensing her master's displeasure, ceased her struggles and cries, though she did not fully grasp the meaning behind his words. Aware that her behavior displeased her master, she settled obediently in Jiang Shue's embrace. Jiang Shui felt a bit embarrassed. Fortunately, the white cloud no longer squirmed, or else her small garment would have surely stretched. Big brother, can we begin now? Little Yin eagerly inquired as she sat on the bed, awaiting Wu Yun's guidance. Yes, sit cross-legged, close your eyes, and empty your mind. Wu Yun slowly instructed Yin. In a moment, my mental energy will enter your sea of consciousness. Do not resist, even subconsciously. You must place your complete trust in me. Do you understand? Wu Yun patiently explained that Xiao Yinin, being a reincarnator, harbored within her subconscious the memories of the master of life and death from a previous existence. If Wu Yun were to intrude forcefully into her sea of consciousness, it might awaken those memories, adversely affecting the cycle of reincarnation. I believe in you, brother, Xiao Yinin declared with unwavering resolve. Wu Yun, no longer hesitating, encapsulated the 6 characters of the body text with his mental energy and infused them into Xiao Yinin's sea of consciousness. Indeed, as soon as his mental energy approached, an invisible force erupted from her subconscious, attempting to repel Wu Yun's presence. Wu Yun felt a sharp pain in his mental energy and quickly withdrew, his face paling slightly. The sensation felt like an attack from a distant time and space, leaving him utterly astonished. Why is this happening? I didn't mean to hurt you. Big brother, Xiao Yinin said innocently, her eyes wide with surprise. She had prepared herself, yet the unexpected scene compelled her to instinctively drive him away. Jiang Shui, equally astonished, gazed at her sister, unable to comprehend how her sibling could injure the formidable Wu Yun. Not to worry. Your subconscious is still wary of me. Only by opening your heart can I impart the teachings to you. Begin by sensing the mental energy within your consciousness, and strive to clearly see what my mental energy encompasses. Wu Yun continued to guide her. This method of impartation carried risks, not only for him, but also for Xiao Yinin. What is mental energy, big brother? Xiao Yinin inquired, lacking any prior training and thus not fully understanding. Let me first teach you the method of cultivating mental energy, Wu Yun sighed, cautious about proceeding too recklessly when it came to reincarnators. This is the cultivation method from the Divine Movement chapter. Wu Yun swiftly altered his strategy, opting to first instruct Xiao Yinin in the cultivation of mental energy. Although she was the master of life and death in her reincarnation, she did not possess the ancestral talisman of life and death. However, within Wu Yun's original runic revelations lay the cultivation method for the primordial life and death runes. Should she master the art of talismans, he could pass on the primordial life and death runes to her, just as Qing Tin cultivated the primordial lunar runes. Yet, this raised a dilemma. When Xiao Yinin eventually awakened completely to become the master of life and death, how could he explain his knowledge of the life and death runes? The ancestral talisman of life and death had already taken human form, and only the master of life and death and the talisman ancestor were privy to such knowledge. Would the master of life and death perceive him as the reincarnation of the talisman ancestor? Wu Yun could not help but ponder this possibility, finding it quite plausible. After all, only 8 ancestral runes of the complete primordial runes remained in this world. On the surface, Xiao Yinin's mental energy appeared unremarkable, yet upon her practice, her extraordinary talent immediately manifested. It was as if boundless mental energy surged within her. Under Wu Yun's meticulous guidance, within a quarter of an hour, she was able to separate her mental energy from her body. The pace of her cultivation was astonishing. Within just a few days, she would be able to condense her life symbol imprint. All right, let Yin practice for now. Let us step outside. Little Yin had already entered a state of enlightenment in her training, and Wu Yun led Jiang Shui out. After rearranging their accommodations, Jiang Shui took it upon herself to assist Wu Yun with everything, even preparing his bathwater, stopping just short of bathing him herself. The following day, Jiang Shui waited outside the room early. Naturally, Wu Yun did not wish to keep the beautiful lady waiting, so he tidied himself up and stepped out. As they were leaving the house, little Yin emerged, having diligently practiced through the night. The little girl, appearing somewhat bored, clung to them. Jiang Shui exhibited no resistance to her younger sister's whims, and upon a playful pout, she could only allow her to accompany them. Big brother, mental power is so incredible. Last night, I could see what you were doing from across the room, she exclaimed excitedly. How did sister sleep all night? Little Yin eagerly hugged Wu Yun, her enthusiasm palpable. Yin, why did you spy on me? Jiang Shui shyly interjected, gently tapping her sister's head. You mustn't recklessly use your mental power to pry into others. It can lead to trouble, Wu Yun advised with a hint of exasperation. He had noticed the previous night that it was the first time little Yin had used her mental power, and her curious spirit had floated throughout the entire martial arts hall. Oh, little Yin pouted in response, acknowledging her brother's words. The thrill of wielding power for the first time exhilarated her. Your mental power is growing rapidly. When we return, I can teach you how to condense your life symbol imprint, allowing you to officially become a symbol master. Yay, yay, she responded with delight. Upon reaching the entrance, Jiang Shui asked, by the way, should we not call for young Master Lin? No need. Let him sleep a bit longer, Wu Yun replied, having momentarily forgotten about his brother. This is for you. Jiang Shui presented a Qingzhu bag to Wu Yun. What is it? He inquired. Inside are 100,000 pure yuan pills. Father instructed me to give this to you. During our time in the Misty Forest, you set up formations and consumed quite a few medicinal treasures. You did this to save us, and you should not bear this loss lightly, she explained earnestly. Wu Yun scratched his head, not having given it much thought. Previously, when he had eliminated the Di and Lu families at Lei Yuan Mountain, he had accumulated nearly 500,000 pure yuan pills, and with his prior savings, he already possessed over 1 million. Noticing Jiang Shui's serious demeanor, he felt reluctant to decline. Although one could never have too many pills, he thought it unnecessary to accept so formally. There aren't that many. I only used about 50,000 pure yuan pills at the time. I would have forgotten if you hadn't mentioned it. Master Jiang is quite meticulous. How about this? Since we are out to purchase items today, you can use these pure yuan pills to settle the bill for me. If it falls short, I will cover the difference, and anything remaining, you can take back with you. That won't do, Jiang Shui protested. Wu Yun intended to buy maps and similar information, not spending more than a few thousand pure yuan pills. Thus it was improbable he would run out. Let it be said that I, too, am a mentor to Yin, and there is no need for such meticulous accounting. Indeed, my dear, you should heed your master's words. Little Yin hurriedly chimed in, as she cherished calling him master. Very well then, Jiang Shui replied with a hint of resignation, her heart pondering how to repay the ever-increasing debt owed to Master Wu Yun. Wu Yun interjected, furthermore, since we are out and about, there is no need for such formalities. If you do not mind, simply refer to me as elder brother. Jiang Shui responded, then, elder brother Wu Yun, please refrain from calling me young lady. Shui will suffice. Indeed, Shui. Chapter 101. Rising to the occasion, Jiang Shui took the initiative. The items Wu Yun required were not many, merely detailed maps of the Great Wilderness County, as he could not linger in Great Eagle City indefinitely. Thus, it was imperative to familiarize himself with the terrain and the distribution of various factions, lest he wander blindly into danger. Their current strength had not yet reached a point where they could disregard the existence of all powers. After wandering around the city for some time, around noon, they completed their purchases. Additionally, Jiang Shui procured some low-grade spiritual herbs to enhance mental acuity for little Yin, intending to have Lin Dong refine them into elixirs to expedite Yin's mental growth. Elder brother Wu Yun, have you finished shopping? You've only spent over 40,000 pure yuan dan. Jiang Shui remarked gracefully. That is sufficient. There is nothing more of interest to buy. Let us return. Wu Yun replied. There was nothing in Great Eagle City that piqued his interest or desire. In truth, he was not lacking in techniques or equipment. Jiang Shui noted that they still had over 50,000 pure yuan dan left, realizing that Wu Yun did not wish to take advantage of them. 50,000 pure yuan dan represented a significant fortune for the martial arts school. A single journey into the Misty Forest might not yield such a sum. As they turned to head back, just as they exited the trading area, they encountered a group of over 10 individuals approaching them. Each bore a martial arts school emblem on their chests, featuring a blood-red vulture. The Blood Vulture Martial Arts School. Wu Yun frowned. Were they not the very faction contending with the Eagle Martial Arts School for dominion over Great Eagle City? Ah, Shui, what a delightful coincidence. The group advanced directly toward them, clearly targeting Jiang Shui. One man, wielding a folding fan, appeared to be in his mid-20s, with somewhat delicate features and a disquieting smile that made others feel uneasy. Elder brother Wu Yun, let us leave. Jiang Shui's brows knitted as she attempted to maneuver around them. Oh, it seems we have an attractive young man accompanying you. The man's gaze shifted to Wu Yun, and upon observing his handsome visage, he felt a pang of inadequacy. Instantly, hostility flickered in his eyes. No man should be more handsome than he in Great Eagle City, especially one who stood beside his most cherished sister. Sister Shuer, if you desire a man, you may seek me. Such a fellow is unworthy of your attention. He smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Jiang Shui, with a hint of raw desire flickering in the depths of his eyes. Beside him, his subordinates grinned as they obstructed Jiang Shui's path. Luo Shan, get away from me. Jiang Shui retorted angrily. Oh dear, Shuer, do not be so fierce. Do you still believe you are the unrivaled young lady of Great Eagle City? Times have changed. Your Eagle Martial Arts School is soon to depart from Great Eagle City. My father has already issued a challenge to your school, and soon he shall engage in a life-and-death duel with your father. Luo Shan boasted arrogantly, a smug expression on his face. Let me share a secret with you. My father has reached the pinnacle of forming realm. Thus, you would be wise to submit to me. Perhaps then, your Eagle Martial Arts School might find a way to survive. His gaze lingered on the alluring curves of Jiang Shui's figure, akin to a ravenous wolf eyeing a cornered lamb. Wu Yun frowned slightly. This lecherous figure bore a striking resemblance to Song Qing, the boy he had once reduced to tears with his dragon whisker needle in Yin City. In your dreams, I would rather die than submit to a scoundrel like you. Humph, you're tough now, but soon you will plead for mercy. Luo Shan's gaze shifted to Xiao Yinin, revealing an unsettling gleam in his eyes. Oh, Xiao Yinin is quite the obedient one. Oh, when did Yinin acquire such an adorable little beast? Come, let your brother pet it. Luo Shan extended his hand towards the white cloud nestled in Xiao Yinin's embrace. As his lecherous hand approached, the white cloud's eyes glimmered with an unmistakable disdain. White cloud, spray him. Wu Yun transmitted telepathically. With permission granted, White Cloud's expression softened, and without shifting into battle mode, she unleashed a powerful sound wave. Luo Shan, caught off guard, felt his eardrums rupture as he was sent flying, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his head ringing. The companions of Luo Shan stood in shock. Such a seemingly innocent little beast could unleash such formidable sound waves. Young master, young master. They snapped back to reality and rushed to aid Luo Shan, who was bleeding profusely and dazed. This was merely an attack from White Cloud in her miniature state. Had she been in combat mode, Luo Shan would likely have been shattered. Wow, White Cloud, you are incredible. Xiao Yinin exclaimed as she lifted White Cloud and planted a kiss on her. What are you staring at? Kill that beast. Luo Shan roared, his ears ringing, forcing him to speak loudly. The disciples of Blood Vulture martial arts rushed forward, weapons drawn, ready to strike at the White Cloud in Xiao Yinin's arms. A wave of fierce attackers surged toward her, leaving Xiao Yinin in a state of panic. Wu Yun swiftly covered her eyes. White Cloud, continue, roared. Once again, the White Tiger's fractured gold chant resounded. All those who rushed forward were violently thrust back. Each one spitting blood, sprawled on the ground in utter disarray. Was it you? Was it your monstrous beast? Luo Shan, unable to hear anything, nonetheless witnessed Wu Yun issuing commands to the beast, and he roared at Wu Yun. Do you dare offend our Blood Vulture Martial Arts Academy? Do you know who my father is? You're doomed, kid. You and your beast are both doomed. I shall ensure you are ground to dust. Such clamor. Wu Yun furrowed his brow, deftly flicking 2 slender dragon whisker needles from his fingertips. Under the control of his mental power, the needles smoothly pierced through Luo Shan's lips. Then, withdrawing his mental energy, the dragon whisker needles instantly curled up. Luo Shan's lips abruptly contracted, forming 2 small, fleshy orifices. He wished to scream, but no sound escaped. Pain surged through his brain, jarring his nerves. The agony was unbearable. He pounded the ground with his fists, beads of cold sweat cascading down. The needles pulling at his lips tightened his entire face. Let us go back, Wu Yun said, casually taking the delicate hand of Jiang Shui in one hand and the small hand of Xiao Yin in the other, elegantly striding past the crowd. Jiang Shui remained in a daze. Clutched in Wu Yun's firm grasp, she suddenly felt a sense of reassurance and safety. Your last move at Wunti have cost Luo Shan his life, would it? Jiang Shui inquired once they exited the trading arena. Oh, he won't die? He will only endure suffering worse than death, Wu Yun replied. He had witnessed the dragon whisker needle's potency on an individual before. Such torment was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Luo Shan was the son of Luo Jiu from the Blood Vulture Martial Arts Academy. Should he kill him, Luo Jiu would undoubtedly seek vengeance. If he dares to pursue revenge, then so be it. Killing him would conveniently resolve your family's issues, wouldn't it? After all, it was his son who instigated this trouble. Jiang Shui was momentarily at a loss for words. What seemed like a formidable challenge to their academy was, in Wu Yun's eyes, merely a trivial matter easily handled. This disparity in strength was evident. Apologies for the trouble we've caused you, Jiang Shui suddenly remarked. Ever since Wu Yun joined their academy, there had been a continuous stream of minor troubles. It's nothing. You've helped me quite a bit as well, Wu Yun replied nonchalantly, still holding the hands of the 2 sisters. Jiang Shui's hand remained stiff, too timid to make any bold movements. On the contrary, Xiao Yining clung tightly to Wu Yun. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Shui finally mustered the courage to gently pull Wu Yun's hand and shyly said, Wu Yun, there's no need to hold hands any longer. Apologies for the unintentional journey we have undertaken together. Wu Yun reluctantly released her hand, drawing a circle in her palm with his fingertip before letting go, causing Jiang Shui's heart to flutter like a startled deer. Upon entering the martial arts hall, Jiang Shui immediately sought out Jiang Lei, while Wu Yun returned to his room with Xiao Yining, instructing Lin Dong to refine the spiritual medicine he had purchased for her into a pill. He then began to assist Xiao Yining in cultivating her spiritual power. After consuming the pill, Xiao Yining's spiritual power swiftly reached the level of a first-tier talisman master, successfully breaking through the Mudball Palace. Wu Yun imparted to her the method of condensing the life and death runes. The initial task of condensing one's life rune is notoriously challenging, yet Xiao Yining seemed to possess an innate memory of the life and death runes, successfully forming the general framework of the runes in one attempt. Essentially, for every rune pattern Wu Yun taught her, she was able to condense an equivalent number. A prodigy indeed. Before long, she successfully condensed her first rune, officially becoming a first-tier talisman master. Thus, Xiao Yining's path of spiritual cultivation was set on the right course. Now, I shall continue to impart to you the methods of physical cultivation. Remember, do not resist my spiritual power, allow it to enter your sea of consciousness. And then carefully sense my spiritual energy, Wu Yun advised once more, transmitting the 6 characters of the body technique to Xiao Yining with his spiritual force. This time, Xiao Yining demonstrated absolute control over her spiritual power, possessing a clear sense of autonomy, successfully allowing Wu Yun's spiritual energy to enter her sea of consciousness. As she felt the 6 orbs of spiritual light within her consciousness, Xiao Yining curiously explored each one. Finally, she reacted with intense fascination to one orb, and as her spiritual energy brushed against it, the light dispersed, revealing a peculiar character. Gentle. Is it gentle? Wu Yun repeated softly. The character corresponds to 2 types of physiques, the Holy Spring physique, which, as the name suggests, can gather boundless energy, essentially allowing for skills to be continuously executed without the need for mana or cooling time. The Longevity physique grants the ability to transcend mortality when cultivated to its peak. One could even manipulate time itself. These 2 physiques indeed align well with the identity of the master of life and death. Father, today I went shopping with brother Wu Yun. We still have this much of the 100,000 pure essence pills left, Jiang Shui said, tossing the spatial bag to Jiang Lei and recounting the events of the morning. In the study, Jiang Shui gazed at Jiang Lei, who appeared to have aged overnight. His eyes reddened. She spoke softly. Father, has the Blood Eagle Martial Arts Hall issued a challenge to us? Indeed, Jiang Lei sighed. In 2 days, I will engage in a duel at the martial platform with Luo Jiao. If I lose, you must leave Great Eagle City with Yining. And as for the Eagle Martial Arts Hall, it may very well cease to exist. Lu Jiao has now attained mastery in shaping realms, and if he ascends the stage, he will undoubtedly spare no mercy towards my father. I fear he might strike with lethal intent on the martial arts platform. Jiang Shui's face was etched with concern as she articulated a suggestion that had long been on her mind. Father, we could seek external assistance. If brother Wu Yun is willing to stand in for you, with his prowess, he would surely be able to defeat Lu Jiao. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lei was momentarily taken aback, but after a brief pause, he shook his head and replied, Alas, how I wish it were so. However, brother Wu Yun has already aided us sufficiently, and now he is even willing to impart his teachings to Yining. Our connection with him is not particularly deep, and it would be inappropriate to burden him with repeated requests. We have nothing to offer him in return, and to ask for his help without anything to reciprocate could lead to him feeling vexed. After all, he is not a member of our martial arts school. Is there truly nothing we can offer? Jiang Shui sighed deeply within, realizing that their school had little of value to persuade Wu Yun to assist them. Let us return and rest. Do not worry, with father leading the way, everything will be fine. Jiang Shui gently nodded and slowly exited the room. As she closed the door, a flicker of resolute determination shone in her clear, beautiful eyes. I wonder if I am enough. That night, the city of Beijing was ablaze with lights. Within the martial arts school, Wu Yun had just finished instructing little Yining and was preparing to return to his quarters. As he approached the door, he keenly sensed that someone awaited him inside. Could it be her? Wu Yun pondered. He pushed the door open. In the dim light, a graceful silhouette became distinctly visible. It was indeed Jiang Shui, tall and curvaceous, with a slender waist easily encircled by a hand, her skin radiant as snow. A true enchantress. Brother Wu Yun, please close the door. Shui has a request. In the tranquil room, A subtle fragrance wafted through the air as her voice, imbued with a hint of melancholy, resonated softly. "Oh, Shui air is it for?" Wu Yun began, but was swiftly interrupted by Jiang Shui. She approached him with heartfelt sincerity, her voice tender as she spoke. "My mother passed away early, and it has always been my father who raised me and Yin. Later, we came to Beijing and established the Eagle Martial Arts School, which has been my father's labor of love for over a decade. If the school were to be disbanded, it would undoubtedly devastate him. I cannot bear to see my father fall into despair." She bit her crimson lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her gentle voice tinged with helplessness and sorrow. "Thus, I wish to ask Brother Wu Yun for assistance. My father cannot possibly contend with Lu Jiu at this moment. If he steps onto the martial arts platform, failure is inevitable. Earlier today, I spoke with him about this matter, but he lamented that our school possesses no leverage to persuade Brother Wu Yun to help us against an opponent who has mastered the shaping realm. Jiang Shui, too, had nothing of worth to offer. All she had was her pure heart. If it could help the Eagle Martial Arts School avoid dissolution, she would be willing to offer herself to Brother Wu Yun." Wu Yun quickly pressed a finger to Jiang Shui's lips, silencing her before she could continue. This scene had been anticipated by him long before. Such acts of self-sacrifice were not uncommon. "Do not utter such self-deprecating words, Shui'er. Do you know the distinction between yourself and the stars in the sky?" "What difference?" Jiang Shui inquired, confused. "The stars reside in the heavens, while you dwell in my heart," Wu Yun proclaimed, gently placing Jiang Shui's delicate, fair hand upon his right atrium. "For within the left atrium and left ventricle reside Qing Tan and Qingzhu." "Brother Wu Yun," he continued, covering her lips, "this small favor, should you merely ask. With the bond of teacher and disciple that exists with Yin, I shall undoubtedly assist you. Moreover, today I have already injured Luo Shan, with but a slight provocation. I shall inevitably confront the Blood Vulture Martial Arts School. Thus, you need not be so concerned. Yet, you have chosen this path. Can it be said that you wish it so? Shui'er, if your visit is merely a transaction, then you hold me, your brother Wu Yun, in too low regard. While I am no saint, I am not one to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. If your heart does not lean towards me, what meaning does your presence hold?" Though Wu Yun spoke with heartfelt eloquence, in the depths of his mind, thoughts of Ling Qingzhu surfaced. Engaging in unseemly conduct had become second nature, now. Even as he spoke sweet words, he felt no shame. Perhaps influenced by the memories of the Holy Master, Wu Yun had adopted some of his demeanor. The Holy Master, throughout his life, had encountered countless women but had never coerced a single one. Every woman who had crossed paths with the Holy Master, even if only fleetingly, harbored profound affection for him. He truly deserved the title of a romantic sage. Wu Yun, having absorbed some of this influence, would never resort to unscrupulous means to win over a woman he favored. He believed in moving first with emotion, then invoking it with action. Ultimately, there could be no turning back. Once the path of romance is embarked upon, there is no retreat. It is a journey to be traversed for a lifetime. Wu Yun admitted that from the very beginning, he had been enamored with Jiang Shui, though he had concealed it well. "Thus, Shui'er, if you harbor no feelings for me, then depart. I shall pretend you never graced my presence. Should the Blood Vulture Martial Arts School provoke, I will still intervene." His tone bore an indifferent chill. "And if there are feelings?" Jiang Shui's voice was barely audible. "Well, if that were the case, it would certainly be preferable to remain," Wu Yun replied, somewhat awkwardly. "Brother Wu Yun, in truth, my heart has already stirred for you. Otherwise, I would not have mustered the courage to enter your room and seek your assistance. It was merely a one-sided plea. Why must you expose me?" Jiang Shui said, playfully tapping her small fist against Wu Yun's chest, as if in complaint, yet also with a hint of delight. Brother Wu Yun was not the kind of man to be consumed by lust. He was a man of great sentiment and principle. Jiang Shui felt assured that she had not misjudged him. "I understand your reserve, yet without uttering these words, how can I unlock your heart?" Wu Yun silently mused. As they playfully tapped away, the two found themselves seated at the edge of the bed. Before lying down, Wu Yun felt compelled to clarify matters. He was merely a transient in the Great Eagle City, perhaps destined to depart on the morrow. "Shui'er, I must confess, I have significant matters to attend to, and I cannot remain in Great Eagle City indefinitely." This time, it was Jiang Shui who silenced Wu Yun's lips. How could the perceptive Jiang Shui not comprehend this? Wu Yun was akin to a dragon in the sea. How could such a vast expanse be confined within the small confines of Great Eagle City? Jiang Shui could not bear to confine him here. Ultimately, he belonged to a broader horizon. It sufficed for her to cherish a beautiful encounter with him in this place. With a flicker of her essence, Jiang Shui extinguished the lights in the room. Instantly, darkness enveloped them, and silence reigned. Both could hear the rhythm of their breaths, their heartbeats quickening in a symphony of anticipation. Wu Yun was enveloped by a unique fragrance that clouded his mind, even causing a flutter of nervousness to stir within him. Jiang Shue's hand rested upon Wu Yun's lips, maintaining the gesture that demanded his silence. Yet, her palm had grown warm and trembled slightly. Suddenly, Wu Yun heard the sound of something slipping. Was it the bed curtain or a robe? Jiang Shue's hand finally withdrew, and her voice, rich with magnetism, reached Wu Yun's ears. Audible only to him. Brother Wu Yun, we have finally opened our hearts to one another. Let us refrain from sorrowful words. Tonight, Shuer is yours. In the stillness of the night, after the storm had passed, Jiang Shui wept softly in the room, feeling an overwhelming sense of grievance. The cause? Simply put, Wu Yun was too skilled. This left Jiang Shui feeling deceived. Imagine, a person once so innocent, whose every word seemed to resonate deeply, as if he loved only her. Yet, in an instant, the familiarity of his 108 techniques shattered Jiang Shui's dreams. Even she, once naive, could discern that Wu Yun was well-versed in this art. She was not his first, nor could she fathom how many had come before her. Though he presented himself as earnest, he was, in reality, quite the libertine. Deceit was one thing, but to toy with emotions was another. Had she known, Jiang Shui thought, perhaps a mere transactional arrangement would have been less painful. Shuer, why do you weep? Have I wronged you in some way? Wu Yun inquired, perplexed. Compared to Ling Qingzhu, Jiang Shui was indeed more delicate. Yet her tears seemed excessive for one of the perfected essence realm. If you are such a lecherous person, why then resort to sweet nothings to deceive me? Shuer, what do you mean? When have I ever deceived you? Jiang Shui immediately voiced her grievances. Oh, you have truly wronged me, Shuer, Wu Yun protested, claiming innocence. Yet his reputation as a seducer had been firmly established. However, this matter is indeed prone to misunderstandings. At this juncture, I must clarify the situation. Shuer, take a moment to sense whether your spiritual power has notably increased. Observing Wu Yun's tearful expression, Jiang Shui shifted her focus from sorrow and began to feel her own spiritual energy. As she practiced her techniques, she was astonished to discover that her spiritual power had indeed surged remarkably within such a short span of time. The enhancement she experienced in just a few hours was equivalent to several months of arduous training. What could be the reason for this? Wu Yun began to elucidate, explaining that not all advancements in capability are achieved solely through practice. There exists a method of inheritance within certain techniques. Previously, in the ancient tomb of a Nirvana realm expert, I fortuitously acquired a fragment of his memory inheritance. This was a dual cultivation technique from ancient times, particularly beneficial for both parties involved. Wu Yun earnestly conveyed this, demonstrating the technique once more to assure Jiang Shui of its validity. After a night of diligent effort, they concluded their study just as dawn broke. Under Wu Yun's intentional guidance, Jiang Shui experienced a significant enhancement in her abilities, nearing a breakthrough into the forming shape realm. This encounter had proven exceptionally advantageous for her. With the misunderstanding resolved, Jiang Shui felt a pang of guilt towards Wu Yun, becoming even more affectionate and dependent. In an effort to remain discreet, she exited Wu Yun's room before others awoke. After an hour had passed, the group began to rise one by one. Once she had dressed and adorned herself anew, Jiang Shui appeared even more enchanting than before, her youthful innocence now replaced with a touch of alluring charm. She approached Wu Yun's door, carrying a basin of water. At that moment, Wu Yun also donned fresh attire and was engaged in stretching. Are you up? Jiang Shui's voice was soft as she placed the basin on the table, dampened a towel, and gently wrung it out, presenting it to Wu Yun. Her demeanor resembled that of a devoted and endearing wife, leaving Wu Yun momentarily speechless. He had never been so tenderly attended to by such a beautiful woman. Compared to the fierce Ling Qingzhu, Jiang Shui's attentiveness was unmatched. Feeling Wu Yun's gaze upon her, a deeper blush spread across Jiang Shui's cheeks. She lowered her head and softly urged, "Wash your face. Why do you stare at me like that? If you continue, I might find it hard to leave Great Eagle City." Wu Yun chuckled, accepting the warm towel imbued with a hint of her fragrant essence. He vigorously scrubbed his face, wiping away the sweat and remnants of sleep, and sheepishly returned the now slightly soiled white towel to Jiang Shui. "Go about your business. I am not so attached that I cannot leave," Jiang Shui retorted, pulling the towel back assertively. "I may depart physically, but my heart will forever remain with you, akin to a kite. No matter how high or far I soar, one end of the string will always be tightly held in your grasp. As long as you do not let go, I will always reside within your heart. Whenever you wish to see me, simply reel the string back in, and I shall return to your side," Wu Yun declared, holding her hand with heartfelt sincerity. Jiang Shui was momentarily taken aback, lifting her delicate face to meet Wu Yun's gaze. After a brief pause, a captivating smile blossomed upon her exquisite cheeks. "Senior sister." Just then, amidst the slight silence within the room, A hurried voice called out from outside. Jiang Shui quickly turned and exited the house, with Wu Yun following closely behind. Senior sister. Something's amiss. The Blood Vulture Martial Hall has suddenly surrounded our dojo. Do not panic. Let us venture out and assess the situation, Wu Yun said with calm assurance, striding directly towards the entrance of the dojo. Brother, it seems the Eagle Martial Hall is in trouble. Should we intervene? Lin Dong, having emerged from the room, communicated softly. Why not intervene? This has become a family matter, Wu Yun replied, slightly pouting. After all, we've stayed at their place for 2 nights. How can we ignore this? Heh, it's merely a scuffle. If you allow me, I'll take the lead. Lin Dong volunteered eagerly. Ever since he had cultivated the Great Sun Thunder Body and the character gang, his internal strength had grown tremendously. He had now reached the innate stage of the indestructible diamond body, achieving the golden bell body. The indestructible diamond body, once cultivated, was renowned for its unparalleled defense. Now, with his mastery of the golden bell body, Lin Dong could nearly achieve invincible defensive capabilities against foes of the same realm. In the realm of forming shape, unless faced with a monstrous opponent like his brother, no one could breach his golden bell defense. Coupled with the effects of the Great Sun Thunder Body, he possessed both offensive and defensive prowess sufficient to sweep through the realm of forming shape. Outside the Eagle Martial Hall, the area was currently besieged, with the majority of the assailants bearing identical emblems on their chests, the insignia of the Blood Vulture Martial Hall. It was evident that these individuals hailed from the Blood Vulture Martial Hall, which had long been a bitter rival of the Eagle Martial Hall, harboring mutual disdain. The atmosphere was tense, brimming with hostility, on the verge of erupting into conflict. At the entrance of the dojo, Jiang Lei gazed with a somber expression at the dark mass of Blood Vulture Martial Hall's forces. After a moment, he coldly addressed them. Master Luo Qiu, are you so eager to drive my Eagle Martial Hall out of Ding City? Jiang Lei, the matters between the Blood Vulture Martial Hall and your Eagle Martial Hall will be settled on the martial arts stage tomorrow. Today, I have come to demand the surrender of the wretched brat who injured my son and his monstrous companion. A middle-aged man from the crowd of the Blood Vulture Martial Hall stood prominently, slender in build, clad in thin garments, with sunken eyes that radiated a menacing intent, clearly in a state of furious rage. Beside him was Luo Shan, reclining on a chair, his mouth grotesquely swollen and discolored. The dragon whisker needle remained embedded within Luo Shan's mouth, unremoved. The previous day, Luo Shan had returned home, and despite Luo Qiu's efforts to seek help from numerous physicians, none could extract the needle, leaving them helpless. Some physicians even asserted that the only way to remove the needle would be to sever Luo Shan's lips. This infuriated Luo Qiu. How could he allow such a thing to happen to his son? Thus, there was no alternative. Early today, he surrounded the Eagle Martial Arts Hall with his men, demanding an explanation. The gazes of Jiang Lei and the others turned towards Luo Shan, and to their surprise, many could not help but chuckle. At that moment, Luo Shan's lips were a deep shade of purple, having endured pain that prevented him from sleeping. His eyes were red and swollen, and his entire face was grotesquely distorted. This was truly a gratifying sight. Let that wretched scoundrel perish. I heard it was Brother Wu Yun who did this. His strikes were ruthless, and I admire that. The disciples of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall whispered among themselves, finding immense satisfaction in Luo Shan's plight. This Luo Shan had long been a tyrant in the great Eagle City, a veritable dandy, frequently fixating on their senior sister. Who was he to deserve her? Now, witnessing him in such a pitiful state at the hands of Wu Yun, the disciples felt genuine joy and simultaneously shifted their previous resentment towards Wu Yun. Compared to this, they could tolerate the idea of their senior sister being with Wu Yun. Seeing the mocking expressions of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall's members, Luo Qiu's countenance grew increasingly grim. His previously dark expression transformed into one of terrifying intensity as he glared menacingly at Jiang Lei, growling, "If you do not surrender that wretched spawn today, do not blame me for my mercilessness." Luo Qiu, do you truly believe I fear you? Jiang Lei retorted, unyielding, with a cold laugh. As his hand clenched, a heavy sword materialized, and a formidable aura suddenly erupted. Since you wish to engage, I shall resolve this matter today. Allow me to demonstrate the stark contrast between the realms of perfected and nascent form. Luo Qiu's gaze sharpened, and he too clenched his hand, conjuring a hefty iron hammer that appeared in his grasp. With a swift thump against the horse's back, he soared into the air, the hammer whistling downward, akin to a mountain crashing down, striking fiercely against Jiang Lei's sword light with the speed of lightning. The surrounding disciples hastily cleared a space for the impending clash. As the hammer collided with the sword, a resonant clang echoed through the air, accompanied by a deep, muffled sound and a surge of elemental force erupting from the heavens. Subsequently, Jiang Lei was jolted backward, skidding across the ground and leaving a trail of about 10 meters. In that single strike, Zhang Lei found himself at a disadvantage. Master. The disciples of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall cried out in alarm. However, Luo Jiao, consumed by fury, sought to unleash his wrath, the elemental force surging as he swung the hammer once more. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes, akin to a vulture descending upon its prey. As he brought the hammer down with tremendous force, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Zhang Lei. Dad! Jiang Shui screamed in terror, her heart racing as she witnessed the enormous iron hammer poised to strike her father's chest. No sooner had she cried out than a rush of wind filled her ears. Suddenly, a figure flickered into view, a dashing young man appearing before Zhang Lei. Wu Yun unleashed a punch, his small fist meeting the colossal hammer with unwavering resolve. Bang! The heavy hammer was forcefully sent flying, slipping from Luo Jiao's grasp, leaving behind a deep imprint. Luo Jiao's hands tingled, shaken by the power transmitted from the hammer, and he was filled with astonishment. Turning his gaze to Wu Yun across from him, he found him completely unscathed. Merely relying on his physical prowess, he had sent Luo Jiao's hammer soaring. Such a formidable display left the onlookers dumbfounded. Was my sight deceiving me? He actually withstood Luo Jiao's hammer with his bare fists. My heavens, what extraordinary physical strength. Luo Jiao's hammer is a spiritual treasure. To think it could be shattered. Brother Wu Yun, thank you. Zhang Lei swallowed hard and clasped his fists in gratitude. Wu Yun had indeed stepped in to assist them. No need for thanks, my dear father-in-law, Wu Yun replied, slightly raising his hand. Brother Jiang, there is no need for such formality. This matter concerns me directly. You should have summoned me sooner. Hearing Wu Yun refer to Zhang Lei as brother, Jiang Shui, who was approaching, felt a headache coming on. Father, are you all right? The matter of titles could only be addressed later once their relationship was made public. For now, Jiang Shui was primarily concerned about her father's well-being. It's nothing. This old fellow possesses some skill, Zhang Lei remarked, glancing at the bewildered Luo Jiao, who had just lost his hammer. Sobbing, Luo Shan, seated nearby, pointed at Wu Yun, making muffled sounds, as if to say, Father, it's him, quickly avenge me. However, his father's expression was grave, and he did not spare him a glance. Wu Yun's earlier display had truly frightened him. You were the one who injured my son yesterday. I wonder what your relationship is with the Eagle Martial Arts Academy. This is a matter between our Blood Eagle Academy and the Eagle Academy, and I hope you will refrain from meddling. Luo Jiao regarded Wu Yun warily, facing him. He felt no certainty of victory. Grievances have their roots, and debts have their owners. It was I who injured your son, and if you seek revenge today, come for me alone. Do not involve others. Wu Yun replied calmly. Might your methods be somewhat excessive? Luo Jiao retorted coldly, his anger boiling within. Yet he dared not provoke a fight. Excessive? I think not. Your foolish son acted recklessly. I merely offered him a lesson. The fact that he is still alive is quite merciful. Had he encountered others, he would have been dispatched yesterday. However, since you have come today, I will teach him another lesson. Wu Yun smiled lightly. Second brother, were you not eager for battle? Go forth. Dispatch the two of them. He turned to instruct Lin Dong, having been too fatigued the previous night to engage himself. Moreover, Lin Dong had remained low-key for too long and deserved a chance to shine. Hee. Lin Dong chuckled, the ancient spear of heavenly scales appearing in his hand. Elder brother, watch closely. The spear whirled in his grasp, runes shimmering along its shaft, and the surge of spiritual energy emanating from this high-grade treasure astonished those around them. Luo Jiao felt an overwhelming sense of danger. Fish scale spear, angry python spear, transforming serpent spear, heavenly dragon spear. A flurry of 4 strikes ensued. Lin Dong unleashed a series of 4 spear strikes, each shadow of the spear more formidable and imposing than the last, hurtling towards Luo Jiao. With a flicker of his gaze, Luo Jiao suddenly clenched his palm, and 2 crimson heavy hammers materialized in his grasp. The hammers shimmered with a radiant glow, exuding an overwhelmingly weighty aura that instantly conveyed their nature as spirit treasures, albeit low-tier ones. The thunder hammers. The massive crimson hammer shadows overlapped and descended upon Lin Dong's 4 spear projections. A terrifying wave of vitality surged forth, prompting all onlookers to retreat in unison. A colossal pit emerged before the Eagle Martial Arts Hall. Wu Yun, that Luo Jiao is a master in the realm of forming essence. Can Lin Dong truly contend with him? Zhang Lei expressed his concerns, having never witnessed Lin Dong in action. Observing now, Lin Dong seemed to barely have entered the minor stages of forming essence. He could not fathom Wu Yun's audacity in allowing Lin Dong to face Luo Jiao. Fear not. My brother is invincible among his peers, Wu Yun proclaimed with unwavering confidence. In the arena, witnessing his opponent withstand his 4 consecutive strikes sparked a fire within Lin Dong. Although Luo Jiao was indeed a formidable master in the realm of forming essence, Lin Dong recognized that despite his numerous techniques, he could not simply overpower him. Yet, Therein lay the thrill of battle. Without a modicum of pressure, how could one truly engage? Come again, Lin Dong joyfully declared, embodying the essence of a martial enthusiast. Golden light radiated from his body, as the golden sun's thunder essence flowed across his surface, showcasing his formidable physique. Remarkable indeed, Jiang Lei gasped in astonishment. As Lin Dong's display of prowess and indomitable spirit left him awestruck, Wu Yun's younger brother truly possessed an invincible presence. Chapter 103. The plum blossoms bloom before winter arrives. With his fighting spirit soaring, Lin Dong brandished the celestial scale ancient spear and struck fiercely at Luo Jiao. Having reached the pinnacle of the copper thunder body, he infused the celestial scale ancient spear with the power of the sun's thunder essence, rendering each of his ordinary strikes comparable to those of a master in forming essence. Luo Jiao wielded the twin hammers with tremendous force, yet they could not budge Lin Dong's ancient spear in the slightest. Wu Yun discerned that Lin Dong was not striking with full ferocity. Instead, he was using Luo Jiao to test his martial arts, treating him as a mere training tool. Otherwise, given Lin Dong's current might, he could swiftly eliminate Luo Jiao. Boy, you are not one of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall's disciples. What business do you have here? Luo Jiao bellowed, his initial fury gradually giving way to trepidation as he was pummeled. Luo Jiao, who says my brother and I are not part of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall? We joined yesterday, did we not, Brother Jiang? Wu Yun declared with a sense of righteous satisfaction. Indeed, Luo Jiao, you foolish knave, both Wu Yun and Lin Dong are members of my Eagle Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Lei laughed heartily, reveling in the moment. Humph, do you truly think my Blood Eagle Martial Hall is easily trifled with? Luo Jiao's expression darkened, as he prepared to unleash his ultimate technique. The crimson energy, akin to flames, erupted from the body of the rock like a surging tide, creating an illusion of being enveloped in a rising inferno from a distance. Accompanying the violent surge of energy, the rock's eyes exhibited a subtle transformation, exuding a dangerous aura reminiscent of a wild beast, seeping out in wisps from within. Simultaneously, its palms began to swell slightly, resembling the formidable claws of a great ape, firmly grasping the heavy hammer in its grip. This transformation startled those around them. Be cautious, Lin Dong. That fellow is about to unleash the demon ape transformation, a superior martial art that can significantly enhance physical strength for a brief period. Jiang Lei shouted anxiously, alerting Lin Dong. The demon ape transformation. The rock's hands, veins bulging like coiling dragons, radiated a sense of immense power, as dark red energy spiraled around its palms, continuously penetrating in and out through its pores. Rest assured, brother. In terms of physical prowess, my younger brother will not be outmatched, Wu Yun remarked, glancing at the suddenly bulked-up rock, commenting on its appearance as if it were possessed by a martial spirit. Nevertheless, he began to regard the demon ape transformation with a measure of seriousness after its activation. The rock's momentum surged to a level comparable to the minor success of the Qi-gathering realm. This martial art seemed tailor-made for challenging opponents of higher ranks. As Wu Yun spoke, Lin Dong's upper garment suddenly burst apart, golden energy swirling as his skin transformed inch by inch into a brilliant gold, resembling a diamond Buddha in an instant. A golden aura enveloped his body. Although his physique did not swell as dramatically as the rock's, the powerful aura emanating from him was nonetheless astonishing to those watching. Kid, to compel me to unleash the demon ape transformation, if I were to slay you, it would be without regret. The rock's pupils shifted, taking on an appearance akin to a metamorphosed demon ape. A sinister smile curling at the corners of its mouth as it lunged forward, its foot propelling it into a streak of red light. Just in time. I was beginning to find you lacking, and now you align perfectly with my intent. Lin Dong charged forward, fully manifesting his golden bell body, which was further enhanced by a layer of bronze hue shimmering with lightning. Golden bell body combined with copper thunder body, the mighty demon ape hammer. The rock was now in a frenzy. The demon ape transformation stripped him of rationality, reverting him to primal instincts. The crimson in his eyes deepened, and a roar reminiscent of a raging ape erupted from his throat as he surged forward in a blaze of red light. The colossal shadow of the hammer in his hand radiating terrifying power, causing even the very air to scatter before it. Shatter the heavens, demon tablet palm. Lin Dong sheathed the heaven-scale ancient halberd, leaping into the air, forming seals with his hands as he channeled all his strength into this ninth-tier martial art. Each hand propped up a colossal magic monument, resembling a war god bearing the weight of a mountain, evoking a sense of suffocation merely by its appearance. Two formidable auras swept across the heavens, as the immense magic monuments manifested in the sky. Everyone retreat, Jiang Lei shouted, urging the surrounding disciples to hasten their withdrawal amidst this terrifying surge of primordial energy. Jiang Shui and the curious little Yin quickly moved behind Wu Yun. A tremendous mental force surged forth as Wu Yun conjured a mental barrier, shielding all the disciples of the Eagle Martial Arts School behind him. At this moment, both Lin Dong and Luo Jiu had amassed their powers to the pinnacle of the shaping realm, a force potent enough to threaten even the strongest of the Qi-gathering realm. The two magic monument palm strikes collided directly with Luo Jiu's twin hammers. Boom! The violent shockwave of primordial energy erupted, sending bricks and tiles soaring skyward in front of the Eagle Martial Arts School, creating chaos. Those unprotected disciples of the Blood Eagle Martial Arts School were directly blasted away, spitting blood from the force. Luo Shan was among them, barely clinging to life. Observing the scene, Lin Dong soared in the air, radiating an aura akin to a golden deity, emanating blinding light as he scrutinized Luo Jiu below with a commanding presence. At this moment, Luo Jiu had regained his composure, bloodied and disheveled, his earth and heaven twin hammers shockingly flattened by Lin Dong's magic monument palm. "My brother said, 'You shall perish,'" Lin Dong stated coldly, as the ancient halberd reappeared in his grasp, a flash of halberd light severing Luo Jiu's head. On the other side, Luo Shan, just lifted by the disciples of the Blood Eagle Martial Arts School, opened his eyes to witness his father's head soaring away. As he was about to scream, a palm strike descended upon him. Under the auspices of the mysterious gate seal, Luo Shan's skull shattered, ending his suffering. "After today, the Blood Eagle Martial Arts School shall cease to exist. Begone." Lin Dong directed his halberd towards the remaining members of the Blood Eagle Martial Arts School. "Leave, hurry." They dared not meet Lin Dong's gaze, retreating in disarray. With their leader deceased, they saw no reason to persist. Lin Dong reached out, seizing Luo Jiu's Qingquan pouch, claiming his spoils, and approached Wu Yun. "Brother." He handed the pouch to Wu Yun. This scene caused the surrounding disciples to swallow hard. Lin Dong displayed unparalleled might, akin to a god of war, slaying Luo Jiu, yet before Wu Yun, he maintained an air of reverence. "You may keep it," Wu Yun replied nonchalantly, observing the fleeing members of the Blood Eagle Martial Arts School and the two corpses on the ground. The heavy stone that had lingered in the hearts of the disciples of the Eagle Martial Arts School finally lifted. They gazed at Wu Yun and Lin Dong with excitement. Their envy transformed into admiration. "We truly thank you both, brothers," Jiang Lei said, his eyes, filled with the weight of experience, shimmering with a hint of emotion. Had it not been for the two brothers, Wu Yun, the Eagle Martial Arts Hall would have undoubtedly faced calamity. Today, it might have been their dissolution. "Brother Jiang, there is no need for formalities. Our friendship warrants my assistance." Wu Yun patted Jiang Lei's shoulder, as if he were the elder brother. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Shui's beautiful eyes narrowed, her delicate nose twitched, and she extended her fair hand to give Wu Yun a playful pinch on the back. "Brothers, your loyalty is commendable. The Eagle Martial Arts Hall will always have a place for you," Jiang Lei exclaimed with excitement. "Brother Jiang, you're too kind. It was merely an accident that I caused damage to your grand entrance, which will require repair," Lin Dong replied with a bow. The front of the Eagle Martial Arts Hall lay in disarray. A minor issue. You two brothers should join Schwerer in the inner hall to rest. I shall take care of the remaining matters," Lin Dong stated. By eliminating the father and son of the Luo family, the Blood Eagle Martial Arts Hall will be left leaderless, and at this moment, the Eagle Martial Arts Hall will surely absorb them entirely. Lin Dong returned to his room to change clothes, while Wu Yun led the Jiang sisters into another chamber. "Yin, how has your training progressed since yesterday?" Wu Yun inquired about little Yin's cultivation and sent a stream of energy to assess her condition. Indeed, little Yin's physique had strengthened further, her vitality growing more pronounced. "Big brother, I feel so sleepy. I just want to sleep," little Yin said, rubbing her bright, large eyes innocently. Following Wu Yun's teachings on gentle cultivation, although she experienced some understanding from the words, the more she practiced, the sleepier she became, even entering a state of cultivation in her dreams. "Oh, is that so?" Wu Yun's eyes lit up. From this characteristic, he could ascertain that little Yin's cultivation direction was likely that of the longevity physique. This particular constitution is often described as a physique that emerges from sleep. The cultivation of this physique relies on slumber, and the greater the talent, the more one sleeps, often cultivating within dreams. To be honest, Wu Yun envied this method of effortless advancement, which many would aspire to achieve. Do not worry. Simply follow your instincts in your cultivation. If you feel sleepy, sleep without any psychological burden, as long as you can comprehend that character. Rest assured and drift into slumber, Wu Yun said with a smile, gently ruffling little Yin's hair. "Really?" Little Yin exclaimed joyfully. "Indeed." Wu Yun nodded earnestly. Upon hearing this, little Yin immediately climbed onto the bed. "Then I shall sleep," she declared, closing her eyes and swiftly entering a peaceful slumber, her breathing calm and rhythmic. This Jiang Shui was left in astonishment. Big brother Wu Yun, there's nothing to worry about. This is quite normal. Yin Yin's cultivation necessitates prolonged sleep. Prolonged? How long will she need to sleep? Jiang Shui asked, still somewhat concerned. She can sleep for as long as she wishes, many centuries, if necessary. If she truly excels in her cultivation, it's possible she could slumber until the world fades into darkness, Wu Yun replied with a smile. Yet, Jiang Shui found it impossible to smile. The notion of cultivating through sleep was utterly foreign to her. Come, let us not disturb Yin Yin's slumber. We shall converse in a different room, and I will slowly enlighten you, Wu Yun said, taking Jiang Shui's hand. He felt compelled to thoroughly explain the matter to her. For Yin Yin's practice would not merely last a day or two. After relocating to another chamber and closing the door, he stated earnestly, Shui, you are already my woman. There are certain things I can share with you, but you must not disclose them to others. Jiang Shui's cheeks flushed. She was no longer an innocent girl, but had found her belonging. Brother Wu Yun, please tell me, she urged. Wu Yun continued. Yin is practicing a remarkably powerful bodily cultivation method known as the eternal body. Should she succeed in her training, she could attain immortality. What? Immortality? Jiang Shui exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Do not be alarmed. You must have noticed that both Lin Dong and I possess extraordinary physiques. This is due to our training in similar techniques, so I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Wu Yun felt it necessary to clarify, lest Jiang Shui misconstrue his intentions regarding teaching little Yin, who remained in slumber. Brother Wu Yun, it's not that I don't believe you. Rather, this cultivation method is simply too wondrous, Jiang Shui quickly explained. At this point, Wu Yun's power, should he wish to harm their family, would not require such convoluted methods. They had been candid with each other, granting her a profound understanding of Wu Yun. By the way, Shui, you are still young, and the path of martial arts is long. I shall pass on this cultivation method to you. Your talent is commendable. Ah, can I really? Jiang Shui responded, taken aback by the honor. You are my woman, of course you can. Now, clear your mind and allow me to enter, Wu Yun spoke softly. Jiang Shui gradually closed her eyes, her brow relaxing as she awaited. Wu Yun's spiritual energy surged forth, transmitting the 6-character scripture into her consciousness in a similar manner. Anyone willing to open their soul's sea to him was deserving of trust, for to do so was akin to surrendering oneself. Should Wu Yun's spiritual power be formidable enough, he could even seize control of another's essence. Jiang Shui willingly received the 6 characters and, under Wu Yun's guidance, began to attune herself. Before long, she exhibited a notable response. Gentleness, she exclaimed, echoing the sentiment shared with little Yin. Wu Yun promptly imprinted the essence of gentleness upon her. You and Yin have chosen the same path. Indeed, you are like sisters. By cultivating this character, you may develop 2 formidable physiques, one being the eternal body that Yin is currently training, and the other known as the sacred spring body. Each physique is distinct, and each individual's cultivation journey will differ. Thus, it depends on what you can glean from this character. Now, as both sisters cultivate the essence of gentleness, you may share and explore your insights on cultivation together. Thank you, Brother Wu Yun. Jiang Shui softly nodded, her gentle demeanor reflecting the vast depth of the word gentleness. As the senior sister of the Martial Arts Academy, she harbored a fervent passion for martial arts and aspired to protect the academy better. The Eagle Martial Arts Academy held her fondest childhood memories, a place that accompanied her growth and resonated deeply with her emotions. If she could become stronger, she could elevate the academy to greater heights. Is that all the gratitude you can muster? It seems rather lackluster. Wu Yun jested. No sooner had he spoken than a delicate fragrance wafted through the air, revealing Jiang Shui standing gracefully before him, mere inches away. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and under Wu Yun's teasing gaze, she delicately rose on her toes, her soft red lips glistening with an alluring warmth as they met his once more. The tender and soothing sensation stirred Lin Dong's heart, prompting him to instinctively wrap his arms around her slender waist. As his palm rested against Jiang Shui's smooth back, he distinctly sensed a momentary rigidity in her delicate form. She was still a fresh-faced bride. In the room, moonlight poured in, casting serene shadows upon the windowsill, creating a tranquil and cozy ambience. Soon, the 2 figures intertwined and began to roll about. Outside the window, the plum blossoms bloomed anew in the corner. Chapter 104. No matter how far Jiang Shui flies, she will always return to my side. The elder brother was stirring up storms next door, while the younger brother busied himself alone in his room, tinkering with his cosmic bag. Lin Dong, the steadfast and resilient man, wore a beaming smile as he examined his spoils. As the head of the academy, Luo Jiu's cosmic bag was quite ample, Gazing at the deep purple and black high-grade cosmic bag, Lin Dong smiled slightly, his spiritual energy surging forth, revealing thousands of pure yuan pills shimmering within. However, what caught Lin Dong's attention was a peculiar bone fragment. With a flash of light, the fragment appeared in his hand, adorned with markings resembling ancient script. As he scrutinized it, a smile gradually crept across his lips. Devil-ape transformation. In the reflection of the light, Lin Dong discerned three peculiar characters exuding a hint of ferocity. These were the very same strange martial arts techniques employed by Luo Jiu that allowed for transformation in physique, elevating his presence to a level comparable to that of the Qi creation realm. Lin Dong had to unleash the 9th rank martial art, the Shattering Heaven Demon Steel Palm, to subdue him. Such superior martial arts were exceedingly rare. Even Lin Dong had mastered only two, the Celestial Scale Halberd technique and the Shattering Heaven Demon Steel Palm. The Devil-Ape transformation was undoubtedly on par with the Celestial Scale Halberd technique. The Yin Minks also displayed their ethereal nature, keenly examining the bone fragment with interest. This martial art emulates the dynamic forces of demonic beasts, granting one the ability to temporarily harness certain beastly traits. It bears some resemblance to the Great Sun Thunder Body, yet this technique is decidedly more intricate and perilous. That individual has strayed significantly in his cultivation, resulting in his current state. Had he truly mastered this martial art, he would have been capable of wielding such power with ease, rivaling your fragmented heaven demon steel. You might consider studying this technique, as it is particularly suited to you, enhancing the efficacy of your Great Sun Thunder Body and facilitating combat beyond your usual capabilities. Lin Dong nodded in acknowledgement as a surge of golden essence coursed into the bone fragment, which had previously appeared dull and lifeless, now erupting with radiant light, revealing a multitude of intricate luminescent characters before him. Demonic blood enters the body, mimicking its form, acquiring its strength, and controlling its spirit. Soon, Lin Dong finished reviewing the cultivation method, his brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, it was rather complex. This transformation into the demon ape required the primordial blood of ape-like demonic beasts. The small weasel also skimmed through the contents of the martial art, nodding in agreement. Moreover, you will need to draw that blood into your body for refinement. When you unleash the demon ape transformation, your physique will undergo a temporary alteration under the influence of that bloodline, endowing you with the strength of the transformed being. Lin Dong interjected, however, this cultivation method entails certain risks. The weasel rolled its eyes in response. What martial art is devoid of risk? If the demonic blood is not completely refined, one might end up resembling that individual from today, or worse, become a grotesque being, neither human nor ghost. But why fear? When you cultivated the Great Sun Thunder Body, you were unafraid of divine thunder. Lin Dong replied excitedly, that is different. If I were to go astray in this cultivation, I could become a monster. How would I face my parents then? I still wish to marry and have children. Becoming a monster, surely I cannot wed a demonic beast. That is simply not the way of humanity. Upon hearing this, the small weasel became indignant. Huh, second brother, what do you mean by that? Do you think we demonic beasts can simply be wed at your whim? Humph. We of the demon race are no less impressive than your humankind. You truly lack insight. The true demon race far exceeds the mere beasts you have encountered in the Great Yin dynasty. Upon reaching the nirvana stage, demonic beasts can also assume human form. Not to mention the beautiful nine-tailed fox clan, the Nine Lives cat clan, and the Kunling clan. Just consider our Tianyao weasel tribe. One of my clan's sisters, in her human form, is more stunning than any of your human maidens or princesses. How many breathtaking beauties have you actually seen? That Jiang Shui from the Eagle Martial Arts Academy is indeed lovely, but in the demon realm, she might not even rank within the top 100. The small weasel passionately defended the honor of demon women, asserting that Lin Dong's prejudices were unfounded. Demonesses are not merely creatures he can choose as he pleases. As the discussion shifted, the small weasel recalled its first love, the enchanting weasel. Unable to escape a sense of melancholy, Lin Dong was taken aback by the fervor of the little weasel. However, he could not fully agree with its sentiments. After all, there existed a fundamental difference between humans and beasts. The weasel's impassioned declarations might very well stem from a skewed aesthetic that diverged significantly from human perception. In the eyes of the third brother, perhaps a splendidly furred black Shirat was the epitome of beauty. Lin Dong inwardly scoffed at this notion. The little weasel, wishing to avoid prolonged discourse with the Na'vi second brother, continued, moreover, the amplification of strength gained through this martial art hinges on the potency of the beast blood you obtain. From what I observed today, the power enhancement exhibited by Luo Jiu seemed to stem merely from the ordinary blood of a magical ape at the shaping realm. Oh, so if we acquire a more potent bloodline from the magical ape, the amplification would indeed be greater? Lin Dong mused, slightly intrigued. If Luo Jiu's power was derived from merely an average magical ape's blood, then securing a stronger variant could yield astonishing enhancements. Indeed, the weasel replied, yet, greater rewards come with greater risks. The more formidable the beast blood, the more arduous the refinement process. Naturally, the chances of being backfired into monstrosity also escalate. With your current strength, would you dare to refine the blood of a Nirvana realm magical ape? The weasel quipped, casting a dismissive glance. Lin Dong smacked his lips, returning to reality with a jolt. Every ounce of power carries its own risks. While many aspire to refine the blood of formidable beasts for greater strength, lacking the requisite capability would undoubtedly invite disaster. I certainly could not withstand the blood of a Nirvana realm magical ape. But the blood from the Qi Cultivation realm, or even the Transformation realm, is well within my grasp, Lin Dong asserted confidently. Having previously endured the refinement of the Thunder Source from the Thunder Source Crystal Beast, which had already ascended to the Transformation realm, he felt assured of his current capabilities. Given your present physique, that should pose no issue. Should you acquire the blood of a peak Transformation realm magical ape, you would be able to contend with Lin Langtian from back then, the weasel concurred. It was not just the formidable Great Sun Thunder body that aided him. The training method imparted by his elder brother had allowed Lin Dong to cultivate the Golden Bell body, solidifying his foundation immensely. The method of physical cultivation from the body scripture differed vastly from the Great Sun Thunder body bestowed by the weasel. The Golden Bell body fundamentally transformed Lin Dong's constitution. Nevertheless, amidst this small Great Yin dynasty, it remained uncertain if he could find a magical ape that would satisfy his ambitions. The expanse of the Great Wilderness County was vast, concealing countless powerful beasts within its deep mountains and forests. Surely, there must be magical apes of the Transformation realm among them. However, with his current strength, he could not confront such beings alone and would need his elder brother's assistance. I shall seek out my brother, Lin Dong exclaimed, filled with excitement as he stepped out of his chamber, only to find the door to Wu Yun's room firmly shut. What is this? My brother's door is sealed? Lin Dong exclaimed in surprise, preparing to use his spiritual energy to sense whether his brother was within, but was met with a force that repelled him. Perhaps the elder brother is in seclusion. Disallowing any disturbances, we shall wait a moment. The little ferret also employed its psychic energy to probe, yet was similarly thwarted by the barrier of sealed power. Though it could forcibly breach this layer of sealing, there was no need to do so, as it would be impolite to disturb the elder brother. Meanwhile, within the room, Wu Yun was diligently engrossed in his tasks. With the earlier incident of little Yinin's thoughtless probing of psychic energy as a cautionary tale, Wu Yun remained vigilant. Thus, prior to his and Jiang Shui's collapse, he discreetly drew forth a sealing talisman, affixing it to the door, thereby sealing the entire room. Those outside would be unable to detect even a whisper or a faint breath. Furthermore, should anyone disturb the seal, Wu Yun would be immediately alerted. As he concentrated intently, a slight probe of his psychic energy revealed the presence of the little ferret and Lin Dong, after which he paid them no further mind. Once the stormy clouds had cleared, Wu Yun donned his attire and, after offering a few words of comfort to Jiang Shui, emerged from the room to seek out his two younger brothers, the Yin ferret. Second brother, third brother, what brings you to me? Oh, elder brother, you have emerged. Why have you sealed the room? If there is anything you require, I can assist in guarding it, ensuring greater safety, Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. It was merely a sudden insight. There is no need for such formality. For ordinary matters, it is unnecessary to trouble second brother to take action personally. Wu Yun waved his hand dismissively. They had grown accustomed to this mutual guardianship since their journey from Qingyang town. Back at the Lin family, it was Qing Tan and Lin Dong who took turns keeping watch. Elder brother, I have a matter that requires your intervention. I wonder if you feel confident in confronting beasts of the creation realm? There should be no issue. Wu Yun pondered briefly before nodding. Although he was uncertain of the pinnacle of his current strength, comparing it to his earlier encounter with Ling Qingzhu, he felt assured that with his present capabilities and strategies, facing a beast of the creation realm would pose little difficulty. Upon hearing his elder brother's response, Lin Dong was elated and promptly produced a bone fragment, sharing his thoughts with Wu Yun. During this exchange, Lin Dong perused his Qinkuan bag, and a piece of ordinary cowhide paper caught his attention. With a flicker of concentration, the cowhide materialized in Lin Dong's hand. Carefully unfurling the cowhide, Lin Dong discerned it to be a map, adorned with approximately 10 red dots, each located amidst various mountain ranges. Upon glancing at it, Lin Dong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Elder brother, look quickly. He spread the cowhide on the tea table, causing the gaze of the three brothers to converge upon it. Next to each red dot, a line of small text was inscribed. Tianyo Mountain Range, Mighty Ape. Creation Realm. Mo Yun Peak, Mountain Moving Golden Ape, minor achievement in the Qi realm. Han Tian Mountain, Han Tian Demon Ape, minor achievement in the creation realm. Ancient Waste Ravine, Ancient Dragon Ape, minor achievement in the creation realm. The two most vividly crimson annotations signified the creation realm's demon ape. Previously, they were troubled by the search for the ancient demon apes, yet now they have suddenly appeared. Wu Yun's gaze fixated on the 4 characters' ancient wasteland gorge, which marked his next destination for sign-in. Lin Dong remarked, 2 demon apes in the transformation realm. Brother, which one shall we confront? If we are to engage, we should certainly choose the strongest. Though both apes possess the strength of minor achievements in the transformation realm, the ancient dragon ape is undoubtedly more formidable, isn't that right? Little Weasel? Wu Yun turned to glance at Little Weasel. Indeed, brother. The ancient dragon ape is a beast endowed with primordial bloodlines. Within its being flows a trace of dragon blood, which renders it exceptionally powerful in the realm of demon beasts. An adult ancient dragon ape can rival a Nirvana realm expert, and this particular one, being only at the minor achievement level in the transformation realm, should still be in its juvenile phase. If you take action, it will be quite manageable, Little Weasel added, demonstrating his expertise as a demon beast. Then let us pursue the ancient dragon ape. Lin Dong agreed wholeheartedly. The stronger the opponent, the more he relished the challenge. Wu Yun declared, in that case, we have made our decision. We shall remain in Great Eagle City for 2 days before embarking for the ancient wasteland gorge. Brother, why must we wait for 2 days? Lin Dong queried, his eagerness to hunt the dragon ape palpable. 2 days is but a brief interval. Wu Yun replied calmly, concealing from his 2 brothers his recent conquest of a fair maiden's heart, as he did not wish to depart hastily. He justified, shouldn't we gather some information about the ancient wasteland gorge? While I can handle those in the transformation realm, one must not be careless. Thorough preparations are vital. Yes, you should gather intelligence right away and exchange the useless items from the Qingzhu bags we seized from the Di and Lu families for pure essence pills. Wu Yun continued. During these 2 days, I aim to provide guidance on various cultivation issues to the young ladies of the Jiang family. Lin Dong, trusting his brother's judgment, promptly responded, Ah, brother, your foresight is commendable. I shall attend to it at once. He packed the Qingzhu bags and set off to fulfill his task. Wu Yun returned to his room to continue instructing Jiang Shui on the intricacies of cultivation. Shui, in 2 days I shall depart from Great Eagle City. Therefore, let us not rest and dedicate ourselves to training during this time. 2 days later, amidst the reluctant gazes of Jiang's father and daughter, Wu Yun and Lin Dong, accompanied by Heir Hu, set forth on their journey. Brother, I have gathered information. The ancient wasteland gorge is akin to the great wilderness ancient tablet. It harbors ancient relics left behind from bygone eras. Many venture within to seek treasures, resulting in the formation of numerous factions around the gorge, even more renowned than Great Eagle City. The most formidable among them is a faction known as the Ancient Sword Sect, which boasts an impressive reputation even within the Great Wilderness Prefecture, housing no less than 3 formidable experts who have entered the Qi realm. In the ancient wasteland, fierce and formidable beasts abound, many of which, akin to the primordial dragon apes, bear a trace of ancient bloodline heritage, rendering them extraordinarily powerful. Even the ancient sword sect dares not recklessly invade this realm. Indeed, the primordial dragon apes reign supreme there. The intelligence gathered is impressive. Let us proceed directly. At the entrance of the Eagle Martial Arts Academy, Zhang Lei gazed at the departing figures of the two, deeply moved. Wu Yun and Lin Dong are truly exceptional individuals, destined to soar to great heights in the future. The Great Eagle City and the vast wilderness are but transient stops for them. Even the great Yin dynasty cannot confine their aspirations. He looked at his eldest daughter beside him, her eyes filled with longing and determination, and sighed inwardly. Alas, our martial arts academy cannot retain them. Swear, pursuing such a man will be arduous. Although the old father was unaware of the intricate details, as someone who has experienced life, he understood quite well. Jiang Shui recalled Wu Yun's analogy of the kite and the string, and with her delicate hand clenched tightly, she confidently declared, no matter how far he flies, eventually, he shall return to my grasp. Chapter 105. Signing in at the wasteland to obtain heavenly overlord blood. 3 days later, Wu Yun and Lin Dong stood atop a towering peak. Finally, we have arrived. As they gazed upon the ancient, colossal mountain range before them, astonishment flickered in their eyes. Although they had yet to delve deeper, even from this vantage point, they could faintly sense the formidable aura concealed within the ancient wasteland. These fierce energies were unparalleled, exuding an ancient essence, likely emanating from the powerful beasts with a trace of ancestral bloodline. According to the information gathered, the primordial dragon ape resides in the depths of the gorge. Shall we proceed directly? Lin Dong inquired, gesturing towards the ancient ravine filled with an air of antiquity. Indeed, Let us go directly, Wu Yun affirmed. We shall obtain the essence blood of the primordial dragon ape and explore whether there are any treasures hidden within. Given that this place attracts treasure seekers year-round, it must harbor numerous valuable items. As they approached the wasteland, the crowd grew denser, with many individuals sharing their objective of entering the gorge. However, upon inspection, Wu Yun discerned that these individuals lacked significant strength, all below the transformation realm. Yet, their expressions were troubled, seemingly lamenting. Damn it, those arrogant bastards from the Ancient Sword sect have audaciously sealed off the entrance to the Ancient Wasteland. This group is brazen. The Ancient Wasteland does not belong to the Ancient Sword sect, so why do they prevent us from entering? Enough of the complaints. The Ancient Sword sect is powerful, and we are helpless against them. Such blockades are common occurrences, and it seems we have drawn the short straw this time. Oh, the local tyrants are indulging in their monopolistic behavior. Listening to the discussions along the way, Wu Yun comprehended the situation. The Ancient Sword sect has sealed off the Ancient Wasteland, compelling individuals to search for themselves. Lin Dong remarked, the Ancient Wasteland is so vast. How many people would the Ancient Sword sect require to fully secure it? It is simply impossible for them to seal every inch. Brother, should we sneak in quietly or force our way through? Wu Yun, observing the increasingly audacious demeanor of his younger brother, gently patted his head and replied, there is no need for force. Our objective is the blood essence of the ancient dragon ape. We only need to bypass the blockade of the Ancient Sword sect. There is no need to stir trouble. The Ancient Sword sect holds considerable renown in the Great Wilderness Prefecture. If we were to clash with them and inadvertently bring about their destruction, our names would surely spread, which would hinder our efforts to remain low-key. Indeed, brother's words hold wisdom. Lin Dong nodded thoughtfully. Bai Yun and Xiao Yan reverted to their adorable pet forms, nestled in their arms. The two ascended a massive tree, swiftly weaving through the forest, and after a considerable while, they finally halted upon a dense tree, gazing ahead where a dozen figures stood with swords drawn, effectively blocking the path. Clad in identical garments adorned with an emblem of an ancient sword, it was evident these were the members of the Ancient Sword sect. With their formidable mental acuity, the two could effortlessly ascertain the positions of all the personnel from the Ancient Sword sect. They had merely sealed the main roads leading to the wasteland, leaving numerous areas unguarded. Subsequently, the brothers identified a gap and swiftly took to the skies on their swords, infiltrating the inner sanctum. Upon entering the depths of the wasteland, they still encountered numerous members of the Ancient Sword sect. These individuals formed orderly formations, dispersing as they searched for spiritual herbs and hidden treasures, often relying on their numbers to subdue ferocious beasts and extract their precious crystals. Clearly, they had transformed the ancient wasteland into their private garden. The Ancient Sword sect has truly overstepped, Lin Dong sighed. No wonder people cannot enter. With the personnel they have deployed, without the strength of the transformation realm, it is simply impossible to breach their defenses. Their formidable mental prowess allowed them to glide past wave after wave of personnel with ease. Oh, how swiftly we encounter treasures! Wu Yun exclaimed, astonished, as the spirit-gathering talisman in his hand began to glow. He turned his gaze towards the source of the energy fluctuations. His eyes quickly focused on a nearby brook, where a small stream flowed from the mountain crevice. At the stream's end, nestled within a stone crevice, a deep purple flower was slowly unfurling its petals. As it blossomed, a thumb-sized orb, resembling a purple pearl, emerged from the flower bud, releasing an enchanting fragrance that wafted through the air, uplifting the spirit upon inhalation. The purple cloud fruit, comparable to a 7th-grade spiritual herb, Lin Dong exclaimed in astonishment. They had encountered numerous 7th-grade spiritual herbs before, but the surprise lay in the fact that they had only just entered the ancient wasteland and already stumbled upon such treasures, a clear indication that this realm was replete with riches. Brother, I shall retrieve it. Lin Dong volunteered eagerly. Be cautious. There is a little creature lurking below. Wu Yun warned. High-grade spiritual herbs are often guarded by ferocious beasts. Although the stream before them appeared tranquil, Wu Yun sensed a fierce presence concealed within its depths. Rest assured, I have already sensed it. A mere transformation realm serpent, Lin Dong replied with a grin, summoning the heavenly scale ancient halberd to his hand. Xiaoyan leaped down, transforming into battle mode. Angry python halberd. Lin Dong unleashed a serpent-shaped halberd strike, crashing it into the stream. An enraged roar erupted from the water, and a colossal water column surged towards Lin Dong, revealing an enormous blue python. A grotesque wound marred its body, oozing blood. Xiaoyan sprang forward, engaging the serpent in fierce combat. Its sharp claws shimmered with the brilliance of thunder, swiftly tearing into the python's flesh. Having absorbed the essence of the Thunder Source Crystal Beast and portions of Thunder Calamity Liquid and Yang Essence, Xiaoyan's potential had surged. granting it the strength to crush lesser transformation realm opponents, and even daring to confront those of greater skill. Soon, Xiaoyan violently tore the blue python asunder, extracting the beast's core and swallowing it whole. Lin Dong smiled faintly, his form gliding to the stream's end, where he delicately unearthed a purple flower. He had successfully gathered the spiritual herb. Just as Lin Dong prepared to ascend, Wu Yun furrowed his brow, sensing approaching figures. Oh, what a surprise to find a Xian fruit here. It seems fortune favors us, one of the 4 figures descending from the trees remarked, landing not far from the stream. Wu Yun and Lin Dong exchanged glances, studying the newcomers. Clad in the attire of the ancient sword sect, 3 appeared youthful, their power merely at the essence Dan realm, while the middle-aged man among them had reached the minor completion of the transformation realm. Well now, you 2 youngsters, hand over the Xian fruit. And we shall overlook your trespassing, the middle-aged man declared, his gaze greedily fixated on the purple fruit in Lin Dong's hand. Why should we give it to you? Lin Dong rolled his eyes, long weary of the ancient sword sect's domineering ways. My friend, I am Lu Yuntian, an elder of the ancient sword sect. This area is currently within our restricted zone, and per our regulations, outsiders are not permitted. I hope for your understanding, the middle-aged man said, a hint of trepidation in his tone as he observed Lin Dong. This is a wild and desolate place. What right do you have to declare it restricted? Rules are merely a matter of strength. If you desire the Xian fruit, come and take it, Lin Dong retorted disdainfully, irritated by their hypocritical posturing. Elder Lu, why waste words on him? Let us strike him down. This brat clearly disdains our ancient sword sect, one of the youths suggested. Here. The might of the ancient sword sect reigns supreme. You are provoking the ancient sword sect, young man. Understand whose territory you are in. Since you seek death, do not blame me for being impolite, Lu Yuntian said with a dark expression. Wu Yun could no longer tolerate this. Lu Yuntian was utterly oblivious to the situation. He coolly remarked, just kill him. We must continue our journey. Understood, elder brother. Lin Dong chuckled. The surging power of the great sun thunder element coalescing in his hands around the hefty, heavenly scale ancient halberd, the fish scale halberd, the angered python halberd, the transforming serpent halberd, the heavenly dragon halberd. In a swift flurry, he unleashed a series of 4 strikes. Each halberd-esque light aimed at the 4 members of the ancient sword sect across from him. The most formidable dragon strike targeted Lu Yuntian directly. Be careful. The 4 hurriedly attempted to defend themselves, but they were no match for Lin Dong. In an instant, they were obliterated. After searching the 4 Chinkoan bags, they pressed onward up the mountain. Utilizing the gathering spirit talismans, they discovered numerous high-grade spiritual herbs along the way and vanquished many fierce beasts. Within the ancient wasteland, the beasts were particularly formidable, having survived the relentless hunts from the ancient sword sect and other factions. Most were above the forming shape realm. As the 2 delved deeper, the presence of the ancient sword sect vanished. They darted through the forest like lightning, and after several minutes, Lin Dong's pace gradually slowed. Before them lay a vast valley, surrounded by ominous bones. Whether beast or human was unknown. An aura of extreme ferocity emanated from within the valley. Ascending to a higher vantage point, Lin Dong, under the gaze of the purple extreme demon eyes, beheld a colossal shadow within the valley, approximately several dozen feet in length. This immense figure exuded an overwhelming sense of dread, its oppressive presence rendering even the strongest of the forming shape realm as insignificant as ants. At that moment, a ray of sunlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the gigantic figure within the valley. At last, it came into focus, a giant ape, entirely black. Resembling a being forged from the hardest iron, its surface glimmering with a cold, robust sheen, as if it could unleash cataclysmic power with the slightest movement. The ancient dragon ape. Its aura was the strongest Wu Yun had encountered among the beasts thus far. However, it still did not compare to the pressure he felt from Ling Qingzhu in the past. With the purple extreme demon eyes, Wu Yun easily discerned a sharp black horn protruding from the ape's forehead, intricately adorned with obscure and complex patterns, emanating an ancient and formidable essence. At this moment, the little weasel's spirit emerged, revealing that this was the dragon horn, a trait bestowed upon the ancient dragon ape by its draconic bloodline. The power of this horn in battle was immensely potent, yet the ancient dragon ape would refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. This was the very reason why the ancient dragon ape surpassed the celestial demon ape in strength. Lin Dong swallowed hard. The might of the ancient dragon ape only intensified his craving for its essence. Within it, there must be extraordinary treasures. Wu Yun's gaze shifted towards the depths of the valley behind the ancient dragon ape, where his spirit-gathering talismans had already formed a small vortex of vital energy. The reaction elicited by the spirit-gathering rune indicated that within this valley, there surely existed treasures rivaling the 9th grade spiritual herbs. Brother, What shall we do now? Lin Dong inquired eagerly through their telepathic link. Although his current strength was insufficient to contend with the ancient dragon ape, the formidable defense of his golden bell body gave him confidence that he could withstand a few blows. Wu Yun replied, "Do not rush. Let us first survey the surroundings. Engaging the ancient dragon ape in battle now would not allow us to defeat it swiftly. The commotion would inevitably attract nearby beasts and the members of the ancient sword sect, putting us in the crosshairs." He rose to examine the valley's perimeter and then produced runes to set up a formation. This marked their first life-and-death confrontation with a beast at the creation realm, with a considerable gap separating them from the Qi realm. Despite their enhanced strength and confidence, Wu Yun recognized the need for caution. Soon, a simple ceiling formation enveloped the valley, primarily designed to obscure its aura and disrupt the fluctuations of vital energy. After completing this task, a quarter of an hour had passed. All right, we can make our move. Wu Yun flexed his palm. It had been a while since he had engaged in combat, and now he intended to use the ancient dragon ape to gauge his true capabilities. Second brother, third brother, you may assist from the sidelines. Let me demonstrate first. Understood. Brother, Lin Dong and the little weasel replied with enthusiasm, eager to witness the extent of Wu Yun's current prowess. Wu Yun stepped onto the ice sword and leaped into the valley, soaring towards the ancient dragon ape. Roar! Finally aware of an intruder, the ancient dragon ape emitted a furious roar, seizing a massive boulder nearby and hurling it at the airborne Wu Yun. Golden violet light erupted from Wu Yun's body as he sheathed the ice sword into his spatial pouch and charged directly at the boulder, delivering a powerful kick. The colossal weight surged forth. Bang! The boulder shattered into pieces, and Wu Yun, propelled by immense gravitational force, bore down upon the ancient dragon ape. The mighty mountain body could infinitely amplify his weight, consequently enhancing both his offense and defense. He unleashed the sky-splitting demon tablet palm. Wu Yun descended from the heavens, conjuring a pair of demon tablet palm prints on either side, crashing down with immense force. As the boulder crumbled, the ancient dragon ape let out a furious roar. Its massive fist clenched tightly before it unleashed a powerful punch, unleashing a wave of dark energy imbued with unparalleled ferocity aimed directly at Wu Yun in the sky. The valley reverberated with the sound of a violent collision, as the air trembled and vital energy surged chaotically. The colossal form of the ancient dragon ape was forcefully driven into the earth. Wu Yun's skin had transformed into a radiant shade of purple gold, his physique fully unleashed, creating a gravitational field that caused the very foundation of the valley to sink. Hiss, my brother's physical strength is astonishing. Lin Dong and the little weasel inhaled deeply from a distance. Despite Wu Yun's cultivation being merely at the pinnacle of the forming phase, the explosive power of his physical body allowed him to directly confront the ancient dragon ape, a beast of the creation phase. At that moment, the suppressed ancient dragon ape was enraged. It stomped its feet, causing the entire ravine to tremble, and under Wu Yun's pressure, it slowly rose to its feet. Clenching its fists, black radiance coalesced into orbs as it engaged Wu Yun in hand-to-hand combat. The clash of fists echoed like thunder, each strike a test of raw physical might, sending shockwaves through the valley akin to a violent earthquake. So powerful, is this the strength of a creation phase beast? Lin Dong marveled inwardly, realizing he could scarcely withstand a few blows of such magnitude. Boom, boom, boom. The fierce struggle continued between man and beast. The ancient dragon ape, originally agile, found itself hindered by Wu Yun's gravitational suppression, unable to utilize its inherent swiftness. What power! Wu Yun exclaimed with exhilaration. Now witness my spear of the underworld. His vital energy surged wildly, every particle of his being vibrating as a massive vortex formed around him. From this whirlpool emerged a peculiar, purple-gold spear, entirely composed of condensed vital energy. In an instant, the surroundings were enveloped in a hellish aura. This was the divine ability awakened after mastering the divine elephant's prison technique to a certain level. The spear of the underworld was not a haphazard formation. It was an exalted divine power born from the awakening of the divine elephant's prison technique, refined into a weapon of pure offensive capability through the essence of vital energy and the emanations from his bodily acupoints. While it was possible to condense vital energy into divine weapons, most attempts resulted in feeble creations, inferior to ordinary blades. However, the spear of the underworld that Wu Yun had manifested was entirely different. It represented the pinnacle of offensive methodologies, forged from the hellish vortex of the divine elephant's prison technique. It emanated an astonishing aura, reminiscent of hell itself, overwhelming in its potency, with blood staining the spear's tip. Just a glance evoked a harrowing sense of plunging into the abyss. The ancient dragon ape gazed at the gradually forming purple-gold spear, a flicker of fear igniting within its crimson eyes. Even Lin Dong and the little weasel, positioned at a distance, felt their hearts racing. The little weasel exclaimed, "Brother, what divine ability is this? It can condense a weapon in such a bizarre manner. The aura from that spear is utterly terrifying." Lin Dong remarked, "Is my brother about to reveal his true strength? The reincarnator is indeed fearsome." The purple gold spear pierced through the air, hovering before Wu Yun. Before he grasped it firmly in his hand, Spear of the Underworld, thrust. In the heart of the energy center, the ancient dragon ape struck its chest with formidable fists, producing a deafening clang. At that moment, the black dragon horn upon its forehead began to emanate peculiar black radiance, harnessing a fragment of its draconic lineage. The black light surged forth, defiantly countering Wu Yun's Spear of the Underworld. The surrounding hills of the valley were flattened by the explosive force of their clash, and the seals laid by Wu Yun could no longer withstand the onslaught. This overwhelming energy radiated from the valley, engulfing the entirety of the ancient desolate ravine. At the epicenter of this eruption, the purple gold spear was deeply embedded within the body of the ancient dragon ape, thus ending its life. Wu Yun gasped heavily, the purple gold spear in his grasp slowly dissipating into nothingness. A wave of weakness coursed through his entire being. It was his inaugural deployment of the Spear of the Underworld, nearly exhausting all the power within him. The outcome was remarkable, obliterating the ancient dragon ape at the minor attainment of the transformation realm. Yet, this was merely a rudimentary manifestation of the Spear of the Underworld, still a distance away from its true form. If perfected, this divine skill could even slay gods. The Spear of the Underworld was only the beginning. The divine elephant's prison-suppressing technique held myriad other divine abilities awaiting Wu Yun's mastery. He had only just begun to practice the first tier of this technique. Should he cultivate it to its utmost pinnacle, not only would he dominate the Tianxian continent, but he would also traverse the vast realms of the universe with ease. Now, let us extract its essence, Wu Yun declared, retrieving a medicinal pill from his spatial bag and consuming it, addressing Lin Dong and the little weasel. Ding! Upon arriving at the ancient desolate ravine, a system prompt emerged. Do you wish to check in? Check in. Check in successful. Reward acquired. Celestial Overlord Blood. 5,000 words. Thankfully, that is not too brief. Chapter 105. The Awakening of the Overlord Body. All must perish. Celestial Overlord Blood. Wu Yun was momentarily stunned. He had fortuitously obtained such an extraordinary item. In the powerful domain of the Shroud of Heaven, this bloodline ranked among the top 5 physiques. It was not that the rewards previously received were lacking in potency. Rather, they required considerable time for cultivation and refinement to manifest their formidable effects. However, Celestial Overlord Blood was different. It could be possessed outright, similar to the White Tiger Bloodline. At this moment, Wu Yun had just executed the Spear of the Underworld, and his body was in a state of weakness. Extract the Celestial Overlord Blood. A tremendous, domineering force abruptly surged from within Wu Yun, causing his blood to roil as it underwent a transformative renewal. He needed to accept and adapt to this newfound strength. Second brother, third brother, I have gained some insights. Please allow me to cultivate for a while. You should hurry and collect the dragon ape's essence. Wu Yun promptly seated himself upon the Yinyang Lotus platform, embracing the changes brought about by the Celestial Overlord Blood. Brother, focus on your cultivation. We will handle everything. Lin Dong and the little weasel assured him. They then arrived beside the remains of the ancient dragon ape. Lin Dong retrieved a pristine vial, while the little weasel inscribed several peculiar runes upon the corpse. A violet radiance shimmered in its claws, and soon, rich and potent essence was being drawn from the carcass of the ancient dragon ape. Originally, only a single drop of the magical ape's essence was required for cultivation. However, the little weasel extracted the entirety of the dragon ape's essence, particularly the trace of dragon blood contained within the ancient dragon's lifeblood, which was meticulously refined by the weasel. The remaining demon spirit and flesh were entirely consumed by Xiao Yan. Although the ancient dragon ape, at the minor completion stage of the creation realm, had its essence extracted, its physical form still possessed formidable energy. After Xiao Yan devoured it, he immediately commenced the process of refining. There are treasures deeper in the valley. Let us venture forth. The little weasel sensed the intense fluctuations emanating from within the valley, pointing excitedly. Let us go take a look. Bai Yun, you stay here to guard Big Brother and Xiao Yan, Lin Dong said, feeling intrigued as he instructed Bai Yun to remain behind. The valley was not vast, and their spiritual awareness could encompass the area, allowing for timely support should any situation arise. The significant energy fluctuations from the depths of the valley, particularly one that made Lin Dong's heart race, compelled him to eliminate this hidden danger. The little weasel could not stray too far from Lin Dong, otherwise, it would have ventured alone. Not long after entering, Lin Dong encountered a ground strewn with white bones, an acrid odor wafting through the air. The stench was overwhelming. Lin Dong suppressed his gag reflex and cautiously wandered through the immense valley, which served as the exclusive territory of the ancient dragon ape. It was nearly a forbidden ground within this ancient wasteland, where neither humans nor demon beasts dared to tread. Naturally, it also housed numerous rare spiritual herbs, all of medium to high grade, overwhelming Lin Dong with their sheer quantity. However, he refrained from hastily harvesting and continued onward. As Lin Dong ventured deeper into the valley, a small pool came into view. The water within was a deep crimson hue, resembling congealed blood, creating an eerie spectacle. Yet, it was not merely the blood-red pool that captured Lin Dong's attention. At the center of the pool floated two blood fruits, one large and one small. These fruits were exceedingly bizarre in shape, reminiscent of beasts, yet their exact form was indistinguishable. Upon closer inspection, they appeared to be an amalgamation of various demon beasts, evoking a sense of dread. The source of the unsettling aura that had previously made Lin Dong's heart race evidently originated from this. The 10,000 beast fruit. The little weasel exclaimed, darting forward, its eyes wide with astonishment as it gazed at the blood fruits within the pool. This ancient dragon ape is indeed ruthless, attempting to condense the 10,000 beast fruit. Oh, Lin Dong inquired in surprise, unfamiliar with such an enigmatic fruit. The little weasel remarked, the fruit of myriad beasts is not a product of nature, but rather a concoction crafted by human hands. The methods employed are rather ruthless, and only the powerful beastly creatures possessing ancestral memories are privy to the art of its creation. To forge this fruit, one must amalgamate the essence of countless beasts, which explains the skeletal remains both within and beyond this valley, likely the tragic outcome of the ancient dragon ape extracting their lifeblood. Fortunately, the fruit remains unripe, otherwise, the ancient dragon ape could harness its power to evolve once more, thereby rivaling the formidable beings of the Nirvana realm. My elder brother would find it far less manageable today. Lin Dong, enlightened anew, acknowledged the astonishing revelation that beasts could cultivate spiritual herbs, albeit through rather barbaric means. Second brother, do not measure the demon race by your ignorance. Beasts with potent bloodlines carry within them a legacy of memory. Their intellect is not inferior to that of humans. Besides, I, the weasel, am also a beast, and I am undoubtedly more astute than you. The little weasel scoffed with pride. Humans often regard beasts with arrogance and prejudice, failing to realize that before mighty beasts, humanity is but a mere ant. Lin Dong found himself at a loss for words once more, thanks to the weasel's retort. He awkwardly shifted the topic, reflecting that the fruit of myriad beasts seemingly was ill-suited for humans. Not at all. This substance possesses remarkable efficacy for humans in refining their corporeal form. While it may not propel one into the Nirvana realm, it proves quite beneficial for those training their bodies. The weasel smiled amiably. Alas, it remains unripe. The valley regained its tranquility, yet the entire ancient wasteland erupted in turmoil. The sudden surge of intense elemental energy from the valley was palpable to all beings within the wasteland, both human and beast. Like a tempest, it left the creatures and disciples of the ancient sword sect in a state of trepidation. Many powerful beasts were elated, for this energy emanated from the domain of the ancient dragon ape, signifying that a fierce battle had transpired. Regardless of the outcome, the ancient dragon ape would undoubtedly suffer. Most of these beasts harbored a trace of ancient ferocity within their bloodlines, reluctant to submit to the ancient dragon ape. Furthermore, the dragon ape had long been a tyrant in the wasteland, having slaughtered countless beasts in its pursuit of the fruit of myriad beasts. Thus, the beasts had endured much strife under its rule. Of course, some loyal beasts were eager to protect their leader, converging towards the valley. Beasts of the formative realm and above flocked to the valley, for whether the ancient dragon ape was gravely wounded or perished. This moment presented the perfect opportunity to vie for the fruit. Should they secure the fruit, they would have the chance to ascend to the Nirvana realm. In addition to the gathering of beasts, disciples from the ancient sword sect were also drawn towards the valley. The ancient dragon ape had always been a figure of reverence and caution for them, yet the recent upheaval unmistakably indicated that changes were afoot within the valley. The three great leaders of the ancient sword sect promptly led their forces to investigate the valley. In an instant, numerous powers surged toward the valley. This is not good. Many presences are approaching the valley. The little weasel detected at once. Let us go. We must protect Big Brother. Lin Dong immediately drew his celestial scale ancient halberd and made his way toward the valley's exit. Having recently engaged in battle, his elder brother was in a weakened state, and it was imperative for Lin Dong to guard him. He swiftly soared through the air on his sword, emerging from the depths of the valley. At that moment, the ground trembled noticeably, and the sound of countless beasts stampeding echoed as powerful auras drew near the valley. Bai Yun bared his teeth fiercely, standing protectively beside Wu Yun. A piercing eagle cry heralded the arrival of a massive black eagle, the swiftest of them all, radiating a formidable aura indicative of a minor mastery in the Qi formation realm, clearly a dominant entity within the Waste Canyon. It circled in the sky and soon spotted the remnants of the ancient dragon ape that little Yin had consumed. Another resounding call rang out, seemingly conveying crucial information to the myriad of beasts. The approaching creatures, as if stimulated, hastened toward the valley. However, the black eagle did not immediately dive down to attack Wu Yun and the others. Instead, it continued to soar above, seemingly aware of the potential danger. Before long, a multitude of beasts surged forth, surrounding the valley. Nearly 100 demonic creatures, all above the formative realm, gathered, with over a dozen having reached the Qi formation realm, presenting a formidable force. Yet, they were not united in purpose. Mutual wariness kept them at a distance from one another. All eyes were cautiously fixed on Bai Yun, while their peripheral gazes drifted toward the depths of the valley, where treasures of the ancient dragon ape lay hidden, especially the coveted 10,000 beasts fruit. At this moment, the 10,000 beasts fruit continued to emanate powerful fluctuations of primordial energy, and these beasts keenly sensed its presence, eager to vie for the fruit. Roars of various beasts resonated in a deep chorus as Bai Yun faced the gathering of demonic creatures, unleashing a formidable aura. Yet, his current power was merely at the pinnacle of the formative realm. Despite the enhancement granted by his white tiger bloodline, he could not intimidate this ferocious assembly of beasts, particularly the dozen or so from the Qi formation realm. However, they seemed to hesitate, not launching an immediate attack. The demise of the ancient dragon ape had evidently left a significant impact on them. These creatures possessed considerable intelligence. Their primary focus was on the meditating Wu Yun. It was clear to them that Wu Yun must have slain the ancient dragon ape. As both Bai Yun and little Yen's auras were within the formative realm, a level of power incapable of defeating such a formidable foe. Moreover, Wu Yun emanated no discernible aura, leading the beasts to speculate that he was gravely wounded and currently recuperating. In the world of beasts, the principle of taking advantage of the weak reigns supreme. They often prey upon the injured. They could sense the overwhelming energy within Wu Yun's body. Devouring this human would undoubtedly enhance their own power significantly. The white clouds became an obstacle, as several ferocious beasts, loyal subordinates of the ancient dragon monkey, launched an attack in a bid for vengeance. With a thunderous roar, Bai Yun summoned her formidable power, unleashing a tempest of brutal strikes upon the approaching creatures. White Tiger's shattered gold chant, White Tiger's fiery light wave, and White Tiger's half-moon slash. Each powerful innate skill she executed left the beasts it struck either dead or grievously wounded. Even the beasts of the Qi gathering realm dared not confront her on equal footing. Possessing the bloodline of the White Tiger, she had the ability to look down upon these creatures. Yet, the sheer number of beasts overwhelmed her. Fortunately, Lin Dong had arrived just in time. In an instant, he unleashed a flurry of 4 strikes with the ancient tortoise spear, decimating a wave of the oncoming beasts. So many beasts? Lin Dong's expression shifted in shock, a weight of pressure settling upon him. Glancing at his elder brother, he noted that he remained unconscious. Second brother, quickly infuse some of your energy into the stone talisman. I will help fend off the beasts for our elder brother. The little weasel appeared equally grave, its current spirit beast prowess comparable to the Qi gathering realm. Yet it could not sustain itself for long without exhausting its primal energy, necessitating Lin Dong's support. The trio, 1 man, 1 tiger, and 1 weasel, positioned themselves to defend against the multitude of beasts. Bai Yun and the little weasel fought fiercely, their strength easily overpowering ordinary Qi gathering realm beasts, successfully holding off one flank for the time being. Lin Dong, possessing the most robust defensive golden bell body, unleashed a power capable of disregarding attacks from the forming realm. Even against Qi gathering realm assaults, he could withstand hundreds of strikes without issue. In the chaotic battle within the valley, a black giant eagle of the minor Qi gathering realm seemed to hold some sway among the beasts, directing them from above and attempting to breach the defensive line formed by Lin Dong and his companions. The little weasel occasionally struck at the black eagle, making it difficult for the creature to penetrate the valley. Meanwhile, members of the ancient sword sect had also arrived on the scene. Leading the group were 3 venerable elders, donned in the most prestigious purple robes, representing the 3 formidable Qi gathering realm masters of the sect. The distinct features of the 3 elders were evident. One had white hair, another red hair, and the last gray hair. Who is this young man, capable of holding off these beasts? One elder questioned. That is not the main concern. The ancient dragon monkey has perished. It must have been that young man in the center who dealt the fatal blow, likely after sustaining severe injuries from the ancient dragon monkey. The three titans concealed themselves in the shadows, contemplating the unfolding battle. "Elder brother, what should we do? Should we aid these two?" asked the red-haired elder. The white-haired elder replied, "Aid them? How can we assist? The beasts above the forming realm are all here in this desolate ravine, nearly 100 beasts, equivalent to 100 formidable beings of the creation realm. Our strength is insufficient. Moreover, these two individuals have an unknown origin and have stealthily breached the blockade of our ancient sword sect, likely harboring ill intentions towards us." "Indeed, the elder brother makes a valid point," the gray-haired elder concurred. The gray-haired elder expressed his strong agreement and indignantly remarked, "Moreover, today, the 4 members of Lu Yuntian's team were slain in the forest. I have seen their corpses, and the wounds upon them bear a striking resemblance to those inflicted by the black spear wielded by that young man. They must be the ones who have taken our people." The red-haired elder furrowed his brow, surprised that such an event had occurred. "Then, whether these 2 young men or the beasts are our adversaries, we shall let them clash. As the clam and the snipe contend, the fisherman profits. If we can ensnare both parties in this valley, the ancient wasteland will undoubtedly belong to our ancient sword sect." The gray-haired elder exclaimed excitedly. In the past, they had never dared to provoke this group of beasts, for the ancient dragon ape and the fierce beasts had hindered their exploration of the wasteland. Now, if they could orchestrate a mutual destruction between the 2 factions, they would emerge to clean up the remnants, claiming the ancient wasteland entirely for themselves. What a delightful prospect. It seemed that both sides were currently evenly matched. Although the beasts held a slight upper hand, there was still 1 human and 1 beast yet to join the fray. Should they enter the battle, they would undoubtedly disrupt the balance, leading to the beast's inevitable defeat. The 3 men contemplated this in silence. The gray-haired elder spoke first, proposing, "Master, should we seize the opportunity to eliminate the injured human and beast, thus aiding in the balance of power?" He smirked cunningly. The red-haired elder's eyes glinted with malice as he sinisterly agreed, "Indeed, I believe this plan is viable." Both turned to their master, awaiting his decision. The ancient sword sect had risen through conflict, and they would not shy away from such a splendid opportunity to act. Seeing the confidence in his 2 junior brothers, the white-haired elder no longer hesitated. He withdrew 3 small red swords from his cosmic bag. Although the crimson beast seemed poised for a breakthrough, it was merely at the minor completion stage. Even if it advanced, it would only reach the major completion stage, which posed no real threat. "Our focus should be on that young man. His aura is restrained, and I cannot discern his true strength. However, he appears to be in distress, as we can sense a formidable power surging chaotically within him, presumably the aftermath of a grievous injury inflicted by the ancient dragon ape. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 3 of us shall strike together, thrusting the 3 swords into his body. We are certain to claim his life." The white-haired elder passed a red sword to each of the other 2. The 3 exchanged glances and then simultaneously channeled a vast amount of energy into the small swords. The 3 crimson swords hovered in the air, inscribed with intricate runes that ignited brilliantly, gathering terrifying power. These 3 seemingly ordinary small swords were, in fact, intermediate spiritual treasures. At this moment, Lin Dong, the little weasel, and Bai Yun were fully engaged in combat against the beast horde, leaving them utterly oblivious to the unfolding plot. The fluctuations of primal energy were chaotic. Even the small weasel overlooked the potent force concealed in the shadows. The 3 leaders of the ancient sword sect had finally gathered their strength. 3 formidable cultivators at the Qi transformation realm summoned their mid-tier spiritual treasures with full force. The might of their attack posed a significant threat, even to one at the creation realm. "Go!" the trio exclaimed in unison, unleashing the crimson blades before them. The 3 swords soared forth, transforming into elongated crimson shadows, directly aimed at Wu Yun, who sat upon the yin-yang lotus. "Big brother!" the small weasel cried out, having sensed the danger first. Yet, the blades were unleashed with such speed that it was too late. The 3 leaders of the ancient sword sect leaned forward, their faces adorned with triumphant smiles, confident that this potent strike would surely capture the young man. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The seated youth erupted with a rich violet radiance, his hair gradually shimmering into a brilliant purple. The 3 crimson swords were halted before him, their momentum forcefully stilled. Then, they shattered into countless fragments, rendered utterly useless. Wu Yun slowly opened his eyes, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. His violet, enchanting pupils swept over the myriad of beasts and the hidden members of the ancient sword sect. With a sinister smile, he coldly declared, "Heh, you all shall perish. Here they come, though few, yet formidable." Chapter 106, A Great Harvest and an Additional Trump Card. Wu Yun was not in a contemplative state for cultivation, but rather receiving the celestial overlord's blood. Although his body remained still, his spiritual awareness vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. Everything was under his control. Allowing by Yun and the others to confront the beast horde was merely an opportunity for them to hone their skills. Should genuine danger arise, Wu Yun would naturally emerge from his comprehension of the Overlord's blood to aid them. Previously, subduing the ancient dragon ape had indeed drained much of Wu Yun's strength. Under normal circumstances, such weakness would necessitate a hasty retreat. However, upon unexpectedly receiving the celestial Overlord's blood, there was no longer a need for concealment. With the Overlord's blood at his disposal, hiding away would be unworthy of its name. Thus, he chose to remain in place and absorb the celestial Overlord's blood. As the celestial Overlord's blood coursed through his body, it revitalized and transformed his ordinary blood into a resplendent purple essence. The Overlord body was immensely powerful. The purple blood was akin to a miraculous elixir, possessing divine capabilities for healing and prolonging life. Invincibility at the same level and routinely battling beyond one's rank became second nature. However, the resources required to cultivate the Overlord body were multiples, even tens or hundreds of times, greater than those for an ordinary physique. Having just acquired the Overlord's blood, Wu Yun's body brimmed with power, a dominating force that felt as though it could not be contained. Now, confronted with the ancient sword sect's 3 leaders, who acted treacherously, he could no longer restrain himself. Retracting the yin-yang lotus, he took off from the ground, causing the valley to tremble and creating a deep crater beneath him. As he descended, he found himself before the 3 brothers of the ancient sword sect, their presence imposing. With a resounding thud, colossal fists radiating a golden-purple luminance struck with relentless force. The sheer momentum and power of each blow bore down upon them like Mount Tai, rendering the trio utterly incapable of mounting a defense. "Retreat!" cried the elder with white hair, his voice filled with dread, as he leapt back in a frenzied dash. Yet, evasion from Wu Yun's fists proved to be no simple task. The domineering purple imprints followed him closely. No sooner had the elder retreated a short distance than he was met with a crushing blow to his chest, leaving a distinct imprint deeply embedded within. Wu Yun's remarkable strength required no mastery of martial arts. The raw power of his physical form delivered formidable assaults. High-level combat prowess often transcends the need for intricate techniques. Simple punches and kicks were sufficient to vanquish the 3 titans of the ancient sword sect. This is the essence of dominance. Wu Yun reveled in the might of his corporeal form, honing his most potent skills, all centered around enhancing his physical prowess. The divine elephant suppression technique, the fusion of essence, and the celestial blood of dominance. These 3 forces not only coexisted harmoniously, but also complemented one another. The divine elephant suppression technique was cultivated through the fusion of elemental energy and corporeal particles. The fusion of essence embraced all forms of power, melding them seamlessly into the body. Meanwhile, the celestial blood, though fierce, coursed through his veins without conflict with the other 2 powers. Wu Yun sensed an unprecedented strength at the foundation of his physical being. His body brimmed with vitality, seemingly impervious to fatigue. In this state, he could till the earth and plow through the entire Tianxian continent. With the demise of the 3 titans of the ancient sword sect, the remaining disciples were engulfed in terror, scrambling for their lives. Wu Yun unleashed a devastating strike, the sky-shattering demon tablet, which obliterated the terrain, reducing all disciples of the ancient sword sect to mere flesh and bone. Turning his gaze, he observed Lin Dong, by Yun, and the little weasel facing a retreating horde of beasts. Many creatures lingered at the periphery, no longer fiercely attacking, sensing the tide had turned in their favor. However, Wu Yun would not grant them the luxury of escape. They must all perish. It was not mere rhetoric. With a piercing cry, the black giant eagle, which had been orchestrating chaos from the skies, attempted to flee, believing its altitude afforded it a speed advantage, making it untouchable. Wu Yun had been vigilant, observing it for some time. Within his dantian, elemental energy surged, and beneath the shimmering silver core, a translucent silver-purple dagger materialized in his grasp. The Ling Yun Thunder Spirit Blade. The moment the blade appeared, it morphed into a form perfectly suited to Wu Yun. With a swift motion, he wielded the blade, unleashing a sharp silver beam infused with the might of thunder, slicing through the void in pursuit of the black giant eagle. The black giant eagle was cleaved in 2, its blood cascading down as the severed halves drifted through the air. Ling Yun, it is time to taste blood. Wu Yun caressed the blade's edge. Having drawn it with great effort, it was only fitting it should witness some sanguine spectacle. A knife, after all, is a tool of slaughter. Wu Yun leaped into the throng of beasts, employing the ghostly shadow step and executing a series of 9 dragon slashes, vanquishing all the demonic creatures beneath his blade. Not a single foe stood against him. With formidable physique, a single punch could annihilate those in the Qi creation realm. One can only imagine the devastation wrought with a knife. The ground was strewn with corpses, nearly 100 demonic beasts littering the valley. In the eyes of the little weasel, brilliance sparkled. "Brother, you have grown stronger. Even a mere ordinary strike now bears power akin to that formidable and enigmatic spear you wielded moments ago." Lin Dong remarked, "Indeed, it feels as though each of brother's strikes surpasses my full exertion of martial arts. Yet his yuan force fluctuations remain merely at the pinnacle of the shaping realm. How does one comprehend such a disparity?" Lin Dong was at a loss in assessing his brother's level. Conventional classifications of realms no longer sufficed to gauge his brother's prowess. The little weasel shook his head. Despite hailing from the esteemed celestial weasel clan and considering himself among the higher echelons of practitioners in this world, he could discern none of his brother's origins. The abilities his brother possessed seemed to transcend his understanding, making him feel as though his brother was operating on a plane far above this realm. Take, for instance, the character he practiced, Yin. The profound secrets encapsulated within it surpassed even the arcane arts of their celestial weasel clan. Although he had merely scratched the surface of the Yin character in his cultivation, it astonishingly granted him immunity to certain forms of damage. His demonic spirit could become ethereal and transparent, rendering physical attacks nearly ineffective against it. What does this signify? The might of the celestial weasel clan in this world, including humanity, could assuredly rank within the top 5 or 10. Yet, even the formidable celestial weasel clan could not compare to a mere character wielded by his brother. This character merely scratches the surface of his brother's secrets. The origins of his brother are terrifying, leading the little weasel to suspect that he may not simply be a reincarnator. But what lies beyond a reincarnator is beyond the little weasel's imagination. "Let us tidy the battlefield," Wu Yun said, sheathing Ling Yun with a calm demeanor. He was uncertain whether his current strength could challenge those in the Nirvana realm. But within the creation of Fortune realm, he should face little opposition. Having cultivated techniques from multiple worlds, Wu Yun could no longer merely assess his strength through the lens of Yuan energy cultivation. The power derived from the divine elephant suppression technique had permeated the very particles of his flesh, and by the standards of Yuan energy, it had long surpassed what was required for the creation of Fortune realm. And this was merely one technique among many. Amidst the multitude of beastly carcasses, all surpassing the realm of formative shape, Lin Dong sighed, contemplating the sheer volume that their Qianquan bags could not accommodate. Discarding them would indeed be a lamentable loss. Many of these creatures possessed ancient bloodlines, and beyond the precious demon crystals, their very flesh and blood were treasures. These beasts arrived just in time. "Second brother, go and scavenge the corpses of those from the ancient sword sect. I shall take care of these demon carcasses." The little weasel's eyes sparkled with excitement as it surveyed the remains. At this moment, Xiaoyan awakened, having successfully ascended to the pinnacle of formative shape after consuming the ancient dragon ape. Upon waking, it was greeted by an entire valley littered with beastly remains. Igniting its fervor, "It seems I can continue to feast, and then slumber," exclaimed the little weasel. "Quickly consume the demon crystals and assist me in transporting the corpses deep into the valley." The little weasel directed Xiaoyan. This time, Xiaoyan perhaps reaped the most rewards, acquiring bountiful treasures, as the formidable ancient beasts of the dilapidated gorge became its sumptuous banquet. Xiaoyan relished the task of extracting demon crystals from the carcasses, and under the little weasel's guidance, it transported the remains into the depths of the valley. "Big brother, follow me. I have something precious to show you." The little weasel fluttered mischievously before Wu Yun, brimming with enthusiasm. Wu Yun, accompanied by Bai Yun, ventured deeper into the valley and soon encountered a pathway adorned with an abundance of spiritual herbs, most of which were of the 6th rank or higher. A surge of admiration welled up within Wu Yun. Truly, the sovereign of the gorge, the ancient dragon ape, had amassed a rich collection. The reserves of spiritual herbs were the most he had ever witnessed, surpassing even those in the medicinal ponds of the ancient tomb, save for the yin-yang dual lotus. "Big brother, the most valuable treasures lie deeper within." The little weasel led Wu Yun to the blood pool at the valley's heart, where 2 beastly fruits, one large and one small, floated in its center. These are the 10,000 beast fruits cultivated by the ancient dragon ape, requiring abundant demon blood for their nurturing. The fruits are not yet fully mature and require a fresh batch of blood to solidify their form. I initially thought we had time to wait. But now that you have vanquished the mighty beasts of this gorge, their blood is more than sufficient to aid in the cultivation of these fruits. The little weasel placed the carcasses Xiaoyan had brought beside the blood pool, deftly tracing strange purple runes over the remains. Soon, the essence of blood was extracted from the carcasses and flowed into the pool. As a noble and ancient celestial weasel, the little weasel understood the method of cultivating the 10,000 beast fruits. Wu Yun observed the little weasel diligently working for a while and began to grasp the process. It was a means of refining the demon blood, purging its ferocity to make it more absorbable. By the time all the carcasses had been drained, the blood pool brimmed with crimson liquid, causing Xiao Yin to drool in anticipation. Even Bai Yun licked her tongue, eyeing the two beast-shaped fruits at the center. This presents an unparalleled allure for the demonic beasts. Two beast fruits are currently absorbing the vital essence from the blood pool, gradually enlarging and taking on a more defined shape. The little weasel remarked, in just half a month, these two beast fruits will completely absorb the energy from the blood pool and reach full maturity. Half a month felt like an eternity. I shall hasten the process. Wu Yun shook his head, expressing his impatience for such a prolonged wait. Nothing is insurmountable with the original runes. He had grasped the principles behind the condensation of the beast fruits and immediately began to concentrate his mental energy to forge the runes. One by one, the runes were cast forth, submerging into the blood pool while others coalesced around the beast fruits. Moments later, the blood pool began to churn, as if the essence was ablaze, transforming into wisps of blood energy that the beast fruits eagerly absorbed. The fruits began to rotate, and in a brief while, they formed a thick blood cocoon. They should reach maturity in just a quarter of an hour. Wu Yun concluded his task and clapped his hands lightly, speaking with a calm demeanor. The little weasel swallowed hard, internally praising the expertise displayed. This artificial refinement technique was far superior to their crude methods, being both efficient and convenient, achieving perfection. Lin Dong had thoroughly searched the cosmos bags of the ancient sword sect outside, subsequently gathering all the spiritual herbs within the valley. If these herbs were refined into elixirs, they would suffice for a prolonged period of cultivation. Their current focus had been on enhancing physical strength. It was time to elevate their elemental energy as well. With this substantial collection of spiritual herbs, they should be able to ascend to the Qi condensation realm. This venture had proven to be immensely fruitful. Roar, roar. After a quarter of an hour, Bai Yun and Xiao Yin, who had been vigilantly stationed by the blood pool, erupted into excited cries. Above the desiccated blood pool, the two beast fruits encased in blood cocoons began to crack, radiating a crimson glow. A powerful surge of elemental energy was being invoked. The rich fragrance of blood essence wafted through the air. With a wave of his hand, Wu Yun summoned the two beast fruits, which burst free from their cocoons and flew into his grasp. Although the beast fruits were beneficial to humans, their effects on demonic beasts were considerably greater. The little weasel said, "Brother, these two beast fruits should be given to Bai Yun and Xiao Yin. Their absorption will lead to evolution, significantly enhancing their potential, enabling them to easily break through to the Qi condensation realm, and even ascend to the Nirvana realm in due course." Though he too coveted the beast fruits, he lamented his current state as merely a spirit beast, feeling unworthy. Indeed, Wu Yun nodded in agreement with this distribution. The beast fruits are akin to a natural panacea for demonic beasts, requiring no refinement with stone runes. Consume them. Wu Yun distributed the fruits to Bai Yun and Xiao Yin. The two tigers eagerly opened their mouths, with Xiao Yin devouring his fruit much like Zhu Beiji savors a ginseng fruit. Bai Yun, on the other hand, exhibited more grace, savoring a few bites as the crimson juice stained her pristine teeth. After consuming the fruit, the two tigers experienced a rapid expansion of their bodies as they struggled to refine the medicinal power within. After a considerable period, their aura surged dramatically, and the immense energy propelled them to a new realm, successfully breaking through to the Qi creation stage. In an instant, their levels surpassed that of their master. The young weasel remarked, "Xiao Yin is truly extraordinary. The potential of his mutated bloodline is astonishing, having devoured such vast amounts of energy. Nearly 100 beast crystals from creatures above the Qi creation stage, along with this 10,000 beast fruit, he can absorb it all. Once he refines this energy completely, he should be able to achieve a significant breakthrough in the Qi creation stage, and even reaching the great completion stage would not pose a problem." He felt a twinge of envy, realizing that his elder brother was indeed correct. Xiao Yan's potential was limitless. In addition to Xiao Yan, there was also Bai Yun, whom the young weasel envied even more. The energy Bai Yun absorbed was remarkably pure, unlike Xiao Yan's modeled energy. Yet her intelligence and cultivation talent were exceptionally formidable. She remained quiet most of the time, but her strength steadily increased. From time to time, she comprehended powerful innate skills that surpassed those of their weasel clan. Xiao Yan had transformed into a miniature form and had fallen into slumber, cradled in Lin Dong's arms, while Bai Yun, though not asleep, had also shrunk and was held by Wu Yun. Having already eliminated the three major figures of the ancient sword sect, it was only fitting to raid their treasury. After occupying the ancient wasteland for so many years, they were bound to have amassed a considerable amount of treasures. Wu Yun expressed his anticipation, admitting that he did not particularly enjoy killing. Initially, they had no intention of clashing with the ancient sword sect, fearing they might inadvertently annihilate the sect. Yet they were unaware that the sect would recklessly offer themselves up. Kill and loot was Wu Yun's unwavering principle, regardless of whether the slain were strong or weak. Was it not at that small Black Wind stronghold where Wu Yun had acquired the Dragon Whisker Needle? Lin Dong lifted the corpses of the three elders, one with white hair, one with red, and one with gray, on his spear, following Wu Yun as they soared out of the wasteland on their swords. They directly approached the mountain gate of the ancient sword sect. Nearly all the experts of the Qi creation stage and above were within the valley, and they were swiftly defeated by Wu Yun's relentless strikes. Now, the sect was left with only one formidable master at the great completion stage, who was guarding a multitude of disciples at home. Upon seeing Wu Yun and Lin Dong approach, the vigilant guardians of the valley grew tense and alert. Lin Dong shook his spear, tossing the corpses of the three elders down. The members of the ancient sword sect were initially taken aback, but upon recognizing the bodies of their sect leader and two grand elders, they stood frozen in shock, gazing at Wu Yun and Lin Dong in terror. Wu Yun's voice rang out. From this day forth, the ancient sword sect is disbanded. Leave your spatial bags and open the sect's treasury, and I may spare your lives. His words were imbued with an overwhelming aura of authority, leaving all members of the ancient sword sect too afraid to even breathe. The Qi creation stage steward trembled, yet hastily unfastened the spatial bag from his waist. He dared not bargain at all with the demise of the three formidable figures of the Qi transformation realm. It was evident that the commotion in the mountain gorge was undoubtedly instigated by these two young men. It was not difficult to surmise that the recent expedition of the sect leader and others to the valley must have resulted in a confrontation, leading to their annihilation. The adversaries were overwhelmingly powerful. Their decision not to slay them stemmed from a complete disregard for their existence. To voice any dissent would surely result in their demise. Everyone was acutely aware of the situation. They obediently unfastened their Qianquan bags and willingly led the way to the treasury. Without any hesitation, Wu Yun instructed Lin Dong to commence the collection. With Lin Dong's temperament, not a single piece of Yang Yuan stone would be left behind. Wu Yun hovered above the ancient sword sect, surveying the entire sect. Suddenly, he exclaimed in surprise. In the heart of the sect, a massive stone sword, towering several dozen feet, caught his attention. He recalled that in the original narrative, the ancient sword sect utilized this colossal stone sword, channeling their collective Yuan power to repel the ancient dragon ape. It was crucial to note that the ancient dragon ape was a perfected entity of the creation realm, while on the side of the ancient sword sect, there were only three in the Qi transformation realm, with but one, the white-haired elder, having reached the pinnacle. Such strength was woefully inadequate to challenge the ancient dragon ape. This immense sword must possess some extraordinary qualities to bridge the gap in combat prowess. Wu Yun flew closer, employing his purple extreme demon eye to examine the stone sword. With the insights gained from the memory inheritance of the joyous Saint Master and his profound expertise in runes, he swiftly discerned the secrets held within. He infused a surge of robust Yuan power into the stone sword, which emanated a brilliant glow. The massive stone sword trembled violently, and an extremely sharp sword radiance began to coalesce along its blade, ultimately shooting forth into the sky above. The power unleashed was comparable to a strike from the Qi transformation realm. It transformed Yuan power directly into a formidable sword-light attack. This was merely the effect of Wu Yun utilizing a fraction of his Yuan power. Moreover, it was possible to combine the strength of many individuals to activate the sword array. Should an abundance of Yuan power be channeled, the resulting might could be amplified infinitely. This formation was truly a weapon for surpassing realms in battle. What a marvelous array! Upon understanding its intricacies, Wu Yun could not help but marvel. This sword array was the most complex and powerful he had ever encountered, surpassing even the formations within the ancient tomb. This was the very foundation of the ancient sword sect. Observing Wu Yun uncover the secret of the stone sword, the sole remaining steward let out a despondent sigh. The ancient sword sect had thrived upon this grand ancient sword array. Thus, the sect was established directly around this stone sword. It could be said that as long as the stone sword remained, the ancient sword sect would endure. It could even be reconstructed anew. However, now that its secret had been revealed, the adversaries might seek to seize this grand ancient sword array. Wu Yun continued to explore around the stone sword, noting that the array was immensely vast, with distinctions between the inner and outer formations. The core formation resided within the stone sword. He continuously infused his mental energy into the stone sword, meticulously deciphering the array runes within. Finally, a subtle smile graced his lips, and he chuckled with excitement. Having gained yet another trump card. 5,000 words, quite a substantial amount indeed. Chapter 107. The exclusive auction of the ancient sword sect. The principles of the array within this stone sword were akin to those of the talisman puppets, both utilizing elemental force to unleash formidable attacks. However, its offensive capabilities far surpassed those of the talisman puppets, capable of harnessing vast amounts of elemental energy. Yet, in comparison to the talisman puppets, it resembled a stationary artillery array, lacking mobility and flexibility. Even with a high-grade Qingzhu bag, it proved impossible to transport this massive stone sword, measuring dozens of feet in length. The source of Wu Yun's exhilaration upon completing his exploration lay in his comprehensive understanding of the array's principles. It was divided into an inner array and an outer array, with the latter serving as a complement to the former, designed to gather the elemental energy of multiple individuals. However, Wu Yun could effortlessly substitute this component with primitive gathering runes, yielding results that were even more convenient and practical. Moreover, he was capable of arranging the outer array himself, rendering it dispensable. All Wu Yun needed to do was extract the most complex core array foundation from within, then find a robust talisman puppet to integrate it into, thus perfectly replicating this sword array. The core array foundation resided within the stone sword, serving as the critical element that transformed elemental energy into powerful sword chi and sword radiance. This intricate mechanism not only included runes, but also featured special array plates and materials that Wu Yun had never encountered, comprising a wondrous substance imbued with the essence of the sword and possessing a certain sentience. Wu Yun drew forth the Thunder Spirit Blade, delicately tracing along the stone sword's patterns. The stone sword was exceptionally hard, impervious to ordinary attacks from the transformation realm. By employing the insights from his purple extreme demon eye, combined with the penetrating nature of the Thunder Spirit Blade, he was able to gradually peel away its stone shell. The colossal stone sword, measuring dozens of feet, was meticulously sculpted by Wu Yun until it became progressively smaller. At last, he uncovered what he sought, a piece of black stone, about the size of an arm, with a shape reminiscent of a sword, albeit not fully formed. It appeared more like a diminutive, slightly plump sword. Its surface was adorned with intricate array runes and patterns, which seemed to have formed naturally rather than through human craftsmanship. Even in its tranquil repose, this petite black stone sword emanated faint sword radiance, indiscriminately shooting outwards. It was a sentient stone embryo, or perhaps a sword embryo. Wu Yun inscribed a sealing talisman upon the stone embryo, immediately tempering its once rampant energy into a more subdued state. This entity could serve as the quintessential material for Wu Yun's future endeavors in crafting talisman puppets and arranging formations, possessing boundless malleability. The sole steward of the ancient sword sect, witnessing Wu Yun's actions firsthand, was utterly astounded, feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation that rendered him incapable of exhibiting even the slightest hint of resistance. The stone sword is the most sacred foundation for the ancient sword sect. When it was first explored, the three esteemed elders of the Qi creation realm could not leave a trace upon it. Now, it has been effortlessly stripped away by this young man. This serves as undeniable proof of the formidable strength possessed by the youth. Truly fearsome. Ha ha, brother, what a bountiful harvest. Lin Dong exclaimed with a beaming smile as he soared over, his waist adorned with numerous spatial bags. The pure Yuan Dan alone amounted to nearly 1 million, accompanied by dozens of various spiritual treasures, including 3 high-grade artifacts, martial arts manuals, and numerous antiques. Even the little weasel was grinning from ear to ear. He excitedly conveyed to Wu Yun that he had laid bare the entire foundation of a sect, with its collection and wealth rivaling that of the ancient tomb estate from their previous adventure. The ancient sword sect had long resided in the ancient wasteland, unearthing countless relics, some of which even the sect members could not discern. However, before a master of the weasel's caliber, every valuable object could be identified. Lin Dong had nearly plundered the entire treasury. With their arms full of treasures, the two brothers departed from the ancient sword sect. Ding. The sign-in location has refreshed. Please proceed to Great Puppet City to sign in. After leaving the ancient sword sect, Wu Yun received the next sign-in task from the system. Great Puppet City. This city is a prominent hub in the Great Wilderness County. Among all the major cities in the county, Great Puppet City ranks within the top 5, with a scale so vast that it defies ordinary imagination. Furthermore, it lies only about 2 days' journey from the location of the ancient wilderness steel, making it a convenient stop on their way. Having just looted the ancient sword sect, they had acquired many martial arts manuals, spiritual treasures, and various other items that were of no use to them. Carrying these on their persons, or even within their spatial bags, would require dozens of mid-tier bags, which posed quite a hassle. Thus, they sought a large city to sell this batch of treasures in exchange for easily portable pure Yuan Dan. Great Puppet City was indeed suitable for this purpose. On their journey to Great Puppet City, they learned that a grand auction would soon take place there. A large auction advertised well in advance would undoubtedly be of considerable scale, promising the appearance of numerous treasures. Most importantly, many of the items they obtained from the ancient sword sect were worth tens of thousands of pure yuan-dan. These items could certainly be included in the auction. Brother, could it be that the Great Puppet City's auction is intended for the ancient sword sect? If we release half of these items at the auction, we could transform the event into a private auction for the sect. Lin Dong, his waist laden with spatial bags, could not help but chuckle with delight. It seemed that their intentions of keeping a low profile had been thwarted. Wu Yun shook his head, a smile also gracing his face. In the past, Wu Yun would not have chosen to act so ostentatiously. However, after acquiring the sovereign blood of heaven, his temperament seems to have undergone an imperceptible transformation. Every individual craves the opportunity to shine before others. Whenever he harbors thoughts of suppressing his inner desires, he experiences a subtle rejection from the sovereign blood within him. Cowering in obscurity is not the essence of sovereign blood. It is inherently destined for a path of unparalleled dominance. Endurance merely causes the sovereign blood to languish. The more audacious and assertive one is, the more potential the sovereign blood reveals. This carefree approach to life is a lifestyle that Wu Yun deeply yearns for. Wu Yun remarked, "Let us proceed. This time in the Great Puppet City, we should gather some valuable rewards. Moreover, your heavenly scale ancient halberd is still a work in progress. Although it has been enhanced with my runes, barely reaching the level of a high-tier spiritual treasure, it still lacks a certain quality. This visit to the city is an opportune moment to procure the materials needed for the halberd and seek out a talisman master to fully refine it. With my runes combined, it should ascend to the pinnacle of high-tier spiritual treasures, possibly nearing the level of earthly treasures." Indeed, Lin Dong nodded enthusiastically. He had become quite adept with the heavenly scale ancient halberd, which contained a sealed ancient dragon soul, brimming with potential. It was Lin Dong's strongest spiritual treasure, capable of accompanying him through the three realms of transformation. Wu Yun urged, "Let us enter the city early, since we intend to auction items. The auction house typically requires time to authenticate and price the items, as well as to arrange the order of presentation. If we arrive late, we may find ourselves pressed for time." Gently placing Bai Yun on the ground to restore her normal form, he realized it was time to ride. Lest they grow lazy after such prolonged carrying, the two mounted the formidable tiger and galloped across the plains. At that moment, the brothers were invigorated, their spirits high, brimming with anticipation for the future. This fervor is a feeling that is difficult to articulate. The distance from the ancient waste gully to the Great Puppet City was considerable. Even with the two tigers as their steeds, they journeyed tirelessly for nearly 7 days before gradually reaching the central area of the Great Wilderness County. Another day passed, and the colossal entity, reminiscent of an ancient ferocious beast, began to emerge on the horizon, sprawling across the plains. From atop the tiger, they gazed at the immense city, whose outline was comparable to dozens of flame cities, filled with astonishment. In contrast to this grand city, their own flame city felt rather remote and impoverished, especially for Lin Dong, who resembled Wu Yun when he first arrived in a bustling metropolis from the countryside. People are invariably filled with dreams and aspirations for grand cities, hoping to carve out a place for themselves within. Reclaiming the two tigers in his embrace, he followed the throng of people into the city. According to the intelligence gathered, the city of Decating is teeming with a multitude of factions, both large and small, their complexity and sheer number rendering the waters of influence unfathomable. In comparison, Yin City appears almost pristine. Among these myriad forces, 3 factions stand out as the sovereign rulers of Decating: the illustrious Yin Kuei sect, the formidable Mo Gate, and the esteemed Wu Alliance. This forthcoming auction is hosted by the Wu Alliance. As the most populous of the 3 great powers, the Wu Alliance may not possess the elite prowess of its counterparts, yet its numbers far exceed the combined strength of the Yin Kuei sect and of Mo Gate. It is solely due to the Wu Alliance's extensive network that it wields such extraordinary influence in this vast wilderness. With merely 3 days remaining until the auction, Wu Yun and Lin Dong made their way directly to the Wu Alliance. "How may I assist you, young masters?" inquired a young attendant clad in green. "We have a collection of items we wish to auction through your esteemed alliance. Could we possibly speak with your auction supervisor?" Lin Dong politely requested. The young attendant scrutinized the two, noting their youth, casting doubt upon their wealth. However, the maidens within the premises regarded Wu Yun with keen interest. Having recently acquired the celestial tyrant blood, his eyes had transformed into a mesmerizing shade of purple, exuding an aura of charisma that was hard to overlook. In any setting, one's appearance remains the foremost allure. Despite the attendant's somewhat dismissive demeanor, he maintained a standard of hospitality. "I apologize, young masters, but the items for the auction were finalized yesterday, and no further additions can be accommodated. The number of individuals wishing to auction items has surged. Yet few possess anything of true value, resulting in a considerable waste of our time. Lin Dong felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite their haste, they had not arrived in time. Very well, summon your supervisor. Whether we can auction or not is not for you to decide. Do not waste our time. Wu Yun replied coolly. Rules are rules, yet they are human constructs, and he held little faith that the Wu Alliance would turn away valuable offerings. The young attendant, sensing their presumptuousness, felt his expression shift. Ah, young man, do you understand the prerequisites for participating in our Wu Alliance auction? He said, his tone laced with arrogance. Items must hold a minimum value of 10,000 pure yuan pills. Furthermore, the auction items are already set, and only those valued at a minimum of 50,000 pure yuan pills may be considered for exception. With a disdainful glance, the attendant dismissed them, believing they could not possibly present anything of such worth. Wu Yun furrowed his brow. These youngsters were indeed the most troublesome, driven by materialism. However, without their assistance, meeting the person in charge would prove difficult. It was time to put on an air of sophistication. Being low-key often led to delays. Wear your coat off, second brother. Wu Yun commanded with a smirk. Lin Dong chuckled and removed his outer garment. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted, the brilliance of the Qiankuan bags nearly blinding the eyes of the young attendant in green. With a flourish, he revealed dozens of Qiankuan bags adorning his waist, the least of which were of intermediate grade, and there were over 10 advanced ones. What defines a wealthy individual? This is what it means to be affluent. The green-clad attendant stood in stunned silence, his mouth slightly parched as he swallowed hard. Regardless of whether the bags contained anything, the sheer number of them was worth over 100,000 pure essence pills. Hiss! The onlookers from the Martial Alliance gasped in astonishment, their breaths caught in their throats. The surrounding air grew significantly warmer. Most of them would consider themselves fortunate to possess a single basic Qiankuan bag, while those with intermediate ones were regarded as minor tycoons. It was easy to imagine the shock brought by the Qiankuan bags intricately wrapped around Lin Dong's waist. Esteemed young masters, I, a mere servant, have been remiss in my duties. Please, allow me to escort you to the VIP room while I summon our supervisor. The green-clad attendant trembled, bowing deeply. The maidservants, already enamored by Wu Yun's appearance, hurriedly came forward to lead the way. Displaying their wealth proved highly effective, and efficiency soared. In the VIP room, the two did not wait long. The auction supervisor of the Martial Alliance soon arrived, a middle-aged man of significant prowess in the realm of form manifestation. I am Wu Xian, the supervisor of this auction. Young friends, please feel free to discuss your needs directly with me. Lin Dong laid the Qiankuan bags out upon the table. Supervisor Wu, we have quite a number of items to auction. Could you please summon a few appraisers so we may discuss the auction pricing? He began with the first Qiankuan bag, revealing an array of precious materials, followed by techniques, martial arts, and spiritual treasures. Wu Xian was left utterly dumbfounded. So many treasures. Had they raided a vault? He discreetly assessed the two, attempting to discern their strength. However, regrettably, his cultivation level was insufficient to gauge the essence realm of Wu Yun and Lin Dong. May I be so bold as to inquire where you acquired these items? Wu Xian asked. Surely, the Martial Alliance cannot simply accept such treasures? Wu Yun's lips tightened as he countered. That is not the case. It is simply that our Martial Alliance is not a black market. We cannot indiscriminately accept certain items. Wu Xian hesitated slightly. Rest assured, these items were partly unearthed by my brother and me from the ancient wasteland, while others were generously gifted to us by the ancient sword sect. Wu Yun stated with utmost sincerity. They traveled with utmost urgency, having just arrived at the grand city of Daku from the ancient wasteland. Consequently, the news of the dissolution of the ancient sword sect had yet to reach Daku City. It was likely that such information would only arrive after the auction concluded. However, Wu Yun was not particularly concerned, as the news would eventually circulate. Thus, he did not mind disclosing some information to the Martial Alliance. The ancient sword sect. Wu Xian echoed in astonishment. It was apparent to anyone with a modicum of sense that such a plethora of items could not possibly have been gifted to these two young men. Moreover, judging by the numerous Qiankuan bags they possessed, it seemed they had entirely appropriated the treasures of the ancient sword sect. The ancient sword sect held a considerable reputation in the Great Wilderness Prefecture, ranking just below the three principal powers. Although they lacked a formidable figure in the creation realm, even average creation realm cultivators dared not provoke them lightly. The fact that these two young individuals could dismantle the ancient sword sect was indeed terrifying. Wu Xian felt compelled to tread with greater caution around Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Under these circumstances, we can certainly arrange for the auction of these items. I shall summon the appraisers immediately. Any item valued over 10,000 pure origin pills will be included in the auction. For those valued below that threshold, the Martial Alliance can still accept them, and I assure you the pricing will be agreeable. By the way, may I inquire how to address the two esteemed young gentlemen? Wu Yun, Lin Dong. Ah, so it is brother Wu Yun and brother Lin Dong. Please wait a moment. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Before long, Wu Xian organized personnel to meticulously assess and categorize their treasures, officially logging them into the inventory. Although the specifics of the relationship between the ancient sword sect and these two youths remained unclear, the martial alliance was more than capable of accommodating items from the ancient sword sect. At this moment, Wu Xian found himself particularly intrigued by the identities of Wu Yun and Lin Dong. At such a tender age, they were involved in such significant undertakings as plundering a sect. Compared to their martial alliance's most gifted genius, the martial madman, they were equally impressive. He promptly dispatched individuals to investigate the ancient sword sect and the backgrounds of Wu Yun and Lin Dong. The prospect of recruiting such ambitious young talents had already captured his interest. 3 days swiftly passed. The auction commenced. One could not deny that it felt somewhat brief compared to the previous day. Chapter 108. The innate enchantress, Mu Qianqian. The influx of people into Daku City surged dramatically, all drawn by the Martial Alliance's auction. The entrance to the auction at the Martial Alliance branch in Daku City was a veritable sea of humanity. However, this throng maintained a semblance of order, as numerous Martial Alliance disciples were present to uphold decorum. Their weapons gripped firmly, and their piercing gazes served as effective deterrents. During these 3 days, Wu Yun and Lin Dong resided within the Martial Alliance, receiving the highest standard of hospitality as esteemed guests. Following extensive evaluations over these days, over 100 items were selected from their extensive collection for auction, a quantity that exceeded the Martial Alliance's original arrangements. Moreover, many of these auction items rivaled those previously prepared by the Alliance. The esteemed items that the Martial Alliance previously showcased were merely high-level spiritual treasures. In contrast, Wu Yun and his companions plundered 3 swords of the same caliber from the ancient sword sect. He and Lin Dong decided to retain one for their use, while the remaining sword would be auctioned. Aside from a high-level spiritual treasure, they also presented 3 superior martial arts techniques and a first-class manual for auction. The martial arts and techniques they offered were only replicas, as the originals were reserved for their family's use. The significance of these items far surpassed what the Martial Alliance had initially prepared for the auction, prompting Wu Xian to organize an exclusive auction dedicated to the treasures of the ancient sword sect. Consequently, Wu Yun and Lin Dong emerged as the principal stakeholders in this auction. However, details regarding the 2 young men were not disseminated by the Martial Alliance. They were keen to keep such formidable talents under wraps, wishing to cultivate a relationship with them rather than risk pushing them towards rival factions, as establishing a good rapport was beneficial. To gain the friendship of Wu Yun and Lin Dong, the Martial Alliance extended a generous offer, granting them the prestigious status of VIPs with a purple gold card. This afforded them a 30% discount on all purchases, with an auction fee of merely one of the proceeds. It is worth noting that standard auction commissions typically amount to 5. The Martial Alliance executed this strategy with remarkable finesse. Brother, the Martial Alliance is not as domineering as the report suggested. I find them quite amiable. The concessions they've made are astonishing and entirely surpassed my expectations. I was initially worried about how we would counter their low offers. Lin Dong relayed excitedly. Over the past 3 days, he had negotiated the pricing of each treasure, and the final tally exhilarated him, a man known for his financial acumen. Even if the auction concluded at set prices, they would still obtain 3 million pure essence pills. Adding in the miscellaneous items not auctioned, the haul from the ancient sword sect alone was conservatively estimated to exceed 5 million pure essence pills. This was an unprecedented fortune. Wu Yun resonated with his younger brother's excitement, yet as the elder sibling, he felt it imperative to maintain composure. Thus, he advised Lin Dong with the gravity of experience. When you are strong, others will yield to you at every turn. Wealth is but a form of soft power. True strength lies in cultivation. He understood that if their prowess were insufficient to instill caution in the Martial Alliance, they might be devoured whole, leaving not a trace behind. The little ferret in the stone talisman chimed in. Second brother, merely a few million pure essence pills have you so exhilarated? Such lack of ambition. Learn from eldest brother. One must maintain a serene demeanor even in the face of calamity. If they were not wary of eldest brother, they would not extend us such generous terms. Second brother, think grandly. When you follow eldest brother, your vision must be expansive. This is merely the pure Yuan Dan. In the future, there will be an abundance of Nirvana Dan and even Xian Yuan Dan, so many that you will lose count. He has consistently criticized Lin Dong for his narrow vision and limited perspective. When you first encountered Thunder Tribulation Liquid and Yan Yuan Liquid, you were not so composed. Were you? Lin Dong retorted disdainfully. While his elder brother may critique him, the little mink, this large black rat, should refrain from doing so. At that moment, two exquisitely delicate twin sisters, one clad in a blue gauzy dress and the other in red, arrived at their resting place. The elder sister, Bing Air, and the younger sister, Hua Air. Esteemed gentlemen, the auction is about to commence. You may enter ahead. Please follow us, they chorused sweetly. Their voices melodious as they glided gracefully, their steps in perfect harmony, swaying their hips alluringly as they entered. Wu Xian seemed to believe that the two were youthful and brimming with vigor. Thus, he specially summoned the most beautiful twin sisters from the Wu Alliance's branch to attend to them. Such a tactic of employing beauty to entice is commonplace. Although the Wu Alliance's choice to send the Ice and Fire sisters to cater to them is undoubtedly laden with ulterior motives, it also signifies their sincerity in courting them. Willing to invest resources for their favor, the sisters flanked Wu Yun and Lin Dong, one on each side. Oh, Hua Air, lead the way, Wu Yun exclaimed, patting the blue gauzy dress. Bing Air replied, Wu Yun Gongzi, how vexing. Even dressed up, you can't tell us apart. I am Bing Air. Wu Yun chuckled awkwardly, huh? I forgot. TCH, my brother is doing this on purpose. Lin Dong scoffed, rolling his eyes, for this was not the first time it had happened. Following the twin sisters towards the auction hall, they entered a colossal venue capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, far surpassing the auction hall of the Yin City's Wanjin Chamber of Commerce by more than tenfold. The entrance was bustling with a throng of people. But due to their status as esteemed purple gold VIPs, Wu Yun and Lin Dong naturally avoided the crowd, taking a dedicated VIP passage. However, the strikingly tall and voluptuous twins quickly drew the attention of those around them. What beautiful twins! They are truly enchanting. Who are those two young men that they are personally attending to? I may not know their identities, but I recognize these twin sisters. They are the treasures of the Wu Alliance's auction. TSK, the Wu Alliance is generous to allow the Ice and Fire sisters to personally host them. They must hold these two in high regard. Those who cannot attain Mu Qianqian from the Great Demon Sect can at least experience the Ice and Fire sisters. Dying without having met them would be no regret. I truly envy these two young men. Shoo, lower your voices. People from the Great Demon Sect have arrived. Look, that is Mu Qianqian. Originally, their attention was fixated on the Ice and Fire sisters, but upon hearing Mu Qianqian's name, they turned their gazes towards the source. In the vast wilderness of the Great Desolate County, when it comes to beauty, Mu Qianqian undoubtedly reigns supreme, unchallenged as the most exquisite beauty. Wu Yun's gaze followed suit, landing on a graceful figure seated elegantly in black attire. The young woman appeared remarkably youthful, her skin as fair as snow, and her silky hair casually tied with a simple jade pin, exuding an enchanting allure. It was Mu Qianqian of the Great Demon Sect. This little enchantress was renowned as a once-in-a-century talent within the sect, her beauty deemed dangerously captivating. It was rumored that many young heroes within the sect had clashed over her affections. Had it not been for the intervention of some elders, the situation might have escalated further. How many young men in the great wilderness county harbored secret desires for this bewitching maiden, such a stunning creature. To hold her in one's arms, one would willingly sacrifice a decade of life. I would gladly give 20 years. The whispers among the crowd were rife with admiration, their infatuation impossible to conceal. Wu Yun caught a fleeting glimpse of her captivating beauty amidst the throng, a visage so exquisite it could steal one's breath away, rivaling even Ling Qingzhu by a hair's breadth. Beyond her astonishing beauty, Mu Qianqian's prowess was formidable, having achieved minor success in the qi-gathering realm, marking her as a standout among the younger generation of the Dine dynasty. Equally captivating, Mu Qianqian's curiosity piqued as she surveyed Wu Yun and his companions, her peach blossom-like eyes swiftly locking onto him, her long lashes fluttering with irresistible allure. Under such a gaze, any young man filled with vigor would inevitably feel a stirring of desire within. Such enchanting power. Wu Yun was taken aback. A mere glance from her could ignite his longing. With a flash, his eyes transformed to a deep violet, dispelling the mental influence she had cast. This girl is dangerously alluring. She possesses bewitching arts. Lin Dong, too, felt momentarily electrified by her fleeting glance. Yet, as a steadfast man, he quickly regained his composure. It was not enchantment. This woman was naturally captivating, each smile and frown capable of ensnaring hearts. Indeed, she was a born seductress. The voice of the little weasel echoed at that moment, laced with surprise, acknowledging her as one of the few human beauties to leave him in awe. Wu Yun turned to Ice and Fire, the sisters beside him, who were equally mesmerized by Mu Qianqian. She captivated both genders. Such formidable charm. No wonder she garnered universal acclaim. Goodness. Wu Yun silently cursed, his acute senses detecting a wave of hormonal energy in the air. Indeed, he noticed several individuals nearby, their faces flushed, bodies awkwardly contorted as they attempted to conceal their tense, an utterly embarrassing sight. Witnessing this, Wu Yun's eyelids twitched. This woman could effortlessly toy with men with just a glance. It was somewhat terrifying. The concept of a naturally seductive body was not alien to Wu Yun. Within the inherited memories of the joyous saint, Ling Qingzhu, it was a physique he had long sought after throughout his life. This physique is exceptionally suited for cultivating the techniques of the joyous sect, possessing unparalleled conditions. It is no exaggeration to say that, provided one finds a powerful and compatible partner, ascending within a day is not beyond the realm of possibility. Although Wu Yun has inherited the legacy of the joyous saint master, he has not actively pursued the core techniques. This is due to two reasons. First, Wu Yun possesses a more formidable method. Second, the joyous sect's techniques are too regal, making it difficult for anyone lacking the ambition of a hero to achieve greatness. Originally, he harbored the intention of passing on the Saint Master's teachings to someone, and upon encountering Mu Qianqian, this thought has intensified. The techniques of the joyous sect embody a spirit of selflessness, often requiring one person to endure hardship while two benefit, thus fully illustrating the essence of altruistic love. Should he impart the techniques to Mu Qianqian, he would not be devoid of returns from her. Wu Yun has developed an interest in Mu Qianqian, keeping a watchful eye on her. However, at this moment, Mu Qianqian is even more intrigued by him, gracefully raising her leg and approaching him with delicate steps, her eyes shimmering with tenderness, exuding an enchanting allure that captivates all around her. The crowd, once bustling, has fallen silent, entranced, and they instinctively part ways for her. Wu Yun's violet eyes are profound, unaffected by her charms. His mind remains clear. Thus, he recognizes that his gaze upon her is not ensnared by enchantment, but rather stems from simple desire. Mu Qianqian strides directly to Wu Yun's side. Upon her arrival, the two companions, Binger and Hoyer, pale in comparison, both in beauty and demeanor, and they step back to grant her space. In contrast, they are merely attendants, while Mu Qianqian is the princess of the great demonic sect. Her status evident. As the fragrant breeze envelopes him, her allure intensifies in close proximity. The scent emanating from her body acts as a potent aphrodisiac. Her beautiful eyes are filled with curiosity towards Wu Yun, as this is the first time she has encountered someone who remains so composed. Wu Yun's peculiar violet gaze renders her charms ineffective. "May I inquire how to address you, my lord?" The young lady, Mu Qianqian, asks, taking the initiative. "I am Wu Yun. Might I request you to temper your extraordinary abilities, for the gentlemen around us are quite unable to rise," he replies with a wry smile, surveying the bowing men nearby. "Hee, I am merely curious as to how the distinguished Wu Yun remains so unique, standing tall while others bend, which seems a tad disrespectful." Mu Qianqian steps closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. She feigns understanding, attempting to probe Wu Yun further, eager to ascertain whether he can indeed disregard her allure. However, Wu Yun has discerned that she is still a young girl whose charms have yet to be fully awakened. This display represents the extent of her capabilities. "Oh, do not misunderstand, Qianqian. I simply believe this is not a fitting place to show you the respect you deserve. Should you wish to experience my reverence, perhaps we could arrange a more private meeting to converse," Wu Yun suggests with a devilish smile, his composure unwavering. "You." Mu Qianqian was momentarily at a loss for words. Completely under Wu Yun's control. While he did not overlook her beauty, he also remained unperturbed by it, instead playfully teasing her. Nevertheless, she expertly managed her expression, responding with a charming smile. "How amusing. I shall eagerly await your invitation for a date." With that, she led the members of the great demon sect into the auction hall. No sooner had Mu Qianqian departed than a group of individuals followed closely behind. Each member of this group exuded a potent mental energy, which caused Wu Yun to furrow his brow. He sensed that their spiritual force was tinged with a chilling and lifeless essence, distinctly different from the usual pure and formless spiritual energy. In an instant, the atmosphere turned notably colder, extinguishing the fervent desires that many had felt upon encountering Mu Qianqian. In stark contrast to her, these newcomers radiated an aura that warned others to keep their distance. "Make way. They are from the Shadow Puppet sect." This group made a beeline for Wu Yun, led by a young man who appeared to be in his mid-20s. He possessed an attractive visage, yet his pallid complexion was unsettling, and he wore a constant smile that, coupled with his chilling presence, sent shivers down the spines of those nearby. From the hushed whispers around him, Wu Yun discerned the identity of this young man, Huazong, the son of an elder from the Shadow Puppet sect and the protector stationed in Great Eagle City, holding a position of considerable importance. Huazong. Wu Yun recalled this individual as one of Lin Dong's experience packs from the original narrative. Huazong approached Wu Yun, his gaze sweeping first over the Ice and Fire Sisters. As the youngest protector of the Shadow Puppet sect, He had visited the martial alliance multiple times, but had never been personally attended to by the twin sisters. What merit do these two possess? He thought. Bitterness rising within him, particularly as Mu Qianqian had been so near to him, seemingly favoring him. With a cold glare laced with jealousy, Huazong remarked, "You lad, have a decent appearance, but alas, Qianqian is not yours to possess. Know your place and vacate Great Puppet City promptly." Wu Yun glanced at the high-grade Qinkuan bag at Huazong's waist, flashed a grin, and nodded without uttering a word. It appeared that this experience pack was indeed worth collecting. Thinking Wu Yun had acquiesced, Huazong huffed and strutted past. "Brother, this pup seems easy to bully. Should we not teach him a lesson?" Lin Dong shot a furious glance at Huazong, his indignation palpable, and whispered, "Second brother, do not wear such a grim expression. This is an experience pack. One must approach it with gratitude." Wu Yun shook his head, pulled the twin sisters closer, and elegantly strolled into the venue. "Little Diao, what does brother mean by that?" Lin Dong queried, bewildered, still unaware of the concept of an experience pack and the necessity of gratitude. "This, brother's words surely carry wisdom. You may not comprehend it now, but with time, the meaning will unfold," little Diao explained, though he himself was not entirely certain. "Oh dear, why did brother also draw my fire away?" Lin Dong exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he hurried to catch up. Chapter 109. The Ancient Formation of Heaven and Earth, a comprehensive guide to auction artifacts. The seating arrangement at the auction was meticulously crafted, particularly for the VIP section. The Great Demon Sect and the Yin Puppet Sect, being among the most prestigious forces in the Great Wilderness County, were naturally granted the prime central positions. Mu Qianqian, representing the strongest among the younger generation, secured the seat at the very center. Huazong occupied the space to her right. Upon seating, Huazong enthusiastically engaged in conversation with Mu Qianqian, his demeanor revealing his affections without reservation. Mu Qianqian, accustomed to such attention due to her status, maintained a smile that expertly balanced warmth and aloofness, reflecting her adeptness in navigating the nuances of social interaction. Before long, Binger and Hoyer escorted Wu Yun to the left of Mu Qianqian. The placement of Wu Yun in such a coveted position surprised her. Seating often signifies one's status. Typically, only forces of considerable renown, such as the Ancient Sword Sect, would be afforded such privilege. Yet Wu Yun had yet to establish any reputation in the Great Wilderness County. What could possibly warrant the Martial Alliance's esteem for him? Driven by curiosity, Mu Qianqian initiated a conversation with Wu Yun, subtly probing into his background. "Young Master Wu, it seems you practice a form of ocular technique?" she inquired, noting the distinct brightness of his eyes, which she deemed an inconsequential trait. "From which sect do you hail?" "I am a disciple of the Hehuan sect." "Hehuan sect? Forgive my ignorance. I have yet to hear of this sect." "Oh, it's quite all right. It is rather obscure and lacks prominence. How can you speak of your sect in such a manner? What is its purpose?" "We engage in endeavors for the continuation of humanity." "Endeavors, you say?" "Indeed. For a grand cause." Wu Yun replied effortlessly, casually referencing the Hehuan sect. Mu Qianqian, genuinely intrigued by this mysterious sect, found herself eager to delve deeper into conversation. Their exchange flourished, while Huazong seethed silently, his gaze dark and fixated on Wu Yun, brimming with resentment. Mu Qianqian was the object of his affections, and here was this newcomer daring to vie for her attention. Soon, the auction commenced. "Ah, I am Song Tai. You may refer to me as Manager Song. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the Martial Alliance for your esteemed presence today," announced a middle-aged man as he took the stage. Typically, auctions are conducted by charming female managers, but in the rugged atmosphere of the Great Wilderness County, a figure of formidable strength was deemed necessary to command respect. Song Tai, having attained a modest level of mastery, displayed no trepidation before the multitude of powerful attendees. After delivering his opening remarks, he proceeded to unveil the first item for auction, a humble low-grade spiritual treasure. "Ladies and gentlemen, the first item to be auctioned today is the Fire Cloud Spirit Armor. This exquisite armor has been personally crafted by Master Jean of the Grand Puppet City and has been certified to be of peak quality among low-grade spiritual treasures. Should one don it, it would undoubtedly provide an added measure of life protection. The starting bid for this remarkable item is 10,000 pure yuan dan." The auction is heating up, with participants eagerly raising their bids. Lin Dong sits beside Wu Yun, and their primary intention for attending this auction is to part with some of their treasures. Aside from Lin Dong's need for materials for the heavenly scale ancient halberd, they do not have any particular items to auction. However, there is one thing they will not let slip by if it appears: spiritual herbs. Only herbs of 7th grade or above are featured in the auction, and they are rare and sought after. These represent the finest resources for cultivation, and given their ample wealth, Lin Dong is determined to bid whenever they arise. In this auction, the main competitors are Mu Qianqian and Huazong. Yet, they are primarily focused on the final grand item and do not compete with Wu Yun and his companions over these smaller treasures. They successfully acquire a substantial amount of materials and spiritual herbs. Next up for auction is another treasure, which seems to be a spiritual item. However, it does not appear to be one of offensive or defensive nature, but rather an auxiliary type. The elderly man with white hair cheerfully unveils a brocade cloth, revealing an ancient yellow mat beneath. The mat is adorned with numerous arcane runes, subtly emanating a unique power. According to our Alliance's appraisers, this mat possesses the ability to stabilize the mind and nurture one's spirit. Although it may not significantly aid in the cultivation of Yuan power, it is certainly a valuable item for talisman masters. Song Tai meticulously describes the mat's effects, prompting many practitioners of spiritual strength to extend their mental energies to probe it. Wu Yun and Lin Dong do the same, but their mental forces are repelled by the mat. Lin Dong's eyes widen in surprise, while Wu Yun's lips curl into a smile. At last, they have encountered the spirit-nurturing mat, the Qiankuan Ancient Array. This item is akin to one of Lin Dong's advantages in the original narrative and is the most concealed treasure of this auction. The opportunity to seize it has arrived. The auction price for the spirit-nurturing mat is set at 40,000 pure yuan dan. Following Song Tai's announcement, Wu Yun immediately sends a message to Lin Dong. Little brother, bid for this mat. Little Jiao remarks, brother, you have indeed discerned something. I wasn't certain at first, but now I can assure you that this mat is undoubtedly a treasure. Lin Dong, this mat is inscribed with immensely profound runes, seemingly sealing something within. Bid for it without hesitation, you shall not regret it. Lin Dong, initially taken aback, realizes that something valued by both his older brother and younger brother cannot be inferior. Soon, bids begin to emerge, albeit only incrementally increasing by 1,000 pure yuan dan. Lin Dong boldly raises the bid to 50,000. This effectively deterred those who approached with a gambling mindset, seeking to profit from a fortunate turn of events. However, Huazong finally spoke up, 60,000. Their Yin puppet sect primarily focused on cultivating mental strength, and indeed, the mat held certain advantages for them. 70,000. Lin Dong countered. 800,000. The two appeared to be in a contest of wills. Mu Qianqian glanced around in astonishment. A mere low-grade auxiliary spiritual treasure had elicited a bid surpassing that of a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Brother, add 20,000. 100,000. The crowd erupted in astonishment. 100,000 was no trifling sum. Mu Qianqian could not help but turn her head, her peach blossom-like eyes wide with surprise. To call out 100,000 pure essence pills so nonchalantly required a significant amount of courage. Even she would deliberate carefully before spending such an amount. Observing Wu Yun, it seemed he was intentionally suppressing Huazong's bid. Huazong gripped the armrest of his chair tightly, his face twitching slightly, his expression darkening. Young master, we must prioritize the bigger picture. A middle-aged man beside him cautioned. Their objective this time was to acquire the ultimate item. Although Huazong was furious, he was not foolish. After casting a fierce glance at Wu Yun and his companion, he refrained from raising his bid. Sometimes, acting on impulse might be acceptable, but it depended on the cost. If the mat could be exchanged for a high-grade spiritual treasure, perhaps he would be tempted to bid further. However, if his father discovered he had spent 100,000 pure essence pills on a mat of uncertain utility, he would likely face serious repercussions. Young Master Wu, you truly are extravagant, casually tossing out 100,000 pure essence pills. Mu Qianqian teased playfully, unable to discern whether Wu Yun's actions were driven by impulse or if he genuinely recognized the mat's significant value. Miss Qianqian, you have misunderstood. I am not so frivolous. Wu Yun replied earnestly, even shifting his body slightly closer to Lin Dong. Mu Qianqian huffed in irritation. The auction continued, with the items becoming increasingly valuable as it progressed, even featuring an 8th-grade martial art. Yet, Wu Yun and his companion did not bid again. At last, the final item was presented, the Xianhuang Earth Armor, a high-grade spiritual treasure. It was said to be a relic from the Great Wilderness Ancient Steel, boasting astonishing defensive capabilities that could directly withstand the attacks of formidable, shape-forming realm experts, and even provided some defense against mental attacks. The starting bid reached an impressive 120,000 pure essence pills. Once again, Wu Yun abstained from bidding. The physical defenses of the two brothers had already surpassed the level of high-grade spiritual treasures, rendering this item of minimal benefit to them. The competition primarily lay between Mu Qianqian and Huazong, a contest of financial might between their two factions. However, the Yin puppet sect, possessing the ability to amass wealth through crafting talismans, clearly outmatched the Great Demon sect. Ultimately, Huazong secured the Xianhuang Earth Armor for the sum of 180,000 pure essence pills. Hey, young one, have you lost your ability to compete for treasures, resorting to purchasing that futon? After placing his bid, Huazong smugly communicated with Wu Yun, seemingly amused by Wu Yun's folly in squandering pure yuan pills on a futon, while he himself had calculated the situation. In response, Wu Yun coolly uttered 2 words, foolishness. At this moment, the auction was drawing to a close, and the crowd was preparing to disperse. Suddenly, Wu Xian took the stage, replacing Song Tai. With outstretched hands, he gently addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, please hold on. Do not rush to leave. The auction is not yet concluded. Our martial alliance has just acquired a new batch of treasures that we have not had the chance to promote. Thus we are adding an impromptu auction. Rest assured, it will not take up too much of your time, and it will not disappoint. The final items would be on par with the previously auctioned Xian Huang armor. As he personally presided over this additional auction, the atmosphere grew remarkably quiet. Apart from Wu Yun and Lin Dong, no one had anticipated that the martial alliance would continue with another auction. What is going on? Could there truly be more treasures to bid on? They were presenting items even more precious than high-grade spiritual treasures. The martial alliance had prepared for this auction for half a year. How could they suddenly unveil items of equivalent value to the previous auction? Who could manage that? The crowd was astonished, yet their surprise was tinged with excitement. Many had yet to place their bids, and with another auction underway, they hoped to leave with something in hand. No one was displeased, after all. Paying for entry and being able to participate in 2 auctions was a stroke of good fortune. Perhaps they might encounter something they truly desired. The auction commenced. The first item, the Xianwen sword, a low-grade spiritual treasure. The starting bid was set at 10,000 pure yuan pills. Immediately, someone began to bid. I offer 11,000 pure yuan pills. I am in need of a sword. 20,000. The treasures from the ancient sword sect were all remarkable items. And with the presence of nearly all the renowned factions from the Great Wilderness County, none of the treasures would go unsold. Each item could easily fetch a price 20% above its original value. Soon, they reached the final 3 highlighted items. The high-grade spiritual treasure, the Blood Spring Sword. Capable of absorbing the power of blood to enhance its might, could effortlessly penetrate the pure yang barrier of a shape-forming realm expert. The starting bid was set at 100,000 pure yuan pills. Upon Wu Xian's announcement, many in the audience recognized the sword, and lively discussions erupted below. While some treasures might be unfamiliar to others, the Blood Spring Sword, a commonly used high-grade spiritual treasure of a sect, was as recognizable as the Wang family's Deluo Golden Spear. The Blood Spring Sword. I recall this is the weapon wielded by Elder Gu Yin of the Ancient Sword Sect. Goodness, has Gu Yin truly decided to put this spiritual treasure up for auction? Is the Ancient Sword Sect in need of funds, resorting to selling high-grade treasures? Where are the members of the Ancient Sword Sect? How did this sword come to be here? If I win the bid, will I have to fear it being reclaimed by the Ancient Sword Sect? It seems that the members of the Ancient Sword Sect lack the strength to bid. However, at this moment, the instigators, Wu Yun and Lin Dong, leisurely occupied their seats, keenly listening to the discussions around them. Rather than indulging in their own predicament, they were far more concerned about how many pure yuan pills they could acquire. Silence, everyone. There is no need to worry about the origins of the treasures. Bid with confidence. I assure you, there will be no trouble from the Ancient Sword Sect, Wu Xian declared resolutely. Just prior to taking the stage, he had received a message from a messenger bird informing him that the Ancient Sword Sect had been dismantled by 2 enigmatic young individuals, with the 3 major leaders perishing, leaving only one steward among the powerful beyond the forming realm. This undoubtedly confirmed Wu Xian's earlier suspicions. 120,000. Mu Qianqian finally called out a bid again. My apologies. But 130,000. Huazong followed suit. Within their shadows, they primarily relied on equipment and would never consider themselves lacking in spiritual treasures. 140,000. 160,000. 170,000. 180,000. Huazong called out once more at 180,000. Mu Qianqian, feeling somewhat reluctant, realized that the pure yuan pills she had brought were evidently insufficient. This sword was exceptionally suited for her. Their demon sect primarily trained in physical prowess, and while they did not crave defensive-type Xianhuang armor, this sword could better amplify their strengths. Miss Qianqian, should you require pure yuan pills, I can lend you some. Bid with assurance. Wu Yun whispered beside her. He relished the thought of escalating the price. Mu Qianqian turned to him, her enchanting peach blossom-like eyes gazing into his, and after a moment's hesitation, she nodded and declared in a firm voice, 200,000. Huazong's lips twitched. 200,000 had already surpassed the price of this high-grade spiritual treasure. Observing Mu Qianqian's determined demeanor, he realized that continuing to bid would only lead to conflict. Miss Qianqian, truly a generous bid. The Blood Spring Sword is yours. Mu Qianqian successfully secured the sword. Ladies and gentlemen, As this second auction was added unexpectedly, we understand that you may not have adequately prepared pure yuan pills. Therefore, for the remaining 2 items of the auction, you need not pay immediately. You may bid now and settle the pure yuan pills later when you come to our martial alliance for the exchange, Wu Xian cunningly remarked, reminiscent of a wily old fox. According to usual practices, auctions necessitated immediate transactions, but it was evident that the 2 major bidders, Mu Qianqian and Hua Zong, were already being drained of their resources. The host of the martial hall truly knows how to calculate. Now we shall see if these final 2 items are worth our investment, Hua Zong proclaimed. Very well, the next auction item is a top-tier secret manual. The great ancient profound art, indeed the core technique of the ancient sword sect, which I believe everyone is familiar with. The starting bid is 200,000 pure yuan pills. What an extraordinary secret manual. My goodness, if I were to acquire it, I could establish my own sect immediately. What has become of the ancient sword sect? To auction off even their core scriptures? Are they abandoning their sect? Have you noticed that many items auctioned previously were from the ancient sword sect? This impromptu auction may very well be orchestrated by them. Is it possible that the sect leader intends to sell the sect? Alas, why would the leader rebel? Could it be that the martial alliance has annihilated them? It is indeed plausible. 210,000 pure yuan pills. Huazong has already commenced bidding. The manuals of martial arts are being auctioned. Surely his father will commend him. 220,000. Someone has entered the fray, an elderly man cloaked in black. 240,000. Huazong presses on. Miss Qianqian, are you not participating in the bidding? Wu Yun, standing nearby, coaxed. No. This technique is not suitable for our great demon sect, Mu Qianqian replied, shaking her head. Wu Yun felt a tinge of disappointment. Without Mu Qianqian to drive up the price, he would earn considerably less. Fortunately, the mysterious elder was competing with Huazong. Otherwise, Wu Yun was prepared to act as a decoy himself. Why are you not bidding, young Master Wu? You appear to be lacking for pure yuan pills, someone remarked. Oh, I have no interest in this manual. At this moment, the bidding between Huazong and the other elder had escalated to 300,000. Huazong's expression darkened. After gritting his teeth and calling out 2 more bids, he dared not continue. Ultimately, the enigmatic elder secured the manual for 350,000 pure yuan pills. Indeed, the great wilderness county harbors hidden talents, surpassing even the Yin puppet sect. The final treasure was a martial art, a 9th grade skill, the chaotic sky sword technique. The starting bid was 250,000 pure yuan pills. Upon hearing the mention of the 9th grade martial arts, both Huazong and Mu Qianqian's eyes brightened. Huazong immediately called out, 260,000, 270,000. The bidding quickly soared to 400,000. Miss Qianqian, let it go, this time. Our Yin puppet sect's strength is unparalleled. Mu Qianqian sighed. She undoubtedly yearned for this martial art, but alas, their great demon sect could not afford many pure yuan pills. Reluctantly, she conceded. Finally, the auction concluded. Hee, brother, I calculated it. From this auction alone, we have at least garnered 4 million pure yuan pills. Lin Dong excitedly communicated. Ding. Arrived at Great Puppet City. Would you like to check in? Late, but I have arrived. The system seems rather sluggish. Check in. Check in successful. Reward, a comprehensive guide to formations. Chapter 110. Mu Qianqian, I wish to be your junior sister. Formations, weapon crafting. A vast expanse of knowledge flooded Wu Yun's mind once more. Such information may take a lifetime to master for one person, yet it surged into Wu Yun's consciousness all at once. By digesting this knowledge, Wu Yun could become a master of formations and a master craftsman. In this world, formations, runes, and alchemy are intricately intertwined, all achieved through the engraving of runes and formations upon weapons to attain the effects of enchantment. Previously, Wu Yun possessed an understanding of runes, employing simple methods to enhance weapons by merely adding runes. His techniques were rather crude, relying solely on the might of the primordial runes to achieve a noticeable increase in power. Now, with the acquisition of alchemy and formations, combined with the primordial runes, Wu Yun is poised for a transformative leap in his mastery of alchemy. Young Master Wu Yun, where are you staying these days? I would like to personally deliver the pure yuan pills I owe you, said Mu Qianqian as she rose. Her enchanting figure, with graceful curves, and her captivating eyes, cast a spark towards Wu Yun. This woman perpetually radiated her allure. Possessing a naturally beguiling physique, her seductive gestures were often instinctual rather than intentional. Such bodily responses were beyond her control. Oh, I will be in Great Puppet City for a couple more days, but I shall be leaving soon. Therefore, Miss Qianqian, it would be best for you to gather the pure yuan pills quickly. If you are unable to procure them in time, perhaps we could consider an alternative form of compensation, Wu Yun replied with a smile. Hee, I truly cannot gather them at the moment. I wonder what form of compensation young Master Wu Yun has in mind. Mu Qianqian mused. rubbing her delicate nose, pondering whether Wu Yun truly believed that 20,000 pure yuan pills would suffice to win her over. That would be to underestimate her greatly. As Mu Qianqian was lost in her thoughts, Wu Yun stroked his chin and pondered, I have indeed thought of a means of compensation. If Miss Qianqian is willing to take me as her master, or if I could apprentice her as my junior sister, then these pure yuan pills shall be considered a gift from master to disciple. This sudden idea struck him. Even if Mu Qianqian were the most suitable candidate, he could not simply give away the teachings of the Hahuan sect without gaining something in return, aiming to draw her into his own concealed sect. Upon hearing Wu Yun's words, Mu Qianqian felt both astonished and somewhat amused. Wu Yun appeared quite youthful, yet he aspired to take her as his disciple. For a moment, her thoughts were in disarray. She and Wu Yun were clearly not on the same wavelength. She understood that Wu Yun sought to gain an advantage, but she had interpreted this in a physical sense, unaware that Wu Yun's intentions were of a hierarchical nature. What nonsense! Was he even a man? Mu Qianqian was utterly bewildered, and before she could respond, those around her erupted in scornful laughter, deriding, "What a joke! You, lad, are utterly shameless. For Our Lady to take you as her master, you must realize you are hardly her match. And do take a look around. Who could possibly be more suitable to teach her than the leader of our great demon sect in the Great Wilderness County? Indeed, you should know your own worth." Her companions declared, indignant, casting disdainful glances at Wu Yun. Mu Qianqian holds a position of unparalleled significance in the vast Wilderness County, one that even the princess of the great Yin dynasty cannot rival. Wu Yun must have lost his senses to utter such a proposition of apprenticeship. "Young Master Wu Yun, you possess a peculiar sense of humor, yet this jest lacks any semblance of wit," Mu Qianqian remarked, arching an eyebrow. I speak with utmost seriousness. Your unique physique is a rarity, an occurrence once in a millennium. Training alongside the formidable men of your great demon sect, employing their rigorous techniques, is clearly misguided. It is ill-suited for you, and I suspect it would bring you discomfort, Wu Yun sighed. The physical training methods of the great demon sect often resemble the transformation of a demonic ape, leading to a burly physique entirely inappropriate for a lady. Particularly for Mu Qianqian, who possesses an innate allure, her constitution stands in stark contrast to the ordinary. Conventional physical cultivation, as exemplified by Lin Dong, typically emphasizes strength, ferocity, and robustness. In contrast, Mu Qianqian embodies qualities of grace, charm, softness, and subtlety. She seeks to captivate and enchant her adversaries, achieving victory without confrontation, rather than engaging in the brute force exemplified by Lin Dong. I am not jesting. Joining our Joyous Harmony sect is an opportunity bestowed upon you, not a mere plea for acceptance. Whether you choose to join or not is entirely your decision. Should you miss this chance, it will be to your detriment. Ponder this carefully, and if you reach a conclusion, come to my chamber tonight. Wu Yun declared nonchalantly before turning to leave. His primary intention was to find a suitable successor for Master Huan Yun, for otherwise, he would not have bothered with such matters. Though Mu Qianqian is indeed captivating, having encountered a celestial being like Ling Qingzhu has significantly heightened Wu Yun's immunity to beauty, rendering him less inclined to pursue her. Mu Qianqian's brow furrowed. Wu Yun's words bore an unsettling seriousness. Yet, the notion of being addressed in such a manner by a peer was difficult for her to accept. My elder brother never speaks falsely. To him, your great demon sect holds little significance. I advise you to contemplate this seriously, Miss Mu. My brother seldom takes on disciples. Your innate talent is what has caught his attention, so I urge you to cherish this opportunity. Lin Dong declared with an air of pride, gazing at the members of the great demon sect with a sense of superiority, as if to convey that being valued by his brother was a tremendous fortune. The members of the great demon sect were momentarily taken aback. Wu Yun's striking appearance and somewhat frivolous demeanor might lead one to perceive his words as flirtation with Mu Qianqian. Yet Lin Dong's straightforwardness, as a man of steel, lent an undeniable credibility to his assertions. After finishing his words, he followed his elder brother away. The members of the great demon sect found themselves deprived of an opportunity to mock, and Mu Qianqian departed with her entourage. However, her mind was in turmoil. The encounter with the two brothers left her feeling insecure. The reason she placed such weight on their words was that her usual charm had no effect on Wu Yun and his brother. Throughout her life, no peer had ever engaged her with such calm confidence, fully commanding the conversation. Moreover, Wu Yun exuded an air of enigma, rendering it impossible for her to fathom the true extent of the other's prowess. Coupled with the martial alliance's attitude towards them, Mu Qianqian found herself deeply contemplating their words. She reflected upon her own cultivation challenges. Although outwardly everyone praised her exceptional talent, few were aware of the relentless diligence she had invested to attain her current achievements. The Dark Demon sect was undoubtedly aware of her unique constitution, as her father was the sect's leader. He had once expressed that the sect's techniques could not fully harness the advantages of her physique. In fact, her cultivation was not even superior to that of ordinary disciples. Without an appropriate technique, her innate gifts would be rendered dormant. Mu Qianqian sensed that the techniques she practiced were excessively aggressive and clashed with her constitution, often leading to imbalances in her energy. Yet, despite years of searching, she had yet to discover a suitable cultivation method. Mu Qianqian hesitated. Had Wu Yun been a venerable elder, she would have readily placed her trust in him. However, given Wu Yun's youth and striking handsomeness, he certainly did not appear to be a person of gravitas. She instructed her subordinates to investigate the backgrounds of Wu Yun and Lin Dong, believing the martial alliance would possess some pertinent information. We must ensure that we thoroughly probe into their circumstances, she asserted earnestly upon exiting the auction house. Wu Xin decisively arranged for all the pure yuan pills to be settled with Wu Yun, even covering the 40,000 pure yuan pills from the recent auction that had yet to be received, leaving the matter of collection to the martial alliance. Upon returning to their quarters, Wu Yun and Lin Dong immediately began to examine the spirit-nurturing mat they had purchased. Brother, this item cost us 100,000 pure yuan pills, nearly enough to acquire a high-grade spiritual treasure. What purpose does it serve? Lin Dong queried, flipping the mat in his hands, perplexed. If you could discern its value, then surely anyone could. And we would not have profited so from our 100,000 pure yuan pills, the little weasel chimed in, curling its lip. Brother, have you discerned anything? I've gleaned a few insights, but further investigation is necessary to uncover its intricacies. Come, let us examine it together. They placed the mat upon the table and settled down to study it. Wu Yun, meanwhile, strived to recall the specific usage of the Qiankuan ancient array. It seemed to involve the fusion of power. Recently acquiring a wealth of knowledge regarding formations had made it relatively easier for Wu Yun to analyze the Qiankuan ancient array. After a brief observation, Lin Dong, reminiscent of a struggling student, scratched his head and lamented, "This is giving me a headache. I shall retreat to my cultivation. You may take your time with the research. I possess a certain intuition, yet it resembles a locked treasure chest. I am aware of the precious contents within, but I cannot unlock it." The little weasel lamented after a futile exploration. With an elder brother present, it was disinclined to exert itself further. Such mentally taxing matters were best left to its elder brother, and it promptly sprawled atop the table, resigned. The ancient Qiankuan array disc, a creation of the ancestral master of symbols, ranks fifth among the ancient divine artifacts. It consists of two components, the array formation and the array disc. When operated in a forward motion, it can amalgamate various forces into one. Conversely, when it operates in reverse, it can decompose those forces. Currently, the array formation is in Wu Yun's possession, concealed within a futon. To unify these forces, a delicate balance of energy and fusion is required. Recalling these intricacies, Wu Yun commenced his experimentation, channeling both his spiritual and elemental energies into the futon. The futon radiated light, yet the two energies swiftly dispersed. Maintaining the equilibrium of these energies proved to be a formidable challenge. Wu Yun persisted in his trials, as the futon's glow flickered repeatedly. Finally, after over 100 attempts, an extraordinary brilliance erupted from the futon, accompanied by an unsettling wave of energy that made Wu Yun's scalp tingle, gradually permeating from the radiance. Both the little weasel and Lin Dong were immediately roused, and even the slumbering Xiao Yin and Bai Yun awakened from their deep sleep, all eyes turning towards the futon. At that moment, the futon shimmered with light, emanating a peculiar pulse that sent shivers down their spines. In the center of the futon, a special energy, approximately the size of a fist and resembling a chaotic hue, began to coalesce slowly. They gazed in astonishment at the chaotic energy forming in the center of the futon. The little weasel's eyes brightened with realization, exclaiming with excitement, "So that's it. This is the power of the fusion of spiritual and elemental energies." The little weasel, fixated on the extraordinary energy above the futon, continued exuberantly, "This futon is truly remarkable. It can actually merge elemental energy with spiritual energy. Such a feat is beyond even my peak capabilities. Who could have crafted this futon to achieve such a level? It is nothing short of genius." Observing the little weasel's enthusiasm, Lin Dong inquired, "Is this really that difficult?" The little weasel nodded emphatically. "Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult. Perfectly merging two distinct forms of energy is not something just anyone can accomplish. Those who can achieve this are undoubtedly the dominant powerhouses of their time. If you were to master this force, defeating someone like Lin Langtian would be effortless." Lin Dong finally felt a stir of emotion. Possessing the ability to vanquish Lin Langtian was undoubtedly a significant advantage. The little weasel gazed at Wu Yun with admiration, secretly reflecting, "My brother is truly extraordinary." He has deciphered such a profound secret. He is my eternal idol. Wu Yun gestured, summoning the chaotic-hued energy into his hand. As it was a fusion of his own spiritual and elemental powers, he faced no resistance in controlling it. He stepped outside, directing this force towards a stone table. A dull thud resonated, and in an instant, the stone table was reduced to powder. The sheer power exhibited was vastly superior to that of mere spiritual or elemental energy. The effect of 1 + 1 was far greater than 2. What a formidable strength! Lin Dong took a deep breath, approaching the powder and realizing that ordinary elemental energy was insufficient. Come out. It's not like I'm a dog lurking in the shadows. Wu Yun suddenly declared loudly. At this moment, the night was deep, and darkness enveloped the courtyard. Who is spying? I have only just arrived. Mu Qianqian, clad in a form-fitting black outfit, gracefully leaped down from the courtyard wall. She had indeed just arrived and witnessed Wu Yun unleashing a chaotic burst of light that shattered the stone table into dust. The sheer force of it made her heart skip a beat, further convincing her that Wu Yun possessed extraordinary abilities. Moreover, she had already deduced that the auction items from the ancient sword sect had been brought by Wu Yun, and it was highly likely that he and his companion had eradicated the sect. To annihilate the ancient sword sect, one would need at least the strength of the transformation realm. Such prowess at such a young age was simply unbelievable. This remarkable young man certainly had the right to speak of taking her as a disciple. Miss Qianqian, have you come to visit because you've had a change of heart? Wu Yun inquired with a slight smile. It was indeed surprising for him that Mu Qianqian, of such noble status in the great wilderness prefecture, had come to seek him out. Ahem, I have come to verify the truth of your words, Mu Qianqian said, slightly hesitant. Just then, Bai Yun and Xiao Yin emerged from the room, curiously eyeing the alluring woman, a beast of the transformation realm. Mu Qianqian was astonished once more. Oh, how do you intend to verify? Wu Yun replied. At the very least, you must possess the strength to surpass mine. Mu Qianqian swallowed hard. Lacking confidence in her current assertion, it was highly probable that Wu Yun's strength exceeded her own, yet she was unwilling to concede, wishing to personally gauge his capabilities. This is quite simple. We shall see. I will remain stationary. If you can reach me or strike with enough force to make me move, then you shall be the victor, Wu Yun stated nonchalantly. What? Mu Qianqian thought she misheard, finding it surprisingly easy. You aren't toying with me, are you? After all, she was a minor success in the transformation realm. Even those in the creation realm would not dare speak so boldly to her. Hee, Miss Qianqian, you overestimate yourself. Against my elder brother, standing and speaking is a feat in itself. With your current strength, you cannot even overcome me, yet you wish to spar with him. Lin Dong mocked, finding her beauty overshadowed by a lack of wit. Humph, those are your words. I shall accept the challenge. Mu Qianqian retorted defiantly. Being one of the 3 strongest geniuses in the great wilderness prefecture, none of her peers had dared to regard her with such disdain. With a graceful leap, Mu Qianqian propelled herself like a butterfly toward Wu Yun, closing the distance of mere steps between them. With a slight curl of his lips, Wu Yun suddenly exuded an immense gravitational force. Lin Dong and Hu, sensing the change, promptly distanced themselves from Wu Yun, retreating to the side to observe the unfolding spectacle. The combination of the heavenly dominance blood and the innate stage prison-suppressing divine body, once unleashed, was not something an ordinary individual could withstand. As Mu Qianqian took a step forward, a powerful weight abruptly pressed down upon her, causing her delicate foot to firmly touch the ground. It felt as if she bore the weight of 1,000 mountains, making it exceedingly difficult to maintain her footing. Under the crushing pressure, her body gradually bent. In a state of shock, Mu Qianqian struggled to summon her elemental energy to counteract this force. She lifted her gaze, her eyes resembling blossoming peach flowers as they fixed on Wu Yun, who stood there with hands clasped behind his back, unwavering and seemingly unfazed, exuding an air of nonchalance that epitomized a true master. With great effort, she attempted to advance, yet it felt as though she was dragging a small mountain. As if she were ensnared in a quagmire, her progress arduous. Impossible. Mu Qianqian refused to believe this. She activated her elemental core, and a surge of energy erupted from her, manifesting as a slender black energy armor that enveloped her graceful form. This armor, rather than appearing cumbersome, accentuated her curves, drawing the attention of the men present. Even amidst the battle, her alluring physique remained captivating. This was the great demon sect's demon armor technique, significantly augmenting her defenses and alleviating some of the pressure she felt. The ability to condense elemental armor showcased her formidable prowess, indicating her dedication to the body refinement practice. Observing the black armor enveloping Mu Qianqian, the little weasel expressed surprise. Lin Dong nodded slightly. The body refinement martial arts that Mu Qianqian had mastered were not far inferior to his own sun god thunder body. her defensive capabilities rivaling those of mid-tier spiritual treasures. However, regrettably, she was up against his elder brother. Such defenses would prove futile. With great effort, Mu Qianqian managed to step forward once more, her body drenched in perspiration. Demon-suppressing palm, she cried, channeling her elemental energy to swiftly form a massive black palm that struck toward Wu Yun. Unfazed by the approaching black palm, Wu Yun remained composed, allowing it to collide with his chest. The moment the palm made contact, his body erupted with a dazzling purple light, dominant and fierce. The black palm disintegrated within the brilliance of the purple glow. Mu Qianqian was once again struck with astonishment. Even in the presence of her father, she had never felt such overwhelming pressure. Wu Yun was simply terrifying. After enduring for a quarter of an hour, Mu Qianqian ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. I concede, she declared, her body collapsing to the ground, still 10 paces away from Wu Yun. Wu Yun retracted his formidable aura. How do you feel now? Are you convinced? My elder brother has shown you remarkable leniency, Lin Dong remarked with a smirk, recalling the brutal manner in which his elder brother had dealt with the 3 elders of the ancient sword sect. Mu Qianqian ought to count her blessings. If he were to take action, he wouldn't have wasted so much time with Mu Qianqian. A single strike from his spear would have subdued her immediately. Mu Qianqian's eyes dimmed, clearly affected by the blow. Do not wear such a despondent expression. Not even your father could withstand my aura. Compared to most young individuals, you are already quite formidable, Wu Yun remarked, gently helping Mu Qianqian to her feet. How did you become so strong? Mu Qianqian inquired, after taking a sip of tea to steady her mind. Just engage in more physical training. Now, on to serious matters. Would you like to become my disciple? You mentioned you could take on disciples, but I do not wish to be your disciple. I aspire to be your junior sister, Mu Qianqian decisively stated. Wu Yun, being exceedingly youthful, made it seem more like a romantic pairing than a master-disciple relationship. It would be difficult for her to face the world with such a young master. Others would hardly believe it. Moreover, she harbored other impure thoughts. Chapter 111. Mu Qianqian aiming to win over her senior brother with strength. Wu Yun pondered for a moment, scrutinizing Mu Qianqian once more. This girl was indeed strikingly beautiful, exuding a captivating charm. Unlike the petite and delicate figures of Qing Tan and Yin Yin, her mature allure seemed somewhat mismatched for a disciple. The term junior sister felt far more fitting. All right, junior sister it is. After all, we are the only 2 in the entire sect, Wu Yun declared nonchalantly. What? Just the 2 of us? Mu Qianqian's eyes widened in surprise. She had imagined a grand and formidable sect, only to discover it was merely Wu Yun alone. Indeed, otherwise. Do you think anyone can casually join our Hehuan sect? And what about him? Mu Qianqian pointed at Lin Dong. His training path differs from our sect's. So he is not a member of our sect. Lin Dong is my sworn brother, but that is a separate matter. He has not cultivated our core techniques, and can at most be considered an honorary disciple. Wu Yun recalled that Lin Dong's Tianlin spear technique was also a legacy from the Joyous Saint, making him a tenuous member of the Hehuan sect. Now, I shall formally accept you as my disciple. The ceremony will be simple. You merely need to serve me tea, and later, I will take you to the altar of my master to pay respects. As this was Wu Yun's first official acceptance of a disciple, he approached it with a casual demeanor. Mu Qianqian felt a sense of unreliability, yet Wu Yun's strength was undeniably present. It was difficult for her to articulate her feelings. The sect resembled a makeshift troop, lacking any sense of ceremony, so different from her expectations. Considering the future anxieties of his junior sister, and in an effort to instill some anticipation for what lay ahead, Wu Yun added, rest assured, joining the Hehuan sect will not be a loss. My esteemed master was once a powerful figure in the Nirvana realm. With your aptitude, mastering our sect's techniques, and breaking through to the Nirvana realm will pose no challenge. If I were to have a more formidable companion by my side, it is entirely possible that we could surpass the Nirvana realm. Surpass the Nirvana realm? Mu Qianqian's peach blossom eyes sparkled with excitement. In the vast wilderness of Dahuang County, the creation realm is already regarded as the pinnacle of achievement. Even her father has only attained a minor success in the creation realm. The Nirvana realm was something she had never dared to dream of. However, she found some credence in Wu Yun's words, considering his remarkable strength at such a young age, rivaling that of her father. Among the younger generation of the great Yin dynasty, no one could compare to him. Ceremony holds great significance. If it is lacking, one must create it. Mu Qianqian approached her tasks with utmost seriousness. Brother, please take your seat. She indicated the main seat in the hall of the courtyard. In the great demon sect, the apprenticeship ceremony requires 3 bows and 9 kowtows. Wu Yun nodded and took his seat. Mu Qianqian poured tea and knelt before him, presenting the cup with both hands. Master, please enjoy your tea. She earnestly performed the 3 bows and 9 kowtows according to the customs of the great demon sect. At that moment, Wu Yun assumed the role of the master, and seeing Mu Qianqian's sincerity, he accepted her tribute with the same seriousness. Although he did not adhere strictly to such formalities, they represented a certain attitude. Mu Qianqian's earnestness naturally evoked his own. From this perspective, her upbringing was evidently commendable. All right, rise. From this moment on, you shall be my junior sister, Wu Yun declared after sipping the tea, his tone grave. Brother, Mu Qianqian, with a delicate demeanor, shyly interjected. Could we keep my apprenticeship to the Hahuan sect a secret for now? Oh, why is that? Wu Yun inquired. Mu Qianqian hastily explained. Brother, please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ulterior motives. I am still a member of the Great Demon Sect, and this decision was made privately without my father's knowledge. I wish to inform him upon my return to the sect before publicly announcing our relationship. Rest assured, I am confident my father will agree. However, I may need to trouble you to accompany me to meet him, as he might be concerned for my safety. She understood her father well. While he would certainly comply with her wishes, he was also a doting father, always anxious about his daughter's well-being. The Great Demon Sect is your family's sect and does not impede your identity as a disciple of the Hahuan sect. Currently, it is just the two of us in the sect, and there are no rigid rules. As long as you do not betray the sect, I intend to entrust it entirely to you in the future. Once the sect flourishes under your stewardship, you may establish your own regulations as you see fit. As for meeting your father, we can discuss it after I visit the ancient monument of Dahuang, Wu Yun explained nonchalantly, embodying a relaxed demeanor. These trivial matters you may handle as you wish. For now, let us focus on imparting to you the methods of cultivation, so we can swiftly correct your path. Come, let us proceed indoors. Dear younger brother, I am about to impart the teachings. You shall remain outside to cultivate and thoroughly study the method of utilizing the spirit-concealing mat. Wu Yun instructed before leading Mu Qianqian into the inner chamber, leaving Lin Dong and Hu in the hall. Upon entering the room, Mu Qianqian felt a twinge of awkwardness, for it was her first time alone with a male peer in such an intimate setting. She gazed at her senior brother's handsome visage and robust physique, exuding a vigorous masculinity that ignited her imagination. In that moment, she pondered the implications should her senior brother harbor any inappropriate intentions. With his formidable strength, she would be utterly powerless to resist. Should she fight back? What if she were to become pregnant? Would it be a boy or a girl? What name would they bear? In an instant, Mu Qianqian's thoughts soared far beyond the confines of reality. What are you thinking about? Come sit down, Wu Yun called out, noticing her apparent distraction. Oh. Before transmitting his teachings, Wu Yun continued, I must ask you a rather personal question, and I implore you to answer truthfully, without concealment, for it pertains to your future cultivation. Please, senior brother, ask away. I shall respond honestly. Wu Yun hesitated, then after a brief pause, inquired, have you lost your virginity? Mu Qianqian's delicate face flushed a deep crimson. Had it not been for Wu Yun's earnest demeanor, she might have thought him to be jesting. Is this question truly significant? Indeed, it is of utmost importance. I am not jesting, Wu Yun affirmed with a nod. And no, I have not. At that moment, Mu Qianqian's exquisite features were suffused with a rosy hue, and in her bashfulness, she inadvertently showcased the allure of her innate charm. Even clad in a simple black night attire, she appeared to Wu Yun as if adorned in a whimsical costume, her unintentional allure proving to be irresistibly captivating. Ahem, it is good that you have not, Wu Yun continued. You see, the cultivation of the Harmony sect emphasizes the balance of yin and yang, prioritizing joy above all else, with dual cultivation at its core. Thus, preserving one's innate yin essence is of paramount importance. The true path of dual cultivation transcends the superficial pleasures of mere carnal indulgence. Wu Yun then elucidated the principles of dual cultivation and the philosophy of yin and yang within the Harmony sect, not affording Mu Qianqian an opportunity to interject, as he sought to convey his explanations in one breath. For, in the eyes of the world, there existed a multitude of misconceptions, often deeming such practices as vulgar. Figures like Ling Qingzhu held a particularly disdainful view towards these teachings. This disdain was compounded by the existence of numerous malevolent practitioners who, in their quest for power, exploited such methods, ruthlessly endangering many lives and tarnishing the reputation of this path. Yet, the teachings of the Joyous Saint were rooted in the authentic principles of dual cultivation. After expounding upon the sect's cultivation philosophies, Wu Yun proceeded to elaborate on Mu Qianqian's innate charm, meticulously detailing the advantages of cultivating the yin and yang path through her natural allure. It was only then that Mu Qianqian began to gradually accept the teachings. However, after listening, she cast a dubious glance at Wu Yun and questioned, Senior brother, if what you say holds true, then my physique should be quite suitable for being cultivated as a furnace, right? One must always guard against treachery. A furnace serves merely to adorn another. Wu Yun nodded earnestly, acknowledging the validity of her statement, yet he advised, I do not recommend you pursue the path of a furnace unless you genuinely wish to fulfill someone else's aspirations. With a roll of her eyes, Mu Qianqian thought, only a fool would choose to become a furnace. What puzzled her was whether Wu Yun harbored ulterior motives towards her. Junior sister, I understand your concerns. While I may not be a paragon of virtue, I am certainly no scoundrel. I concede that you possess some charm, yet you do not warrant my scheming attention. Wu Yun explained calmly, noting that the only one deserving of his underhanded tactics was Ling Qingzhu. Mu Qianqian furrowed her brow at her seemingly straightforward senior brother. Wu Yun continued, in truth, I have not practiced these techniques myself. The reason I sought you is simple. I intend to pass on the legacy of the Joyous Saint. And you are perfectly suited for this role. You shall be the sole possessor of this knowledge. Whether or not you choose to cultivate it is entirely your decision. The choice of what to practice rests firmly in your hands, and you need not worry. Your focus should rather be on achieving success in your cultivation and finding a partner. The path of dual cultivation hinges greatly on having a compatible companion. Having opened his heart to her, Wu Yun's sole aim was to fulfill the wishes of the departed and find a worthy successor. Upon finishing his explanation, he rose and playfully lifted Mu Qianqian onto the bed, declaring, enough with the hesitations. If I intended to harm you, I could easily strip you bare, and you would find no escape. Clear your mind and allow my spiritual energy to enter. I shall now impart the secret techniques to you. Pouting slightly in a mix of indignation and resignation, Mu Qianqian realized that she had perhaps overthought her significance to her senior brother. She was merely a vessel for the sect's legacy. With a sigh, she cleared her mind to let his spiritual energy in. In an instant, Wu Yun's robust spiritual energy surged into her sea of consciousness, causing her head to throb with an influx of monumental information. As Wu Yun imprinted the knowledge, he withdrew without hesitation, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable with the abruptness of the exchange. This was the consequence of doubting her senior brother's character. The vast reservoir of teachings flooded her mind, leaving her no time to ponder anything else as she immersed herself in the acceptance of these techniques. It was then that she truly comprehended the greatness of the Hahuan sect. The ancient lineage of this sect and the strength and mysteries of its techniques far surpassed anything the demonic sect could offer. Indeed, this was an extraordinary opportunity. Her senior brother had not deceived her. Wu Yun stepped out of the room and gently closed the door, allowing Mu Qianqian to continue her tranquil meditation. At this moment, dawn was nearing. Arriving in the main hall, Lin Dong was still engrossed in studying the meditation cushion, tirelessly infusing it with two distinct energies. Striving to achieve a delicate balance, a task of great complexity, Wu Yun had only succeeded after over 100 attempts, while Lin Dong had already endeavored more than 1,000 times. After observing for a while, Lin Dong suddenly exclaimed with excitement, I did it! I succeeded! Before them, a swirling mass of chaotic energy manifested atop the cushion. Brother, look! Lin Dong proudly drew the energy into his hands, showcasing it. Indeed, quite impressive. This energy seems to be an entirely new force. We should bestow it a name. The power that merges elemental and spiritual energy shall be called Yuanjing power. Yes, Yuanjing power. Alas, there is only this one cushion. Lin Dong sighed. Otherwise, we could each possess one and be invincible. Fear not. I have gleaned enough to decipher the secrets of this formation. Soon, I shall master the art of energy fusion. At that time, we shall not require this cushion. Wu Yun replied nonchalantly. With his expertise in runes, formations, and artifact forging, unraveling the mysteries of the Qian Kuan ancient formation posed no challenge for him. It merely required time, and he had already comprehended its layout. Brother, you truly are remarkable. If we both master this method, we shall be invincible among our peers, capable of transcending levels and vanquishing our foes, the little weasel exclaimed with enthusiasm. This was something even he could not achieve at the height of his prowess. Let me delve into the research and strive to grasp the method of energy fusion. Second brother, you should seek out the spiritual rune master in the city and infuse those materials into your heavenly scale ancient halberd, elevating it to a high-level spiritual treasure. Return, and I will inscribe the runes anew. The materials required for refining spiritual treasures necessitated the spiritual flames of a rune master. During this time, their primary focus had been on cultivating their physical forms, while their spiritual cultivation had lagged behind. They had yet to ascend to the rank of rune master, and thus could not conjure spiritual flames. Understood, I shall go at once. Lin Dong declared with resolve, promptly departing. In the room, a soft pink glow began to emanate from Mu Qianqian. She slowly opened her eyes, and within her peach blossom-like gaze, stars twinkled with excitement and joy. This Jade Maiden's red dust technique is truly crafted for my enchanting physique. It suits my cultivation perfectly. I am fortunate to have preserved my purity. Otherwise, the process would not have been so smooth. Once I fully transform the technique, I should be able to break through to the pinnacle of the Qi formation realm, Mu Qianqian murmured with eagerness. At this moment, she finally comprehended her senior brother's thoughtful intentions. While she had been wary of him, he had actually bestowed upon her a tremendous opportunity. A sense of gratitude welled up within her heart. Her senior brother truly cared for her, supporting her rather than merely desiring her body. This kindness deserved repaying. After the completion of my enchanting physique, I would be engulfed by the fires of tribulation, leading to the emergence of 7 distinct personalities. At that juncture, it would be imperative to find a companion for mutual cultivation in order to navigate through the challenging times and ascend to greater heights. The selection of this partner is of utmost importance, as it directly influences my future accomplishments. The stronger the individual, the more benefits I would derive, particularly in terms of physical prowess. Ideally, this person would embody a vigorous masculinity and possess an extraordinary physical strength. Mu Qianqian instinctively began to contemplate her future partner for mutual cultivation, and the first image that sprang to her mind was that of Wu Yun. He seemed to perfectly meet her criteria. However, recalling Wu Yun's calm demeanor in the face of her allure left Mu Qianqian somewhat disheartened. Unlike other men, he was not easily captivated by her charm. The prospect of winning him over appeared daunting. Yet, she reassured herself that this was merely due to her lack of mastery over her enchanting physique until now. Once she perfected it, she would undoubtedly be able to mesmerize him. The teachings indicated that no man could resist the allure of a perfected enchanting physique, and she refused to believe Wu Yun could remain impervious to her charm, especially given that he sometimes exhibited a less serious demeanor. Mu Qianqian clenched her fists, empowered by the confidence bestowed upon her by her cultivation. The innate enchanting physique is among the most formidable attributes a woman can possess. Captivating her senior brother had now become a cherished goal. Whether or not to rely on him could be considered later. For now, she resolved to enchant him first. She changed into a pink short skirt, abandoning her previously pragmatic attire for a more seductive and alluring style. This daily display of sensuality, along with her behavior, served as a form of practice for her enchanting physique. As she exited her room, she found Wu Yun in the hall, engrossed in examining a meditation cushion. Suddenly, a waft of fragrance enveloped him, and upon looking up, he beheld Mu Qianqian gliding towards him. Beneath her pink skirt were 2 long, fair legs, captivatingly enticing. Her charming peach blossom eyes sparkled with a soft pink glow, fixed intently upon him. Ah, you've made remarkable progress. In just one night, you've entered the realm of cultivation. Truly, you are a natural at this, Wu Yun remarked, momentarily taken aback before generously offering his praise. The original Mu Qianqian was already enchanting, but now, with her bold attire revealing her beauty, she resembled a bewitching siren, capable of causing nations to fall. Yet, I still cannot capture your heart, Mu Qianqian said, her voice sweet as orchids. She had activated her enchanting physique to exude charm, yet it still failed to ensnare Wu Yun's attention. Your enchanting physique is still in its infancy. Do not lose heart. In the future, you will undoubtedly be able to captivate me. My self-control is rather weak, he reassured her. Of course, winning my favor is not a simple task. It is but a matter of a word from you, dear junior sister, and I am always willing to assist. How unserious. I must rely on my own abilities. Mu Qianqian retorted, pouting slightly. She was determined to rely on her own strength. Senior brother, it's quite late. I shall return now. By the way, the seal of the ancient Great Steel has begun to weaken. When did you all go to the ancient Great Steel? Would you like to accompany me? No need. You may go with your companions from the demon sect, he replied. All right, let us meet at the ancient monument of the Great Wilderness. After Mu Qianqian departed, Wu Yun continued to delve into the study of the ancient array of Qingquan. 3 days later, Lin Dong finally returned. Upon their meeting, Lin Dong immediately recounted, Brother, during my visit to the Wanbao Tower, I encountered that Huazong. He happened to witness the completion of my heavenly scales ancient halberd, and the fellow gazed at my halberd with fervor, even offering to purchase it with 150,000 pure yuan dan. I refused, and he then threatened me, asserting that anything coveted by Huazong could not be acquired. Wu Yun inquired, Did you not confront him? Lin Dong replied helplessly, In the Wanbao Tower, fighting is prohibited, and I felt that causing a disturbance by killing someone in the city would be detrimental, so I decided to return. Observing their demeanor, it seemed they intended to strike against us. During my journey back, I was shadowed by members of the Yin puppet sect. Hence, I propose that we depart the city under the cover of night, allowing Huazong to believe we are intimidated, and then we can wait for him outside the city to surprise him. Lin Dong grinned mischievously, reminiscent of an old coin. Wu Yun nodded in agreement. Indeed, causing a ruckus in the city is ill-advised, and this reason does not justify taking a life. Otherwise, others would label us as unreasonable and excessively bloodthirsty. Let us proceed. Out of the city. If they truly pursue us, we shall be justified in retaliating. Chapter 112. Mu Qianqian will certainly repay her senior brother's kindness. Ding. The sign-in location has refreshed. Please proceed to the ancient monument of the Great Wilderness to sign in. The system's notification echoed in their minds. At that moment, Yun and Lin Dong were atop by Yun and Yin, maintaining a steady pace, neither hurried nor slow, along the thoroughfare outside Deqing. They dared not hasten, fearing the Yin puppet sect would be unable to keep up. On the other side, just as Yun and Lin Dong exited the city, Huazong received reports from his subordinates, stating that Yun and Lin Dong had fled the city in a disheveled manner under the cover of night. Humph, can they truly escape? Huazong scoffed, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. In Dawang County, no one had ever managed to escape the grasp of the Yin puppet sect. Initially, he had perceived the two as formidable, as he could not discern Wu Yun's cultivation level, which made him somewhat apprehensive and reluctant to act. However, today, after merely testing Lin Dong, he had frightened them into a hasty retreat under the cloak of darkness. Had they remained within the city, he would have hesitated to act recklessly. Now, it was evident that the duo was indeed fearful of the Yin puppet sect, which brought him a sense of relief. This time, his interest in them was not solely due to personal disdain, but also because he was intrigued by the secrets they possessed. Lin Dong's high-grade spiritual treasure, the Heavenly Scale's ancient halberd, was indeed a valuable item. Furthermore, the reason they were held in such high esteem by the Martial Alliance indicated that they harbored something significant. Their close association with the Martial Alliance had already marked them as adversaries of the Yin puppet sect. In Dawang County, the three major powers had long engaged in both open and covert struggles, each striving to devour the other. Upon receiving this news, Huazong promptly sought out his father. Had it been merely Lin Dong, he would have undoubtedly led a pursuit himself. However, Wu Yun remained oblivious to the depths of the situation. Previously, he had informed his father about this matter. The elder of the Yin puppet sect, Hua Gu, advised him against acting rashly and urged him to first ascertain the backgrounds of the two individuals. Now, Huazong believed he had discerned the truth of the matter, prompting him to hastily enter his father's chamber. Upon opening the door, he found his father engaged in a rather intimate endeavor with his stepmother. Observing the pair clad in their ostentatious attire, Huazong's expression remained unchanged, as if he had grown accustomed to such sights. He stated directly, "Father, Wu Yun and Lin Dong have left the city, and neither the demon sect nor the Martial Alliance followed them. This presents a prime opportunity for us to act. One of them possesses at least a high-grade spiritual treasure." Huagu raised an eyebrow and admonished softly, "Zonger, as a protector, you must not be so reckless. First, close the door and allow your father a moment." "Yes, father." Huazong obediently shut the door, though a hint of urgency lingered in his heart, which he did not reveal. After half a minute, Huagu emerged from the room, now donned in a gray robe. His complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet his gaze was sharp and alert. He issued a decisive command. To be on the safe side, summon all the stewards of the shaping realm and prepare to depart. Huagu's approach was more calculated than his son Huazong's. Even when confronting two inexperienced youths, he believed in giving his utmost effort. Once the team was assembled, they surged towards the city outskirts. The members of the Yin puppet sect aimed to ambush Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Upon hearing her subordinate's report, Mu Qianqian expressed her surprise, repeating the information. Her tone quickly shifted to one of excitement, a flush of exhilaration gracing her delicate features. What a delightful turn of events. Are they not merely delivering themselves as targets? Her subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by her confidence. An elder, pondering the situation, suggested, "Miss, should we intervene to thwart the Yin puppet sect and rescue those two? Few young individuals are esteemed by the Martial Alliance. They must be exceptional. We could seize this chance to win them over, at least ensuring they owe us a favor from the demon sect." Yet, the primary goal remained to suppress the Yin puppet sect. No need for that. This time, the Yin puppet sect has encountered an immovable obstacle. Mu Qianqian replied with a charming smile. While others may underestimate Wu Yun's strength, she was acutely aware of it. Huagu was merely at the pinnacle of the shaping realm and dared to attempt an ambush against her senior brother. Regardless of the numbers involved, it would be of no consequence. Her senior brother and his companion were both formidable forces, possessing strength beyond the shaping realm. Mu Qianqian began to understand why her senior brother had not permitted them to accompany him. He was deliberately luring them into a trap, as the presence of demon sect members would likely scare away the unsuspecting prey. Haha, let us also depart and witness the unfolding drama. Outside the city, the members of the Yin puppet sect finally caught up. As they were all talisman masters adept at flying with their artifacts, their speed was remarkable. "Wu Yun, you are not fleeing swiftly enough. After all this time, You have only reached this point. Hua Zhongfei descended, halting before the two with a scornful gaze. The other attendants swiftly surrounded them, a dozen or more, all possessing cultivation above the forming realm. Wu Yun and Lin Dong exchanged a glance, a faint smile spreading across their faces. At that moment, Lin Dong comprehended the meaning behind his elder brother's words. This Hua Zong was indeed a veritable treasure trove. Zonger, spare the pleasantries, eliminate them. Hua Gu impatiently urged, his foot pressing down on a pale bone spear. His disciple had a penchant for theatrics, often indulging in lengthy speeches before taking a life, a tendency that could easily provide an opportunity for retaliation. Annihilating soul bone spear. Hua Gu, a ruthless individual, unleashed a torrent of formidable energy, causing the bone spear in his hand to erupt with an intensely chilling gray light, which then coalesced into a strike powerful enough to obliterate a peak-forming realm expert, hurtling towards Wu Yun with ferocity. Second brother, I shall handle the elder. You take care of the younger. Wu Yun commanded, turning to Bai Yun and Xiao Yan. Leave no one behind. With that, he surged forth from Bai Yun's side. Shattering Heaven Demon Monument Palm, Wu Yun's violet golden energy surged forth, materializing two colossal demon monuments, radiating an oppressive and domineering aura, crashing against Hua Gu's annihilating soul bone spear. The pale bone spear trembled under the immense pressure of the gigantic monument palms, threatening to shatter. Even a mid-grade spirit treasure could not withstand Wu Yun's might. What? Hua Gu's eyes widened in horror, but at that moment, Wu Yun had already unleashed a crimson longsword. Flames danced around the blade, with radiant sword energy erupting forth, piercing towards Hua Gu. Crimson Fire Sword. Hua Gu's expression sharpened as he instantly recognized it as a high-grade spirit treasure from the ancient sword sect. Oh, so this is the Crimson Fire Sword, a fitting name, Wu Yun remarked with a faint smile, continuing to command the sword with his mental prowess as it slashed towards Hua Gu. Meanwhile, Lin Dong and Air Hu also dispersed, adhering to Wu Yun's earlier allocation of roles. The Hua Zong and his companions hastily deployed a series of Qingquan bags, summoning memory talismans that doubled their numbers, all of which were mid-grade talisman puppets. Lin Dong charged ahead, his left hand wielding a long halberd that pierced the air toward Hua Zong. While his skin shimmered with a jade hue, the formidable power of the jade thunder body erupting forth. With his right hand, he executed a strange seal that sent the talisman puppets flying. Roar! Roar! Air Hu bellowed in unison, their powerful beast king aura emanating forth, encircling the members of the Yin puppet sect. I understand now. It was your ancient sword sect's treasures that led to the downfall of your sect. In an instant, all four unleashed their strength beyond the forming realm, leaving Hua Zong aghast, at a loss for words, utterly incredulous. He finally grasped the truth of the situation. Yet it seemed it was too late. The ancient sword sect, a force comparable to the half-step creation realm, had been plundered by these two, and now, they were left with only a single elder of the forming realm. How could he possibly contend with these two, along with Air Hu? Oh, only now do I realize. It is too late. I can only blame your insatiable greed. Why choose to target my elder brother? Lin Dong chuckled, unleashing a series of 4 consecutive strikes with the celestial scale ancient halberd, forcing Hua Gu to retreat repeatedly, his garments in tatters, revealing the exquisite spiritual treasure. The Xian Huang earth armor. How frustrating. A profound silence enveloped Hua Gu's heart. Now he was far from composed, fully aware that he had fallen into the trap set by Wu Yun and his companion. His foolish son had failed to ascertain such a crucial matter. Flee! Hua Gu shouted, taking the lead and soaring towards the direction of the great puppet city, disregarding his son. The members of the Yin puppet sect underwent drastic changes in expression, and within mere seconds, half of their number had perished. The might of these two ferocious tigers was simply overwhelming. Since they had come, they would not leave anyone behind, no longer holding back. This group pursuing them was destined for demise. In confronting Hua Gu, there was no need for Wu Yun to reveal his trump card. Swiftly stepping upon the Crimson Fire Sword, he caught up, delivering the shattering Heaven Demon Steel Palm towards Hua Gu. The 10,000 Bones, Yin Fiend Armor. A surge of powerful gray primordial energy erupted forth, rapidly coalescing within seconds into a massive white bone armor, enveloping Hua Gu entirely. Shatter! Wu Yun uttered a low command, and the white bone armor disintegrated beneath the pressure of the demon steel palm. However, Hua Gu was evidently not to be underestimated. This old fellow had not only attained great mastery in primordial energy cultivation, but was also evidently proficient in the cultivation of spiritual power, nearing the level of an intermediate spiritual talisman master. His spiritual power surged forth wildly, manifesting as an endless torrent of spiritual flames, sweeping towards Wu Yun. Heh, what of a spiritual talisman master? You shall still meet your demise. Wu Yun regarded Hua Gu with a faint smile. summoning 5 of his life talismans from the Niwen Palace. They formed 5 swirling black holes, forcefully gathering and absorbing the spiritual flames. His life talismans had completed approximately 10% of the original Gathering Talisman and original Devouring Talisman, rendering them significantly more potent than the ancient Vortex Talisman seal. How is this possible? You are clearly not a talisman master, Hua Gu exclaimed in horror, having never witnessed someone capable of consuming spiritual flames in such a manner. The Devouring Spirit Skeleton, he shouted softly, activating the Niwen Palace, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that generated a suction force, attempting to seize Wu Yun's spiritual energy. This Devouring Spirit Skeleton was a core spiritual secret technique of the Yin puppet sect, capable of absorbing others' spiritual power and refining it to enhance one's own. It bore some resemblance to Wu Yun's life talismans, yet the efficacy paled in comparison. The power of absorption was on an entirely different level. Die, old fool. Wu Yun wasted no time. The gravitational field instantly suppressed Hua Gu, and then he forcefully placed his palm upon Hua Gu's crown. The suction surging forth as he brazenly devoured the spiritual power from within Hua Gu's Niwen Palace. This was his true intention. The cultivation of mental strength had stagnated for a considerable period. Relying solely on self-meditation proved to be an exceedingly slow process, far less engaging than the act of devouring others. Originally, Wu Yun believed that only Hua Zong would pursue him, but to his surprise, he had also brought his father along. Beneath the devouring vortex, all of Hua Gu's mental strength was absorbed by Wu Yun, suppressed within his mud pill palace. Despite feeling utterly dispirited, Hua Gu clung to the hope of survival, pleading, Wu Yun, you cannot kill me. Otherwise, our Yin puppet sect will not let you off lightly. Wu Yun scoffed derisively. Rest assured, should the Yin puppet sect dare to come, I can send them down to reunite with you. With a single step, he crushed Hua Gu into a pulp, denying him even the chance to summon his talisman puppets. Turning his gaze back to the battlefield, Wu Yun noticed Lin Dong, like him, was also siphoning the mental energy from Hua Zong. Although Hua Zong lacked the prowess of his father, Hua Gu, he had nonetheless reached the level of a spirit talisman master, his mental strength not to be underestimated. The ground lay in disarray, compared to the conflicts between humans. The brutality of battles against demon beasts was far more savage, especially Xiao Yan, who was akin to a violent demolisher, treating the medium talisman puppets as mere toys, shattering them effortlessly. Smack! Lin Dong slapped Xiao Yan on the head. These are treasures. How could you destroy them all, you wasteful brat? He exclaimed in exasperation, recalling how elated he had been to acquire a single medium talisman puppet in the ancient tomb mansion. A medium talisman puppet was worth at least 50,000 pure essence pills. All right, let's quickly tidy up the battlefield. We must refine the mental energy we've just obtained, Wu Yun said nonchalantly. Once they had collected everything from the universe bags and stripped off their spiritual armors, Lin Dong chuckled upon opening Hua Zong's universe bag. To his delight, he found numerous items that they had previously auctioned off. What a delightful twist, Wu Yun remarked, a frown creasing his forehead. This was not a deliberate act on their part, but rather a gift from Hua Zong himself. Oh, then we shall have the opportunity to sell them again, Wu Yun stated. After clearing the battlefield, their haul began at 1,000,000 pure essence pills. Let us refine here. Having absorbed the mental energies of both father and son, along with the spiritual herbs we've gathered during this time, we should be able to advance to the rank of Spirit Talisman Master, Wu Yun suggested to Lin Dong. The mental energy of Hua Gu within his mud pill palace was causing him discomfort until it was refined. The two immediately sat down in meditation. Within the mud pill palace, 5 life talismans floated, beneath which lay a mass of gray mental energy. As the runes on the talismans began to circulate, a radiant white light illuminated the entire mud pill palace. The gray mental energy, illuminated by this brilliance, erupted with hissing sounds as strands of gray impurities gradually seeped out, ultimately dissolving into nothingness under the glow of the life talismans. As time ebbed away, wisps of gray mist continuously seeped forth from the depths of the spirit. The once resplendent hue of the spiritual energy began to transform gradually. The gray hue quietly faded, replaced by a pure and tranquil essence. Wu Yun, endowed with a formidable life talisman, demonstrated remarkable efficacy in refining the impurities within his spiritual essence. Thus, within a mere span of 2 hours, the spiritual energy pervading the Niwen Palace had been thoroughly purged of its impurities. Following the purification, the process of absorption commenced. The knights in the Great Wilderness Prefecture often witnessed the lurking presence of ferocious beasts, yet with Bai Yun and Xiao Yan at their side, no one could disturb their cultivation. Soon, dawn began to break. A flurry of activity approached. Under the leadership of Mu Qianqian, the members of the Great Demon Sect finally arrived at the site of the battle. In the disheveled arena, two tigers lounged lazily beside their master, who was seated in meditation. This is all over. The members of the great demon sect stared in astonishment at the scene. Hua Gu, an elder among the Yin puppet sect and a notable figure in the great wilderness prefecture, lay slain, along with a multitude of powerful cultivators from the Yin puppet sect. Lower your voices. Do not disturb their cultivation, Mu Qianqian reprimanded, before revealing the truth of their prior investigation. What is there to be surprised about? Even the ancient sword sect fell victim to their rampage, with its three pillars meeting their demise at their hands. The fate of Hua Gu and his associates is hardly unexpected. Considering the timeline, this news should have reached the great puppet city by now. So this is how it is. The members of the great demon sect fell silent, their eyes wide with astonishment. The names of Wu Yun and his companion would surely resonate throughout the great wilderness prefecture. At that moment, a powerful wave of spiritual energy rippled through the air, causing everyone to retreat. Such formidable spiritual prowess. Mu Qianqian gasped, and as they followed the source of the energy, they beheld a nearly transparent flame hovering before Wu Yun. Spiritual fire. A flame born from the utmost condensation of spiritual energy. A talisman master. He has broken through. Then, another wave of spiritual energy surged forth. Lin Dong has also made a breakthrough. Two talisman masters have emerged, possessing not only elemental force and physical prowess, but also mastery over spiritual energy. Mu Qianqian felt an overwhelming sense of shock. These two are not merely geniuses, they are prodigies, excelling in every discipline. She gently bit her crimson lip, feeling the weight of pressure from her exceptionally talented senior brother. How did you manage to keep up? Wu Yun opened his eyes, casting a casual glance at the members of the great demon sect, his gaze finally settling on Mu Qianqian. Today, she donned a black skirt, her legs elegantly adorned with black stockings, exuding an enchanting allure as she approached Wu Yun with a sway of her hips. A siren. Wu Yun silently marveled. Indeed, his junior sister has blossomed. The journey along the great wilderness ancient steel is indeed lengthy, and I wish to travel in the company of these two young masters. She, with her enchanting figure, playfully fluttered her peach blossom-like eyes at Wu Yun. In the presence of others, she referred to him as young master rather than senior brother. Oh, traversing such a long path is made all the more delightful with a beauty by one's side. Thus, let us embark on our journey. Wu Yun conjured a flame rune, reducing the battlefield to ashes, incinerating all remains. The adeptness with which he obliterated the evidence left the members of the great demon sect momentarily stunned. They harbored deep apprehension towards Wu Yun and his companion, yet their young mistress engaged with him boldly and flirtatiously. This shift in her demeanor garnered newfound respect from the great demon sect, leaving them perplexed. Following the auction, the young mistress had transformed from her previous self, embracing a more alluring and captivating persona that rendered them, her elder brothers, unable to meet her gaze, increasingly ensnared by her charms. They feared that one day they might succumb to temptation, spiraling into the abyss of doom. Such was a torturous form of bliss. Now, observing the camaraderie between the young mistress and Wu Yun, they felt a mix of envy and jealousy, yet also relief, as they no longer had to confront her anxiety, which rendered them incapable of standing tall. Along the way, Bai Yun reverted to a more endearing form, as Mu Qianqian requested a hug. Wu Yun, regarding Mu Qianqian's generous spirit, tossed Bai Yun towards her, eliciting a sensation of suffocation anew. As they walked ahead, Mu Qianqian whispered playfully, "Senior brother, having vanquished the Hua Gu father and son, I fear the Yin puppet sect will not let this matter rest. Would you be interested in extinguishing them as well? Our great demon sect could assist you in cleansing the battlefield. The annihilation of the Yin puppet sect would be a tremendous boon for their sect. With your prowess, it would not pose a challenge. Engaging in bloodshed is unseemly. Let us refrain from destroying other sects." Wu Yun responded with utmost seriousness. Mu Qianqian rolled her eyes. "With your record, who would believe you? In truth, the Yin puppet sect and our great demon sect have always been at odds. Eliminating them would indeed be beneficial for us." Mu Qianqian's gaze faltered, a blend of shyness and resolve as she stated, "Senior brother, should you choose to lend a hand, I would owe you a favor, which I shall repay in due time." "Ah, is such a repayment sincere?" Wu Yun lowered his head, catching sight of the delicate black stockings adorning Mu Qianqian's slender legs. His spirit surged, and he once again proclaimed with earnestness and gravity, "The question of repayment is inconsequential. I simply cannot tolerate the repeated provocations from the Yin puppet sect. Upon our return from the great wilderness ancient steel, I shall eradicate them." Mu Qianqian appeared momentarily taken aback, astonished by the swift and seamless shift in his demeanor. Truly, senior brother is quite unorthodox. Chapter 113, Annihilation of the Yin puppet sect. In the great wilderness plains, an ancient steel stood resolutely at its center, surrounded by potent sealing energies, though at this moment, those energies were gradually waning. Only a few days remain until the sealing of the Great Wasteland Ancient Tablet reaches its weakest point. At this moment, a considerable number of individuals have already gathered here, with even more en route. Wu Yun and his companion, along with the forces of the Great Demon Sect, are also hastening their journey. Along the way, they encounter several groups, yet upon seeing the members of the Great Demon Sect, they all choose to steer clear. Suddenly, a piercing cry of an eagle resonates through the air as a young man clad in black, riding upon a colossal eagle, approaches Wu Yun and the others. Slung over his shoulder is a sturdy black iron rod, emanating an aura of fervent martial spirit, as if he were ready to battle heaven and earth. His arrogant and unrestrained demeanor captures their attention. Wu Yun gazes at the young man, who rides the giant eagle and wields the iron rod, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had not anticipated that such a figure would arise among the younger generation of the Great Wasteland County. However, Wu Yun's elder brother and Lin Dong wish to engage in a duel with the two of you? As the young man descends from the sky, his intense gaze fixes upon Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Over the days of travel, both Wu Yun and Lin Dong have not only solidified their status as spiritual talisman masters, but have also effortlessly advanced to the realm of Qi generation. Their formidable presence is palpable, even when they attempt to restrain it. The power within their bodies elicits a sense of trepidation. Wu Xi? While Wu Yun and Lin Dong are still pondering, Mu Qianqian leans in to whisper an explanation. He is the strongest among the younger generation of the martial alliance, known as the martial enthusiast, with a penchant for combat, though we often refer to him as one of the three greatest geniuses of the Great Wasteland County. Both I and Tung Lei of the Yin Puppet Sect are but shadows of his prowess. Wu Yun nods. Indeed, Wu Xi's aura surpasses Mu Qianqian significantly, nearing the peak of Qi generation. So you are Wu Xi? It seems you have intentionally pursued us? Wu Yun replies with a smile, maintaining a friendly demeanor towards the members of the martial alliance. Haha, you must be brother Wu Yun. Wu Xi laughs heartily, his tone reflecting a degree of admiration for Wu Yun. Though he exudes arrogance, it does not veer into insolence. He has learned of Wu Yun and his brother's exploits from Wu Xian, prompting him to pursue them in hopes of forming an acquaintance. Oh, have I become so renowned? Wu Yun responds in surprise. Your names have already spread throughout the Great Wasteland County. Who does not know of you? I heard that an elder from the Yin Puppet Sect was dispatched to hunt you down, and I hurried to see for myself. After all, you two are friends of our martial alliance. I never expected to have worried for naught, having even defeated the Ancient Sword Sect. Dealing with that minor Hua Gu should be a trivial matter for you. Wu Xi, gripping his thick black rod, does not conceal his interest in Wu Yun and his brother. Brother Wu Yun, I am well aware that I am no match for you, but my fighting spirit cannot be quelled. Might I request a brief lesson from the two of you? His fervent desire for combat is unmistakable. Wu Yun gazed at Wu Xi with a sense of admiration. He greatly appreciated such a passionate disposition for martial arts. However, he felt that Wu Xi lacked the combat experience necessary to truly challenge him. Second brother, engage him in a match. Wu Yun proposed to Lin Dong. At that moment, Lin Dong's eyes glimmered with fervor as he regarded Wu Xi. Since leaving Yin City, he had seldom encountered peers with whom he could spar. This Wu Xi had successfully captured his attention. Indeed, elder brother, I share the same intention. The formidable, elongated Tianlin ancient spear materialized in Lin Dong's grasp, complementing the black iron rod wielded by Wu Xi. The two exhibited strikingly similar styles and temperaments. They exchanged glances, each brimming with intense fighting spirit. Those around them could sense the anticipation, eagerly watching the impending clash. Without the need for words, the understanding was implicit. Let us begin, they shouted in unison. They then unleashed their respective energies, brandishing their weapons with fervor. In the next moment, the spear's brilliance clashed with the rod's shadow, igniting an immediate and fervent battle. As the combat intensified, their momentum surged like a raging tide, conjuring successive storms of energy across the vast wilderness. With bold and grand movements, the spear and rod collided with forceful intensity. Although Lin Dong had only recently advanced to the Qi transformation realm, his robust physique and status as a talisman master allowed him to hold his own against Wu Xi without resorting to the golden bell body. Wu Xi's true combat prowess was already comparable to that of a half-step into the transformation realm. The two engaged in fierce combat for half an hour, exchanging hundreds of blows, their spirits ignited with passion. Even the spectators, including Wu Yun and Mu Qianqian, found the match exhilarating. As their energies gradually waned, they ultimately sheathed their weapons, resorting to unarmed combat. In terms of physical strength, Lin Dong undoubtedly held the upper hand. Having cultivated the Jade Thunder Body, Lin Dong's offensive and defensive capabilities had significantly increased, allowing him to drive Wu Xi into retreat with relentless vigor. Lin Dong's full power was now capable of overwhelming a half-step into the transformation realm, and when employing the Golden Bell body, he could withstand the assaults of those in the early stages of transformation for a time. Eventually, Wu Xi, battered and bruised, conceded defeat. Haha. It has been ages since I have experienced such a thrilling battle. Brother Lin Dong, I greatly admire your prowess. Despite his disheveled state, Wu Xi displayed a hearty demeanor as he clasped his hands in respect. This battle had been a true pleasure for him, yielding substantial rewards. Brother Wu Xi, you two are formidable. Lin Dong promptly returned the gesture, feeling a sense of camaraderie. Wu Yun interjected, all right, since the battle has concluded, let us continue on our journey. Elder brother Wu Yun, if you do not mind, I would like to accompany you. That battle was immensely enlightening for me, and I have several martial arts inquiries I wish to discuss with you and brother Lin Dong. Wu Xi earnestly requested, seeking Wu Yun's consent to join their group. He dared not treat Wu Yun as an equal, maintaining a tone imbued with respect for the powerful. Here is Miss Qianqian in charge. If you have questions, you may ask her. Wu Yun indicated towards the elegant Mu Qianqian beside him. At that moment, Wu Qi finally noticed the beauty within their ranks. In Wu Qi's world, women held little significance, often reduced to tears after a mere punch. It was far more gratifying to interact with a stalwart man like Lin Dong. Mu Qianqian, you have no objections, do you? Unlike his demeanor towards Wu Yun, Wu Qi was considerably more casual with Mu Qianqian, knowing well that she could not best him in a fight. Mu Qianqian rolled her eyes, reluctant to engage further with this martial maniac. If he wants you to follow, then follow him. Don't ask me. With that, she turned and boarded her carriage. Hee, brother Wu Yun. Wu Qi grinned, gazing at Wu Yun with a simple smile. Let us go. Lin Dong invited Wu Qi to join him in the carriage. They had much to discuss. 5 days later, they finally reached the outskirts of the great wilderness Ancient Steel. On the vast plains, countless figures swarmed like ants, all heading in a singular direction. Occasionally, shadows flitted across the surrounding sky, riders controlling various flying mounts and spiritual treasures streaking through the air, casting brilliant rays of light that fragmented the azure sky into dazzling patches. The sheer intensity of this throng left Wu Yun momentarily speechless. The allure of the great wilderness Ancient Steel was far greater than that of the previous ancient tomb. He then cast his gaze into the depths of the great wilderness, where he faintly sensed an obscure yet terrifying resonance. Under this influence, all present appeared remarkably insignificant. Undoubtedly, this marked the location of the great wilderness Ancient Steel. The closer they approached the steel, the more potent the resonance became, applying considerable pressure on those nearby. Wu Yun and his companions advanced directly into the depths, and upon their arrival, many parted to make way. Both Mu Qianqian and Wu Qi were renowned figures in the great wilderness, and most dared not provoke them. Among the crowd, members of the Shadow Puppet sect discreetly withdrew upon spotting them. Wu Yun, brother, you have killed Hua Gu and others. The Shadow Puppet sect will not let this go easily. However, as far as I know, this time they are led by that puppet master, who is my defeated foe. So there is no need for worry, Wu Qi remarked. Lin Dong patted Wu Qi on the shoulder, asserting confidently, brother has never been concerned. If we encounter that puppet master, should he dare to act foolishly, let him be denied entry into the steel's realm. At last, they arrived. A colossal ancient stone steel, nearly 1,000 feet tall, stood silently at the heart of the plain, emanating an aura of antiquity and profoundness, as if one could sense the might of the ancient sects from ages past. Upon the ancient steel, vast and archaic runes linger, their presence both elusive and formidable, evoking a terrifying wave that seems capable of rending the very fabric of heaven and earth. This wave coalesces beneath, tumultuous and overwhelming, instilling a sense of dread. The steel stands majestically upon the plain, resembling a staircase that bridges the celestial and the terrestrial, grand and venerable, a true treasure of nature. Gazing upon the imposing and magnificent ancient stone, Wu Yun could not help but inhale sharply, his eyes wide with astonishment. Such a monumental structure was unlike anything he had ever encountered in his 2 lifetimes. It is Mu Qianqian and Wu Xi. Those 2 young men among them must be Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Despite offending the Yin Puppet sect, they dare to come here openly. The Yin Puppet sect is not to be compared with the Ancient Sword sect. It is said that the former boasts more than one formidable master in the realm of transformation. Would the Great Demon sect and the Martial Alliance truly come to their aid? The crowd recognized Mu Qianqian and Wu Xi. Deducing the identities of Wu Yun and Lin Dong, they had not made any efforts to conceal their whereabouts, allowing even those unfamiliar with them to ascertain their identities. Having annihilated the Ancient Sword sect and slain the Hua Gu father and son, these events had spread throughout the great wilderness county over the past several days. Wu Yun and Lin Dong, the rising stars, remained the subjects of much discourse. In an instant, a vacant space formed around them. The Yin puppet sect's forces are approaching, someone exclaimed, signaling the onset of excitement. The crowd parted, and Wu Yun glimpsed the approaching figures of the Yin puppet sect. At the center stood a man clad in crimson garments, his visage resembling that of a desiccated corpse. He was none other than the third figure, renowned alongside Mu Qianqian and Wu Xi, Bloodhand Tingsai. Wu Yun, Lin Dong. Tingsai's chilling gaze fixated on the two, coldly enunciating their names. Why do you call me Grandpa? Wu Yun retorted loudly. Haha. Wu Xi and Lin Dong erupted into laughter at Wu Yun's response, and the surrounding crowd joined in mirth. They held no favorable impressions of the Yin puppet sect and delighted in the unfolding spectacle. Tingsai's expression darkened considerably. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense and charged. Among the ranks of the Yin puppet sect, alongside Tingsai were two masters at the minor completion stage of the Qi transformation realm. However, Wu Yun's side was by no means lacking, setting aside whether Mu Qianqian and Wu Xi would assist him. Their battle achievements alone were enough to overshadow the members of the Yin puppet sect present. Enjoy your arrogance while you can. Offending the Yin puppet sect will lead to dire consequences. Once you emerge from the great wilderness steel, your demise will be at hand, Tingsai threatened coldly. Though his fury burned within him, he refrained from making a move. After learning of Huagu's demise at the hands of Wu Yun and his companion, he had sent word to the headquarters of the Yin puppet city, and at this very moment, a master at the minor completion stage of the transformation realm should be hastening to their location. Indeed, you have emerged, and since you are so oblivious to the situation, it seems I must first deal with you, Wu Yun remarked, shaking his head. If Tung Zai had obediently concealed himself among the crowd, he would have been too lazy to seek him out. Yet here he was, foolishly stepping forward, as if he believed I would not dare to strike him. Wu Yun, should you wish to take our lives, you must pay the price. The ancient monument shall soon activate, and should you dare to act, you will only benefit others. Tung Zai's face flushed slightly, and though he spoke defiantly, deep down he feared Wu Yun's potential. His strength far exceeded that of Huagu, and although he believed Wu Yun might not be able to kill him, it was enough to instill trepidation. I am curious as to where your confidence stems from. Is it merely to kill you that I must pay a price? Wu Yun declared, stamping his foot firmly on the ground. His body suddenly radiated immense weight, locking onto the members of the Yingui sect. Under this overwhelming pressure, the members, including Tung Zai, found themselves utterly restrained, unable to move a muscle. Then, Wu Yun formed seals with his hands, and a torrent of purple-gold elemental energy surged forth. Sky-shattering demon monument palm. Two colossal palm imprints descended with thunderous force, crashing down upon Tung Zai and his companions. A resounding explosion echoed as dozens from the Yingui sect were obliterated. With the exception of the three formidable figures at the minor completion stage of the Qi transformation realm, who barely managed to withstand the onslaught. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Wu Xi smacked his lips. Is this truly the might of Brother Wu Yun? Terrifying indeed. The events unfolded in an instant. While the crowd had anticipated a fierce battle, they were taken aback by how effortlessly it was resolved. How is this possible? Tung Zai gazed at Wu Yun in disbelief. His strength was ostensibly at the minor completion stage of Qi transformation, yet he exhibited such overwhelming power that Tung Zai found himself utterly defenseless. He had grossly underestimated Wu Yun's capabilities. Spare me. My father is Tung Sha. Should you kill me, he will not let you go. Tung Zai resorted to invoking his father's name. Wu Yun, however, released dozens of dragon whisker needles, sealing the limbs and mouths of Tung Zai and his companions. 3 spiritual talisman masters, not bad. I shall spare your lives for now. Wu Yun smirked wickedly, choosing not to eliminate them immediately, primarily due to their commendable proficiency as talisman masters, which he intended to exploit later for their spiritual energy. Now was not the appropriate time. Having just ascended to the rank of talisman master, he could not afford to consume their energy continuously, especially with the imminent competition for the treasures of the great desolate ancient monument. Second brother, collect their Qiankuan bags and bind these 3. Take them along. Understood. Lin Dong relished the task of cleaning up the battlefield, promptly gathering all the Qiankuan bags and once again filling his pockets to the brim. He then bound the 3 of them and dragged them behind the tail of Xiao Yun's serpent. This is quite ferocious. You've annihilated the entire Yingui sect. Indeed, they had encountered an insurmountable obstacle this time, and they deserved it. Let them bask in their usual arrogance. As the crowd marveled at the spectacle, a swift sound pierced the air. Beyond the vast sea of people, the sound of rushing wind resounded once more, as shadows of light swept swiftly from the low sky, eliciting waves of astonishment. It is the members of the 4 great clans. Have we encountered them again? Wu Yun and Lin Dong gazed toward the horizon. Lin Dong's expression grew cold, yet a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. He was now capable of defeating Lin Langtian. Chapter complete. Chapter 114. Wu Yun, confront him. Deep within the great desolate plain, the faint sound of rushing wind echoed, and countless gazes turned toward the source of the sound. They beheld streaks of rainbow light soaring at a height of several zhang above the ground, darting like lightning, ultimately appearing at the very depths of the plain. The shock of Wu Yun's annihilation of the shadow puppet had yet to subside when the arrival of the four great clans sparked another wave of attention. All eyes were drawn in their direction. The four great clans have always been the most formidable forces of the great Yin dynasty, far surpassing even the three major powers of the great desolate prefecture. The first streak of rainbow light darted forth, and under the scrutiny of countless gazes, it hovered in the low sky. At the forefront was a luminous disk radiating red light, upon which stood several figures. Among them, one individual stood out most prominently. This tall figure, clad in a flowing green robe with long hair billowing, possessed strikingly handsome and fair features, exuding an otherworldly charm. However, in the next moment, he formed a delicate gesture with his hand, twirling a strand of hair by his ear, instantly adding a touch of effeminacy to his demeanor. With his fair and delicate countenance, he appeared even more striking than Lin Qingzhu, who stood behind him. His gaze first fell upon the towering, great, desolate ancient monument, completely disregarding the crowd gathered beneath it. He even took out a white handkerchief to fan himself, as if expressing disdain for the odor of so many people present. This was Lin Langtian of the Lin clan. Was he not described as a paragon of heroic talent? Why does he now resemble a delicate flower? Unbeknownst to them, his style had evidently shifted since their last encounter. Whispers arose among the onlookers, intrigued by Lin Langtian's transformation. Over the years, Lin Langtian's name remained weighty. Even within the great desolate prefecture, everyone understood that he was among the elite of the younger generation throughout the great Yin dynasty. Yet the Lin Langtian who now appeared was a far cry from the image they had heard of. Soft murmurs filled the air. His aura is formidable. He must have at least stepped into the threshold of the creation realm, if not already within it. Yet, why does he not appear masculine? Wu Xi, wielding an iron rod, cast a sidelong glance at him and whispered his thoughts. Little weasel, this fellow seems to have cultivated a different technique. He has rapidly broken through to the creation realm. Indeed, he has grown stronger. Lin Dong clenched his fists, feeling a surge of eagerness. His current strength, even when facing a minor achievement in the realm of transformation, still possesses formidable combat capability. Wu Yun pondered, is this the indomitable Lin Dongfang? He had not anticipated such a dramatic transformation in Lin Langtian, who, after being provoked by his dragon whisker needles, had seemingly adopted a more delicate demeanor. In the throng, Lin Langtian did not immediately notice Wu Yun and his companion. With a swift motion of his graceful hand, 2 dragon whisker needles shot forth, instantly claiming the lives of 2 individuals within the crowd. Lin Langtian had committed murder. Someone gasped in shock. Individuals hastily retreated, distancing themselves from the 2 lifeless bodies. I, Lin Langtian, am not someone you can casually discuss. Should you dare to show me disrespect again, this shall be your fate, Lin Langtian declared coldly. His voice had taken on a sharper tone, his fingers gripping 3 slender dragon whisker needles. The needles that Wu Yun had once thrust into his body had now become his weapons. Wu Yun furrowed his brow. It was evident that Lin Langtian had adopted an aura reminiscent of the invincible Dongfang Bubi. At that moment, a colossal wind eagle, its immense wings stirring a tempest, descended. And upon it sat the talented scion of the Qin clan, Qingzhu, whose beauty rivaled that of the most exquisite flowers. During his previous visit to the ancient tomb, he had ridden a phoenix, which had perished in the flames. Now, he had switched to the wind eagle. As Qingzhu alighted beside Lin Langtian, his complexion was pale, exuding an ethereal grace, and he fanned Lin Langtian with a folding fan. Brother Langtian, why expend so much energy on these uncouth individuals? Their camaraderie bore a striking resemblance to that of close sisters. In the crowd, Lin Dong and Wu Xi observed with discomfort. Wu Xi thrusting his black iron staff into the ground, seething with indignation. This is utterly revolting. Wu Yun was momentarily taken aback, following the shattering of the egg. Lin Langtian seemed to have indeed discovered a new realm. Not only was he unscathed, but his cultivation had ascended to a higher level. Compared to his counterpart in the original narrative, his strength had now reached the realm of transformation. Members of the Huangpu family had arrived. A massive sword aura sliced through the air, and as it appeared, Wu Yun's gaze was immediately drawn to it. Upon hearing the name Huangpu, he felt a surge of anticipation. During the last expedition to the ancient tomb, Ling Qingzhu had represented the Huangpu family. As he raised his eyes, he indeed beheld a slender, elegant figure. When the sword aura gradually hovered at a low altitude, Wu Yun sighed. The graceful silhouette was not Ling Qingzhu, but rather a silver-haired woman clad in a light green dress. Her tall stature and striking beauty rivaling even that of the enchanting Mu Qianqian. Yet, regrettably, she was not Ling Qingzhu and could not compare to her. This was Huangpu Jing, a renowned member of the younger generation within the Huangpu clan, her strength also at the minor achievement in the realm of qi cultivation, making her one of the most famous beauties in the great Yin dynasty. She is rather ordinary in appearance, not nearly as beautiful as Miss Qianqian, Wu Yun remarked dismissively. Although I am aware that Ling Qingzhu will not be present here, thoughts of her leave a certain emptiness in my heart. I find myself yearning for the essence of Ling Qingzhu. Huangpu Jing merely stands aside with the members of the Huangpu family, quietly observing the ancient monument of the great wilderness. Once again, a flash of golden light appears, heralding the arrival of the Wang family, led by none other than Wang Pan, a figure previously encountered in the ancient tomb estate. He strides forward, brandishing a grand luo golden spear, exuding an air of unabashed arrogance as he gracefully ascends. The gathering comprises numerous attendees. Aside from the four great clans, other dynasties are also represented. Brother Wu Yun, our demon sect shall follow your lead, remarks Mu Qianqian, casting a wary glance at those around her. Hee, Brother Wu Yun, I too shall accompany you. Wherever you direct me, I shall strike, adds Wu Ci, grinning foolishly. Wu Yun casts a sidelong glance at Lin Langtian and the others hovering in the air, then turns to Wu Ci and suddenly states, I find Lin Langtian rather displeasing. He escaped last time. Wu Ci, do you have the courage to confront him? Wu Ci gazes at Lin Langtian, his eyes brimming with a fervent desire for battle. In truth, even without Wu Yun's provocation, he yearns to test his mettle against the opponent. However, the formidable reputation of Lin Langtian instills a measure of trepidation in Wu Ci. To challenge him recklessly could be a grave misstep, potentially leading to his own demise and incurring the wrath of the Lin clan. He chuckles ruefully. Well, Brother Wu Yun, I may not stand a chance against him, and those surrounding him from the Lin clan possess considerable strength. Our alliance cannot afford such an encounter. I can assure you that Lin Langtian will not slay you, and I also guarantee that the Lin clan poses no threat to our alliance. Do you dare to engage? Wu Yun observes Wu Ci with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He is intrigued by Wu Ci and wishes to seize this opportunity to gauge his abilities. Why should I hesitate? Wu Ci responds, his eyes alight with determination. Without delay, he leaps into the air, wielding a black iron staff that points directly at Lin Langtian. I am Wu Ci, eager to engage in a friendly duel. Lin Langtian, do you dare to fight? Lin Dong, filled with excitement, has long desired to confront Lin Langtian directly. Brother, I wish to join. Very well, go ahead. Wu Yun nods in approval. Witnessing Wu Ci's boldness in challenging Lin Langtian, he chooses to place his trust in him, having already achieved his objective. And I, Lin Langtian, am here to meet my demise. Lin Dong exclaims, leaping into the fray, brandishing a black dragon spear aimed at Lin Langtian. All eyes are drawn to the spectacle. Oh heavens, them again. They have just vanquished the Yin puppet sect, and now they dare to challenge the Lin clan. Impressive. It appears we are in for a show. The question lingers. Will Lin Langtian accept the challenge? Over the years, Lin Langtian has subtly edged toward becoming the foremost figure in the Dine dynasty, and his challenge is sure to pique the interest of the onlookers. The members of the four great clans also take note of this confrontation, aside from the Lin clan. The remaining three families observe Lin Dong and Wu Ci with curiosity. Lin Langtian's fair visage instantly froze, his gaze swiftly shifting away from Lin Dong to the figure of Wu Yun below. Wu Yun, in turn, lifted his eyes to meet Lin Langtian's, casting him a wicked smile. A tremor coursed through Lin Langtian's delicate frame. His nerves taut as the harrowing pain of being pricked by a dragon whisker needle surged back into his mind. Wu Yun, Lin Dong, this time, you shall both perish. Lin Langtian seethed through clenched teeth. After being wounded by the dragon whisker needle, he had nearly been reborn, dedicating himself relentlessly to his cultivation, even sacrificing his manhood under Master Mu's guidance to practice a more potent, self-castrating technique. His sole ambition was to one day exact vengeance upon Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Now, having achieved significant advancement and transcended to the creation realm, he was resolute in his quest for retribution against them. Could this individual truly be the Wu Yun that Sister Qingzhu had once mentioned? At the residence of the Huangpu clan, the previously indifferent expression of Huangpu Jing flickered with perturbation as she furrowed her brows, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unfathomable emotion. To witness Lin Langtian so uncharacteristically flustered suggested that their previous encounter at the ancient tomb had indeed been orchestrated by the two of them. Upon hearing their names, Qin Shi and Wang Pan immediately tensed, their expressions grave. After returning from the ancient tomb, They had sensed something amiss and dispatched individuals to investigate the matter further. Consequently, they learned that Lin Langtian had suffered subsequent humiliation at the Lin family's hands, revealing the truth that the events at the ancient tomb were the machinations of Wu Yun and Lin Dong. They had been outwitted by Wu Yun and Lin Dong. Such indignity was intolerable for the four prominent clans. They had even sent emissaries to Yen City seeking revenge, only to find both families had vanished. Now, encountering Wu Yun and Lin Dong here, they were determined to settle the score for past grievances. Qingzhu remarked, "To cross paths with you here is fortuitous. It is time to settle the debts from our last encounter." Wang Pan added, "To dare scheme against the Wang clan, today shall mark your demise." Their faces darkened, their eyes brimming with animosity directed at Wu Yun and Lin Dong. The atmosphere became palpably tense. The four major clans had already antagonized three families. And although the Huangpu family remained silent, their demeanor suggested they were not to be underestimated. A fierce battle loomed on the horizon. The martial temple elder, perched in the air with his staff, appeared bewildered as he glanced between Wu Yun and Lin Dong, his expression tinged with bitterness. He had merely wished to spar with Lin Langtian, yet inadvertently found himself embroiled in a larger conflict. Wu Yun and Lin Dong had not merely offended one, but had incurred the wrath of many. The Lin, Wang, and Qin clans were present in great numbers, exceeding 100 individuals, all at or above the shaping realm, with several having reached the pinnacle of the Qi realm. This formidable force was beyond the capabilities of their martial alliance to contend with. Rest assured, you two need only focus on Lin Langtian. Wu Yun remained composed, casting a calm glance over the crowd before ascending into the air. His voice was steady and indifferent as he proclaimed, "You need not concern yourselves, I assure you. This will not impede your battles." Mu Qianqian's beautiful eyes narrowed in contemplation as she hesitated. After all, she had arrived alongside Wu Yun. At this moment, Wu Xi had already aligned himself with Wu Yun. As his junior sister, she ought not to prioritize her own safety in such a critical juncture. Nevertheless, Mu Qianqian held confidence in Wu Yun. "Stand back," she instructed her compatriots from the Great Demon Sect. "Miss, this involves the four major clans. It would be prudent not to interfere," an elder advised. "The Great Demon Sect may refrain, but I must intervene." With that, Mu Qianqian soared into the air, positioning herself beside Wu Yun. "Senior brother, I stand with you," she declared, affirming their bond as siblings in the same lineage. "How absurd. You, a mere novice at the Qi formation stage, dare to challenge our Wang clan," scoffed a middle-aged man from the Wang family, the strongest among them, having achieved great mastery in the Qi formation stage. "Wu Yun, could this be a misunderstanding?" Another figure emerged from the throng, none other than Elder Zhang from the Heavenly Sword sect, who had ventured to Flame City previously. His strength was only at the initial stage of the forming shape realm, rendering him ineffective in this conflict. An elder soon followed, soaring to Zhang's side, possessing great mastery in the Qi formation stage. His piercing gaze scrutinized Wu Yun, who maintained a steady aura, unfazed. Nodding, he remarked, "This is Wu Yun, quite impressive." "Indeed, Elder Huang," Elder Zhang replied respectfully. In a span of over a year, from the pinnacle of the Yuan Dan realm to his current progress in the Qi formation stage, and even managing to best Lin Langtian, such a prodigy was a treasure for the Heavenly Sword sect. Wu Yun is an inner disciple of our Heavenly Sword sect. Perhaps there has been a misunderstanding. Why not sit down and discuss this matter? Elder Huang stepped forward. Faced with the three major clans, the pressure was palpable, yet he chose to defend Wu Yun. The situation grew increasingly delicate. Although the Heavenly Sword sect could not rival the four major clans, it still held a prestigious status within the Great Yin dynasty, far surpassing the three powers of the Great Wilderness County, thus wielding considerable influence. "Elder Huang, there is no misunderstanding. Wu Yun deceived our three clans in the ancient tomb. We demand an explanation today. Should your Heavenly Sword sect insist on intervening, it would be tantamount to declaring enmity with our three clans," Wang Pan declared, brandishing a formidable golden spear with an imposing presence. The Heavenly Sword sect was merely a minor player. The Wang family held them in contempt, let alone their current status as one of the three great families. Elder Huang's expression grew grim. He was the only one of great mastery in the Qi formation stage present from the Heavenly Sword sect, and in such circumstances, he felt both inadequate and overwhelmed against the three major clans. Wu Yun inclined his hands in a gesture of respect towards the members of the Tian Dao sect, saying, "Elder Huang, Elder Zhang, your intentions are commendable. I shall remember this support from the sect. However, this matter ultimately pertains to me alone, and I cannot implicate the sect in my personal affairs. Please, rest assured and observe from the sidelines. Today, I shall demonstrate that the so-called four great clans are not as formidable as they appear." It is worth noting that Wu Yun had yet to make significant contributions to the Tian Dao sect. and for the sect to stand by him in such circumstances was indeed remarkable. Few sects possess such audacity. Elder Huang and Elder Zhang were at a loss for words, unable to comprehend the source of Wu Yun's confidence in challenging three major clans simultaneously. The standoff had persisted for some time. Wu Yun furrowed his brow and urged Lin Dong and Wu Xi, "What are you waiting for? Engage them." Chapter 115. The Dominance Over the Three Major Clans. Lin Dong and Wu Xi exchanged glances, their lips curling into smiles as they summoned a tremendous amount of elemental power. Fish Scale Halberd, Heavenly Dragon Halberd. Lin Dong wielded the ancient halberd with fervor, unleashing 4 beams of golden light directly toward Lin Langtian. Simultaneously, Wu Xi spun his iron rod, casting a colossal shadow of a black staff from above, enveloping Lin Langtian. As the halberd beams and staff shadow surged forth, Lin Langtian's gaze sharpened. With a graceful wave of his hand, he propelled golden dragon whisker needles towards the 2 assailants. He then formed hand seals, executing the crushing Heaven Demon Tablet palm, sending 2 formidable tablets crashing toward the incoming attacks. "Be cautious, Wu Xi. Those needles are perilous," Lin Dong warned loudly, acutely aware of the brutality of the dragon whisker needles. "Fear not, they are merely needles." Wu Xi began to retort, but his words were cut short as one of the needles pierced his arm, twisting through flesh and eliciting a searing pain that flooded his mind. "Don't move. I'll extract the needle." Lin Dong leaped beside Wu Xi, channeling his mental energy to draw the needle from his companion's arm. What a vicious needle. Cold sweat beaded on Wu Xi's forehead. Even the toughest of men found it hard to endure such excruciating pain. "Lin Langtian, your needles are commendable, but alas, they are too slender. Allow me to introduce you to my formidable staff." His elemental power surged uncontrollably, coalescing into the black iron staff. "Great Sumi staff." Wu Xi's fury ignited, and a powerful shadow of the staff enveloped the surroundings as he unleashed a 9th-grade martial art. The massive staff shadow echoing the imposing great desolate ancient tablet nearby. "You too shall experience my dragon whisker needles." Lin Dong summoned his mental energy, launching 10 dragon whisker needles in rapid succession. Now a talisman master, he wielded the needles with far greater proficiency than Lin Langtian. "You seek your demise." Lin Langtian, adeptly forming hand seals, unleashed powerful elemental palm strikes. As the needles shattered, his hand movements seemed to accelerate, his fingers dancing with agility. The prowess of the creation realm was finally manifesting, as each of his palm strikes shattered the staff shadow conjured by Wu Xi. Sensing the approach of the dragon whisker needle, Lin Langtian's lips quivered slightly as he mentally cried out, "Master Mu, assist me. Block that insidious needle." A formidable surge of spiritual energy emanated from his being, ensnaring the dragon whisker needle launched by Lin Dong. The 3 of them engaged in a fierce battle around the ancient monument, their conflict escalating. Wu Xi boldly confronted Lin Dong head-on, while Lin Dong wielded his spiritual power to manipulate the dragon whisker needle, attempting to entangle the soul within Lin Langtian's body. Even someone as powerful as Lin Langtian, at the pinnacle of the creation realm, found himself struggling to cope. "Lin Dong, cease your actions at once. You are a member of the Lin family. How can you conspire with outsiders against your own kin at this moment?" An elder from the family, possessing the energy formation realm, admonished with a grim expression. "Lin Langtian is the captain of the clan's enforcement team. Your actions are nothing short of treasonous. Do you wish to become an enemy of the clan?" "Huh." Brother Lin Zhao, Lin Langtian previously sought to slay Lin Dong, and upon his return, he faced no consequences. This conflict is merely a personal matter between them. Let them resolve it themselves. Although Lin Dong belonged to a branch family, he was more than a match for Lin Langtian, having previously bested him, proving himself a genius equal to Lin Langtian. Being of the same lineage, favoritism should not sway opinions. Some members of the Lin clan also supported Lin Dong, indicating that not everyone sided with Lin Langtian. After Lin Langtian's actions in Yin City became known to the higher-ups of the Lin family, many were discontented with him, believing his conduct to be excessive, which significantly diminished his standing. Lin Dong had done nothing wrong. He had merely acted in self-defense. However, infighting at such a critical time would be detrimental to the clan and would only invite ridicule upon the Lin family. With the ancient monument soon to be activated, this was not the time for conflict. "Oh, how unfortunate that we, the talents of the Lin clan, cannot coexist harmoniously," lamented a rational elder in an attempt to mediate. Disagreements had surfaced within the Lin family, with opinions divided, and for a moment, no one came to Lin Langtian's aid. "Brother Langtian, I shall assist you." Qin Shi, unable to bear the sight, unleashed a wind blade of elemental power from his folding fan and leapt onto the wind hawk to join the fray. Since returning from the ancient tomb, his relationship with Lin Langtian had flourished, and he had acquired an even more potent technique from him. now having reached the pinnacle of the energy formation realm, surpassing his peers. Yet, none were permitted to intervene in their battle. Wu Yun, riding the scarlet fire sword, soared ahead of Qingzhu, delivering a powerful stomp imbued with the might of the suppressing prison divine body. The imprint of his elemental power crashed down onto Qingzhu. Feeling the overwhelming weight akin to a mountain pressing down upon him, Qingzhu's countenance shifted dramatically as he struggled to resist. Frantically channeling his elemental energy and forming seals in an attempt to disperse the force of the impact, the enormous imprint descended, forcefully pinning Qingzhu to the ground. Rising from the earth in a disheveled state, dust clinging to his once pristine form, Qingzhu exclaimed, "Brother Qin, the Wang family has come to your aid." Wang Pan bellowed loudly, wielding the Deluo golden spear in one hand while striking forth with the other. Golden platform to subdue demons. A blinding golden light illuminated the sky, erupting with brilliance, and then coalescing into a nearly Tianzhong-sized, perfectly square golden platform. With a resounding boom, it crushed the air and descended fiercely upon Wu Yun, shattering celestial demon tablet. Wu Yun countered by forming seals with his hands, rapidly condensing his purple-golden elemental energy into two massive demon tablets that surged defiantly upward. As the tablets collided with the golden platform, the platform shattered upon contact, disintegrating under the force of the two demon tablets that then soared towards Wang Pan. Coiling dragon spear, Wang Pan brandished the Deluo golden spear, unleashing a golden dragon-shaped spear shadow that collided with the demon tablets. How formidable! His eyes widened in shock, as the spear shadow proved utterly inadequate to withstand Wu Yun's tablets. Do not be so arrogant. A middle-aged man from the Wang family, a master of the Qi transformation realm, acted swiftly, launching another colossal golden platform to suppress Wu Yun. Wu Yun extended his hand, eschewing martial arts, and with sheer physical strength, he punched, shattering the immense golden platform to pieces. "Humph, is that all?" Wu Yun scoffed coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the people of the Wang family. At this moment, Wang Pan was spitting blood, barely maintaining his position in the air, tightly gripping his golden spear. A purplish glow enveloped Wu Yun's fist, and a flash of purple light sparkled in his eyes. His fighting spirit surged as his dominating bloodline slowly awakened, amplifying his physical power and elevating his aura. The middle-aged man from the Wang family, eyes filled with astonishment, shouted, "All together now, eliminate this little beast." "Qingzhu, do not hesitate, summon your kin from the Wang family, hold nothing back. Wu Yun must die today," Wang Pan added, his murderous intent intensifying. Aware of Wu Yun's terrifying prowess, he understood that failing to eliminate him today would pose a future threat. "Jingshu, kill him!" Qingzhu yelled to the airborne members of the Qin family. Dust-covered and disheveled, he harbored a desire to tear Wu Yun into pieces. Initially, the members of the Wang and Qin families held some trepidation, but with their young master injured by Wu Yun, they could not afford to relent. One by one, the powerful warriors above the formative realm unleashed their superior martial arts upon Wu Yun without mercy. Those supporting Lin Langtian from the Lin clan also joined the fray. While they hesitated to strike against their own kin, Wu Yun posed no such constraints. 3 major clans struck simultaneously to suppress Wu Yun. "Wu Yun, you who toyed with our 4 great clans and monopolized the treasures of the ancient tomb estate, today you shall reap your just deserts," they declared. "Die, boy. In your next life, open your eyes a bit wider. Some powers are not to be trifled with." Beneath the great ancient tablet, people hastily cleared a space. For the clash of these formidable warriors above the Qi transformation realm unleashed terrifying waves of elemental energy that none could withstand. Though he relished the spectacle, he dared not immerse himself in the tempest of elemental energy. The 3 great clans unleashed their formidable powers, with dozens of experts above the forming realm joining the fray. The sheer magnitude of their might was beyond imagination. Such terrifying assaults would cause even those at the creation realm to shy away from direct confrontation. Above, a dazzling array of elemental light erupted, and the terrifying fluctuations of energy relentlessly battered the surrounding space. The ancient monument of the great wilderness, meant to seal these energy waves, began to tremble under the onslaught of their attacks. Although the seal was nearing its weakest state, the mere ability to shake the ancient monument attested to the ferocity of their strikes. They were intent on reducing Wu Yun to mere dust. How could Wu Yun possibly withstand such an onslaught? It was utterly insane for the 3 clans to unite against a single individual. If Wu Yun were to survive this day, he would undoubtedly earn renown throughout the entire Yin dynasty. The situation was dire. Even if he managed to escape today, he would be relentlessly hunted by the 3 clans. Notably, the Huangpu clan seemed reluctant to engage. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Yun had no intentions of fleeing. His gaze swept over the members of the 4 clans with an air of dominance, as a violet radiance began to swirl around him. This was the aura of his supremacy. With a cold chuckle, he declared, "Since you have chosen to engage, then let all of you remain." He regarded these clan members with disdain. Their style of overwhelming the few with the many was all too familiar. However, sheer numbers could not compensate for the disparity between them. Possessing the blood of supremacy, he felt no concern for the multitude of foes before him, for in his eyes, they were all mere refuse. Boom, boom. With his foot upon the crimson fire sword, Wu Yun summoned the power of his blood of supremacy. Unleashing a barrage of violet fist imprints, he merely struck with his fists, eschewing any complex techniques. The violet extreme demon eye, the celestial blood of supremacy, the godly body of suppression, and the giant elephant particle, each manifested in turn. The attacks from the three clans encroaching upon his vicinity were met with the formidable gravitational domain emanating from his godly body of suppression. His fist imprints were unparalleled, infused with the memories of the supremacy fist, each blow delivering the utmost power of his bloodline. All assaults were dispersed with his relentless punches. Although Wu Yun was merely at the chi-forming realm, the power of his blood of supremacy rendered each of his strikes comparable to those of creation realm experts. Fortune favors the capable. The treasures of the ancient tomb were rightfully claimed by those with the strength to seize them. The inadequacy of your skills is evident. And now you seek to overwhelm the few with your numbers. Humph, you have chosen the wrong adversary. Having thwarted the multitude of attacks directed at him, it was now time for Wu Yun to counterattack. The crimson fire sword danced as he charged into the ranks of the Qin clan, unleashing a flurry of fist and kick assaults. Relying solely on his physical prowess, he barreled through, undeterred by whether his opponents were in the forming realm, chi-forming realm, or even half a step into the creation realm. To him, they were all the same. With each punch, he dispatched them as if they were mere children. No one could withstand his assault. Hovering in the air were the members of the four great clans. Just moments ago, the Qin clan and the Wang clan had over 30 individuals each, while the Lin clan had a dozen or so. Subsequently, like raindrops, they were struck down one by Wu Yun. Lin Qingzhu, with her captivating gaze, led a portion of the Lin clan to retreat to the side. Faced with Wu Yun, she nervously moved her lips, uttering, "Brother Wu Yun, we harbor no ill intentions. We did not attack just now." Despite her lack of guilt, Lin Qingzhu felt a tinge of trepidation in the presence of the fiercely determined Wu Yun. His fists were incredibly powerful. A single blow could easily overwhelm her fragile frame, leaving her in tears if not worse. Wu Yun cast a cold glance at those accompanying Lin Qingzhu. Most of them belonged to Lin Dong's faction and were dissatisfied with Lin Longtian's actions, hence their earlier compliance. The individuals hiding behind Lin Qingzhu trembled visibly, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Wu Yun. At that moment, only the Huangpu family and Lin Qingzhu's group remained unscathed. The members of the Huangpu family swallowed nervously, instinctively distancing themselves from the other three clans. Huangpu Jing's expression was particularly complex. She harbored a profound curiosity about Wu Yun, wondering what kind of man could be mentioned by a woman like Sister Qingzhu. Initially, she merely thought Wu Yun had a handsome exterior, but as he unleashed his might, his unmatched dominance, his indomitable aura, and his ability to sweep through armies deepened her understanding of him. Indeed, a man who could capture Sister Qingzhu's attention was anything but ordinary. His prowess was unparalleled within the great Yin dynasty. Huangpu Jing even felt that Wu Yun was not inferior to her esteemed Sister Qingzhu, who held a celestial presence in her heart, akin to a fairy from the heavens. "And you, do you wish to oppose me as well?" Wu Yun suddenly narrowed his gaze, directing it towards the Huangpu family. "No, please do not misunderstand. I am the cousin of Ling Qingzhu. She has mentioned you to me before. We should be friends." Huangpu Jing hastily clarified, genuinely fearing that Wu Yun might strike her. The members of the three clans that Wu Yun had struck down were either dead or wounded. Such a fate was neither desired nor bearable for the Huangpu family. "Oh, Qingzhu." The mention of Ling Qingzhu's name caused Wu Yun's rising fury to finally subside, and his battle intent calmed. He gazed down upon the scene beneath the ancient stele, where, despite the throngs of people, silence reigned. All eyes were fixed upon Wu Yun, their depths filled with profound trepidation and fear. The grandiosity displayed by the four great clans moments ago now transformed into sheer humiliation. Before taking action, the threats were articulated so eloquently, yet none could deliver. In an instant, the atmosphere transformed into a cacophony of lamentation. It was not that they were too feeble, but rather that Wu Yun was overwhelmingly formidable. To single-handedly dominate three major clans is a feat of monumental significance. Observing Wu Yun, unscathed and brimming with vigor, it was evident that his prowess surpassed merely overpowering the three clans. Indeed, it was conceivable that none present could match his strength. The dozen or so members of the Heavenly Blade sect found themselves isolated amidst the crowd, Their previous support for Wu Yun had deterred anyone from standing alongside them. Elder Huang rubbed his eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. This level of power was approaching that of the sect leader. Elder Zhang, given Wu Yun's terrifying capabilities, you ought to report this situation directly to the sect leader. Such a talent is our hope for the resurgence of the Heavenly Blade sect. When I last encountered him, he was not at this level. Who could have anticipated his rapid growth? Unless, of course, he had been concealing his true strength back then. Elder Zhang remarked innocently. Wu Yun's performance had far exceeded his expectations during their last meeting. He had believed Wu Yun's potential was merely to surpass the average inner disciple, never imagining that the younger generation of the great Yin dynasty could not even compare, let alone the elders, whom he had subdued. Fortunately, Elder Zhang felt immense relief at not having offended Wu Yun upon their first meeting. He had made the right decision not to shield those few disciples. Mu Qianqian was once again astonished, realizing she had underestimated her senior brother's power. Previously concerned about the shadow puppet sect, she now regarded even the 4 major clans with disdain. She licked her rosy lips, fantasizing about her brother becoming her future dual cultivation partner. The stronger he became, the more intrigued she was. Chapter 116. The complete unleashing of Lin Dong standing atop the scarlet fire sword. Wu Yun surveyed the crowd beneath the ancient monument of the great wilderness with a condescending gaze. No one dared to meet his eyes. The invincible aura he had just unleashed, with each punch striking terror into the hearts of the 3 major clans, had effectively intimidated everyone present. No one dared to boast any longer, silently observing Wu Yun's display of superiority. Junior sister, please assist me in tidying up the battlefield and collect their Qingquan bags, Wu Yun said with a grin, floating in midair. After engaging in such a laborious battle, it was only fitting to reap some rewards. Cleaning up the battlefield had always been a principle of Wu Yun's. With Lin Dong still engaged in combat, he entrusted this task to his newly accepted junior sister. Of course, senior brother. Mu Qianqian replied with a radiant smile, evidently unperturbed by the task, and even somewhat excited. Striding gracefully with her long legs, she approached the group of the 3 major clans sprawled on the ground, half alive. Among those Wu Yun had injured, there were 60 or 70 who had not perished. However, those who survived were gravely wounded. Wu Yun had not pursued total annihilation, for killing was not his inclination. These half-dead individuals no longer pose a threat to him, and he finds no motivation to take action against them. He intends to leave these weakened souls as a stark reminder of Wu Yun's terror. His objective is to instill fear in the 3 great clans, ensuring that they dare not provoke him again. The severely injured individuals he has left behind serve as the finest form of advertisement. Presently, Wu Yun harbors no fear of the 3 great clans. In fact, he possesses the strength to obliterate them. However, mindless slaughter will not resolve issues. It is imperative to cultivate fear in the enemy, making them aware that they cannot touch those around him in order to find a solution. For more than a year, the Lin clan has remained hidden within the ancient tomb, cautious of the Lin family, and the Guangdao Martial Arts Academy has also retreated. Wu Yun does not desire this. He strives to grow stronger so that his adoptive father, elder brother, and those dear to him can live openly without fear of anyone. Hand it over. Mu Qianqian approached Wang Pan, extending her delicate hand. The nearly lifeless Wang Pan lay on the ground, clutching tightly to the golden Deluo spear, seemingly reluctant to relinquish it. This is the treasured spear of my Wang family. Dare you take it? My father will not let this go. Wang Pan's words had barely escaped his lips when a slender golden needle pierced his brow. His voice was abruptly silenced, his eyes bulging in shock. Unable to close in death, he had believed Wu Yun would not dare to kill him. How Navi? Second young master. Second young master. The members of the Wang clan cried out in anguish, tears streaming down their faces. Wu Yun, you have killed young master Wang Pan. The clan leader will not spare you. You are doomed. Wang Tong glared at Wu Yun, his eyes bloodshot. Silence. Wu Yun did not even glance in his direction, bestowing him with a dragon whisker needle instead. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd as they gained a renewed understanding of Wu Yun's ruthless decisiveness. Lin Qingzhu blinked her striking eyes, the blue light shimmering within them. She pressed her lips together in disbelief. As the once arrogant Wang Pan met his end in such a manner, what genius could shine in Wu Yun's presence? Even those with formidable backgrounds could not preserve themselves. Lin Qingzhu regarded Wu Yun with a complex expression. In her eyes, he had always possessed an air of mystery. Now, after more than a year apart, Wu Yun's strength had grown even more terrifying, transcending the younger generation and rising to challenge the elders. Wang Pan was the son of Wang Lei, the current clan leader of the Wang family. With his death, there was no room for retreat. Wang Lei was a powerful figure in the Nirvana realm. Did Wu Yun not fear him? Mu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, Yet upon witnessing her elder brother's imposing demeanor, she cast aside her concerns and secured the Deluo spear. She then moved to Qingzhu's side, having learned from Wang Pan's fate. Qingzhu placed his treasures and Qianquan bag aside before lying down. His winged eagle watched over Mu Qianqian with vigilant eyes, seemingly intent on protecting its master. Roar! Mu Qianqian was hesitating whether to make a move when a thunderous roar echoed through the air. Suddenly, a crimson shadow darted forth. Before the winged eagle could unfurl its wings, Xiaoyan pounced, swiftly bringing it down and delivering a fatal bite to its neck, ending its avian life in an instant. The Xiaoyan of today was no longer the same as before, even though the winged eagle was at the same level of cultivation. It stood no chance against his overwhelming might. Having cultivated the strength from the body scriptures, Xiaoyan, despite being a beast, had achieved considerable prowess. His physique was evolving towards the direction of the anger immortal body, allowing him to unleash strength several times greater than his current state. His true combat power was now comparable to that of a half-step into the realm of creation. After effortlessly slaying the winged eagle, Xiaoyan skillfully extracted the beast crystal from its body, devouring it with a satisfying crunch in mere moments. Not stopping there, he proceeded to feast on the raw flesh, leaving a mess of feathers around his mouth. Witnessing his beloved winged eagle being devoured by the great tiger, Qingzhu could only shut his eyes in anguish. Boom! The energy seal of the Great Desolation ancient monument trembled once more, drawing everyone's attention back. It was Lin Langtian. With a palm strike, he weakened the diminishing seal energy even further. Facing two opponents, he remained undeterred, proving to be a formidable challenge for Lin Dong and Wu Xi. Lin Langtian was no ordinary cultivator. With the backing of his grandfather, engaging in battles beyond his level was merely a routine affair. Once he unleashed his true power, he possessed the capability to contend even against those at the pinnacle of the realm of creation. Truly, he was a renowned genius, showcasing extraordinary prowess. Wu Xi spat blood. His voice strained as he remarked on his predicament. Having taken a direct hit from Lin Langtian, his internal energy was in disarray, leaving him unable to continue fighting. You should rest. Allow me to defeat him, Lin Dong said to Wu Xi, having yet to exert his full strength. Wu Xi stepped back, eager to witness Lin Dong's capabilities when fully unleashed, hoping that he might triumph over Lin Langtian. Feeling a twinge of disappointment as he retreated, Wu Xi longed for the opportunity to battle against a genius of Lin Langtian's caliber. Yet, alas, he found himself lacking. Lin Dong, if you wish to challenge me, you are not yet ready. Lin Langtian sneered, gripping a strand of hair near his ear. He recognized the unfavorable conditions surrounding him, yet a tempest of fury surged within his heart. The sight of Lin Dong reminded him of his lost brother. As a proud man, he felt a deep-seated anguish that demanded release. No longer daring to be careless, Lin Langtian resolved to take the matter seriously. He would eliminate Lin Dong. His hand seals shifted continuously. As Lin Langtian manipulated the intricate techniques, the very essence of the world around them began to churn violently. Waves of profound energy surging forth from within him like a relentless tide. The formidable primal energy gathered above Lin Langtian's head, subtly taking the shape of a massive silver phoenix, spanning hundreds of feet. An unparalleled, fierce aura gradually emanated from it. This was the ancestral clan's ultimate technique. The great heavenly phoenix seal. Behind Lin Kuer, a middle-aged man exclaimed in astonishment. Clearly, they had not anticipated that Lin Langtian had already mastered this martial art. This was a technique transcending the 9th grade, a creation martial art. Now, Lin Langtian was deploying this skill, evidently intent on leaving Lin Dong with no chance whatsoever. He aimed for a decisive strike to eliminate Lin Dong. Lin Dong, soon you shall witness the prowess of my Lin clan's creation martial art. I shall make it clear that my position is unassailable. Lin Langtian proclaimed thunderously as he hovered in the sky, the immense silver phoenix above him becoming increasingly solid. Its gigantic wings slowly flapped, unleashing a hurricane that could easily rend even a half-step creation strongman apart. Brother Wu Yun, Lin Dong may not withstand this. Lin Kuter spoke with a complex expression, a hint of worry in her eyes as she turned to Wu Yun. From her perspective, she truly wished to avoid a clash between Lin Dong and Lin Langtian. The members of the Lin clan behind her also felt great sorrow. These two were the hidden talents of the Lin family. Why could they not coexist? You underestimate Lin Dong, Wu Yun replied without elaboration, though he remained untroubled. Even though their opponent wielded creation martial arts, Lin Dong possessed sufficient prowess to cope, at the very least to survive. The royal Pu family, unaffected by the unfolding drama, sat by as spectators, their understanding continually challenged. The prestige of the 4 great clans had been utterly trampled by Lin Dong. Lin Langtian's might no longer surprised them. Rather, they were astonished that Lin Dong, a mere branch family member, could rival Lin Langtian. Wu Yun had already surpassed the youth of his generation. His earlier display of overwhelming dominance over the three great clans had led those present to regard him as belonging to the elder generation. In contrast, Lin Dong and Lin Longtian's battle remained within the realm of youthful strongmen. Without a doubt, Lin Longtian's performance today echoed that of the foremost youth of the great Yin dynasty. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was orchestrating a remarkable comeback against that very champion. What of the creation martial arts? I too can triumph over you. Lin Dong grinned widely in the sky, his fighting spirit intensifying. He was utterly unfazed by Lin Longtian's imposing presence. Ever since mastering the hard character from the body scripture, he had never faltered. Possessing the golden bell body, he was tough and resilient. Although he might not immediately suppress Lin Langtian, his formidable defensive capabilities left Lin Langtian at a loss. Demonic ape transformation. Lin Dong let out a low growl, his body swelling dramatically as he activated the essence of the ancient dragon ape. Unlike in the original narrative, where he had merely absorbed a trace of its blood, he had now fully refined the essence of the entire ancient dragon ape. The sheer volume of essence, once merged, enabled Lin Dong to unleash the potent strength of the ancient dragon ape. His bloodline surged, the blood within him coursing swiftly, and his aura skyrocketed, rapidly ascending from the Qi creation realm to the transformation realm. The demon ape transformation allowed him to elevate his prowess within a short span. Yet, this was merely the beginning. After executing the transformation, Lin Dong's momentum continued to rise. His skin shimmered with a silver-white radiance, while arcs of lightning danced across his surface. The Great Sun Thunder Body had been cultivated to the second layer, the level of the Jade Thunder Body. The golden essence of the Great Sun Thunder continuously adhered to the heavenly scale ancient halberd. Now, the halberd was a complete masterpiece. Its once rough black shaft adorned with a golden dragon pattern, intricately inscribed with numerous complex runes by Wu Yun. Among high-level spiritual treasures, it stood as a pinnacle of excellence. A lotus seat floated before him, and without hesitation, Lin Dong infused it with both his mental and elemental powers simultaneously. Soon, the two forces merged into one, forming an even more formidable essence of power. The Golden Bell Body, the Demon Ape Transformation, the Jade Thunder Body, and the essence of power. Lin Dong concentrated all his strength into the heavenly scale ancient halberd, driven by the golden essence of the Great Sun Thunder and the refined power. The runes upon the halberd shimmered, and the golden dragon pattern seemed to come alive. A resonant ancient dragon's roar emanated from the halberd, awakening the dormant ancient dragon spirit within. Lin Langtian, bear the wrath of the Lin family from Yin City for 12 years. Lin Dong roared, as the dragon halberd transformed into a colossal dragon silhouette, howling as it slashed towards Lin Langtian. The terrifying dragon image, with the heavenly scale ancient halberd as its head and Lin Dong as its body, exuded golden light infused with the essence of the Great Sun Thunder and the Golden Bell Body, while chaotic essence of power enveloped its exterior. The overwhelming pressure of the elemental force drew the attention of all present. The explosive aura of destruction caused the surrounding energy seals to fracture. This strike, fueled by 12 years of Lin Dong's fury, radiated an imposing might that rivaled the transformation martial arts. Wu Xi's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Lin Dong, utterly astonished that he could unleash such a formidable attack. This demonstrated the gap between him and the top-tier geniuses. It dawned on Wu Xi that during their previous encounter, Lin Dong had not unleashed his full potential. The shock resonated within Wu Xi. Their last sparring session had appeared evenly matched, but it was clear Lin Dong had deliberately allowed him to keep pace. Faced with Lin Dong's full power in this moment, he felt no confidence in his ability to withstand it. The gazes of all onlookers were filled with awe and astonishment. Lin Dong's performance far exceeded their expectations. Constantly trailing behind Wu Yun, Lin Dong was often overshadowed by his radiant presence, leading people to unconsciously overlook his efforts. Yet, who truly comprehends the relentless dedication Lin Dong has invested in his cultivation? He has persistently sought self-improvement, concealing his own brilliance beneath the shadow of his elder brother. His silence does not imply a lack of potential to illuminate the heavens. In comparison to Wu Yun, he may indeed struggle to stand out. But in the absence of Wu Yun's dazzling light, Lin Dong emerges as the brightest star. Not even the extraordinary Lin Langtian, a paragon of talent, can rival him. Boom, boom, boom. The two unleashed their most formidable attacks upon one another. As their figures intertwined, a whirlwind of astonishing force surged forth, and both combatants were sent staggering backward through the air for hundreds of steps before regaining their footing. In the midst of such an intense and ferocious clash, the explosive radiance of their elemental powers rendered it difficult for onlookers to discern who held the advantage. Wu Yun's violet demonic eyes flickered, enabling him to perceive the intricate details of their battle through the fluctuations of elemental energy. It was Lin Dong. His golden dragon shadow pierced through Lin Longtian's form. The ancient sky-scale spear was completely embedded within Lin Longtian's delicate body. Chapter 117. The Ancient Monument of the Great Wilderness. The tumultuous waves of elemental power in the sky ceased abruptly. The two figures hovered in an unusual posture high above. The once graceful Lin Longtian now bore a pale visage, plummeting downward, impaled by Lin Dong's imposing gilded spear. Drops of crimson blood scattered in the air. In the profound silence before the ancient monument of the Great Wilderness, only Lin Longtian's anguished groans echoed, as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his slender throat quivering. This scene rendered the multitude of heroes beneath the ancient monument utterly speechless. The once imperious Lin Longtian, heralded as the most gifted of the younger generation within the great Yin dynasty, had faced a complete and utter defeat. Brother Lin Longtian. The members of the Lin clan gazed in disbelief, murmuring in shock. This was the last outcome they wished to witness. The performances of Lin Dong and Lin Longtian today, aside from Wu Yun, left no one else in the great Yin dynasty who could compare. This was meant to be a moment of pride for the Lin clan. Yet it had devolved into this disheartening spectacle. Their hearts were heavy with sorrow and regret, not solely for Lin Longtian, but equally for Lin Dong. Had the two not clashed against one another, this could have heralded the dawn of the strongest era for the Lin clan. Lin Longtian, gasping for breath, his eyes now tinged with a feminine hue, brimmed with unwillingness. He had relinquished even his masculine dignity in pursuit of strength, practicing the heavenly deficiency in technique bestowed by Master Mu, yet he still fell short against Lin Dong. Master Mu, why? Why? Lin Longtian roared in anguish, his pallid face contorting as if two visages were struggling to emerge, his features constantly shifting. There is still a chance. An aged voice reverberated within the corporeal form of Lin Longtian. At this moment, Master Mu felt a twinge of helplessness. The growth of Lin Dong had far exceeded his expectations, compounded by the formidable presence of Wu Yun, an alarming prospect indeed. It is essential to remember that he had once transcended the Nirvana realm, and yet, with his assistance, Lin Longtian still faltered against Lin Dong. How had they evolved to such an extraordinary extent? A significant question mark loomed in the feeble essence of Master Mu's soul. Suddenly, the seal of the ancient monument of the Great Wilderness trembled, causing fissures to appear in the surrounding space. All attention shifted towards the ancient stone. Under the fervent gaze of countless hopeful onlookers, the colossal monument, standing in the depths of the Great Wilderness, began to emanate an overwhelming energy wave that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. As this wave surged, the ancient runes inscribed upon the monument transitioned from clarity to a gradual fading. The seal of the ancient monument was on the verge of dissolution. As the runes dulled, Wu Yun instinctively widened his eyes, gazing in astonishment at the grand edifice. His heart brimmed with admiration. After such an expanse of time, the energy fluctuations radiating from the monument remained astonishingly potent. One could scarcely fathom the vastness and terror that the ancient sect must have possessed at the height of its power. Suddenly, a vast spatial rift manifested beside Lin Dong and Lin Longtian, resembling a black hole that threatened to consume them both. The cataclysmic clash of their energies had ruptured the spatial barriers at their location, resulting in this significant fissure. Now, Longtian, lend me your body. The ancient voice echoed once more within Lin Longtian, laced with urgency. In an instant, Lin Longtian's demeanor shifted. No longer did he appear so effeminate. He steadied himself against Lin Dong's spear, unleashing a terrifying surge of mental energy that extracted his entire being from the ancient spear. A torrent of blood cascaded forth, raining down in the air. Lin Longtian cast a glance at Wu Yun and Lin Dong, then, without a moment's hesitation, plunged into the spatial rift. His sole hope for survival lay within the ancient monument of the Great Wilderness. Lin Dong was unprepared for this sudden transformation in Lin Longtian, who now disregarded his grievous wounds, his aura surging with newfound strength. Humph, trying to escape. He scoffed, resolutely pursuing him. His figure vanished into the dark void of the rift. Be careful, little brother. Wu Yun shouted helplessly. Lin Dong's animosity towards Lin Longtian was profound, and he was unwavering in his pursuit. He could not find peace until he had avenged himself. At that moment, the runes upon the monument grew increasingly faint, until the last ancient symbol finally dissipated entirely. As the last ancient rune faded into oblivion, the colossal monument trembled violently, and a magnificent torrent of energy surged forth from within, enveloping the surface of the stone in a swirling dance, ultimately coalescing into a massive vortex of energy, hundreds of feet in diameter. This vortex spun vigorously, voraciously drawing the primordial forces of the surrounding realm, its depths shrouded in darkness and cold. evoking an air of profound mystery. Roar! Xiao Yan, having just devoured the wind eagle and with feathers adorning his mouth, let out a cry, seemingly concerned for Lin Dong. Let us go. Wu Yun mounted Xiao Yan's back, cradling by Yun in his arms, addressing Mu Qianqian and Wu Xi. They then leapt into the vast rift in space. Senior brother, wait for me. Mu Qianqian's voice rang out sweetly as she dashed towards Wu Yun, swiftly seating herself upon Xiao Yan's sturdy back, wrapping her arms around Wu Yun's waist. Thud! The impact felt as though it struck Wu Yun's very heart. Mu Qianqian's physique was slightly more ample than Jiang Shui's. Wu Yun mused inwardly. At that moment, an immense pressure enveloped them, a force seemingly repelling him from entry. However, this force posed no threat to Wu Yun. Instead, Mu Qianqian clung tightly to him, exerting pressure on her own encumbrance, as if striving for an intimate proximity. What a temptress! Wu Yun's throat tightened. His junior sister was truly skilled. There exists a certain gift called talent, a natural allure, unlearned yet instinctively possessed. Upon entering, the onlookers before the monument, their gazes ablaze with fervor, finally dared to act. The ensuing chaos erupted as a sea of shadowy figures surged forth, reminiscent of locusts, blotting out the sky as they frantically charged toward the energy vortex. Yet, it was evident that entering the great wilderness monument was not a simple endeavor. The repulsive force rendered it nearly impossible for those lacking the strength of the shaping realm to gain entry. Thus, when countless figures rushed into the energy vortex, it was not long before they were violently expelled, crashing back to the ground as if regurgitated by the vortex. Nevertheless, the majority did manage to navigate their way inside successfully. Hiss! Across the vast and desolate expanse, silence reigned, an ancient melancholy emanating from the earth, permeating the entire space with a sense of profound solitude. Today, this solitude was destined to be shattered. Suddenly, the sky above began to ripple, and countless rifts tore open in space, from which figures tumbled down, appearing somewhat disheveled. Swiftly, some activated their primordial force to slow their descent, landing steadily on the ground. Wu Yun and Mu Qianqian, perched atop the tiger, descended gracefully from the heavens. Gazing upon the boundless, horizonless expanse, Wu Yun's eyes sparkled with astonishment. The sheer marvel of conjuring such a space within the monument was truly beyond belief. In the realm where the mustard seed conceals Mount Sumeru, and Mount Sumeru encompasses the 3,000 worlds, lies a profound and enigmatic microcosm. Upon the ancient stele, Wu Yun discerned that among the myriad runes inscribed, there existed primordial spatial symbols. However, these spatial runes constituted merely a fraction of the entire structure, which was far too intricate for him to fully comprehend at that moment. The ancient sects that once thrived here must have been immensely powerful. Otherwise, they would not have possessed such knowledge of primordial runes. Moreover, this great wilderness stele is a formidable artifact of space, making its intrinsic value unparalleled. Perched atop the tiger's back, Wu Yun gazed into the distance, observing as scattered figures began to descend around them. The newcomers appeared somewhat bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. Brother, the spatial realm of the stele is truly marvelous. All who enter are cast in random locations. Had they not clung to you just now, you would likely have been separated, murmured Mu Qianqian with a hint of melancholy. Loosening her grip around Wu Yun, her delicate hand playfully pinching his waist before retreating. Is that so? Then wouldn't that mean my second brother is unable to catch up with Lin Langtian? Wu Yun furrowed his brow. Indeed, upon entering, most land in disparate places. And given the vastness of the stele's space, even those entering consecutively might find themselves at the farthest corners. Mu Qianqian thoughtfully nodded in agreement. Let us embark on our own exploration. Wu Yun sighed. He harbored no concerns for Lin Dong, as the little weasel accompanied him. Even if Lin Langtian harbored a Mu master within, he felt no trepidation. Given Lin Langtian's severe injuries, he would undoubtedly be preoccupied with fleeing. And should he encounter Lin Dong, his demise would be expedited. Truly a calamity that endures for millennia. Wu Yun sighed again, lamenting his failure to detain Lin Langtian, knowing he would now be forced to endure a little longer. Suddenly, he felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, and in the distance, a colossal fissure erupted, revealing a gigantic, two-colored worm, stretching several dozen yards, which surged forth from the depths of the earth. With a grotesque maw dripping with saliva, it devoured 3 unfortunate souls, their agonized screams echoing through the sky. Wow, brother, that worm is utterly repulsive, Mu Qianqian exclaimed, clutching Wu Yun's arm with a shiver of revulsion. After consuming the ill-fated trio, the hideous sandworm cast a sinister glance toward Wu Yun, yet it refrained from advancing, seemingly deterred by the presence of Xiao Yan, who bared its teeth and drooled in response, causing the sandworm to hastily retreat underground. Sister, behave yourself, otherwise, I may very well break your composure. Wu Yun removed Mu Qianqian's hand from his arm, his gaze sweeping over her form with a fierce intensity, issuing a veiled threat. Since Mu Qianqian had begun her cultivation of the Jade Maiden's heavenly scriptures, an alluring charm emanated from her very essence, enhanced by her naturally intoxicating scent, which exuded an irresistible allure, ensnaring the hearts of those around her. Now, with Mu Qianqian being so proactive and her actions audaciously bold, it is undeniable that even if Wu Yun possesses remarkable composure, he is still a young man brimming with vitality. Such flirtation is perilous. Senior brother, my cultivation has yet to reach fruition. Isn't it merely an opportunity for you to assist me in honing my skills and enhancing my allure? Why the haste? In the Hahuan sect, it is just the two of us siblings. Sooner or later, I shall be yours, Mu Qianqian candidly declared, her gaze brimming with charm that she could not conceal. Her words were as enchanting as ever, leaving Wu Yun in a state of confusion regarding their authenticity. The cultivation of a naturally alluring physique is meant to unleash one's innate charm, allowing for mastery over it. Clearly, Mu Qianqian has yet to attain that level, which is why she frequently employs her captivating abilities on Wu Yun. This is indeed a risky endeavor, yet she relishes the challenge with Wu Yun as her target. Wu Yun swiftly embraced Mu Qianqian, his hands cupping her delicate face, marked with a rosy hue, while her lips quivered. He drew her in for a fervent kiss. Do refrain from such provocations. If you wish to cultivate, let us choose another time and place. Otherwise, I may find it difficult to rein in my impulses. He cautioned after the kiss, gently pushing her away. Mu Qianqian stood there, momentarily stunned, her first kiss now lost. Oh dear, senior brother, why must you be like this? She exclaimed, her small fists flailing in the air, her body uncertain of where to settle. Her heart raced, her cheeks flushed. While playful banter was acceptable, the reality of intimacy left her apprehensive. Wu Yun licked his lips, savoring the moment. A naturally alluring physique is indeed unparalleled, and some sensations defy description. Only one can truly experience their sweetness. Little sister, I must make it clear, it is my mastery of the eye technique, coupled with my formidable mental strength, that enables me to easily resist your allure, not due to unwavering willpower or moral rectitude that dismisses beauty. On the contrary, I am but a man of passion, utterly mundane. When such delectable offerings are presented, especially one as exquisite as you, how could I possibly refuse? Wu Yun spoke earnestly. For someone like him, who has traversed both past and present, he has always welcomed such advances. Of course, Wu Yun remains rational. The cultivation technique Mu Qianqian is presently practicing is evidently not meant for immediate harvesting. Greater rewards await in the future. Mu Qianqian, recognizing the need to temper her flirtations, withdrew her seductive demeanor. Nevertheless, her heart brimmed with joy. This marked the first time Wu Yun had earnestly confided in her. Though somewhat pedestrian, it assured her that he indeed harbored feelings for her and was not indifferent to her charms. In truth, Mu Qianqian's assertiveness was not solely for the sake of cultivation. A significant part of her motivation stemmed from her attraction to Wu Yun's exceptional physique. Having practiced the Hahuan sect's techniques, she is particularly sensitive to powerful physiques, as they represent the nourishment she desperately seeks. Among all the men she has encountered, only Wu Yun and Lin Dong possess such formidable constitutions, with Wu Yun's being even more remarkable. To a considerable extent, Wu Yun exerts a profound attraction upon her. Understood, senior brother. Mu Qianqian pouted, finally speaking earnestly. Senior brother, the beasts within this ancient monument space are predominantly direct descendants from antiquity, each one fiercely formidable. A moment's carelessness could render one a mere meal for them. Even I do not dare to wander recklessly. It is said that there are even beasts at the Nirvana realm. You must exercise caution. Indeed. Wu Yun nodded in agreement, fully aware of the peril that lay within. He too had to tread carefully. Ding. You have arrived at the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument. Do you wish to sign in? At that moment, the system's prompt finally resonated. Wu Yun smiled, his thoughts resolutely conveyed. Sign in. Chapter 118. Sign in for the Tranquil Disruption Technique. The Yin body training is to be utilized. Sign in successful. Reward acquired. Tranquil Disruption Technique. The Tranquil Disruption Technique is one of the 3 supreme sword techniques of the perfect great world, specializing in the cultivation of the primordial spirit. When mastered to an advanced level, it allows the practitioner to transform their primordial spirit into a sword embryo, eliminating foes invisibly with a mental prowess that transcends the divine. The profound information of this technique surged into Wu Yun's consciousness. This was not his first encounter with such a phenomenon. He swiftly assimilated the knowledge of the Tranquil Disruption Technique. It is a sword technique that perfectly fuses mental strength with swordsmanship, proving to be extraordinarily powerful. The primordial spirit referred to in the technique is the fruit of cultivating mental energy to a certain degree. The Tranquil Disruption Sword technique is formidable, with its damage specifically targeting the primordial spirit, often making it difficult for opponents to defend against. I currently lack a powerful mental secret technique. The Tranquil Disruption technique has arrived at just the right moment, Wu Yun mused. While his strongest mental techniques were of the Qi level, which were not without merit, they were somewhat inadequate compared to his physical prowess and martial arts. Senior brother, Mu Qianqian softly called out twice. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with confusion as Wu Yun's demeanor seemed peculiar. His gaze was distant, and a smile graced his face, leaving her uncertain of his joy. Oh, the elemental energy in this place is far more concentrated than outside, Wu Yun remarked casually. Yes, my father mentioned that such sect spaces often employ special methods to condense elemental energy, far exceeding the external environment. Cultivating here for a day would likely equate to several days' worth of effort outside. Mu Qianqian nodded in agreement. What a treasure of a place. If only one could cultivate here for an extended period, how wonderful that would be. The disciples of those ancient sects are indeed fortunate, Wu Yun expressed with palpable envy. In such an environment, one's cultivation speed would surely multiply. He couldn't help but think of the Lin family and the Mad Blade Martial Arts Hall, who were still cultivating in the ancient tomb manner. How splendid it would be if they could train here. However, it was exceedingly difficult. The Great Wilderness Ancient Monument was not on par with the ancient tomb manor. Its origins were far too formidable, and it was likely that even the most ordinary disciple here was at the Nirvana realm. Such a sect relic was not something Wu Yun could easily command. The ancient monument of the Great Wilderness has stood here for an indeterminate number of years. Only when the seals weaken can one enter, yet lingering is forbidden. One must depart before the seals restore, lest even a powerful being of the Nirvana realm should succumb after 3 years within. Clearly, Mu Qianqian has ventured here more than once and possesses extensive knowledge of the Great Wilderness Monument. She produced a map, furrowing her brows as she remarked, Senior brother, let us hasten towards the center. There lies a considerable distance to traverse before reaching the heart of this realm. The treasures are located in the central region, and if we delay too long, they may be seized by others. Wu Yun nodded. The vastness of this ancient monument space left him somewhat disoriented. This was not akin to the ancient tomb, where one merely follows the path. The expanse here is unfathomable. If one were to wander aimlessly, it would take no less than 10 days or more to explore this space fully. Fortunately, Mu Qianqian possesses a map. That direction points to the center. She indicated towards the north. Wait for me a moment. The tale of Xiao Yin still bore the 3 spirit rune masters from the Shadow Puppet sect. Wu Yun had just acquired the formidable tranquilization technique, which requires a substantial amount of mental energy to wield. Even his current total of mental energy, as a novice rune master, was insufficient. He had deliberately spared the lives of the 3 to absorb their mental energy for his own use. Initially, upon just breaking through to the rank of rune master, he had hesitated to hastily absorb their energy, fearing that an excess of chaotic mental energy would overwhelm him during refinement. Despite possessing the powerful technique of the chaotic divine mill, refining such energy still demands time. However, with the tranquilization sword technique now in his possession, he felt no apprehension. After absorption, he could cultivate the technique, honing his mental energy with sword intent. Wu Yun promptly opened his mud pill palace and summoned his life rune. The devouring and gathering runes inscribed upon it had already been perfected to a 10th. The effects of absorption and devouring were remarkably potent. He affixed a life rune to the head of the puppet and, with a swift motion, roused it from its stupor. Instantly, the runes on the life rune coalesced into a swirling black vortex. A needle of mental energy pierced into the puppet's mud pill palace, forcefully breaching it. Wu Yun, what are you doing? The puppet gasped in horror, feeling a sharp pain in its brow. Instinctively, it sought to resist as the mud pill palace opened. An outpouring of mental energy surged forth, and its life seal attempted to expel Wu Yun's mental force. Yet, the might of Wu Yun's life rune far surpassed that of the puppet seal. The swirling vortex upon Wu Yun's life rune, profound as a black hole, generated immense suction, drawing all of the puppet's mental energy into itself. The puppet cried out in despair, utterly unable to resist, and could only endure the excruciating experience. The absorption of mental energy felt akin to the tearing of the soul, an agony beyond measure. Fortunately, Wu Yun's speed was remarkable, and the agony did not persist for long. Within mere seconds, he completely consumed the spiritual energy of the puppet, leaving its life force dimmed, its eyes filled with terror. Departing this world in fear, the puppet's spiritual energy was formidable, nearing the level of an intermediate talisman master. After devouring this energy, Wu Yun immediately sat cross-legged, engaging in the practice of the chaotic divine refinement visualization technique. He had now achieved the ability to multitask, operating the divine refinement while simultaneously delving into the tranquil disruption sword technique, simulating his comprehension of the sword path with his spiritual energy. After refining the puppet's spiritual energy through the divine process, he then shattered and reconstituted it once more using the condensed spiritual sword energy derived from the tranquil disruption sword technique. After repeating this process twice, the spiritual energy had become significantly purer. Subsequently, Wu Yun replicated this method, absorbing the energies of the other two talisman masters completely. In an instant, he had absorbed the spiritual energies of 3 talisman masters. Despite undergoing refinement through the divine process and the sword energy, which rendered it considerably purer, the energy remained immensely potent. Wu Yun's spiritual energy surged dramatically, elevating him to the status of an intermediate talisman master. Mu Qianqian pressed her lips together, fully aware that Wu Yun had only recently attained the status of talisman master after absorbing Hua Gu's spiritual energy just days prior. Now, in such a brief period, he had absorbed the energies of the 3 puppets and ascended to intermediate talisman master. The speed of this breakthrough was akin to that of a demonic cultivator. It mirrored the cultivation methods of the Yin puppet sect, albeit Wu Yun's absorption rate was even more terrifying. Brother, how did you come to learn the cultivation methods of the Yin puppet sect? Mu Qianqian inquired with a hint of confusion in her beautiful eyes. Haha. My approach differs significantly from the superficial methods of the Yin puppet sect, Wu Yun replied with a faint smile. The spiritual secret art of the Yin puppet sect, the essence corrosion skeleton, fails to refine absorbed spiritual energy like his devouring runes or divine processes. The energy obtained is modeled and far from pure. Wu Yun's spiritual energy surged forth as he activated the tranquil disruption sword technique, briefly transforming into a black spiritual sword energy. He glanced towards a distant ancient giant worm on the ground. With a mere thought, the condensed spiritual sword energy swiftly struck. The black spiritual sword energy flashed past the giant worm's head, and the ancient creature, comparable to a half-step into the transformation realm, collapsed softly onto the ground, expelling copious amounts of white fluid. What a terrifying spiritual attack! Mu Qianqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had never witnessed such a marvelous form of attack. It was evidently sword energy, yet not emanating from elemental force, invisible and intangible, yet piercing directly into the soul. Wu Yun nodded in satisfaction, realizing the power of the tranquil disruption sword technique exceeded his expectations, and this was merely his initial execution, not yet mastered. The tranquil disruption sword technique specializes in the primordial spirit, wherein the stronger the spirit, the greater the attacking power. At present, Wu Yun's mental strength enables him to condense the essence of the spirit sword qi. Beyond that, there exists the spirit sword intent, spirit sword soul, sword spirit, sword barrier, sword pill, and the most formidable of all, the spirit sword embryo. With a mighty exhale, Wu Yun unleashed a mental flame to incinerate the remains of the 3 puppets. Let us go. Wu Yun mounted the majestic form of Bai Yun. Within this realm, the ancient and rich essence of the heavens and earth invigorated Bai Yun, who had reverted to her true form. Roar. Mu Qianqian attempted to ride atop Xiao Yan, only to be met with a fierce roar that sent her scurrying away. Senior brother, do you see that? It actually looks down upon me. Mu Qianqian pouted, indignant as she pointed at Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, take her along. Wu Yun urged gently. Indeed, the sibling tigers were quite particular. Bai Yun allowed only Wu Yun to ride her. Not even Lin Dong was permitted. Xiao Yan was somewhat more accommodating, yet only Wu Yun, Lin Dong, and Qing Tan were deemed worthy of riding. Earlier, Xiao Yan had reluctantly accepted Mu Qianqian's presence due to Wu Yun, but now it was simply unthinkable. Whimpering, Xiao Yan scampered off in search of Lin Dong, unwilling to be ridden by outsiders. Come on, sit upon me, Wu Yun said, resigned, inviting Mu Qianqian to take her place on him. Hee, all right, sit in front. But do not touch Bai Yun. She dislikes being touched by others, Wu Yun cautioned, patting his thigh. This is what you requested, so do not blame me, he added. Mu Qianqian pouted, inhaled deeply, and then settled herself upon him. With the prior kiss as a foundation, this level of contact did not seem so jarring. Although they were both on Bai Yun, Mu Qianqian barely made contact with her. The position was slightly awkward. Whoosh! Bai Yun transformed into a white flash, surging forward. As she galloped, the 2 atop her were jostled in rhythm with her movements. With a captivating figure in his embrace, Wu Yun could not help but be distracted, though he managed to maintain his composure. The ancient monument space was vast and expansive, despite being carried by Bai Yun. After nearly an hour of relentless running, Wu Yun still failed to glimpse any semblance of an end. The atmosphere of desolation and solitude clung to him, casting a shadow over his heart. Even amidst the fragrant beauty surrounding him, he felt a profound sense of melancholy. As they pressed on at full speed, the sky swiftly darkened, and a chilling aura began to seep into the air. How? Xiaoyan suddenly erupted with excitement, racing towards the source of the frigid air. Be careful, Xiaoyan. Wu Yun called out from behind, his brow furrowed as he gazed at the darkening sky. Even with his formidable physical strength, he felt a twinge of pain from the strange cold. At that moment, they arrived at the foot of a looming black mountain. I never anticipated that the ancient monument space would harbor the existence of bone-chilling winds. The small ferret perched upon Lin Dong's shoulder gazed at the chilling atmosphere above, suddenly expressing surprise. A thunderous roar echoed in Lin Dong's ears. It was Xiaoyan, and his elder brother. Lin Dong exclaimed with delight. A fiery silhouette darted towards him, enveloping him entirely in its embrace. Second brother, Wu Yun, following closely behind, upon seeing Lin Dong, excitedly tossed Mu Qianqian off the tiger's back and called out. Though they had been apart for only a brief moment, the unexpected reunion within the ancient steel space filled both with exhilaration. Where is Lin Langtian? How did you end up here? Wu Yun inquired. Alas, I followed him in, only to discover the vast and enigmatic ancient steel space was capable of random teleportation. I have no idea where he has fled. The small ferret pointed the way, leading them here. Lin Dong sighed. Not having been able to eliminate Lin Langtian this time was indeed a significant regret for him. Next time we meet, I shall make him pay. Elder brother, there is a bone-chilling sinister wind here. The small ferret excitedly pointed towards the dark, foreboding mountaintop. This piercing cold wind is descending from above, Lin Dong remarked. The potency of this wind is formidable. What purpose does it serve? While the bone-chilling sinister wind is undoubtedly vicious, it simultaneously offers immense physical refinement. You have only just mastered the Jade Thunder Body, and it is still not entirely pure. If you harness the power of the bone-chilling wind, it may allow you to cultivate your Jade Thunder Body to greatness, thus enhancing your prowess further, the small ferret replied with a grin. Let us ascend. It seems there is a grand formation here. Wu Yun expressed interest in the bone-chilling wind, alongside methods such as channeling thunder into the body and the fire sea formation. This sinister wind could also serve as an excellent means of physical training. The four elemental forces of wind, thunder, water, and fire significantly enhance one's physique, allowing the energy of these attributes to flow within. Wu Yun discerned that the bone-chilling wind here was artificially arranged, understanding the general layout of the formation. With its core consisting of primitive wind runes, albeit the runes had dulled, failing to exhibit their full potential. Senior brother, this sinister wind is too excruciating. It pains my body. I shall remain here and await your return. Mu Qianqian pouted. Her physique leaned towards the delicate, differing from Wu Yun and the others, making such an intensity of sinister wind quite tormenting for her. Very well, you stay here. The two brothers soared toward the mountain. Xiao Yin and Bai Yun had also cultivated their physiques, rendering the sinister wind beneficial to them as well. In ancient times, this bone-chilling wind was employed by sects to temper their disciples' bodies, a privilege not afforded in the Great Yin dynasty. If you can endure it, the benefits will be substantial. Feeling the frigid air that could freeze stones into shards, the small ferret shivered, then swiftly burrowed back into the stone talisman, its cheerful voice resonating. Woo-woo. Upon reaching the summit, both Xiao Yin and Bai Yun trembled slightly, yearning to descend and escape the disarray wrought by the wind. However, they persevered, for such an ethereal, bone-chilling breeze was a rarity not easily encountered. Should they forfeit this opportunity, they might not experience it again for a long while. Thus, they resolved to remain for the night and fortify their physiques. Wu Yun intercepted Bai Yun, who sought to flee, for he had already felt the formidable essence of the chilling wind, which could indeed hone one's constitution, rivaling even the effects of drawing lightning into the body. Moreover, he had scrutinized the formation at the mountain's peak, and through his extensive studies of array techniques, he had comprehended its operational principles. By adjusting the formation, one could manipulate the intensity of the bone-chilling wind. In this regard, it surpassed the practice with heavenly thunder, which was notoriously unpredictable and often came with a price. Fear not, Xiaoyan. It's merely a trivial wind. Accompany me, Lin encouraged, giving Xiaoyan a hearty pat on the back. If I could withstand thunderstrikes, surely I shall not succumb to this feeble breeze. As Wu Yun circled the summit, observing the array, he suddenly spotted several figures darting swiftly through the sky. As they passed overhead, a tempest of gray-black wind enveloped the three individuals, followed by piercing screams that echoed far and wide amidst the howling gusts. In an instant, the trio was torn apart by the chilling wind. Impressive, Wu Yun exclaimed, taken aback. That location was indeed the most potent area of the bone-chilling wind, effortlessly obliterating cultivators of the Qi transformation stage. The current array had diminished considerably, yet it still exhibited such formidable strength. Wu Yun speculated that if the formation were restored and fully activated, it could potentially threaten even those in the nirvana stage. Mu Qianqian and Lin Dong, witnessing this scene, gasped in astonishment. The ancient beasts nearby, aware of the perilous nature of this place, hastily veered away. Wu Yun continuously channeled his spiritual energy, meticulously restoring the dimmed runes. As the sky darkened further, the atmosphere grew ominous, the howling intensified, and the wind's wrath expanded its reach. Wu Yun persisted in his efforts, delineating several zones of varying wind intensity across the mountaintop. With the physical prowess of Wu Yun and Lin Dong, the moderate strength of the chilling wind posed little threat. Observing Wu Yun diligently mastering the wind formation, Lin Dong remarked, "Brother, you truly excel at this. Perhaps this ancient monument is linked to one of the sects where you resided before your reincarnation." This bone-chilling wind formation, even in ancient times, was not within everyone's grasp. "Brother, you have indeed been fortunate. Had you been here earlier, I would not have faced such tribulations," the little weasel lamented, enviously reflecting on Lin Dong's early association with Wu Yun. "Indeed, your physique is already capable of overpowering those in the creation stage. After enduring the trials of the chilling wind, you may even rival those on the cusp of the nirvana stage." It expressed a degree of envy, having been closely aligned with its elder brother from the outset. Agreed. Lin Dong nodded heavily, gazing at the silhouette of his elder brother atop the mountain, his heart filled with boundless gratitude. Once, Lin Langtian had loomed like an insurmountable mountain in his mind. Yet, under his brother's guidance, this formidable peak had been surmounted in a mere span of less than 3 years. Well then, these 4 zones are designated as the low wind zone, medium wind zone, strong wind zone, and destructive wind zone. Adapt to whichever zone you can, and commence your cultivation there. The two, along with their companions, sought out their respective areas. Xiao Yin and Bai Yun attempted a brief evaluation, and both opted for the medium wind zone. Lin Dong gritted his teeth, enduring the pain as he settled in the strong wind zone. He then began to cultivate according to the insights gleaned from the ancient texts. Meanwhile, Wu Yun sat cross-legged at the pinnacle of the mountain, at the heart of the destructive wind zone. He lifted his gaze to the darkening sky, where a gray-black tempest was forming, swirling ominously and carrying an eerie chill that descended from the vast expanse above. Observing the suddenly enveloping gray-black cyclone, Wu Yun felt a weight of seriousness settle upon him. Such a degree of sinister wind could indeed inflict harm upon his physical form. Yet, it was precisely this intensity that would yield effective results. As Wu Yun and the others pursued their cultivation, Lin Langtian was desperately racing through the ancient stone tablet space, his body battered and pale, having been grievously pierced by Lin Dong's ancient spear. Despite being at the creation realm, he could scarcely withstand such severe injuries. The previous shattering of the egg had rendered his flesh frail, and his body was already in a precarious state. Now, he merely observed as Master Mu controlled his body, forcing it to endure. "Do not worry, I sense him," Lin Langtian murmured to himself, soon soaring to a remote mountain where he found the equally pallid Qin Shi. "Brother Langtian," Qin Shi exclaimed with excitement upon seeing Lin Langtian alive. A flicker of sinister amusement crossed Lin Langtian's eyes as he darkly declared, "Brother Shi, I shall borrow your body for a time." Qin Shi looked bewildered, taken aback by Lin Langtian's sudden insistence on his body. Although they shared a bond, with Lin Langtian having imparted formidable techniques for Qin Shi to cultivate, they had yet to reach a level of intimacy that warranted such a request. Before Qin Shi could comprehend the situation, Lin Langtian's battered form lunged forward, overpowering him. At that moment, a powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Lin Langtian's sea of consciousness, forcefully subduing Qin Shi as he revealed an evil grin. Sensing impending doom, Qin Shi attempted to resist, but just as he began to gather his elemental energy, Lin Langtian's hand struck several precise points on his body. With a few effortless bursts of elemental energy, he accurately targeted Qin Shi's vulnerabilities, causing his energy to dissipate and rendering him unable to muster the strength to fight back. "Lin Langtian, what have you done to me? The techniques you bestowed upon me are flawed." Qin Shi was horrified. It dawned on him that he had unwittingly fallen into Lin Langtian's trap. Having practiced the technique bestowed upon him by Lin Langtian, which was originally provided by Master Mu, he now realized that Master Mu was controlling Lin Langtian's body. Master Mu was all too aware of the fatal flaws in that technique. His intention in teaching Qin Shi was merely to secure a contingency plan, to cultivate a vessel for his own possession. No, Qin Shi's eyes widened, a desperate scream rising within him as a formidable and overwhelming psychic force surged into his consciousness. Master Mu's powerful primordial spirit, carrying Lin Langtian's soul, disregarded Qin Shi's frantic resistance and forcefully penetrated his mind, taking possession of the body. Soon, Lin Langtian's frail form collapsed, and Qingzhu's pale, lifeless eyes regained their vitality. "Ah, I have returned." Qingzhu exhaled deeply, but at that moment, his gaze had transformed. He extended his hand, exploring between his thighs, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Yun, Lin Dong, I shall ensure your demise." "How exhilarating, brother." Lin Dong stripped off his shirt, allowing the chilling winds to buffet his body, reveling in the sensation as he shared his joy with Yun. Despite the pain, it did not dampen Lin Dong's spirits. He felt immense benefits flowing through him. The chilling winds surged, and under the relentless assault of the dark, tempestuous gales, the jade-like luster on Lin Dong's skin began to brighten and purify at a visibly accelerated rate. It felt as if a raw gem was being meticulously sculpted into exquisite jade. "You should join me in this area of destructive winds, brother," Yun invited with a smile. Positioned at the heart of the bone-eroding gales, his garments had long been shredded by the relentless wind blades. Yet this gale, capable of sweeping away even the strongest of those in the transformation realm, could inflict little harm upon Yun's body. Each slice of the wind merely tempered his skin. His blood surged powerfully within him, oozing from the wounds carved by the winds, shimmering with a purplish glow. In no time, the wounds healed, and the skin, once reformed, became even more resilient, radiating a golden-purple brilliance. "All right, brother, I shall accompany you." Lin Dong gritted his teeth, resolutely stepping into the area of destructive winds. Hiss! The moment he entered, Lin Dong inhaled sharply. Above the peaks, the heavens darkened, a jade-like sheen flickering in the gloom. The gray-black vortex of wind converged here, and the gales, sharp as blades, mercilessly lashed against Lin Dong's body, leaving countless fine white marks. Lin Dong quickly activated the Great Sun Thunder Body, and as the white marks multiplied, a trickle of crimson began to seep forth, growing more abundant until blood flowed, eventually freezing into blood ice that solidified upon Lin Dong's form, obscuring the jade-like radiance entirely. Lin Dong dared not allow his mind to wander, simultaneously cultivating the Great Sun Thunder Body and the Body of Script while resisting the fierce wind assaults of the destructive wind zone. The formidable, nearly pitch-black sinister wind caused thick scabs to form on Lin Dong's body. After a considerable time, the scabs were finally blown away by the wind blades as if they were mere eggshells, allowing him to open his eyes. Astonishingly, Lin Dong's pupils had transformed into jade-like orbs, exuding an unyielding aura amidst their icy demeanor. With a body akin to jade and eyes resembling stone, his skin shimmered like glazed glass, rendering him impervious to harm. This was the true manifestation of the Jade Thunder Body. At this moment, Lin Dong had finally perfected his Jade Thunder Body. Moreover, beneath his lustrous skin, golden light flickered. Not only had he achieved mastery of the Jade Thunder Body, but his Golden Bell body had also ascended to new heights. The once menacing destructive wind, capable of threatening those in the creation realm, could no longer leave a mark upon Lin Dong's form. "Brother, my body has grown even stronger," Lin Dong exclaimed, swallowing hard with excitement. He turned to Yun, and beneath the gaze of the purple extreme demon eyes, Yun's physique appeared even more extraordinary, with his skin subtly emanating a purplish golden glow. Unlike Lin Dong's hardened exterior, Yun's body retained its original appearance, yet the overwhelming aura emanating from him surpassed that of any creation realm expert. The surrounding wind blades, let alone striking his body, were repelled by an invisible force even before nearing him. The dominant body, the most formidable of physiques, an overwhelming presence surrounded him, making it impossible for ordinary attacks to approach. Let us proceed deeper into the space. The bone-eroding sinister wind here has little effect on us now. The trio, accompanied by two tigers, continued their journey. Mu Qianqian remained nestled in Yun's embrace. Following Yun's recent strengthening from the sinister wind cultivation, she felt his robust physique, and her heart raced with excitement, growing increasingly fond of this body. What a burden! Lin Dong had sprinted ahead, glancing back at the Tuan by Yun, particularly at the swaying Mu Qianqian, and shook his head with a sigh. He felt his brother was overly indulgent towards this junior sister. Ever since Mu Qianqian began practicing the techniques bestowed by his brother, Lin Dong found her increasingly irksome, as she often flashed flirtatious glances, enticing others. Time and again, Lin Dong felt his heart stirred by her antics. He couldn't fathom how his brother could endure such a little enchantress. It left him quite vexed. After traversing for about an hour, Lin Dong's mental acuity detected a significant gathering of individuals ahead. He instructed Xiao Yin to decelerate and advance. Within this ancient steel space, treasures were often sought after, and any place attracting such a crowd surely held riches. "Brother, should we approach?" Lin Dong eagerly inquired as he awaited Yun's arrival. Indeed, Yun nodded and unceremoniously dropped Mu Qianqian. The three advanced towards the distant site of a solitary stone mountain, upon which peculiar rock formations stood, housing a stone pavilion. Within the pavilion, a shadow seemed to be seated in meditation. It was likely the remains of a senior practitioner. Lin Dong's purple extreme demon eyes gazed intently, revealing that the figure was merely a gray skeletal form, which emanated a peculiar fluctuation from its hollow core. The small weasel, intrigued, manifested its demonic spirit form, perched upon Lin Dong's shoulder. This individual must have perished during a failed attempt to transcend to the Nirvana realm. Is there truly danger in attempting to reach the Nirvana realm? Lin Dong inquired in astonishment. The small weasel rolled its beady purple-black eyes, explaining that the pursuit of the Nirvana realm inherently involves immense risk. A single misstep could lead to self-destruction, which is a commonplace occurrence. Moreover, even upon successfully entering the Nirvana realm, safety is not guaranteed. The 9-yuan Nirvana entails a life and death trial with each cycle, should one succeed. Their power and lifespan would greatly increase, but failure to transcend would result in a fiery demise. Wu Yun's expression grew solemn. Although entering the Nirvana realm would extend one's lifespan, it also necessitated enduring tribulations, posing considerable risk. Each step forward was a trial of life and death. It is Wu Yun and Lin Dong, and Mu Qianqian from the Great Demon Sect. Step aside. Do not provoke these two harbingers of death. Where are the puppets and others they captured? They must have been killed. Wu Yun held the 4 major clans in contempt, rendering the Yin puppet sect even less significant. Their arrival would undoubtedly seize the opportunities here. As Wu Yun and his companions approached, the crowd beneath the stone mountain parted to make way. Their gazes towards Wu Yun and Lin Dong were filled with reverence. Miss. Among the throng, members of the Great Demon Sect hurried to greet Mu Qianqian. What is happening here? Mu Qianqian inquired, noting that a gathering of people could not simply be for the sake of observing a skeleton. Miss. It is said that someone discovered a nirvana pill from the remains within that stone pavilion. The disciple pointed towards the many sheer cliffs of the stone mountain. Wu Yun glanced over, noticing dark, grotesque birds hanging from the crevices, their expansive wings resembling specters. The mountain was heavily guarded by these monstrous birds, their sheer numbers rendering it nearly impossible for ordinary individuals to ascend. The small weasel, with a hint of surprise in its gaze, provided a subtle explanation. They are demon wind eagles, which pose a significant headache. While individually weak, their sheer quantity is alarmingly formidable. When their numbers reach a critical mass, they can summon a minor demon wind, akin to the bone-eroding Yin wind you recently encountered, possessing formidable power. However, the demon wind here only reaches the level of consummate chi creation, making it trivial for you at present. He recalled the ruinous wind zone, where Wu Yun and Lin Dong had recently been. That bone-corroding wind array, after being enhanced by his elder brother, had reached an unparalleled level of destructive power, akin to that of a peak creation realm warrior. A mere glance would suffice to ascertain its might. The Nirvana pill. Indeed, quite remarkable. Wu Yun observed the skeletal remains with a hint of intrigue. The Nirvana pill could only be refined by formidable beings of the Nirvana realm. And even for them, the process was exceptionally arduous, requiring considerable effort. Its potency far surpassed that of the pure origin pill, rendering it a miraculous elixir for those below the Nirvana realm, significantly accelerating their cultivation. In the Daiyan dynasty, the number of Nirvana realm warriors was exceedingly scarce. Thus, the price of the Nirvana pill was exorbitant, often unattainable, with even 1,000,000 pure origin pills failing to procure one. At that moment, some individuals were already attempting to scale the stone mountain. The mountain trembled, and the wind demons, perched atop, took to the skies in a frenzy, transforming into a dense, dark cloud that enveloped the summit. The sheer volume was enough to send shivers down one's spine. As the wind demons appeared, they flapped their wings with reckless abandon, unleashing a torrent of black winds that swept forth like a tempest, ruthlessly advancing towards the multitude converging upon the peak. The black gales, sharp as blades, inflicted considerable suffering upon those who encountered them. Under the relentless onslaught of the winds, even their elemental energy was cleaved apart, leaving many unfortunate souls grievously wounded. Blood streaming forth as their agonized cries echoed through the air. Several fell lifelessly to the ground. Such overwhelming power deterred the crowd below. Wu Yun and Lin Dong approached the stone mountain, drawing all gazes toward them. The duo needed no display of elemental energy. They charged directly towards the summit. Countless wind demons surged forth, yet amidst the swirling black winds, Wu Yun radiated with a resplendent purple-gold glow, while Lin Dong shimmered with a brilliant jade hue. Boom! An overwhelming aura emanated from within them, the force of their physical bodies obliterating the surrounding wind demons. The black winds brushed against them as gently as a whisper. They surged onward with unwavering determination. The onlookers below stood in astonishment, realizing the vast chasm that separated their strengths. As they advanced towards the stone pavilion, the wind demons dared not approach any closer. Wu Yun sensed a formation surrounding the pavilion, effectively warding off the malevolent winds. They turned their attention to the ancient skeletal remains, which sat in tranquil meditation. At the bony palm, two fiery, orb-like pills hovered serenely, emanating waves of energy that stirred Lin Dong's heart. The Nirvana pill. Before them, a spark ignited as Wu Yun stood solemnly before the skeleton. Bowing respectfully to this ancient predecessor, he then extended his hand, reaching for the two Nirvana pills that hovered above the skeletal claw. However, just as Wu Yun was about to make contact, the skeletal hand abruptly lunged forward, firmly grasping his palm. Wu Yun remained unperturbed. This sudden turn of events was, in fact, anticipated. In an instant, a piercing light shot forth from the deep-set eye sockets of the skeleton, striking Wu Yun's forehead directly. "Big brother!" Lin Dong exclaimed in alarm. Wu Yun, without uttering a word, extended his hand, signaling him to remain calm. The moment the light made contact with his forehead, the world before him began to shift, revealing an ancient scene that unfolded within the recesses of his mind. This vision persisted within the vast and boundless space of the ancient steel, where countless figures stood suspended in the air. Each presence radiated an overwhelming aura, all of them powerful beings above the Nirvana realm. They stood defiantly against an encroaching darkness, within which flickered a sinister crimson glow, evoking an indescribable sense of dread, hopeless and merciless. The darkness surged in like a tide from beyond the confines of space, engulfing the formidable assembly of warriors. Despite their seemingly overwhelming strength, the sect's champions were rendered powerless beneath the advancing shadow. As the darkness swept through, all the mighty figures were reduced to ash, scattering like dust across the sky. Is this the malevolent force from beyond the realm? Wu Yun's heart quaked at the sight. These entities, akin to devouring spirits preying upon all living beings, extinguished any sign of life in their wake. Despair was inescapable. The sect's forces faced near total annihilation when, within the vision, the earth trembled and a massive fissure spread across the ground, transforming into a dark radiance. Yet, this light, though shrouded in darkness, bore no sense of despair or cruelty. Rather, it pulsated with a peculiar strength and vitality. The luminescence surged forth, expanding into a colossal black rune that violently struck the suffocating darkness, obliterating it into a void of nothingness. After dispersing the eerie shadow, the black rune swiftly contracted, transforming into a stream of light that retreated back into the earth. The vision abruptly ceased. The devouring ancestral rune. Wu Yun murmured, recovering from his astonishment. The terrifying power of the malevolent beings from beyond sent chills through him, instilling a sense of hopelessness. Yet, the might of the devouring ancestral rune left him profoundly shaken. This was the true power of the ancestral runes. It stood in stark contrast to the primitive runes he possessed. Although his cultivated primitive runes were indeed flawless, they were ultimately constructs of his own mental energy. In contrast, the ancestral runes were birthed from the very essence of heaven and earth, coalescing into tangible treasures of immense potency. Upon hearing about the devouring ancestral talisman, Lin Dong and the little weasel's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The ancestral talisman is here?" exclaimed the little weasel. "Brother, have you seen the devouring ancestral talisman?" Lin Dong inquired eagerly. "Indeed, I have seen it. The devouring ancestral talisman was once within this ancient monument of the great wilderness, lying beneath the earth. However, I wonder if it still remains after all these years," Wu Yun replied with a serious demeanor, fully aware of the plot and knowing that the ancestral talisman was not present. "Let us leave this place for now." Wu Yun gently pried open the skeletal hand, securing two Nirvana pills within his grasp. He then solemnly bowed before the skeleton, grateful for the lingering obsession left by this elder, which allowed him to witness the grand battle and the power of the ancestral talisman. Upon holding the Nirvana pills, a fiery warmth spread throughout his being, causing the primordial energy within him to bubble with excitement, the potency of these pills far surpassing that of pure Yuan pills. He stored the Nirvana pills in his Qingquan pouch. As the two descended the stony mountain, they noticed that the surrounding crowd had dispersed, each seeking their own fortunes elsewhere. Mu Qianqian approached them, holding a map, her voice brimming with excitement. "Senior brother, I have discovered a place to take you." She had just received promising news from a disciple of the great demon sect. Chapter 120, The Talisman Puppet Lair. Wu Yun's eyes gleamed upon hearing Mu Qianqian's words. For the information regarding the devouring ancestral talisman was contained within the talisman puppet lair. In the original narrative, the devouring ancestral talisman was taken away by the Yin puppet sect from this very lair, and Lin Dong had also learned the method to unseal the ancestral talisman from there. Earlier, Wu Yun had been pondering how to locate the talisman puppet lair, and now Mu Qianqian had provided this invaluable information. The three, along with the two tigers, hastened their pace. With a clear objective, they followed the map's guidance, encountering clusters of people along the way, yet paying them no heed. After approximately 15 minutes of travel, Wu Yun, seated on the back of the white cloud and cradling Mu Qianqian, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart and turned his gaze towards a distant, imposing peak. Similarly, Lin Dong, riding atop Xiaoyan, experienced the same sensation. Their innate spiritual seals within their minds responded faintly. "Brother," Lin Dong exclaimed with delight, convinced that there was no doubt the devouring ancestral talisman was nearby. However, Wu Yun did not share in the exuberance, for he knew that the ancestral talisman had already been taken, and their journey was merely to acquire the method to unseal it. The two surged towards the towering mountain, which soared 1,000 fathoms high, its bizarre rocks standing sentinel. A terrifying density of primordial energy coalesced in this location, subtly taking on a misty form. The richness of this primordial energy was reminiscent of the devouring ancestral talisman. Atop the mountain, numerous high towers, utilized for cultivation, stood as testament to the disciples of the sect honing their skills. They ascended the towering peak and immediately sensed numerous gazes directed their way from those who had arrived before them. This majestic mountain stood out even amidst the vast ancient ruins, drawing many who scoured its slopes in search of treasures. However, upon noticing Wu Yun and Lin Dong, the onlookers revealed expressions of trepidation, refraining from approaching and instead circumventing them to explore elsewhere. Who would dare provoke these two ruthless individuals known for their mercilessness? "Senior brother, it's just ahead," Mu Qianqian exclaimed excitedly, pointing towards the depths of the mountains. "We know little about this place, but it is said that the Yin puppet sect frequently visits here whenever the Great Wilderness Ancient Monument is activated. They are the first to explore this area. Do you think the treasures here will be seized by the Yin puppet sect?" Lin Dong replied, a hint of concern in his voice, fearing that the ancestral talisman might be claimed by others first. He frequently conversed with the little weasel and was acutely aware of the talisman's formidable power. "Let us explore first. If we find nothing, we shall pay a visit to the Yin puppet sect," Wu Yun replied calmly. After traversing through the dense forest for half an hour, Mu Qianqian's peach blossom eyes sparkled with delight as a massive stone door appeared before them. Upon closer inspection, the door was covered in moss, and an ancient aroma wafted towards them. The stone door had once been adorned with intricate runes, but with the passage of time, those symbols had become nearly imperceptible. Yet, faintly, one could still sense the remnants of their formidable power. The door was ajar, revealing clear footprints on the ground, indicating that others had entered before them. Both Mu Qianqian and Lin Dong wore serious expressions. The little weasel excitedly leapt around on Lin Dong's shoulder. "Let us proceed," Wu Yun declared without hesitation, stepping through the stone door. The interior was considerably darker, yet it did not hinder his vision enhanced by the Wenzhou purple extreme demon eyes. The passage was lengthy and somewhat inclined, leading deep beneath the earth. As they ventured further, the underground expanse broadened, revealing numerous stone paths that twisted and turned, resembling a labyrinth. Faced with dozens, if not hundreds, of stone pathways, Wu Yun summoned a surge of spiritual energy, sketching primordial devouring runes in the air, inscribing them onto a blank talisman. The complexity of the devouring runes left the little weasel in awe. As soon as the runes were formed, they emitted a pulse, directing Wu Yun towards a specific path. Without hesitation, they sprinted along that particular stone route. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a vast circular black hole, which appeared to plunge into the depths of the earth. Surrounding the black hole were numerous caves, some of which contained scattered remnants of limbs. The puppet nest is where ancient sects forged their puppets. "These must be the remnants of those puppets," the little weasel remarked. At that moment, fluctuations of primal force emanated from some of the caves, and soon several figures emerged from within. Behind them loomed the dark and ominous talismans, launching a barrage of powerful strikes. "Be cautious." Among the group, several were talisman masters, one of whom was a spirit talisman master. They swiftly took to their swords and fled the cave, evading the relentless assaults of the talismans. Upon spotting Wu Yun and his companions, they were filled with trepidation and hastily retreated to a safe distance, their eyes betraying their wariness. "They are from the Bliss Valley," Mu Qianqian interjected. The Bliss Valley, a formidable faction within the Great Wilderness County, was not inferior to the ancient sword sect. She expressed a keen interest in the Bliss Valley, noting that their cultivation methods bore some resemblance to those of their own Harmony sect. "Young Master Wu, exercise caution. The talismans here are exceedingly troublesome." The leading spirit talisman master pointed toward the dark, cavernous depths, a servile expression adorning his face as he warned. Having delivered the warning, they attempted to make their escape. Encountering Wu Yun was far more terrifying than facing these talismans. Halt! Lin Dong called out. These are merely intermediate talismans. Your warnings are unnecessary. Open your cosmic bags and allow me to inspect for what we seek. Lin Dong brandished his celestial scale ancient halberd, his imposing aura enveloping the group. Wu Yun remained silent, fully aware that these individuals were unlikely to possess the devouring ancestral talisman, yet he understood Lin Dong's current sentiments. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, he preferred to err on the side of caution rather than overlook any potential threat. Those under the eaves must bow their heads, and the astute spirit talisman master, recognizing the gravity of the situation, complied without uttering a word, promptly opening his cosmic bag. Resistance would only lead to a dead end. Recalling the earlier incident where Lin Dong had confiscated the cosmic bags of all members of the Shadow Talisman sect, they were mentally prepared for the loss of their own possessions. However, after Lin Dong meticulously examined each bag, he found no ancestral talismans and chose not to impose further difficulties upon them, allowing them to depart. The members of the Bliss Valley felt an immense sense of relief. To the depths, Wu Yun declared, gazing at the passage that descended into the earth and leaped into the abyss. All around them, the cave was rife with attacks from talismans. Yet, these intermediate talismans were merely at the Qi creation stage. Despite their numbers, they posed no real threat. As they descended further, the quantity of talismans diminished, and the surroundings grew increasingly dim. While traversing a certain cavern, the little weasel exclaimed with excitement. There are still talismans, high-grade ones, remarkably well-preserved. High-grade talismans, comparable to the might of a creation stage expert. They paused, with Wu Yun and Lin Dong unfazed. As they now possessed the strength of the creation stage, Mu Qianqian, however, gazed eagerly at the talisman on the cave's edge. This particular talisman was entirely black, subtly adorned with a hint of golden sheen. Upon closer inspection, one would discern that this glimmering hue faintly resembled a complex and enigmatic script. This talisman, despite its darkened appearance due to energy depletion, exhibited no other signs of damage. The high-level talisman puppets, even among the Yin puppet sect, are a rarity, with scarcely a few found throughout the vast Yin dynasty. Their value is no less than 1,000,000 pure yuan dan. Second brother, secure it for now. Wu Yun declared, casting a vanishing rune to erase the residual imprint within the high-level talisman puppet. Subsequently, Lin Dong inscribed a spiritual mark, establishing his control over it. Having safely stored the puppet, they prepared to delve deeper. The scene Wu Yun had witnessed earlier, where the devouring ancestor talisman surged forth, originated from this subterranean lair. The talisman puppets contained within this nest were predominantly stronger the deeper one ventured. Given that they had yet to reach the bottom where the high-level puppets resided, it was likely there were even mightier talisman puppets beneath. The little weasel expressed a hint of anticipation. What lies above the high-level talisman puppets? Lin Dong pondered, his eyes filled with curiosity. There are low, mid, and high-tier talisman puppets, but those merely represent the first stage of classification. Beyond the high-level puppets, there exist the so-called spirit-tier puppets, and above them, the even more formidable celestial puppets, and perhaps even the legendary immortal puppets. As they continued their descent, the surrounding caverns expanded, yet remained devoid of substance, evoking visions of an ancient era when these chambers brimmed with talisman puppets. Senior brother, I can't endure it any longer. I am freezing. Mu Qianqian abruptly halted. At that moment, they realized an extreme chill was seeping forth from below, coalescing into layers of icy clouds that drifted within the talisman puppet nest. Their robust physiques rendered them impervious to this cold, but Mu Qianqian was not as resilient. You two stay here, Lin Dong, and I will explore further, Wu Yun instructed, wishing to keep Mu Qianqian unaware of the devouring ancestor talisman. The two brothers soared downward. The deeper they descended, the more intense the cold became. Even for them, with their formidable constitutions, the chill pierced through to the bone, affecting their spiritual energy. This is the Nine Nether Chill. It likely connects to the depths below. Such frost can penetrate the body, even shattering spiritual energy, the little weasel warned from behind. It's nothing. This level of chill can't harm me, Lin Dong replied with a faint smile, his body radiating a glaze-like hue. The bone-corroding Yin wind, comparable to the pinnacle of the creation realm, had been incapable of extinguishing him. So he was unperturbed by this mere Nine Nether Chill that threatened only average practitioners of the creation realm. Their powerful bodies swiftly traversed through the cold, reaching the very bottom. To their astonishment, they discovered an enormous, obsidian altar, its surface exuding a frigid blackness akin to forged iron. Numerous stone pillars adorned the altar, presenting an oddly captivating sight. The primitive devouring rune Wu Yun had outlined with his spiritual energy sparkled brightly without the need for activation. The runes operating autonomously in response to the underground altar. Their gazes converged upon the very center of the altar. A colossal black pillar stood imposingly, crowned by an ancient array of symbols that unfurled, nearly connecting every stone column of the altar, resembling a central hub. Yet, upon the summit of this obsidian column, there was naught but emptiness. The two figures leaped into the array, and Lin Dong knelt to caress the symbols, sensing a subtle tremor from their innate spirit talismans. Here lingered an aura that evoked deep reverence. The devouring ancestral talisman had been taken away. Lin Dong's fist clenched slowly. He had not anticipated such a futile journey. At that moment, the primitive devouring rune, just sketched by Wu Yun, soared directly to the black pillar. A formidable force obliterated the talisman's essence, leaving only the spiritual runes behind. Those intricate devouring symbols entwined around the massive black pillar, functioning like a switch, causing the symbols on the pillar to spring to life, emitting an otherworldly glow. Instantly, the stone column trembled, waves of light rippling outwards, rapidly encompassing the entire pillar, much to the astonishment of the two. The light waves intensified, morphing into a swirling vortex that emitted a subtle pulling force. Wu Yun's actions ignited a sense of anticipation in Lin Dong and the weasel. Throughout their journey, the elder brother had been taciturn, his demeanor somewhat grim, seemingly having foreseen the early retrieval of the devouring ancestral talisman. Upon reaching the subterranean realm, he adeptly located the switch of the black pillar, further affirming their earlier conjecture that the devouring ancestral talisman had been placed there by Wu Yun prior to his reincarnation. Beholding the suddenly manifested black vortex, Wu Yun wasted no time and stepped into it. Lin Dong and the weasel followed suit, saying little, yet understanding that their elder brother's mood was likely not bright. Within the vortex, darkness enveloped them, though it lasted but a fleeting moment before their vision expanded, revealing a vast, desolate expanse steeped in an ancient aura. In the midst of this wilderness stood a gigantic black stone pillar, and as they approached, they were astonished to discern a figure seated atop it. Who could this be? Lin Dong's gaze was grave as he regarded the silhouette perched atop the stone column. It was an elderly man clad in a black robe, his white hair exuding an air of enigmatic mystique. This must be the previous master of the devouring ancestral talisman, the weasel replied. Wu Yun remained silent, once again using his spiritual force to sketch a complete primitive devouring rune in the air. With this ancient figure, Wu Yun could only communicate through the devouring rune, hoping it would bridge the gap between them. The moment the devouring rune materialized, the primal energies of the wasteland surged wildly towards Wu Yun. In the desolate wilderness, a gentle breeze stirred, lifting the silvery strands of the mysterious elder's hair, and gradually, his tightly shut eyes began to open. The moment his eyes fluttered open, the entire expanse descended into an eerie silence. Within those eyes, devoid of scara, lay an unfathomable darkness reminiscent of a black hole, as if they consumed all light from the heavens and the earth. Wu Yun and Lin Dong, gazing into those obsidian orbs, felt an overwhelming pull, as if their own vital and spiritual energies were being drawn forth, yearning to merge with that abyssal gaze. This uncontrollable sensation compelled them to take a step back, their expressions a mix of astonishment and trepidation as they beheld the enigmatic elder with the black eyes. At that moment, the devouring runes conjured by Wu Yun drifted uncontrollably toward the elder. Observing these spiritual symbols, the elder's dark eyes flickered with a hint of emotion. It was remarkable that someone could delineate the complete devouring rune. Fixating on Wu Yun, the elder's voice, steeped in ancient timbre, resonated through the wilderness, tinged with profound astonishment. I am Wu Yun, Lin Dong, honored elder. They respectfully bowed, deeply wary of the elder's presence. Even the small weasel perched obediently on Lin Dong's shoulder, refraining from any erratic movements. Brother, is he still alive? Lin Dong whispered, his heart racing in the presence of this enigmatic figure. He. The old man has long since perished over 10,000 years ago. What you see is merely a remnant of memory, the elder replied, his voice imbued with an ethereal quality. His peculiar black eyes roamed over the two youths and the weasel, revealing a flicker of surprise upon his otherwise impassive countenance. A formidable spiritual force, within your souls lies an extraordinary duality of fluctuations. Ah, the essence of reincarnation. He scrutinized Wu Yun intently, as if he could discern the secrets hidden within. To so adeptly illustrate the complete devouring rune, I discern your identity. You have come to reclaim the ancestral devouring talisman. Have you not? The black-eyed elder stated with certainty, a note of respect evident in his tone. Piecing together the prior insights, he deduced that Wu Yun was a reincarnator. The previous master of the devouring ancestral talisman now returned to seek it anew. The small weasel and Lin Dong exchanged knowing smiles, the elder's words affirming their conjecture that the ancestral talisman rightfully belonged to their elder brother, confirming their suspicions. Indeed, Brother is the reincarnator. Once the possessor of the devouring ancestral talisman. Are you still going to pretend? They eagerly regarded Wu Yun, anticipation brimming as they wondered if he would finally reveal the truth. Wu Yun was puzzled, uncertain of the implications behind their words. It appeared there was some misunderstanding. Surely, he had not misconstrued anything. He glanced at Lin Dong and the weasel, who appeared unfazed, as though they found the elder's assertions entirely reasonable. Is it possible that I am the problem? Wu Yun felt somewhat disoriented. Why is the elder still pretending? Lin Dong quietly communicated with the little weasel. The little weasel replied, it shouldn't be an act. I have heard that when reincarnators have yet to awaken their memories from previous lives, it is exceedingly difficult for them to realize their true identities. During such times, it is unwise to provoke the elder. The old man with black eyes is quite skilled. He did not fully disclose Wu Yun's identity as a reincarnator. Regrettably, you arrived a moment too late. I can sense that the devouring ancestor talisman has already been taken. The old man sighed, feeling a deep sense of guilt for failing to safeguard the talisman, allowing a reincarnator to make an unnecessary trip. I will retrieve it, no matter who has taken it. Wu Yun declared confidently and assertively. Indeed, finding it should pose little challenge for you. The old man with black eyes concurred, acknowledging that for one who has once wielded the devouring ancestor talisman, it would not be difficult to locate it after reincarnation. The old man chuckled lightly, saying with a hint of ease, however, even if someone else has taken the devouring ancestor talisman, if they cannot access this place, they will never be able to refine it. Wu Yun sensed a peculiar respect emanating from the old man, so he maintained his air of mystery. Oh, could it be that you employed certain measures concerning the devouring ancestor talisman? The old man replied, indeed, before my fall, I placed a seal within the devouring ancestor talisman. If this seal remains unbroken, no one will ever be able to refine the talisman. The only way to break this seal lies with me, which means that if one cannot reach this place to obtain the method of breaking it, even if someone acquires the talisman, they will still be unable to refine it. The old man took a degree of pride in this contingency he had arranged. In this world, aside from you, there is likely no one who can break my seal to obtain the devouring ancestor talisman, and even for you, it would be somewhat challenging to do so. The old man hesitated to speak too boldly in front of a predecessor who had once controlled the talisman. For if the devouring ancestor talisman wished to assist its original master, it could indeed cooperate to break his seal. The talisman is a wondrous artifact of heaven and earth, possessing the power to safeguard the cosmos. It will choose its own master, and you should not have sealed it, Wu Yun remarked coolly, his words carrying a hint of wisdom. When he read the original text, he felt that the old man's method of sealing the talisman, if not for encountering a prodigy like Lin Dong, could have easily resulted in the devouring ancestor talisman remaining dormant indefinitely. I have learned much. The old man with black eyes nodded deeply. Heavenly treasures are meant to be obtained by those with fate. He could not allow his death to sever the path of the talisman to its rightful master. You have kept this contingency to ensure that only a worthy individual may control the talisman. After all, such treasures must not fall into the hands of the impure, such as evil beings. Wu Yun subtly indicated, well aware of the original plot, thus making it easy to persuade the old man. Upon mentioning the evil beings, the old man's expression grew grave, and he instantly comprehended Wu Yun's intention. The elder with black eyes nodded heavily, acknowledging the actions of this esteemed reincarnator, sharing a profound concern that the ancestral symbol might be seized by malevolent forces from beyond. He empathized deeply, recalling how his sect had perished under the onslaught of those very same evil entities. Time was no longer on his side, compelling him to make such a choice. His gaze shifted to Lin Dong. This must be the renowned sky demon weasel, he mused, the dominant clan of the demon continent. With a hint of surprise, he fixed his eyes on the little weasel and chuckled. The weasel grinned widely, then turned its attention back to Lin Dong. Its gaze seemed to penetrate the very essence of his soul and spirit, exposing all of Lin Dong's secrets beneath its scrutiny. Just as the elder's gaze was about to sweep across Lin Dong's arm, a faint glimmer began to emanate softly from his palm, blocking the elder's vision with its brilliance. Realizing the presence of the ancestral stone, the elder was taken aback once more, recognizing that they were all individuals blessed with great fortune.